Chapter 1: Crossing the Short Drama World. Haicheng University, Male Dormitory. Lin Hui, let's go to the internet cafe and play some games together? No, you guys go.
Lin Hui lay on the bed, turned over, and continued watching short dramas.
Hey kid, it's just a failed business venture, what's the big deal?
Exactly, you've been lying in your dorm for half a month now. If this continues, you'll be ruined sooner or later.
So what if he lost a bet with that kid Zhao Yang and yelled in front of the school beauty that I'm a toad? He's already lost face. A real man should be able to let go.
Frustrated, Lin Hui pulled the blanket up and buried his entire body in it.
Don't be fooled by the fact that he's still alive, he's actually dead. The society is dead.
He was full of ambition back then, holding what he considered to be an excellent project, and wanted to start his own business. When Zhao Yang, that rich second generation, found out, he ridiculed him relentlessly. In his youthful arrogance, he made a bet with Zhao Yang. The two would start a business together and see whose project was more valuable. The loser would have to publicly declare himself a toad 3 times in front of the school beauty. At the time, he was full of confidence and had no idea of the difficulties of starting a business. He persisted for a month, but couldn't even secure angel investment, and finally had to admit defeat. In contrast, Zhao Yang had a bunch of investors knocking on his door before he even produced a project proposal.
At that moment, Lin Hui finally realized the reality.
The video of him making a fool of himself is still posted on the campus forum. When he leaves his dormitory, he is pointed at and gossiped about. So for the past 2 weeks, he hasn't even left his dorm room, hoping that the damn buzz surrounding the discussion will end soon.
Never mind, let him have some peace and quiet.
Seeing Lin Hui like this, his roommate stopped trying to persuade him.
Only after hearing the door close did Lin Hui pull back the covers.
Looking at the mindless short dramas on his phone, which are all about billions or hundreds of billions, he thought, if only I had that much money, I wouldn't be struggling to find investors for my startup. Shaking his head helplessly, the thought vanished in an instant. Lin Hui was still able to distinguish between reality and fantasy.
Ding, life experience system activated.
Hosts yearning for the world of short dramas detected the life experience world is locked as the world of short dramas.
Your first life experience is now beginning.
Please prepare yourself, host. A series of voices rang in Lin Hui's mind, leaving him stunned for a long time.
A life experience system? Am I hallucinating from lying in bed for too long?
Just as he was beginning to have doubts, he suddenly felt everything go black.
The next second, he found himself in an unfamiliar environment. You unfilial son, do you know you're wrong? Just as Lin Hui was stunned, an angry voice came from ahead.
Lin Hui looked in the direction of the sound and saw a chubby man holding a wooden stick, glaring at him. Besides this middle-aged man, there was also a richly dressed middle-aged woman, a young man who looked like he had done something wrong, and 3 beautiful women whose figures and looks were all above 9 out of 10.
Have I really been transported to the world of short dramas?
Lin Hui stared wide-eyed, somewhat incredulous.
System, come out and explain this to me right now.
He cried out in his heart, wanting to know if the system was real. Congratulations, host. You have successfully transmigrated to the world of short dramas. Main quest now available: conquer the body and soul of the 7 Song Sisters. The host will gain the right to travel between this world upon completing the main quest, and will be rewarded with 100 million in cash.
How much? 100 million? Lin Hui's eyes lit up. That's a small goal. The system is really powerful. If I can complete this main quest, what am I afraid of dying for?
Once he has money, his dark past is no longer a dark past, but a stumbling block on his path to success. No one will laugh at him. Instead, they will say that he is determined, honest, trustworthy, and broad-minded. There's no way around it in a world where money reigns supreme. Being rich really does bring an aura of prestige.
System, will I be punished if I fail to complete the task?
Lin Hui asked cautiously. Host, rest assured, this system is dedicated to providing life experiences and helping you grow. There are no penalties for failure.
This mission has a time limit of 1 year.
If the host fails to complete the mission within 1 year, or if the host dies, the host will be automatically teleported back to the real world. Great, there's no penalty for failure.
I love a system like yours.
Lin Hui immediately felt relieved.
You unfilial son, what are you daydreaming about? I can see you have no remorse whatsoever. I'm going to punish you with family discipline today.
Seeing that Lin Hui didn't react for a long time, the middle-aged man was so angry that he wanted to slap Lin Hui with a stick. Upon seeing this, Lin Hui quickly backed away.
Old man, are you crazy? After dodging that obstacle, he yelled angrily.
This wooden strip looks very sturdy. If it hits someone, it'll hurt for a long time. You unfilial son, you still dare to hide. The middle-aged man looked annoyed and raised his hand to hit him again.
Again.
Lin Hui isn't his son, so he doesn't spoil him at all. He snatched the wooden stick from the middle-aged man's hand and, before the man could react, struck him with the stick.
Ah!
The middle-aged man screamed, then angrily pointed at Lin Hui. You unfilial son, how dare you hit me?
You've really gone too far.
Look, you started it yourself, this was self-defense. Lin Hui looked at him with a "don't try to scam me" expression.
Brother, blame me. I apologize. Please don't hit Dad anymore. If you really like this watch, I'll just give it to you.
The young man next to him, who looked like he had done something wrong, weakly offered some advice. Lin Hui felt a chill run down his spine when he heard the sound.
The tea has a really strong flavor. Little brother, you didn't do anything wrong, why are you apologizing?
Among the three beautiful women, one wearing a sexy dress stood up indignantly and spoke up.
That's right, it was clearly Lin Hui who stole things and hit people, how can you be blamed? Another woman, who looked somewhat unruly, also stepped forward. Alright, second sister and sixth sister, you should both keep quiet.
Finally, the woman who resembled a domineering female CEO spoke calmly. Just when Lin Hui thought there was finally a normal person in this family, the woman changed her tone and looked at him, saying, "And you, Lin Hui, no matter what, stealing is wrong.
You even hit Dad. When has our Song family ever done such a rebellious thing? You should kneel down and admit your mistake. I will plead with Dad for you."
Yes, son, you should put down the wooden stick and apologize to your father.
The richly dressed middle-aged woman earnestly tried to persuade him.
Watching this scene, Lin Hui felt a sense of déjà vu, as if it were a mindless short drama.
Wait, it seems like he's in the world of short dramas.
According to the plot of this mindless short drama, his surname is Lin, so he should be the adopted son of the Song family, while the guy with the smell of tea is most likely the biological son who was just brought back from outside.
This plot is just a drama about a real and a fake young master.
Lin Hui glanced at the watch on the table. Based on the premise of mindless short dramas, without a doubt, he was framed by his own son, who had a mouth full of tea.
Eldest sister Song Qingyue. Chapter 2. I'll slap you. You want me to admit I'm wrong?
Lin Hui scratched his head with a wooden stick, looking forgetful. I don't remember doing anything wrong. You unfilial son, you stole your brother's watch and you still say you did nothing wrong.
The middle-aged man pointed angrily at Lin Hui. I stole a watch? Who saw me?
Lin Hui looked lazy and listless. Regardless of whether he stole the watch or not, he would never admit it.
So you have to be tough when you need to, or you'll get a beating soon.
Little Chang saw it with his own eyes. Are you still trying to deny it?
That sexy woman said disdainfully. That's right, little Chang, tell me, did you see Lin Hui steal your watch with your own eyes?
A woman who looked somewhat unruly joined in, stirring up trouble. Song Chang still looked weak, secretly glancing at Lin Hui before anxiously saying, "Second sister, sixth sister, it's all my fault.
I shouldn't have brought this up, making everyone unhappy.
But this watch was the first gift my eldest sister gave me, and I really can't bear to part with it." Lin Hui felt a chill run down his spine. Every time I hear this guy with his pedantic manner of speaking, I feel physically uncomfortable and have an urge to punch him. That's perfect, he's a man of action, and when he wants to do something, he'll do it. Without warning, the wooden stick in his hand lashed out and struck Song Chang.
Ah, brother, what are you doing? Song Chang let out a painful scream. What are you doing? I'll punch you.
Lin Hui didn't stop what he was doing and started slapping Song Chang repeatedly. Everyone else was stunned, but the middle-aged man quickly recovered and immediately shouted a reprimand.
You unfilial son, stop right now. Are you trying to defy the heavens?
The three beautiful women also hurriedly tried to dissuade them.
A middle-aged woman stood in front of Song Chang.
Lin Hui stopped when he saw this.
He completely ignored everyone and picked up the watch on the table. Look closely, I am an upright and honest person, always above board. If you want something, just take it. I would never stoop to petty theft.
He put the watch in his pocket, tossed the wooden stick in his hand aside, and swaggered away.
Unfilial son, how could I have raised such an ungrateful wretch?
The middle-aged man clutched his chest, looking pained.
Dad, what's wrong?
Dad, don't scare us. The group quickly surrounded the middle-aged man. Song Chang stood on the outermost edge, watching Lin Hui's departing figure, his eyes revealing a deep, cold resentment.
That damn Lin Hui, how dare he hit me?
I'll kick you out of the Song family sooner or later, and then I'll have someone kill you.
Everything in the Song family belongs to me, you can forget about touching it.
Song Chang was furious inside, but he still had to put on a weak and worried expression as he looked at the middle-aged man. After leaving the Song family villa, Lin Hui navigated to the nearest luxury goods recycling store. Let me see how much this thing is worth. He threw the watch he had just taken onto the counter. It was a watch given to me by a wealthy family, so its value must be quite high. He was practically penniless in this world, so he could sell the watch to get some money.
Please wait a moment, sir.
The waiter politely picked up the watch and examined it carefully. Sir, this is the latest model from Patek Philippe, valued at 2.2 million, with a buyback price of 2 million.
Are you sure you want to sell it?
The staff at this luxury goods recycling shop were quite experienced and not particularly surprised. Sell, of course we have to sell. Lin Hui nodded decisively. He had expected the watch to be expensive, but he hadn't anticipated it to be this pricey. He clearly doesn't understand the world of the rich. It's alright, once he figures out how to complete the main quest, he'll be able to earn a small fortune.
Please wait a moment, sir.
The waiter immediately went to handle the recycling matters. In about 10 minutes, the money was transferred to Lin Hui's bank card. That's how I made 2 million. Lin Hui looked at his bank balance on his phone. Robbing is definitely the fastest way to make money. Now that he has the money, he needs to make some careful plans. When he transmigrated to this world, the system did not give him any background settings or memories. He had to figure everything out on his own. The only advantage is that his entire body was transmigrated and replaced the original owner. That's good, otherwise he would feel very uncomfortable having someone else's face on him all the time. During the 2 weeks that Lin Hui stayed in his dormitory, he spent day and night watching short dramas and became very familiar with their plots and tropes. So from what the Song family just experienced, I could roughly guess the character's background and the plot. His surname is Lin, so he can't possibly be a son of the Song family. But the middle-aged man called him a rebellious son, so he was most likely an adopted son.
And that Song Chang is his biological son.
In other words, he was a fake young master fostered by the Song family, while Song Chang was the biological young master who had just been found. The system's main mission is to conquer the 7 Song sisters, meaning he has 7 older sisters. Once this premise was revealed, Lin Hui had already guessed the general direction of the plot. It's nothing more than Song Chang, this scheming son, who doesn't want him to receive the family's love and the group's shares, so she's framing and slandering him in various ways, trying to drive him out of the Song family. Judging from the previous behavior of the 3 Song sisters and that adoptive father, it's clear that no one in the Song family trusts him anymore. It's estimated that Song Chang will soon take drastic action and deliver a heavy blow to him. He used to feel very frustrated when he watched these kinds of short dramas. For the first 10 or 20 episodes, the protagonist is constantly suppressed. Only after the protagonist is severely beaten or reborn does he suddenly realize the truth.
He doesn't like that kind of attitude. Lin Hui's favorite genre is still feel-good stories. The suppression followed by climax approach is not his style. Besides, this is just an ordinary life experience. Even if you fail and die, it's just leaving this world. So why not be bolder?
Lin Hui went to a nearby electronics market and spent a lot of money to buy more than 20 pinhole cameras. I also bought a dozen or so stun guns.
These stun guns are for self-defense. After all, these mindless short dramas always feature acts of ignoring law enforcement and openly assaulting or killing people. It's as if the law enforcement agency doesn't exist at all. Perhaps it's because rich people really can do whatever they want.
After buying the items, Lin Hui returned to the Song family home with peace of mind. By the time he returned, it was already dark.
The Song family members were all asleep by then.
Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Hui placed more than 20 pinhole cameras in various hidden locations throughout his home.
So Song Chang was trying to frame him?
He wanted to see how Song Chang planned to frame him under this almost blind spot surveillance network. Of course, Lin Hui installed 2 more in his room to ensure there were no blind spots. After doing all that, he hugged the stun gun with satisfaction and fell asleep. I must say, rich people's beds are really comfortable to sleep in. It's much more comfortable than the hard beds in student dormitories. Lin Hui glanced at the 3 miniature cameras in the room. Everything is ready now, just waiting for that green tea guy Song Cheng to jump out on his own.
Chapter 3, Another Slander. Lin Hui slept until noon the next day. Knock, knock, knock.
Just before lunchtime, there was a sudden knock on his door.
Who is it?
Lin Hui lay on the bed playing on his phone, his tone extremely impatient.
Brother, it's lunchtime. I've come to call you for lunch.
The voice of Song Chang, that green tea guy, came from outside the door. Lin Hui immediately put away his phone and sat up. He didn't think this manipulative guy would be so kind. They've probably come up with some new idea to smear him. Perfect timing. He also wanted to see what this manipulative woman was up to. Lin Hui got up and opened the door, only to see Song Chang's weak and timid appearance.
Brother, go eat now. Lin Hui smiled teasingly. Oh, isn't this my younger brother? What, I beat you up like that yesterday, and you don't even hold a grudge? You actually invited me to dinner today. What, you haven't come up with another trick, have you? Song Chang seemed very scared and quickly waved his hands, saying, Brother, don't misunderstand. I absolutely didn't have that thought. You hit me because I didn't do well enough, so I wanted to do better so that you would be satisfied. Lin Hui's lips curled up. The strong taste of tea in his mouth really made him nauseous. However, since he had already said so much, Lin Hui made a timely concession. He patted Song Chang's face. Wouldn't it have been better to do this earlier? After saying that, he walked out of the room and prepared to go downstairs for dinner. But after taking only a few steps, he realized that Song Cheng hadn't moved. What, aren't you coming along? Song Cheng quickly waved his hand. Brother, I still have some things to do. I'll go after I'm done. Lin Hui ignored him and turned to leave. However, from an angle that Song Cheng couldn't see, a smile appeared on his lips. It's the weekend, and the Song family members who were here yesterday are all here. And there's also an extra seventh sister who lives on campus. This seventh sister is an academic high achiever, possessing an intellectual and quiet beauty, with both her looks and figure scoring above 9 out of 10. Lin Hui didn't greet anyone, he just sat down in the chair and quietly enjoyed the view. I must say, this short drama world is great, surrounded by beautiful women. Putting everything else aside, it's at least pleasing to the eye. Not even a greeting, that's really impolite. The middle-aged man, Song Jinlin, snorted coldly. He was very dissatisfied with Lin Hui. Lin Hui was not like this at all before Song Cheng returned. Back then, Lin Hui was polite and kind-hearted, unlike now, who is a habitual liar and has no manners whatsoever. Yesterday, he seemed like a completely different person. He even dared to hit Song Cheng. You should say less. Song's mother shook her head inside. He felt that Lin Hui must have felt neglected because of Song Cheng's return, so he used this method to attract attention. But what Lin Hui did was indeed a bit too much, and she was gradually losing hope in her adopted son, Lin Hui. Humph, I told you long ago, Lin Hui is just jealous of Chung Di. The spoiled sixth sister looked at Lin Hui with disdain. Lin Hui, Chang Di is such a good person, please don't bully him anymore. The sexy second sister shook her head and said. Lin Hui ignored their words completely, as if they were just passing by. Is it because he doesn't want to let Song Cheng go? It's because Song Cheng likes to court death. Sure enough, as soon as we mentioned him, he arrived. Song Cheng approached the dining table timidly, first greeting everyone, giving off a very well-mannered impression. Lin Hui, you should learn from Chenger. Song Jinlin looked at Lin Hui with anger at his lack of ambition. Lin Huili didn't even bother with him. His image is already ruined, so nothing he says will help. He might as well wait for Song Cheng to make a move. Sure enough, before they even started eating, Song Cheng jumped out. Big sister, there's something I'm not sure if I should say. He was like a child who had done something wrong, hesitant and uncertain. Just tell me what's wrong. Is your allowance not enough? I'll transfer another 100,000 to you in a bit. The domineering CEO's eldest sister spoke up. Thank you, big sister. Song Cheng looked pleasantly surprised. But that's not what I wanted to say. It's... At this point, he cautiously looked at Lin Hui. What's wrong with Lin Hui this time? Upon seeing this, Song Jinlin became furious. I don't know if I should say this or not, Song Cheng said, still looking conflicted. Lin Hui's lips curled up. This green tea guy was indeed about to make his move. I just don't know what kind of trick it is. However, his surveillance cameras covered the entire villa, and no matter what tricks he used, it was useless. Tell me what shameful things Lin Hui has done this time. Before the eldest sister could even speak, Song Jianlin impatiently interrupted her. Everyone else looked at Song Chang, as if they wanted him to speak. Song Chang still looked conflicted, hesitating for several seconds before finally making up his mind.
I shouldn't have said this, since it concerns the reputation of my eldest sister and brother Hui, but ever since I returned to the Song family, my eldest sister has been very good to me, and I just can't stand it anymore.
Song Chang's seemingly forced appearance aroused the curiosity of the whole family.
Lin Hui remained calm and composed, eating and drinking as usual, completely ignoring everyone else.
Brother, how could you do such a thing? Song Chang pointed at Lin Hui, looking furious. How could you steal my older sister's underwear to do that kind of thing? What?
The whole family gasped in surprise. All eyes were on Lin Hui. However, Lin Hui acted as if he hadn't heard or seen anything and continued eating.
Lin Hui, you unfilial son, how could you steal your older sister's underwear? Song Jianlin was so angry that he immediately slammed his fist on the table and stood up. Huier, how could you do such a thing? Song's mother looked heartbroken.
Lin Hui, how could you do such a disgusting thing? The unruly sixth sister looked at Lin Hui with the eyes of someone looking at a pervert.
Lin Hui, you are utterly shameless.
The sexy second sister joined in the criticism. The intellectual seventh sister didn't speak, but her gaze towards Lin Hui was unusually strange.
Lin Hui. The eldest sister couldn't hold back any longer and angrily called out Lin Hui's name.
Despite the family's accusations, Lin Hui remained defiant and ignored them completely. These people are really something else. They didn't even give him a chance to speak before assuming he did it. Therefore, one should not be too kind, for kindness often leads to being taken advantage of.
Brother, are you feeling guilty because you did something wrong?
Seeing that Lin Hui did not refute, Song Chang continued to sow discord. Lin Hui glanced at him indifferently and slowly wiped his mouth with a tissue.
Qingdi, have you misunderstood Lin Hui?
Seeing that Lin Hui showed no signs of guilt, the eldest sister, Song Qingyue, began to have some doubts.
Big sister, I saw it with my own eyes. Song Chang said weakly, I know you have mysophobia. If this hadn't been so terrible, I wouldn't have said it and ruined the family harmony. Song Qingyue looked at Lin Hui. Brother Lin Hui, is there anything you want to say?
The whole family's eyes were on Lin Hui, eager to see what he would say. Lin Hui's lips curled up slightly. That's right, I stole big sister's underwear.
You know what, it felt so smooth. Chapter 4, Severing Ties.
The whole family was furious when they heard this. Lin Hui, however, remained quite indifferent to this. He knew, of course, that this was a frame-up by Song Chang. And not only did he know, he also had surveillance footage as evidence. But he didn't want to bring it up now, because he needed a reason to be kicked out of the Song family. Regardless of the circumstances, his current status is that of an adopted son of the Song family.
This identity makes it really difficult to complete the system's tasks.
After all, the mission requires conquering the bodies and minds of the 7 older sisters.
As an adopted son, I can't do such a thing. That's why he took the blame for this false accusation.
The traitor! The traitor!
Song Jianlin pointed at Lin Hui, looking extremely angry. Huier, how could you do such a thing? She's your sister.
Song's mother looked grief-stricken. The 4 Song sisters all looked at Lin Hui as if he were a pervert. Song Chang was somewhat taken aback. He hadn't expected Lin Hui to admit it so readily.
This is completely different from what I expected.
He did it, so he naturally knows best that Lin Hui is innocent. He had already thought of his next words in order to frame Lin Hui.
But why didn't Lin Hui play by the rules? Regardless, this is the result he wanted to see.
The eldest sister, Song Qingyue, looked at Lin Hui with a complicated expression.
Brother Lin Hui, you have really disappointed me.
Lin Hui shrugged indifferently. Anyway, you won't believe me no matter what I say now, so isn't admitting it just what you want?
You unfilial son, are you saying we've wronged you?
Song Jianlin glared angrily at Lin Hui, then looked at Song Chang. Chenger, didn't you see this unfilial son take your eldest sister's underwear with your own eyes? Tell me where he hid it, and we'll go find it now and make this unfilial son admit his mistake. A glint of light flashed in Song Chang's eyes. He thought he was going to skip this step, but he didn't expect he still had to go through the process. Fortunately, he had made preparations in advance.
Okay, Dad, I'll take everyone there right away. Song Chang nodded and went upstairs. Snort.
As Song Jianlin passed by Lin Hui, he snorted coldly. Song's mother and the 4 Song sisters all gave Lin Hui a disgusted look.
Lin Hui's lips curled up.
He touched the stun gun at his waist and followed.
The group arrived at Lin Hui's room. After entering the room, Song Chung abruptly pulled back Lin Hui's blanket. Sure enough, there was a set of white women's underwear under the blanket.
Dad, Mom, sisters, you see, I didn't lie.
Song Chung pointed to the underwear on the bed and said weakly. You unfilial son, what else do you have to say now?
As Song Jianlin spoke, he began to unbuckle his belt. You unfilial son, I'm going to beat you to death today.
You've disgraced the Song family.
Neither Song's mother nor the 4 Song sisters stopped it. They all thought Lin Hui was disgusting and deserved to be taught a lesson. Only in this way can Lin Hui learn a lesson and avoid making the same mistake again.
Upon seeing this, Song Cheng sneered.
Lin Hui is now faced with irrefutable evidence and has no way to defend himself.
Now everyone will hate you even more.
However, just when everyone thought that Song Jianlin would teach Lin Hui a lesson, Lin Hui was the first to pull out the stun gun from his waist and stab Song Jianlin in the waist.
Squeak, squeak, squeak.
A hissing sound rang out, and Song Jianlin was electrocuted, lying on the ground curled up in a ball. Everyone stared at Lin Hui in surprise.
Huier, what are you doing? How could you treat your father like this?
Seeing this, Song's mother finally spoke up, but her first words were accusations.
Lin Hui, what do you want to do? The unruly 6th sister exclaimed in surprise. Dad, are you all right? Song Qingyue quickly squatted down to check on Song Jianlin's condition.
A flicker of fear crossed Song Cheng's eyes.
Has Lin Hui gone mad? Where did he get the stun gun? How dare he shock Song Jianlin in front of everyone? Doesn't he want to stay in the Song family anymore?
Under the astonished and angry gazes of everyone, Lin Hui held the stun gun in front of his eyes.
This little thing is really powerful. Song Jianlin was still in shock, lying on the ground convulsing.
After Lin Hui finished speaking, he turned his gaze to Song Cheng.
Brother Hui, what do you want to do?
Song Cheng sensed Lin Hui's ill intentions and instinctively wanted to back away, but the bedroom was only so big, and he couldn't run away even if he wanted to. I'm not going to do anything, I'm just going to let you experience the power of the Thunder King. Lin Hui immediately used a stun gun on Song Cheng, knocking him to the ground.
Like Song Jianlin, he was convulsing on the ground, clearly having been severely electrocuted. Brother Chang. The 2nd sister rushed over to check on him. Lin Hui, what exactly do you want to do?
Song Qingyue looked at Lin Hui angrily. Your father has raised you for so long, and Cheng Di has always been so good to you, yet you actually laid a hand on them.
Lin Hui, you weren't like this before. What's wrong with you lately? 7th sister looked at Lin Hui as if he were a stranger.
Lin Hui shrugged indifferently. It's because none of you believe me.
I feel really wronged, so I can only take revenge on society. The evidence is right here, what else do you have to complain about?
The older sister angrily pointed at the underwear on the bed. She has obsessive-compulsive disorder about cleanliness and doesn't like others touching her personal clothing. Lin Hui not only took it, but also used it for that kind of thing, which is disgusting and shameful. Lin Hui was too lazy to explain anything. He took a document out of his desk drawer.
Fine, think what you want. This is a severance agreement. Once you sign this agreement, we will no longer be family. What? You want to sever ties with your family?
Song's mother and the 4 Song sisters all looked at Lin Hui in surprise.
Song Jianlin finally recovered and slowly stood up. Fine, I've long since stopped acknowledging you as my unfilial son. Since you've brought it up yourself, I'll grant your wish. Without any hesitation, Song Jianlin took the pen and paper and signed his name directly.
From now on, you are no longer a member of the Song family. I will announce your status as an adopted son to the public and declare that you have no further connection with the Song family.
After signing, he threw the agreement on the ground and left without looking back.
Lin Hui actually dared to shock him with a stun gun.
He didn't want to force such a disrespectful person to stay.
Even if Lin Hui hadn't mentioned it today, he would have kicked Lin Hui out of the Song family. Song Chung had recovered by then, and looking at the agreement on the ground, a strong look of joy appeared in his eyes. They finally got rid of Lin Hui from the Song family. From now on, the Song family's property belongs to him.
Song's mother sighed and turned to leave.
The 4 Song sisters glanced at Lin Hui with disappointment, said nothing, and left together. Now that Lin Hui has been expelled from the Song family, he will have little to do with them anymore.
Song Qingyue was the last to leave.
He turned around and glanced at Lin Hui, his eyes filled with complex emotions. Lin Hui clearly stole her underwear, so why won't he admit it?
This isn't a big deal at most, I'll just get a scolding. Why did things get to this point? Moreover, how did Lin Hui manage to be so self-righteous? He's the one who clearly did something wrong. Chapter 5 Slapping.
After everyone left, only Lin Hui and Song Chang remained in the room.
Song Chang slowly stood up. Lin Hui, you think you're worthy to fight me?
Now he finally stopped hiding it and revealed a sinister smile.
Song Chang, aren't you feeling quite smug?
Lin Hui looked at him with a half smile.
Of course. Song Chang looked at him with a mocking expression. Do you know how much I did to get rid of you?
Lin Hui found Song Chang's smug expression amusing.
Do all villains give a debriefing speech after their plans succeed?
The two were now only a step or two apart when Lin Hui stabbed him with an electric baton.
Squeak, squeak, squeak.
A hissing sound came from the air.
Song Chang was immediately electrocuted and collapsed to the ground, convulsing.
Seeing Song Chang curled up on the ground convulsing, Lin Hui kicked him directly in the buttocks.
Are you stupid? Did you get shocked for nothing?
As he spoke, Lin Hui squatted down and slapped him twice across the face.
Did Fish Liang give you the courage to talk to me like that?
Lin Hui stabbed him in the waist with another stun gun, which intensified his convulsions. Song Chang, remember this from now on, avoid me if you see me, or I'll beat you every time I see you. After venting his anger, Lin Hui finally let out a long sigh of relief.
The feeling of being electrocuted is so exhilarating.
Picking up the severance agreement from the ground, Lin Hui glanced at the desk and left. He had left a hole for Song Chang in that desk, hoping that Song Chang would not disappoint him. As for the valuables, he had already checked them yesterday and there was nothing of value in the room, so he didn't bother taking them.
Lin Hui, you just wait. I will never let you go. I will have your legs broken and make you a cripple for the rest of your life. Song Chang glared venomously at Lin Hui's departing figure, already planning how to torment him.
Lin Hui walked down the stairs, but the Song family members were nowhere to be seen. They couldn't be found in the lobby.
He didn't pay any attention and went straight to leave. Lin Hui, you stop right there.
As soon as Lin Hui reached the gate, the voice of the willful sixth sister reached his ears. Lin Hui turned around and saw his sixth sister walking towards him menacingly.
What's up?
Humph, Lin Hui, now that you've severed ties with the Song family, you can't take any of the Song family's things with you. Sixth sister Song Qingyan snorted coldly, looking Lin Hui up and down, trying to see if he had stolen anything from the house.
Do you see what I brought?
Lin Hui looked at Song Qingyan with an expression as if she were an idiot. This girl is pretty, but she's a bit too unruly. She's probably here to cause trouble. However, what he fears least now is trouble. After all, he had no taboos in this world and was not afraid of anything.
Even death is just the end of the experience.
Humph, the clothes and pants you're wearing were all bought with money from the Song family, so you have to leave them behind.
Song Qingyan scanned the area from head to toe, but it seemed he didn't see anything of value.
But since she had already said it, she felt she would lose face if she didn't let Lin Hui leave her with something. Besides, Lin Hui's expression of looking at her like she was an idiot really annoyed her.
You want me to take off my clothes?
Lin Hui looked at her with a half smile. Seeing Lin Hui's expression, Song Qingyan felt a little uneasy, but she was used to being willful and still remained defiant.
Yes, that's right. Since you want to sever ties with the Song family, then you should sever them completely. Okay, then I'll take it off.
As Lin Hui spoke, he placed his hand on the buttons of his clothes. Upon seeing this, Song Qingyan felt inexplicably excited for some reason. It wasn't because Lin Hui wanted to take off his clothes, but because Lin Hui was humiliated by her and wanted to take off his clothes. However, Lin Hui was, after all, a man, and the thought of him stripping naked in front of her made her feel both shy and excited. Lin Hui looked at Song Qingyan, who seemed to want to look but dared not, and a strange smile appeared on his lips. He released his hands from unbuttoning them, and taking advantage of Song Qingyan's unpreparedness, he took 2 steps forward, grabbed Song Qingyan's hands, and pressed her against the wall.
Clap, clap, clap. A series of slaps rang out. Lin Hui, you bastard, let me go. Song Qingyan shouted, both ashamed and angry.
But for some reason, being beaten by Lin Hui like this gave her a strange feeling.
It feels like this is actually pretty cool.
Lin Hui hit Song Qingyan more than a dozen times before stopping and whispering in his ear.
Silly girl, let's see if you dare to speak loudly to me again.
Remember, speak to me softly from now on, or I'll slap you. After saying that, Lin Hui slapped her again, causing Song Qingyan to let out a soft moan. After finishing the fight, Lin Hui had nothing left to linger over and walked straight out of the room. Lin Hui, you bastard, I'm not done with you yet. Song Qingyan, both ashamed and angry, bared her teeth and brandished her claws at the door. But for some reason, just thinking about what Lin Hui had whispered in her ear made her blush, and a strange feeling arose in her heart.
Sixth sister, what's wrong? Did Lin Hui bully you again?
At this moment, the eldest sister, Song Qingyue, walked over and looked at her with a puzzled expression.
No.
Remembering what had just happened, Song Qingyan quickly waved his hand. She couldn't bring herself to say such a thing.
Are you really all right?
The eldest sister, Song Qingyue, looked at her with a puzzled expression.
Really, no, I have something to do, so I'll be leaving now. Song Qingyan quickly made an excuse to slip away.
After she left, Song Qingyue sat down alone on the sofa in the living room. Her brow furrowed slightly as she recalled the events of the day. For some reason, he felt there was something fishy about the whole thing. The main problem was that Lin Hui acted too confidently and self-righteously. If Lin Hui really did it, he would feel somewhat guilty and wouldn't be able to act so confidently. Judging from Lin Hui's behavior, it seemed as if he had really suffered a great injustice. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said something like severing ties with his family.
Did we really misunderstand him?
Upon considering this possibility, Song Qingyue immediately shook her head. Impossible.
The evidence is all there. How could we possibly wrongly accuse him? Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. Things have come to this point, there's no turning back.
She sighed, took out her phone, opened the bank app, and transferred 5 million yuan to Lin Hui's bank card. Regardless, Lin Hui has stayed in the Song family for so many years.
There is still an emotional foundation.
Lin Hui is currently a third-year university student and hasn't earned any money yet, which is exactly when he needs it. Song Qingyue transferring money to Lin Hui was a way of taking care of him. With this money, Lin Hui might not become extremely wealthy, but he could certainly afford a small house and live a normal life. This can be considered her last token of appreciation as the eldest sister. After doing all this, she stood up and left the living room.
At this moment, outside the villa area,
Lin Hui was standing on the road, at a loss, when he suddenly remembered the notification on his phone. She really is a rich woman, spending 5 million in one go. He looked at the transfer notification and found it somewhat amusing. Including the money from selling the watch earlier, and the money he already had in his account, he now has more than 7 million in his account.
With so much money, you should be able to hire bodyguards, right? Chapter 6: Hiring Bodyguards. Jiangqing's top security company. Reception hall. I need to hire bodyguards, how much will it cost?
Lin Hui stated his demands directly. There's one thing he has to be wary of in these mindless short dramas: the villain's omnipotent methods. They can kidnap people whenever they want, break legs whenever they want, and even kill people in the street, as if nobody cares. Therefore, in order to guard against this situation, he needs to hire bodyguards in advance to protect his personal safety. He didn't believe that Song Chang would let him off so easily. Sir, what type of bodyguard do you need? The person who greeted us was a young woman dressed in business attire. She didn't look down on the male lead like some characters in mindless short dramas. Instead, she displayed great professionalism. I'm planning to subscribe for a month.
Can you tell me what types are available? Sir, we have 3 types of bodyguards: regular bodyguards, professional bodyguards, and ace bodyguards.
For monthly subscriptions, the prices are 50,000, 200,000, and 500,000 respectively. Ordinary bodyguards have undergone professional training. Professional bodyguards have at least 5 years of experience and are all former Special Forces soldiers, and ace bodyguards are the ace of our security company. They are all top-level soldiers and are proficient in various practical skills.
Lin Hui touched his chin. 500,000 a month, that's indeed a bit expensive. However, there's a reason why it's expensive.
Since they can be called ace, they must be elites in this industry, otherwise, the security company would be ruining its own reputation.
So, hire me 1 top-notch bodyguard, 3 professional bodyguards, and 10 ordinary bodyguards. After some deliberation, Lin Hui decided on the number of bodyguards.
Although it costs 1.6 million every month, this money is essential.
Otherwise, if you get robbed on the street one day, you won't know where to seek justice. He currently has over 7 million yuan in savings, enough to renew his subscription for another 4 months. This is enough time.
If he can't get rid of the villainous second male lead in 4 months, then all the time he spent watching the short drama over the past 2 weeks will have been wasted.
Yes, sir, I'll arrange for someone to come over right away.
The young female receptionist bowed respectfully and then jogged off to make the arrangements. This is a client worth over $1 million. If the deal goes through, she can get a substantial commission.
Soon, the female receptionist summoned all the bodyguards.
Sir, these are the bodyguards we found according to your requirements.
Please take a look and see if you are satisfied. If not, we can replace them for you.
Lin Hui glanced at the group of bodyguards. To his surprise, the person standing at the very front was a young and beautiful woman. This woman, dressed in a smart outfit, with a stylish short haircut and a heroic demeanor, is at least a 9 out of 10.
This is your security company's top bodyguard?
Lin Hui hesitated before pointing at the beautiful woman. This woman is beautiful, but his goal isn't to pick up girls, he wants a sense of security.
After all, the system's main mission is the 7 Song Sisters. Before completing the mission, survival is the priority.
I'm sorry, sir, all of our company's top bodyguards are on duty. The only one available right now is Ms. Chao Shuelan. The female receptionist explained apologetically, but sir, you can rest assured that Ms. Chao Shuelan's abilities rank among the top 10 in the elite bodyguard team. Lin Hui sized up the ace bodyguard named Chao Shuelan.
At the same time, Chao Shuelan was also sizing up Lin Hui.
However, she did not speak or show any expression, appearing very indifferent, standing there like a stone statue. Seeing her like this, Lin Hui felt somewhat satisfied.
Chao Shuelan did not stand up to refute his doubts or show any particular emotion. This demonstrates her excellent professional skills.
I just don't know how strong they are. Security companies wouldn't boast about something like this, as it would damage their reputation. Apart from Chao Shuelan, the others were all tall and strong men, making them look even more intimidating.
Okay, then it'll be them.
Lin Hui took out his bank card, swiped the card. I'll cover 2 months' worth first. The female receptionist's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and her attitude became even more respectful. Yes, sir, please follow me. The formalities were processed quickly, and the female receptionist respectfully escorted Lin Hui to the door.
Mr. Lin, this is my personal business card. You can call me if you have any questions.
The female receptionist handed Lin Hui a business card, her tone somewhat ambiguous and unclear. If you book for 2 months at once, that's 3.2 million. This is a big spender. She needs to stick close to him, because there might be future collaborations.
Okay.
Lin Hui put away the business card and left the security company with Chao Shuelan and the others.
Apart from Chao Shuelan, everyone else should stand by outside Jiangcheng University. I will send you a message when I need you.
After giving Lin Hui the phone numbers of 3 professional bodyguards, he dismissed them.
Bringing so many people along is a bit too conspicuous.
Soon, only Chao Shuelan remained at the scene. She didn't speak for a long time, fulfilling her duties as a bodyguard very well. From now on, you will be my personal bodyguard and protect my safety.
Okay, boss. Chao Shuelan said coldly.
Lin Hui nodded in satisfaction. This was what you call professional, and she was also a beautiful woman. He had really hit the jackpot. After making the arrangements, Lin Hui took a taxi and went to Jiangcheng University with Chao Shuelan.
Song Chang is in this school, and so is 7th sister Song Qing Shu. To complete the main quest, you need to continue going to school. I need to figure out a way to get a car, and I also need to solve the housing problem. Sitting in the ride-hailing car, Lin Hui lowered his head and pondered. But how do we get the money? He doesn't have any magic formula, so making money is a big problem for him. Meanwhile, shopping malls near Jiangcheng University. Song Chang sat opposite a man with a muscular face and arms covered in tattoos. Brother Tiger, I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you this time. Song Chang's face was full of resentment. That trash Lin Hui actually dared to shock me. I'm going to cripple his legs and make him a cripple. Tiger touched his bald head and held up 5 fingers with a roguish look on his face. That's easy. As long as young Master Song pays the money, I'll have someone take care of it right away. Song Chang immediately took out his phone and transferred 500,000 yuan to Brother Hu. Tiger's smile widened as he saw the money in his account. Don't worry, young Master Song, I'll definitely handle this matter perfectly for you. Song Chang revealed a sinister smile. Even if Lin Hui is kicked out of the Song family, he doesn't intend to let Lin Hui go. As long as Lin Hui is still around, he will remain a threat. He would only be truly at ease if Lin Hui disappeared.
By the way, Brother Tiger, there's something else I'd like you to help me with. What is it, young Master Song? Help me stage a hero saves the damsel in distress scene. A mischievous glint flashed in Song Chang's eyes.
My seventh sister, Song Qingshu, is also at Jiangcheng University.
Tiger, you can pretend to flirt with her, and then I'll step in to save her. If Song Chang wants to gain a higher status in the Song family, he needs to make these older sisters grateful to him. Only in this way can he better acquire the Song family's assets.
No problem, 100,000 will do this time. Tiger smiled and held up one finger. Without saying a word, Song Chang turned around.
You can't catch a wolf without risking your cub. You have to spend money when you need to. Anyway, with his allowance and the money he swindled from Lin Hui's predecessor, he already had several million.
Chapter 7: The Villain's Plan. Jiangcheng University. Lin Hui led Chao Shualan into the classroom. Wow, look at this beautiful woman. Where is she? She really is, what an ice queen. This woman is absolutely stunning. How come such a beautiful woman is with Lin Hui?
I heard that Lin Hui has been kicked out of the Song family.
Where did he get the money to seduce such a beautiful woman?
As everyone watched Lin Hui and Chao Shualan sitting in the back row of the classroom, they couldn't help but start discussing it amongst themselves.
Song Chang and Lin Hui were in the same class.
When he saw Lin Hui becoming the focus of everyone's attention, a hint of resentment flashed in his eyes. This guy gets so much attention wherever he goes, it's infuriating. As if sensing something, Lin Hui looked at Song Chang. Their eyes met, and Lin Hui gave a half smile, then touched his waist.
Song Chang trembled in fright and dared not meet Lin Hui's gaze. However, he quickly realized what was happening. This is a school, a public place. No matter how arrogant Lin Hui is, he wouldn't dare to lay a hand on him here, unless Lin Hui didn't want to continue studying in Jiangcheng.
After realizing this, Song Chang wanted to glare back. But Lin Hui was already lying on the table pretending to be asleep, completely ignoring him. Song Chang was very frustrated to find that his trip had come up empty-handed.
Lin Hui, just you wait until after school, you'll be crying. I'll make sure you know what happens when you offend me.
Song Chang snorted coldly, turned his head away, and refused to look at Lin Hui again. But Chao Shualan had already witnessed the entire scene.
Protecting her employer's safety is her duty.
Analyzing who poses a danger to the employer is also an essential part of her job. Clearly, the way Song Chang looked at Lin Hui made her keenly aware of the malice in his eyes. After glancing at Lin Hui sleeping beside her, Chao Shualan took out her phone and sent a message to the bodyguards waiting outside the school.
The morning classes ended quickly.
Lin Hui had little interest in these classes after all, it was just a short drama, and even after graduation, it wouldn't mean much to him.
Mr. Lin, you need to be careful. I've noticed that person is very hostile towards you.
After school, Chao Shualan pointed to Song Chang's back and carefully reminded him.
Lin Hui's lips curled up. He wasn't afraid of Song Chang causing him trouble, he was afraid that Song Chang would chicken out and wouldn't dare to come. After all, he had already made preparations, it was just a matter of seeing how Song Chang would make his move.
Lin Hui was kicked out of the Song family and had nowhere to live, so he planned to rent a house off campus to make do. But as soon as they stepped out of the school gate, Chao Shualan whispered warily, "Mr. Lin, I've noticed someone is following us."
So they really came.
Lin Hui nodded subtly. "Have the bodyguards get ready.
I want to see what Song Chang is planning to do."
After he finished speaking, he turned on the miniature camera on his body.
To deal a serious blow to Song Chang, we need to collect more of his dark history. Otherwise, the Song family wouldn't believe him at all based on his empty words.
Lin Hui led Chao Shualan, intentionally heading towards a secluded area, intending to lure out the followers and see what they were up to.
Soon, the two of them arrived at a secluded path next to the school.
"Stop right there, kid." Seeing that the place was secluded, Tiger Brother quickly surrounded it with his 5 henchmen. Lin Hui glanced at the iron rods in the hands of the 6 men and their intimidating tattoos, but showed no fear.
As I said before, there is no one in this world who frightens him. At worst, it's just death. What's up?
Lin Hui looked at these people indifferently, appearing very calm.
Chao Shualan glanced at Lin Hui in surprise.
She hadn't expected Lin Hui to have such composure at such a young age.
"Kid, someone's paying for your legs."
Tiger touched his bald head and said fiercely, "If you know what's good for you, come with me obediently, and I promise I'll only cripple your legs."
Song Chang must have sent you here.
Lin Hui looked at him indifferently. Of all people to mess with, you had to pick on young Master Song.
Tiger didn't mince words. Since you already know, then I have nothing more to say. If you have any debts in the future, go to young Master Song. We're just doing our jobs for the money.
After saying that, he gestured to his men, go.
Cripple his legs. Tiger's 5 henchmen charged forward, wielding iron rods.
Judging from their fierce eyes and the strength with which they gripped the iron bars, you could tell they were serious. Even so, Lin Hui remained standing there without changing his expression.
Perfect timing.
He also wanted to see if Chao Shuelan's fighting prowess was enough to earn 500,000 a month.
Stop.
However, just then, a delicate shout came from the intersection. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw Song Qingshu standing there with a worried expression. How could it be her? Lin Hui was somewhat surprised. He knew that Song Qingshu was also at Jiangcheng University, but he didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. However, considering that it's a short drama, it's not hard to accept, since these mindless short dramas are all coincidences.
Boss, this girl looks like the one young Master Song was talking about. One of the underlings sidled up to Tiger and whispered a reminder. Of course I know. Tiger pushed the underling away. Tiger was staring at Song Qingshu, who was stunning in both looks and figure. That Song Chang is really lucky with women. Tiger brother looked Song Qingshu up and down with a smug gaze.
If Song Chang weren't someone he couldn't afford to offend, he would have really wanted to tie this woman up. Contact young Master Song and tell him to come over as soon as possible.
Tiger didn't forget his mission and quickly had his underlings secretly contact Song Chang. You are not allowed to bully Hui Di.
Song Qingshu was unaware that she was being watched and looked at Lin Hui and brother Hu with some fear. After the incident of stealing underwear yesterday, Song Qingshu had no intention of talking to Lin Hui anymore. As luck would have it, she happened to be passing by and saw a group of thugs surrounding Lin Hui, and then her body instinctively screamed out. Although Lin Hui was a pervert, they had been friends for many years, and she couldn't bear to see him being bullied.
Tiger looked at Lin Hui, then at Song Qingshu. Now that the tasks have overlapped, which one should we do first?
After thinking for a moment, Tiger simply looked at Song Qingshu. The message has been sent, and Song Chang will be here soon.
Why not flirt with this amazing girl first?
When they were about to leave, they broke Lin Hui's leg.
Wouldn't that be the best of both worlds? Little girl, you're really pretty. Let your tiger brother have a good feel for you. Tiger plays a lecherous gangster, walking towards Song Qingshu with a wicked grin. The other 5 henchmen, also with ill intentions, surrounded them. What do you want to do? Don't come any closer. Song Qingshu retreated in fear, trying to create distance. As Tiger and his men drew closer, she trembled with fear. What a silly girl.
Lin Hui shook his head speechlessly. This silly girl has a good heart, she just isn't very bright. If someone dares to stand up alone in this situation, they probably want to be taken advantage of.
Go and take care of them.
Lin Hui looked at Chao Shuelan. Chao Shuelan nodded, her eyes instantly sharpening, and then she rushed forward in a flash.
Tiger and his men were completely unprepared and didn't take Chao Shuelan seriously at all when she charged at them. She's just a woman, what's so scary about her?
However, they soon paid the price for underestimating their opponent. In less than a minute, Tiger and his 6 men were all knocked down, writhing on the ground in pain as they clutched their injured bodies. Seeing Lin Hui walking calmly towards her, Song Qingshu rushed forward without hesitation and threw herself into his arms.
Lin Hui, thank you. That was really scary. She hasn't fully calmed down yet.
She had never encountered anything like this before in her life. If it weren't for Lin Hui, she might have been sexually harassed by these thugs. Congratulations, host. Song Qingshu's favorability towards you has increased to 50%.
7th Sister Song Qingshu. Chapter 8, Impossible to Succeed.
Lin Hui glanced at Song Qingshu in his arms, then pushed her away.
Thank you, but don't try to take advantage of me. This silly girl was trying to stand up for him just now, so they're even now. Song Qingshu was stunned for a moment, but quickly recovered and calmed down. Ouch.
Tiger and his men lay on the ground, howling.
Chao Shuelan struck hard, and the men were in so much pain they couldn't stand up. Lin Hui, how could you have gotten involved with someone like that? Song Qingshu looked at Tiger and the others, and asked them in confusion.
Lin Hui smiled and said, then we'll have to ask your good brother Song Chang. It's obvious without even guessing that only the villainous second male lead would do something like this. Unexpectedly, Song Qingshu also happened to be here. In this way, we can turn the tables and trick that guy.
What does this have to do with Song Cheng's brother?
Song Qingshu was somewhat puzzled.
She really is a silly girl.
Lin Hui shook his head speechlessly. Studying has probably made her stupid.
You dot. Song Qingshu pointed angrily at Lin Hui.
But when she thought about how Lin Hui had saved her, she held back. In any case, if it weren't for the beautiful woman next to Lin Hui intervening, she would probably have been humiliated just now. Lin Hui looked at Song Qingshu, who seemed lost in thought, and shook his head speechlessly.
Alright, you guys stop pretending. Song Chang has already told me.
Lin Hui looked impatiently at Tiger and his men on the ground.
What did young Master Song say to you?
Tiger stood up despite the pain, but his eyes were full of doubt.
Song Chang asked him to break Lin Hui's leg, so why did he tip Lin Hui off beforehand? What kind of operation is this? He doesn't understand it at all.
Lin Hui smiled and said, Song Chang told me a long time ago that he was going to find a few people to cripple me. He told me to find bodyguards in advance so that when I beat you up, he could use that as an excuse to call the police and say that I was fighting, so that I would get a disciplinary record from the school and be expelled.
Of course, this wasn't said by Song Chang. Since we're going to trick Song Chang, we have to come up with a plan. He refused to believe that these brainless socialites wouldn't get angry after hearing this. Well, Song Chang, so you were just using me as a pawn. Tiger was indeed furious.
Damn it, no wonder he paid so readily. It turns out it was for my medical expenses.
You dare to scheme against me? Just wait and see if I don't cripple you.
Lin Hui looked at Tiger, who was cursing and swearing, and thought to himself that the socialites in the short drama world really don't have much of a brain. They can't even see through such a simple provocation. But this suited him perfectly. If the other party were too clever, how could he possibly fool them?
Wait, you just said Song Chang is coming? Lin Hui became somewhat interested. What, does he still want to see you all crippled? Hearing this, Tiger's anger intensified.
He didn't care about secrecy or deals, and directly told them about how Song Chang had asked them to act, flirt with Song Qingshu, and how Song Chang had to play the hero and save the damsel in distress.
That's impossible. My brother Song Chang isn't that kind of person.
Song Qingshu shook her head in disbelief. Song Chang has been back in the Song family for half a year, and during this time he has been pretending to be a good person, a model young man of good character. The Song family has now been thoroughly fooled by him. That's why Song Qingshu reacted so strongly when she suddenly heard the news.
We'll find out soon enough. Lin Hui looked at her with a half smile. Didn't brother who just say he sent a message to Song Chang? This place is very close to the school.
According to the schedule, he should be arriving soon. If it wasn't arranged in advance, he probably wouldn't come to such a remote place.
Impossible. I believe in my brother Song Chang. He is definitely not that kind of person.
Song Qingshu shook her head firmly. In her heart, Song Chang was a gentle and kind younger brother. How could he have done such a thing? Lin Hui glanced at Song Qingshu's favorability rating, which had dropped to 30%.
What a silly girl.
Lin Hui shook his head speechlessly. Since you're so determined, then let's wait and see.
Snort.
Tiger snorted coldly. Young Master Lin is right. You're just a stupid woman who's been sold out and is still counting the money for him. He's already said it so clearly, but this stupid woman still doesn't believe him.
Tiger has been in the underworld for so long, and he's never been misunderstood like this before.
If he weren't outmatched by Lin Hui's beautiful bodyguard, he would have loved to slap Song Qingshu twice.
Song Qingshu really wanted to retort, but looking at Tiger's fleshy face and tattoos, she held back.
She simply didn't believe that Song Chang's younger brother would actually do such a thing, so she was certain that he wouldn't come.
So what if she has to wait? She'll just wait and see.
If Song Chang's brother doesn't come, she'll definitely give Lin Hui a good scolding. However, a few minutes later, when she saw Song Chang rushing over, her eyes widened in surprise.
Stop. I've already called the police.
You're not allowed to harass Sister 7.
If you know what's good for you, get lost. Song Chang arrived in a hurry.
He saw Tiger and the others standing very close to Song Qingshu from afar, but before he could see the situation clearly, he shouted out first. Song Qingshu's eyes went from shock to disbelief to sadness.
This is actually true.
Everything Tiger said turned out to be true.
What a heroic rescue!
In order to gain her gratitude, Song Chang actually hired a group of thugs to harass her. Lin Hui watched Song Chang's performance with a half smile, as if he were watching a monkey show.
Tiger and his men all had a fierce glint in their eyes. It was this kid who caused them to get beaten up for nothing.
If Lin Hui hadn't shown mercy, they might have been crippled today.
Chao Shualan stood to the side, seemingly unremarkable.
But a fleeting pity crossed her eyes as she looked at Song Chang. She was smart enough to see that Lin Hui was behind it all, but as a professional bodyguard, her job was to protect her employer's safety. She didn't care about anything else and didn't need to care.
Why are you all looking at me like that? Song Chang quickly realized that something was wrong.
The reactions of Lin Hui and the others were completely different from what he had imagined.
And Tiger and a few others. Didn't we agree that the hero would save the damsel in distress? Why are they looking at me with such a creepy gaze? Song Chang, you bastard.
With a sob in her voice, Song Qingshu went up and delivered a resounding slap. After hitting her, she ran away crying.
Song Chang was completely dumbfounded. How come this is completely different from the script he envisioned? Isn't this supposed to be a hero rescuing a damsel in distress?
Even if Song Qingshu didn't thank him, she shouldn't have slapped him.
Did something go wrong somewhere?
Just then, he saw Lin Hui, who was watching the show with amusement.
Lin Hui, it's you. What did you say to seventh sister? Song Chung pointed angrily at Lin Hui.
The only thing he could think of was that Lin Hui was interfering and talking badly about him behind his back.
I didn't say anything.
Lin Hui shrugged. I just told her that you often peep at her while she's showering.
Anyone can lie through their teeth. You're talking nonsense. I've never done such a thing. Song Chang retorted angrily. I know, but I deliberately framed you. Lin Hui looked at him with a half smile. Didn't you always do this before? Song Qingshu was furious when she found out.
Song Chang was indeed angry at first, but he quickly turned to smugness. Lin Hui, don't think you can turn black into white with just a few words.
The Song family believes me now.
If I just pretend to be pitiful and say a few words, they will believe me again. But now, Lin Hui, I want to watch with my own eyes as your legs are crippled and you become a disabled person. After saying that, he looked at Tiger and the others. Tiger, hurry up and cripple Lin Hui's legs.
Lin Hui shook his head, amused.
He had no further interest in talking to this guy and turned to leave.
Tiger, don't let this kid get away, hurry up and make your move. Song Chang was anxious to give orders to Tiger and the others.
However, he received no response to his words. When he turned his head, a fist the size of a sandbag hit him right in the eye.
You dare to cheat your Tiger Lord? I think you're tired of living. Brothers, let's attack together and cripple him. Chapter 9 Comfort. Jiancheng Hospital. Dad, Mom, my legs hurt so much, am I going to die? Song Chang lay on the hospital bed looking pitiful.
Tiger said he was going to cripple him, but he didn't. He just gave him a simple beating.
After all, the Song family has some power in Jiangcheng.
Tiger may vent his anger, but he wouldn't dare to really kill him.
Who did this? How dare they touch my son in Jiangcheng? Song Jianlin was furious. Shanger, who beat you up like this? Tell your mother and I will get justice for you. Song's mother asked with great distress.
That's right, Song Chang, your older sister will stand up for you. Song Qingyue said with a sullen face.
Faced with his family's questions, Song Chen thought of Lin Hui.
He had clearly planned it all out. It must have been Lin Hui who did something behind the scenes that caused him to be beaten and hospitalized by Tiger.
Mom and Dad, eldest sister, it was Lin Hui. He hired some thugs to beat me up like this. Mom and Dad, please don't blame Hui Ji. It's all my fault.
It was because I exposed Hui Ji for stealing my older sister's underwear that he was kicked out of the Song family.
It's understandable that Hui Ji hates me.
Song Chang's scheming acting skills came to the fore, causing the three members of the Song family to shift all the blame onto Lin Hui.
This unfilial son is utterly lawless. Song Jianlin roared in anger. How could Huier do such a thing?
Song's mother was heartbroken, but she did not say a word in defense of Lin Hui.
That can't be right.
Lin Hui isn't that kind of person. Why don't we find the culprit who beat Song Chang and interrogate him properly?
Song Qingyue was somewhat skeptical.
Seeing that she was suspicious, Song Chang's eyes darted around and he quickly covered his waist.
Mom and Dad, I feel a bit of pain in my lower back. Is it a side effect of my brother shocking me with a stun gun last time? Son, wait a moment, I'll go get the doctor right away.
Song's mother ran out worriedly. Qingyue, you saw it before, that unfilial son used an electric baton to shock me and your brother.
Do you think someone like that wouldn't hire someone to hurt others?
Song Jianlin snorted coldly, his anger rising. When Song Qingyue recalled this matter, the doubts that had just arisen were immediately dispelled.
Has Hui Di really changed?
Seeing that his elder sister's suspicions had been dispelled, Song Chang felt a surge of resentment towards Lin Hui. He's injured like this now because of Lin Hui, and he'll definitely get his revenge tenfold. Meanwhile, in a secluded corner of the riverside park in Jiangchang, Song Qingshu sat on a bench by the river with a sad expression.
She has very mixed feelings right now.
Her trusted younger brother actually paid someone to harass her, and even wanted to play the hero and save her. All of this was so utterly anachronistic for her. Assuming Song Chang is a bad guy, Song Qingshu recalls all the things Song Chang experienced after his return. She discovered many suspicious points.
Could it be that I misunderstood Lin Hui?
She murmured to herself, feeling even more guilty. Just then, several drunk men staggered over.
Hey, look, there's a really pretty girl over there. Really? Let's go upstairs and get their contact information. Why don't we just go straight to the wedding night? Why do we need contact information?
Several drunkards gathered around as they talked.
What are you doing?
Get out of here, or I'll call the police.
Song Qingshu panicked and hugged herself, trying to run away.
But her path was blocked, and she couldn't move forward even if she wanted to.
Beautiful lady, don't be afraid, we just want to be friends with you. That's right, it's just about making friends. Beautiful lady, your skin is so fair, you are so pretty.
Several drunkards surrounded Song Qingshu, ready to attack her. But before they could even touch Song Qingshu, they were suddenly kicked to the ground.
Then came a barrage of punches and kicks. Stop hitting us, we were wrong, please stop hitting us.
The drunkards immediately begged for mercy.
Roll.
Lin Hui snorted coldly, which frightened the drunkards into running away. Lin Hui turned around to mock Song Qingshu after they had run far away. But before he could finish speaking, Song Qingshu threw herself into his arms. Lin Hui, I was really scared just now.
Congratulations, host.
Song Qingshu's favorability towards you has increased to 80%. Looking at Song Qingshu, who was crying in his arms with tears streaming down her face, Lin Hui felt speechless.
What kind of ridiculous plot is this? It's no wonder that the world of short dramas is so abnormal. What a coincidence.
Song Qingshu just happened to encounter a drunkard, and he just happened to come out to play the hero and save the damsel in distress. Of course, he didn't come here by chance, he already knew that Song Qingshu was here. When Song Qingshu ran away heartbroken, Lin Hui, fearing for his safety, secretly arranged for several bodyguards to follow him. So he knew that Song Qingshu was here and had been staying for several hours.
He was a little worried, so he came over to check. Who would have thought that as soon as he arrived, he would see someone harassing Song Qingshu?
If this weren't a plot device, he would have eaten the script. However, this seems not so bad, at least the world's will is on his side.
This is very helpful for him to complete the main quest.
Lin Hui looked at Song Qingshu in his arms and kissed her forehead directly. Song Qingshu, who had just been crying uncontrollably, was suddenly stunned. The next second, her face flushed red.
Lin Hui, what are you doing?
Song Qingshu felt taken advantage of, but when she looked up and saw Lin Hui's face, she couldn't bring herself to say anything to blame him.
I'm ignoring you.
Her face flushed red with embarrassment, and she couldn't stay any longer.
She pushed Lin Hui away and ran off on her own.
Congratulations, host. Song Qingshu's favorability towards you has increased by 90%. Lin Hui touched his lips.
Indeed, you have to take action when the time is right, otherwise how can this relationship develop? It's just a pity that we were just a little short of winning.
He shook his head, he wasn't in a hurry anyway.
The more important thing now is to make money.
But he has neither the ability to predict the future nor any special advantages, so it's really difficult for him to make money.
Moreover, he also has the task of winning over the 7 sisters.
In this situation, there is only one way to quickly make money. Faced with the choice between women and making money, Lin Hui decided to make money off women. The Song family is so rich, with assets of at least tens of billions.
If we don't target their money, whose money should we target?
Although he hasn't completely won over Song Qingshu yet, after all this, she should have seen the truth and chosen to stand on his side. Now that one has been won over, it is natural to intensify the offensive and expand the advantage. Lin Hui took out his phone and opened 2 videos in his photo album. One is that Song Cheng secretly put his older sister's underwear into his bed, and the other is everything that happened after he was stopped by Brother Hu and the others.
Let me think, who should I show these 2 videos to?
Lin Hui couldn't help but ponder. To maximize your advantage, you should use the evidence on the people who are most suitable for it. In the entire Song family, the one who holds the most senior management positions in the group and has the most money in her pocket is definitely the eldest sister, Song Qingyue. This domineering female CEO is also the most likely to win gold coins. After all, when he left the Song family, Song Qingyue transferred 5 million yuan to him, which shows that Song Qingyue still cared about him.
Then it's you.
Lin Hui's lips curled up slightly, indicating that he already had a plan for the next step.
Chapter 10: Persuading the Eldest Sister.
2 days later, the Song group. After Lin Hui made preparations, he brought Song Qingshu here.
In the past 2 days, he has completely fooled Song Qingshu.
Under his persuasion, Song Qingshu did not expose Song Chang, but instead chose to cooperate with Lin Hui to take revenge.
Today, they came to try and persuade the eldest sister, Song Qingyue. Qingshu, we'll be counting on you for a while now.
Lin Hui looked at Song Qingshu beside him. Currently, in the eyes of the rest of the Song family, he is still a morally corrupt person, so they can only let Song Qingshu tell the story first.
You don't even call me 7th sister anymore? Beneath Song Qingshu's intellectual appearance, there was a hint of coquetry in her words.
I've already severed ties with the Song family, so of course I can't call you 7th sister anymore. Lin Hui's lips curled up, and he suddenly grinned mischievously as he pinned Song Qingshu against the wall. Or do you want me to call you 7th sister?
Song Qingshu blushed instantly and pushed Lin Hui away.
Lin Hui, if you keep doing this, I'm not going to talk to you anymore.
Shy, she ran away immediately.
Lin Hui watched her retreating figure and revealed a meaningful smile. This Song Qingshu, though she said she was ignoring him, her favorability towards him hadn't dropped at all.
Women really are all hypocrites.
He shook his head and followed.
The two quickly took the elevator to Song Qingyue's office. Song Qingshu didn't push the door open, she just walked straight in.
Lin Hui naturally followed him.
Lin Hui, how dare you show your face in front of me?
The moment Song Qingyue saw Lin Hui, her face turned icy cold. She didn't pay much attention to Song Qingshu either. Lin Hui knew without even guessing that it was Song Chung who shifted the blame for the injuries caused by Tiger and the others onto himself. He didn't pay much attention to it after all, a lot of lice don't itch, and he wasn't being framed for just 1 or 2 things.
Big sister, you've misunderstood Lin Hui.
Before Lin Hui could speak, Song Qingshu defended him. This was agreed upon first, she should calm Song Qingyue down. 7th sister, you may not know this from school these past few days, but Lin Hui had someone beat up Song Chang and sent him to the hospital.
Song Qingyue looked at Lin Hui angrily. Lin Hui, my Song family has treated you well, hasn't it? How could you treat Song Chang like this?
Faced with Song Qingyue's questioning, Lin Hui seemed not to hear it, and just looked around the room on his own.
Big sister, that's not how it is.
Song Qingshu quickly denied it. It was clearly Song Chung who hired people to cripple Lin Hui, and he even wanted those people to harass me so he could play the hero and save the damsel in distress. Song Qingshu briefly recounted what had happened.
That's impossible. My brother Song Chang couldn't be like that. Song Qingyue directly denied it. 7th sister, don't be fooled by Lin Hui.
He's just taking advantage of your naivety to lie to you on purpose. Looking at her determined older sister, Song Qingshu felt quite helpless. At that moment, she finally understood how Lin Hui felt about being misunderstood by everyone. Her older sister only disbelieved her once, and she felt very upset.
In the past 6 months, Lin Hui has suffered countless misunderstandings.
The thought filled her with guilt.
That's why she has to explain things clearly today. Big sister, I saw all of this with my own eyes.
Lin Hui didn't lie to me, Song Qingshu said with certainty.
Even so, Song Qingyue still didn't believe it. 7th sister, stop talking. Lin Hui must have bewitched you. I'll have someone arrest him right now.
As she spoke, she prepared to call security. Seeing this, Song Qingshu felt even more annoyed.
This feeling of not being believed is really unbearable.
Lin Hui, who was watching the show from the sidelines, was speechless.
It's definitely a mindless short drama, the logic is completely illogical.
Even though Song Qingshu had already given her personal account, Song Qingyue just wouldn't believe it. It was as if some kind of rule was controlling all of this. Lin Hui even felt that even if he produced evidence, he might not be able to gain their trust. The female protagonist in these mindless short dramas only realizes her mistake and regrets it after being tricked. TSK,
What a brainless concept. Even Lin Hui couldn't help but complain.
Lin Hui, please show the video to your older sister.
I really can't convince her. Song Qingshu looked bitter and gave up struggling. Video? What video?
Song Qingyue's hand holding the phone froze in midair as she looked at Lin Hui and Song Qingshu with a puzzled expression.
Of course.
Song Qingshu also wanted to say that it was of course evidence that Song Chang had framed Lin Hui. But before she could finish speaking, the office door was suddenly pushed open.
Sister, I just landed a very promising project. If it succeeds, our family's assets could double again. Song Chang walked in excitedly, holding a project document.
He had barely finished speaking when he noticed something was off about the atmosphere in the office. Then he saw Lin Hui and Song Qingshu.
Brother Hui, what brings you here? After a brief moment of thought, Song Chang immediately put on that manipulative act.
He decisively stood in front of Song Qingyue, glaring angrily at Lin Hui.
Brother Hui, it's my fault that you've severed ties with the Song family. It's all my fault. If you have any problems, come at me. Please don't hurt my eldest sister.
Lin Hui watched his performance and found it all amusing. This guy's green tea skills are really high. Before he even said a word, he was accused of planning to harm Song Qingyue. Song Qingshu looked at Song Chen with disgust. However, she and Lin Hui had agreed beforehand that they would not reveal their cooperative relationship in front of Song Chang for the time being. Previously, Lin Hui only said that he had falsely accused Song Chang of peeping at Song Qingshu while she was taking a bath, but he did not say that Song Qingshu already knew the whole story. Therefore, Song Chang was unaware that Song Qingshu already knew about his manipulative side.
Lin Hui, you're not welcome here. Get out now.
Song Qingyue pointed towards the door. I don't know what you said to seventh sister, but if you continue to harass me, I will call the police immediately.
Lin Hui nonchalantly raised his hands. Fine, since you don't want to see me, then I'll leave.
After saying that, he turned and left. He only gave Song Qingshu a subtle look when they made eye contact. The two had already made arrangements, so Song Qingshu understood Lin Hui's meaning and subtly gave him a reassuring gesture.
Song Chan watched in surprise as Lin Hui walked out of the office.
He thought Lin Hui would be relentless, but he didn't expect him to back down so quickly. But this is just right. Without Lin Hui's interference, he will be able to more easily persuade Song Qingyue to sign the project he has.
This project has absolutely no potential, it's just a shell company, and even the company address is fake. Song Chang did this because he wanted to swindle money from the Song Group.
This injury has finally made him see things more clearly. His original purpose was to infiltrate the Song family and then find a way to obtain their assets. Now that Lin Hui has been driven away, he should proceed with the next step of his plan.
Big sister, look at my project. The prospects for this project are excellent, at least in the tens of billions. Many people are vying for this project.
I went through a lot of trouble to get this project through connections.
If it succeeds, the entire Song Group will definitely reach a new level.
Song Cheng eagerly handed the documents in his hand to Song Qingyue.
Chapter 11 Money-Grabbing Projects. Song Qingyue now trusts Song Cheng completely and hasn't thought too much about it.
After receiving the project documents, he glanced at them casually.
Artificial intelligence is indeed the inevitable trend of the future. Song Qingyue nodded in satisfaction.
I will take a closer look at this document. After saying that, she prepared to put the document aside.
Seeing this, Song Chang became somewhat anxious. The data in this document is all fake, even the company address for this project is fake.
All he wanted was to swindle money from Song Qingyue.
Sister, don't you believe me? Song Chang immediately put on a wronged look.
I know I come from the countryside and I'm not as smart as Brother Hui, so none of you believe me.
But sister, I really just want to prove myself. Seeing Song Chang like this, Song Qingyue felt a pang of pity. She glanced at the investment amount, it was only 300 million. Brother Song Chang, I believe in you. Our Song Group will invest in this project.
For her, it was only 300 million. Even if she lost it, it wouldn't be a significant loss for the Song Group. After finishing her sentence, Song Qingyue picked up a pen to sign.
Seeing this, Song Chang could hardly contain his excitement.
Once he signs this contract, he can earn 300 million at once. However, just as he was looking forward to Song Qingyue signing the document, Song Qingshu snatched it away.
Song Chang, is this artificial intelligence project really as good as you say?
Song Qingshu took the project documents and began to read them carefully.
She especially memorized key information such as the company name and address. Seventh sister, stop fooling around and give me the documents. Song Qingyue didn't think much of it, simply assuming that Song Qingshu was just curious. That's right, seventh sister, this project is crucial to the future of the Song group. Let eldest sister sign it quickly. This really worried Song Chang. Just when they thought they were about to get 300 million, a dark horse suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Who could stand that? Sister, I happen to know an expert in artificial intelligence. Why don't I ask him for you first, so you don't get scammed? Song Qingshu put away the document and said in a serious tone. She had already made a pact with Lin Hui to sabotage Song Chang's plans. Anything Song Chang wanted to do, no matter what it was, she could just sabotage. Therefore, she would not let Song Chang succeed. Seventh sister, do you really believe me? Song Chang was extremely anxious, but he couldn't show it, otherwise it would definitely arouse suspicion. So he put on that wronged, manipulative act again. Song Chang, it's not that I don't trust you, I'm just afraid you'll be deceived. Song Qingshu smiled and said, you wouldn't want your first investment to cause the company to lose 300 million, would you? Therefore, we still need to be cautious. As she spoke, she looked at Song Qingyue, elder sister, don't you think so? Don't worry, it won't take me long, a day at most. After hearing these words, Song Qingyue also felt that they made sense. Normally, as part of the standard procedure, she would definitely send someone to conduct an on-site inspection. But because he trusted Song Chang, he was prepared to sign directly. But since seventh sister insisted, she didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Seeing Song Chang's expression gradually turn ugly, Song Qingshu felt a sense of relief. You dare hire someone to harm me? I'll expose your true colors. Of course, not now, not yet. She needs to get everyone else in the family to wake up first. Song Chang, you shouldn't be in a hurry, right? Or is there something fishy about this project? With just one sentence, Song Chang was defeated. Given this situation, Song Chang definitely cannot persist any longer. But he was also very clear that this project simply could not withstand scrutiny. So it was only a matter of time before things were exposed. Fortunately, he had already prepared an excuse if things were exposed. As long as he pretended to be wronged, the Song family would not make things difficult for him. But he can forget about getting that 300 million investment. Moreover, after this incident, it won't be so easy for him to swindle money again in the future. Seventh sister is right. After all, it's a 300 million project, so we should be more cautious. Song Chang nodded stiffly, then I'll have to trouble you, seventh sister. I have other things to do, so I'll be leaving now. After saying that, he left the office without looking back. After Song Chang left, Song Qingshu immediately took out her phone, took a picture of the project documents, and sent it to Lin Hui. Seventh sister, what's wrong with you? I feel like you're deliberately targeting brother Song Chang. Song Qingyue was somewhat puzzled. Big sister, have you forgotten what Lin Hui and I just told you? Song Chang is a hypocritical scoundrel. You should be more wary of him in the future. Song Qingshu earnestly offered her advice. But Song Qingyue shook her head helplessly. Seventh sister, you should never have anything to do with Lin Hui again. You must have been deceived by him. Song Qingshu felt very annoyed. Why didn't this older sister believe her? However, she also knew that explanations were useless. Only by providing evidence would her older sister believe her. She glanced at the project documents in her hand. Okay, if you don't believe me, then I'll prove it to you. I bet there's something wrong with the project that Song Chang got. After saying that, she hurriedly left the office. The coffee shop downstairs at the Song Group building. Lin Hui sat in his chair, quietly reviewing the documents sent by Song Qingshu. These mindless short dramas, can't they be a little more normal? He couldn't help but complain after just a quick glance. How could a businesswoman like Song Qingyue not see through such a simple trick? It's just a forced reduction in intelligence. Lin Hui even suspected that the concept of a villain's speech existed in the world of short dramas. Whenever a villain wants to do something, they will definitely first use a method to lower the enemy's intelligence, and then no matter how difficult the goal is, they will inevitably succeed in the early stages. Lin Hui, did you read the information I sent you? A short while later, Song Qingshu arrived in front of Lin Hui. I checked, the other company's address is in Chengdu. It seems we'll have to go there in person. Lin Hui calmly took a sip of coffee. This stuff is really bitter. As expected, he still prefers milk tea. He can't stand coffee. Us? Song Qingshu was somewhat surprised. What, you want me to go alone? Lin Hui looked at him with a half smile. Can you really bear to let a boy like me go to another place alone? Aren't you afraid that I'll encounter danger? Song Qingshu glanced at Chao Shuilan at the next table. She truly didn't see any danger at all. She still vividly remembered Chao Shuilan's heroic actions in dealing with Brother Hu and his gang. With such a capable bodyguard, she didn't think Lin Hui would be in any danger. So she just quietly picked up her coffee and didn't say a word. Okay. Lin Hui shook his head helplessly. This silly girl is actually quite smart in some ways after all, she's a top student. Think about it, my older sister doesn't trust me right now. If I go and collect evidence, she definitely won't believe me. So you need to go and investigate in person. That way, she will definitely believe you. After thinking about it for a while, Song Qingshu felt that what he said made a lot of sense. Alright then, let's go to Chengdu together. Chapter 12 Take 1. Rongqing New District. It was already evening when Lin Hui and his group got off the plane. The three of them went straight to their target company without even having a meal. Unsurprisingly, the company and its address were both fake. Song Cheng felt that the distance was too far, and Song Qingyue could not verify it quickly, which is why she revealed such a big flaw. Xing Shu, you should call your older sister. Lin Hui pointed to the fake address on the document, then led Chao Shuilan to the corner, out of Song Qingshu's sight. Song Qingshu took out her phone and made a video call to Song Qingyue. Seventh sister, what brings you here so late? Song Qingyue was somewhat puzzled. Big sister, the project Song Chang gave you is fake. Song Qingshu angrily pointed the camera at the non-existent address. After some explanation, Song Qingyue's face showed an expression of disbelief. That's impossible. Song Chang is such a kind-hearted brother, how could he lie to me? Song Qingyue stood there, feeling conflicted. Big sister, you don't understand yet, do you? Song Chang is a hypocritical scoundrel. He was lying to you from the very beginning. Taking advantage of the momentum, Song Qingshu tried to persuade Song Qingyue to come to her senses. I don't believe it. I want to ask brother Song Chang myself. Song Qingyue maintained her skeptical attitude and hung up the phone after speaking. I'm so angry, it's infuriating. Song Qingshu was so angry she almost smashed her phone. She presented all the evidence, but her older sister still didn't believe her. Ha, you're getting angry already? Lin Hui walked out with a smile. This is nothing, and you can't even stand it anymore. Song Qingshu felt a little embarrassed after hearing this. After all, she had never trusted Lin Hui before. Lin Hui, I misunderstood you before, and I apologize to you. Song Qingshu apologized sincerely. Lin Hui leaned closer with a wicked grin, gradually forcing her against the wall, and then reached out and pinned her against it. Qingshu, your apology doesn't seem very sincere. So what do you want? Seeing Lin Hui's handsome face so close to hers, Song Qingshu blushed instantly. Of course. As Lin Hui spoke, he kissed her directly on the lips. Song Qingshu's eyes widened suddenly. I was forcibly kissed. Moreover, the object of his affections was Lin Hui, the former adopted son of the Song family. She should have resisted in this situation, but for some reason, she found it enjoyable and didn't want it to end like this. However, when Lin Hui stuck out his tongue, she regained her senses for a moment and forcefully pushed Lin Hui away. Lin Hui, don't do this. As she spoke, she broke free from Lin Hui's wall pinning and tried to run away. But after running only 2 steps, he suddenly felt his foot slip and lost his balance, falling to the ground. Lin Hui reacted quickly, supporting her waist and pulling her back. Seriously? This plot is so cheesy. Although he managed to stop Song Qingshu, Lin Hui was internally ranting and raving. A standard feature of mindless short dramas is that the female lead always sprains her ankle at a crucial moment, which then leads to a warming up of her relationship with the male lead. Looks like this is another case of being killed off by the plot. Lin Hui, let me go. Song Qingshu blushed deeply and spoke in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. You twisted your ankle, let me carry you. After saying that, Lin Hui didn't give Song Qingshu a chance to refuse and directly picked her up in a princess carry. Congratulations, host. Song Qingshu's favorability towards you has increased to 100%. Friendly reminder, once a character's affection level in the short drama world reaches 100%, it will not decrease further regardless of what happens. Lin Hui's lips curled up slightly. I never expected this system to have such a hidden setting.
In this way, he wouldn't have to worry about a chaotic situation arising. While it might seem fun to be fought over by a group of women, the real experience would definitely be very unpleasant.
It's best to avoid it if possible.
Lin Hui led Song Qingshu and Chao Shuelan to a nearby 5-star hotel. He first booked a room for Chao Shuelan alone, and when he wanted to book 2 more rooms, unsurprisingly, he encountered another plot-driven death. "I'm sorry, sir, we only have 1 room available at our hotel right now." The staff member apologized sheepishly.
"Then just open 1 room."
Lin Hui took out his ID card without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Song Qingshu blushed instantly, as if something had occurred to her. Chao Shuelan, who was standing next to him, glanced at Lin Hui and then at Song Qingshu, and she already understood what was going on.
However, she still did not show any emotional change and continued to carefully observe her surroundings.
After checking into the room, Lin Hui handed the room key to Chao Shuelan.
"Go to your room by yourself. I'll contact you tomorrow."
After saying that, Lin Hui picked up Song Qingshu and carried her towards the room. Throughout the journey, Song Qingshu shyly buried her head in Lin Hui's chest. Only after entering the room did Lin Hui carefully place her on the bed.
"Lin Hui, we can't dot."
Song Qingshu wanted to say something, but Lin Hui had already kissed her domineeringly.
"No, I'm not ready yet."
Song Qingshu said she wasn't ready, but her body showed no sign of resistance. On the contrary, she secretly looked forward to what would happen next.
This is the effect of 100% favorability. Even if you do whatever you want, it won't cause any resentment. After 3 consecutive battles, Song Qingshu fell into a deep sleep.
Lin Hui glanced at the main quest to conquer the 7 sisters.
Now that he's taken down 1, there are 6 left.
Lin Hui feels that it shouldn't be too difficult.
It's no wonder it's a brainless short drama. The female lead doesn't seem very bright. I really don't know how these people became billionaires.
Shaking his head, Lin Hui glanced at Song Qingshu's beautiful profile.
With a face value of over 9 out of 10, she looks good even when she's sleeping. The key is 100% favorability, and the cooperation rate is really high.
Meanwhile, in Jiangcheng, the Song family.
"Big sister, what's wrong?"
The headstrong 6th sister, Song Qingyan, was watching a movie on the sofa when she saw Song Qingyue rushing around and became curious.
"6th sister, has brother Song Chang returned?" Song Qingyue quickly asked.
She had already had someone verify the information that Song Qingshu had just told her. That so-called artificial intelligence technology company is really just an empty shell. It doesn't even have a single employee.
Such a big question, didn't Song Chang verify it at all?
She really didn't want to doubt it, but the loopholes were so big that she couldn't help but suspect it. Especially with Song Qingshu stirring things up from the sidelines, she believed it even more.
Now she desperately wants to find Song Chang and ask him for details. "Big sister, you were looking for me?"
At this moment, Song Chang pretended to know nothing and walked down.
"Brother Song Chang, where did you get this project document? Who sent you to me to solicit investment?" Song Qingyue got straight to the point as soon as she opened her mouth. "Sister, is there something wrong with this project?"
Song Chang, seemingly slow to realize what had happened, looked weak and aggrieved. "Big sister, did I do something wrong? It's all my fault for not being as smart as Chung Ji, but I was also framed."
Song Qingyue frowned slightly. "Tell me, what exactly is the situation?" Chapter 13: The Eldest Sister's Awakening. "You're saying you've been set up?" After hearing Song Chang's explanation, Song Qingyue's brows relaxed, but her doubts remained.
"That's right, eldest sister."
Song Chang nodded with certainty. "I met that person at a banquet.
I heard from others that he was the son of one of the richest men in Rongqing, so I didn't pay much attention and fell into their trap. If I had known that the project they gave me was just an empty shell, I definitely wouldn't have given it to my older sister."
Song Chang's pitiful look, as if he had done something wrong, immediately dispelled much of Song Qingyue's suspicions.
Never mind, thankfully 7th sister stopped it in time this time, and the group suffered no losses.
Song Qingyue's tone softened as she comforted him. "Song Chang, don't be too hasty. Your priority right now is to focus on your studies. We can talk about the company after you graduate."
After this experience, she no longer trusted Song Chang's judgment, and she would carefully investigate any projects he recommended in the future.
"You're right, sister. I've caused you trouble." Song Chang looked dejected and turned to leave.
Seeing him like this, Song Qingyue felt a pang of pity.
All I can say is that Song Chang's tea skills are truly superb. Song Qingxuan watched the whole thing from the sidelines, finding it quite amusing.
From their conversation, she roughly understood what had happened. This led them to underestimate Song Chang somewhat. Song Chang, the younger brother, is kind, but he's definitely not as smart as Lin Hui. Back in his room, Song Chang's aggrieved expression instantly turned cold.
That vile woman, Song Qingshu, dared to ruin my plans.
Just wait, once my plan succeeds, I'll definitely give you a good beating.
But which step went wrong?
Lin Hui only falsely accused me of peeping at her while she was showering. It's not enough to make her hate me this much.
Is there something he doesn't know?
No, he has to find a way to explain it clearly, otherwise having a woman who opposes him will introduce many variables into his plans.
Okay, I'll have a good talk with Song Qingshu when she gets back.
A sinister smile appeared on Song Chang's face.
A 5-star hotel in Chengdu.
Lin Hui slept until noon. When he opened his eyes, Song Qingshu was looking at him with shining eyes.
Why are you looking at me like that?
Lin Hui casually put his arm around her neck and pulled her into his embrace. It's nothing, I just feel that I've never really looked at you properly before, but now that I'm looking closely, you really are quite handsome.
Song Qingshu made no attempt to hide her thoughts.
Seeing the sparkle in her eyes, Lin Hui grinned mischievously.
I think you've come to your senses. Perfect, I've figured it out too.
A look of confusion flashed across Song Qingshu's eyes, but the clever girl quickly realized something, and her pretty face immediately turned red. Lin Hui didn't hold back and pressed down on him directly. Once they were satisfied, the two dressed neatly and left the room. Song Qingshu naturally took Lin Hui's arm and pressed herself against him, looking very intimate.
Upon receiving the message, Zhao Shualan quietly followed behind the two, silently fulfilling her duties as a bodyguard.
Lin Hui, my older sister still doesn't believe me.
What should we do now? Song Qingshu felt depressed when she thought about what happened yesterday. Song Qingyue isn't stupid.
Lin Hui smiled meaningfully and said, even if she doesn't believe you, she can't possibly believe Song Chang anymore.
Once the seed of doubt is planted, it can easily take root and sprout.
But how can we gain our eldest sister's trust? Song Qingshu was somewhat troubled. She had to make her older sister realize Song Chang's true colors.
That's easy.
Lin Hui sent the 2 videos saved on his phone to Song Qingshu. If you send her these 2 videos, I believe she will become even more suspicious of Song Chang. Song Qingshu opened the video with suspicion and saw Song Chang secretly hiding his eldest sister's underwear on Lin Hui's bed, and talking to Brother Hu and the others about what he had done. Oh, so he also framed my older sister for her underwear.
Song Qingshu was furious when she saw the 2 videos.
She was not only angry that she had been deceived, but also angry that Lin Hui had been slandered. After all, her favorability rating was already maxed out, and her heart was completely devoted to Lin Hui. Don't worry, Lin Hui, I will definitely get justice for you, Song Qingshu said firmly.
She was determined to tell everyone the truth about Lin Hui's false accusations. Only in this way could she clear Lin Hui's name. Should I thank you properly?
Lin Hui leaned close to her ear with a mischievous grin and whispered something. Song Qingshu suddenly felt her face getting hot again.
Lin Hui just found it funny. This silly girl is too innocent, she can't even resist such simple flirting. Lin Hui, you're so mean. Song Qingshu lightly punched Lin Hui, without using any force at all. By the way, when you were kicked out of the Song family, you didn't take anything with you, so you probably didn't have any money either. Wait a minute, I'll transfer some to you.
As she spoke, she took out her phone and transferred money to Lin Hui's bank card. She originally intended to transfer 1 million, but looking at the more than 10 million in her phone balance, she inexplicably transferred it all. Lin Hui, this is all the pocket money I've saved up.
It's all for you.
Lin Hui did not refuse. Looking at the text message notification that the money had been deposited into his bank card, a charming smile appeared on his lips.
Sure enough, it's easy to make money off women.
Especially since she's a woman who only has eyes for you. Lin Hui didn't mention it, and she voluntarily handed over all her savings. Of course, the main reason Lin Hui didn't refuse was because Song Qingshu was a member of the Song family. If she ran out of money, she could easily get millions of yuan in pocket money by going back to her parents and begging them. There's no way around it. Girls need to be raised in luxury, especially in upper-class families like these, where millions are just a piece of cake. Lin Hui pushed Song Qingshu against the wall and kissed her directly.
Song Qingshu was taken aback for a moment.
Although she was a little shy, she still took the initiative to respond. Zhao Shualan turned around expressionlessly to observe her surroundings, as if such a matter had no effect on her state of mind. Lin Hui was very satisfied with her performance. This is the kind of bodyguard who truly deserves the title of ace.
Qingshu, I will definitely thank you properly tonight.
Lin Hui spoke in Song Qingshu's ear in a voice that only the two of them could hear.
Song Qingshu felt both shy and expectant. However, she hadn't forgotten the important matter.
On her way to the airport, she sent the two videos to Song Qingyue. Song Qingyue, who was working in her office, suddenly received a communication message.
Why did seventh sister send me a video? She curiously opened the two videos.
When she saw the first part about Song Cheng framing Lin Hui for stealing underwear, her face gradually darkened.
How could this be? Hui Di was framed by Song Chang? We all misunderstood Hui Di. Since Hui Di had evidence, why didn't he present it back then?
With a sense of doubt, she opened the second video.
Song Chang has gone too far.
After watching the video, she stood up angrily. Song Chang actually hired someone to harm Lin Hui, and even tried to have someone harass seventh sister.
This is simply outrageous.
If Lin Hui hadn't hired bodyguards beforehand, his legs would probably have been crippled that day. The key point is that Song Chang then turned the tables and accused Lin Hui of hiring someone to beat him.
Shameless. How could Song Chang be so shameless?
No, I have to find Lin Hui and seventh sister and ask them what exactly happened.
Chapter 14 Money for Women.
The coffee shop downstairs from the Song Group building. Song Qingyue sat in the chair, gazing absently out the window. After watching those two videos, she felt that her understanding had been overturned. At the same time, he also felt guilty towards Lin Hui.
Big sister, what are you thinking about? Song Qingshu's voice came from the side.
Lin Hui followed beside her, watching Song Qingyue, who was lost in thought.
You've arrived, please have a seat.
Song Qingyue glanced at Lin Hui with a complicated expression. After learning the truth, she realized how wrong she had been.
Big sister, now you should believe what I'm saying, right?
After Song Qingshu sat down, she quickly asked. If her older sister still doesn't believe her, she'll really be upset.
I believe in you.
Song Qingyue nodded affirmatively, then looked at Lin Hui with self-reproach. Lin Hui, it's all my fault. I didn't see Song Cheng's true character, which is why you've suffered so much.
It's okay, I don't care anymore.
Lin Hui waved his hand dismissively.
After all, he came from another time.
He had never suffered any of the grievances he had in the past, but he thoroughly enjoyed beating up Song Chang. It seems that he hasn't suffered any losses since entering the world of short dramas.
So there's no suffering involved, so why should he care? Don't you care anymore? Song Qingyue felt a little bitter.
She didn't know what Lin Hui was thinking and thought that he had completely given up on the Song family and had no attachment to them anymore.
Thinking about it, it makes sense.
Lin Hui took the initiative to sever ties with his family and had even prepared the agreement long ago. It's clear that Lin Hui had actually had enough, but it just happened to explode on that day.
Lin Hui, can you forgive me? Song Qingyue looked at Lin Hui with longing.
She wanted to try to salvage the situation. The fact that Lin Hui was sitting there and exposing Song Cheng's true colors meant that Lin Hui hadn't completely let go, so she still had a chance.
Yes, I forgive you.
Lin Hui waved his hand casually, seemingly not caring at all. But in Song Qingyue's eyes, this was just a perfunctory response. She felt that Lin Hui hadn't truly forgiven her, he just didn't want to get entangled with her anymore.
It's alright, I'll show you my sincerity. Song Qingyue's eyes suddenly hardened.
She then took out her phone and transferred 100 million yuan to Lin Hui's bank card. Lin Hui was stunned for a moment when he saw the text message notification.
This woman is incredibly wealthy. He spent 100 million in one go.
As expected, he didn't understand the world of rich women.
Perhaps this kind of thing only happens in the world of short dramas.
After all, in the world of short dramas, romance-obsessed characters make up a large portion of the audience. In addition, with assets worth hundreds of billions, trillions, or even trillions of dollars so readily available, giving $100 or $200 million just to beg Lin Hui for forgiveness is as easy as playing a game. I've spent 10 million on Song Chang over the past 6 months. Now I'm transferring 100 million to you, 10 times more than Song Chang.
Lin Hui, are you willing to forgive me now? Song Qingyue looked at Lin Hui expectantly. Big sister, you're being too biased. I want one too.
Seeing that her older sister's gaze was off, Song Qingshu quickly took Lin Hui's arm, trying to change the subject.
Okay, I'll transfer it to you.
Fearing that her seventh sister would cause trouble, Song Qingyue simply transferred 100 million yuan to shut her up. Anyway, she's my own sister, so I gave it to her. Lin Hui looked at Song Qingyue, who was staring straight at him, and found it somewhat amusing.
This domineering female CEO gives off a vibe of someone acting like a simp. Thank you for the money, but I can't forgive you.
Lin Hui pocketed the money without a second thought.
But forgiveness? He wasn't hurt, so there's no question of forgiveness. Forgiveness is the original owner's business. What does it have to do with him? Song Qingyue was somewhat disappointed.
It seems they really hurt Lin Hui quite badly, which is why he was so resolute.
But it's all right.
Since Lin Hui accepted the money, it means there's still room for maneuver. As long as she behaves well in the future, she'll definitely be able to win Lin Hui back.
All right, let's not talk about that for now. How are you planning to deal with Song Chang? Song Qingyue looked at the two of them with a serious expression.
In the past 6 months, Song Chang has been constantly stirring up trouble. He had just driven away Lin Hui when he started to take action against Seventh Sister.
I was trying to scam money from her yesterday.
She could hardly help but suspect that the next target was the other members of the Seven Sisters. As the eldest sister, she has a responsibility to protect her younger sisters. Of course, we should proceed gradually.
Lin Hui calmly took a sip of coffee.
Right now, apart from you and Xing Shu, everyone else in the Song family still firmly believes in Song Chang.
No matter what we say now, it's useless.
Only after Song Chang makes the first move can we let them see his true colors.
But that would be too risky.
Song Qingyue frowned slightly, somewhat hesitant.
Why don't I just tell everyone about this and let them decide? Do you think they'll listen to your explanation? A mocking smile appeared on Lin Hui's lips. This is the world of short dramas. If the supporting characters were all normal people, he wouldn't need to put in any effort. Just send a group message.
But judging from their previous visit to Song Qingyue to explain the situation, it was clear that things would not go so smoothly.
Otherwise, where would the villainous second male lead get his moment of glory?
If being shown off by the protagonist counts as a highlight, then
of course they will.
As long as I talk to them properly, they will definitely believe me, Song Qingyue said confidently. Lin Hui shook his head. If you want to try, then go ahead and try, just don't let Song Chang know. He knew Song Qingyue wouldn't give up, so he figured he might as well let her give it a try. If the Song family actually listens, he can save himself a lot of trouble.
Okay.
Song Qingyue nodded. My second sister is home today, I'll tell her when I get back. Lin Hui didn't care what she wanted to do, he only cared whether she could provide useful information. Qingyue, after you go back, pay close attention to Song Chang's movements.
You can tell me if he makes any moves. Song Qingyue frowned slightly.
Lin Hui used to call her elder sister, but now he calls her by her first name.
Is he trying to keep his distance?
She felt helpless, but knew it was their fault and wasn't in a hurry to correct it. I just hope that Lin Hui will gradually accept her in the future. Congratulations, host. Song Qingyue's favorability towards you has increased to 50%. Lin Hui was satisfied with the system notification.
Although the improvement was not significant, it already demonstrated that Song Qingyue's attitude towards her had reversed.
With continued hard work, success will come sooner or later. Having said what needed to be said, Song Qingyue had other matters to attend to at her company, so she left first. Lin Hui put his arm around Song Qingshu's slender waist.
Song Qingshu was no longer so shy.
She leaned against Lin Hui naturally and took out her phone to transfer the 100 million yuan that Song Qingyue had just transferred to her to Lin Hui. Lin Hui, I don't need much money, so please take all of this. Lin Hui lifted her chin and kissed her directly. This once again proves that making money off women is indeed easier than earning it through hard work. It's not good to keep staying in hotels, Xing Shu. Come with me to buy an apartment, preferably one with a king-size bed.
Song Qingshu blushed again and nodded shyly. Chapter 15 Professional Scammers. Song Family Villa.
Song Qingyue sat dejectedly in her room. She had just tried to explain to her second sister, Song Qingyu, but no matter what she said, her sister wouldn't believe her. Even if she produced those 2 videos, Song Qingyu said they were fake, fabricated by Lin Hui to get revenge on Song Chang.
Song Qingyue tried her best.
But the result remained unchanged. Now she has finally experienced what it feels like to be distrusted.
Lin Hui, so you've been living in this kind of environment all along? No wonder you won't forgive me. Song Qingyue was consumed by self-blame.
But then she heard Song Chang's voice coming from downstairs. She remembered that her second sister was still downstairs, so she immediately became alert, opened the door, and wanted to see if Song Chang would do anything to harm her second sister.
Downstairs at this moment, Song Chang looked at his second sister, who was sitting on the sofa playing on her phone.
After composing himself, he smiled and walked over to her.
"Second sister, why didn't you go on your date with brother Feng?"
Upon seeing that it was Song Qingyu put down her phone and said with dissatisfaction, "Li Feng has been busy with his career lately and hasn't had much time." Song Chang nodded knowingly. "I heard that brother Feng has been busy with a big project recently, which should be finished in the next couple of days."
"Really? That's great!" Song Qingyu exclaimed with delight. "Now I can ask Li Feng to come out and play."
Looking at his love-struck second sister, a hint of mockery flashed in Song Chang's eyes.
Li Feng was the one he introduced to Song Qingyu. On the surface, Li Feng is a PhD who returned from overseas and has a considerable background abroad.
But in reality, this guy is just a professional con artist who only graduated from high school. He and Li Feng teamed up initially to swindle some money from Song Qingyu. Unexpectedly, Song Qingyu, this sexy second sister, was actually a love-struck fool who was completely deceived by Li Feng. Having just failed to swindle money from his eldest sister, Song Chang set his sights on his second sister, Song Qingyu.
He and Li Feng had already discussed it. In the next couple of days, Li Feng would prepare a big project and then try to get Song Qingyu to invest money so they could make a fortune.
However, second sister, I heard that brother Feng is having some financial difficulties recently, and his project may need some investment, Song Chang said tentatively.
"Investment? Then come to me, I have plenty of money." Song Qingyu was unaware that she had been tricked and naively wanted to take the money. Song Chang was secretly delighted. If he had known that his second sister was so easy to fool, why would he have gone to his eldest sister? "Second sister, I've only heard about it. You should ask brother Feng for details."
Song Chang did not agree directly. After all, he was just there to give a heads up and test Song Qingyu's attitude. But what he didn't know was that his conversation with Song Qingyu had been completely overheard by Song Qingyu.
"Song Chang, so you've made another move." Song Qingyu's eyes turned slightly cold.
Not content with just tricking her, she wanted to trick her second sister as well. She would absolutely not let Song Chang succeed. She immediately sent a text message to Lin Hui explaining the situation. However, Song Qingyu did not notice that right behind her, around the corner, Song Qingyan was secretly observing her. Just now, when Song Qingyu told Song Qingyu that Song Chang was not a good person, she was upstairs eavesdropping the whole time.
He was suddenly thrilled to discover that Song Qingyu was eavesdropping. "I'd like to see what you're up to." Another villa area in Zhangcheng.
Lin Hui lay on the large bed, holding Song Qingshu, and checked his phone messages.
"What's wrong, Lin Hui?"
Song Qingshu asked, her face slightly flushed.
"Song Chang is up to his old tricks again."
Lin Hui smiled indifferently.
"Is it the second sister this time?" He couldn't help but recall the second sister he had seen at the Song family home. She was indeed a sexy bombshell, but unfortunately, she was love-struck. "Song Chang is really restless. He is indeed a person of bad character," Song Qingshu said disdainfully. "I'm going alone this time. Qingshu, can you help me gather evidence against Li Feng?"
Lin Hui laughed and said, "I don't believe that Li Feng is innocent." In fact, it wasn't that he didn't believe it, but rather that short dramas are all like that. Especially mindless short dramas like The Real and The Fake Young Master. He was almost certain that there were no good people around the seven sisters. They were either trying to harm them or to deceive them. It's as if the protagonist can't turn the tide without this setup. However, this simple mode suited his taste perfectly.
Keeping it simple is better.
If it's too difficult, it will be very troublesome and will waste a lot of brain cells.
"Don't worry, I will definitely do a good job." Song Qingshu nodded earnestly.
The two played another game before getting up. Song Qingshu personally investigated Li Feng's background information, while Lin Hui comfortably waited at home.
2 days passed quickly. Song Qingshu lived up to expectations and actually collected Li Feng's background information.
Turns out he was a professional con artist. Lin Hui looked at the documents and photos in his hand and found it very funny.
He wasn't surprised at all. As expected, all mindless short dramas follow the same formula.
With this evidence, the next step is to figure out how to wake up Song Qingyu from her love-struck state.
Song Qingshu had to go to school, so she went to school.
But Lin Hui didn't want to go to school at all, so he skipped class and waited quietly at home. Around noon, Song Qingyu sent a message saying that her second sister, Song Qingyu, would be meeting with Li Feng today, and sent the meeting address.
It was a high-end hotel.
Li Feng invited Song Qingyu and Song Chang there, citing the technological breakthrough he had achieved in the project as the reason for the invitation. Lin Hui knew without a doubt that Song Chang and Li Feng were preparing to make their move. Two people with ulterior motives are trying to deal with Song Qingyu, who is obsessed with love.
The outcome is predictable. If left unchecked, Song Qingyu will definitely lose a large sum of money.
They might end up losing both their money and their loved ones. After tidying up, Lin Hui drove his newly bought luxury car with Chao Shualan to the upscale hotel where the three of them were to meet. He wouldn't do something as foolish as going to a meeting alone. Apart from Chao Shualan, the other bodyguards have all managed to infiltrate the hotel. As soon as he sends a message, they will rush out to protect his safety. Li Feng is a professional conman, he must have some skills. Even if he doesn't know Kung Fu, if you push him to the brink, he'll do something desperate. Lin Hui wasn't the kind of person who would knowingly go into danger and foolishly go to his death. Upon arriving at the hotel, Lin Hui initially thought this was just a matter between him, Li Feng, and the other two. But at the entrance, they discovered that sixth sister Song Qingyan was sneaking into the hotel. Why is she here? Lin Hui was somewhat puzzled. Judging from Song Qingyan's appearance, it was as if he had come to catch his wife cheating, being extremely cautious and afraid of being recognized.
Could she also be here to see Song Chang and the others?
Lin Hui was curious, so he quietly followed them.
He wanted to see what this girl was up to. Second sister Song Qingyu. Chapter 16: The Scam. A luxurious private room inside the hotel.
Song Chang, Li Feng, and Song Qingyu were already seated.
Li Feng, I heard that your project has encountered financial difficulties.
After only a few words, Song Qingyu, with her love-struck mind, couldn't help but ask first.
Song Chang and Li Feng exchanged a furtive glance.
Neither of them expected that Song Qingyu would be so love-obsessed.
Before they could even utter their prepared explanations, this silly girl brought it up herself.
Judging from this situation, they probably won't even need to persuade her much before Song Qingyu obediently hands over the money.
Qingyu, how did you know?
Li Feng pretended to be in a difficult position. I didn't want to tell you about this.
I will handle the funding myself.
At worst, I can take out the results of my hard work and find investors.
Brother Feng, if you find other investors, won't you have to give up a large portion of the profits? Song Cheng chimed in at the opportune moment. That's the result of your hard work. Aren't you heartbroken to just hand it over like this? Li Feng shook his head bitterly. What can I do even if it hurts? It's my fault for having a funding shortfall.
The two of them, with their back-and-forth banter, managed to ensnare Song Qingyu.
Li Feng, how much money do you still need for your project? Without hesitation, Song Qingyu asked directly.
Li Feng and Song Chang were both overjoyed at the same time.
This silly girl is indeed silly. Not much, only about 300 million short.
Li Feng shook his head helplessly. He didn't ask Song Qingyu for it directly, but his purpose was already very clear.
It's only 300 million, I'll pay for it. Song Qingyu readily agreed.
She is now the owner of a subsidiary of the Song Group, and 300 million is not something she cannot afford. Simply taking out this 300 million will reduce the company's funds, greatly reduce its ability to resist risks, and may even lead to a situation of financial distress. But for her, who's obsessed with love, this is nothing. She'd be happy to contribute some money as long as Li Feng's project succeeds.
Really? Li Feng exclaimed with delight. That's wonderful. Qingyu, don't worry. Since you've invested money, I can't let you put it away for nothing.
Here's what I'll do, I'll give you 49% of the shares, making you the second largest shareholder of this project.
Then isn't this just a husband and wife shop? Song Chang seized the opportunity to assist again. Song Qingyu was overjoyed.
At this point, the three of them had essentially decided to invest money. Song Chang and Li Feng exchanged a glance, both seeing the smugness in each other's eyes. But what they didn't know was that outside the private room at that moment,
Song Qingyan was bending over, pressing his ear against the door to eavesdrop. Lin Hui, meanwhile, stood not far away, watching her eavesdrop. This girl really has the potential to be a thief. Lin Hui shook his head and walked straight up. Song Qingyan was so engrossed in listening that she didn't notice Lin Hui approaching.
Even when Lin Hui was right behind him, he didn't notice at all. Lin Hui looked at her bent-over body and slapped her across the face.
Ah! Song Qingyan let out a gasp.
She turned her head and saw Lin Hui's handsome face.
Lin Hui, what are you doing? Song Qingyan questioned him with shame and indignation.
However, her voice was a bit loud, and Song Chang and the other two in the private room all heard it.
Lin Hui? What's he doing here? A sense of doubt arose in the minds of all three. What's the point of eavesdropping outside the door? If you want to listen, go inside.
Lin Hui rolled his eyes at her and pushed the door open, walking straight in. When Song Qingyan saw Song Chang and the other two looking at him, he suddenly felt a sense of guilt. She was somewhat embarrassed because she had secretly followed her second sister, Song Qingyu.
Lin Hui, what are you doing here? Song Chang stood up abruptly and glared angrily at Lin Hui.
Li Feng narrowed his eyes, revealing a dangerous glint. He had heard Song Chang mention Lin Hui more or less, and what he feared most now was Lin Hui causing trouble.
Sixth sister, why are you with Lin Hui? Song Qingyu frowned slightly, surprised by the appearance of the two.
I just happened to be passing by and saw Lin Hui eavesdropping on your conversation at the door, so I called out to him.
Song Qingdan was quick-witted and immediately shifted the blame onto Lin Hui.
It's because Lin Hui slapped her just now.
Consider this revenge.
Lin Hui rolled his eyes at her.
This girl is quite quirky and seems a bit smarter.
However, he wasn't there to see Song Qingyan today, so he didn't bother to explain anything.
Lin Hui, you're no longer a member of the Song family, so what are you doing following us? Song Qingyu looked at Lin Hui with displeasure. That's right, you're not welcome here. Song Chang nodded in agreement.
He was also afraid that Lin Hui would ruin their plans, so even though he held a grudge, he didn't want to lash out at this time. Of course I'm here to stop you, you silly girl. Lin Hui swaggered into the private room and threw a document in front of Song Qingyu. Chao Shualan stayed close behind him, responsible for his safety. You should see for yourself. Your boyfriend is no pushover.
TSK, a professional conman. I wonder how many people he's fooled. It's over. Song Chang and Li Feng's expressions changed instantly.
They themselves know their own situation best. Neither of them expected that Lin Hui had secretly investigated Li Feng's background and presented it to Song Qingyu. Although it is unknown what evidence Lin Hui has collected, the fact that he dared to appear here indicates that he must have some valuable evidence. Both of them tensed up at the same time.
Second sister, don't listen to his provocations. In a moment of quick thinking, Song Chang snatched the document away before Song Qingyu could even open it. Second sister, don't you know what kind of person Lin Hui is?
This evidence must have been fabricated by him.
Second sister, you must not believe him. That's right, Qingyu. Li Feng quickly chimed in, feigning a wronged expression. How could I be a professional swindler? I think he is the swindler. Song Qingyu never trusted Lin Hui.
Upon hearing the two turn on each other, he immediately sided with them.
Don't worry, Li Feng, I won't doubt you.
After saying that, she glared angrily at Lin Hui. Lin Hui, get out of here.
You are not welcome here.
Also, don't bring these fake pieces of evidence again.
I will not believe you.
Seeing Song Qingyu's attitude, Song Chang and Li Feng were both delighted. As long as Song Qingyu doesn't listen to Lin Hui, they won't be exposed. Song Qingyan, standing to the side, looked on with an air of schadenfreude, as if he were watching a spectacle unfold. She came here simply out of boredom to watch the drama unfold. She had no other intentions or purposes whatsoever. Despite the three men's hostile gazes, Lin Hui remained calm and composed. He had anticipated this would happen. It's the world of short dramas, so I can understand. After all, there are even more mindless things happening, so this little scene is nothing.
It's okay if you don't believe me.
Lin Hui shrugged casually. I'm here to tell you that Song Qingyu's card has been frozen and she can't come up with a single penny right now. Now that his eldest sister, Song Qingyu, is on his side, freezing Song Qingyu's bank cards is a piece of cake, given her status as the group's president and the eldest sister of the Song family.
Song Qingyu didn't want to see her second sister being cheated out of money by a scumbag. What? Song Chang and Li Feng stood up in surprise.
The two were on the verge of success when all they received was an empty promise.
No wonder they were so excited. Impossible. Song Qingyu also looked incredulous.
To prove it, she immediately picked up her phone to check her bank card balance. However, when she opened the app, she saw a message that her bank card had been frozen.
How is this possible?
My card has really been frozen.
Chapter 17. I like this style. Lin Hui, what exactly did you do?
Song Qingyu and the other two looked at Lin Hui angrily. Despite the three menacing gazes, Lin Hui remained calmly seated, quietly observing Song Chang and Li Feng's furious expressions.
Ha, didn't you all ask me what I'm doing here?
Lin Hui looked at the three of them with a half-smile. My purpose is actually very simple, I just want to see the frustrated expressions on your faces after your plan fails. Song Chang and Li Feng stared coldly at Lin Hui. A hint of murderous intent even flashed in Li Feng's eyes. This guy ruined his plans. They were about to get 300 million, and they could even swindle more from Song Qingyu later. But now, all plans have fallen through.
If Song Qingyu can't come up with the money, how can he swindle money from her? Blocking someone's path to wealth is like killing their parents.
With such a deep grudge, it's no wonder Li Feng hates Lin Hui so much.
Lin Hui, that's enough. Before Song Chang and Song Qingyu could speak, Song Qingyu stood up first. No matter what methods you use, it's useless. My bank card is frozen, but I'll ask my older sister to help me unfreeze it. Anyway, I will definitely invest this money. You're just envious and jealous, Li Feng and Song Chang, let's go.
After saying that, she got up and left the room without looking back.
Lin Hui, you just wait.
Li Feng glanced at Lin Hui and coldly uttered a sentence.
Song Chang snorted coldly and left.
They also took the materials that Lin Hui had brought. The main reason they left so easily was that the sixth brother, Song Qingyan, was still here. The two of them couldn't reveal too much to Song Qingyan, so leaving for the time being was the best option. What they need to do now is to appease Song Qingyu and then figure out a way to swindle money from her.
As long as Song Qingyu still trusts them, swindling money becomes very easy. Ha, did you get slapped in the face?
After the three left, Song Qingyan walked up to Lin Hui with a mocking smile. Even if you produce evidence, no one will believe you. This shows just how low your credibility really is.
Lin Hui looked up at his unruly sixth sister. Do you know how much you deserve a beating? Humph, you're the one who deserves a beating. Song Qingyan raised his head and said disdainfully, besides, I don't believe you dare to hit me. Ah!
Lin Hui, you bastard, you actually dared to hit me.
Song Qingyan shouted in shame and indignation, struggling violently.
However, the more she struggled, the tighter Lin Hui held on. Lin Hui originally just wanted to do it as a token gesture, without intending to do anything serious. But to his surprise, he saw a system notification. Congratulations, host. Song Qingyan's favorability towards you has increased to 50%. Congratulations, host. Song Qingyan's favorability towards you has increased to 60%. Lin Hui was speechless. He looked down at Song Qingyan, who was struggling desperately.
If it weren't for the system upgrade, he really wouldn't have noticed.
Since that's the case, he had no reason to hesitate.
Ah, stop hitting me. Ouch, that hurts. Brother Lin Hui, please stop hitting him. Good brother, I was wrong, I really know I was wrong. Good brother, I will never provoke you again. Please let me go. From struggling fiercely to finally giving up, Song Qingyan's struggle lasted less than half a minute. Call me brother.
Seeing that Song Qingyan's favorability rating had increased to 80% and would not be increased any further, Lin Hui prepared to stop. But before that, we need to teach this unruly little girl a lesson.
What? Impossible. I'd rather die than scream.
Song Qingyan tried to fight back, but before she could finish speaking, Lin Hui launched another attack.
Brother, I was wrong. Song Qingyan surrendered shortly afterward.
Her voice carried a mix of grievance and stubbornness, yet also a touch of softness and coquetry. Congratulations, host. Song Qingyan's favorability towards you has increased to 90%. Lin Hui's lips curled up into a smug smile. But no matter what he did, he couldn't improve that last 10%. It seems that conventional methods are no longer effective. Lin Hui shook his head before letting Song Qingyan go. Lin Hui, you're a shameless bastard.
Song Qingyan got up, looking at Lin Hui with shame and indignation.
Lin Hui looked at her with a half smile. When you're happy, you call me brother. When you're unhappy, you call me a bastard.
You just wait, this isn't over. Song Qingyan looked terrified and ran away, clutching his back. Lin Hui shook his head, amused.
Everything that just happened was clearly seen by Chao Shuilan. Her expression remained indifferent, without any emotional fluctuation. She had already labeled Lin Hui as a scumbag in her heart. However, this does not affect her work. She was just a bodyguard who got paid to do things, and she was very clear about her role. Lin Hui shook his head, took out his phone, and sent a message to Song Qingyue, explaining the situation. I will continue to keep an eye on my second sister's movements. I'll need your help then.
Song Qingyue replied to the message quickly. No problem, feel free to message me anytime.
Lin Hui gave a brief reply and then put away his phone.
The show is over. Although they failed to thwart Song Chang and Li Feng's conspiracy, they did thwart their plans.
Lin Hui felt great as long as they made them unhappy.
After leaving the hotel, Song Chang and his two companions moved to another location.
Li Feng invited Song Qingyu to go shopping, while Song Chang played a supporting role on the side. Li Feng said he wanted to buy things for Song Qingyu, but after being persuaded, Song Qingyu ended up paying for them.
Moreover, they were all luxury items bought for Li Feng.
Although Song Qingyu's bank card was frozen and she couldn't withdraw large sums of money, she could still easily get several million.
Qingyu, go check the clothes over there. I'm going to the restroom first.
After wandering around for a while, Li Feng suddenly spoke up.
Then I'll go too. Song Chang quickly followed up. Song Qingyu didn't think much of it and just nodded obediently.
Song Chang and Li Feng arrived at a secluded corner of the mall, and their expressions simultaneously darkened.
That was close. My identity was almost exposed by that guy Lin Hui. Li Feng's face was gloomy.
This Lin Hui has ruined my plans time and time again.
I'm going to kill him.
A cold killing intent flashed in Song Chang's eyes.
Forget it, let's not worry about Lin Hui for now.
My identity has already been exposed, and I probably won't be able to hide it for long.
We need to find a way to get some money from Song Qingyu as soon as possible.
Li Feng was well aware of his current situation. Taking revenge on Lin Hui was secondary. What he needs to do now is to get some money before that silly girl Song Qingyu can react.
Even if things are exposed later, he will still have money to run away. I have an idea. Song Chang narrowed his eyes, revealing a sinister look.
We'll drug Song Qingyu tonight, and then all we need to do is take some photos.
I don't believe she won't comply.
Even if she doesn't have any money, we can use these photos to blackmail her and squeeze a large sum of money out of the Song group.
Li Feng smirked coldly. I like your idea.
Don't worry, after I'm done, I'll make sure you have your fun too, young Master Song.
Ha, I'm really looking forward to it.
The thought of Song Qingyu's sexy figure made Song Chang feel a surge of heat. The two were secretly plotting how to trick the silly girl Song Qingyu, but they didn't notice that in the corner, Song Qingan was recording their conversation on his phone. The older sister and the others were right. Song Chang really is an ingrate.
Song Qingan thought angrily. Chapter 18: The Fisherman's Gain. Nighttime in Jiangcheng's commercial center. In a luxury shopping mall.
Under the persuasion of Song Chang and Li Feng, Song Qingyu came here with them. As soon as they entered the room, the two men started urging each other to drink.
Song Qingyu, that silly girl, really had no defenses at all.
She figured that with her younger brother Song Chang around, he wouldn't let her suffer any losses.
So when the two men urged her to drink, she drank it reluctantly.
She soon became somewhat drunk. She didn't want to drink anymore, but she couldn't resist Song Chang and Li Feng's persuasion and had no choice but to continue drinking. At this moment, Song Chang and Li Feng exchanged a glance.
While pouring wine, Li Feng secretly slipped an aphrodisiac into Song Qingyu's glass.
Song Qingyu was caught off guard to begin with, and now that she was drunk, her mind was even more foggy. Under Song Chang's persuasion, he drank the spiked wine directly.
Both Song Chang and Li Feng wore cold smiles.
The plan has succeeded. Now it's time to get down to business.
Sis, you're drunk. Shall I take you home? Song Chang spoke up at the opportune moment, and went to help Song Qingyu up. I'm not drunk, I can drink more.
Although Song Qingyu was still somewhat conscious, her mind was already in a state of confusion.
Qingyu, you're drunk. Let me take you home.
As Li Feng spoke, he also wanted to help. But at that moment, the door to the private room was slammed shut with tremendous force, making a loud noise.
Song Chang and Li Feng were startled and even forgot to help Song Qingyu up. Both of them turned their gaze to the door, wanting to know who had the audacity to kick it down. Lin Hui, it's you again.
When Song Chang saw who it was, he gritted his teeth in anger. Li Feng was furious when he thought about how Lin Hui had ruined their plans during the day. He picked up the wine bottle on the table and pointed it fiercely at Lin Hui. Lin Hui, if you know what's good for you, leave now, or I'll crack your head open today. Lin Hui glanced at the two angry men, then at Song Qingyu, who was fidgeting restlessly on the sofa in the private room. This silly girl is obviously drugged. If Song Qingyue hadn't messaged him to come quickly, this silly girl would have really lost both her money and her lover.
Hold him down.
Lin Hui spoke casually. Several bodyguards rushed in from behind him and quickly pinned Song Chang and Li Feng to the table.
What did you just say? You said you'd crack my skull open?
Lin Hui picked up a wine bottle with amusement and gestured at Li Feng's head.
Humph, Lin Hui, don't try to scare me. I bet you won't dare to lay a hand on me. Li Feng glared fiercely at Lin Hui, displaying a very tough demeanor. However, the moment he finished speaking, Lin Hui smashed a bottle on his head. Blood flowed down Li Feng's forehead. Ah, you madman, you actually dared to make a move. Li Feng let out a scream. Are you an idiot?
As Lin Hui spoke, he smashed another bottle on his head.
Another spurt of blood flowed out.
In this world, Lin Hui has no taboos. He can crack open a bottle or even kill someone with his own hands. At worst, he will be caught, fail his mission, and return to his original world. Lin Hui felt that this was still not enough, so he took out a stun gun from his pocket. Seeing the crackling electricity on the stun gun, Li Feng immediately chickened out. This Lin Hui is not as weak as Song Chang described. On the contrary, he is an absolute madman.
Big brother, please don't hit me. I was wrong. I'll never do it again. Please let me go.
Li Feng, filled with fear, repeatedly begged for mercy. Seeing his expression, Lin Hui lost all interest in continuing the game and turned to look at Song Chang.
Lin Hui, what do you want to do? Song Chang's pupils contracted sharply as he watched the stun gun getting closer and closer, and fear appeared on his face.
At this moment, the memories that had died flooded back into my mind.
He really didn't want to experience that electric shock feeling again.
However, Lin Hui wouldn't let him have his way and directly stabbed him with an electric baton.
Ah! Song Chang lay on the ground, convulsing in pain.
The bodyguard who was holding him down let go when he was being shocked, otherwise he would have tried being shocked himself. Lin Hui watched with great interest, wanting to wait until Song Chang recovered before giving him another electric shock. But just then, a hot body suddenly pressed against him. Lin Hui saw Song Qingyu's face, which was very close to his. At this moment, however, her eyes were unfocused, and her face was flushed with an unnatural redness. Its body was also wriggling restlessly, as if searching for something. Lin Hui is no gentleman. Seeing Song Qingyu's condition, he immediately picked her up and carried her in his arms.
Clean up the mess.
He simply said a few words and then slammed the door and left. Watching his woman being carried away by Lin Hui, Li Feng's eyes were filled with rage. But the situation is beyond his control now, and he has no choice but to keep quiet. Not to mention Song Chang, he's still convulsing on the ground.
After Lin Hui left, the bodyguards quickly departed, and the private room immediately returned to silence.
Lin Hui, Li Feng, swear that I will never let you get away with this in this lifetime.
Looking at the mess in the private room, Li Feng couldn't help but roar at the sky.
Lin Hui thwarted his plans twice, causing him to lose hundreds of millions of yuan for nothing.
This is money that most people can't earn in their entire lives.
For Li Feng, this was an irreconcilable hatred, even more so than the murder of his father. I'm going to kill Lin Hui, I'm determined to kill him.
After recovering, Song Chang also roared angrily.
While the two were there, in a hotel near Shanghai, filled with impotent rage. Lin Hui had already booked a room and left Song Qingyu on the bed. Given the typical nature of short dramas, he should act like a gentleman and not touch Song Qingyu at this point.
But that's typical of short dramas, not Lin Hui's style.
Such a sexy and beautiful woman was right in front of him, and she was also incredibly charming and clingy. Giving up on this would truly be worse than being an animal.
I want it.
As soon as Lin Hui put Song Qingyu on the bed, she snuggled up to him again. The aphrodisiac had taken full effect. Her mind was still somewhat clear, but her body was behaving very honestly. Lin Hui could no longer hold back and pressed down on her without any hesitation.
After a night of madness,
Lin Hui looked at the blood on the bedsheet and was surprised to find that this was Song Qingyu's first time. This surprised him quite a bit, considering that he and Li Feng had talked for some time. But this is fine too, it's better for him, this handsome guy, than for him to be taken advantage of.
At this point, Song Qingyu had actually already woken up.
And she had already remembered the madness of last night. This made her feel incredibly ashamed and embarrassed. She didn't know how to face Lin Hui, so she simply pretended to be asleep.
But how could her acting skills possibly fool Lin Hui? He didn't expose him, but simply got up and put on his clothes. Song Qingyu pretended to be asleep the whole time and refused to get up.
After Lin Hui finished dressing, he leaned close to her ear with a wicked grin and said, "Qingyu, you're mine now.
You'd better listen to me from now on, or you don't want your older sister and the others to find out about us, do you?"
Song Qingyu's face was somewhat stiff, and her eyes were tightly closed. She was clearly very angry, but a sense of shame kept her eyes shut. The main thing is that she has memories of last night, and she clearly remembers that she was the one who initiated it last night. The thought of it made her feel ashamed. This reminded me of last night's madness, especially Lin Hui's strong kidneys, which were truly captivating. Thinking of these things, Song Qingyu's face immediately flushed an unnatural red. "Congratulations, host. Song Qingyu's favorability towards you has increased to 80%.
A wicked smile crept across Lin Hui's lips.
"You are not allowed to associate with Li Feng anymore, otherwise I can't guarantee who will hear about what happened last night." After saying that, she turned and left.
Song Qingyu finally opened her eyes after hearing the door close. "Lin Hui, you're a bastard."
She grabbed a pillow and slammed it against the door, but there was no one there.
Chapter 19, Preparing to Take Action. After leaving the room,
Lin Hui smacked his lips, seemingly still wanting more. "I never expected things to develop this way, but it's actually quite satisfying." Although it was her first time, Song Qingyu, this sexy beauty, knew everything she should know, and even a little bit of things she shouldn't know. It made him somewhat nostalgic. However, he was more rational and knew what he wanted. Therefore, they will not be swayed by these sentimental feelings. Lin Hui took out his phone and glanced at it. Song Qingyu sent a lot of messages last night. Lin Hui thought it was too noisy, so he muted the phone. Now, looking back, he realizes that he really did send a lot of messages last night. He glanced at it briefly, it was all words of concern.
Song Qingyu is fine. Li Feng and his group's plan failed.
Lin Hui casually replied with a message.
But the next second, Song Qingyu sent a message. "How is my second sister? What exactly happened last night?" You could tell from her tone that Song Qingyu was genuinely anxious. "It's nothing.
Song Qingyu got drunk last night, so I took her to a hotel for the night." Lin Hui casually replied with a voice message.
"Nothing happened between you two, right?"
Song Qingyu also replied with a voice message that sounded doubtful.
"Of course not, you can ask Song Qingyu if you don't believe me." Lin Hui didn't even blink when he lied.
Because he knew that Song Qingyu wouldn't say anything because of what happened last night, but she had taken the initiative. This silly girl may look sexy, but she's actually quite conservative at heart. Otherwise, she wouldn't still be a virgin.
"Okay, I'll ask my second sister." Song Qingyu clearly still didn't believe it. However, she couldn't say anything about this without evidence.
Lin Hui put away his phone, a slight smile playing on his lips. The 7 Song sisters are all incredibly naive. Of course, since it's a short drama, we have to artificially lower our intelligence for the sake of the plot. But thinking about it carefully, can a simple-minded person really protect the Song group, which is worth tens of billions? Therefore, it is estimated that the characters will only be forced to become less intelligent when the main characters are involved. As soon as Lin Hui stepped out of the hotel, Zhao Shualan quietly followed him. Lin Hui glanced at her and felt that hiring this bodyguard was definitely worthwhile. They can be effective when needed, and can also be completely invisible when not needed. Next, he found a quiet place to review what he had learned over the past few days.
The main quest is 1/7 complete.
In terms of favorability, the eldest sister Song Qingyu is 50%, the second sister Song Qingyu is 80%, and the sixth sister Song Qinggan is 90%. If we can take down these 3, we can achieve 4/7 of our goal. The remaining 3 Song sisters were often not at home for various reasons. However, given the nature of short dramas, it's estimated that all 3 will return gradually as the story unfolds. Lin Hui's understanding of them is limited, so he needs the help of Song Chang, the best villainous second male lead. Given his personality, if Song Chang had done this to him, he should have already found a way to send Song Chang to jail, or simply disappeared. But he endured it in order to complete the main quest. As long as the villainous second male lead causes trouble, he can counter it and then take advantage of the situation to win over the 7 Song sisters. Thinking about that outcome, he felt that his real-life goal of 100 million was beckoning to him. Although he currently has over 200 million in cash in his account, and drives luxury cars and lives in mansions, these are all assets within the short drama world. He doesn't belong here after all, he'll leave sooner or later. Only the real world is his true world. He understood this very well.
Song Chang, what's your next move?
Lin Hui muttered to himself, even starting to feel a little expectant.
Meanwhile, at the Song family villa, Song Qingyu composed herself and walked into the villa.
As soon as she entered, she saw Song Qingyu sitting on the sofa waiting.
Second sister, you're back. Did anything happen to you last night? Song Qingyu looked at Song Qingyu with concern. The Song sisters have a very good relationship.
As the eldest sister, she is very responsible towards her younger siblings.
Big sister, nothing happened last night.
Thinking of her crazy night with Lin Hui, Song Qingyu shook her head vigorously, trying to hide the strangeness on her face.
Song Qingyu asked with some suspicion, Lin Hui didn't do anything to you, did he? Of course not. Song Qingyu shook her head decisively, feigning a blank expression. Lin Hui just took me to the hotel. What could he possibly do to me? That's good. Song Qingyu breathed a sigh of relief.
She was the one who called Lin Hui over. If Lin Hui really did something to her second sister, she would feel guilty to some extent. Unfortunately, she didn't know that Song Qingyu and Lin Hui had already spent the whole night having a wild time.
I've done everything I should and shouldn't have done.
Big sister, I have a bit of a headache, I'll go back to my room to rest first. Fearing that staying any longer would expose her secret, Song Qingyu made up an excuse and returned to her room. Lying in bed, the moment she closed her eyes, all she could think about was the madness of the previous night. This made it impossible for her to rest.
Lin Hui, you bastard, you bastard.
Having no other choice, she picked up a pillow and pounded it hard, as if to vent all the frustration in her heart.
Song Chun stood quietly outside Song Qingyu's door, eavesdropping on the sounds inside.
Hearing Song Qingyu curse Lin Hui, he knew that Lin Hui must have succeeded last night.
Damn it, damn Lin Hui.
Song Chun looked furious, his hands clenched tightly. He didn't understand that Lin Hui was just trash he had tricked out of the Song family.
Why should he get all the benefits?
First, Song Qingshu sided with Lin Hui, then the eldest sister saw through his scheme to swindle money, and now even the second sister has been seduced by Lin Hui. He couldn't figure out which part of the process had gone wrong.
What gives Lin Hui the right to ride on his head?
Lin Hui, I want you dead. A cold, predatory look flashed in Song Cheng's eyes. The Song family belongs to him, and so do the 7 foolish women in the Song family.
He quietly returned to his room when no one was watching.
After locking the door, he took out his phone and sent a message to Li Feng. Brother Feng, I need you to take care of Lin Hui for me.
I'll give you 5 million after you do it.
This money was all of his savings.
He no longer cared about anything else. Only by eliminating Lin Hui could he smoothly take over the Song family.
Otherwise, he would be unable to eat or sleep properly afterward.
5 million isn't enough, I want 500 million.
Li Feng replied quickly, but Song Cheng's expression turned even uglier after seeing the message. Brother Feng, you know my situation with the Song family.
I simply can't come up with 500 million.
He hadn't expected Li Feng to be so greedy.
But now, the only person he can count on is Li Feng.
I know you don't have it now, so I'll give it to you after you get the Song family's assets, but you have to write me an IOU. Of course, as a condition of cooperation, I will do everything in my power to help you obtain the Song family, even if it means killing everyone in the Song family. Song Cheng narrowed his eyes slightly.
He hadn't expected Li Feng to have such a big appetite. It's only a mere 500 million. If he could really obtain the Song family's 10 billion assets, then 500 million would indeed be nothing. Okay, I promise you, I'll write the IOU right now.
Song Cheng agreed very readily. He doesn't have to do anything, he just needs to provide the money. If things go well, he can reap the benefits. If they fail, he won't suffer much loss. On the other end of the phone, in Li Feng's secret base, Li Feng held a standard issue pistol, his eyes filled with chilling killing intent.
Lin Hui, you dare to ruin my plans. I'll make you experience the despair of dying. Chapter 20, I'll be your lapdog.
Lin Hui's luxurious villa. Lin Hui poured a glass of water and handed it to his sixth sister, Song Qingyan.
Speak, what do you want from me?
Lin Hui looked at the spoiled little girl with impatience.
Lin Hui, can't you be a little more polite to me? I'm still your sixth sister. Song Qingyan looked displeased. No, my surname is Lin, and yours is Song. We are not siblings.
Lin Hui waved his hand impatiently. Hurry up and say what it is.
If there's nothing else, I'm going to see the guest out.
He already knew that Song Qingyan was a masochist, and being too polite to her would only make her feel bored. That's why he was so impatient. He wanted to keep this spoiled little girl firmly under his control.
You, hoof. Song Qingyan was fuming, but showed no intention of leaving.
After taking a big gulp of water, she took out her phone and opened the video she had recorded earlier.
Look, you should be very interested in this video. She proudly waved her phone in front of Lin Hui.
After Lin Hui saw the contents of the video clearly, he reached out to take the phone. But Song Qingyan withdrew his hand first, leaving Lin Hui with nothing.
You want it? Beg me.
Song Qingyan looked at Lin Hui triumphantly, his eyes seeming to say, "You've finally been caught in my trap." She knew that if this video were released, both Song Chang and Li Feng would be in trouble. Lin Hui was framed by Song Chang, which led to him being kicked out of the Song family. Therefore, she concluded that Lin Hui definitely wanted this video. Therefore, she felt that she had completely gotten Lin Hui under her control.
Lin Hui's lips curled up, looking at the unruly girl with a half-smile. Speak, what else do you want? Song Qingyan frowned slightly. This is completely different from what she expected. Why is Lin Hui so calm? Shouldn't he be desperate to get this video? Song Qingyan was very surprised. However, she quickly came up with a reasonable answer. It's an act, Lin Hui is definitely faking it.
Lin Hui wanted to take revenge on Song Chang, and this video was the best evidence. Lin Hui had no reason not to be tempted.
So it must be fake.
Thinking he had guessed the reason, Song Qingyan proudly raised his head.
You're quite clever. If you want the video, you can have it. From now on, you'll be my lapdog. You'll have to do whatever I tell you to do, and you absolutely cannot disobey me.
Lin Hui found it somewhat amusing to look at this whimsical young woman.
Even an M wants to be the dominant one. Forget about being a simp, saying you have to do whatever I say. Why not just call me a dog? This silly girl doesn't really think she can control him with just a video, does she? Putting aside the fact that this video isn't actually dirt on him, even if it were, so what? To think you can easily control him like that is simply wishful thinking. It seems that if you don't get some proper training, you really won't be able to tell who the real kings and queens are.
Lin Hui said something indifferently, then stood up.
Ah, you damn Lin Hui, you hit me again. Song Qingyan winced in pain and looked furious. So you want me to be your lapdog, huh? You bastard Lin Hui, I'll never let you get away with this. Song Qingyan roared angrily. You're determined to be my enemy, aren't you?
More than 10 minutes passed. Song Qingyan bit her lip, looking aggrieved.
Lin Hui, I was wrong, I really know I was wrong.
She looked pitiful, as if she had truly been beaten into submission.
Congratulations, host.
Song Qingyan's favorability towards you has increased to 100%. A smug smile appeared on Lin Hui's lips. A mere nobody like him, dreaming of becoming the king, he deserves a beating.
Alright, tell me, what did you do wrong?
Lin Hui looked at Song Qingyan smugly. Song Qingyan shifted her body restlessly, looking rather alluring. My mistake was using the video to blackmail you. Don't worry, I'll send you the video right away. Song Qingyan stared at Lin Hui with her pitiful big eyes, looking just like a bullied kitten. Lin Hui's lips curled up, and he hooked her chin with his hand. No, your mistake was making me your lapdog. Song Qingyan blushed instantly when she saw Lin Hui's handsome face so close to hers. Lin Hui, I was wrong. I shouldn't have told you to be my lapdog. From now on, I'll be your lapdog. I'll do whatever you ask me to do. Song Qingyan looked at Lin Hui with admiration. With 100% favorability, she completely submitted to Lin Hui. Really? Lin Hui leaned closer with a mischievous grin.
You really will do whatever I tell you to do? Including.
As he spoke, he looked Song Qingyan up and down with ill intent. Being stared at so openly made Song Qingyan feel shy.
I'm your lapdog now. I'll do anything you ask.
Song Qingyan lowered her head shyly, looking both reluctant and welcoming.
Lin Hui's lips curled up. If the duck is already in your mouth, you might as well eat it.
He's nothing like the protagonist in those mindless short dramas. Even though he was almost there, he still had to act like a saint. He picked up Song Qingyan without any hesitation and carried her towards the bathroom. After finishing, Lin Hui picked up his phone and glanced at the video that Song Qingyan had sent him. With this video, he was convinced that his second sister, Song Qingyu, would obediently submit. When she finds out that her beloved boyfriend wants to leave her penniless and heartbroken, she should be able to give up completely. He'll seize the opportunity when he's vulnerable, and I don't believe he can't win over this love-struck fool.
Master, do you think I look pretty in this outfit? Just as Lin Hui was pondering, Song Qing'an came out wearing a cat ear outfit.
Looking at the well-behaved, sensible, yet sexy and alluring outfit, Lin Hui couldn't help but swallow hard.
Where did you find it? Of course it's in your closet.
Song Qing'an ran up to Lin Hui and rubbed her head against his chest, looking just like a well-behaved kitten.
Lin Hui patted her head.
These clothes were originally prepared for Song Qingshu, but unexpectedly, this willful little girl put them on first.
However, it fits her quite well, and it looks even more alluring on her.
Lin Hui felt a surge of warmth in his heart, picked up Song Qing'an, and headed towards the bedroom.
Sixth Sister Song Qing'an.
Chapter 21. Li Feng submits to justice.
She really is a little devil.
Lin Hui sat in the living room and rubbed his lower back. Song Qing'an was much more adept at playing than Song Qingshu and Song Qingyu, and she really gave him a hard time.
No, I need to nourish my body.
He shook his head and picked up his phone. My phone kept buzzing with messages while I was having fun, and I have no idea who was in such a hurry.
The message was sent by my eldest sister, Song Qingyue.
The gist of it is that she discovered Li Feng had invited Song Qingyu out again. She was worried that her second sister was in danger, but she couldn't leave the company, so she messaged Lin Hui, hoping that he could step in and take care of her.
Are you so eager to make a move?
After a moment's thought, Lin Hui understood the reason. If Song Chang and Li Feng were to drug Song Qingyu's wine, they would be finished. Song Chang dared not say, but Li Feng was definitely going to be kicked aside.
So this is a desperate measure.
Chao Shuelan, take all your bodyguards and come with me.
After learning of Li Feng's purpose, Lin Hui immediately instructed Chao Shuelan to gather all the bodyguards. With so many people, dealing with Li Feng should be more than enough. Even so, he was not completely at ease. After all, this is the world of short dramas, where all sorts of ridiculous plots can appear. For example, villains can easily get their hands on guns.
Therefore, for his own safety, he does not plan to show his face this time, at least not until his safety is confirmed.
A private room in a high-end hotel in Jiangcheng. Xingyu, are you all right last night?
After the food was served, Li Feng broke the silence by speaking first. Upon hearing the words last night, Song Qingyu's face immediately flushed.
Upon seeing this, a flash of resentment appeared in Li Feng's eyes.
He said that on purpose, wanting to test the waters. Even though he knew the outcome, seeing Song Qingyu's expression still made him furious. Song Qingyu is his girlfriend, but after all this time, he hasn't even held her hand, and Lin Hui is the one who got her.
It's absolutely despicable.
He had originally intended to enjoy this incredibly sexy woman.
But it's not too late now. He was determined to have a good time today, no matter what. What could have happened last night, Li Feng? You asked me out today just to talk about this? Song Qingyu looked indifferent, and the light in her eyes when she looked at Li Feng was no longer as bright as before.
Although her affection for Lin Hui wasn't 100%, she had given her first time to him, so her affection for him had reached 90%. It's fair to say that her heart is now almost entirely filled with Lin Hui's image.
As for Li Feng,
once she put aside her romantic fantasies, she realized that Li Feng wasn't as outstanding as she had initially thought.
He wasn't as handsome as Lin Hui, nor as confident, and his eyes even carried a hint of gloom. And last night, although she was drunk, she was still relatively conscious. She knew Lin Hui hadn't drugged her, so the only ones who could have been Song Chang and Li Feng.
Regardless of which one of them deliberately drugged her, it was all in an attempt to ruin her reputation. Therefore, her feelings for Li Feng had plummeted to rock bottom.
She came out today to make things clear. Xingyu, I'm just concerned about you. Why are you talking to me like that?
Li Feng frowned slightly. He originally wanted to try the old method to see if he could salvage the situation.
Judging from Song Qingyu's attitude, this method seems to be ineffective. Alright, that's enough. Song Qingyu looked at him indifferently. Li Feng, now that we've come this far, let's not hide anything anymore. Let's break up.
After saying that, she stood up coldly, ready to leave.
Wait.
Li Feng stood up reluctantly and stopped her.
Xingyu, why? I don't understand.
Why has your attitude towards me changed so much after just one night?
Song Qingyu glanced at him indifferently. I don't know which of you drugged me last night, but it's enough for me to see your true colors. Also, I want to thank you all for helping me find someone I like.
So let's not contact each other anymore. I'm afraid Lin Hui will misunderstand. After saying that, she coldly walked past Li Feng and prepared to leave. Having said all that, Li Feng could no longer pretend. His eyes suddenly turned fierce, like a hungry wolf ready to devour its prey. Looking at Song Qingyu's back, he directly pulled out the pistol from his waist.
Don't move. If you take another step forward, I'll kill you.
Song Qingyu turned her head with displeasure, wanting to see what Li Feng was up to. But when she saw the dark, gaping pistol, her heart almost skipped a beat.
A handgun? How could Li Feng have a handgun? Isn't he a PhD from a prestigious overseas university and from a prominent family? Why would someone threaten him with a gun? This is like a kidnapper or thug. Li Feng, what are you doing? Song Qingyu asked fearfully. What are you doing?
Li Feng looked at her with a sneer.
Isn't this all because you forced me to do this?
I originally only wanted to swindle you out of 300 million and have some fun with your body, but you forced me down this path.
Li Feng, are you crazy? Do you know what you're saying? Song Qingyu looked at him in disbelief.
I'm not crazy, it's just that you're such a stupid woman. Li Feng coldly pointed his gun at Song Qingyu. From now on, behave yourself. If you don't want me to shoot you dead, do as I say. Song Qingyu bit her lip, but the fear of death still made her nod.
A cold smile appeared on Li Feng's lips.
Listen carefully, you're coming with me to the garage to drive the car. If you make any sudden moves, I'll shoot you dead.
I see.
Song Qingyu tried to calm herself down at that moment. All she hoped for was for someone to save her. Otherwise, if things really went as Li Feng said, he could already imagine what would happen next. Under Li Feng's threatening gaze, the two walked out of the private room. Outside the private room is a long corridor, and beyond the corridor is the elevator leading to the underground parking garage.
At that moment, several people were walking along the corridor.
Song Qingyu walked in front, and Li Feng followed behind, as they slowly made their way towards the elevator. At this moment, Song Qingyu prayed frantically in her heart, hoping that someone would notice their abnormality and save her.
But no one noticed anything unusual until they walked through the corridor.
Standing in front of the elevator, Li Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he can take the elevator into the garage and drive away, he can not only do whatever he wants to Song Qingyu, but also extort a large sum of money from the Song family. However, in the instant he relaxed his guard, a figure suddenly rushed out from the emergency staircase next to him and quickly arrived at Li Feng's side. Li Feng noticed something was wrong and immediately tried to draw the pistol from his waist to take care of the man. Before he could even pull out his gun, a stun gun was thrust into his lower back. A hissing sound came from the air. Li Feng convulsed and collapsed to the ground. Holding a stun gun, Zhao Xuelan immediately subdued Li Feng and confiscated his pistol. Then, more than a dozen bodyguards rushed out of the security corridor and pinned Li Feng down, leaving him no chance to turn over. Mr. Lin, just as you predicted, this man has a gun.
Zhao Xuelan removed the magazine and bullets from the pistol and handed them to Lin Hui. I thought it would be a lot of trouble.
Lin Hui was the last to walk out of the passage. He was originally planning to show off a bit, but then Song Qingyu suddenly rushed up and threw herself into his arms.
Lin Hui, you finally arrived. If you had come any later, you might never have seen me again.
Lin Hui suddenly grabbed Song Qingyu's waist tightly and pulled her close to him.
Is it that serious? Qingyu, you'd better thank me properly.
Li Feng, pinned to the ground, watched the two embracing intimately, his eyes filled with anger and resentment.
Lin Hui, you will die a horrible death.
He cursed loudly, but his mouth was quickly shut up by the bodyguards. Zhao Xuelan, contact the Law Enforcement Bureau. Li Feng has been charged with illegal possession of a firearm, kidnapping, extortion, and fraud, which should be enough to put him in jail for life.
Chapter 22 Third Sister Song Qingyu.
At the entrance of the restaurant, Lin Hui and the others watched as Li Feng was taken away by the Law Enforcement Bureau.
Lin Hui, what exactly is going on? Why does Li Feng have a gun? Song Qingyu still hasn't figured out the whole truth.
That's because you're stupid. Lin Hui took out the video that Song Qingyan had sent him and handed it to Song Qingyu.
Song Qingyu took the phone with a puzzled look. She was completely stunned after watching the video. How could this be? Why is it like this?
When she witnessed the two people she trusted most plotting to harm her, her entire worldview was shattered.
Song Chang and Li Feng, how could they treat me like this? After the initial shock came the anger of being deceived.
At this moment, she finally saw Song Chang's true colors.
How could this be? It shouldn't be like this. She couldn't help but murmur absent-mindedly.
At that moment, she remembered what her eldest sister, Song Qingyue, had told her. Song Qingyue had told her long ago that Song Chang was not a good person, but she just wouldn't believe it. Why didn't she believe her older sister? He was almost murdered by these two scumbags.
Lin Hui, I'm sorry.
Looking at Lin Hui beside her, Song Qingyu apologized with shame.
Now she doesn't even know what kind of expression to use when facing Lin Hui.
After learning that Song Chang was a bad person, she understood that all the things Lin Hui had done before must have been framed by Song Chang. They also became Song Chang's accomplices in dealing with and humiliating Lin Hui. Thinking about this, she felt a deep sense of regret. Seeing her like this, Lin Hui domineeringly wrapped his arm around her waist and leaned down to whisper in her ear.
Didn't you already apologize? Use your body.
Feeling the warmth beside her ear, Song Qingyu's face immediately turned red. She recalled the madness of that night, and guilt was immediately replaced by shyness.
Lin Hui, what nonsense are you talking about? Song Qingyu playfully punched Lin Hui's chest.
Lin Hui grabbed her small hand and continued to tease her. Qingyu, if you really want to apologize, then wear a maid outfit tonight.
Upon hearing this, Song Qingyu's face turned even redder, resembling a ripe apple. But she did not resist. Instead, she nodded slightly.
Congratulations, host. Song Qingyu's favorability towards you has increased to 100%.
Lin Hui's lips curled up.
Another one down, another step closer to completing the main quest.
And tonight I can enjoy a different kind of happiness. This trip was really a great success. Meanwhile, at the Song family villa. I'm back. The third sister, Song Qingwan, pushed a suitcase into the villa.
She's a celebrity, and she's always busy with work, so she rarely goes home. I recently finished filming a movie and had some time to rest, so I thought I'd go home and visit my family.
Huh, is nobody home? Song Qingwan looked at the deserted villa with some curiosity. Sixth sister Song Qingyan usually stays at home, doesn't she? Song Qingyan was originally a homebody and generally didn't like going out. She didn't expect that even her sixth sister wouldn't be there.
Never mind, I'm tired after a long day, I'll take a rest first. As she spoke, she prepared to push her luggage back to her room. But she had only taken a few steps when the villa's gate was opened.
Following the sound, Song Qingwan saw Song Qingyan walking somewhat awkwardly. Sixth sister, you're back. Song Qingwan walked up with a smile. Third sister, when did you get back?
Song Qingyan was overjoyed and immediately wanted to run up and hug her third sister. But after running only 2 steps, I felt a sudden discomfort below and almost lost my balance.
Sixth sister, what's wrong with you? Song Qingwan noticed Song Qingyan's unusual behavior and asked him in confusion. It's nothing. I just twisted my ankle by accident, but it's almost healed now. Song Qingyan waved his hands repeatedly. What could she say? Could she say that she and Lin Hui went too crazy last night? You had so much fun the first time you played, so you're still not fully recovered?
Even though she's usually quite willful and carefree, she still can't bring herself to say such things.
Night fell quickly.
The Song family has all returned to the villa. The eldest sister, Song Qingyue, the second sister, Song Qingyu, the third sister, Song Qingwan, the sixth sister, Song Qinggan, and the seventh sister, Song Qingshu, were all present.
In addition, Song Chang and his parents were already seated.
Qingwan, you came back without saying a word.
Song Jianlin was very happy to see his third daughter. The others were about the same. The Song sisters still have a good relationship. Third sister, stay a few more days since you're back. Don't rush back to work.
Your health is the most important thing.
Song Qingyue gave a word of advice. Big sister is right.
Song Chang then pretended to be concerned. I heard that being a celebrity is very hard. Third sister, you should take good care of yourself.
Hearing Song Chang's concern, Song Qingwan felt very warm.
Mr. and Mrs. Song also looked pleased. Song Chang is much more sensible than Lin Hui, that ungrateful wretch who has caused all sorts of trouble since Song Chang came back, leading to unrest in the household. Now that Lin Hui is gone, this family can finally be harmonious again. But apart from the 3 who didn't even know, the 4 women, including Song Qingyue, all looked at Song Chang with a hint of disgust. They already knew Song Chang's true colors. Song Qingyue didn't expose her because she knew that even if she did, her parents and Song Qingwan wouldn't believe her. Because she had tried it on Song Qingyu before, she could only let her younger sisters and parents see Song Chang's true colors by waiting for Song Chang to make his move. As for Song Qingyu and the other two women, Lin Hui had instructed them not to expose Song Cheng too early. The three women now have a 100% positive impression of Lin Hui, meaning they would do anything he asked. Since Lin Hui didn't want to expose them too early, they would naturally comply. Therefore, the disgust in the eyes of the four women was fleeting and did not show. However, it's simply impossible to get them to agree. The four women chose to remain silent, making the atmosphere at the dinner table somewhat awkward. "Qingyue, what's wrong with you?" Song Jinlin noticed that something was off, so he asked out of curiosity. "Nothing, Dad. I've just been busy with work lately and I'm a bit tired." Song Qingyue made up a random excuse to brush it off. "Big sister, you should get some rest too," Song Cheng quickly said, wanting to show his concern. However, Song Qingyue simply nodded perfunctorily and completely ignored him. This sent a chill down Song Cheng's spine. Judging from Song Qingyue's attitude, she'd probably discovered something. That won't do. He has to swindle some money before things are exposed. Otherwise, wouldn't all his efforts over the past 6 months have been in vain? Song Cheng glanced around. He had already tricked all three of the women, including Song Qingyue, but without success. Now, only his third sister, Song Qingwan, and his sixth sister, Song Qing'an, remained. Suddenly, he remembered that when he searched Lin Hui's room earlier, he seemed to have seen a few songs on the desk. At the time, he thought the song was good, but it was written by Lin Hui that annoyed him. Now that I think about it, why didn't he take those songs, pretend he wrote them himself, and give them to Song Qingwan? Anyway, he had done plenty of things to frame Lin Hui in the past. Taking a piece of Lin Hui's creative work is nothing at all. "Third sister, wait for me a moment, I have a surprise for you." Without hesitation, Song Cheng ran upstairs, entered Lin Hui's room, and took out the playlists from the desk. "Lin Hui, I wonder if you'll be furious when you find out that I've taken your creative work." A cold smile appeared on Song Cheng's face. However, what he didn't know was that all of this had already been transmitted to Lin Hui through the miniature camera in the room. Third sister Song Qingyu. Chapter 23. Song Cheng offers a song. After composing himself, Song Cheng took the papers and went to the restaurant as if he wanted to claim credit. "Third sister, look, this is the surprise I prepared for you. I know you debuted as a singer, so I specially wrote 3 songs for you." Song Cheng handed over the playlist with a sincere expression. "Brother Song Cheng, you are so thoughtful." After receiving the playlist, Song Qingwan didn't take it too seriously. After all, she had never heard of Song Cheng having this talent, nor had she heard of him composing songs. "So I just took it as a token of Song Cheng's goodwill and didn't think these 3 songs were that great. Chenger has really grown up." Song's mother nodded with satisfaction. "He truly is my own son." Song Jinlin nodded in agreement. "No matter what, it's a very kind gesture." Unlike them, Song Qingyue and the other 3 women watched coldly from the sidelines. They didn't believe Song Cheng could write songs. They thought he either bought them or stole them. In any case, he couldn't have written them himself. Seeing that none of the 4 women, including Song Qingyue, spoke, Song Cheng's heart sank. He could sense that the 4 women's attitudes toward him had changed dramatically. But he couldn't understand why the 4 women's attitudes towards him had changed so drastically, even though he had tricked them without revealing any major flaws. Did the 4 women discover that he had tricked them? That's impossible. If they had really found out, the 4 women would have already made their move. They wouldn't have kept it a secret. Unable to understand, he didn't pursue the matter any further. After all, this time he was going to trick Song Qingwan, so naturally he had to prioritize Song Qingwan. "Third sister, take a look at the song I wrote, I'm sure you'll like it." Seeing that Song Qingwan showed no intention of reading, Song Cheng quickly reminded her. Song Qingwan didn't want to discourage Song Cheng, which is why she didn't read it. However, since Song Cheng has said so, it would be a bit discouraging for her to remain unmoved. So, with a casual attitude, she opened the document in her hand. "Great song, this is definitely a classic." After watching the first song, Song Qingwan stood up excitedly. Although the world of short dramas is similar to Earth, the entertainment culture is different. These 3 songs are all top-tier hits copied by Lin Hui from Blue Star, so they are undoubtedly good songs. No wonder Song Qingwan was so excited. Warmth of feelings, is this song really that good? Both Mr. and Mrs. Song looked surprised. If that's true, wouldn't that mean their own son, Song Cheng, also has a talent for music composition? Of course it's true. Song Qingwan nodded excitedly. "If I can sing this song, my fame will definitely rise even higher." After saying that, she couldn't wait to flip to the next page. She wanted to see if the remaining 2 songs were of the same quality. They are all hit songs, and the other 2 are also hit songs.
Song Ching-won's hands trembled with excitement.
If she can release these 3 songs, her fame will definitely soar. The key point is that this song was written by Song Chang, which means that as long as Song Chang can keep writing songs for her, she will definitely become a queen of the music scene. The thought of becoming a pop diva and being adored by millions filled her with excitement.
Song Chang, is there anything else? Can you write songs of this quality again? Song Ching-won looked at Song Chang with anticipation. Seeing this, Song's parents also looked at him expectantly.
The more outstanding their son is, the happier they are as parents.
Faced with the expectant gazes of the 3, Song Chang certainly couldn't deny it. Otherwise, it will definitely arouse suspicion.
Anyway, Song Chang has been lying all along, so one more won't make a difference. Don't worry, third sister, of course I can still write songs like this.
As long as you're happy, I'll write a few more for you when I get back. Song Chang looked completely sincere, not even blinking as he lied.
Only after Song Qingyue and the other 3 women realized his true colors did they feel disdain in their hearts.
That's great. Song Qingshu looked delighted. I won't let you, Song Chang, suffer a loss. Here's the deal, I'll calculate it as 1 million for each song, so these 3 songs will be 3 million.
As she spoke, she took a bank card out of her bag.
There's 7 million in this card. Consider it my payment for Song Chang's song purchase. If it's not enough, I'll add more.
Upon seeing the card Song Ching-won handed over, Song Chang's eyes lit up. He had just given all his savings to Li Feng, wanting Li Feng to kill Lin Hui. Unexpectedly, Li Feng was arrested for illegally possessing a firearm and attempting to kidnap his second sister. His 5 million was naturally lost. He doesn't have much money in his account right now, so seeing 7 million naturally tempted him. Without any hesitation, he reached out to take the bank card. But at that moment, Song Qingyan snatched the bank card from Song Chingwon's hand.
Third sister, you're being unfair.
Song Chang put on a wronged expression. You give my brother Song Chang pocket money but not me.
Sixth sister, stop fooling around. This isn't pocket money, it's royalties for Song Chang. Song Chingwon didn't think much of it, she just thought Song Qinggan was being mischievous. After all, Song Qingyan has always had this kind of personality. Sixth sister, this is mine, how could you bear to take it?
Song Chang was a little anxious and almost revealed his true nature, but fortunately he controlled himself in time and did not expose it. Then consider this your way of showing respect to your older sister, Song Chang. Song Qingyan shook the bank card in his hand and said smugly, I'm thinking of getting a new car soon.
If there's any left after I buy the car, I'll pay you back. Upon hearing this, Song Chung immediately became anxious. That's 7 million. With that money, he can continue to enjoy a life of luxury. But now that Song Qingyan has snatched it away, with the money in his card, he's afraid he'll have to live a very frugal life for the next few days. What, brother Song Chang, you don't want to give it to me? Were all your previous modesty just an act? Before Song Chang could even refuse, Song Qingyan put on a wronged expression. Upon hearing this, Song Chang naturally could no longer refuse, otherwise he would be confirming Song Qingyan's words. Of course not. Since sixth sister likes it, then you can take it. Song Chang nodded reluctantly, and had to pretend to be very happy.
Seeing that his plan had succeeded, Song Qingyan stopped. Now that she knew what kind of person Song Chang was, she naturally wanted to sabotage things and prevent anyone from giving Song Chang any more money. Upon seeing this, Song Qingyue and the other 2 women breathed a sigh of relief, and their expressions improved considerably. That concludes our dinner. After dinner, Song Qingyue secretly left the villa. She had promised Lin Hui that she would wear a maid outfit tonight. But not long after she left, Song Qingshu and Song Qingan also quietly left the villa one after the other. What are you doing here? When the 3 women met at Lin Hui's villa, they all looked surprised. Lin Hui walked out with a wicked grin on his face. I never expected to enjoy the blessing of having 2 wives so soon. The 3 women glared fiercely at Lin Hui, demanding an explanation. But under Lin Hui's verbal persuasion, the 3 of them quickly accepted the situation. There's nothing we can do, their favorability ratings are all locked at 100%, so they can't drop any lower. So I had no choice but to forgive him. Chapter 24, Seeking Justice. The next morning, Lin Hui glanced at the 3 women who were still sleeping on the big bed, then quietly got up and went to the living room. This life is great, but it's a bit tough on my back. Lin Hui rubbed his lower back while drinking water. If he hadn't been young and vigorous, he would have been completely drained last night.
Other people's systems give away Vajra kidneys, but my system doesn't make a sound at all.
After making a complaint, Lin Hui picked up his phone and watched 2 videos on it. One video shows him writing 3 songs by hand, and the other shows Song Chang stealing songs from his room.
With these 2 videos, Song Chang, let's see how smug you can be now. Lin Hui's lips curled up.
In fact, not only these 2 videos, he also tampered with the paper and had already registered the copyright in advance. This was a backup plan he had prepared before leaving the Song family. He knew that one of the Song sisters was a celebrity, so he deliberately left 3 songs, waiting for Song Chang to fall into his trap. It can only be said that he truly lives up to his reputation as the villainous second male lead. He didn't miss a single task that was supposed to be done. Now he's just waiting for Song Chingwan to finish recording the song before he goes to her door to collect the debt.
2 days passed in the blink of an eye.
Lin Hui stayed in the villa, listening to music playing on his phone.
This Song Chingwan is a silly girl too. He shook his head, amused. This silly girl trusted Song Chang so much that she didn't even check the copyright before recording and releasing the song. As expected of a short drama, it really doesn't make any sense. Lin Hui's amusing remark. In the real world, such a blunder would never happen, because song copyrights are registered before recording. At this point, you'll know whether the song has been registered in advance. All I can say is that this was the highlight moment for the villainous second male lead. If he wants to do something, he will definitely be able to do it. No matter how outrageous things are. The song ended.
Lin Hui glanced at the view count. It had already garnered millions of views in less than half a day since it was released. It's clear that this song is about to become a huge hit, and Song Chingwan's fame will rise even higher.
Just then, Song Chingyan sent a message.
Lin Hui, my third sister is going to celebrate the huge success of her new song at the hotel tonight, and the whole family will be there. Lin Hui's lips curled up slightly.
Are you so eager to celebrate? This is only 1 song released so far. There are still 2 more to be released.
That's fine, then let's go tonight and slap him in the face. Let Song Chang suffer another defeat. That evening, at the hotel that Song Qingyu had mentioned,
Song Chingwan was overjoyed by the song's huge success and booked a private room to invite her family to share in the joy.
My new song has already been played over 10 million times.
Brother Song Chang, we really owe you a lot this time.
I've only released 1 song, and it's already getting this much attention.
If I release the remaining 2 songs, they'll definitely be huge hits. Song Chingwan stood up happily and looked at Song Chang gratefully. I'm happy to be able to help my third sister. Song Chang looked delighted, showing no sign of guilt whatsoever. Song Chang, when will you write your next song? I'm really looking forward to it. Song Chingwan looked at Song Chang expectantly.
If she can keep releasing high-quality songs like this, her popularity will remain stable.
This is a huge boost to her fame. His path to stardom will be smoother.
But Song Chang, on whom she pinned her hopes, had no talent for songwriting.
Seeing Song Chingwan's eager gaze, Song Chang could only feign self-reproach.
I'm sorry, third sister, I don't have any inspiration right now. As you know, creative work requires a lot of inspiration, and I really can't write anything without it.
It's alright, those 3 songs are enough for now. Although Song Chingwan was somewhat disappointed, seeing Song Chang so remorseful, she didn't say anything more.
As Song Chang said, creation requires inspiration. She believed that the person who wrote those 3 hit songs could definitely write even better songs. As she spoke, she took a bank card out of her bag and handed it to Song Chang. Song Chang, the new song released today is so popular that the revenue share is expected to be several million.
I can't take advantage of you. There's 5 million in this card.
Consider it as the revenue share for those 3 songs.
Upon seeing the bank card, Song Chang's eyes lit up.
Unexpectedly, there was an unexpected bonus. He thought Song Chingwan wouldn't give him his bank card back after Song Chingan had taken it from him. This time, he reacted quickly and without hesitation, taking the bank card directly.
Thank you very much, third sister. Then I won't refuse.
He quickly stuffed the bank card into his pocket, as if afraid that Song Chingwan would change her mind. He's been broke these past few days and hasn't been able to go out and show off, which has really been keeping him cooped up. With this money, he could then indulge in a life of luxury.
When Song Chingan saw his appearance, she gave him a disdainful look.
Be proud of yourself, but you won't be so proud for long. Song Qingyu and Song Qingshu had similar ideas. Lin Hui had already told them about the situation beforehand, and they were now waiting for him to appear.
Let's give that scumbag Song Ching a good slap in the face.
Just as they were thinking this, the door to the private room was pushed open.
Wow, everyone's here today.
Lin Hui walked in with a faint smile on his face.
You unfilial son, what are you doing here? You are not welcome here. Upon seeing Lin Hui, Song Jianlin was immediately enraged and stood up to shout at him.
Huier, you are no longer a member of the Song family.
You should leave now.
Song's mother looked regretful, but her words were meant to draw a clear line between them. Lin Hui, I've already heard from Mom and Dad and Song Chang that what you did was really too much. But now that you're no longer a member of the Song family, I won't say anything.
Today is a Song family banquet, and you're not welcome here. Song Qingwan looked at Lin Hui coldly.
These past 2 days, Song Chang has been badmouthing Lin Hui to her, to the point that her affection for Lin Hui has plummeted to negative levels.
Song Chang was surprised to see Lin Hui suddenly appear here.
He was furious whenever he thought about how Lin Hui had ruined his plans time and time again recently. But now that everyone's here, I can't lose my temper in order to maintain my image as a kind person.
Moreover, rather than losing his temper, his first priority now is to kick Lin Hui out.
Others may not know, but he himself is very clear that he stole Lin Hui's songs, and if the matter is exposed, he will be in big trouble.
Brother, what brings you here? Did you come to apologize to Mom and Dad? Song Chang feigned a weak expression, but I think Mom and Dad are still angry. Why don't you come another day?
Don't worry, I'll put in a good word for you with them these next few days. He said such things in front of everyone, as if he was afraid others wouldn't know how kind he was.
After hearing what he said, Song's parents actually believed him. Song Qingwan looked at Lin Hui with disdain.
Only Song Qingyue and the others, who knew the truth, remained silent and said nothing.
Moreover, the way Song Qingyu and the other 2 women looked at Lin Hui carried a hidden affection.
Lin Hui glanced at Song Chang, who was pretending to be a green tea BTCH again, walked up to him, and knocked him down with an electric baton. Looking at Song Chen convulsing on the ground, Song's father, mother, and Song Qingwan were all filled with anger. Song Qingyue and the other 3 women looked relieved.
You unfilial son, what exactly do you want to do?
Song Jianlin slammed his fist on the table in anger.
Huier, have you really gone mad? Song's mother looked heartbroken.
Lin Hui, you committed a crime openly. I will definitely call the police to arrest you.
Song Qingwan angrily took out her phone, ready to call the law enforcement bureau.
Lin Hui slowly squatted down, took out the bank card from Song Chang's pocket, and put it into his own pocket.
Okay, go ahead and report it.
I was just thinking of calling the police to accuse you of using my song without my permission and labeling it as your own original work. I bet a lot of reporters will be interested in the topic that a newly popular singer is singing a song that was stolen from someone else.
Chapter 25 Evidence. Song Qingwan stopped herself from making the call.
She frowned as she looked at Lin Hui.
Lin Hui, what do you mean by this?
Lin Hui pulled out a stool and sat down casually.
What do you mean? It means exactly what it says.
Lin Hui looked at her with a half smile. You stole 3 of my songs.
What, you're afraid to admit you've done it? Who are you calling a thief?
Explain yourself.
Song Qingwan stood up angrily. Those 3 songs were clearly created by my younger brother Song Chang. When did they become yours? Mr. and Mrs. Song also looked furious. That's right, that was clearly Changer's creation. I think you're the robber. Huier, you say those 3 songs are your compositions, what proof do you have?
We saw Changer take them out with our own eyes. Neither of them believed Lin Hui's words. Or rather, they are more willing to believe their own son. But it wasn't stolen. Only Song Chang, who was lying on the ground, knew that.
He was both angry and anxious.
Just when they were about to pocket the money, Lin Hui, that plague, appeared out of nowhere. Not only did they rob him of his money as soon as they arrived, they also exposed the whole affair.
How can he possibly gloss over this now? Lin Hui looked down at Song Chang with a half smile. Really, Song Chang? So you wrote these 3 songs?
At this moment, everyone's eyes fell on Song Chang.
Song Qingyue and the other 3 women all looked on with amusement. Only Song's parents and Song Qingwan looked smug, waiting for Song Chang to tell the truth so that Lin Hui would be proven wrong.
Knowing he could no longer play dead, Song Chang slowly stood up.
That's right, I wrote those 3 songs. After a brief moment of thought, Song Chun chose to admit it.
Anyway, this wasn't the first time he'd stolen Lin Hui's work. He'd done it very well before, and Lin Hui had no way to prove it. As long as the Song family believes him, then everything he says is true. You unfilial son, did you hear that? You've always been dishonest, and now you're trying to steal the song Chang'er wrote. I think you're the real thief. Song Jianlin immediately rebuked him, saying that Song Chang had chosen to believe him without even presenting any evidence. Huier, I know you're jealous of our excessive concern for Chang'er, but you really shouldn't have falsely accused Chang'er of stealing your song. Despite her earnest advice, Song's mother, like Song Jianlin, only trusted her own son. Lin Hui, you heard it too. Song Chang's brother couldn't possibly be lying to us unless you can produce evidence. Although Song Qingwan also believed in Song Chang, she was not completely biased towards him. Seeing that the three of them were on his side, Song Chang looked at Lin Hui with a smug expression. Even if you wrote the song, so what? As long as the Song family believes it, it's mine. Song Qingyue and the other three women all looked on with amusement. Song Qingyue didn't know what gave Lin Hui his confidence, but she felt that since Lin Hui dared to come, it meant he had a way to prove it. Lin Hui toyed with the stun gun in his hand and looked at Song Chang. Song Chang, you're still as shameless as ever. But it's alright. Lin Hui took out his phone, opened the song copyright app, and showed the copyright certificates for the 3 songs. Did you see that? I registered the copyright for these 3 songs a long time ago. Even if you wanted to steal them, you couldn't. Upon seeing the copyright certificate, Song Chang immediately sensed that the matter was somewhat complicated. He truly hadn't expected that Lin Hui had registered the copyright in advance. After Song's parents and Song Qingwan saw the copyright certificate, they all looked at Song Chang with suspicion. Chang'er, what exactly is going on? Song Jianlin frowned and looked at Song Chang. Could it be that Song Chang really stole Lin Hui's song? Faced with the gazes of his entire family, Song Chang quickly came up with a clever idea and said in a wrong tone, Mom and Dad, I didn't lie. After saying that, he looked at Lin Hui and said, Brother, I showed you these 3 songs when I wrote them. I originally wanted you to give me some advice, but I didn't expect you to secretly register the copyright for my songs. Upon hearing this explanation, Song Jianlin and the other 2 immediately chose to believe Song Chang. You unfilial son, I didn't expect you to still be so incorrigible. Not only did you steal Chang'er's song, but you also tried to turn the tables on me. Is this how I taught you? Song Jianlin pointed at Lin Hui and launched into a tirade of angry rebukes. Huier, you were wrong to do this. I'll make the decision. Now give the song back to Chang'er. That's what Song's mother said magnanimously. Song Chang looked at Lin Hui with a smug expression. It's as if it's saying, see? You can't beat me. Lin Hui looked at Song's parents with disdain. You 2 old fools, it's my fault for not teaching you a lesson. Are you itching for a beating? As he spoke, he turned on the stun gun, which emitted a chilling electrical sound. Upon seeing this, Mr. and Mrs. Song immediately backed down. They knew that Lin Hui wasn't just talking, he was serious about taking action. Lin Hui, what exactly do you want to do? Song Qingwan stood up angrily and questioned him. Lin Hui shrugged, I'm here only to seek justice. You stole my song and released it without my permission. I can sue you and ruin your reputation. Song Qingwan laughed coldly. I admit that you registered the copyright, but the song was written by Song Chang's younger brother. As long as he provides evidence, we can sue you in court as well. Lin Hui chuckled dismissively. Evidence? Can he produce any evidence? Song Chang, you should be able to produce evidence, after all, it was your creation. Song Qingwan looked at Song Chang confidently. This really stumped Song Chang. He took it from Lin Hui's desk, so where would he get any evidence? Faced with the gaze of the crowd, he stammered somewhat. Upon seeing this, Song Qingwan felt a little suspicious. Lin Hui sneered, don't bother looking. He can't produce any evidence. On the contrary, I have evidence that he stole my song. He took out his phone and played the video of himself writing a song and Song Chang stealing it. After watching the video, Song's father, mother, and Song Qingwan all showed expressions of shock. How so? Mr. and Mrs. Song both looked incredulous. Their unwavering belief in their biological son, Song Chang, actually led them to steal Lin Hui's song. Brother Song Chang, I need an explanation from you. Song Qingwan looked at Song Chang with a cold face. She trusted Song Chang so much, and now she's the one who's become the clown. A sense of humiliation at being deceived welled up inside me. Song Chang's expression was equally grim. He thought it would be like before, where whatever he said went. Unexpectedly, Lin Hui had recorded the conversation beforehand and even installed a hidden camera in the room. Faced with the evidence, he found it difficult to come up with a solution.
What further explanation do you need?
Lin Hui tossed a laser pointer with a cold laugh. Use this to scan the song's paper and see.
Without hesitation, Song Qingwan picked up the laser pointer and scanned the paper.
Under the laser pointer, the 4 large characters Lin Hui's work written on the paper with a special pen were revealed.
Song Chang, I am so disappointed in you.
Faced with irrefutable evidence, Song Qingwan coldly threw down the playlist and slammed the door shut as she left. She no longer had the face to stay here.
Mr. and Mrs. Song shook their heads in disappointment and followed them away. Lin Hui, you'll remember this.
Song Chang angrily uttered a harsh remark, but after Lin Hui raised the stun gun, he was so frightened that he fled in panic.
Chapter 26 Apology. Lin Hui, you did a great job. Song Qingyue looked at Lin Hui with admiration.
She was very satisfied that she was able to expose Song Chang's true colors in front of everyone and prevent her third sister from being deceived. Congratulations, host. Song Qingyue's favorability towards you has increased to 80%. Lin Hui's lips curled up slightly. I'm not doing all this for you. After saying that, he got up and left. The 3 women, Song Qingyu, Song Qingyue, and Song Qingyue, exchanged glances, said goodbye, and then left one after another.
Sigh, he still hasn't forgiven me?
Song Qingyue shook her head sadly.
That's right. We hurt him so deeply before, how could he possibly forgive me so easily?
While she was wallowing in self-pity, she was unaware that Lin Hui had already taken Song Qingyu and the other 2 women upstairs.
Another great battle has begun.
Later on, Lin Hui felt he couldn't take it anymore. Fortunately, a phone call came in at that moment. Lin Hui glanced at the incoming call information. It was his third sister, Song Qingwan, calling.
What's the matter? Lin Hui answered the phone lazily and asked. Lin Hui, could you please be a little nicer? Song Qingwan's somewhat dissatisfied voice came through. Cannot.
He's not a simp who gets all excited just because someone calls him.
Besides, Song Qingwan was just standing on Song Chang's side, angrily rebuking him. What reason did he have to give her a nice look? Speak your mind, or I'm hanging up.
Lin Hui said impatiently. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone, before Song Qingwan's somewhat submissive voice finally came through. Lin Hui, I want to apologize to you.
Could you come out for a moment?
Lin Hui sneered.
He's only apologizing because he has something Song Qingwan wants. He currently owns the song's copyright. If he were to publicize it, Song Qingwan's newly gained popularity would become a deadly poison, ruining her reputation.
So she had to back down. Lin Hui knew the reason, but in order to win over Song Qingwan, he still agreed to meet her. See you at Fei Huang Club tonight. Lin Hui casually dropped an address and then hung up the phone. Upon hearing the address Lin Hui revealed, Song Qingwan realized that she wouldn't be able to get away with it so easily tonight.
Lin Hui, you're not planning to harm third sister, are you? Song Qingyu wrapped her arms around Lin Hui's neck from behind and breathed softly into his ear.
Lin Hui thought to himself, she really is a troublesome little devil.
Lin Hui, you already have us, and you're still not satisfied? Song Qingyan playfully punched his chest.
Song Qingshu pouted, looking a little aggrieved.
Of course not.
Lin Hui pulled Song Qingshu into his arms. You little vixens have almost drained me dry. How can I have the mind to think about anything else? They say a man's mouth is a liar's tongue. Lin Hui has also learned to lie through his teeth. It's impossible not to win over Song Qingwan, but he still has to consider the feelings of the 3 women, since he's a chivalrous man. On the other side, at the Song family villa,
Song Qingwan sat on the living room sofa, staring blankly at her phone.
In her mind, she recalled the past 6 months. She spent relatively little time at home, but every time she returned, she heard her family say how bad Lin Hui was, so naturally she didn't have much affection for him. But upon closer reflection, she realized that she had never truly witnessed Lin Hui's evil side. On the contrary, every time she saw Lin Hui, he always appeared humble and tried his best to please them. This time, Lin Hui seemed like a completely different person. He not only became tough but also aggressive, making her feel like he was a stranger to her. Perhaps, for the past 6 months, they have been misunderstanding Lin Hui, and it was all Song Chang's doing behind the scenes.
Mislead them, make them misunderstand Lin Hui, and make them dislike Lin Hui.
Only this reason can explain why Lin Hui seemed to have suddenly become a different person.
That's because we've been disappointed too many times and have stopped having any hope for them.
Thinking she had figured out the reason, a hint of guilt flashed in Song Qingwan's eyes. She had made up her mind that she must apologize to Lin Hui properly tonight and try to win his forgiveness.
Third sister, I want to apologize to you.
Just as Song Qingwan was deep in thought, Song Chang, like a child who had done something wrong, came pitifully to her.
Song Qingwan gave Song Chang a cold look. You should apologize to someone other than me.
If you really know you were wrong, you should go and apologize to Lin Hui in person.
Upon hearing this, Song Chang was extremely angry. Why should he apologize?
Moreover, Lin Hui, that stray dog he kicked out of the Song family, doesn't even deserve an apology. If he hadn't wanted to salvage the negative impression the Song family had of him, he wouldn't have even bothered to apologize to Song Qingwan.
Of course, he was angry, but he didn't show it. More than anger and humiliation, he cared about the Song family's assets.
In order to obtain the entire Song family's assets, he was willing to endure humiliation and shamelessly fawn over Song Qingwan.
Third sister, this was my fault, I will apologize to Brother Hui.
Song Chang looked aggrieved. I know I don't have Brother Hui's talent, and I don't get everyone's love.
Third sister, I really didn't mean to lie to you. I just really want to get more love from everyone.
Looking at Song Chang's pitiful and aggrieved appearance, Song Qingwan's coldness softened.
No matter what, Song Chang is still her younger brother.
She has been away from home frequently in the past 6 months, which inevitably led to a lack of care for her younger brother, resulting in the current situation. Once she understood this, she felt relieved.
Alright, Song Chang, you can't do this kind of thing again. Do you know it's illegal?
Song Qingwan shook her head, but don't worry, I'll talk to Lin Hui tonight and make things clear.
Come with me to apologize. Song Chang was taken aback.
He was just saying it casually, how could Song Qingwan take it seriously? Making him apologize to Lin Hui would be worse than killing him. But faced with Song Qingwan's unquestionable gaze, he could only nod helplessly.
That's more like it.
If you admit your mistakes and correct them, I believe Lin Hui will forgive you. Song Qingwan nodded with relief, her troubled heart relaxing slightly.
After watching her leave, Song Chang's eyes instantly turned cold.
It is absolutely impossible for me to apologize to Lin Hui.
He clenched his fists fiercely.
Lin Hui humiliated him time and time again and ruined his plans. He now wished Lin Hui would die immediately, so how could he possibly do as he was told?
Song Qingwan, do you really think Lin Hui will forgive you, forgive the entire Song family? How naive.
His eyes turned sinister.
Since you're so naive, then I can use you to give Lin Hui a good smear. Song Chang returned to his room and made a phone call.
Arrange for some reporters to go to Fei Huang Club tonight.
They will follow my instructions. The story is that the adopted son of the Song family plans to drug the popular star Song Qingwan at the club in order to avenge being kicked out of the Song family. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Lin Hui, this time I'm not only going to ruin your reputation, I'm going to make you spend the rest of your life in jail. Song Chang's eyes were unusually cold. However, what he didn't know was that his every move was being monitored by Lin Hui. Since Song Chang was such an important villain, Lin Hui naturally installed a miniature camera in his room as well. Therefore, Lin Hui now knows all about his plans. Song Chang, since you've handed the person over to me, I'll naturally play along. But if you want to frame me, then I'll give you a big gift in return. Lin Hui's lips curled up, revealing a confident smile. Chapter 27, Drugging Again. Nighttime at Fei Huang Club. Song Qingwan and Song Chang had booked a private room well in advance and were waiting for Lin Hui to arrive. Third sister, why hasn't Brother Hui arrived yet? Is he playing a trick on us? Half an hour had passed since the agreed time, and Song Chang, feigning weakness, began to sow discord. We are now in a position to ask for your help, so waiting is the right thing to do. Song Qingwan, however, did not take it to heart. She knew she had wronged Lin Hui, and since she needed his help, she maintained a very proper attitude. A hint of resentment flashed in Song Chang's eyes. However, seeing Song Qingwan's attitude, he did not provoke her any further, but simply sat there and waited quietly. More than an hour after the agreed time, Lin Hui finally arrived with Cao Shuelan. You wait at the door. After giving Cao Shuelan a few words of advice, Lin Hui casually sat down in the middle of the sofa. Song Qingwan breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Lin Hui comes, it means there is still room for negotiation. What she fears most is that Lin Hui will not give her any chance at all and will directly ruin her reputation. Lin Hui, you've arrived. She greeted him cautiously.
Seeing that Song Chang was still sitting there, he quickly scolded, "Song Chang, get up and apologize to Lin Hui."
Song Chang frowned slightly. This woman, Song Chingwon, really didn't care about his reputation at all for her own benefit.
But it's alright, soon this woman and Lin Hui will both be disgraced. So he endured it in order to see this scene.
"Brother Hui, I'm sorry, it's all my fault, I shouldn't have stolen your song."
Song Chang put on a pitiful look, picked up his wineglass, and was about to down it in one gulp.
Etc.
Lin Hui looked intrigued.
"Song Chang, you really know how to pretend."
"Since you like to pretend so much, I'll add some more spice to your act." As he spoke, he picked up a bottle of red wine and poured it all into Song Chang's hand. Lin Hui pointed at the wineglass with a cold smile, "Drink this, and I'll forgive you."
Song Chang frowned deeply, inwardly cursing.
His stomach probably can't handle such a large glass of red wine, and he'll definitely get very drunk tonight.
"Lin Hui, isn't this going a bit too far?" Song Chingwon felt a pang of pity and wanted to plead for Song Chang. "Song Chingwon, if you think this is too much, then you can drink it for him."
Lin Hui shrugged, looking aggressive. Song Chang wanted to ruin his reputation and then send him to work on a sewing machine. Then he doesn't need to be too polite to him. If it weren't for the need to keep this villainous second male lead around to cause trouble, he wouldn't have kept this guy around until now.
Upon hearing this, Song Chingwon clearly hesitated.
Although he often socializes and has a good tolerance for alcohol, such a large glass would definitely upset her stomach.
Song Chang noticed Song Chingwon's hesitation and felt a deep sense of sarcasm. This woman is really good at pretending.
She was just putting on a show when it came to pleading for him. If you actually asked her to drink for you, she would immediately back down.
"Third sister, no need. It was my fault, so I should drink this wine." Song Chang pretended to be a martyr.
Everything was for his plan.
If Song Chingwon gets drunk beforehand and is sent away, how can he carry out his plan?
So he was willing to go all out to ruin their reputations. Looking at the full glass of red wine in his hand, he mustered his courage, endured the discomfort, and drank the entire glass in one gulp.
"Great, impressive."
Lin Hui cheered loudly. As expected of young Master Song, his alcohol tolerance is truly impressive.
"I've seen your sincerity, young Master Song. In that case, let's call it even."
After downing a large glass of red wine, Song Chang immediately felt a churning in his stomach, and he felt extremely uncomfortable.
"As long as it satisfies you, Brother Hui." Song Chang covered his mouth, suppressing the urge to vomit, and apologized.
But his stomach felt like it was about to explode, and the alcohol was rushing to his brain. If this continues, he'll soon be drunk.
"Brother Hui, I'm not feeling well and need to go to the restroom."
To express my apology, I've prepared a bottle of good wine as compensation. After struggling to finish speaking, he could no longer hold back and ran frantically towards the restroom outside the private room. The waiter, who had been waiting outside, immediately carried in a bottle of laced red wine as soon as Song Chang came out. "Sir, madam, this is a bottle of red wine that young Master Song has prepared for you." Lin Hui glanced at the already opened bottle of red wine and thought to himself that Song Chang was indeed an idiot.
Is he the kind of person who lacks common sense? Knowing that the two sides have a feud, how could anyone possibly drink the drinks he provides?
However, in order to turn the tables, he had to put on an act to some extent.
"All right, you can go now." After the waiter placed the wine, Lin Hui waved his hand impatiently. Seeing that only she and Lin Hui were left in the private room, Song Chingwon knew that now was the best time to talk. She took the red wine offered by Song Chang and poured a glass for Lin Hui and herself. "Lin Hui, I also want to apologize to you." Song Chingwon sighed, "You've suffered these past 6 months, and I have to apologize to you on behalf of the Song family." Lin Hui picked up his wineglass and gave a cold smile. "Song Chingwon, forget about the emotional blackmail. Tell me, what do you want, and what can you provide for me?" Song Chingwon didn't expect Lin Hui to be so indifferent. If we approach things with this attitude, things probably won't go so smoothly. Without any hesitation, Song Chingwon picked up her wineglass and clinked it against Lin Hui's. "Lin Hui, no matter what, it is our Song family that has let you down. This cup is my apology." After saying that, she downed the glass of red wine in one gulp. Lin Hui looked at the wineglass in his hand and revealed a smile that was hard to decipher. "Since you've said that, I have no choice but to forgive you." After Lin Hui finished speaking, he took a small sip of red wine. Of course, he wouldn't drink this spiked red wine. He only took a sip for show, he didn't actually drink any.
Seeing that Lin Hui's attitude had softened, Song Qingwan thought that her apology had been effective, and a look of joy appeared on her face. But before she could be happy for long, Lin Hui suddenly shook his head vigorously, pretending to be delirious.
Lin Hui pointed at Song Qingwan in disbelief.
"You drugged the drink." After saying that, he tilted his head to the side and slumped onto the table.
Song Qingwan's face showed surprise. What's going on? How could she possibly drug the red wine?
Just as she was beginning to have doubts, she suddenly felt her mind become dizzy and her body suddenly began to feel abnormally hot.
This wine has definitely been spiked. Song Qingwan looked on in disbelief.
With a sliver of clarity in her mind, she thought of the person who had drugged her. The wine was delivered by Song Chang, and Lin Hui didn't touch it at all, so the only person who could have drugged him was Song Chang.
But why would Song Chang poison the wine? Just as she was feeling lost, she suddenly heard a commotion outside the door. Who are you? Let us in. Exactly, do you know who we are? We're journalists. If you offend us, we'll expose you.
I heard that the big star Song Qingwan was drugged by the adopted son of the Song family inside.
Is that true?
Imprisonment and drugging are illegal, and we must report this. The reporter drugged the victim and then exposed the crime. These words, once they reached Song Qingwan's ears, made her instantly understand something. It must have been Song Chung who did all of this. He wanted to ruin Lin Hui and himself.
Chapter 28: A plan to turn the tide. That's so vicious. Song Qingwan was extremely angry.
He originally wanted to plead for Song Chang, but this kind of venomous snake was not worthy of it. At that moment, she seemed to understand why Lin Hui's personality had changed so drastically. It must be because Song Chang had used too many underhanded methods. But the current situation is not good for her. Under the influence of the drug, her body became increasingly hot, and her consciousness began to waver. If reporters from outside were to rush in, the situation might get out of control, and both her and Lin Hui's reputations would be ruined.
But Lin Hui already knew about Song Chang's plan, so how could he let him succeed?
He had hired more than 30 temporary bodyguards before he arrived. Including the original dozen or so bodyguards, there are now more than 40 people blocking the entrance to the private room. Not to mention reporters, even the security guards at this club couldn't get in. The reporters Song Chang brought only a dozen or so, and seeing that they couldn't get in, they could only watch anxiously from outside. Superstar Song Qingwan was drugged by her adopted son with malicious intent. This is big news.
What to do?
Seeing the bodyguards surrounding the entrance to the private room, the dozen or so reporters looked at each other helplessly.
Everyone hurry to the bathroom.
Young Master Song Chang is having a big fight with 3 men in the bathroom.
Just as the reporters were feeling resentful, a loud shout suddenly came from behind.
The reporters' eyes lit up at that shout. If we can't get news about big stars, this explosive news about the young master of the Song family seems pretty good too.
Since we're already here, it's better than leaving empty-handed.
Immediately, more than a dozen reporters swarmed into the restroom. Inside the restroom, a drunken Song Chang was engaged in hand-to-hand combat with 3 muscular men. Reporters rushed in and started snapping photos, making the scene quite lively. Meanwhile, in the private room where Lin Hui and his group were. Under the influence of the medicine, Song Qingwan's last bit of consciousness was driven by her instinctive arousal. Seeing Lin Hui lying there motionless, she pounced on him and pushed him down onto the sofa. Looking at Lin Hui's handsome face, she vaguely felt that giving herself to such a handsome man wouldn't be bad.
With a final thought, she took the initiative to kiss Lin Hui.
Congratulations, host. Song Qingwan's favorability towards you has increased to 80%. Lin Hui closed his eyes and thoroughly enjoyed the passive pleasure. He only opened his eyes after Song Qingwan's medication wore off and she fell into a deep sleep. Lin Hui picked up the sleeping Song Qingwan. She was escorted by bodyguards to her room at the club.
Everyone else, you can leave now.
After giving a word of advice, Lin Hui carried Song Qingwan into the room.
What a scumbag.
Chao Shuelan looked at the tightly closed door and muttered a complaint to herself.
However, she won't meddle in things that aren't her business.
All she had to do was take the money and do her job, protecting her employer, Lin Hui.
One night passed.
The next morning, news about Song Chang, the young master of the Song family in Jiangcheng, immediately became a trending topic.
The internet is now full of comments from people who are just watching the show.
There was no shortage of teasing and mockery. Comments like, "The entertainment industry is so messy and Song Xiao really knows how to have fun," are everywhere.
It even quickly became a trending topic.
Without a doubt, all of this was Lin Hui's doing. Since Song Chang wants to ruin his reputation, he will repay him in kind. Song Chang is not exactly disgraced now, but he is already famous throughout the country. When Song Chang received this news, he was furious. What on earth happened? Who did this? Song Chang seemed to have forgotten the pain and frantically smashed things inside the Song family villa. In just one night, he became the focus of people's discussions and the laughingstock in the circle. Actually, this is nothing to him. If you just stay away for 10 days or half a month, the hype will naturally die down. What truly disgusted him was his experience last night. The thought of this made him feel unclean. Lin Hui, it must be you. After venting his anger, Song Chang finally thought of Lin Hui. There are no such coincidences in the world. He just happened to be drunk, just happened to run into 3 big men, and just happened to be discovered and photographed by a reporter. All of this seems to have been arranged in advance. Song Chang usually has no enemies, his only rival is Lin Hui. Therefore, Lin Hui must have done all of this. Lin Hui, I want you dead, I will make sure you die. Song Chang roared with resentment, as if only in this way could he vent the anger in his heart. On the other side are the clubhouse apartments. Song Ching-won had just woken up in Lin Hui's arms. Looking at Lin Hui sleeping with his eyes closed, Song Ching-won dared not make any movement, for fear of waking him up. At this moment, she remembered what happened last night. It seems like she initiated it last night. The thought of this made her incredibly embarrassed, and she didn't know how to face Lin Hui. From her perspective, Lin Hui was the most innocent one from beginning to end. First, Song Chang stole her song, then she drugged her, and finally she took her innocence. No matter how you look at it, it seems like it's her fault. Song Ching-won quietly looked at Lin Hui's handsome profile. She was conflicted about how to face Lin Hui later. Have you seen enough? Just then, Lin Hui suddenly spoke and slowly opened his eyes to look at her. You're awake. Song Ching-won hurriedly created some distance between them. Lin Hui nodded and sat up. Without saying anything to Song Ching-won, he got up and started getting dressed. Seeing Lin Hui like this, Song Ching-won thought Lin Hui was angry. After all, Lin Hui was framed and lost his innocence, so it's understandable that he's angry. Don't worry, I will take responsibility for you. As Song Ching-won watched Lin Hui's retreating figure, she suddenly blurted out those words as if possessed. Lin Hui smiled slightly but did not reply. Only after he was dressed did he take a thick document from the table and toss it to Song Ching-won. These are all my songs, and they should be able to elevate your status in the music industry to the top. Song Ching-won stared blankly at the thick stack of documents in her hand. With so many files, there must be at least 100 songs. For some reason, holding this stack of documents made her feel warm inside. It turned out that Lin Hui had already prepared everything for her. Even if he was framed, drugged, and had his innocence stolen, he was still willing to go to such lengths for her. At that moment, her heart was filled with emotion. Congratulations, host. Song Ching-won's favorability towards you has increased to 100%. Alright, you can continue to rest. I'm leaving now. Let's forget about today. Lin Hui casually uttered a sentence and prepared to turn and leave. But he had only taken one step when Song Ching-won grabbed him. Without saying a word, Song Ching-won kissed him directly. Lin Hui didn't hold back and immediately responded to her kiss passionately. Another one has been taken down, leaving only 3 remaining to complete the main quest. Chapter 29 Song Chang's Plan Exposed. Song Family Villa. Except for Song Ching-won, the rest of the Song family members returned home. Such a huge scandal involving Song Chang has had a certain impact on the Song Group's stock. However, since Song Chang was still a student and did not work for the Song Group, the impact was not significant thanks to Song Qingyue's intensive efforts. But more than the impact on the stock market, Song Jianlin and his mother were concerned about the scandal itself. Song Chang, tell me, what exactly happened? Song Jianlin angrily pointed at Song Chang. Do you know how utterly shameful I've become? With today's news, the entire Song family has become a laughingstock in Zhangcheng. There's nothing wrong with liking men, it's not uncommon in the entertainment industry. The key is to avoid exposing it to the public. Jianlin, calm down. Song's mother patted Song Jianlin on the back. Chenger is still young, it's understandable that he's curious about some things. After saying that, she looked helplessly at Song Chang. Chenger, it's fine if you really like men, your parents won't object, but there's one condition, you must give our Song family a son. On the surface, Mr. and Mrs. Song treated the 7 Song sisters very well, but they had 7 daughters in a row and still wanted to have more, which shows that they were still sexist at heart. That's why they protect Song Chang, their biological son, so much.
Song Chang's expression shifted between anger and rage. He was so angry he felt like he was about to vomit blood. He's a weirdo who likes men. He's straight, okay?
But now that the truth has already come out, there's no way he can explain it now.
Song Qingyue and the other 3 women sat to the side, looking on with amusement. Seeing Song Chang's frustrated expression made them incredibly happy. If they didn't want to be exposed now, they would have burst out laughing.
Song Qingyan sat in a corner and quietly sent a message to Lin Hui on his phone, explaining the situation. Lin Hui, you're so wicked to come up with such a dirty trick, but I like it. Lin Hui replied to the message very quickly.
This is only a small amount of interest.
Upon seeing this message, a sly glint appeared in Song Qingyan's eyes. She was really looking forward to seeing how Song Chang would be tormented by Hui Lin Hui in the end.
Dad, Mom, whether you believe it or not, I didn't do it.
Song Chang knew his explanation was weak, but he still had to speak up, otherwise his family would probably hate him even more if his homosexuality was confirmed. In order to salvage his reputation, he can only shift the blame elsewhere. Before Song's parents could say anything, he suddenly covered his eyes and started crying. Dad, Mom, I'm also very wronged about this. Yesterday, I drank a large glass of red wine to apologize to my brother.
You know I rarely drink alcohol.
After just 1 glass, I was completely drunk and wanted to go to the toilet to throw up, but I passed out halfway there.
I don't remember anything after that.
Song Chung cried and sobbed, looking as if he had truly suffered a great injustice. This time he didn't pretend much, because he was genuinely aggrieved. Song Jianlin and his mother trusted Song Chang from the bottom of their hearts, so when he said that, they immediately chose to believe him. Song Qingyue and the other 3 women did not express any opinion, but simply looked on as if they were watching a good show. They came here to watch the show. Not kicking someone when they're down is already more than enough.
Changer, you've been wronged.
Mother Song said with a mixture of guilt and anger, Don't worry, Changer, we will definitely get justice for you.
I will definitely cripple those 3 people who dared to bully you.
Normally, Song's mother is always amiable, but when it comes to her own son, she immediately becomes a completely different person. That's right, Changer, I'll have someone investigate right away. We must find out who dares to bully you like this, and who dares to bully our Song family. Song Jianlin said sternly. Seeing that the 2 believed him, Song Chang breathed a slight sigh of relief. As long as Mr. and Mrs. Song believe in him, it doesn't matter whether others believe in him or not. After all, the Song family's assets are still in the hands of the 2 of them. As long as they believe, Song Chang still has a chance to obtain the Song family's assets.
Bang!
However, at that moment, a loud crashing sound rang out. Everyone looked towards the direction of the villa's gate. Why is she back? When Song Chang saw Song Qingwan return with a cold face, he immediately felt something was wrong.
However, he quickly calmed down.
In his view, although his plan had encountered some unexpected problems, it had not been exposed. Logically speaking, Song Qingwan should not have known that he had drugged her.
However, what he didn't know was, Song Qingwan didn't know the whole story, but Lin Hui did.
After he showed Song Qingwan the video he had secretly filmed in Song Chang's room, Song Qingwan learned the whole story. Only after learning that all of this was Song Chang's scheme did she return in such a fierce manner. Song Chang, I trusted you so much, and you actually drugged me and even hired reporters to ruin my reputation, trying to completely destroy my name.
Song Qingwan angrily slapped Song Chang.
The slap was delivered with all his might, and Song Chang felt a burning pain on his face.
The atmosphere in the living room fell silent for a moment. Everyone looked at Song Qingwan and Song Chang with suspicion. Qingwan, what are you saying? What do you mean by drugging? What do you mean by ruining your reputation? Song Jianlin asked, puzzled.
Although Song Qingyan and her 2 daughters knew that Lin Hui would turn the tables on them, they were not clear about the specifics. So at this moment, they all looked completely bewildered.
After a brief moment of surprise, Song Chang finally came to his senses.
This matter must not be known to Song's parents, otherwise the little trust he has just regained will probably be completely lost.
Third sister, did Brother Hui say something to you? You mustn't believe it. I'm your own brother. How could I possibly drug you?
I think it was Brother Hui who drugged you. Song Chung hurriedly tried to explain. In his opinion, Song Qingwan had no evidence at all, so he only needed to deny it to the death. He doesn't care about other people's trust, as long as his parents believe in him.
Song Jianlin and his mother frowned slightly, bewildered by what the two had said. What exactly is going on? Song Jianlin looked at Song Qingwan in a deep voice.
Song Qingwan glanced coldly at Song Chang, then took out her phone and opened the video Lin Hui had sent her. The content is that Song Chang made a phone call, arranged for someone to find a reporter, and prepared to ruin Lin Hui and Song Qingwan's reputations. After the video finished playing, she briefly recounted her experience from the previous night. Of course, she kept her affair with Lin Hui a secret, only saying that she had been drugged.
Song Jianlin and his mother were shocked. Is the person with a face full of resentment in the video still the same gentle, timid, kind, and sensitive son they knew? Song Chang, tell me, what exactly happened?
Song Jianlin's blood boiled, and he angrily pointed his finger at Song Chang's nose. How could her own son be so cruel, even framing her own sister?
What else could it be? In order to frame Lin Hui, he even used me as bait, ruining my reputation as well. Song Qingwan glared angrily at Song Chang. No, that's not how it is. Song Chang hurriedly took a step back. He desperately wanted to find an excuse to cover it up, but faced with irrefutable evidence, he couldn't even try to argue his way out of it. You are a traitor, you are a traitor. Song Jianlin felt a rush of blood to his head, then his eyes rolled back and he fainted. Quick, take Dad to the hospital. The Song family members rushed over in a panic. Chapter 30 The Truth Revealed. Jiancheng Hospital. Song Jianlin lay weakly on the hospital bed, still unconscious. Fourth sister, how is Dad? The eldest sister, Song Qingyue, looked at the fourth son of the Song family, who was wearing a doctor's uniform. The fourth sister's name is Song Qingya, and she is a doctor at Jiancheng Hospital. Because she is usually too busy, she rarely goes back to the Song family villa and spends most of her time living in the hospital dormitory. Dad suffered a brain hemorrhage. Fortunately, he was brought in time and is now out of danger, but we don't know when he will wake up. Fourth sister Song Qingya briefly explained Song Jianlin's situation, then pressed on, eldest sister, what happened at home? Why did Dad suddenly have a cerebral hemorrhage? Song Qingyue looked coldly at Song Chang, who was sitting by the hospital bed. You'll have to ask our dear younger brother, Song Chang. The next moment, everyone's eyes fell on Song Chang. The 5 Song sisters all had eyes filled with disgust. Even Song's mother looked disappointed in Song Chang at this moment. It's all my fault. Seeing everyone's attitude, Song Chang knew that his disguise had been completely exposed. Even so, he wanted to try again, just in case it might work. So he put on a pitiful look and bowed to apologize to everyone. Mom, sisters, I was bewitched and did things I shouldn't have done, but it's all because I wanted your love so much. You have no idea how pitiful I was before you found me. Song Chang planned to first play the victim to gain sympathy, and then try to change everyone's opinion of him. However, this foolproof tactic has failed miserably today. Song Qingyue and the others watched Song Chang's performance indifferently, not responding to his words at all. Even Song's mother chose to remain silent. This made Song Chang, who was performing a one-man show, feel somewhat embarrassed. But in order to maintain his pitiful image, he managed to suppress the urge to swear. Alright, Song Chang, take off your hypocritical mask. Song Qingyu looked at him with disgust. Actually, we've known what kind of person you are for a long time. Exactly. Song Qingshu nodded firmly. Before you came, we had Lin Hui, and we were all together in harmony and love. But ever since you came, all sorts of things have been happening. For the past 6 months, you've been framing Lin Hui at every turn, leading to his expulsion from the Song family. Song Qingyan stood up decisively and slapped Song Chang hard across the face. Get out, the Song family can no longer tolerate you. When Song's mother saw this scene, she immediately felt a pang of pity. Qingyan, you went too far. Huier did make a mistake, but it's not enough to warrant being kicked out of the Song family. Song Chang is not Lin Hui, she couldn't bear to kick her own son out. Even if Song Chang did something to hurt his family, she could forgive him in her heart. Mom, Song Chang not only tried to harm third sister, but he also angered Dad so much that he suffered a cerebral hemorrhage. Is that something to be called wrong? Despite Song Qingyue's dissatisfaction, as the eldest sister, she felt she had to fight for her younger sister's safety no matter what. But he is, after all, your own brother. No matter how big a mistake he has made, you can't kick him out of the Song family. Song's mother tried her best to persuade Song Qingyue. Song Qingyue was already holding back her anger, and upon hearing this, she immediately exploded. Mom, you're so biased. Does your heart value your third sister's innocence less than that of your son, Song Chang? Song's mother fell silent after hearing this question.
Even if she favored Song Chang, she would never say such a thing. Song Qingyue angrily pointed at Song Chang, and the bad things he has done are not limited to this one. He used his shell company to try and get 500 million yuan in investment from me. The boyfriend he introduced to my second sister was also a professional swindler. He even conspired with that swindler to drug my second sister, trying to force her into marriage. He also planned to use videos to blackmail her. As for my seventh sister, in order to gain her trust, he even hired a group of thugs to harass her, trying to play the hero saves the damsel in distress trick.
These are all things that this scumbag did. Are you still going to side with him now? Song's mother's eyes widened.
She looked at Song Chang in disbelief.
How could her kind and gentle son be the way Song Qingyue described him? This is impossible. How could this be? Song Chang finally panicked.
He never expected that Song Qingyue knew everything he had done. At this moment, he noticed the indifferent expressions of Song Qingyue and the other girls, and seemed to have guessed something.
You knew all along? He looked around at everyone in a panic.
These words essentially confirmed what he had done.
Song's mother never expected that all of this was actually true.
His blood surged, and then his eyes rolled back and he fainted.
Mom, are you alright, Mom?
Upon seeing this, Song Qingyue and the other girls quickly surrounded them.
Make way, let me see. Song Qingyue quickly pushed the others aside and went forward to check the situation.
Song Chang glanced at the girls in disarray, his eyes flickered, and he quietly left the ward. All his plans have been exposed, he can no longer stay here. Otherwise, once Song Qingyue and the others realize what's happening, they will definitely settle accounts with him.
After leaving the room, Song Chang went to the emergency exit. Damn it!
He slammed his fist hard against the wall.
Why is this happening? Why do they know everything? What should I do now? After this incident, the Song family will probably no longer trust me, and I might even be kicked out of the Song family. I've come this far with great difficulty, and I haven't even obtained the Song family's assets yet. How can it end like this? Song Chang's face was filled with hatred. After venting his anger, he finally made up his mind, picked up his phone, and made a call. Dad, I'm in trouble now. I need you and Mom to find a way to kill Song Jianlin and his wife. At this moment, his eyes were terrifyingly sinister. Since things have already come to this point, he has no choice but to give up and do whatever he wants. Before he was kicked out of the Song family, he wanted to find a way to kill Song Jianlin and his wife so that, as their son, he could also have a share of the inheritance. Even if we can't get our hands on all of the Song family's assets, we have to take a piece of them. The Song family has assets worth tens of billions. Even if they only receive 1/8, it would still be worth at least several billion. With so much money, he could live a life of extravagant luxury. I understand, don't worry. A cold voice came from the other end of the phone, and then the call was disconnected. A cold smile appeared on Song Chang's lips. Song Qingyue, you just wait. Once I get the money, the first thing I'll do is get someone to take care of you. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly remembered someone else. Song Qingxi, the fifth sister of the Song family. Song Qingxi is a rebellious girl who loves to hang out in bars and is surrounded by a group of tough people. Because of this incident, he argued with Song's parents quite a bit, and later he simply stopped going home and moved out. The reason Song Chang suddenly thought of her was because Song Qingxi was very familiar with those gangsters, and he might be able to use her to get revenge on Lin Hui first. Although it's unclear whether Lin Hui arranged for him to be sodomized, at least Lin Hui made him drink that glass of red wine. If it weren't for that glass of wine, he wouldn't have encountered this situation, and the subsequent series of events wouldn't have unfolded. So he hasn't forgotten Lin Hui, his enemy. Fourth sister Song Qingyue. Chapter 31 Fifth sister. A luxurious club in Zhangchang. Lin Hui sat quietly in the private room, waiting. A short while later, the door to the room was violently pushed open. Song Qingxi, with her hair in dreadlocks, swaggered in. Lin Hui, weren't you kicked out of the Song family? What are you doing here now? Song Qingxi casually laid down on the sofa, propping her legs up on the table. If you want me to speak on your behalf so you can return to the Song family, then you'd better not say anything. I don't want to go back to that old, feudal place called the Song family. Lin Hui looked at Song Qingxi, who resembled a rebellious young woman. This fifth sister is really something else. I didn't come to see you for such a trivial reason.
As he spoke, he poured a glass of red wine and handed it to Song Qingxi.
You don't know yet, do you? Your parents are both in the hospital right now.
Song Qingxi narrowed her eyes slightly, and her expression became more serious.
They're in such good health, how could they possibly be hospitalized? Lin Hui's lips curled up slightly. Isn't it because they're angry with their precious son?
As he spoke, he took out his phone and opened the videos of Song Chang's misdeeds during this period. Song Qingxi curiously took the phone and started looking at it. After the videos finished playing quickly, Song Qingxi's gaze turned slightly cold.
What is your purpose in showing me these?
Although Song Qingxi looks like a rebellious girl, she is quick-witted and not stupid at all. On the contrary, she is quite intelligent. If I'm not mistaken, Song Chang will come looking for you soon, and then he'll try to frame me again. Lin Hui shrugged casually. He didn't know Song Chang would come this time. But Lin Hui is very clear about the routines of the short drama world. Since the character Song Qingxi has been created, it's impossible for her not to have any screen time. So he didn't need to guess to know that Song Chang would definitely come, so he came in advance to give him a heads up.
To prevent Song Qingxi, that little delinquent, from being fooled by Song Chang. I see.
Song Qingxi downed the red wine on the table in one gulp. If he dares to come, I'll cripple his legs. Although she disliked the Song family, they were still her blood relatives. Song Chang has done so many bad things, she naturally has to teach him a lesson. Lin Hui smirked. No, I hope you won't lay a hand on him. And I hope you can tell me his plans later, since I haven't had enough fun yet. Song Qingxi looked at Lin Hui, who had a roguish grin on his face, and her expression showed a hint of surprise. She felt that the current Lin Hui was completely different from the indecisive Lin Hui of the past.
Lin Hui now seems surprisingly charming to her.
A smile appeared on her lips as she sat down next to Lin Hui and teasingly lifted his chin.
You're very different from before. But I like you the way you are now. Song Qingxi is a person who pursues freedom.
She doesn't like to be bound by rules and worldly conventions, and she will do whatever she wants. Lin Hui was not used to being teased. He turned around and pinned Song Qingxi to the sofa. This time, he lifted Song Qingxi's chin and said, "You're playing with fire.
Be careful not to get burned."
Faced with this situation, Song Qingxi not only did not resist, but also revealed a provocative look.
That depends on how strong your fire is. A playful smile appeared on Lin Hui's lips. I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it.
After saying that, he stood up and did not take any further steps. Although Song Qingxi's words were ambiguous, her favorability towards her didn't increase at all, so this was just a charade. Song Qingxi sat up with great interest. She now seems to have developed a greater interest in Lin Hui.
Tell me, what benefits will I get for helping you?
Lin Hui looked at her with a wicked grin. I have nothing to thank you for, so I can only repay you with my body. After saying that, he waved and left without looking back.
What a joke!
He was trying to play a trick on Song Chang, but as a member of the Song family, Song Qingxi's revenge was only natural. The two are at most cooperating. Don't even think about getting him to pay you anything. Congratulations, host. Song Qingxi's favorability towards you has increased to 50%. Lin Hui had just stepped out of the private room when he heard the system notification.
This woman is quite interesting.
After shaking his head with a smile, he left the club directly. No sooner had he left than Song Chang arrived here. Fifth sister is the owner of this club, she should be here now. Song Chang stood at the entrance of the club, muttered something to himself, and then went inside. At this moment, in the private room from before. Just as Song Qingxi had composed herself and changed her clothes and was about to leave, she received another message from her employee. She said there was a man named Song Chang who wanted to find her. That kid Lin Hui was right.
An expression of interest appeared on her face. He then had his employees bring Song Chang here. She was very interested to see what Song Chang was planning to do. Song Chang was quickly led to this private room. Fifth sister, you must stand up for me. Song Chang had already prepared a contingency plan on the way.
As soon as he entered the private room, he started to wail, looking as if he had suffered a great injustice. If Song Qingxi hadn't known what kind of person Song Chang was beforehand, she probably would have been led astray by him by now.
Alright, stop crying. A grown man shouldn't be crying like a woman. It's annoying. Song Qingxi waved her hand impatiently.
Seeing that her attitude was off, Song Chang was a little puzzled, but he quickly suppressed his mournful expression and put on a wronged look.
Tell me, what happened?
After pouring herself a glass of wine, Song Qingxi asked the question knowing the answer already. Fifth sister, you haven't been home for a while, so you don't know how despicable Lin Hui is. He not only tried to swindle eldest sister's investment, but also tried to drug second sister and third sister. Today, he made mom and dad so angry that they were hospitalized. I really can't stand it anymore, so I want you to find someone to teach Lin Hui a lesson. Song Chang then delivered the speech he had prepared long ago. At the same time, he added fuel to the fire by falsely accusing Lin Hui, pinning all the things he himself had done on Lin Hui.
It is indeed extremely hateful.
Song Qingxi swirled her wineglass, seemingly hinting at something, and said, "So, how do you plan to teach him a lesson?" Upon hearing this, a cold glint flashed in Song Chang's eyes. Fifth sister, this kind of disloyal and unfilial person should have his limbs crippled so that he can spend the rest of his life in bed.
Song Qingxi gave a cold smile. Fine, we'll do it your way.
After saying that, she ignored Song Chang and got up to leave. After leaving the private room, she took out her phone and sent Lin Hui everything that Song Chang had just said.
They want to cripple my limbs. Lin Hui looked at the information on his phone, a playful expression on his face. It seems Song Chang is truly prepared to resort to desperate measures. In other words, the plot of this short drama world is probably in its later stages. After thinking for a moment, Lin Hui dialed the number of the receptionist from the security company he had met before. I want to hire 200 professional bodyguards, including 7 top-tier bodyguards, on a monthly basis. These mindless short dramas all end with a kidnapping scene.
He certainly doesn't want this kind of mindless plot to happen. Therefore, he made preparations in advance and secretly arranged for bodyguards to protect Song Qingyue and the others, so that if they were kidnapped, Lin Hui would have to go and rescue them.
As for Song Chang, it's time to deal with something ruthless. Fifth sister Song Qingxi. Chapter 32. Song Chang is deposed.
In an abandoned, unfinished building in the suburbs, Lin Hui sat leisurely in the chair, playing with his phone. Behind him stood Chao Shualan and a dozen or so professional bodyguards. He just messaged Song Qingxi, asking her to trick Song Chang into coming over.
Judging by the time, it should be almost here. That is indeed the case.
Upon hearing that Lin Hui had been captured, Song Chang couldn't wait to come and see for himself. His hatred for Lin Hui had long since exceeded its limit. He wished he could kill Lin Hui as soon as possible.
He just never had the chance to implement it. Now that he has the chance to witness Lin Hui's limbs being crippled, how could he possibly miss it? Fifth sister, is Lin Hui locked up in here? Song Chang looked at Song Qingxi expectantly. Yes, let's go in.
A cryptic smile appeared on Song Qingxi's lips. She led a dozen or so gangster-looking thugs, subtly surrounding Song Chang.
Song Chang was so engrossed in tormenting Lin Hui that he didn't notice these small details at all.
But when he followed Song Qingxi into the unfinished building and saw Lin Hui sitting there leisurely, an incredulous look appeared in his eyes.
Lin Hui, weren't you locked up? He looked puzzled. What exactly happened? Didn't Song Qingxi say that she had already caught Lin Hui? This doesn't look like someone who's been caught at all. Is that strange?
Lin Hui looked at him with amusement.
Haven't you noticed why your plans haven't succeeded all this time?
Song Chang wasn't stupid upon hearing this. He instantly understood that Lin Hui had been working against him all this time. After thinking it through, he noticed the unusual nature of the trip.
Fifth sister, didn't you say you were going to lock Lin Hui up?
Suddenly realizing something, Song Chang looked at Song Qingxi in a flustered manner. However, he was met with Song Qingxi's indifferent expression.
Song Chang, do you really think I don't know what you've done?
Looking at the large group of thugs who were subtly surrounding him, Song Chang felt even more panicked.
Fifth sister, did Lin Hui say something to you? You must not believe him. I am your own brother. Song Chang looked aggrieved and tearful, trying to soften Song Qingxi's heart. But how could Song Qingxi, who had seen the evidence with her own eyes, possibly believe him? Song Qingxi walked step by step to Lin Hui's side, then turned to Song Chang and said, "Arrest him." Her dozen or so thugs quickly pinned Song Chang to the ground. Fifth sister, what are you doing? I'm your brother. I'm your own brother.
At this moment, Song Chang was truly afraid. Judging from the surrounding situation, things are clearly not going to end well today. He wanted to see Lin Hui crippled, but he didn't want to be crippled himself.
My own brother? I don't think so.
Lin Hui looked at him with a half smile. Judging from the typical style of short dramas, this guy is probably hiding another identity because he's so scheming to acquire the Song family's assets. Perhaps Song Chang, like him, is a fake young master. Otherwise, why would Song Chang be in such a hurry? As long as he graduates smoothly and enters the group, he will have plenty of opportunities to take charge of the Song family in the future.
Lin Hui, you're slandering me, fifth sister, please don't believe him. Song Chang's panic intensified.
He hadn't expected that Lin Hui would even know about something like this. This was a closely guarded secret of his apart from his biological parents, no one else knew about it.
Where did Lin Hui find out?
Lin Hui's lips curled into a playful smile. I wasn't sure at first, but judging from your performance now, I'm 100% sure.
Song Qingshi's eyes instantly turned cold. If you're not my biological brother, then who are you? Where is my biological brother?
She hadn't understood it before, but now she finally understood why Song Chang would harm the Song family in every way.
It turns out he wasn't a biological son of the Song family at all.
Fifth sister, don't believe him, I really am your own brother. Song Chang tried to struggle to get up and explain, but he was pinned to the ground by two big men and couldn't break free at all. He is now terrified. If the truth is exposed, he will likely face retaliation from the entire Song family.
That's not what he wanted to see.
Moreover, if it is proven that he is not a biological son of the Song family, then even if Song Jianlin and his wife die, he will not receive a single penny of their inheritance.
Therefore, he cannot admit it, and he absolutely refuses to say it.
Lin Hui looked at Song Chang, who refused to admit it, and sneered, it seems this guy isn't going to admit it.
But it doesn't matter, we can just do another paternity test. Upon hearing this, Song Chang felt a chill run down his spine. The Song family actually lived with his biological parents. When he did the paternity test, he used hair from the Song family's children.
This is how she was able to enter the Song family and gain the trust of Song Jianlin and his wife.
However, in order to eliminate any future troubles, his parents secretly poisoned the Song family's biological child after the paternity test was completed.
If we really have to do a paternity test again, it will almost certainly expose the truth.
When the Song family learns the truth, things will likely be even more terrifying. What should I do? How can I get out of this mess?
Just as Song Chang was racking his brains for a way to escape, Lin Hui casually waved his hand and said, all right, let's get started.
Break their legs first.
Song Qingxi gave a wink to her group of gangsters. Immediately, someone took an iron bar and walked towards Song Chang.
No, fifth sister, no, Lin Hui, please don't hit me. I was wrong, I'll never go against you again, please let me go.
Seeing the iron bar raised high, Song Chang was so scared that he wet himself. But no one there sympathized with him.
Song Qingxi wouldn't, and Lin Hui even less likely would. Ah! A series of piercing screams rang out.
Song Chang felt a piercing pain in his legs. He held down his underlings before letting go. Song Chang screamed and tried to hug his own legs. But then he realized that his legs had long since lost sensation and he couldn't move them at all. Lin Hui stood up and walked up to Song Chang.
Song Chang, you want to cripple my limbs? I'm a merciful person, so I'll just cripple your legs.
That's what he said, but there was another reason why Lin Hui didn't go all out. He still needs Song Chang to be desperate and do something truly outrageous.
Only in this way can he complete his main quest more quickly. Song Chang lowered his head in anguish, not daring to look at Lin Hui.
He was afraid he wouldn't be able to resist showing hatred in his eyes.
All right, let's go. After glancing at Song Qingxi, Lin Hui left with his dozen or so professional bodyguards. Take him to the hospital for a paternity test. Song Qingxi gave Song Chang a cold look. She wanted to take Song Chang to the hospital for another paternity test. If the DNA test reveals that Song Chang is not the biological son of the Song family, she will definitely make him pay the price. Song Chang was lifted up by several henchmen, his face contorted in pain. At this moment, more than the physical pain, he was worried about how to cope once he got to the hospital. Chapter 33 Song Chang's legs are crippled. Jiancheng Hospital. Lin Hui arrived at the room of Song Jianlin and his wife. Both of them suffered a major blow and remain unconscious. Song Qingyue and the others had all left because of other matters, leaving only seventh sister Song Qingshu in the ward. Lin Hui, you've arrived.
Upon seeing Lin Hui, Song Qingshu happily rushed into his arms.
How are they doing?
Lin Hui patted Song Qingshu on the back and asked. My parents are not doing well, and the doctor said they need to be observed.
Song Qingshu was somewhat worried.
It's all because of that scumbag Song Chang that mom and dad are in this state. Lin Hui gently patted her back again. Don't worry, Song Chang's legs have been crippled, and he'll probably spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair. Upon hearing this, Song Qingshu felt not fear, but rather a sense of satisfaction at having avenged a great grudge.
Serves him right, this is his retribution.
Lin Hui smiled and said nothing more.
He came to the hospital not to see Song Jianlin and his wife.
According to his guess, Song Qingxi should bring Song Chang alone. As for Song Chang, the second male lead who plays the villain, he certainly won't let it go so easily, so a good show should unfold in the hospital. He came here just to watch the show.
Hello, Miss Song. I am the caregiver here. I will be taking care of you from now on. At that moment, a stout middle-aged woman wearing a mask walked in.
Song Qingshu had been guarding this place for a while and was already a bit tired, so she just nodded slightly.
Lin Hui, I'm a little hungry. Let's go get something to eat first. Great, I'm hungry too.
Lin Hui's lips curled up slightly.
Song Qingshu didn't notice, but he had come prepared, so he noticed the female caregiver's somewhat unfocused eyes and slightly tense body. It's obvious without even thinking that this middle-aged woman is related to Song Chang.
Given the nature of short dramas, this woman might actually be Song Chang's biological mother. Approaching Song Jianlin and his wife at this time was most likely an attempt to kill them so they could divide the Song family's assets. Unfortunately, Song Chang was arrested, and this middle-aged woman probably doesn't know that their plan to switch the prince with a cat has already been exposed.
However, this has nothing to do with Lin Hui.
He came here just to see a good show. As for the life or death of Song Jianlin and his wife, it has absolutely nothing to do with him.
He was a time traveler and had no feelings for this couple whatsoever.
All he needs to do is ensure that the 7 Song sisters are safe. After smiling, Lin Hui led Song Qingshu out of the ward. After the two left, only the unconscious Song Jianlin and his wife, and the middle-aged woman remained in the VIP ward. The middle-aged woman cautiously approached the door, opened it, looked around to make sure no one was there, and then went to the bedside of Song Jianlin and his wife.
Please don't blame me. All of this is for my son. You are parents too, so you should be able to understand me.
The middle-aged woman nervously took 2 cyanide pills out of her pocket. It was probably her first time killing someone, and her hands were trembling a little, but when she thought of her son and the billions of dollars in assets he would soon inherit, she made up her mind. If you don't die, my son will not be able to enjoy wealth and honor. Don't blame me, blame yourselves for not handing over the family property to my son. After the middle-aged woman finished speaking, she stuffed 2 poison pills into the mouths of Song Jianlin and his wife. If Lin Hui were here, he would definitely complain. No wonder he's a villain in a short drama. He can get his hands on cyanide, such a highly toxic substance, so easily. As is typical for short dramas, the main character usually appears at this point to save Song Jianlin and his wife, after which the couple will begin to regret their actions. Unfortunately, Lin Hui, the main character, was on his way to the restaurant with Song Qingshu. He found the short dramas quite ridiculous before. The adoptive father is an abusive man who beats the protagonist until he vomits blood, and the adoptive mother is hypocritical and biased. Even though she knows the protagonist is innocent, she still always favors her own son. Such people actually live to the end, at most going bankrupt, without receiving the retribution they deserve. Therefore, Lin Hui would absolutely not make a move in this situation. Anyway, he didn't kill Song Jianlin and his wife, so at most he just watched them die without offering any help.
In the ward, the poison that Song Jianlin and his wife ingested quickly took effect.
The two of them suddenly began to tremble, and only 3 minutes had passed. The two died from the poison in their hospital beds. The middle-aged woman was so frightened by the sight of the two dead that she took several steps back. Only after confirming that both people were completely dead did she put on a mask and hurriedly leave the ward. The middle-aged woman arrived at the emergency exit, where a middle-aged man in a security guard uniform was already waiting.
Is everything settled?
The middle-aged man had a sinister look in his eyes, and his face bore a 6 or 7 point resemblance to Song Chang.
It's done. I've personally checked. There's no heartbeat or breathing.
The middle-aged woman's body trembled slightly as she spoke.
You've done a great job.
Remember, all of this is for our son. After the middle-aged man finished speaking in a cold voice, the two of them went down to the first floor through the emergency exit.
Intentional homicide is a serious crime.
Even though they have disguised themselves, they might still be found out. So they planned to find a place to hide and lay low for a while. But when they walked to the hospital gate one after the other, they were stunned. At this moment, Song Qingxi brought Song Chang, whose leg had been broken, to the hospital.
The middle-aged couple happened to witness this scene. My son.
The middle-aged woman's pupils contracted sharply as she looked at Song Cheng's blood-stained legs.
The middle-aged man's face also turned extremely ugly. Who on earth dared to beat his son like this? He could never forgive them. Coincidentally, Song Chang also noticed the two people in the crowd. He desperately wanted to call for help, but he held back. Song Qingshi has more than a dozen followers. If he were to reunite with his parents, they would probably be arrested immediately. That would truly eliminate his chance of escape. So he didn't make a fuss, but quietly gestured to the two of them, signaling them to hurry up and rescue him. After Song Chang was taken to the hospital, the middle-aged couple exchanged a glance and went back into the hospital. More than their own lives, they cared about their son. Song Qingshi, accompanied by a group of her underlings, dragged Song Chang straight to the VIP ward. What she wants most right now is to get Song Jianlin and Song Cheng's hair for a paternity test. However, when she opened the door to the ward, she only saw two corpses. Dad! Mom!
Song Qingshi rushed to the bedside in a panic, and seeing the machine in front of the bed that no longer had a heartbeat, she panicked.
Doctor, where's the doctor? Quickly, call the doctor for me.
Her panicked screams quickly attracted the attention of doctors and nurses.
Song Qingya, the doctor in charge of Song Jianlin and his wife's clinic, rushed over immediately.
When he saw the struggling and twisting bodies of Song Jianlin and his wife, his pupils constricted sharply.
Without a moment's delay, she rushed forward to check.
But after so much time, the body had already started to get cold.
Dead, dead. Mom and Dad are dead.
She lowered her hands dejectedly, overwhelmed by sadness.
Chapter 34. The murderer has been caught. How so? Song Qingshi grabbed Song Qingya's clothes in disbelief. Fourth sister, aren't you Mom and Dad's doctor? They're dead, why didn't you know anything about it? Song Qingya was also confused about what was going on. My parents were only in a coma, how could they suddenly die? Moreover, the way the body died was so gruesome, as if it had endured some kind of painful torment before its death. Someone poisoned it. As a doctor, she reacted quickly. Ordinary deaths wouldn't look like this. This kind of death only occurs when poisoning takes effect. Someone must have poisoned my parents. Song Qingya broke free from Song Qingshi's grasp. Fifth sister, calm down. There's something fishy about this.
I need to examine Mom and Dad's bodies carefully. Song Qingshi took a deep breath, knowing that the matter was settled and could not be changed, so the most important thing now was to find out the cause of her parents' death.
If someone really did poison her, she will definitely not let the poisoner get away with it.
At this moment, Song Chang was being held in the ward by his two underlings, and he clearly saw everything that was happening in the ward. Seeing the tragic deaths of Song Jianlin and his wife, his heart sank to the bottom. According to his original plan, he would inherit a large sum of money after Song Jianlin and his wife died.
But now, Song Qingshi knows that he may not be the Song family's biological son.
Once a paternity test is done, the inheritance will have absolutely nothing to do with him. Most importantly, if Song Qingshi finds out that he was the one who killed Song Jianlin and his wife, his fate will likely be even more tragic. At this moment, Song Chang felt a fear he had never felt before. Because he knew that if things were exposed, he might lose his life. Now, his only hope lies with his biological parents.
It's cyanide poisoning.
Under Song Qingya's examination, the cause of death of the two was quickly discovered.
Who killed Mom and Dad? Song Qingshi's eyes instantly turned cold.
Although she was rebellious, her family was her weakness, and she would never allow the person who poisoned her parents to get away with it.
I will have the surveillance footage checked. Song Qingya's expression was equally cold. In addition, I will call the law enforcement bureau. This is murder, not medical malpractice or natural death. The real culprit must be found to avenge the parents.
At this moment, Song Chung shrank back, trying his best to make himself invisible.
To avoid being noticed by Song Qingshi. Why is it so lively?
However, at that moment, Lin Hui's voice came from outside the door. He and Song Qingshu, who looked on with curiosity, entered the ward.
Mom and Dad.
Song Qingshu, who had just been wondering why so many people had come to the ward, also gasped in shock upon seeing the bodies of Song Jianlin and his wife. Suppressing her grief, Song Qingshi briefly recounted her discovery.
Who was it? Who poisoned me? I will make them pay the price.
Song Qingshu screamed in pain, looking extremely heartbroken.
Isn't it obvious enough who poisoned him?
Just as Song Qingshi and the other two women were lost in grief, Lin Hui's indifferent voice rang out.
All eyes were on him.
Song Chang noticed the playful look in Lin Hui's eyes, which startled him so much that his pupils contracted sharply.
Lin Hui, do you know who poisoned and killed my parents?
Song Qingxi strode up to Lin Hui and grabbed his collar tightly. Tell me, who poisoned you? Lin Hui wasn't angry, he simply pointed casually at Song Chang.
Who else would have this motive besides him?
The three women, Song Qingxi, Song Chang, all turned their gazes toward him.
Song Qingya was unaware of Song Chang's true nature, but Song Qingshu and Song Qingxi were well aware of it.
Thinking about it carefully, Song Jianlin and his wife have gradually stepped down from the front line in the group and have no enemies at all.
Therefore, Song Chang is undoubtedly the most suspicious. Lin Hui, this is slander. How could I possibly poison my own parents?
Besides, I've been held captive by you all this time, so I haven't had the time or the opportunity to do so.
Song Chung frantically tried to explain.
But this explanation seemed so weak in the face of Song Qingxi and Song Qingshu.
I'll go and have someone check the surveillance footage right away. Song Qingya didn't know why Lin Hui would identify Song Chang, but what she needed to do now was to check the surveillance footage.
After glancing at her fourth sister who was quickly leaving the ward, Song Qingxi took 2 quick steps, came to Song Chang, and directly grabbed his neck.
Tell me, did you do it or not? Song Chang's face quickly turned red. But how could he possibly admit to such a thing?
So he could only shake his head with difficulty.
Fifth sister, it really wasn't me.
Lin Hui looked at Song Chang, who was still trying to argue, and said with a smile, even if you didn't poison him yourself, you must have had someone else do it.
Is this kind of thing hard to deduce?
Song Chang, you are not a biological child of the Song family, so there must be another pair of biological parents behind you.
If I'm not mistaken, they must have poisoned you.
Upon hearing this, Song Chang's pupils contracted again, and he stared at Lin Hui as if he had seen a ghost. Only he, his parents, and he knew about this.
How did Lin Hui find out? Has his plan been leaked? Looks like I was right.
Lin Hui looked at him with a half smile. I was just making a simple deduction, but I didn't expect it to actually come true. Song Chang then realized what was happening, quickly composed himself, and tried to continue defending himself.
But Song Qingxi didn't want to listen at all.
She punched Song Chang hard in the stomach, causing him to scream in pain. But this is just the beginning.
Then, as if venting her anger, Song Qingxi punched and kicked Song Chang.
Song Chang, whose legs were already crippled and in excruciating pain, suffered even more injuries now. That's enough, fifth sister, stop hitting her, or she'll die. In the end, it was Song Qingshu who, fearing that Song Qingxi would kill someone, pulled him away.
Tell me, did you have someone poison you? Song Qingxi angrily grabbed Song Chang's hair and questioned him fiercely. It wasn't me.
Song Chang shook his head with difficulty. Even if he were beaten to death, he could not admit to this. Whether it is or not, a paternity test will tell you immediately. At this point, Lin Hui spoke again, offering a crucial suggestion.
Song Qingxi nodded knowingly.
Once it's confirmed that Song Chang is not a biological son of the Song family, it's basically certain that Song Chang infiltrated the Song family with malicious intent. After figuring it out, she immediately prepared to pull out Song Jianlin's hair.
No.
Just then, the door to the ward was suddenly pushed open.
Song Qingya, accompanied by a group of bodyguards, escorted Song Chang's biological parents into the ward.
Fourth sister, these 2 people are the murderers who poisoned and killed mom and dad.
Song Qingya angrily pointed at the middle-aged couple.
When Song Chang saw the middle-aged couple with bruised and swollen faces, fear instantly appeared on his face.
It's over, everything is over. He really has no chance. What's going on?
Song Qingxi frowned, not expecting that the murderer who killed her parents had been found so quickly.
Chapter 35, Complete the main quest. Song Qingya took a deep breath and looked at the middle-aged couple who were being held down by a group of bodyguards.
Just now when I went out to find someone to check the surveillance footage, these 2 people suddenly rushed out and tried to kidnap me with a knife so that they could threaten you to release Song Chang. Fortunately, this group of people suddenly rushed out and subdued the 2 of them, otherwise I would probably have been kidnapped by now. She felt lingering fear when she thought about what had just happened. At the same time, she was also very curious about who these people who suddenly rushed out were. Why would I protect her?
Boss. Just then, the group of bodyguards suddenly bowed respectfully to Lin Hui. All eyes immediately turned to Lin Hui. It's him.
A look of surprise flashed in Song Qingya's eyes.
But then came a wave of gratitude.
Although she didn't know what had happened, it was clear that Lin Hui had saved her. Congratulations, host. Song Qingya's favorability towards you has increased to 80%. Congratulations, host. Song Qingxi's favorability towards you has increased to 80%.
Lin Hui was surprised by this unexpected surprise.
Gaining 2 points of goodwill at once shows that the manpower arranged in advance is indeed very useful.
Lin Hui, it's you again.
Seeing that his plan had been exposed and there was no hope of escape, Song Qing finally couldn't hold back and went completely insane.
Why do you keep ruining my plans? Why is it that even though I kicked you out of the Song family, you still haunt me and oppose me at every turn? I'm not reconciled. I've planned this for so long, why did I lose? Why should I lose? I can't possibly lose. I am the heir of the Song family. The entire Song family belongs to me.
Lin Hui looked at Song Chang, who was in a state of impotent rage, and didn't bother to pay him any attention. He felt that even making a few sarcastic remarks about such a brainless villain would lower his own IQ.
Although he didn't say anything, Song Qingxi wouldn't let him off easily.
Seeing that Song Chang still had the strength to go crazy, she went up and punched and kicked him again, making Song Chang scream in pain.
Stop hitting him!
When Song Chang's biological mother saw this scene, she cried out in distress.
It's all my fault.
I'm the one who poisoned him. It has nothing to do with him.
Please stop fighting. Lin Hui couldn't help but complain, if it has nothing to do with him, why are you so agitated?
After hearing this, Song Qingxi temporarily let Song Chang go, and then proceeded to punch and kick the middle-aged couple. These two people killed her parents. She wished she could tear them to pieces. Unfortunately, this is a society governed by the rule of law, so at most she could only beat him up to vent her anger.
However, this matter is certainly not going to end there. Not long after, law enforcement officers arrived. Song Chang and the other two were taken away for investigation.
Once everything was over, Song Qingshu threw herself into Lin Hui's arms and burst into tears.
Although the murderer has been found, Song Jianlin and his wife are truly dead.
People who die cannot be brought back to life, so it's understandable to feel sad.
1 week later, the Song family held a funeral.
The verdict for Song Chang and his family of 3 was also handed down at the same time. Song Chang instigated the murder, his biological mother poisoned him, and evidence was found that his biological father murdered the true son of the Song family. All 3 were sentenced to death and the sentence was carried out immediately. Song Chang couldn't understand until his death why he had such a good hand of cards, but ended up like this. With this, the matter has truly come to a close, and everything is over. Lin Hui lay on the sofa in his villa, looking at the 3 women in the main quest who had not yet been won over.
Was I too hasty? I killed off the villain so quickly. He was speechless. All 3 women's favorability ratings are stuck at 80%. Without the villain's help, he had to figure out a way on his own. Fortunately, with such a high level of affection, we should be able to complete the romance if we take just one more step. Do it as soon as you think of it. That night, he went to Song Qingxi's club. Qingxi, are you alright?
Seeing that Song Qingxi looked somewhat haggard, Lin Hui asked her a question. He originally wanted to use the pretense of comforting others to see if he could find an opportunity. But before he could finish speaking, Song Qingxi suddenly rushed up and pushed Lin Hui down onto the sofa. Lin Hui was somewhat bewildered when he saw Song Qingxi taking the initiative to kiss him.
What's this? Was she forced into sexual intercourse? Don't speak.
Seeing that Lin Hui was about to say something, Song Qingxi covered his mouth with her hand and then began to tear at Lin Hui's clothes.
After a while, Song Qingxi collapsed limply onto Lin Hui. Don't worry about what happened today. I just wanted to vent to someone.
She tried hard to appear nonchalant, but her voice was soft and carried a hint of helplessness. Don't worry, I will take responsibility for you. Lin Hui certainly wouldn't spoil the mood at this time. Everything that needed to be done has been done, so of course, everything that needed to be said must be said.
Otherwise, how can we increase the favorability rating?
Upon hearing this, Song Qingxi felt a surge of happiness.
Is this what it feels like to have someone to rely on?
Congratulations, host.
Song Qingxi's affection for you has increased to 100%.
Upon hearing the system notification, Lin Hui's lips curled into a slight smile.
That's right.
Of course, he wasn't lying, he would indeed take responsibility for Song Qingxi.
He just has a broad mind. It can also accommodate thousands of stunning beauties.
After winning over Song Qingxi, only the eldest sister Song Qingyue and the 4th sister Song Qingya remained. Lin Hui had thought it would be somewhat difficult. In fact, just like Song Qingxi, it was not difficult at all. Song Qingyue appears to be a strong woman, but her family has undergone tremendous changes recently. Her parents have passed away, her younger brother has already been murdered, and the group has also been affected by these events. At this moment, what she needs most is someone to rely on. Lin Hui's timely appearance, coupled with his already high level of favorability, made it easy for him to win her over.
Song Qingya was in a similar situation.
She had suffered a great blow during this period, and Lin Hui had indirectly saved her at the hospital, which made her feel very good towards Lin Hui. Lin Hui simply offered some words of concern and easily gained the upper hand. After winning over the 7 Song sisters, Lin Hui achieved his goal of having all 7 of them together.
Professional attire with black stockings, sexy and mature outfits, erotic maid outfits, sexy nurse outfits, tight leather outfits, black Catwoman outfits, and JK white stockings. This is all a man can be happy with. The only downside is that it's a bit tough on the kidneys. Lin Hui feels like he's about to die in bed. Congratulations, host, on completing the main quest, conquer the bodies and minds of the 7 Song sisters. The host can now freely travel between the real world and the world of this short drama. Friendly reminder, after the host leaves this world, the flow of time in this world will slow down, with only 1 day passing in this world for every 1 year in the real world. This is a good premise.
He will enter other short drama worlds in the future, and may be gone for several years. By the time he comes back, all the women might be old. He was thinking of taking a break whenever he had free time.
So he really liked this setting.
Congratulations, host, you have completed the main quest. Reward, 100 million in cash, which has now been deposited into your stock account.
Friendly reminder, the cash rewards from the system will be delivered to the host in a legitimate manner. System, you're quite humane.
Lin Hui was still quite worried that the money rewarded by the system might be ill-gotten. After all, the real world isn't a short drama. If he dies, he's dead.
If he accidentally exposes the existence of the system, he might be arrested and investigated.
Therefore, before he has sufficient strength, he does not intend to be too flamboyant in the real world. Lin Hui glanced at the 7 Song sisters who were fast asleep on the large bed.
System, I want to return to the real world. Chapter 36 School Beauty. Haicheng University, Male Dormitory.
This is real,
I'm not dreaming.
Lin Hui looked at his account balance on the stock trading app and suddenly sat up.
There really is a small goal in the account. The key stock trading records are still complete. System notification, the second short drama world is being created.
The host needs to wait 2 days.
2 days is just enough time to deal with some practical issues.
In the world of short dramas, he controls hundreds of millions in cash and indirectly controls a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate. So while receiving 100 million in cash was certainly a pleasant surprise, it wasn't enough to excite him. What he needs to do most right now is to move out of the dormitory and buy a house off campus. He didn't know if his body would disappear into thin air when he entered or left the world of the short drama. Therefore, maintaining confidentiality is very important. Without thinking, he threw off the covers and jumped out of bed.
After quickly getting ready, I left the dormitory. Look, isn't that Lin Hui? It really is him. He's quite the celebrity at school now.
Ha, I heard he's been staying in his dorm room all this time and doesn't dare to come out. Having done such a terrible thing, if it were me, I would also hide for a while.
What are you talking about?
I think he's a role model for us all. To be remembered by the school beauty, I'd be willing to do anything stupid in front of her, even if it meant performing a striptease in public.
Holy crap, where did this deadbeat simp come from? Go, go, go. Don't get involved with this kind of sycophant, it's embarrassing.
As Lin Hui walked along, many students pointed fingers at him and gossiped about him. However, he is now able to face it calmly.
There's no way around it. Having money gives you confidence.
This situation only disappeared after I left school. Lin Hui had already checked the nearest villa area on the way. He took a taxi directly to the sales office of the upscale residential community.
Hello sir, are you looking to buy a house?
Unlike the short dramas where the protagonist becomes rich and then shows off and gets humiliated, this one is different. When Lin Hui entered the sales area, he was not ignored. On the contrary, the sales staff were quite enthusiastic. These days, wealthy people prefer to keep a low profile. Those who are too high profile are usually nouveau riche, as if they are afraid others won't know how rich they are. Most importantly, ordinary people don't have a need to buy a house, so they rarely come to places like this. If they don't have money in their pockets, they certainly won't come to the villa area to wander around. Even if Lin Hui just came to take a look around, it wouldn't cost them anything. But if the deal went through, they could get a lot of commission.
I'm planning to buy a villa. Huh, what's she doing here?
Just as Lin Hui was about to ask the salesperson next to him to give an introduction, he noticed a pretty salesperson in the lobby who was introducing the product to a customer.
Sir, would you like me to show you around the house?
The salesperson next to Lin Hui noticed that he suddenly froze, so he gently reminded him.
Is Li Chao also one of your sales representatives?
Lin Hui asked casually. He knew Li Chao very well. After all, it was in front of Li Chao, the school beauty, that he made a fool of himself. However, this matter has little to do with Li Chao. In fact, one could say that she was implicated. The bet was between Lin Hui and Zhao Yang, who were already at odds. After Lin Hui loses, he has to embarrass himself in front of any of the school's top 10 beauties. The reason for choosing Li Chao was simply because she happened to be there at the time. To be honest, Lin Hui felt a little guilty for dragging Li Chao into this for no reason. He had originally wanted to find an opportunity to apologize in person, but he didn't expect to run into him here. That's right, Li Chao works part-time here, she only comes on weekends.
The saleswoman smiled and asked, Sir, do you know each other? Lin Hui nodded. We're classmates, I guess.
Sorry, could you let her introduce me?
The saleswoman was somewhat helpless, but she didn't say anything.
It's normal for buyers to seek out familiar salespeople. That's the importance of having many clients.
Okay, please wait a moment. Li Chao may need some more time. Lin Hui didn't mind waiting.
He didn't know how to apologize, but now this is an opportunity. The commission from buying a villa should be several 100,000 yuan, so this apology should be quite sincere. A few minutes later, the client Li Chao was serving ultimately did not purchase a house, and she had no choice but to see him off at the door.
Li Chao, your classmate is looking for you. They want you to introduce the villa.
At this moment, the salesperson who had just received Lin Hui went over to remind him.
Only then did Li Chao notice Lin Hui. It's you, classmate.
Li Chao approached Lin Hui and gave him a beautiful smile.
She didn't seem angry about Lin Hui's previous actions. Li, school beauty, I'm sorry.
I dragged you into this because of a bet I made with someone. Lin Hui spoke first to express his apology.
It's fine.
Li Chao shook her head indifferently.
We're all classmates, it's normal to make a joke.
Actually, I did speak up for you on the campus forum, but it seems that no one pays attention to it. In her opinion, this was indeed not a big deal. It was just a minor incident. Lin Hui hadn't expected that Li Chao would speak well of him. Looking back now, that bet was like children playing house, more like a fit of pique and a matter of personal pride. He felt that the social death was simply because he felt he couldn't save face. Having experienced life in the world of short dramas, he has matured a lot and has long since become indifferent to these things.
It's good that you don't mind, school beauty Li.
Lin Hui smiled and said, I'm here to buy a house.
Could you help me with some introductions? Consider the commission as my apology. Then I really must thank you.
Li Chao smiled casually, not taking it to heart.
Judging from Lin Hui's clothes, he doesn't seem to come from a wealthy family.
The starting price for houses here is several million, which Lin Hui probably didn't know, hence his statement. Hey classmate, please don't call me Li the school beauty anymore, it's kind of awkward.
Just call me Li Chao.
Lin Hui was surprised to find that Li Chao was quite easy to get along with. Her figure and looks are both above 9 points, comparable to the 7 Song sisters.
Moreover, she has a kind of innocent, girl-next-door charm that is indeed very attractive. Li Chao, could you introduce the villas here to me?
Lin Hui had done a quick check before he came. The villas here are not top-tier villas, but rather mid-range ones, and the prices are not that expensive, ranging from about 20 million to 50 million.
Okay, come with me. Li Chao thought Lin Hui was just curious, so she didn't have any other special thoughts and just considered it as satisfying her classmates' curiosity.
Li Chao's introduction was quite meticulous, and she wasn't impatient at all. Her voice was also soft and pleasant, making Lin Hui feel very comfortable. Okay, then I'll buy that 15 million villa. After listening to the introduction, Lin Hui pointed to the detached villa that occupied the largest area.
Oh? You want to buy that villa?
Li Chao was stunned for a moment. She wondered if she had misheard.
Lin Hui just said he wanted to buy the biggest villa? Is this some kind of punishment for losing a bet?
Lin Hui had no idea what she was thinking, and simply took out his bank card.
That's right, and it's full payment. We can sign the contract and pay by card now. Chapter 37 Eating Skewers. You bought it already?
Li Chao stared at the signed contract and the receipt for the successful payment, still unable to process what she had just seen. This is a villa worth 50 million, and Lin Hui actually bought it, and he even paid for it in full.
Where did he get so much money? Could Lin Hui be a hidden rich second generation? But that shouldn't be the case. If he were truly a rich second generation, why would he lose a bet to Zhao Yang?
Li Chao couldn't understand it, but that didn't stop her from being happy. For a villa worth 50 million, she can earn at least several $100,000 in commission.
That's hundreds of thousands.
She no longer needs to work part-time to support herself and can now focus entirely on her postgraduate and doctoral studies. Lin Hui, thank you so much this time.
Li Chao sincerely thanked Lin Hui.
She benefited from Lin Hui's influence this time, otherwise, she wouldn't have received the commission of several $100,000. The saleswoman who was just about to introduce Lin Hui was already incredibly envious and jealous. But there was nothing she could do since the other person was someone she knew, she could only be envious. As I said, this is my apology. Lin Hui smiled indifferently. Since it's all about buying a house anyway, doing a favor like this isn't a big deal. This apology is too much, I dare not take it seriously.
Li Chao waved her hands repeatedly. How about this? I'll treat you to dinner tonight as a way of thanking you.
Lin Hui spent 50 million without batting an eye, which shows he's really rich. Although Li Chao is not a gold digger, women are naturally drawn to strength. So it's inevitable that she'd have some ulterior motives, especially since she knows Lin Hui doesn't have a girlfriend right now. However, Lin Hui always maintained a distance from her, seemingly not having any special feelings for her, the school beauty.
It's my honor to have school beauty Li treat us. Lin Hui smiled casually. By the way, are you free now? Could you come with me to buy some household items? I'm really not good at aesthetics.
The villa they bought is ready for immediate move and the keys are already in Lin Hui's hands. He has already decided to move into the villa today, so he needs to buy some household items.
Li Chao just sold her most expensive villa.
She can stay away from home for half a month, let alone take half a day off. The two then went on a big shopping spree at the nearest mall.
Li Chao's aesthetic sense is indeed quite good. After some simple arrangement, the villa has a touch of homey warmth.
Li Chao actually quite enjoyed decorating her home, but unfortunately Lin Hui always maintained a subtle distance from her, making her doubt her own charm. However, she is not a gold digger. Lin Hui had no romantic feelings for her, and she didn't try to curry favor with him, which made their interactions very natural.
Actually, Lin Hui wasn't without ideas after all. Who doesn't love beautiful women? But being overly enthusiastic is no different from being a simp.
Besides, his mind is currently more focused on the world of short dramas.
That night, Li Chao took Lin Hui to a barbecue restaurant near Haicheng University.
Li Chao, when you say you're treating people, do you mean we'll go out for barbecue? Lin Hui looked at the barbecue in his hand with amusement. Li Chao was a little embarrassed. I've never been to those high-end restaurants, so I don't know which ones are good. But the barbecue at this restaurant is pretty good, you should try it. Lin Hui didn't care about any of that and picked up a barbecue skewer to eat. The taste is indeed very good. He praised it after he finished eating.
Seeing that Lin Hui was satisfied, Li Chao couldn't help but smile happily. Isn't this Lin Hui? However, at that moment, an untimely voice rang out beside Lin Hui. Upon hearing this voice, Lin Hui's brows furrowed slightly. He recognized that voice all too well. It was Zhao Yang, the one who had embarrassed him. I just went out for some barbecue skewers, and I still ran into you. Lin Hui looked at him speechlessly. There wasn't actually much of a grudge between him and Zhao Yang. It's just because this young Master Zhao thinks that since his family is rich, all the classmates should revolve around him. Lin Hui used to look down on Zhao Yang because of his good grades and academic performance. That is what is called being aloof and superior. Because of their differing philosophies, the two often clashed. However, it was just some minor friction. There aren't that many deep-seated hatreds in the real world. Children from wealthy families aren't foolish enough to make enemies everywhere. After all, they are lucky to be born into a wealthy family. They only have one life. If they accidentally offend someone and are forced to restart their lives, they may not have the same luck to be born into a wealthy family again. What, you've been hiding for half a month and you're not hiding anymore? I told you, you academic elites are just arrogant. It's such a trivial matter, and you've been hiding for half a month.
Zhao Yang smiled smugly and sat down as if they were old friends. He also picked up a barbecue skewer, ready to take a bite. Lin Hui reacted quickly and snatched the barbecue from his hand.
Go grill it yourself if you want to eat it.
You're still as shameless as ever. Zhao Yang shrugged indifferently, then picked up a barbecue from the table and put it in his mouth.
You're so stingy. It's just a barbecue. I'll pay for this one, Mr. Zhao.
Zhao Yang took a bite with a look of disdain. Lin Hui was speechless. This guy was as shameless as ever.
Li Xiao, sitting opposite them, found their conversation somewhat amusing. Didn't you say you two didn't get along? How come I feel like you two have a very good relationship?
Lin Hui and Zhao Yang exchanged glances, both showing disdain. Alright, since you, young Master Zhao, want to pay the bill, then boss, bring 10 skewers of each of your most expensive barbecue items. Lin Hui didn't stand on ceremony since someone was treating him, there was no need for him to be stingy.
Zhao Yang felt even more contemptuous.
He's both poor and arrogant.
When he invites girls out to dinner, he's stingy.
Only when he hears that he's paying does he dare to serve the best food.
I don't know which girl was so blind.
Zhao Yang thought for a moment before looking at Li Xiao across from him. His attention had been focused on Lin Hui, and he hadn't paid any attention to the person opposite him. When he saw the person opposite him clearly, he suddenly froze.
Isn't that Li, the school beauty? How did I end up eating skewers with Lin Hui? If he remembered correctly, Lin Hui had embarrassed himself in front of Li Xiaohua, right? What? Has he become a matchmaker? Holy crap, Lin Hui, why is school beauty Li eating skewers with you?
Zhao Yang realized what was happening and looked at Lin Hui in surprise.
He's a rich kid, but he hasn't been able to date a single school beauty since he enrolled. What makes Lin Hui so charming? Hey, I've been sitting here the whole time, and you're only just noticing?
Li Xiao was somewhat dissatisfied.
What was wrong with this guy? Is it really that my charm has faded? She looked down at her own figure.
Curvy figure, slender waist, no problem. She took out a makeup mirror again, and her light makeup was perfect, with no mistakes at all.
Faced with two people who are caught in self-doubt,
Lin Hui simply shrugged casually.
Chapter 38, the second short drama world. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye.
Lin Hui lay on the large bed in the villa.
The second short drama world has been generated. Host, would you like to enter now? Go in.
After Lin Hui finished speaking, he felt his vision go black. The next moment, he found himself in an unfamiliar room. Judging from the room's decor and layout, it should be a cheap rental.
Squeak.
Before Lin Hui could even properly check his surroundings, he heard the door open. Following the sound, he saw a beautiful woman with a figure and looks that were at least an 8 out of 10, and a young man dressed in designer clothes and wearing a luxury watch.
Lin Hui, let's break up.
The beautiful woman glanced at Lin Hui with a look of disdain.
Honey, you live in a place like this? That's really stingy.
The young man looked disgusted.
Lin Hui was stunned. He hadn't even figured out what was going on when he was suddenly faced with a breakup scenario. Excuse me, who are you? Lin Hui, what are you pretending for?
The pretty woman said with disgust. I, Song Qian, have been with you for 3 years, and you can't even afford a decent handbag.
Unlike young Master Zhang, who bought me a 20,000 yuan handbag in one go.
As she spoke, she proudly waved the designer handbag in her hand. Honey, as long as you like it, I'll buy you a bag that costs 20,000, or even 200,000, without any problem. A lewd smile appeared on Zhang Xiao's face as he reached out and wrapped his arm around Song Qian's waist.
As long as you can satisfy me. Song Qian immediately put on a charming expression. Young Master Zhang, what are you saying?
Lin Hui felt nauseous watching the two perform. However, from their back-and-forth banter, he roughly understood the whole story.
This is a classic opening scene in the world of short dramas. A materialistic girlfriend with a rich second-generation heir comes to break up with him.
I wonder if the villainous rich kids in these mindless short dramas all have a penchant for cheating on their partners. And he even insisted on personally coming to slap the protagonist in the face. He really isn't afraid of getting stabbed in the back. Fortunately, Lin Hui was a time traveler and had no previous memories, so Song Qian was just a stranger to him and he didn't feel like he was being cheated on at all.
Brother, what's your name? He glanced casually at young Master Zhang.
Zhang Xiao glanced at Lin Hui with disdain. You poor bastard, remember this, my name is Zhang Yi. Lin Hui nodded, then looked at him with pity, as if he were an idiot. Zhang Yi, right? I advise you to get your blood checked right away. Don't you know Song Qian has AIDS? What? Zhang Yi's pupils dilated instantly, and his smug expression was replaced by terror. AIDS, that's a deadly disease. These playful second-generation rich kids are most afraid of contracting this disease. Smack! The thought that he might have AIDS made Zhang Yi so angry that he slapped Song Qian across the face. You filthy bitch, how dare you harm me? If you infect me, I'll have someone kill you. After uttering a harsh remark, Zhang Yi ran away as fast as he could. He just wants to get to the hospital for a checkup as soon as possible, and he also needs to take HIV post-exposure prophylaxis PEP medication. Young Master Zhang, don't listen to him. I'm not sick. He's just trying to scare you. If you don't believe me, I can go with you to get checked out. Victoria Song covered her face and chased after him, feeling wronged. Before leaving, she gave Lin Hui a fierce glare. Lin Hui, I'm not done with you about this. Watching the two flee in disarray, Lin Hui's lips curled into a playful smile. With such little self-control, they still dare to come and provoke us. All I can say is that he truly deserves to be called a brainless villain. Host's transmigration is complete. Main quest now released, become the richest man in Xia Kingdom. Friendly reminder, the current richest person in China has assets of 430 billion. Congratulations, host, you have activated the cheat code for this world, seeing future trends. The host will gain the right to travel between this world upon completing the main quest, and will bring the cheat ability back to reality. Lin Hui's eyes lit up after reading the system notification. This short drama world even has a cheat code. Then completing the main quest shouldn't be too difficult. Aside from these two hints, he was more concerned about the rewards for completing the main quest. If he can bring his cheat ability back to reality, doesn't that mean he can also have superpowers in reality? Although this ability is not suitable for combat, it is a good sign. As he experiences more short drama worlds in the future, he will eventually gain a cheat code to enhance his combat power. It's not impossible to even fly into the sky or escape into the earth, or become an immortal or a god. I shook my head, banishing these thoughts from my mind. These things are still somewhat distant from him. His immediate priority is to complete the main quest and obtain the rewards. The golden touch is seeing future trends. Lin Hui stroked his chin, looking thoughtful. Following the typical formula of short dramas, my golden touch is best suited for stock trading. The stock market goes up and down, and without someone managing the market, no one can fully predict stock trends. But for someone with a golden touch like him, stock trends are not yet visible to the naked eye. Do it as soon as you think of it. He immediately took out his phone and downloaded a stock trading app. As expected, his eyes were indeed able to see the future trend of the stock. It's immediately clear which stocks will rise and which will fall. As expected of the protagonist of the short drama, with this cheat code, the main quest is a piece of cake. Lin Hui was overjoyed and prepared to open an account to trade stocks. But when he opened his phone, he saw that his account balance was only a few dollars. This is outrageous. How can you trade stocks with just a few dollars? He felt speechless. Judging from the usual pattern of short dramas, his character is probably a complete simp who spends all his money on his ex-girlfriend. Squeak. Just then, the door was opened again. Lin Hui subconsciously looked up, thinking that those two little bitches had returned. But when I looked up, I saw a girl wearing glasses, with her hair down, covering part of her face. Her clothes were very ordinary, but her figure was very eye-catching. Brother-in-law, why are you looking at me like that? The girl was somewhat timid, and seeing Lin Hui looking at her like she was a stranger, she couldn't help but feel suspicious. Brother-in-law? Is it calling itself? Lin Hui understood the girl's identity just from this title. It's probably Song Qian's younger sister, who was originally his sister-in-law. Lin Hui looked him up and down thoughtfully. This sister-in-law is really not young at all. He looks very filial and takes good care of his grandmother. If I get the chance, I'll definitely give him a good beating. Unfortunately, her outfit was a bit too ordinary. However, judging from her figure and face shape, she could definitely reach around 9 points if she dressed up a bit more. Brother-in-law, where are you looking? Noticing Lin Hui's gaze, the girl shyly hugged her upper body, looking at Lin Hui as if he were a pervert. Cough cough. Lin Hui quickly composed himself. Hey, do you have any money? Could you lend me some? Ha?
The girl was taken aback. Brother-in-law, what do you need the money for? Don't ask, I have a very important use for it.
Lin Hui looked serious. Chapter 39 The First Pot of Gold. Brother-in-law, this is all my savings. The girl transferred all of her 80,000 yuan savings to Lin Hui. Lin Hui's lips curled up slightly.
It seems this sister-in-law is completely different from Song Qian.
Given the nature of short dramas, this sister-in-law should be someone I can get along with. By the way, I broke up with your sister. Lin Hui picked up his phone, opened an account, and used the golden finger feature to find the stocks with the greatest potential, then bought them with all his funds.
Ha! The girl was stunned again. Brother-in-law, why did you break up with my sister?
After buying the stocks, Lin Hui put away his phone and looked at her.
By the way, I still don't know your name.
The girl looked completely bewildered. She reached out and touched Lin Hui's forehead, then touched her own.
You don't have a fever. Brother-in-law, it's me, Song Yu. How come you don't even recognize me?
Lin Hui gently patted her hand away.
I know Song Yu, she's my sister-in-law. What do you mean by older sister-in-law? I'm the younger sister-in-law.
Song Yu now strongly suspects that Lin Hui has lost his memory.
You just said you broke up with my sister, what happened?
Lin Hui waved his hand dismissively. To put it simply, your sister cheated on you, found a rich new boyfriend, and dumped me.
What? Song Yu immediately stood up. Brother-in-law, you've been so good to my sister.
You buy her whatever she wants, and you also do her laundry, cook for her, and take care of her daily needs.
How could she treat you like this? Song Yu looked indignant, feeling indignant on Lin Hui's behalf.
Then she looked at Lin Hui again and seemed to understand something.
Brother-in-law, is it because my sister broke up with you that you suffered such a blow that you lost your memory?
Lin Hui gave her a flick on the forehead, speechless.
What are you thinking? How could I be discouraged by two little bitches?
After saying that, he felt something was wrong.
No matter what, Victoria Song is Song Yu's older sister.
It doesn't seem very friendly to insult her sister to her face.
However, Song Yu seemed completely unconcerned.
Instead, they felt sorry for Lin Hui.
Brother-in-law, my sister was wrong to treat you that way. I support you breaking up with him. Song Yu angrily waved her little fist.
Lin Hui found it interesting this girl had a pretty good moral compass, and it was probably a compensation from the protagonist in the short drama world. In these mindless short dramas, the protagonist always manages to meet someone better after getting rid of his scumbag wife or girlfriend. In the real world, this is a bit too fantastical. But the world of short dramas doesn't care about logic at all, it only cares about whether it's fun or not. Then you shouldn't call me brother-in-law anymore, just call me Lin Hui.
Song Yu nodded seriously. Okay, brother Lin Hui.
Lin Hui shrugged.
Let her call him whatever she wants. I'll pay you back the money I borrowed in a few days. No need to rush.
Song Yu quickly waved her hand. Brother Lin Hui, you've spent all your salary on my sister these past few years.
I know you don't have money right now, but you can pay me back when you have more money. Alright, brother Lin Hui, I'm a little sleepy, I'm going to sleep now.
As if afraid that Lin Hui would refuse, she ran straight into her room.
Lin Hui shook his head, amused. This girl is someone I could date. The hospital on the other side.
Zhang Yi finally breathed a sigh of relief as he held his and Song Qian's medical reports.
Thank goodness, it was just a false alarm. Young Master Zhang, that Lin Hui is absolutely despicable. He actually slandered me and played you for a fool.
Victoria Song seized the opportunity to cling to him, complaining in a coquettish manner. Lin Hui made her get slapped several times. This grudge can't be left unresolved.
You're right.
A fierce glint flashed in Zhang Yi's eyes. That loser dared to play me, I'll make him pay the price.
However, at that moment, Zhang Yi's phone rang.
After he answered the phone, his expression became somewhat uncertain.
What's wrong, young Master Zhang?
Seeing that Zhang Yi was in a bad mood, Song Qian quickly sidled up to him and continued to act cute. There are some family matters to attend to, so I need to go back for a few days. Zhang Yi snorted coldly. When I get back, I'll find someone to teach that loser Lin Hui a lesson.
3 days passed in the blink of an eye.
Lin Hui stays home every day to trade stocks. In just 3 days, through stock trading, 80,000 yuan multiplied tenfold to become 800,000 yuan.
Brother Lin Hui, you're amazing. Song Yu looked at the balance in Lin Hui's mobile phone account with a surprised expression.
It increased tenfold in just 3 days.
If it goes another 3 days, wouldn't 800,000 become 8 million?
How come she never noticed before that Lin Hui was so capable?
Basic operation, don't overdo it.
Lin Hui waved his hand dismissively. It's only 800,000, which is really a small amount of money for him. His goal is to become the richest man in Xia Kingdom, with total assets exceeding 430 billion. Lin Hui transferred 100,000 yuan from his account to Songyu.
This is the money I borrowed from you. With interest, I'll return 100,000 to you.
Brother Lin Hui, this interest rate is too high, I can't accept it.
Songyu waved her hands repeatedly.
She received 20,000 yuan in interest in just 3 days, making her feel like she was being a loan shark, which made her uneasy.
Alright, just accept it. If you hadn't lent me the money, I wouldn't have been able to earn so much.
Lin Hui waved his hand dismissively.
I now have 700,000 in my account. If I keep operating for a few more days, my assets will definitely increase tenfold.
With this in mind, he used his golden finger of seeing future trends and started trading stocks again. But this time, while checking the future trend of the stock, he subconsciously glanced at Songyu. With just one glance, he noticed something was amiss. He actually saw a future trend in Songyu's life. Songyu will encounter several drunken thugs tomorrow night who will drag her to a secluded place and rape her.
Unable to bear the humiliation, Songyu chose to commit suicide by jumping into the river. Wow, this works too.
Lin Hui was somewhat surprised. It turns out that this golden finger can see not only stocks, but also other things.
It seems his thinking is narrow-minded.
He has been trading stocks for the past 3 days and hasn't left the house.
Perhaps it's time to go out and explore more uses for the cheat codes. Brother Lin Hui, where are you looking again?
Seeing Lin Hui staring intently at her bear, Songyu immediately hugged her upper body shyly.
Cough cough.
Lin Hui coughed lightly, I was just daydreaming.
It wasn't because it was too big that I kept looking at it.
Songyu's face, which was initially a little shy, immediately turned red.
Brother Lin Hui, you're so mean. She pointed at Lin Hui, stomped her foot angrily, and ran straight back to her room. A wicked smile crept across Lin Hui's lips. She's such a pure and adorable girl.
He fled in panic after just a simple flirtation.
Compared to the 7 Song sisters, Songyu has a unique charm. Moreover, the added advantage of being the sister-in-law. Lin Hui shook his head, banishing these distracting thoughts from his mind.
His current task is still to make money to obtain the cheat code. He must complete the main quest.
Only. He looked around the old, dilapidated rental house. It's time to move to a new house.
Given the nature of short dramas, Song Qian and Zhang Yi, whom he previously toyed with, are undoubtedly villains. Given Zhang Yi's arrogant attitude, he'll definitely seek revenge.
So it's better to find a more upscale neighborhood, at least the security will be much better. Moreover, for their own safety, bodyguards must be arranged. Chapter 40 Jade Gambling. The next morning. After washing up and getting dressed, Lin Hui stepped out of his home for the first time. His destination today is Jade Street.
One of the fastest ways to make money in the world of short dramas is through gambling on Jade. One strike can make you rich, another can make you poor. This is definitely the perfect place for a protagonist with cheat codes to show off.
Although he felt the plot was incredibly melodramatic.
But in order to complete the main quest, he had no choice but to put on an act.
You might even run into a beautiful woman, like the second, third, or fourth female lead. Making money is important, but you can't miss the scenery along the way.
Lin Hui took a taxi directly to Jade Street. He didn't touch the 700,000 yuan he earned from stock trading, he just wanted to see if his golden touch would work on Jade. After entering the Jade Street, he went to the nearest shop and used his golden finger to look at the raw stones.
It really works. A satisfied smile appeared on Lin Hui's face. This is the real cheat code.
Under his watchful eye, the future trends of these rough stones were laid bare. Some raw stones can suddenly plummet in value. Some raw stones will see their value skyrocket and then suddenly drop. There is also a small portion of raw stones whose prices will continue to rise until they reach their daily limit. It is not difficult to see from these 3 situations. The first 2 scenarios both indicate that what is obtained from the raw stone will definitely be worthless.
The last one is that a price surge is inevitable. This is interesting.
Lin Hui became somewhat interested. He currently has 700,000 yuan in his account, so there's really no point in buying these rough stones that have only seen a slight increase in price. It's better to buy those stocks that are likely to rise sharply and get a one-time investment.
Do it as soon as you think of it. He began to stroll around Jade Street.
With these eyes that can see future trends, I constantly examine the raw stones in various shops. After browsing for about half an hour, he finally found the treasure he was looking for in a large shop called Yuchuanlu. That was a top-quality raw stone whose value eventually skyrocketed to over 200 million.
The merchant's asking price is only 500,000. You're the one, my darling.
Lin Hui looked at the jadeite rough stone, which was the size of a wash basin, with satisfaction. If he can successfully earn 200 million, then he will have the capital to make money quickly. With his eyes that see through the future, power and wealth are truly within his grasp.
TCH, another newbie who doesn't know anything.
However, at that moment, a young man dressed in designer clothes next to Lin Hui couldn't help but speak out with disdain upon hearing Lin Hui's words.
Young Master Lu is right. Judging from his ordinary clothes, his family is probably just average.
Yet he tries to gamble on stones.
Isn't he afraid of losing everything?
A middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit next to the young master also chimed in with a sarcastic remark.
Ha, I bet he's just another penniless wretch trying to get rich overnight, Lu Xiao sneered.
Too bad, this kind of person has no idea how deep the waters run in the jade gambling industry. The two were talking loudly, attracting the attention of customers looking at raw stones in the store. Lin Hui was no exception. Seeing that the two of them were looking at him, Lin Hui knew that they were talking about him.
This is such a damn melodramatic plot.
Lin Hui helplessly rubbed his forehead. He didn't do anything special, he just said he wanted to buy the rough stone, and immediately a villain jumped out to mock him. With so many people watching, he has to put on a show to save face, even if he doesn't want to.
Do we know each other?
Lin Hui pointed to that young Master Lu, then pointed to himself.
I'm not on the same level as a poor wretch like you, how could I possibly know you? Young Master Lu looked disdainful.
Oh, so we don't know each other. Lin Hui nodded in realization, then why are you barking like a dog here?
I'm your father, why should I report to you?
You. Lu Xiao angrily pointed at Lin Hui, vulgar and uncouth, as expected of a poor wretch, his speech is so crude. Lin Hui wasn't going to tolerate him. He grabbed Lin Hui's fingers and twisted them backward.
Didn't your mother teach you not to point at people with your finger? It's very impolite. Ouch, it hurts. Let go. Let go of me now.
Lu Xiao screamed in pain.
Security, where is security? Someone is causing trouble in the store, is no one going to do anything about it?
The middle-aged man in the Zhongshan suit shouted anxiously. Seeing that the situation had escalated, the security guards immediately surrounded the area. Sir, please let go. Lin Hui glanced around and saw that there were 4 security guards in total. He knew he couldn't beat them, so he simply let go and distanced himself from the 2 men. As soon as he let go, Lu Xiao immediately felt much better. Lin Hui was still careful and didn't actually break it, but only used a little force, causing him pain for a while.
What are you doing? Didn't you see I was beaten? Why aren't you arresting him?
Lu Xiao loudly berated the security guards around him, but dared not speak harshly to Lin Hui. He was afraid that if he spoke too harshly, he would retaliate against Lin Hui. The 4 security guards exchanged glances, unsure of what to do. Lin Hui has let go, the conflict between the 2 sides has temporarily ceased, and their mission is complete. As for kicking people out, that's not something these security guards can do. What happened here? Just then, a pleasant female voice emerged from behind the shop. All eyes turned to them. Lin Hui was no exception. A beautiful woman wearing a white top and a horse-face skirt arrived. She exudes a gentle and tranquil temperament, possessing the charm of a classical beauty.
Boss, these 3 people had a conflict in the store.
The security guard pointed to Lin Hui and his 2 companions and briefly explained what had happened. The classically beautiful woman nodded and looked at Lin Hui and his 2 companions. Gentlemen, let me introduce myself.
My name is Li Shiwan, and I am also the owner of this Yuchuan restaurant. I see that you 3 haven't suffered any major losses. How about we give me some face and let this matter drop? After hearing Li Shiwan's introduction, Lu Xiao's eyes widened in surprise. Are you Li Shiwan? The heiress of Li's jewelry?
The middle-aged man next to him immediately became more respectful upon hearing the words Li's jewelry. Li's Jewelry is one of the top 5 jewelry companies in Xia Kingdom, a true business giant.
Exactly.
Li Shiwan nodded calmly.
Since you know me, I wonder if you could give me that favor?
Of course I'll give Miss Li face, Lu Xiao quickly nodded obsequiously. His family is also in the jewelry industry, but compared to Li's jewelry, it's like comparing heaven and earth.
Li Shiwan then looked at Lin Hui, and this gentleman?
Lin Hui shrugged indifferently. I'm not the one who's at a disadvantage, so of course I have no objection. After saying that, he waved his hand and walked to the rough stone he wanted to buy.
Mr. Li, I'm here to buy raw stones.
If those two guys hadn't been barking like dogs, I wouldn't have caused trouble here.
Lu Xiao's face looked rather unpleasant.
That poor wretch actually called him a dog again.
However, with Li Shiwan standing there now, he couldn't escalate the conflict any further. But that doesn't mean he'll slink away.
He glanced at the rough stone Lin Hui had chosen and a cold smile appeared on his face. The middle-aged man next to him had already conducted an examination.
That's just a piece of waste rock, it can't produce any green at all. Now that Lin Hui wants to buy it, he wants to see if he will collapse on the spot after finding out that he spent 500,000 yuan on a broken stone. After all, 500,000 is a huge sum of money for a poor person.
Li Shiwan glanced at the stone Lin Hui had chosen and shook her head slightly in her heart. She had the rough stone appraised, of course, and the chances of finding green inside were slim.
Otherwise, how could such a large piece of raw stone only sell for 500,000? Li Shiwan. Chapter 41, deliberately sticking out to take a beating. Mr. Li, I want to buy this rough stone, is that alright?
Lin Hui pointed to the raw stone in front of him.
We at Yuxuanla welcome every guest.
If you are only buying raw stones, sir, we are naturally happy to oblige. After Li Shiwan finished speaking, he had someone bring over the cash register. Lin Hui was also afraid that someone would try to take it from him, so he directly scanned the code to pay. Only after seeing the successful payment did he put his phone away with satisfaction.
Ha, you idiot, you bought a piece of junk and you're still gloating over it.
At this point, Lu Xiao finally couldn't hold back and jumped out, laughing loudly. Lin Hui gave him a speechless look.
He really is a qualified villain. When it's time to step in, he doesn't hesitate at all. Who are you calling the villain?
Lu Xiao was immediately furious.
Whoever answers first, that's who. Lin Hui shrugged and looked at Li Shiwan. Mr. Li, can you cut stones here?
Of course.
Li Shiwan nodded. Does the gentleman wish to have the stone cut here?
Lin Hui nodded. It's too much trouble for me to carry such a big stone away.
Let's just cut it open.
I plan to sell it on the spot after it turns out to be green.
Ha, did I hear that right? You think you can find green in a piece of junk? You poor wretch, are you crazy for money? Young Master Lu mocked again.
Lin Hui gave him a speechless look.
This villain is truly dedicated.
He wasn't going to pay any attention to him, but he still insisted on coming over shamelessly.
Do these villains all have a strange urge to get their faces slapped? Mr. Li, could you please manage the situation?
The dogs are barking non-stop, and it's really affecting my mood. Lin Hui looked at Li Shiwan.
He noticed it just now too. The Li group, to which Li Shiwan belongs, must be very powerful, otherwise that young Master Lu wouldn't be so wary of it.
Li Shiwan also found this person a bit annoying.
But when you're running a business, there's no reason to actively drive people away.
Sir, please stop disturbing the other guests, or I will have to have them escorted out. Li Shiwan frowned slightly. Upon seeing this, Lu Xiao immediately fell silent, not daring to offend him too much.
Otherwise, Li Shiwan could have easily bankrupted his family's jewelry company with just a flick of his finger.
But seeing Lin Hui's smug look, he really couldn't swallow his anger.
Lin Hui, are you willing to make a bet with me?
Since he could no longer attack Lin Hui with words, he had to find another way.
No gambling.
Lin Hui refused without hesitation.
This is indeed a great opportunity to show off and embarrass oneself.
However, the villains in the world of short dramas really have no sense of contractual obligation.
What if young Master Lu loses the bet and runs away? Where will he find him?
You're scared.
Lu Xiao looked at Lin Hui with disdain. That's right, after all, you don't understand raw stones at all.
Lin Hui gave him the middle finger. I don't gamble because very few of you villains are trustworthy. You won't honor your bets even if you lose, so I don't gamble.
Who are you calling untrustworthy? Lu Xiao was furious again.
Since I, Lu Bing, dare to gamble, I'm not afraid of losing.
Or is it that you're afraid and are just making excuses?
Lin Hui gave him a disdainful look. The villain's mouth is a deceitful ghost.
If he believes that, he's truly a fool. I can vouch for you.
However, at that moment, Li Sherwan suddenly spoke. She looked at Lin Hui with a hint of interest. Lin Hui's clothes were very ordinary. The total cost of his entire outfit was probably no more than 500 yuan. But they possess a calmness and composure that ordinary people do not have.
Moreover, she sensed a powerful confidence emanating from Lin Hui.
It was as if Lin Hui truly knew that a fine jade could be found inside that rough stone. Normally, she would never get involved in such matters, but today, she inexplicably blurted it out.
Gentlemen, I'll vouch for you. I trust you won't break your promise.
Li Sherwan looked at Lu Bing and Lin Hui. With Ms. Li as my guarantor, I have complete faith in her. Lu Bing immediately expressed his opinion. Lin Hui glanced at Li Sherwan.
Given this woman's background, Lu Bing probably wouldn't dare to break the contract even if he lost.
Since you insist on offering your face for me to slap, then I have no choice but to oblige.
Lin Hui nodded. Tell me, how do you want to bet?
Seeing that Lin Hui had taken the bait, Lu Bing revealed a smug smile.
It's very simple. We'll bet on this stone of yours.
If the stone yields a value of no more than 1 million, I win.
If it yields a value of more than 1 million, you win.
He didn't block his own path either, just in case this waste rock actually yields something green.
Wouldn't he lose then?
So he raised the price, because he didn't believe that this piece of worthless stone, worth 500,000, could yield jade worth more than 1 million. Li Sherwan frowned slightly. She was knowledgeable this bet was clearly disadvantageous to Lin Hui. She would agree even if Lin Hui refused. However, Lin Hui casually waved his hand and said, "Fine, since you set the bet, I'll set the stakes. If I win, you give me 10 million and you have to kneel on the ground and bark like a dog 3 times.
If I lose, the stakes are the same."
Li Sherwan looked at Lin Hui with surprise. She thought Lin Hui was calm and composed just now, so why is he acting so impulsively now?
Or is he really that confident that the piece of waste rock can yield a good green plant? Wait a moment. Lu Bing gave Lin Hui a suspicious look from head to toe. A poor wretch like you can come up with 10 million? I don't believe it.
Lin Hui looked at him with a half smile. If I lose, I can write you an IOU and be your slave for the rest of my life, how about it?
Lu Bing then found it amusing. Miss Li, you heard it too. If he loses he has to be my slave for life, is that alright?
Li Sherwan nodded indifferently. As long as Li's jewelry still exists, the bet will remain in effect, and I will be responsible for its execution.
All right.
Lu Bing laughed loudly. Since Miss Li is vouching for me, I will absolutely believe her unconditionally.
I'll take the bet.
Li Sherwan glanced at the two of them. In that case, the bet is effective from this moment on, and we can begin cutting the stone.
The commotion just now was so loud. The area was already surrounded by onlookers.
I just came out for a stroll. I didn't expect to see such a good show.
Wow, a bet of tens of millions. It makes my heart flutter.
You have to be able to afford to lose.
Didn't you hear that?
That young man said if he lost, he would be someone's beast of burden for the rest of his life.
What's so special about this?
If I had that chance, I would definitely take the gamble. Anyway, I'm just a dog of a boss at the company now, so it doesn't matter where I am.
Ha, now that you mention it, it's true.
It seems that the young man probably thought the same thing.
I know a little about rough stones.
That young man's rough stone was really of very poor quality.
It was obviously a waste stone.
I guess, just like you said, he wanted to take a gamble. After all, if he won, it would be 10 million, and if he lost, he would just have to find another place to work for someone else. So, that handsome guy probably doesn't know anything about jade gambling.
What a pity.
With such a handsome face, he has to work like a slave for others.
If he were a gigolo, he could probably earn more.
People around him whispered among themselves, not having a good chance of winning over Lin Hui. There are many knowledgeable people on Jade Street, and everyone agrees that he will lose, so naturally no one thinks he can win.
Chapter 42 Big Surge. The stone cutting process is about to begin. Everyone gathered around.
The person in charge of cutting the stone was an experienced craftsman. After glancing at the raw stone, he shook his head with amusement. Only a novice would choose such a poor quality rough stone.
Sir, how do you plan to solve this? The experienced craftsman looked at Lin Hui.
I don't know either, you figure it out.
Lin Hui shrugged.
His golden finger wasn't X-ray vision, so he had no idea where the green was. Therefore, he left the professional matters to the professionals. The master craftsman studied it for a moment, then drew lines and began cutting the stone. All eyes were on the stone cutting machine. They wondered if a miracle might happen. Lu Bing also slightly stretched his neck. Although he was certain it was a worthless stone, gambling on stones inherently involves an element of chance.
What if something unexpected happens?
Li Sherwan glanced at Lin Hui. Despite the tense moment, Lin Hui appeared completely confident.
She couldn't help but admire this composure.
Regardless of the outcome, Lin Hui had caught his attention.
It's unclear whether Lin Hui's confidence stems from confidence in his own abilities or from blind confidence. It's open. Quickly check if it's gone up.
As soon as the first stone was cut, someone immediately started urging us to hurry up. The master craftsman took the raw stone out of the machine.
Everyone craned their necks to look. Ha, I told you it was just a piece of junk.
Upon seeing the cut open rough stone, Lu Bing suddenly burst into laughter. The master craftsman showed the cut open stone to everyone.
There wasn't a single green thing inside. TSK, this young man is going to be in trouble.
He spent 500,000 yuan on a rock and now he has to be someone's beast of burden for the rest of his life.
Ha, this is what jade gambling is all about, one cut to heaven, one cut to hell.
What a pity, such a young and handsome man, yet he has to shoulder a debt of 10 million.
This young man's life is over. Some onlookers felt sorry, some sighed, and some even joined in the mockery.
Lu Bing looked at Lin Hui smugly. You poor bastard, you lost.
Quickly kneel down and bark like a dog. You've only made one cut, what's the rush?
Lin Hui looked at him like he was an idiot. At the same time, he was also complaining in his mind.
What kind of melodramatic plot is this? Did they really have to cut through the air? Why can't they just show the green color directly, shocking everyone and skipping the villain's crazy self-destructive phase?
Li Sherwan looked at Lin Hui in surprise. She didn't understand why Lin Hui was still so calm even after things had come to this point. This kind of waste rock can be cut to death with a single stroke. There's absolutely no need to cut it any further. A poor wretch is a poor wretch, he really has no sense of right and wrong. Lu Bing was even more contemptuous. There's absolutely no need to cut this kind of trash rock anymore. Those around who knew the matter nodded in agreement. Young man, forget it, there's no need to cut anymore.
Exactly, your stone doesn't even have any green, so it's a complete loss. Handsome, you should just consider yourself unlucky. The jade gambling business is very complicated, and you can't handle it. People around him were trying to persuade him.
Lin Hui felt even more speechless.
This is just a way to make him show off and then embarrass himself. Keep cutting, it's not over yet.
He shook his head and looked at the master stonecutter. The experienced craftsman hesitated for a moment. Based on his many years of experience, he also felt there was no need to solve it further. But then Li Sherwan gave him a wink, and he had no choice but to nod and continue cutting. Li Sherwan felt increasingly curious about Lin Hui. Even at this point, Lin Hui remained expressionless, as if he truly knew that the stone would appreciate greatly in value. She was very interested to see where Lin Hui's confidence came from. If this waste rock can really appreciate significantly, then it proves that Lin Hui is truly capable, otherwise, it's just blind confidence. If it's the latter, she'll feel disgusted, but if it's the former, then this person is quite interesting. The master craftsman turned the machine on again and began cutting the stone. This time, no one had any expectations. It seemed that everyone had already seen the ending.
You poor wretch, just give up on that idea.
I dare say that piece of junk won't even produce any green. Lu Bing looked at Lin Hui with a mocking expression.
Unfortunately, Lin Hui didn't even glance at him. This only made him angrier. Keep pretending. Once the ending comes out, I'll definitely humiliate you properly. Lu Bing sneered. It's turned green.
However, no sooner had he finished speaking than the stone-cutting teacher suddenly shouted something. His voice trembled with excitement.
All eyes were on him.
It's really rare that this kind of stone can produce green. The green color produced from this kind of stone is mostly not good.
The onlookers didn't have a particularly high opinion of Lin Hui.
Even if it turns green, most of the voices will be pessimistic. Hearing the discussions around him, Lu Bing also felt that they made sense, and the tension that had just risen within him relaxed again. Unlike the others, Li Sherwan glanced at the confident Lin Hui and felt that this green was probably not simple.
Imperial green, this is imperial green, and it's even top-grade glass-type imperial green. After confirming that he hadn't misread it, the master stonecutter's hands were trembling.
This is top-grade imperial green jade. He never imagined that he would find such a fine jade in his lifetime.
What? Upon hearing this, everyone showed expressions of shock.
The finest imperial green jadeite starts at tens of millions of dollars.
What incredible luck did this handsome young man have to find such a treasure?
The key point is that he only paid $500,000 for the raw stone.
Impossible, how could this be?
Lu Bing looked incredulous and then snatched the raw stone from the master craftsman's hand like a madman. He didn't believe that such a broken stone could yield top-quality imperial green jade unless he saw it with his own eyes.
But when he saw what was inside the raw stone, he was completely stunned.
It's truly top-quality imperial green jadeite of the glassy variety, and judging by its size, it's enough to make several pairs of bracelets. His family owns a jewelry company, so he naturally understands the value of this rough stone. It's estimated that it can sell for at least $200 million.
I lost.
After a long while, he finally admitted defeat, looking utterly dejected.
It's actually true. It really yielded a top-grade imperial green jadeite. Holy crap, that's a huge profit. I'm so envious.
A raw stone worth $500,000, that's worth so many times more. And the handsome guy won $10 million in the bet, that's a whole $10 million.
As expected, gambling on stones is a matter of heaven and hell in an instant.
Just now it was hell, and now it's flying to heaven.
People around them were talking about it.
When Li Sherwan looked at Lin Hui again, her eyes now held a hint of respect.
No wonder Lin Hui was so calm and seemed to have everything under control.
So that's his source of confidence.
He possesses the abilities of a master stone appraiser at a young age. The future is simply limitless.
And even now, Lin Hui still maintains that calm and confident demeanor. He is neither arrogant in victory nor discouraged in defeat, and he remains calm and composed in the face of change. His composure is truly admirable. Li Sherwan admitted that she herself could not do it. He must cultivate a good relationship with such a talented young man.
Chapter 43 We won.
Lin Hui was not surprised at all by this result. Therefore, he appeared very calm and natural.
Mr. Li, I won the bet, right? He looked calmly at Li Sherwan.
Li Sherwan then realized what was happening and nodded affirmatively. Of course, you won this bet. After saying that, he looked at Lu Bing and said, you lost.
Transfer the money. Lu Bing's face immediately turned extremely ugly. He lost. He really lost. That's 10 million, a full 10 million. His family's jewelry company is not a large company, its total assets are only a little over 200 million yuan.
Getting him to come up with 10 million in cash is definitely not an easy task. The key company still belongs to his father, he can only come up with a few 100,000 yuan at most.
I don't have that much money.
Facing Li Sherwan's gaze, Lu Bing finally uttered those words with trembling hands. Li Sherwan's eyes instantly turned cold. Then find a way to pay me.
You probably don't want me to get involved, right?
Otherwise, you'll lose more than 10 million.
Upon hearing this, Lu Bing shuddered instantly. If Li's jewelry really targets their company, they probably won't have a place in the entire jewelry industry. The company may also face bankruptcy.
At that moment, Lu Bing felt immense regret. Why would he bother arguing with a poor guy like Lin Hui? Furthermore, he made a bet with Lin Hui. Now look what's happened, he's lost 10 million, his dad is definitely going to beat him to death.
No, I'll think of something right away.
Although Lu Bing was extremely unwilling, at this time, the only person who could help him was his father. He dialed the number with trembling hands.
Hey Dad, I think I've gotten into a little trouble. Could you come over here for a second?
Lu Bing reluctantly called for help and briefly explained what had just happened.
What did you say? You lost 10 million in a bet?
You unfilial son, just you wait, I'm coming right now.
Lin Hui glanced at Lu Bing with amusement. Villains really do only realize their mistakes after they've been proven wrong. Why didn't you do this sooner? Therefore, one should not be too arrogant and domineering, otherwise you never know when you will run into a brick wall. Li Sherwan ignored Lu Bing and went to Lin Hui. Mr. Lin, are you selling this rough stone? I'm willing to pay a high price for it.
She looked at Lin Hui earnestly, her eyes full of sincerity. This top-quality imperial green jadeite of the glassy type is extremely rare, making it very expensive. However, Lin Hui's rough stone has a very large area of jadeite. If it were made into jewelry, it would definitely be the crown jewel of Li's jewelry. Of course I have to sell it, otherwise I'm afraid it will be stolen as soon as I take it out. Lin Hui shrugged indifferently. I just don't know what price you're willing to offer, Miss Li. Li Sherwan smiled and said, Mr. Lin, you really have a sense of humor. I have examined this rough stone. It is indeed a top quality material, and it is very large. Its value is at least around 230 million. I am willing to offer 250 million to buy it. I wonder what Mr. Lin thinks. Li Sherwan was determined to acquire this imperial green jadeite rough stone. They'd rather pay a premium than miss out. Of course, the premium was also a way for her to curry favor. It's easy to see from Lin Hui's calm and composed demeanor that he is a truly capable person. Spend an extra 20 million to befriend such a young talent. Maybe it will come in handy someday. Since Miss Li is so sincere, I certainly have no objection. Lin Hui smiled and said, as long as you transfer the money to my card, the raw stone is yours. Without hesitation, Li Sherwan made a phone call and instructed the group's finance department to transfer funds to Lin Hui. In no time, Lin Hui's phone received a transfer notification for 250 million yuan. Miss Li is very straightforward. So this rough stone is yours now. Lin Hui looked at his bank card balance, his face showing no emotion, appearing very casual. A few hundred million is no longer enough to make him flinch. Perhaps only 100 billion or a trillion would get him to even glance at him. Li Sherwan noticed Lin Hui's expression and became even more interested. The fact that Lin Hui could remain so calm in the face of a cash transfer of over 200 million yuan is a testament to his extraordinary character. I should thank Mr. Lin more. With the top quality raw stone in hand, Li Sherwan finally showed a happy smile. That smile made the men watching the scene take a few more glances. Li Siwan's smile is absolutely gorgeous. Unfortunately, he usually has a cold and indifferent demeanor. Ignoring the stares of others, Li Sherwan took out a business card and handed it to Lin Hui. Mr. Lin, this is my personal business card. Please feel free to call me anytime if you need anything. Li Sherwan wanted to befriend Lin Hui, so she naturally adopted a more humble attitude. Lin Hui took the business card, glanced at it, and then casually put it into his pocket. Ms. Li, I don't have a business card, but we can exchange contact information. Since the girl had taken the initiative, Lin Hui certainly couldn't back down. Judging from her appearance, she's definitely one of the second or third female leads next to the main character. Li Sherwan took out her phone and added Lin Hui as a contact. The two exchanged contact information. Mr. Lin, please don't call me Miss Li anymore, just call me Sherwan. Back then, you can just call me Lin Hui. The conversation between the two elicited another wave of envy from those around them. Judging from Lin Hui's ordinary clothes, he's definitely not a rich young master. But now he has not only earned more than 200 million, but has also won the favor of a beauty. It's true what they say, comparisons are odious. Lu Bing was consumed by jealousy. He didn't even have the right to curry favor with a top-tier heiress like Li Sherwan. But now, Li Sherwan has taken the initiative to lower herself and befriend Lin Hui. Why wasn't he so lucky to win Li Sherwan's favor? The thought of this made him incredibly jealous. Unfortunately, he only dared to keep this feeling to himself and dared not show it, for fear of offending Li Sherwan, the daughter of the Li family. Lu Bing, where the hell are you? I'm going to beat you to death today. Just then, an angry voice came from outside the shop. A middle-aged man with a beer belly stormed into the store. He was furious the moment he saw Lu Bing. He went up and slapped Lu Bing twice across the face. You unfilial son, do you even know how much 10 million is? You just wasted it like that. Lu Bing covered his face in fear. Dad, I was wrong. Lu Bing's father, Lu Zhongwei, was furious when he saw his spendthrift son. But upon meeting Li Sherwan's gaze, he immediately adopted a fawning expression. Miss Li, I've heard about what happened. My good-for-nothing son has caused you trouble. Li Sherwan glanced at him indifferently. The rest is negotiable, but Lin Hui is my friend, and I guaranteed this bet, so I hope you can transfer the money to Lin Hui as soon as possible. Of course. Lu Zhongwei nodded with a smile. With Miss Li as guarantor, I certainly wouldn't dare to renege. I'll transfer the money to Mr. Lin right now. After saying that, he asked for Lin Hui's bank card number and transferred 10 million into it. Seeing another 10 million yuan come in, Lu Bai's face remained expressionless. I've received the money. Now, Lu Bing can kneel down and bark like a dog. Lu Bing's face immediately turned ugly again. Kneeling down and barking like a dog in front of so many people, wouldn't his face be completely humiliated? Unfortunately, before he could hesitate for more than a few seconds, Lu Zhangwei slapped him hard across the face again.
You unfilial son, didn't you hear me? Mr. Lin told you to kneel down and bark like a dog. Why don't you do it now? Lu Zhangwei was perfectly lucid. He couldn't afford to offend Li's jewelry.
Since Li Shiruan had vouched for it, there was no way he could renege on the bet.
Since that's the case, we might as well get it over with and leave this place as soon as possible. He really couldn't bear the shame.
Lu Bing looked aggrieved and angry. But under Lu Zhangwei's coercion, he had no choice but to kneel down and bark like a dog 3 times, which drew laughter from the onlookers.
Lin Hui's lips curled up slightly. So why bother? Why stick your face out for me to slap? Lu Bing and Lu Zhangwei said nothing and simply slunk away. After leaving the shop, Lu Bing turned around and gave it a vicious look.
Lin Hui, you just wait, I'll make you pay the price, you poor wretch.
Chapter 44 Li Shiruan's Invitation.
Lin Hui glanced at his bank card balance.
260 million.
He's taken another small step closer to becoming the richest man in Xia Kingdom. Seeing that there was no good show to watch, the people around dispersed. Lin Hui, you seemed so calm and confident just now. You must know a lot about raw stones. Li Shiruan voiced the question that had been lingering in her mind.
I don't know anything about rough stones, I just got very lucky.
Lin Hui smiled casually. He really doesn't understand raw stones, so there's no need for him to pretend to. Otherwise, if Li Shiruan asked him to say something, he would be completely clueless. Lin Hui, stop joking. Li Shiruan didn't believe it at all.
She believed her judgment was sound. Lin Hui's confidence was genuine. However, since Lin Hui wanted to feign modesty, she couldn't very well expose him. Just by glancing at the raw stones in the shop, I came up with a good idea.
Lin Hui, look at all these raw stones in my shop, why don't you cut a few more to play with?
If we find any more good materials, I'll buy them at a premium.
Lin Hui became somewhat interested. It seems that Li Shiruan wants to test his abilities. Well, there are indeed a few decent rough stones in this shop. Although they are not as valuable as that imperial green stone, they can still make a small profit.
Okay, then I'll buy 3 more.
Lin Hui readily agreed and then selected the 3 rough stones. The 3 rough stones were priced at 6 million, 9 million, and 11 million respectively.
Total value, 26 million.
Shiruan, please cut these rough stones for me. Li Shiruan was somewhat surprised to see that Lin Hui had finished making his selection so quickly.
Choosing a rough stone isn't like buying cabbage at the supermarket, why don't you even look at it?
But that's fine too, she wants to see if Lin Hui is really capable. If these 3 rough stones all appreciate significantly, then Lin Hui's value will be immeasurable. Li Shiruan immediately instructed the master stonecutter to begin cutting the stone. Lin Hui remained calm throughout the wait.
Because he already knew the outcome.
But Li Shiruan was unaware that she was even more nervous than Lin Hui, the buyer, as she watched the raw stone being slowly cut.
It's gone up, it's gone up.
After the first rough stone was cut, the master stonecutter shouted excitedly again.
It's another piece of glass-type jadeite. Although it's not imperial green, it's in excellent condition with no cracks.
Such a large piece is worth at least 30 million. Li Shiruan's small mouth opened slightly. Although she was prepared, she was still somewhat surprised to hear about the significant price increase. At the same time, she became even more certain of Lin Hui's abilities. One stock might be due to luck, but if both stocks surge, then luck can't explain it. Keep cutting, cut the remaining 2 pieces together. Li Shiruan quickly spoke up. She was even more anxious than Lin Hui, just wanting to know if the remaining 2 pieces could also rise sharply. Lin Hui simply smiled casually. Since showing off was unavoidable, he had no choice but to do it reluctantly. Given the nature of the short drama world, he will only have the opportunity to access higher levels after he finishes this act. He certainly wouldn't refuse if it meant making a lot of money quickly and completing the main quest sooner. The remaining 2 rough stones were quickly cut open. Surge, surge. The master stonecutter was trembling with joy. 3 stocks were sold off in a row, and all of them saw significant price increases. Among them was an imperial green jadeite rough, but it didn't produce as much green as before, and its total value was only around 70 million.
Lin Hui, you are really amazing.
Li Shiruan's gaze towards Lin Hui changed. Compared to the initial chill, it has now become much more enthusiastic. Those of them who are in the jade and jewelry business need talents like Lin Hui the most. If she could win over Lin Hui, her status in the family would definitely rise significantly.
It's not that I'm good, it's just that I'm lucky.
Lin Hui gave the same answer. He's unlikely to admit he can appraise raw stones, lest he implicate himself.
Okay, you say it's luck, then it's luck.
Li Sherwan did not dwell on this issue. Whether it's ability or luck, Lin Hui has already proven himself. Lin Hui, there's a jade exchange meeting in a couple of days.
Would you like to attend?
Li Sherwan extended an invitation directly. There will be many top-quality raw stones on display and for sale at that time, and perhaps you can make another fortune.
What did you need me to do back then, Wan?
Lin Hui wasn't narcissistic enough to think that Li Sherwan would fall for him just by showing off.
He understood the principle that everything that comes out must have a reason behind it.
Seeing that Lin Hui saw things clearly, Li Sherwan sighed inwardly and directly stated her purpose.
There will be an auction at the exchange meeting. If I can shine in the auction, it will be of great benefit to both me and Li's jewelry.
Understood.
Lin Hui nodded. I will help you with this auction.
He now has assets worth hundreds of millions, so he can go to the exchange meeting and make a big purchase.
That's great.
Li Sherwan smiled happily. With your help, Lin Hui, Li's jewelry will definitely shine at this exchange meeting.
Lin Hui, are you free tonight? Let me treat you to dinner.
Li Sherwan naturally wanted to seize the opportunity to build a closer relationship with such an impressive person, so she took the initiative to extend an invitation. Lin Hui was quite eager to go when invited by a beautiful woman.
But not tonight, because he still has to go and rescue the damsel in distress.
I'm sorry, I have something to do tonight and I'm afraid I can't keep our appointment. Li Sherwan was somewhat surprised. Lin Hui actually refused the invitation from such a beautiful woman like himself.
Is it because I'm not charming enough? Impossible.
She is very confident in her figure and looks. It seems that Lin Hui must have something on his mind.
Oh, okay. Then let's do it another day.
Li Sherwan had no choice but to settle for second best.
Okay, let's reschedule for another day.
Lin Hui nodded. Sherwan, I have some things to attend to, so I'll be leaving now. Okay, the price of these 3 rough stones is about 130 million.
I'll round it up for you to 150 million. I'll notify the finance department to transfer the money to you in a bit.
Lin Hui nodded, said hello, and then turned and left. With this additional 150 million, his total assets became 410 million.
We've taken another small step closer to our goal.
After leaving Jade Street, Lin Hui went straight to the security company.
The world of short dramas is not safe. Villains may try to harm the emperor at any moment. Therefore, hiring 100 or so bodyguards is the safest approach.
Security companies in this world are similar to those in the previous world, divided into ordinary, professional, and elite. He's rich now, so he's not stingy and hired 100 professional bodyguards and 10 top-notch bodyguards. He didn't know Zhang Yi's family background, so hiring more people was also safer. These 110 people were divided into 2 shifts to take turns protecting Lin Hui. The 10 elite bodyguards provided close protection, while other professional bodyguards disguised themselves and followed secretly, ready to rush out and protect Lin Hui immediately if trouble arose. As Lin Hui walked out of the security company, he glanced at the 5 burly men with resolute faces behind him.
I finally felt a little safer. Chapter 45: Rescuing Song Yu.
Nighttime, a secluded park street near the rented house. As usual, Song Yu passes through this road on her way home from get off work. In modern society, the public security is very good.
She often walks this road and has never encountered any danger.
But today, something unexpected happened. A few drunk thugs suddenly stopped her.
What are you going to do? Song Yu retreated in alarm.
The thugs, however, persisted, pressing closer and closer.
This girl is really pretty.
A young man with dyed yellow hair leered at him, looking him up and down.
I've never seen such a huge bomb before.
We're in for a treat today, guys.
Hey girl, let us touch you, okay? Yeah, you shouldn't have any problem touching me, right?
Several drunken thugs approached Song Yu step by step.
He kept uttering foul language as he walked.
Don't come any closer, or I'll call the police. Frightened, Song Yu shouted loudly, trying to scare the group away, while also hoping that someone would hear her cries for help. However, the surrounding area was very empty, and it seemed that no one heard it at all.
On the contrary, her shout only aroused the amusement of the thugs.
Go ahead and shout, no one will hear you even if you shout your lungs out.
Hee hee, this place is really remote and there are no security cameras, so why don't we guys have some fun?
That's a great suggestion. I've never played with such a huge risk before. A few thugs approached with lecherous eyes. Song Yu was so frightened that she lost her footing and suddenly fell backward.
Her fear instantly intensified. If I really fall, I'm afraid I won't even have a chance to run away. Although it seemed she had no chance of escaping anyway.
Just when she was at her most desperate, a strong and reliable arm gently embraced her.
Don't be afraid.
A gentle voice sounded in her ear. Song Yu's heart, which had just been in despair, seemed to be instantly redeemed. The fear in my heart has also dissipated considerably.
She recognized the voice. Isn't that Lin Hui, my former brother-in-law?
Lin Hui had actually arrived long ago. But he arrived a little late in order to win the heart of his beloved. He didn't think it was shameless, after all. If he hadn't come, his sister-in-law's fate would have been even more miserable.
Brother Lin Hui.
Song Yu happily buried her head in Lin Hui's chest. The fear vanished completely at that moment. She felt an unprecedented sense of security in Lin Hui's arms.
Don't worry, with me here, no one can hurt you.
Lin Hui gently stroked her hair.
Song Yu's face instantly turned bright red, and she felt incredibly shy. But she couldn't bear to push Lin Hui away from her embrace.
Holy shit, who the hell are you?
That's right, where did this guy come from? If you know what's good for you, get lost. Fuck you, you dare ruin our plans. Let's all gang up on him and beat him to a pulp. Yes, beat him up. A few thugs started cursing and swearing, ruining the pleasant atmosphere.
Lin Hui glanced at the group with disgust.
These guys are really blind.
Lin Hui gently pushed Song Yu away, then naturally took her hand, his eyes coldly fixed on the thugs.
You dare to make a move on my woman? You're asking for trouble.
Beat them up, cripple one of each person's hands, and I'll reward whoever does it with 1 million. When Song Yu heard Lin Hui say the words "my woman," her face turned bright red again.
Could it be that brother Lin Hui has feelings for her?
But she's just average looking, she's nowhere near as pretty as her sister. People say she dresses in a very unfashionable way.
Apart from a pair of large thunderbolts, there doesn't seem to be anything particularly outstanding about it. Will Lin Hui really like her? Just as she was caught in a dilemma. Upon hearing Lin Hui's order, the bodyguards hiding in the shadows rushed out instantly.
He then proceeded to punch and kick the group of thugs.
These thugs were already drunk, so they didn't even have a chance to escape.
Some bodyguards, eager to make money, went so far as to break the arms of several thugs.
Ah, stop hitting us, we were wrong. Brother, we really know we were wrong, please forgive us.
Ouch, my hand is broken, it hurts so much.
We will never do it again, please stop. Screams echoed throughout the room. Song Yu finally snapped out of her inner turmoil.
Seeing the thugs screaming in pain on the ground after being beaten, she felt a pang of pity.
Brother Lin Hui, how about we just let it go? They've already paid the price.
Lin Hui glanced at the group of thugs. They had indeed been beaten quite badly, and each of them had a broken arm. Although this is just a short drama, it is still set in an urban environment. If he were to actually commit murder, he would be in serious trouble. Besides, these bodyguards are all hired from security companies, so there's no way they would kill someone for him.
All right.
Lin Hui waved his hand casually. Upon hearing this, the bodyguard immediately stopped. Lin Hui took Song Yu's hand and led her to a group of thugs.
This is a lesson for you today. If you know what's good for you, don't call the police. Otherwise, I'll put a 10 million reward on your lives, and I'm sure many people will be tempted. After saying that, he ignored the thugs and, holding Song Yu's hand, headed towards the rented house. The bodyguards around them wisely did not follow, but instead hid again, ready to provide protection at any time. The thugs on the ground, seeing that everyone had left, finally felt a sense of relief, as if they had escaped a disaster. As for retaliation, they really don't dare. Just like Lin Hui said, if they really had a 10 million bounty on their heads, then probably many people would want to kill them. Therefore, they simply dare not provoke wealthy people like Lin Hui. Inside the rented room, Lin Hui and Song Yu returned home. Brother Lin Hui, we're home.
Song Yu said somewhat shyly.
Yes, we're home.
Lin Hui nodded in agreement. Seeing that Lin Hui didn't understand her meaning, Song Yu could only shyly move the hand that Lin Hui was holding.
Brother Lin Hui, you can let me go now.
Lin Hui held her hand the whole way, and they looked just like a couple. It was so natural.
A wicked smile crept across Lin Hui's lips.
Instead of letting go, he leaned forward, forcing Song Yu against the wall, and then used his other hand to pin her against the wall.
What, are you going to abandon me so soon?
Song Yu lowered her head shyly. No, it's not. She wanted to explain, but didn't know how to begin. At that moment, her heart was racing, and a very special feeling arose within her. Lin Hui moved closer and closer to her ear.
No, what is it? Song Yu's face instantly turned even redder, like a ripe apple.
Lin Hui found her appearance amusing.
This innocent and adorable little girl will be so funny when she cries.
Brother Lin Hui, not today,
I'm on my period.
Song Yu shyly lowered her head. Lin Hui was speechless.
Wasn't he the main character? Why was he being treated like this? But it didn't matter, he hadn't planned to win tonight anyway.
Such a cute girl, it would be a waste not to tease her properly. Lin Hui moved his face closer, as if he wanted to kiss Song Yu.
Song Yu's heart was beating even faster.
As Lin Hui drew closer, she instinctively closed her eyes and raised her head slightly, trying to meet his gaze. But she closed her eyes and waited for a while, but Lin Hui's kiss never came. She opened her eyes in confusion and saw Lin Hui looking at her with a half smile.
Are your lips swollen? They're pouting so high.
Upon hearing this, Song Yu felt both ashamed and angry, wishing she could disappear into the ground on the spot. At the same time, she also wondered if she was really too ordinary, and that Lin Hui simply didn't like her. Lin Hui probably prefers girls as beautiful as his older sister.
Thinking about this made him feel a little down.
But just then, Lin Hui leaned close to her ear again.
Sister-in-law, has anyone ever told you that you are very beautiful?
You should try dressing yourself up, you'll definitely look great.
Alright, you've had a fright tonight, get some sleep.
After saying that, Lin Hui suddenly let go of her hand and turned to walk towards his room.
Looking at Lin Hui's back,
the sense of security and happiness that Song Yu had just felt vanished instantly, leaving her with a feeling of insecurity and anxiety.
Chapter 46: The Shock of Justice. The next morning.
After waking up, Lin Hui began to wash up.
He's planning to buy a house today and move out. Brother Lin Hui.
Lin Hui had just finished washing up and came to the living room when he heard Song Yu calling him. He glanced over instinctively, and his eyes immediately lit up. Today, Song Yu actually dressed up for the first time ever. Her messy hair was tied up, she changed into a white dress, and even put on light makeup.
Just as he thought, Song Yu was very beautiful, but she didn't usually pay attention to her appearance. With a simple tidying up, its appearance has been elevated to a whole new level, making it a real eye-catcher. Seeing the expectant look in Song Yu's eyes, Lin Hui couldn't help but praise, "You look beautiful today." Upon hearing the praise, Song Yu immediately smiled happily. She got up early to dress up, hoping to gain Lin Hui's approval. Last night, Lin Hui told her to dress up, and she remembered it. I'm glad brother Lin Hui likes it. Song Yu was a little shy. Lin Hui felt that such an innocent girl was really fun. He had just finished washing up and went straight up to take Song Yu's hand. Today, you belong to me. He forcefully dragged Song Yu out the door. Being pulled like this, Song Yu didn't resist at all, on the contrary, her heart was pounding. Lin Hui took a taxi to the sales office of a high-end residential community. Brother Lin Hui, why did you bring me here? Song Yu was somewhat puzzled. Wasn't Lin Hui going to take her on a date? Why did you end up at the sales office, especially in such a high-end residential complex? Of course we're here to buy a house. Lin Hui didn't offer any further explanation and simply pulled her into the sales office. Song Yu was a little confused. Is brother Lin Hui buying a house? And in such a high-end neighborhood? Where did he get so much money? Full of doubts, Song Yu was pulled away by Lin Hui. Upon entering the sales office, the snobbish plot that inevitably appears in short dramas unfolded without any surprise. A pretty saleswoman glanced at Lin Hui's clothes and gave him a disdainful look. This is a high-end residential area. How dare this poor person, dressed in cheap clothes costing only a few hundred yuan, come in? Her voice wasn't loud, only the new salesperson next to her could hear it. Sister Wang, how could you talk to a customer like that? After she finished speaking, seeing that no one paid any attention to Lin Hui and the other person, she took the initiative to walk up to them. Sister Wang rolled her eyes. Can a poor person like that afford a house? Going there would be a waste of time.
Lin Hui did not hear their conversation. But judging from the attitude of the sales staff around him, he could roughly understand what they were talking about.
This melodramatic plot again.
Lin Hui was speechless. He never experienced the slap in the face of showing off when buying a house in real life, so the short drama world just had to let him experience it.
But he really didn't want to play any pretentious tricks or get humiliated, because it was really low class. Show me a villa, the most expensive one. If you like it, just swipe your card.
He was concise and to the point, his goal clear. He wanted to buy a house quickly and skip this melodramatic turn of events. However, what he feared most came to pass.
Hey, isn't this my penniless ex-boyfriend Lin Hui? Just then, a mocking voice rang out.
Lin Hui covered his head speechlessly.
Let me tell you, can't we really skip this step? I really just want to buy a house.
Unfortunately, he was unable to achieve his wish. Victoria Song and Zhang Yi walked straight over. You stinking loser, you dared to play me for a fool last time, so I'll teach you a lesson today. Zhang Yi had an arrogant look on his face, practically writing "I'm a spoiled brat" on his face. Lin Hui felt utterly speechless looking at the two villains' disdainful expressions.
Young Master Zhang, why didn't you tell me you were coming?
I could have greeted you at the door. The saleswoman, Sister Wang, came up to me with a fawning expression.
Young Master Zhang, do you know these two penniless bastards?
Lin Hui was even more speechless.
He was wrong, it should be the villain trio. Sis, how could you say that about brother Lin Hui? Have you forgotten how good Lin Hui was to you before? He gave you all the money he earned, and he even did your laundry and cooked for you. How can you say such things about him?
Lin Hui didn't want to pay attention, but Song Yu couldn't stand it and stood up to argue her point.
Victoria Song looked at Song Yu in surprise.
She hadn't looked closely before, so she hadn't noticed, but now that she saw it clearly, she realized it was actually her younger sister.
Song Yu, what are you doing here, and why are you dressed like this?
Song Chen frowned slightly, then saw Lin Hui holding Song Yu's hand.
Did that penniless bastard Lin Hui force you to come?
Zhang Yi also noticed Song Yu at this moment. When they saw Song Yu's beautiful face and those two huge breasts, a look of amazement appeared in their eyes.
What follows is greed and possessiveness.
Lin Hui doesn't deserve to have such a pure and innocent girl, only he, young Master Zhang, is qualified to play with her.
Beautiful lady, I'll give you 100,000 yuan, come over here.
Zhang Yi looked arrogant and immediately tried to bribe his way out of trouble.
You. Song Yu was furious when she heard this. You're disgusting. You think it's not enough? I'll add another 100,000.
Zhang Yi waved his hand generously. This kind of exquisite, innocent beauty is worth the price. Upon hearing this, Victoria Song looked at Song Yu with a hint of hostility.
If Song Yu really agrees, wouldn't she fall out of favor?
But then I thought, maybe twin sisters would be more appealing, and Zhang Yi might like them even more.
Little sister, you have no future following that penniless Lin Hui. Why don't you come with me to serve young Master Zhang?
Faced with the verbal barrage from the villainous duo, Song Yu was furious.
What do these two people take him for? Goods?
She's not the kind of woman who's materialistic. Even if you offered her a lot of money, she would never agree. However, she still felt somewhat helpless in the face of their attacks. Just then, Lin Hui stepped in front of her.
I really don't want to talk to you guys, but why do you guys like to stir up trouble so much? Seeing Lin Hui's back, Song Yu's previous helplessness was instantly replaced by a sense of security.
Zhang Yi was displeased to see Lin Hui blocking Song Yu. Victoria Song also looked disgusted, feeling that Lin Hui had blocked her plans to be her sister.
You loser, get lost, or I might let you off the hook. Zhang Yi rebuked him angrily. He wanted Lin Hui to move aside and not get in his way while he was picking up girls. Fine, I'll just shut you up for now.
Lin Hui shook his head speechlessly. Before the two could react, he took out a stun gun, an essential self-defense weapon, and stabbed them directly.
Ah! Ah! Two screams rang out. Zhang Yi and Song Qian lay on the ground convulsing. Everyone looked over in shock. This guy is too brave. They can shock you without warning. Moreover, the one who was electrocuted was Zhang Yi, the young Master Zhang. How dare he do that?
Song Yu also covered her mouth, looking at Lin Hui in surprise. However, despite her surprise, she also felt a secret sense of satisfaction.
Such bad people deserve to be struck by the electric shock of justice.
The entire sales hall fell silent, save for the screams of the two people. Lin Hui calmly put away the stun gun.
This thing is really useful, it's a true shut-up miracle. Alright, hurry up and show me the villa.
Lin Hui waved his hand, signaling the young salesman beside him to hurry up and introduce the villa, so he could end this melodramatic situation quickly.
Chapter 47. Do you still feel love? The young female saleswoman nodded blankly, not quite understanding yet. Zhang Yi and Song Qian were the first to recover. You filthy loser, you dare to shock me? Zhang Yi was furious.
He had never suffered such a loss in his entire life.
I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill you. Security guards, where are the security guards?
Are all your security guards just freeloaders?
Victoria Song roared angrily.
That penniless Lin Hui actually dared to treat her like that. She was determined to make Lin Hui pay the price. Only then did Sister Wang realize what was happening and tried to call security. But at that moment, dozens of bodyguards in black suddenly rushed in and surrounded Zhang Yi and his two companions.
Lin Hui looked at them lazily. I advise you not to call security, or you'll get another beating. Surrounded by so many people, Zhang Yi and Song Qian felt a little scared. Zhang Yi swallowed hard and shouted with a fierce but weak voice, What do you want to do? I am the future heir of Zhang's jewelry. If you dare to lay a hand on me, my father will make you pay the price.
Lin Hui ignored him and had his bodyguards surround them.
Okay, hurry up and introduce them to me, or I'll have to find someone else.
Lin Hui looked at the young female saleswoman. This person has a good heart, but is too indecisive.
Okay, I'll introduce it to you right away.
The young female saleswoman quickly led Lin Hui to the villas and introduced them to him. The most expensive villa costs 150 million, and it is top-notch in terms of both hardware and software. TCH, a poor wretch who wants to buy a villa. Although Song Qian was surrounded and unable to reach Lin Hui and the others, she could still speak. Exactly, he's a loser who wants to buy a villa worth over 100 million.
Who does he think he is?
Zhang Yi also looked on with disdain. If he hadn't been surrounded by bodyguards, he would have been even more unrestrained in his mockery.
Brother Lin Hui, what do you think of such an expensive villa? Song Yu asked somewhat timidly.
She never even dreamed of owning a villa worth 150 million.
Of course we'll buy it. Lin Hui immediately took out his bank card. He just wanted to buy a house as soon as possible and then leave. His goal has always been to become the richest man in Xia Kingdom. As for showing off and getting humiliated, he really has little interest in it. But these villains just had to step in and slap him in the face. Ah!
Seeing Lin Hui take the card so easily, the young female salesperson was stunned for a while. She never expected Lin Hui to buy it.
That's why I was so surprised.
Song Yu also opened her mouth wide, looking surprised.
Heh, what are you pretending for? That's 150 million. How could a poor wretch like Lin Hui possibly come up with that?
Victoria Song looked at him with disdain. Exactly, 150 million, I would think twice before taking it out myself. What makes you, a worthless loser, think you can do that?
Zhang Yi joined in the mockery.
But when the bank card indicated that the payment was successful, everyone was stunned.
How could that be?
Victoria Song looked incredulous.
Isn't he a loser? How come he has so much money?
Zhang Yi also showed a look of shock.
Song Yu and the people at the sales office stared blankly at Lin Hui. The payment of 150 million was actually successful. Wow, brother Lin Hui, you're so rich. Song Yu looked amazed.
That's 150 million, a sum of money she'll never see in her lifetime. Lin Hui paid without even blinking. Of course, Lin Hui was willing to spend so much money to buy a villa because fixed assets are also included in total assets. Even after buying the villa, his assets remained unchanged. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so extravagant at most, he would only buy a mid-range villa.
Impossible, how is that possible? How could you possibly have so much money? Song Qian looked at Lin Hui in disbelief.
The two had been talking for 3 years, and he knew everything about Lin Hui, including how much money he had in his family situation.
How did Lin Hui suddenly acquire so much money? Was Lin Hui faking it all along to test her?
The thought of that 150 million filled her with regret. Given Lin Hui's past attitude towards her, she only needed to act coquettishly, and the 150 million yuan house would be hers.
Zhang Yi's face turned extremely ugly.
The fact that Lin Hui could come up with 150 million shows that he's not a loser, and with so many bodyguards, he's clearly a hidden rich second generation. Maybe he's on the same level as her. However, now that the two have formed a grudge, no matter what Lin Hui's background is, he will take revenge. Lin Hui couldn't be bothered with the two of them. He took Song Yu's hand and said, "Song Yu, that place will be your home from now on. Let's move in together." This blatant invitation immediately made Song Yu both happy and delighted. "Yes, I'll listen to brother Lin Hui." Her heart is now completely devoted to Lin Hui. Although it had only been a few days, she found that she had fallen in love with Lin Hui. Perhaps she had feelings for him before, but back then Lin Hui and her sister were still dating, so she didn't dare to cross the line. Congratulations, host. Song Yu's favorability towards you has increased to 100%. Lin Hui was taken aback when he saw the system notification. He hadn't received any feedback on his favorability rating for the past few days, and he thought it was a setting from the previous world that wouldn't carry over to this one. But now it seems that this is clearly not the case. The notification should only appear when the favorability rating reaches 100%. A smile appeared on Lin Hui's lips. He was relieved. With 100% favorability, he can do whatever he wants. Let's go home. After quickly checking in, Lin Hui took Song Yu's hand and walked outside. Lin Hui, wait a minute. However, as they passed by Song Qian and her group, Song Qian suddenly called out to Lin Hui. Lin Hui ignored her and continued walking forward. Based on his understanding of the world of short dramas, I reckon this is yet another self-righteous villainous second female lead. Seeing that he had money, she wanted to change her mind and forgive Lin Hui. Yes, forgive Lin Hui. Therefore, the thought process of the people in the world of short dramas is something that a normal person cannot understand. Rather than listening to her spout this nonsense, I'd rather just leave. Lin Hui, I know you love me. You did all this just to make me jealous so you could win me back. I forgive you now. If you transfer the villa to my name, I'll give you another chance. Lin Hui had already chosen not to listen, but Song Qian, like a machine, insisted on saying those words. Lin Hui was truly speechless. He didn't know where these villainous second female leads got their confidence from. The script was provided by the director. Zhang Yi acted as if he hadn't heard anything, as if it was perfectly normal for his woman to say such blatant things. Ugh, I don't want to hear it, but you insist on telling me. Now that you've disgusted me, the only option is to give me an electric shock. Lin Hui shook his head helplessly. After letting go of Song Yu's hand, he took out a stun gun and walked towards Song Qian. What are you going to do? When Song Qian saw the stun gun, she was reminded of her previous experience, and a wave of fear washed over her. Don't come any closer. As Lin Hui drew closer, he began to feel afraid. Unfortunately, surrounded by bodyguards, she had no chance of escape. Lin Hui immediately stunned him with an electric baton. Ah! Victoria Song cried out in pain and lay down on the ground. Lin Hui felt that wasn't enough, so he gave him another shock. Victoria Song's body immediately curled up again. Bitch, do you still think I love you? If you still think I love you, then I'll give you a few more shocks. After all, my love is very deep. As he spoke, he gave her another electric shock, causing Song Qian to scream again. No, I know you don't love me anymore, I know, please stop hitting me. After being shocked several times in a row, Song Qian was in excruciating pain and begged for mercy and fear whenever she saw the stun gun. Chapter 48: The Waves of the Sea. After the electricity was finished, Lin Hui finally felt relieved. These personal computers really disgusted her. She cheats on her husband, mocks and belittles the protagonist, and then still thinks the protagonist still loves her. Where does the courage come from? Where does the confidence come from? Does she really think she's a stunning beauty? The kind of woman that makes men unable to look away? Lin Hui, you remember this feud is not over. Seeing Lin Hui about to leave, Zhang Yi seized the opportunity to throw out a harsh remark, wanting to get back at him. Lin Hui stopped and turned to look at him. I had almost forgotten about you. Since you've stepped forward yourself, I can't let you down. As he spoke, he took out his stun gun and walked towards Zhang Yi. Lin Hui, you dare? Don't come any closer. I'm the heir to Zhang's jewelry, with assets approaching 100 billion. If you dare touch me, I will definitely not let you off the hook. Ah! A scream rang out. Looking at Zhang Yi, who was convulsing on the ground, Lin Hui wiped away non-existent sweat with a sense of relief. Cool. When I watched the short dramas before, I felt that these villainous second male and female leads were really annoying. This is a dream come true. This time, Lin Hui didn't linger. He took Song Yu's hand and left without looking back. Since it was still early, she planned to buy 2 more cars. He had 1 car, and Song Yu had 1 car. As Song Chen watched Lin Hui and Song Yu leave, she felt a pang of pain in her heart.
Did I do something wrong?
Lin Hui is so rich and handsome, and most importantly, when he was dating her, he loved her wholeheartedly and spent all his salary on her. Such a devoted man, yet now he's treating her so cruelly. I know, it must be because Lin Hui loves me too much. She hypnotized herself, saying, they say the deeper the love, the deeper the hate. Lin Hui hates me so much, it must mean he loves me too much. He will definitely forgive me as long as I sincerely apologize to him. I just slept with someone else, she'll definitely forgive me for something so small. After she forgives me, he still has money for his villa, and he will definitely give it to me willingly, just like before. After a few whispered conversations, her gaze gradually hardened.
Yes, I want to win Lin Hui back. That little bitch Song Yu is not good enough for Lin Hui. Only I am worthy of her.
After the self-hypnosis, Victoria Song really felt like she could do it again.
If Lin Hui were here, he would definitely give her another electroshock therapy session. He simply couldn't understand this kind of pseudo-human operation. But there's nothing we can do. This is the world of short dramas, where there's really no logic to it. Or rather, the villainous second female lead all have a mysterious self-confidence. Besides Song Qian, Zhang Ye's eyes were unusually cold. Lin Hui, I'm going to kill you, I'm determined to kill you. He had never suffered such humiliation in his entire life. He must avenge this grudge, otherwise he will always feel uneasy. Do it as soon as you think of it. He made a phone call directly. Hey, send me an assassin, I want to kill someone. After leaving the sales office, Lin Hui took Song Yu to buy a car first, and then to a shopping mall where they bought a lot of luxury goods and clothes. Lin Hui is blessed with the protagonist's face-slapping aura. He really is a snob wherever he goes, but in the end, he always manages to slap them in the face. These dramatic encounters not only failed to bring Lin Hui satisfaction, but also left him exhausted. He really doesn't like this kind of boring face-slapping game. But it is precisely these kinds of mindless short dramas that most often feature such plots. Although the process was tiring, I gained a lot. Under the makeover of a top designer, Song Yu transformed from a somewhat unsophisticated young girl into a beautiful and glamorous urban woman. When Song Yu reappeared after dressing up, Lin Hui couldn't help but feel a sense of surprise. After this makeover, her looks improved to over 9 points, and coupled with her pure and shy temperament, she easily gives people a feeling of first love. Song Yu, you look so beautiful right now.
Lin Hui expressed his sincere appreciation. Seeing Lin Hui like this, Song Yu felt very happy and a sweet smile appeared on her face.
I'm glad brother Lin Hui likes it.
She was startled when she looked in the mirror just now. She herself never imagined that she could become so beautiful. Let's go, it's time to see our new home. After a day of shopping, I was really tired.
Lin Hui wanted to go and see the villa he had just bought.
Driving their newly purchased Ferrari, the two quickly arrived at the upscale villa area.
Brother Lin Hui, is this our home from now on?
Standing in the villa's living room, looking at the spacious surroundings and luxurious decor, Song Yu's mouth gaped open, her face filled with disbelief. Not long ago, she was still living in a small rented room with Lin Hui and Song Qian. Now they live in such a luxurious villa. The difference before and after was so great that she felt it was all a bit unreal. Lin Hui hugged her from behind.
Of course, this will be our home from now on. Do you like it?
Feeling the warm breath on her ear, Song Yu felt a ticklish sensation, yet it also felt very special. Lin Hui's embrace made her feel very safe.
Like. She nodded shyly. Lin Hui smirked mischievously. So, do you like me, or do you like this family?
Song Yu became even more shy, but still said in a very soft voice, I like brother Lin Hui. Lin Hui smiled smugly, then picked her up in a princess carry and headed upstairs to the master bedroom.
No, brother Lin Hui, I've been out all day and I'm all sweaty.
Let me take a shower first.
Okay, then go ahead.
Lin Hui sat on the bed, watching Song Yu enter the bathroom. When he heard the sound of rain, he suddenly pushed open the bathroom door with a mischievous grin.
Hey, brother Lin Hui, what are you doing? Of course we'll do it.
Afterwards, Lin Hui sat on the living room sofa and took a big gulp of water.
Bigger is definitely different. It feels like being in the midst of ocean waves. Shake your head and banish the images from your mind.
Now he needs to think carefully about what to do next.
Zhang's jewelry has a market value of 100 billion yuan.
Zhang Yi has already been thoroughly offended by him, and might even try to kill him later, so the security level needs to be raised again. Without hesitation, he called the security company again and doubled the security force.
System, oh system, when will you make me stronger?
He possessed a system, yet he only had a mortal body, which made him feel very insecure.
It's as if the whole world is plotting against me.
Unfortunately, the system did not respond.
This system doesn't seem to have any intelligence, it only operates mechanically.
Forget it, it's just a short drama world anyway, I'm not afraid of dying. He shook his head and glanced upstairs. Recalling the excitement he had just experienced, he became interested again.
But just then, the phone rang at an inopportune moment.
Lin Hui glanced at the incoming call. It was from Li Sherwan, the girl he had met on Jade Street.
Lin Hui, the Jade Exchange Fair is tomorrow. Are you free? I can pick you up.
After the call connected, Li Sherwan stated her purpose directly.
You don't need to pick me up.
Just send me the address and time, and I'll go by myself tomorrow. Chapter 49 Jade Exchange Meeting. Jade and Gemstone Exchange Venue. Li Sherwan stood at the door, quietly waiting for Lin Hui to arrive.
Sherwan, what are you doing here?
Just then, a surprised voice rang out. Li Sherwan looked at the newcomer and her brows furrowed slightly.
Zhang Yi, I told you, don't call me Sherwan. We're not that close. She glanced at Song Qian, who was clinging to Zhang Yi's arm.
He felt even more disgusted with Zhang Yi. This scumbag changes women as often as he changes clothes, yet he still wants to marry her.
Is she really that cheap? I still think she's stupid.
Sherwan, our elders are very supportive of our marriage. We might be able to finalize the engagement soon, so there's no need for us to be so formal.
Zhang Yi sizing up Li Sherwan with undisguised arrogance in his eyes.
Li Sherwan felt even more disgusted, but also even more aggrieved. Li's jewelry has recently encountered some troubles and needs external assistance. Therefore, the family planned to sacrifice her by marrying her to Zhang Yi, a playboy, in order to obtain the help of Zhang's jewelry. She was naturally unwilling, but she couldn't disobey her family's orders. That's why I need to shine at this exchange meeting to prove my worth so that I can cancel the marriage.
Zhang Yi, stop dreaming.
Li Sherwan gave Zhang Yi and Song Qian a disdainful look.
I'd rather die than marry a scumbag like you.
Zhang Yi was somewhat annoyed upon seeing this.
What a vile bitch pretending to be a virtuous and chaste woman.
He immediately wanted to lash out.
But just then, a brand new Ferrari pulled up at the entrance of the venue.
Lin Hui pushed open the car door and got out. When Li Sherwan saw Lin Hui finally arrive, a smile immediately appeared on her face, and she quickly went to greet him.
Lin Hui, you finally arrived.
Sorry, there was a bit of traffic on the way. Lin Hui smiled casually, then opened the passenger door and let Song Yu get out of the car. When Zhang Yi and Song Qian saw that the visitors were Lin Hui and Song Yu, their expressions turned very unpleasant.
Seeing Li Sherwan's attitude towards Lin Hui, Zhang Yi was furious.
Lin Hui was also with a woman, so why was Li Sherwan so friendly and happy towards him?
I loathe him. He didn't understand where he went wrong.
Now, with both old and new grudges, his hostility towards Lin Hui deepened even further. Victoria Song stared at Song Yu with resentment.
Song Yu is now dressed in luxurious attire from head to toe.
In the past, Song Yu would always follow behind her, picking up the things she didn't want. Clothes, shoes, bags. Why can Song Yu wear designer brands all the time and wear a necklace that looks incredibly expensive? All of this clearly belonged to her, so why did that little bitch Song Yu get it?
Jealousy can completely change a person. She now harbors resentment towards her own sister, Song Yu.
After all, during this time she had been by Zhang Yi's side, the total amount of money she had managed to get was less than 500,000.
But Song Yu's entire outfit is worth at least several million.
Comparing the two, she naturally felt that she had lost out big time.
With that in mind, she went straight up. Lin Hui, I was wrong. I know you still love me. I apologize to you. Can you forgive me? I'll do anything to get back to you.
Victoria Song put on a pitiful act, hoping to awaken Lin Hui's love.
Unfortunately, the current Lin Hui is a time traveler and doesn't have the memories of being a simp from before.
Seeing that Song Qian's talk was all bark and no bite, he pulled out his stun gun and looked her up and down with ill intent.
Perhaps you have some misunderstanding about me, but I don't mind letting you see things clearly.
Upon seeing the stun gun, Victoria Song was so frightened that she quickly backed away. She never wanted to experience that electric shock again. Lin Hui gave her a disdainful look. This is a public place, frequented by high-profile individuals. If he weren't worried about affecting his procurement plans, he would have gone straight to the top. Where do these female villains get their confidence from? Lin Hui, are you really going to be this heartless? Victoria Song exclaimed in dissatisfaction, have you forgotten all the years we've been together? Smack! A slap rang out. Song Yu angrily pointed at Song Qian, sister, how dare you say that? Lin Hui treated you so well before, but you betrayed him. What feelings? Bah! From now on, brother Lin Hui has me, he doesn't need you anymore. You've gone too far. You dare hit me? Song Qian was stunned for a moment, then became so angry that she wanted to fight with Song Yu on the spot. But at that moment, more than a dozen bodyguards rushed out and stood in front of Song Yu. Song Qian looked at the bodyguards, her face extremely grim. Alright, let's go, don't let the barking of dogs ruin our mood. Lin Hui took Song Yu's hand and followed Li Shiwan into the venue. Lin Hui, Song Yu, you just wait, I will definitely not let you get away with this. Victoria Song covered her face, glaring venomously at the two figures as they walked away. A cold glint flashed in Zhang Ye's eyes. He has already hired an assassin and now he just wants to see how Lin Hui will die. Lin Hui, you need to be careful. Zhang Yi is a vengeful man. If you offend him, he might take action against you. Li Shiwan kindly reminded him. It's alright, I know what I'm doing. Lin Hui nodded. He knew what the two were thinking without even having to guess. Therefore, he doesn't intend to hold back this time and must find a way to eliminate the two of them. However, his primary task at present is not this, but to complete his grand plan to make money. However, although people can't move, money can still be swindled. Shiwan, go and prepare a betting agreement for me. Lin Hui looked amused. Given the typical nature of short dramas, the villainous second male lead will never behave himself, they will inevitably rush to make him look bad. If that's the case, why bother making an extra profit? He told Li Shiwan about the contents of the betting agreement. Li Shiwan looked at Lin Hui with surprise, a sense of curiosity rising in her heart. However, she didn't ask any further questions and directly had someone draft a betting agreement. Lin Hui glanced at the agreement before entering the meeting room. A considerable number of people have already gathered at the venue. This exchange requires an invitation. Those who can attend are either extremely wealthy or hold a prominent position in the jade industry. Most of these people were studying the raw stones at the various exhibition booths. Lin Hui, this is the outer perimeter of the venue. The auction will start at 10 o'clock. Would you like to have some fun first? Li Shiwan's eyes held a hint of anticipation. Although she had already confirmed Lin Hui's abilities, she still wanted to confirm them again. This will also help to create momentum for her. Of course I want to play, and not only do I want to play big. Lin Hui came here to purchase goods. He wants to buy every single raw stone in this venue that can make him money. In the real world, he would never be so high profile, but this is the world of short dramas. He's not afraid of death, so why should he be high profile? Haha, Lin Hui, You're talking big? That's hilarious. At this moment, Zhang Yi and Song Qian walked over. Zhang Yi's voice was loud, and he made no attempt to hide his mockery of Lin Hui. Such a loud noise naturally attracted the attention of others in the venue. All eyes were on them. A cold smile appeared on Lin Hui's lips. The villain's provocation came really fast. Chapter 50, The $1 billion Bet. Where did this dog come from that wasn't leashed? It ran out and started barking. Lin Hui looked at Zhang Yi with amusement. He said that on purpose to provoke Zhang Yi. You worthless loser, this is a jade exchange meeting. Everyone here is a leader in the industry. What right do you have to come in? Zhang Yi pointed at Lin Hui, feeling frustrated. Lin Hui shrugged casually, I'm a master of raw stone appraisal, why can't I come? Zhang Yi laughed upon hearing this. You, a master of reducing stone identification? Don't make me laugh. Victoria Song also said with a sneer, Lin Hui, you used to be a poor wretch. Although I don't know how you got so much money, I know you could never be some kind of gemstone appraisal master. Lin Hui smiled slightly and took out the betting agreement in his hand. Really? Then how about we make a bet on raw stones? We'll each buy one raw stone, and the one with the highest total value wins. Zhang Yi, do you dare to accept the challenge? Li Sherwan looked at Lin Hui in surprise. The betting agreement that Lin Hui asked him to print out earlier is actually being used here. She was filled with curiosity. How did Lin Hui know that Zhang Yi would come to provoke him? Was it precognition, or did Lin Hui anticipate Zhang Yi's arrival? Regardless of the reason, she felt that Lin Hui was even more mysterious than she had imagined. Zhang Yi looked at him with disdain. Fine, you want to gamble, then I'll gamble with you. He is the heir to Zhang's jewelry, which has many stone appraisal experts and a true master of stone appraisal. The master was at the exchange meeting at that time. If he just gets the people here, beating Lin Hui will be a piece of cake. Zhang Yi, don't rush to agree. I haven't told you the stakes yet. Lin Hui looked at him with a half smile. The stakes in this betting agreement are 10 billion. What? 10 billion? Has that young man gone mad? A bet of 10 billion, that's quite a big deal. Is this the battle between big shots? They're talking about billions. My small company with only a few hundred million in assets can't compete with that. The onlookers immediately started discussing it. They all looked amazed. A bet of tens of billions is no small sum. Zhang Yi was stunned for a long time. Lin Hui, are you crazy? 10 billion? It's just a gamble. Do you have to go this far? Or is Lin Hui truly confident that he can win 100%? I see. After a brief moment of surprise, Victoria Song suddenly spoke up. Lin Hui is just bluffing. He can't possibly come up with 10 billion. The reason he raised the stakes so high is to bluff you, young Master Zhang, so that you'll back down and everyone will say you're afraid of him. After listening to her analysis, Lin Hui couldn't help but want to give her a thumbs up. She truly lives up to her reputation as a villainous, scheming woman who stirs up trouble. They always pave the way for the protagonist to slap their teammates in the face when the protagonist needs them most. If she hadn't said that, Lin Hui really wouldn't have been sure if Zhang Yi would have agreed. But now, he can see that Zhang Yi is interested. What a cunning scheme. Zhang Yi sneered. I knew you had prepared the betting agreement in advance. You were waiting for me here. A sneer appeared on his lips. I agree to your bet, but I need to verify your funds. If you lose and can't come up with 10 billion, wouldn't I be at a huge loss? Unless you can come up with 10 billion, you're just messing with me. If you really did that in front of so many people, you would be disgraced in the entire jade industry. After figuring things out, Zhang Yi not only agreed to the bet, but also turned the tables on Lin Hui, forcing him into a corner. Either agree and give him 10 billion, or refuse, in which case Lin Hui can forget about working in the jade industry in the future. Thinking about these two outcomes, Zhang Yi couldn't help but feel smug. Now all eyes are on Lin Hui. 10 billion is no small sum. If Lin Hui really can't produce it, then his character is questionable, and the jade industry will no longer welcome him. Song Yu tugged at Lin Hui's hand with some concern. Lin Hui gave her a reassuring look, then looked confidently at Li Sherwan. Sherwan, can you lend me 10 billion? Don't worry, I definitely won't lose this bet. Li Sherwan was somewhat surprised. She assumed that Lin Hui must have already prepared the money if he dared to make a bet. I never expected that he would come to borrow money from her. She saw the confidence in Lin Hui, just like when he first found the Imperial Green Gem. Okay, I can lend it to you. Li Sherwan hesitated for only a second before decisively agreeing. If Lin Hui wins, she will suffer no loss. If Lin Hui loses, she can use this opportunity to get Lin Hui to do things for her. Regardless of winning or losing, Lin Hui still owes her a favor. Lin Hui's feelings for Li Sherwan improved considerably. Such a decisive and resolute personality should be the standard for female leads in short dramas. Zhang Yi, since you won vouched for me, we shouldn't need to verify the funds again, right? Lin Hui looked at Zhang Yi with amusement. Of course, if you're scared, you can quit now. It's just a little loss of face. But if you lose, you'll lose not only face, but also 10 billion. Zhang Yi felt extremely annoyed by Lin Hui's smug look. Li Sherwan ignored him, but was willing to go to such lengths for Lin Hui. That's 10 billion. To lend it out so easily, what kind of relationship must they have to be to do that? The thought of this made him incredibly jealous. Fine, since you want to die, I'll grant your wish. Zhang Yi's eyes hardened. I'll bet you. If you lose, I'll make you kneel at my feet like a dog. Lin Hui's lips curled up slightly. Are all the villains in short dramas this stupid? They fall for it with just a little bit of provocation. Then sign and put your fingerprints on it. Lin Hui opened the betting agreement and signed his name.
With so many people witnessing the event, and given this agreement, Zhang Yi has no choice but to accept defeat even if he doesn't want to. In Zhang Yi's eyes, Lin Hui was the one who would lose. Zhang's jewelry achieved its #1 position nationwide not through empty talk, but through genuine talent and expertise.
Zhang Yi immediately had someone invite the stone appraisal master over. He was an old man with a white beard, who looked very energetic and exuded a refined and scholarly air, much like an old scholar. Lin Hui, this Mr. Tang Li is the real master of stone appraisal, while you are just a self-aggrandizing fellow.
Zhang Yi gave a solemn introduction. What? That person is actually Master Tang Lidang.
Master Tang is a true master of stone appraisal. I've heard that he rarely misjudges the rough stones he appraises. On the contrary, he often manages to find rough stones that yield huge profits.
He is the pillar of Zhang's jewelry. I've also heard that the reason why Zhang's jewelry's stock market value is so high is because Master Tang Li is in charge.
Now that you mention it, I do recall that 5 years ago, Zhang's jewelry was only ranked 5th among jewelry companies. It was only after Mr. Tang Li joined that it rose to the top position. I imagine Master Tang Li must have contributed a lot to that. Li Shiruan clearly knew Tang Li as well. She tugged at Lin Hui's sleeve worriedly. Lin Hui, Master Tang is a true master.
Are you confident in your abilities? Don't worry, it's an easy task.
Lin Hui waved his hand dismissively. He has a cheat code and still loses, he might as well just kill himself.
Chapter 51 Stone Cutting. People around them were talking about Lin Hui and his group. With Tang Li joining the cast, this exciting show has attracted even more attention.
Even some important figures inside were alarmed.
What happened at the outer venue?
Wu Yuecheng is the initiator of the Jade Exchange meeting and also the president of the Jade Industry Association. He heard that there were some problems with the peripheral exhibitions, so he asked his secretary about it. Chairman Wu, Zhang Yi, the heir of Zhang's jewelry, had a conflict with a young man brought by Li Shiruan from Li's jewelry. The two made a betting agreement with a stake of 10 billion.
The secretary immediately gave a detailed explanation of the situation on the periphery. 10 billion, that's quite a sum.
Wu Yuecheng, however, became somewhat interested. President, I heard that Zhang's jewelry invited Master Tang Lidang, while Li's jewelry sent that young man. Upon hearing this, Wu Yuecheng became even more interested.
Young man, you really are fearless. Let's go take a look.
He was quite curious whether this young man was just hot-blooded or truly capable.
After all, this bet was proposed by that young man named Lin Hui. Meanwhile, both Zhang's jewelry and Li's jewelry are implicated, and the leaders of both companies have received the news and are rushing to the outer venue.
At this time, in the outer venue, Zhang Yi looked at Lin Hui smugly. Lin Hui, I advise you to just give up. With Master Tang taking action, you have no chance of winning. Tang Li wasn't arrogant, but seeing that his opponent was a young man, he still looked down on him somewhat. Young man, although I don't know what conflict you have with Zhang Yi, this is a bet of 10 billion after all. I can't just stand by and watch Zhang's jewelry lose, so I have no choice but to bully the weak.
Lin Hui, you've really gone too far now, haven't you? Song Qian said gloatingly. Once you lose 10 billion, your life will be over.
Li Shiruan and Song Yu both looked at Lin Hui with concern. Lin Hui's lips curled up slightly.
He was too lazy to talk to these people.
It's meaningless once the results come out, it will naturally prove us wrong.
Don't worry, I won't lose.
After saying that, he ignored Zhang Yi and the others and began to scan the venue rapidly. At the same time, I wrote down some of the raw stones that could make money, so I could make a fortune later.
Bluff.
Zhang Yi glanced at Lin Hui with disdain, then looked at Tang Li with respect. Master Tang, thank you for your help this time.
Tang Li nodded. Zhang's jewelry saved my granddaughter's life back then, so this is what I should do.
After saying that, he began to examine the raw stone carefully. Even if he underestimates Lin Hui, he will still go all out, otherwise he will ruin his own reputation.
Onlookers made way for the two.
All the booths then warmly invited Tang Li to visit their booths. If Tang Li could find a top-quality raw stone at their booth, it would be an excellent advertisement.
Business at this exhibition is bound to be good. As for Lin Hui, nobody cared.
After all, he was a young man I had never heard of before, and he was no match for Master Tang Li. Lin Hui was happy to have some peace and quiet without the flies bothering him. His efficiency improved considerably.
In just over 10 minutes, he visited all the booths and scanned all the raw stones. He even looked at the pile of rubble. Okay, I've finished reading.
Lin Hui glanced at Tang Li, who hadn't even finished reading a third of it.
Mr. Tang, right? Take your time looking at it.
I'll find someone to cut the stone first. After he finished speaking, he had someone move a rough stone the size of a millstone onto the stone cutting machine. In his eyes, this rough stone was extraordinary, worth a staggering 1 billion.
The selling price is only 10 million.
In the real world, he wouldn't believe he had such good luck. But this is the world of short dramas, and he feels that anything outrageous is perfectly reasonable. After all, the world of short dramas really doesn't follow logic.
Ha, Lin Hui, I told you don't understand raw stones at all.
Zhang Yi glanced sarcastically at the rough stone Lin Hui had chosen. This piece of junk won't yield anything of value. Most of the onlookers were professionals in the field and knew a little about raw stones.
Ah, that young man is really hilarious. Does he think that the bigger the rough stone, the more valuable it is? Now that you mention it, I think it's quite possible.
Hilarious. You can see a lot of cracks just from the surface of that rough stone. Even if it yields green jade, it will definitely not be of much value. That means, if the price is 10 million, it's only worth 5 million at best.
That young man was indeed bluffing just now.
The onlookers started discussing it, and no one was optimistic about Lin Hui's chances. Even Li Sherwan began to have doubts at this point.
Had he really misjudged the stone? Did Lin Hui really not understand rough stones? If that's the case, wouldn't Li's jewelry be losing 10 billion in cash? Even if Li's jewelry assets are worth hundreds of billions, they cannot squander them like this. If Lin Hui really loses, then forget about the auction, she will immediately face reprimand from her family.
Don't worry, trust me. Lin Hui noticed that Li Sherwan was in a bad mood, so he offered a light-hearted word of comfort. This girl was willing to withstand the pressure to lend him billions, so Lin Hui couldn't let her worry too much. When Li Sherwan met Lin Hui's confident gaze, she felt inexplicably at ease. The tension I had just felt eased. At this point, the raw stone has been placed on the stone cutting machine, and the edge rubbing and cutting process has begun. Li Sherwan and Song Yu watched the machine nervously, waiting for the final result.
The edge of the venue. Wu Weicheng stood side by side with the heads of Zhang's jewelry and Li's jewelry.
It seems that the young man was just acting on impulse. Wu Weicheng smiled and looked at Li Xingtian, the head of Li's jewelry, who was also Li Sherwan's grandfather. Old Li, this time your Li's jewelry is going to suffer a huge loss.
Li Xingtian's face was unusually grim.
He was originally inside exchanging ideas with the heads of various jewelry companies.
But then he suddenly heard about Zhang Yi and Li Sherwan's billion-dollar bet. He rushed over to try and stop them, but he ran into Wu Weicheng and Zhang Zhan, the head of Zhang's jewelry, who was also Zhang Yi's father. The two stopped Li Xingtian, and Wu Weicheng personally instructed them not to get involved, but to just watch from the sidelines. Mr. Li, we really have to thank our niece Li this time. If it weren't for her, Zhang's jewelry wouldn't have had such a large amount of working capital.
Zhang Zhan laughed heartily, feeling exceptionally cheerful. He never expected that his good-for-nothing son would give him such a big surprise. Li Xingtian looked frustrated and was furious inside.
If the results weren't still pending, he might have won the lottery on the spot.
Ah, Xiao Tian, the outcome is not yet decided, so don't be too smug.
Seeing Li Xingtian's appearance, Wu Weicheng offered a word of comfort out of curiosity. President Wu is right.
Zhang Zhan agreed to Wu Weicheng's suggestion, but the smugness on his face did not disappear at all.
It's turned green.
Just then, the master craftsman in charge of cutting the stone suddenly shouted loudly.
Chapter 52 is worth 1 billion.
The onlookers were curious when they heard that a green leaf had appeared.
That stone actually turned green. Ha, what's so surprising about finding green in a rough stone? The main thing is the quality of the green. Exactly. With so many cracks on the surface, there must be even more cracks inside.
Even if it turns green, it will only be garbage green. The crowd was buzzing with discussion, but no one really paid much attention. Only Li Sherwan and Song Yu looked nervous at the scene. The type of green that appears will determine the outcome of this gamble, and Li Sherwan cannot afford to lose. Lin Hui was the most relaxed person on site. He already knew the outcome, so there was nothing to worry about.
Imperial green, it's imperial green.
At this moment, the master stonecutter, looking at the raw stone that had been cut, roared excitedly.
What, imperial green? You're not kidding, are you? That piece of junk actually yielded imperial green jade? So, this rough stone has become incredibly valuable?
Wait a minute, with so many cracks on the surface of that rough stone, even if it's imperial green, it won't be worth much money if there are too many cracks.
No matter what, we shouldn't lose money on this. The discussion reignited.
When Li Sherwan heard the words imperial green, her heart finally settled down.
With Lin Hui's abilities, since he produced imperial green, he couldn't possibly lose money. There are no cracks.
At this point, the stone-cutting master looked even more carefully, and when he saw the situation inside, he began to tremble. This is a top-grade imperial green jadeite of the glassy variety, and such a large piece of imperial green jadeite at that.
What?
The entire venue resounded with deafening shouts.
Everyone stared in shock, their mouths agape.
Lin Hui's rough stone turned out to be a top-quality imperial green glass-type stone without any cracks.
How much is this worth? Impossible. Zhang Yi was immediately furious. How is that possible? How could such a piece of broken stone yield such a top-quality jade? After saying that, he pushed the stone-cutting master aside and examined the stone himself. But when he saw it clearly, he was completely stunned. It really is a glassy imperial green, and there are no cracks inside. Although there are many cracks on the surface, none of them have penetrated into the interior. They are only a few millimeters in size. This is impossible. Zhang Yi was speechless, stunned. Such a large piece of rough stone has yielded a glassy imperial green color. If the area is large enough, it will fetch an astronomical price. Sir, can this stone still be cut? The experienced stone-cutting master looked at Lin Hui with excitement. As a stonecutter, he naturally wanted to continue cutting, but since the raw stone wasn't his, he could only watch helplessly. The people around started talking about it again. The value of this window alone has increased by at least 10 or 20 times, and it would definitely sell for 1 or 200 million. Li Sherwan looked at Lin Hui expectantly. This result was a huge surprise to her. This kind of top-quality imperial green glass isn't something you can get just any time. Even if Tang Li is a master of stone appraisal, he can't always find such a top-quality jade. This game is basically a sure win. Continue solving. Lin Hui waved his hand casually, cut it from the other side. The experienced stone cutter suppressed his excitement, picked up the raw stone, and continued cutting. No one will make sarcastic remarks now. Everyone craned their necks, looking expectantly at the stone cutting machine, waiting for the final result. They wanted to see if a miracle would actually happen. At the edge of the venue, Li Xingtian and Zhang Zhan's expressions changed 180 degrees. Zhang Zhan, who had just been feeling smug, now looked extremely ugly. Li Xingtian, who was originally feeling sullen, is now in a much better mood, and even his posture has become a bit more upright. Ah, top-grade imperial green jadeite, Zhang Zhan, your Zhang group is going to suffer a huge loss now. This is all thanks to your good son. Li Xingtian directly returned Zhang Zhan's words. Zhang Zhan's face was gloomy. He didn't reply, but he cursed Zhang Yi hundreds of times in his mind. Old Li, the results aren't out yet, so don't get too cocky. Zhang Zhan is now hoping that Lin Hui's raw stone will have problems, or that Tang Li will perform exceptionally well and also unearth a piece of imperial green jadeite. Wu Yuecheng looked quite interested at this moment. I misjudged him. That young man really gave me a big surprise. Now, like the other onlookers, he wants to know what the outcome of that rough stone will be. Time passed little by little. Everyone's hearts were gradually on edge. Even Zhang Yi was no exception. He's praying frantically now, hoping things will collapse. But the outcome was destined not to be what he wanted. It's turned green. The moment the stone was cut, the stone-cutting master examined it carefully. It's top-grade imperial green from the glassy variety, and such a large piece is simply a miracle. The stone-cutting master's hands were trembling with excitement. He felt incredibly honored to have witnessed such a miracle in his lifetime. Impossible, this is impossible. Upon hearing this result, Zhang Yi instantly became dejected. As the heir to Zhang's jewelry, he was certainly aware of the value of such a large piece of imperial green jadeite. It can absolutely be described as priceless. Lin Hui, you are amazing. Li Sherwan excitedly hugged Lin Hui, jumping and shouting, completely losing her usual composure. She is incredibly excited right now. The outcome is already a foregone conclusion. Even if Tang Li were to produce a glassy imperial green jadeite, it would be absolutely impossible for it to be this big. Song Yu didn't know anything about jade, but judging from the reactions of the people around her, she knew that Lin Hui must have found something extraordinary. At this moment, she was naturally happy for Lin Hui. Clap, clap, clap.
At that moment, a round of applause came from outside the arena. Wu Yuechang led Li Xingtian and Zhang Zhan over. That's Chairman Wu of the Jade Association.
And the heads of Li's jewelry and Zhang's jewelry. Why did they all come?
Those around them quickly recognized the three individuals. Young man, you're very good. He looked Lin Hui up and down with admiration.
Since such a priceless treasure has been unearthed, are you interested in joining our Jade Association?
I am Wu Yuechang, the president of the Jade Association.
If you join our Jade Association, I will give you the position of vice president. As soon as he said that, countless envious glances immediately followed. President Wu actually invited me personally, and offered me the position of vice president right away. That's so enviable.
However, Lin Hui remained calm. I'm sorry, Chairman Wu, I'm not interested in joining the association.
Wu Yuechang was taken aback.
He didn't expect Lin Hui to refuse so decisively.
The Jade Association wields considerable influence in the jewelry industry.
Lin Hui's refusal was so decisive that it truly impressed him.
Young man, I'm even more interested in you now. This is my personal business card. Putting aside everything else, I do have some influence in the jewelry industry.
Wu Yuechang smiled and handed over his business card. He didn't insist on joining, but with Lin Hui's abilities, he could easily win him over.
Your name is Lin Hui, right? Are you selling this rough stone? I'll offer 800 million.
Seeing that the two had finished talking, Zhang Zhan stepped forward. The stakes were already set, and he couldn't care less about anything else now. He just hoped to buy the rough stone and recoup his losses. If he manages to acquire such a large, top-quality imperial green jadeite, he can use it to boost the company's stock price. In this way, even if he loses billions, his losses will not be too great. Young friend Lin Hui, I am willing to offer 1 billion.
Li Xingtian also started bidding. Zhang Zhan could see the value of this rough stone, and so could he.
Therefore, both sides are determined to obtain this rough stone.
I'll offer 1.1 billion.
Zhang Zhan's expression hardened, and he added another 100 million.
Okay, stop yelling.
Lin Hui waved his hand to interrupt the two and looked at Li Shirwan beside him.
Shirwan, 1 billion, this rough stone is yours.
This time, thanks to Li Shirwan, he made a fortune of 10 billion. So, selling it to Li Shirwan for a few hundred million less is considered a thank you gift.
Really?
Li Shirwan looked pleasantly surprised.
Lin Hui, you're so kind.
Overwhelmed with excitement, she kissed Lin Hui on the cheek.
Chapter 53, Making Another Fortune. Seeing this, Song Yu felt a little jealous. But since it wasn't Lin Hui who took the initiative, she could only feel jealous. 1 billion? How could Lin Hui, that poor bastard, have such good luck? Song Qian stared blankly at Lin Hui, who was surrounded by a crowd of admirers, and didn't know what to say. That's 1 billion.
That's more money than she could earn in her entire life. If she hadn't betrayed Lin Hui back then, and had continued to follow him, she will definitely get a share of this 1 billion. Most importantly, Zhang Yi will also lose 10 billion to Lin Hui.
That's 11 billion, a fortune she'll never see in her lifetime.
At that moment, she truly regretted it.
I regret my decision back then.
Unfortunately, it was no use in regretting it, because the person next to Lin Hui at that moment was her younger sister, Song Yu, not her.
Thinking of this, Song Qian felt insanely jealous.
Zhang Yi kept his head down, like a child who had done something wrong, and didn't dare to look at Zhang Zhan. When Lin Hui announced that he would sell it to Li Shirwan for 1 billion. Enraged, Zhang Zhan slapped Zhang Yi across the face. You unfilial son, all you do is cause trouble for me every day. Now you've lost 10 billion, are you satisfied? With a bet of 10 billion, and so many people watching, including Wu Yuechang, the president of the Jade Association, who witnessed it firsthand, he couldn't deny it even if he wanted to, unless Zhang's jewelry decided to quit the jewelry industry altogether. Dad, I was wrong, I really know I was wrong. Zhang Yi covered his face and apologized fearfully. But his hatred for Lin Hui only intensified. Li Xingtian looked at his granddaughter Li Shirwan, and then at Lin Hui. He was overjoyed. Thanks to Li Shirwan, Li's jewelry finally surpassed Zhang's jewelry. Furthermore, once this raw stone is acquired, with just a little manipulation, the stock price will experience a surge, and it might even be able to rival Zhang's jewelry. Shirwan, you did very well today. Li Xingtian nodded approvingly. You should spend more time with Lin Xiaoyu in the future. If you do well, the position of the future leader of Li's jewelry will be yours.
Tang Li alone was able to help Zhang's jewelry become #1 in the industry.
Given Lin Hui's abilities and age, his future achievements will only surpass those of Tang Li, and Li's jewelry will undoubtedly reach new heights as well.
Grandpa, I understand.
Li Shiruan nodded affirmatively.
She definitely had to hold on to someone like Lin Hui tightly. Tang Li then walked over.
He shook his head in amazement. I don't see any need for me to open the stone.
I concede this bet.
Tang Li knew exactly what weight and value the rough stone Lin Hui had chosen truly held. He had shoveled stones his whole life and had never unearthed such a rare treasure. So rather than making a fool of yourself, it's better not to do it at all and save face for yourself. Zhang Zhan was well aware of this, so he didn't blame anyone.
If anyone was to blame, it would be his stupid son. Xiao Zhang, since you lost the bet, shouldn't you fulfill the terms of the bet?
Wu Yuechang looked at Zhang Zhan with a half-smile. He definitely wants to befriend a capable person like Lin Hui, so he doesn't mind supporting Lin Hui.
Zhang Zhan's face was extremely grim. He certainly didn't want to give that money.
But with everyone watching, he couldn't deny it at all, and he could also see that Wu Yuechang was on Lin Hui's side.
I will have the finance department transfer the money immediately. Zhang Zhan's face was gloomy. 10 billion, that's a whole 10 billion. With this loss of tens of billions, Zhang's jewelry's cash flow will inevitably be affected.
Lin Hui received a text message confirming the arrival of the funds shortly afterward. Looking at the 11-figure balance on his bank card, Lin Hui couldn't help but smile.
In the world of short dramas, making money is easy.
The brainless villain not only slapped him in the face, but also let him fleece him mercilessly.
Zhang Yi, thank you for your 10 billion.
Lin Hui smiled and waved his phone. This is the world of short dramas. In the real world, such a high-stakes gamble would never be taken so lightly. Zhang Yi clenched his fists tightly, his heart filled with indignation. But at this point he didn't dare to lash out and could only force himself to endure it. You unfilial son, you've really disgraced me. Zhang Zhan gave Zhang Yi a cold look, then turned and left. Having lost so much face and billions in cash, he didn't want to stay here any longer.
Dad, wait for me.
Zhang Yi quickly chased after him.
Song Qian looked at Lin Hui and the others who were celebrating happily, and her feelings were very complicated. She really regrets it now.
How come she never noticed before that Lin Hui was so capable? In such a short time, they've already made 11 billion.
She's a billionaire, with billions in cash.
If she and Lin Hui were still dating, she would already be a billionaire's wife, enjoying a life of luxury.
But all of that is impossible now.
She glanced at Lin Hui and Song Yu, then silently turned and left. Young friend Lin, your stone appraisal skills are truly impressive.
Wu Yuechang smiled and approached Lin Hui. Since the bet is over, why don't you come with us to sit inside?
Lin Hui returned a polite smile. He will reciprocate with courtesy when others treat him with respect, but he will not tolerate anyone who provokes him. However, now is not the time to go inside.
President Wu, you can go ahead, I'll stay here for a while longer. Wu Yuechang asked with some curiosity, is there anything else, young friend Lin?
Lin Hui's lips curled up slightly. It's nothing, I just want to make another fortune.
Not only Wu Yuechang, Li Xingtian, and Li Shiruan, but also the onlookers all showed expressions of anticipation.
Lin Hui has just proven his strength. Now everyone is curious about what kind of miracles he can create. Tang Li, the expert in appraising stones, also remained, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. He's been in this business for so long, and he never expected to lose to a young man today. He now wanted to see if Lin Hui could still broaden his horizons. Very well, I'd also like to see how young friend Lin appraises stones.
Wu Yuechang nodded with a smile. Li Shiruan tugged at Lin Hui's wrist, asking expectantly, Lin Hui, can you still get Imperial Green?
If they could find another Imperial Green jadeite, even if it wasn't as good as the previous one, it would still greatly boost both her and Lin Hui's reputation.
Imperial Green, isn't that something anyone can make?
Lin Hui smiled casually.
Then he ignored everyone and walked past each booth. He would buy all the raw stones that could make money at each booth he visited.
Those around Lin Hui were dumbfounded by his actions.
Is he here to gamble on jade, or to buy some? Buying so many rough stones is just outrageous.
I did a rough estimate and I've already bought over 800 million worth of raw stones after only visiting half of the site.
TSK, does he intend to snatch up all the raw stones at the exhibition?
The crowd was buzzing with discussion. Wu Yuechang and Li Xingtian also looked astonished. They wanted to see Lin Hui show off his skills again.
But isn't this a bit too high profile? Chapter 54 earned another 7 billion. Okay, that's all.
Lin Hui browsed around and eventually purchased raw stones worth 1.5 billion. These rough stones were sent from various booths to the stone cutting area.
Young friend Lin, this is truly unexpected.
Wu Wuchang looked at the raw stones scattered on the ground, unsure of what to say.
He's now unsure whether Lin Hui's success is due to luck or skill.
Even a master of stone appraisal like Tang Li wouldn't dare to buy raw stones like this.
Lin Hui, are you confident?
Li Xingtian looked curiously at the raw stones scattered on the ground. Li Shiwan also cast an inquiring glance. There are indeed too many of these raw stones. But if all of them are released, the price will rise sharply. No, even if only 80% of the cut is successful, it's enough to solidify Lin Hui's title as a master.
Don't worry, I'll do what I promised you right away.
Upon hearing this, Li Shiwan immediately felt relieved. It seems Lin Hui is very confident.
Let's wait and see.
Everyone watched expectantly as the rough stone was being cut. Before long, the first piece of raw stone was cut open.
The price has gone up.
The quality of this jadeite has increased significantly.
We can earn at least 30 million.
The stone cutting master shouted excitedly.
The onlookers' approval of Lin Hui immediately rose to a new level. Once might be luck, but twice it can't just be luck.
Soon the second rough stone was also cut open.
Prices have gone up again.
Although the seed quality was a bit poor this time, I still managed to make a small profit of a few million. After hearing this, the astonishment of the people around them eased a little. The previous two rough stones had already raised their expectations, so making a few million was hardly enough for them. But regardless, as long as the price goes up, it proves Lin Hui's ability.
The price has gone up again.
This jade can earn at least 20 million. The stone-cutting master's voice rang out again. The group, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, were once again on edge.
I've made so much money again.
For Lin Hui, 20 million was as easy as earning 200 yuan.
The price has gone up. This jade can earn at least 40 million. This is definitely going to be a huge hit.
The value of this raw stone is at least hundreds of millions. The stone cutter exclaimed in surprise as he cut the stone.
The onlookers, initially shocked, gradually became numb. Until the last piece of raw stone was cut open. It's imperial green again.
Although this rough stone isn't as big as the previous one, it can still sell for at least 400 million.
Mr. Lin is truly a genius.
The stone-cutting master looked amazed. Not to mention the onlookers, even people with strong composure like Wu Yuechang and Li Xingtian were completely shocked at this moment. All the rough stones have increased in value.
Am I dreaming?
No, it's true, everything has gone up, and several have seen significant increases. I just quietly noted it down. The value of these unearthed stones is at least around 6 billion. Such terrifying stone appraisal ability is probably beyond even Elder Tang's reach.
You're right.
If Old Tang is known as a master of stone appraisal, then Mr. Lin must be a grandmaster of stone appraisal. A master of stone appraisal, simply terrifying.
It seems that Li's jewelry is about to rise to prominence.
I see that Mr. Lin and Miss Li Shiwan have a close relationship, so he might be the future son-in-law of Li's.
So that's true.
Mr. Lin was brought by Miss Li Shiwan.
Mr. Lin has made such a splash today.
After the news comes out tomorrow, Li's jewelry stock will probably surge.
People around them were talking about it.
Li Shiwan heard their discussion and a beautiful smile appeared on her face. At that moment, she was incredibly grateful for her decision. Fortunately, she brought Lin Hui with her, which allowed her to shine in front of everyone. Now, the family should no longer arrange marriages for her, and as long as Lin Hui is still on her side, she will have considerable influence within the family. Thinking of this, she looked at Lin Hui with a gleam in her eyes. All of this was brought to her by Lin Hui, and she must hold on to Lin Hui tightly. As for Song Yu beside Lin Hui, she didn't care about her at all. She refused to believe that she, the daughter of the prestigious Li's jewelry, would lose to an ordinary girl. Congratulations, host. Li Shiwan's favorability towards you has increased to 100%. Lin Hui was somewhat surprised when he saw the system notification. Unexpectedly, Li Shiwan's favorability rating was raised to 100% so easily.
Doesn't this mean he can once again put his skills to good use?
Young friend Lin, you have truly given me a wonderful surprise. Wu Wuchang looked at the raw stones scattered on the ground and exclaimed in amazement. Indeed, Lin Hui, I have never seen such skill in my life.
Today has truly broadened my horizons.
Li Xingtian nodded in deep agreement. Lin Hui, I truly accept defeat at your hands. Tang Li shook her head helplessly. Even if he were to intervene, he couldn't possibly achieve this level of skill.
A 100% success rate in cutting losses is simply a myth.
Lin Hui smiled and nodded, neither admitting nor denying, but his silence meant he acquiesced.
Shirwan, does Li's jewelry accept these rough stones?
Lin Hui looked at Li Shirwan. Now that Li Shirwan's affection for her has increased to 100%, he will naturally give his full support to his woman.
Yes, of course we'll accept them.
Li Shirwan said excitedly, Lin Hui, are you really going to sell all these rough stones to Li's jewelry? With so many top quality materials, once they're taken back, a little promotion will be all it takes for Li's jewelry to reach new heights. Lin Hui shook his head with amusement. To be more precise, it's sold to you, because I only cooperate with you. Li Shirwan was taken aback for a moment, but quickly understood Lin Hui's intentions. She immediately felt a warm feeling in her heart. Lin Hui is too good to her. Li Xingtian looked at Lin Hui and Li Shirwan with satisfaction in his eyes. My granddaughter has really found a good son-in-law for the family.
At that moment, he was also feeling fortunate.
Fortunately, the arranged marriages between families that were previously planned for Li Shirwan did not succeed, otherwise, things would not be in this situation today. Li Xingtian immediately ordered someone to estimate the price of these raw stones. Lin Hui, the total value of these raw stones is around 6.8 billion, but I'll give you a figure of 7 billion. Li Xingtian said with a smile. Lin Hui nodded in satisfaction. He earned 10 billion from Zhang Yi and another 8 billion from the Li family, for a total of 18 billion. Adding to his existing assets, his total assets are now approaching 20 billion. And it was all in cash.
Young friend Lin, the auction is about to begin. Let's go inside together.
Wu Yuechen walked over at this moment. Lin Hui has already bought up all the raw stones here, so there's no need to stay any longer.
Let's go.
Lin Hui looked at Li Shirwan and Song Yu.
With both women's favorability ratings at 100%, he had nothing to hide.
The two women nodded. Although they were wary of each other, they gave Lin Hui face and did not show it. Chairman Wu, Li Xingtian, and Lin Hui walked side by side.
This highlights Lin Hui's status. The group of people chatted and laughed as they entered the inner area. Chapter 55 Buying Mines.
The interior of the exchange meeting. Before Lin Hui and his group arrived, the place was empty except for Zhang Yi and Zhang Zhan.
Dad, we absolutely cannot let this go.
Zhang Yi was timid and hesitant, but a fierce glint appeared in his eyes.
Of course we can't count it. Zhang Zhan's face was indifferent. That's 10 billion he couldn't refuse in front of Chairman Wu and his peers. But whether Lin Hui can secure the 10 billion depends on whether he has the luck to do so. Dad, I've already arranged for someone to take Lin Hui's life.
Zhang Yi's eyes flashed coldly. Zhang Zhan glanced at Zhang Yi. The only thing that satisfied him about his son was that he was ruthless enough.
We can't kill people, otherwise we won't be able to get the money back.
Zhang Zhan said calmly, first, have someone tie him up and beat him up. Once he spits out the money, then kill him.
That's 10 billion. Now Zhang's jewelry doesn't even have much working capital left. If the money cannot be recovered, Zhang's jewelry may face serious problems.
Okay, Dad. A cold smile appeared on Zhang Yi's lips. Lin Hui, Wu Yuecheng, and others arrived at the inner auction hall. As soon as he entered the inner area, he saw the Zhang family father and son sitting there calmly.
He has just completely offended the Zhang family.
Therefore, we must get rid of this father and son as soon as possible. He immediately used his cheat ability to look at the father and son, wanting to see their future life trajectory and see if he could do something about it.
At a glance, their future experiences are clear.
Lin Hui's lips curled up slightly. He is now 100% certain that the Zhang family father and son want him dead. Since that's the case, there's no need for him to hold back. As luck would have it, he gleaned some crucial information from Zhang Zhan.
Lin Hui made no attempt to hide and walked directly toward Zhang Zhan.
Although Wu Yuecheng and the others were puzzled, they followed.
Lin Hui, what do you want to do?
Zhang Yi looked at Lin Hui with disgust. Lin Hui ignored him and looked at Zhang Zhan.
Mr. Zhang, would you be interested in discussing a business deal?
Zhang Zhan narrowed his eyes slightly.
What kind of business do you want to discuss?
He didn't know what Lin Hui was planning, so he decided to listen first.
Mr. Zhang, I heard that your company has a raw stone mine in Beishan. How about you sell it to me?
Everyone was stunned when Lin Hui said this.
Even Zhang Zhan was somewhat taken aback.
Li Shuwan tugged at Lin Hui's hand. Lin Hui, don't be impulsive. That raw stone mine in Beishan has long been depleted.
Buying it will be useless to you.
That's true, young friend Lin.
If you really want to buy a mine, I can keep an eye out for you.
Wu Yuecheng spoke up to remind him. Lin Hui smiled but didn't respond. He simply looked at Zhang Zhan. He had just used his cheat code to see Zhang Zhan's future trajectory, and the Beishan mine was indeed an abandoned mine. But tomorrow, oil will be discovered beneath the mine. In this short drama world, oil mines can be bought and sold privately. At that time, the value of this mine will increase to hundreds of billions. As a result, Zhang's jewelry quickly rose to become one of the top wealthy families in Xia Kingdom.
But he doesn't know yet. You really want to buy that mine?
Seeing that Lin Hui didn't seem to be joking, Zhang Zhan frowned slightly, unable to understand why Lin Hui was interested in that mine.
I'll offer 10 billion to buy that mine. Lin Hui's face remained calm, revealing no emotion whatsoever.
Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhan frowned even more deeply. That abandoned mine is basically no longer producing anything. It would be quite good if it could be sold for 2 billion.
Lin Hui's price is so high, could there be some trickery involved?
Zhang Ye's eyes darted around, and he quietly leaned close to Zhang Zhan's ear.
Dad, is Lin Hui scared and trying to back down by returning the 10 billion to us?
Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi immediately felt that there was some truth to it.
Why did Lin Hui offer 10 billion instead of any other number?
Let alone 10 billion, even if Lin Hui offered 1 billion, he might still sell it. He had already had experts survey that abandoned mine the raw stones were indeed depleted, so there couldn't be any conspiracy involved.
Therefore, after thinking it over, there is only one possibility. Okay, I'll sell you that mine.
Zhang Zhan readily agreed. Selling a worthless mine for 10 billion is a deal that seems like a perfect win.
Okay, let's sign the contract now.
Lin Hui immediately asked Li Shuwan to print the contract. Actually, his offer of 10 billion was just an attempt to mislead the Zhang family father and son. Otherwise, given their feud, it would have been difficult to acquire the mine. I just didn't expect that these two, father and son, would take the bait so easily. The two parties quickly signed the contract. As the president of the Jade Association, Wu Yuecheng immediately found someone to transfer the ownership of the mine. Upon seeing the property ownership certificate, Lin Hui smiled. Lin Hui, you've really lost out this time. Li Shuwan felt somewhat helpless. Ha, Li girl, although young friend Lin lost 10 billion this time, he resolved the Zhang family's feud. Wu Yuecheng also thought that Lin Hui was backing down, so he defended him, saying, Zhang Zhan is a vengeful person. If this is not resolved, he may do something extreme to young friend Lin. Li Shuwan suddenly realized what was happening after hearing this. Indeed, the Zhang family's jewelry business is large and powerful. If they were to become desperate, it could cause serious trouble. However, upon hearing this, Lin Hui simply smiled.
There's no need to explain this, we can just wait for the news to break.
During the subsequent indoor auction, Lin Hui briefly demonstrated his skills again. But given the previous incidents, this didn't cause any surprise.
Everyone took it for granted. The auction ended quickly.
Lin Hui chatted with Wu Yuecheng and the others for a few minutes, then took the opportunity to leave the exchange meeting with Li Shuwan and Song Yu.
Lin Hui, where are we going now?
Li Shuwan glanced at Song Yu with a hint of hostility in her eyes.
Brother Lin Hui, are you tired? Why don't we go home and I'll give you a massage? Sensing Li Shuwan's hostility, Song Yu mustered her courage and leaned against Lin Hui.
She already belonged to Lin Hui, body and soul, and didn't want to give him away.
Seeing this, Li Shuwan, not to be outdone, moved to the other side.
Lin Hui, I can give you a massage too. Seeing the two beautiful women on his left and right, Lin Hui didn't hesitate to put his arms around them. I am indeed a bit tired, let's go home together. Both women have a 100% favorability rating. He wasn't actually that tired before he got home, but his back started to hurt after he got home. On the other side, at the Zhang family villa. Dad, even though Lin Hui returned the money to us, I'm still not satisfied.
Zhang Yi looked gloomy.
During this period, he could never let go of the various humiliations Lin Hui had inflicted on him. He also wanted to trample Lin Hui underfoot and humiliate him thoroughly. Zhang Zhan flipped through the detailed information about Lin Hui in his hand. Born into an ordinary family, he used to be poor, but after you stole his girlfriend, he suddenly rose to prominence. He first made his first fortune in stocks, then made a fortune gambling on stones, and now he has become a recognized master of stone appraisal in the industry.
Do you think a person can suddenly undergo such a drastic change?
Zhang Zhan looked thoughtful.
Dad, what do you mean by this?
Zhang Yi was somewhat puzzled. Zhang Zhan shook his head, wondering how his son could be so stupid.
Lin Hui must have some secret.
Go and tie him up, then torture him and make sure you get the secret out of him.
Chapter 56. Zhang Yi falls into the trap. Villa bedroom.
Lin Hui woke up in the big bed. After glancing at Li Sherwan and Song Yu, who were still sleeping on either side, he got up and went to the living room.
According to the future shown by the cheat code, Zhang Yi will make his move today.
Lin Hui examined the wineglass in his hand with great interest.
The villain's fate is to be killed.
Zhang Yi, don't let me down on the stage I've prepared for you. After saying that, he picked up his phone and ordered, "Bring the person here." Once the order was given, a person who, after being made up, bore a striking resemblance to Lin Hui was quickly brought over. He wouldn't do anything that put him in danger. Even in the world of short dramas, he cherishes his life very much.
Take this miniature camera with you. Once it's done, 2 million will be deposited into your bank account.
Lin Hui handed a camera capable of transmitting images in real time to his stand-in.
Okay, boss.
The stand-in nodded excitedly.
All right, go ahead.
Lin Hui tossed him the keys to the luxury car and told him to leave the villa. After the stand-in left, Lin Hui took out his phone and started looking at it. The double, holding the car keys given to him by Lin Hui, had just driven away from the villa when he was spotted by Zhang Yi's men, who then followed him in their car. What they didn't know was that about a block behind them, several vans were following the location of the body doubles. The stand-in drove to the nearest shopping mall parking garage. As soon as he got out of the car, a group of burly men rushed up, drugged him, and took him away.
You really can't wait.
Lin Hui sat in the villa, admiring it with great interest. Luckily, he found a double beforehand, otherwise he would have been the one targeted by the thief.
The kidnappers drove all the way to an unfinished building in the suburbs.
Without saying a word, the kidnappers started punching and kicking the body double until he was bruised and swollen. The stunt double was cursing under his breath. Although he knew there was some danger to his life, this was too ruthless.
All right, stop.
At this moment, Zhang Yi slowly walked out from around the corner. He felt extremely relieved when he saw the stunt double with a bruised and swollen face covered in blood. Lin Hui, this is what happens when you offend me. He grabbed the stand-in's hair fiercely and flung the stand-in's head back. At this moment, the stunt double's face was badly slapped, and without careful observation, it was impossible to tell whether it was Lin Hui or not. However, Zhang Yi was convinced that the person in front of him was Lin Hui, so he didn't think much of it. The stand-in looked at Zhang Yi with fear, but did not say anything. His voice was different from Lin Hui's, and he would give himself away if he spoke, so Lin Hui had already told him not to open his mouth, otherwise he would not get the money. Lin Hui, I get so angry just looking at your face. As Zhang Yi spoke, he slapped the stand-in's face twice. Then Zhang Yi continued to punch and kick the stunt double until the stunt double was vomiting blood, at which point he finally stopped, satisfied with his actions. The stunt double was cursing filth in his heart, but for the sake of money, he had to hold back and not say a word. Seeing that Lin Hui didn't beg for mercy, Zhang Yi felt annoyed. Lin Hui, you're already in my hands, yet you're still so calm.
I'm starting to admire you.
Hearing this, the stand-in felt incredibly bitter. If it weren't for the money, I would have begged for mercy long ago. Zhang Yi pulled a dagger from his pocket with a cold smile.
The stunt double's pupils contracted sharply when he saw the knife. Here it comes, this job is indeed life-threatening. He just doesn't know when the people the boss prepared will arrive. He doesn't want to die here.
Lin Hui, I know you have a secret. While I'm in a good mood, you'd better tell me quickly, or I might be able to give you a quick death. Otherwise, I'll stab you again and again until you die in despair. The stand-in shook his head in fright at Zhang Yi's grotesque expression. Zhang Yi felt great seeing his stand-in like that. Lin Hui, you're finally scared.
I thought you wouldn't be scared.
As Zhang Yi spoke, his eyes hardened, and without warning, he stabbed the double in the thigh with the dagger in his hand.
Ah!
A scream rang out. The stunt double could no longer hold back and let out a sound. Zhang Yi was completely absorbed in his perverted enjoyment, utterly oblivious to the fact that the stand-in's voice sounded off.
How was that? Wasn't that a satisfying cut?
Zhang Yi drew his dagger and brandished it at the body double for a while.
My patience is very limited, so I advise you to tell me your secret as soon as possible.
At the villa, Lin Hui calmly looked at the screen on his phone.
That idiot actually did it himself. Truly a brainless villain.
He glanced at the time. The law enforcement bureau should be arriving soon.
This is set in an urban environment, in an era governed by the rule of law.
The best way to deal with this kind of villain is to send him to jail. Therefore, he had planned everything from the very beginning. He also had his bodyguards call the law enforcement bureau.
Just as Lin Hui was saying this, more than 20 armed law enforcement officers rushed in and arrested Zhang Yi and the others. Zhang Yi, you're too easy to deal with. Lin Hui shook his head with amusement.
With the video evidence, Zhang Yi has no way to escape punishment. The performance he arranged went smoothly, following his script perfectly. The only slight difference is that Zhang Yi is too good at stealing the show. He would normally only get a few years or a decade at most, but he took matters into his own hands, intentionally injuring someone and attempting murder, so he'll get at least 20 years.
Brother Lin Hui, who are you talking to?
At this moment, Song Yu walked over, yawning.
No, I just saw an interesting performance and muttered something to myself.
Oh.
Song Yu nodded and leaned against Lin Hui.
Brother Lin Hui, you were really mean last night.
That's right, Lin Hui, I'm the daughter of Li's jewelry, and you actually made the two of us go together.
At this moment, Li Sherwan also walked over and bit Lin Hui's shoulder fiercely.
Seeing this, Song Yu also bit the other shoulder, not to be outdone.
Lin Huij must also bear her mark. Lin Hui gasped in pain.
These two girls, I really have the heart to kiss them. You too, I'll teach you a lesson.
Lin Hui picked up Li Sherwan and carried her upstairs to the bedroom. Song Yu guessed Lin Hui's thoughts, and her face turned slightly red. But after only a second of hesitation, he followed. On the other side, the Law Enforcement Bureau. Zhang Yi, this is intentional assault and attempted murder.
The evidence is conclusive. It won't matter if you don't say anything.
The law enforcement officers produced the video that Lin Hui had sent over. With this evidence, even if the Zhang family is very powerful, it won't matter.
No, this is fake. The video is fabricated.
I demand to see my lawyer. Zhang Yi panicked when he saw the video. If it weren't for this video, he could still find a way to get away with it, but now he probably doesn't have that chance.
Just then, the door to the interrogation room was opened. Zhang Zhan and the director of the Law Enforcement Bureau walked in.
The bureau chief then took the person being interrogated away and turned off the surveillance cameras. Zhang Yi felt as if he had seen a savior.
Dad, please save my dad, I don't want to go to jail. Zhang Zhan's face was gloomy.
He went up and slapped her hard.
You idiot, why did you hit me?
Zhang Zhan was really angry.
This kind of dirty work could have been done by someone else, why did he have to do it himself? Now he can't even protect Zhang Yi if he wants to. Chapter 57 Zhang's Jewelry Bankruptcy.
Inside the interrogation room. Zhang Yi looked regretful, regretting that he was only thinking about venting his anger and actually took action himself.
Dad, it must be Lin Hui.
This was all planned by that guy.
Zhang Yi's eyes filled with malice at the thought.
I really regret not killing him with one blow back then. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhan was so angry that he slapped Zhang Yi across the face again. Fool, the person you tied up wasn't Lin Hui at all, it was just a stand-in. Thinking about this, he became furious. This son is truly beyond redemption, he'd rather spend decades in prison just to be a stand-in.
Zhang Yi looked on in disbelief. A body double? How is that possible?
Zhang Zhan let out a long breath. It seems Lin Hui had already guessed your move.
We all underestimated him. Dad, what should I do now? Zhang Yi looked terrified. I don't want to go to jail.
Zhang Zhan said with a stern face, with video evidence, you definitely can't escape the charges.
So you'll have to stay in jail for now. Once things calm down, I'll try to get you medical parole.
Zhang Yi looked bitter, but this was the best possible outcome, and he had no choice but to accept it. Zhang Zhan left the Law Enforcement Bureau alone and got into his luxury car. Lin Hui, you caused my son to go to jail.
I will definitely avenge this.
Zhang Zhan's eyes were cold as he began to plot how to get Lin Hui to go in and operate the sewing machine as well.
But just then, his phone rang. Mr. Zhang, this is terrible.
A large amount of oil has been discovered beneath the Beishan mine.
The preliminary estimate is that the total value is around 200 billion.
The board of directors heard that you sold the Beishan mine for 10 billion yuan, and they all came to cause trouble. The secretary's anxious voice came from the other end of the phone.
What?
Zhang Zhan sat up in shock.
Oil has been discovered beneath the Beishan mine? Worth 200 billion?
These two pieces of news sent chills down his spine. This oil mine should have belonged to Zhang's jewelry, but now he has sold it for 10 billion. At that moment, he recalled the scene from yesterday when Lin Hui asked him to buy the Beishan mine.
He already knew.
Zhang Zhan gripped the steering wheel tightly with both hands.
There is only one possibility. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain.
It's that secret he carries, there's no doubt about it. After some thought, Zhang Zhan could only categorize it under this category. Lin Hui, no matter what secrets you have, I must get them. In just a few days, Lin Hui went from a poor nobody to a billionaire. This shows just how powerful this secret is. However, before that, he had to go back to the company to deal with board matters. On the other side, Lin Hui rubbed his lower back and walked out of the room.
System, oh system, when are you going to strengthen my kidneys?
If we keep doing this, problems will arise sooner or later. Lin Hui complained while checking his phone.
The news of Zhang Ye's sentencing has been sent to his mobile phone. A family should be together all the time. Don't worry, we'll get your dad in soon too.
He muttered something to himself and transferred 5 million to the stand-in.
After all, it looks pretty bad, so we have to pay more.
After transferring the money, Lin Hui glanced at the news of the oil discovery at the Beishan mine.
Upon hearing the news, Wu Yuecheng, Li Xingtian, and others sent their congratulations.
There were also several missed calls. Just then, his phone rang again. It was the same number that had missed the call. Lin Hui roughly guessed the purpose of the call, so he answered it directly.
Hello Mr. Lin, I am the general manager of the southern region of Xiaoguo Petroleum. Do you have any intention to sell the Beishan mine?
Lin Hui thought to himself, just as I expected. He didn't know many people in this short drama world, so any unfamiliar number that called him must be related to that oil mine. What price are you prepared to offer? Lin Hui asked casually. He didn't intend to mine that oil mine, it would be too much of a waste of time and energy. So, he planned to sell it as a package deal from the beginning. Mr. Lin, that oil mine has huge reserves. We have two options, one is for us to jointly mine it, and the other is for us to purchase it outright for 200 billion.
I choose the second option. Let's find a time to come and sign the contract.
Lin Hui did not haggle and acted very decisively. Once he gets his hands on 200 billion in cash, he can make a fortune by investing it in the stock market.
At that time, we might be able to complete the main quest.
But before that, he had one more thing to do, to ruin Zhang's jewelry and send Zhang Zhan to work as a sewing machine operator. At this time, Zhang Zhan should be in a complete mess. Lin Hui opened the trending topics, and Zhang Ye's evil deeds were ranked in the top 3, indicating a very high level of popularity.
As the heir to Zhang's jewelry, Zhang Ye's actions have undoubtedly dealt a severe blow to the company's stock price. Following the news that the Beishan mine was sold off cheaply and Zhang's jewelry became the biggest loser, it also became a trending topic. Upon the release of this news, Zhang's jewelry stock price plummeted once again.
In just one morning, the market value evaporated by more than 10 billion. The shareholders of Zhang's jewelry are now making things difficult for Zhang Zhan, and even want him to step down as chairman. Zhang Zhan was exhausted, both physically and mentally, and overwhelmed by the noise, so he had no interest in paying attention to Lin Hui. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Hui completed an oil mine transaction with Xiaoguo Petroleum.
With this money, let's see who can protect Zhang's jewelry.
Looking at the more than 200 billion yuan in cash in his bank account, he sneered. Now, the encirclement and slaughter have officially begun. Lin Hui and Li's jewelry spearheaded a full-scale attack on Zhang's jewelry stock.
Within half a day, Zhang's jewelry stock began to plummet.
When investors sensed the unfavorable market sentiment, they also began selling off their shares.
The market value of Zhang's jewelry has plummeted like a rocket. Zhang Zhan, of course, wouldn't sit idly by.
He used company cash to do everything he could to save the market.
But how could their cash flow of tens of billions compare to Lin Hui's 200 billion and the alliance with Li's jewelry, an industry giant? In just 3 days, Zhang's jewelry's market value evaporated by half. The company, which was originally worth nearly 100 billion yuan, is now worth less than 50 billion yuan. And as investors sold off their shares in large quantities, the price continued to fall rapidly. If things continue like this, Zhang's jewelry will be finished sooner or later. Faced with this situation, Zhang's jewelry shareholders began to withdraw their investments and sell their shares.
Now everyone's kicking someone when they're down, and everyone wants a piece of the pie.
2 more days have passed. Under the relentless pressure from various forces, Zhang's jewelry was forced into bankruptcy. In just 5 days, Zhang Zhan was no longer the spirited man he once was.
Now he looks haggard, and his hair has turned quite white. These past few days, he tried his best to turn the tide, but even though he was exhausted, he ultimately failed to save Zhang's jewelry.
It's over, everything is over.
He slumped in his boss's chair, his eyes lifeless. The family business, built up over 3 generations, was completely ruined in his hands, and he is now burdened with billions in debt, with no chance of recovery.
Chapter 58, Second Main Quest completed. The living room of the villa. Lin Hui, we've won. Zhang's jewelry has been completely taken over by us.
Li Shiruan hugged Lin Hui with delight. Li's jewelry successfully acquired Zhang's jewelry, becoming a leader in the jewelry industry with a market value exceeding 100 billion.
As the family's greatest contributor, Li Shiruan now holds a very high position within the Li family. Congratulations, brother Lin Hui, you succeeded. Song Yu hugged Lin Hui's other side, happy for Lin Hui's success. Ha, we definitely have to celebrate tonight. I just happened to buy a few uniforms.
Lin Hui grinned mischievously. With the villain finally dealt with, he can now finally focus on making money. As for the victor going out to mock him to his face, he had no interest in doing so.
What if Zhang Zhan Go, in a desperate move, does something that leads to mutual destruction?
Therefore, he doesn't do dangerous things. But letting Zhang Zhan go is impossible.
Bite. Just then, his phone beeped with a message.
Lin Hui opened his phone and saw a message. Zhang Zhan, the former chairman of Zhang's Jewelry, committed suicide by jumping off a building after his company went bankrupt and he was unable to repay his debts. Lin Hui's lips curled up slightly when he saw the message. Zhang Zhan certainly couldn't jump off the building himself, so Lin Hui arranged for him to be jumped off a service where someone is forced to jump off a building.
This can be considered a one-time solution. And in prison.
Zhang Yi was still hoping that Zhang Zhan could arrange for him to leave as soon as possible. But what he finally got was not Zhang Zhan, but the people arranged by Lin Hui.
What are you doing? My father is Zhang Zhan, the chairman of Zhang's Jewelry. Don't come any closer. Zhang's jewelry is worth hundreds of billions.
If you dare to touch me, my dad will definitely not let you get away with it.
No, don't come any closer. Ah! Screams of agony rang out.
Zhang Yi was surrounded and beaten by a group of prisoners, ultimately losing all 4 of his limbs. He barely escaped death when the prison guards arrived. The lead prisoner leaned close to Zhang Zhan's ear.
Kid, just accept your fate. Who told you to mess with the wrong person? Zhang's jewelry has gone bankrupt, and your father committed suicide by jumping off a building. From now on, you will stay in prison and never get out.
Zhang Yi stared wide-eyed in disbelief.
No, that's impossible. You're lying to me, aren't you?
He questioned her frantically. With his limbs crippled, he was powerless to struggle and could only rage helplessly. Because his injuries were too severe, the prison guards had no choice but to temporarily transfer him to the hospital for treatment.
Upon arriving at the hospital, he confirmed with several people the news of Zhang's jewelry's bankruptcy and his father's suicide by jumping off a building.
In despair, he also chose to commit suicide by jumping off a building. Without a doubt, he was still someone who jumped off a building. Since Lin Hui has already gone this far, there's no way he'd leave any future troubles. Of course, he couldn't possibly leave any evidence of hiring someone to kill him. This matter has now come to a complete end.
Another half-month has passed in a flash.
Lin Hui dominated the stock market, and his total assets finally exceeded 420 billion yuan. He's just one step away from becoming the richest man in Xia Kingdom. That day, at Song Yu's invitation, Lin Hui visited her parents with a pile of gifts. As luck would have it, Lin Hui saw Song Qian at home. This villainous second female lead is now kicking herself. Looking at Lin Hui and Song Yu, who were clearly in love, she was so jealous she was almost going crazy. She had already heard that Lin Hui's net worth was now in the hundreds of billions. The company owns numerous luxury cars and mansions, and has also purchased private jets and luxury cruise ships. She is now truly filled with regret. If she hadn't chosen to break up back then, she would be the one standing next to Lin Hui now, not Song Yu. Unfortunately, there's no going back in this world. She could only continue living in regret and jealousy.
3 days later,
Lin Hui's assets finally exceeded 430 billion, officially making him the richest man in Xia Kingdom. Congratulations, host, on completing the main quest, become the richest man in Xia Kingdom. The host can now freely travel between the real world and the world of this short drama. Congratulations, host. You have received the reward, seeing future trends.
Friendly reminder, this cheat code has been synchronized to the real world. We finally succeeded.
Lin Hui was somewhat excited.
He finally got his first cheat code in the real world.
Lin Hui glanced at Li Shiwan and Song Yu, who were fast asleep on the bed.
System, return to the real world.
The next moment, his gaze shifted, returning to the villa in the real world.
System notification, rewards have been issued. The third short drama world is being generated.
The host needs to wait 2 days.
He saw the system notification as soon as he got back. He glanced at the time on his phone.
Sure enough, after he left, time in the real world did not stop, it simply slowed down.
Moving out was indeed a wise decision. Otherwise, it's easy to give yourself away. My golden touch, let me see, have you really followed me?
After checking the time, Lin Hui immediately opened the stock app to check the future trend of the stock. Upon closer inspection, just like in the short drama world, one could clearly see the stock's upward and downward trends. He decisively invested all his remaining savings in the stock market. He doesn't look for stocks that will make a lot of money, he looks for stocks with stable growth potential.
This way, it won't attract too much attention. As I said before, he can be high profile in the world of short dramas, but he needs to be low profile in the real world. You only have one life, safety is the most important thing. After buying the stocks, Lin Hui originally wanted to take a break. But then the phone suddenly rang. It was Li Chao, the school beauty, calling. Li, the school beauty, what made you think of calling me? Lin Hui asked jokingly. Lin Hui, you're teasing me again.
Li Chao chuckled and said, I said I'd treat you to dinner last time, but it didn't work out in the end.
This time I've specially chosen a nice place. I wonder if you'd do me the honor, Lin Hui. With an invitation from the school beauty Li, how could I possibly refuse?
Lin Hui readily agreed and asked her to send him her address.
He quickly tidied himself up and then got up to leave. The place to eat is still near the school. Li Chao had already arrived.
Although there were seats opposite her, Lin Hui naturally sat down next to her.
Li, the school beauty, the place you're treating us to is really down to earth.
Lin Hui glanced at the hot pot in front of him and found it somewhat amusing.
Do you want me to treat you to seafood and abalone? Li Chao teased. Those things are too expensive and not tasty. Hot pot is the real delicacy.
Lin Hui shook his head with amusement, without saying anything more.
It doesn't matter what he eats, he doesn't really want to eat delicacies. The important thing is who you eat with.
Having dinner with a beautiful woman like Li Chao always makes me feel much better.
It was lunchtime, and we were near a school.
Many students come here to eat. Lin Hui and Li Chao sat close together, a scene witnessed by many students.
Look, isn't that Li Chao, the school beauty? Really? Why is she sitting with a boy? Does school beauty Li have a boyfriend? Wait, I think I know that guy. Isn't that Lin Hui? The one who was trolled on the school forum before? Really? Wait a minute, I remember Lin Hui was the one who got himself killed in front of school beauty Li, right? Holy crap, no way, could this really win the heart of a beauty? Brother Lin is awesome. I'll give it a try tomorrow. Chapter 59, the third short drama world.
The photo of Lin Hui and Li Chao eating together was quickly posted on the school forum. Among them are intimate photos of Li Chao serving food to Lin Hui.
They look like a couple deeply in love.
Upon hearing this news, the male students at the school immediately erupted in wails of despair. Li Chao, a pure and innocent goddess who had never been in a relationship since entering university, was quietly won over by Lin Hui.
The news came like a bolt from the blue.
Many boys' dreams shattered instantly. Envious and jealous, they left a barrage of complaints in the comments. Of course, most boys still admired Lin Hui's actions. Everyone speculated that Lin Hui's previous suicidal behavior was an attempt to make a deeper impression on the school beauty, so that he could gradually make his move and eventually win her over. Now, Lin Hui's actions, which were originally ridiculed, have become praised as a sign of his wisdom. Lin Hui and Li Chao were unaware of all of this. However, on the way back with Li Chao after dinner, Lin Hui kept seeing strange looks from others. Lin Hui was particularly puzzled by the stares from some of the boys.
Regardless of the circumstances, he is now able to face everyone's gaze with equanimity. Whether it's good or bad, it doesn't matter to him. This may be the influence of life experiences in the world of short dramas. The next 2 days,
Lin Hui did not contact Li Qiao. He still goes to class as usual, and when he's not in class, he stays at the villa playing games. With only 2 days to spare, he wanted to relax in the real world and didn't want to make it too stressful.
The third short drama world has been generated. Would you like to enter now?
Friendly reminder, the host's current cheat abilities can be brought into the short drama world.
2 days passed in the blink of an eye.
Lin Hui was playing games on the sofa when his system notification sounded.
Go in.
No sooner had he finished speaking than the environment around him shifted dramatically.
Lin Hui, let's get a divorce.
Before Lin Hui could react, he suddenly heard a woman's voice.
Divorce?
Lin Hui looked around in confusion.
This is a luxurious villa, and you can tell that the owner is very wealthy.
Then he looked at the woman in front of him. She is very beautiful and has a cool and aloof air about her. The way she looked at Lin Hui was with a cold arrogance that kept people at a distance.
What's going on here?
Lin Hui really wanted to complain.
The system sent him to this world, so why couldn't it explain the background setting? He always had to guess. Divorce? Why?
Lin Hui thought for a moment and decided to ask directly, wanting to get more information.
Gu Xingqian is coming back.
The aloof woman said indifferently, back when we were engaged, he went abroad, and that's when I accepted you and made you his substitute. Now that he is back, I don't want him to misunderstand, so let us get a divorce. Alright, now Lin Hui knows what kind of short drama world this is all about. It's likely that he was the female lead's devoted admirer in his previous life, but now that her white moonlight has returned to China, she wants to get rid of him and make room for her.
Host has successfully transmigrated.
Main quest now released, Conquer Lu Mengyao. Friendly reminder, Lu Mengyao cannot have any intimate contact with Gu Xingqian, not even holding hands, otherwise the mission will be considered a failure. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the cheat code for this world, 18 plus big waist. The host will gain the right to travel between this world upon completing the main quest, and will bring the cheat abilities from this world back to reality. Reward description, undefeated in every battle, unharmed body, and triple sensory enhancement. Lin Hui's eyes lit up when he saw the system reward.
It's here, it's here. It's coming out with a rainbow of divine light. Isn't this the steel waist he's been waiting for? System, you finally acted like a human being.
Lin Hui was moved to tears.
Why are you crying?
The aloof woman noticed that Lin Hui's eyes suddenly welled up with tears, as if he were about to cry, and her face showed a slight panic. In the 3 years of their marriage, he had never seen Lin Hui cry. Even when she burned her hand while learning to cook, he still endured it and comforted her. The first time she saw Lin Hui cry, she felt a tightness in her chest for some reason.
Lin Hui must love her too much, otherwise why would he cry like this upon hearing about the divorce?
Thinking about this, he felt guilty, wondering if he had been too cruel to Lin Hui. Lin Hui glanced at the aloof woman who seemed somewhat moved.
She must be Lu Mengyao.
I didn't expect this woman to fall for this. He was originally just moved by the system's cheat code, but since Lu Mengyao misunderstood, he might as well go along with it. Lin Hui clutched his heart tightly, feigning a wronged and heartbroken expression.
Mengyao, we've been married for so long, how can you really bear to abandon me? I can't live without you. Don't do this.
Seeing how much Lin Hui loved her, Lu Mengyao's heart softened. But the thought of Baiyu visiting Xingqian made her resolute again. No matter how good Lin Hui is, he's just a substitute for Gu Xingqian.
The one she truly loves is Gu Xingqian.
She didn't want Gu Xingqian to misunderstand or be hurt, so the divorce had to happen. But seeing Lin Hui's heartbroken appearance, she felt guilty.
Moreover, since Lin Hui is clinging to her and refusing to divorce, she won't be able to get a divorce anytime soon.
If Gu Xingqian hadn't divorced before returning, he might have disliked her.
I can grant you one request, as long as it's within my power. After careful consideration, Lu Mengyao made this promise. If you want money, I can give you 100 million.
They signed a prenuptial agreement before getting married, and Lin Hui would leave with nothing after the divorce. Lin Hui was an orphan who didn't have much money to begin with and had been a stay-at-home dad for 3 years. She felt that Lin Hui should need the money.
Unfortunately, she didn't know that money meant nothing to Lin Hui. Upon hearing the promise, Lin Hui immediately stopped performing and hugged Lu Mengyao tightly. I don't want money. Without you, money means nothing to me. He whispered softly in Lu Mengyao's ear. I only have one request, I want you to belong to me completely tonight. Lu Mengyao was stunned. He hadn't expected Lin Hui to make such a request, and for a moment he was conflicted. Seeing that Lu Mengyao did not resist, Lin Hui pressed on, saying, let's consider this a perfect ending to our short marriage. It'll allow me to finally give up. Lu Mengyao's body trembled slightly. In the 3 years of their marriage, Lin Hui had never felt so wronged. Moreover, he was even willing to give up 100 million yuan to win her over, which is enough to show how deep Lin Hui's love for her is. Thinking of this, her emotional side was awakened. If a woman doesn't refuse, it means she agrees. Lin Hui picked up Lu Mengyao and carried her to the bedroom. To win a woman's heart, you must first win her body. Lin Hui also wanted to try it out and see if the power of the 18+ big waist was really as terrifying as the legends suggested. Chapter 60, Divorce at the Start. The next day at noon. Lu Mengyao slowly opened her eyes and looked at Lin Hui, who was still asleep. Her face flushed at the thought of last night's madness. Lin Hui was really too fierce last night. Just like the tireless Tai Ritian, he tormented her to no end. But with the amplification of her senses threefold, she became completely addicted. Even now, just thinking about it makes her feel a little itchy. No, Lu Mengyao, you like Gu Xingqian, you can't betray him. Lu Mengyao shook her head vigorously and began to hypnotize herself. Her noise woke Lin Hui up. Lin Hui glanced at Lu Mengyao beside him, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. He didn't expect that this was Lu Mengyao's first time. This woman is really interesting. Looking at Lu Mengyao, who was hypnotizing herself, he reached out, wanting to do it again. Unfortunately, Lu Mengyao refused outright and quickly got up and dressed. Lin Hui, I've done what I promised you. Let's go get the divorce certificate in a bit. Lu Mengyao resumed her aloof demeanor, forcing herself to make up her mind. Okay. Lin Hui shrugged indifferently. The main quest is important, but it's absolutely impossible for him to become a sycophant to win back Lu Mengyao. A woman like Lu Mengyao only cares about what she can't have, she won't cherish what she gets easily. Therefore, divorce is necessary. As for the main quest, conquering Lu Mengyao might be a bit difficult, but preventing Lu Mengyao and Gu Xingqian from having close contact is easy, isn't it? As long as the two don't have the opportunity for close contact, completing the main quest is only a matter of time. Seeing Lin Hui's decisiveness, Lu Mengyao frowned. What's this? Is it heartless to pull out that thing? Yesterday I loved her so deeply, but today I'm so indifferent. It's true that once you get something, you don't cherish it. Immediately, Lu Mengyao felt a sense of disappointment. This feeling made her very unhappy. Let's go quickly, I don't want to wait a second longer. She threw the clothes at Lin Hui's face and stormed out of the bedroom. A meaningful smile appeared on Lin Hui's lips. A simp doesn't own a house to win a woman's heart, he needs to stir up her emotions. Joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness are all acceptable. This is what true emotional value is, not simply trying to please others. At the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau, Lin Hui and Lu Mengyao walked out with their divorce certificates in hand. In this short drama world, there's no cooling off period for divorces, they just get divorced immediately. Lin Hui, we are divorced now. I hope you will stop bothering me in the future, so as not to cause Gu Xingqian to misunderstand. Lu Mengyao said in a cool and aloof tone. Lin Hui smirked, picked up the divorce certificate, and casually tore it to shreds. Don't worry, I definitely won't bother you. As he spoke, he prepared to leave. But after taking only one step, he remembered something and turned to look at Lu Mengyao. By the way, I'm a germaphobe. I won't even glance at a woman who's been touched by someone else, not even if it's just holding hands. Whether it's useful or not, he's giving a heads up in advance. After saying that, he turned and left without looking back, his back view so carefree. Lin Hui, you bastard. Lu Mengyao was furious. She wasn't angry at Lin Hui's words, but at his completely unwavering attitude. Lin Hui had been a devoted admirer for 3 years, treating Lu Mengyao with utmost care and affection. Now, his departure was so carefree, which only amplified the sense of loss she felt. As the saying goes, what you can't have is always the best. Lin Hui's image entered Lu Mengyao's heart for the first time. Add to that feeling of soaring to the heavens last night. For a moment, she felt a little regretful. Lu Mengyao, what are you regretting? He's just a substitute. No matter how good he is in that area, he's still just a substitute. Xingchen is coming back tomorrow, you can't keep thinking about that scumbag Lin Hui. Lu Mengyao shook her head vigorously, frantically trying to brainwash herself. Lin Hui couldn't see his one-man show, but he could roughly guess what it was. This is exactly the result he wanted. Of course, that alone is not enough. The buff from the White Moonlight character in the short drama is still quite strong. So, he still has something to do. After leaving the Civil Affairs Bureau, he picked up his phone and went online to look up Lu Mengyao's background information. Knowing yourself and your enemy is the key to victory in every battle. Lu Mengyao is indeed another rich girl, now the female president of a listed company. During the data collection process, Lin Hui discovered that Lu Mengyao was recently competing with a rival company for a large project. So he became curious and looked up information about that company. TSK, another domineering female CEO. After reviewing the company's information, Lin Hui couldn't help but sigh. The president of Lu Mengyao's rival company is a mature and sophisticated woman named Li Honglian. She has a looks and figure that are both above 9 out of 10, comparable to Lu Mengyao. You're the one. Lin Hui put away his phone and took a taxi directly to the company building. Please contact your CEO and tell him that Lu Mengyao's husband is looking for her. Lin Hui approached the front desk and stated his purpose. Sir, please wait a moment. The receptionist, seeing that Lin Hui was dressed in designer brands, realized he must not be an ordinary person, so she went to ask the president. She returned shortly afterward and brought Lin Hui into the company. Upon arriving at the president's office, Lin Hui pushed the door open and went inside. Lin Hui was stunned when he saw Li Honglian. This mature and sophisticated woman is even more beautiful than in the photos, especially her stunning figure. While Lin Hui was sizing up Li Honglian was also sizing up Lin Hui. You are Lu Mengyao's husband, no, ex-husband, Lin Hui? Looking at Lin Hui sitting casually in front of her, Li Honglian leaned back, naturally exuding the aura of a domineering female CEO. Lin Hui shrugged nonchalantly, that's right, it's me. Speak, what do you want from me? Lu Mengyao and I are rivals, so you probably don't have much in common. Li Honglian got straight to the point. If it weren't for the fact that he was Lu Mengyao's ex-husband, he wouldn't have met Lin Hui. Lin Hui smiled mischievously, no, I think we have a lot in common now. After speaking, Lin Hui leaned back, exuding an aura no less powerful than Li Honglian's. After all, he was once the richest man in the country, with a net worth of hundreds of billions, so he still has the aura of a strong person. Seeing Lin Hui's appearance, Li Honglian became somewhat interested. Tell me about it. As Lu Mengyao's rival company, don't you want to outdo her? Li Honglian leaned forward slightly, immediately becoming interested. Do you have Lu Mengyao's company secrets? Give me a price. Seeing Lin Hui's confidence, he thought Lin Hui had stolen confidential documents from Lu Mengyao's company and was going to sell them to her for money. No. Lin Hui shook his finger, I wouldn't do something so tasteless. What I mean is, I can help you grow your company to be much bigger than Lu Mengyao's. Li Honglian frowned slightly, you? A stay-at-home husband? Chapter 61 I am the man you can't have. Li Honglian clearly did not believe Lin Hui. Of course, she also had reason to be suspicious. Although Lin Hui graduated from a prestigious university, he became a stay-at-home dad after graduation and had no work experience whatsoever. It's laughable that someone like that would say they want to help her build a big company. Lin Hui didn't explain, he simply took out his phone, opened the stock trading app, and handed it to Li Honglian. Li Honglian stared at her phone in surprise, wondering what Lin Hui was planning to do. Stellar mining will rise by 5 points in 5 seconds. Li Honglian was stunned. After a brief moment of surprise, she looked at Lin Hui with great interest. You're not going to tell me you're a stock market guru, are you? Her tone was sarcastic, and she didn't take Lin Hui's words seriously at all. Lin Hui shrugged and casually pointed to his phone. 5 seconds are up, you can take a look now. Li Honglian glanced at her phone subconsciously. When she saw that Stellar Mining stock had actually risen by 5%, a look of astonishment crossed her eyes. Lin Hui actually guessed correctly. Do you have inside information? She looked at Lin Hui, wondering how he knew. Or perhaps, I really am a stock market genius. Lin Hui smiled, leaned forward, and placed his hands on the desk, very close to Li Honglian. I don't believe it.
Li Honglian not only didn't dodge, but instead reached out and hooked Lin Hui's chin.
Unless you prove it to me.
Lin Hui brazenly sized up Li Honglian's figure.
What's in it for me?
Li Honglian straightened her posture and said teasingly, you can get what you want. Lin Hui smiled slightly and sat back down.
Shengtian Entertainment will rise by 3 points in 7 seconds.
Li Honglian stared intently at her phone, wanting to see if Lin Hui was just bragging or if he really had the skills. As expected, Shengtian Entertainment's stock rose as soon as 7 seconds were up.
Li Honglian's eyes widened slightly. Her gaze toward Lin Hui gradually became meaningful.
Lin Hui then provided information on 3 more stocks, and they all came true. With his eyes that see into the future, there are no secrets about stock price fluctuations.
Li Honglian looked at Lin Hui in surprise. Now she finally believed that what Lin Hui said was true. If someone can accurately predict price increases of just a few percentage points, doesn't that make them a stock market genius? So, do you believe me now?
Lin Hui smiled confidently. Li Honglian stood up, walked behind Lin Hui, and leaned close to his ear.
You've really given me a big surprise, Mr. Stock God.
Feeling the warm breeze beside his ear, Lin Hui felt a slight itch in his heart.
Li Honglian straightened up and walked back to her seat.
Lu Mengyao actually pushed away a genius like you, she's really stupid. Lin Hui looked Li Honglian up and down, and said in a flippant tone, you just said I could get what I wanted, now it's time for you to keep your promise.
Li Honglian smiled smugly and said, of course, you wanted to cooperate, right? I agreed.
Lin Hui looked at Li Honglian's long legs and said with some disappointment, that's not what I meant.
Li Honglian smiled charmingly, if you want more, it'll depend on your abilities. Lin Hui's face showed some interest.
This woman is interesting, she knows how to leverage her strengths while maintaining a proper balance.
Completely opposite to Lu Mengyao, who was a cold and aloof iceberg. Give me 100 million, and I can multiply it tenfold in 5 days. Okay, I'll open a separate account for you. Li Honglian was very decisive.
Lin Hui has already proven himself, and she has no reason not to believe him.
Anyway, it's only 100 million.
Even if Lin Hui has ulterior motives, it won't have a big impact on her company.
I like your decisiveness.
Lin Hui smiled and said, also, I'd like to ask you for a favor.
What kind of help? Li Honglian asked curiously.
A cold smile appeared on Lin Hui's lips, and his eyes turned slightly cold.
Find me a beautiful woman who has AIDS, I need her. Also, make some noise for me tomorrow so that Lu Mengyao can't get away. He already had a plan in mind.
Although he had taken precautions, he wasn't sure that Lu Mengyao wouldn't have intimate relations with Gu Xingchen.
So, we still have to trick that villainous second male lead named Gu Xingchen. Make Lu Mengyao stay away from Gu Xingchen.
Anyway, judging from the usual pattern of short dramas, Gu Xingchen, the villainous second male lead, should be in debt abroad and come back to swindle money from Lu Mengyao.
Incidentally, let's also give Lin Hui's predecessor a green hat.
So he feels no guilt about taking advantage of this kind of person.
No problem. Li Honglian's answer was equally decisive.
She didn't care what Lin Hui wanted to do, as long as Lin Hui could help her company grow bigger and surpass Lu Mengyao. After finishing their business, Li Honglian suddenly leaned closer in a suggestive manner.
I heard you just got divorced. You probably don't have anywhere to live yet. Why don't you come home with me? Lin Hui's lips curled up, so you're thinking of keeping me as a sugar daddy? So, are you willing? Li Honglian deliberately showed off her figure. Of course I'd be happy to live with a beauty like you.
Lin Hui would never refuse such a good thing. Even if you don't necessarily do anything, it's always better to share a room with a beautiful woman than to stay in a hotel alone.
Moreover, Li Honglian is a much more interesting woman than Lu Mengyao.
He wanted to conquer Li Honglian more than Lu Mengyao. Li Honglian smiled and stopped teasing him. She decisively had the finance department open a stock account and deposit 100 million yuan, which she then handed over to Lin Hui. Lin Hui understood that if he wanted Li Honglian to take him seriously, he had to show his true abilities. So in just one afternoon, he doubled his assets of 100 million.
Lin Hui, what kind of person are you?
Looking at the account assets, Li Honglian suddenly became somewhat interested in Lin Hui. He clearly has a talent for stock trading, but he's willing to be a sycophant, staying home as a househusband for 3 years for a cold and aloof woman like Lu Mengyao. If Lin Hui had focused on stock trading for the past 3 years, he would probably have become a financial tycoon long ago. Lin Hui leaned close to her ear with a mysterious look on his face.
I am the man you can't have.
After saying that, he smiled and turned to leave.
Li Honglian rolled her eyes. This guy is really narcissistic.
However, upon closer reflection, if Lin Hui could maintain such high stock returns, then she would indeed be a bit out of reach.
Her company's total assets are only over 2 billion.
Lin Hui earned 100 million in a single day. If she continues at this pace, she could earn more in just 20 days than she had in several years of hard work. Thinking about this, she felt that Lin Hui was even more mysterious.
Despite having such abilities, they are willing to be ordinary people. What exactly is Lin Hui thinking? Her curiosity grew even stronger.
Watching Lin Hui's retreating figure, a charming smile appeared on her face.
Lu Mengyao, I really have to thank you for sending me such a god of wealth.
Lin Hui, now that you've jumped into my hands, I won't let you go so easily.
Chapter 62 The Beauty Trap. A day passed quickly.
The next day, Li Honglian brought him a beautiful woman who had AIDS, as promised. At the same time, they suddenly launched an attack on Lu Mengyao's company, forcing Lu Mengyao to stay at the company to deal with the situation and preventing her from picking up Gu Xingqian's plane.
Young man, I've done everything you asked me to do. Are you satisfied now? Li Honglian teased. Give me your sports car keys, I need them.
Lin Hui had important things to do today, so he wasn't in the mood to joke around with Li Honglian. Without asking any further questions, Li Honglian handed the key directly to Lin Hui. Lin Hui waved casually, then drove off with the beautiful woman in his car.
What a bastard! Li Honglian couldn't help but complain. At least take me to the company.
She felt a little resentful, but she was even more interested in what Lin Hui wanted to do. Although she didn't ask, she could have looked it up herself. Lin Hui found a woman with AIDS, so he probably wasn't going to use her for himself, he was just trying to scam her. I just don't know who's so unlucky to have Lin Hui set his sights on them.
Airport.
Lin Hui handed Gu Xingqian's photo and the sports car keys to the beautiful woman next to him.
You understand everything I've told you, right?
The beautiful woman smiled charmingly. Don't worry, young Master Lin, I know what to do. Looking at the woman, who was about 8 out of 10 in looks, Lin Hui smiled and said, after this is done, this sports car is yours, and you'll also get a 5 million yuan reward.
The woman's eyes lit up at the mention of money. Her name is Wang Hui.
She frequented bars and had a wild lifestyle, which unfortunately led to her contracting a disease. But this did not discourage her, instead, she became even more adventurous. Now that she's already sick, she just wants to enjoy herself and squander her money. With the 5 million yuan Lin Hui gave her, and this sports car worth several million, she could live a carefree life for a long time. So, for the sake of money, she was determined to get things done. Lin Hui got out of the car and followed Wang Hui from a distance, watching. He saw Lu Mengyao's future yesterday. I know what time Gu Xingqian arrived. Everything is ready now, just waiting for the prey to take the bait.
About an hour and a half later, Gu Xingqian's flight has finally arrived. Wang Hui stood at the arrival gate, nervously observing, afraid of missing a big fish.
Fortunately, she found her target shortly afterward. Lin Hui, standing not far away, also saw Gu Xingqian. To be honest, the second male villain is quite handsome, only slightly less so than him.
No wonder Lu Mengyao couldn't forget it. What on earth is that woman Lu Mengyao doing? Why didn't she come to pick me up at the airport?
Gu Xingqian looked somewhat displeased and muttered curses under her breath. His purpose in returning to China this time was to swindle money from Lu Mengyao to pay off his debts. He initially thought that Lu Mengyao was almost certain to win because she divorced her useless husband for him. Unexpectedly, I encountered this situation as soon as I got off the plane.
It seems I'm not the most important person in that woman's heart.
I need to work harder and win her over completely. Gu Xingqian walked forward while thinking, unaware that Wang Hui was walking towards him.
Upon seeing this, Wang Hui was secretly delighted.
When the two got close, she suddenly pretended to fall and threw herself into Gu Xingqian's arms.
I'm sorry, sir, I didn't mean to. Wang Hui pretended to be flustered.
Gu Xingqian was bumped into and was about to get angry, but when she looked down, she saw that it was a beautiful woman and immediately suppressed her anger. He was overjoyed that a beautiful woman had thrown herself into his arms.
Beautiful lady, are you all right? Gu Xingqian put on a gentlemanly demeanor and asked in a caring manner.
Since Lu Mengyao didn't come to pick him up, he wouldn't mind having a chance encounter with this beautiful woman in front of him.
I'm fine.
Wang Hui shook her head, trying to stand up, but immediately collapsed into Gu Xingqian's arms in pain.
Sorry, I think I twisted my ankle. She was a little embarrassed. But it was all an act, it was just a trick to lure the prey. Miss, do you need any help? Gu Xingchen continued to play the gentleman.
Wang Hui felt a little contempt for his behavior, but this suited her even better.
I just dropped off a friend, could you help me to the parking lot? Wang Hui appeared weak and pleading for help. This was exactly what Gu Xingchen wanted. The two were mutually agreeable, with one willing to give and the other willing to receive, and there were absolutely no hiccups. Lin Hui stood not far away, watching the plan proceed smoothly, a cold smile appearing on his lips.
There are no free lunches in the world, only traps.
What a stupid man. How dare you try to steal a woman from him and even cheat on him? Go eat shit. Men like Gu Xingchen, who think only with their lower bodies, are incredibly easy to fool.
The rest of the plan went very smoothly. When Gu Xingchen saw that Wang Hui was driving a sports car, he assumed that she was a rich young lady.
Therefore, there was little doubt about Wang Hui's identity. Wang Hui used her beauty to trick him into sleeping with her. And it was without any safety measures whatsoever.
Afterwards, Wang Hui glanced at Gu Xingchen, who had been drugged and was now unconscious on the bed.
He's a 3-second man, what bad luck. Wang Hui disdainfully picked up Gu Xingchen's phone, pried open his eyes, and unlocked it.
Wang Hui then used Gu Xingchen's phone to take an intimate photo of the two of them lying in bed and posted it on her WeChat moments. In order to help Lu Mengyao catch her cheating, she even added the hotel address. After doing all that, she picked up her phone and dialed Lin Hui's number.
Boss, the matter is settled.
In the hotel lobby, Lin Hui smirked.
Well done.
The money will be transferred to your card once the finishing touches are done. After saying that, he hung up the phone and opened his phone's photo album. In the photo album, there is a video he just secretly filmed. The video shows Gu Xingchen and Wang Hui embracing intimately at the front desk while checking into a hotel.
The plan is going very smoothly, now we just need to sit back and watch the show. Only about half an hour has passed.
Lin Hui then saw Lu Mengyao rush into the hotel.
As soon as Lu Mengyao arrived, she revealed her identity as a young lady from the Lu family and asked the receptionist to check her identity.
This hotel is owned by the Lu family, and Lin Hui deliberately chose this location.
Sure enough, Lu Mengyao's identity was very useful. The receptionist immediately helped her find the guest information.
She quickly found the room that Wang Hui and Gu Xingchen had booked.
Gu Xingchen, you bastard.
After finding her room, Lu Mengyao stormed upstairs. She simply didn't pick Gu Xingchen up from the airport, and this bastard went and hooked up with another woman. Not only did he sleep with her, but he also deliberately posted on social media to provoke her. She asked herself, I have the looks, the figure, and the temperament and aesthetic sense.
Why would Gu Xingchen cheat on me?
No, it was intentional to steal someone for her to see.
She was so angry that she even got a divorce for Gu Xingchen.
It turned out that the company had encountered an emergency and couldn't pick her up from the airport, so Gu Xingchen retaliated against her in this way. Lin Hui sat in the corner of the hall, observing Lu Mengyao's emotions throughout. He was curious to know whether the white moonlight would still have such a strong filter of admiration after contracting a sexually transmitted disease.
He found it very interesting just thinking about what might happen in a little while. Lin Hui, you're really wicked.
However, at that moment, Li Honglian's teasing voice suddenly came from behind Lin Hui. Lin Hui turned his head in surprise and saw a pair of peaks. Li Honglian was very close to Lin Hui at that moment.
Lin Hui's attention was entirely on Lu Mengyao, and he didn't even notice Li Honglian's arrival.
However, he was not surprised.
After all, Li Honglian was also involved in it.
Li Honglian did not dodge, instead, she bent down, revealing a large expanse of her snow-white skin.
However, I like your mischievous little man nature. Chapter 63. Watching the show. Not taking advantage of such benefits is the act of a bastard.
Lin Hui didn't even blink, openly admiring the snow-capped mountains.
So, do you like me for who I am, or do you like my bad side?
Lin Hui chuckled lightly.
Li Honglian gently tugged at Lin Hui's collar and teased, I like them all.
After saying that, she gently pushed Lin Hui away. Let's go, I can't wait to see Lu Mengyao, that iceberg, in a fit of rage and utter disarray. Lin Hui smiled, got up, and followed.
Upon entering the elevator, Li Honglian naturally took Lin Hui's arm.
Upstairs at this moment, Lu Mengyao asked the hotel manager to bring her a spare room key, and without saying a word, she opened the hotel room. She didn't care about the hotel's reputation or anything like that. All she wanted now was to get an explanation from Gu Xingchen. The moment the door opened, she rushed inside. The hotel room wasn't large. You could easily spot Wang Hui and Gu Xingchen lying on the bed, ready for a second round of lovemaking. The drug wasn't very strong, and Gu Xingchen had just woken up. Seeing Wang Hui's bare shoulders, he couldn't help but feel a surge of desire. As it turned out, Lu Mengyao happened to be there.
Gu Xingchen, you bastard.
Seeing this, Lu Mengyao angrily picked up something from the table and threw it at Gu Xingchen.
Gu Xingchen panicked upon seeing Lu Mengyao. Mengyao, let me explain. It's not what you think.
He hurriedly tried to explain.
I saw it with my own eyes, what else do you want to explain?
Lu Mengyao was furious and no longer had any of her usual aloof demeanor. Her icy demeanor was reserved for everyone else, but not for Gu Xingchen. That's why she can show her emotions in front of Gu Xingchen. If it were anyone else, she would simply turn away indifferently. This is perhaps the power of short dramas as a white moonlight, a term used to describe someone who was deeply loved and cherished. Seeing that Lu Mengyao was angry but did not leave, Gu Xingchen knew that he still had a chance. So his mind raced and he quickly came up with a solution that was not a solution at all. He suddenly pointed at Wang Hui viciously. Mengyao, it was all this bitch who framed me. She drugged me just now.
I don't know what happened before that. If you don't believe me, you can check. I don't know this woman at all.
He also wanted to swindle money from Lu Mengyao, so of course he couldn't let Lu Mengyao dislike him.
A cold smile appeared on Wang Hui's lips.
She stood up casually, took out a cigarette from her pocket, and lit it. You were just trying to come with me a second time, but now you don't recognize me at all.
What a heartless, despicable man.
But I don't care about your 3 seconds either. As she spoke, she put on her clothes by herself.
I have no interest in your messy affairs. But just a friendly reminder, I've just been diagnosed with HIV.
You jerk, you better watch yourself.
After saying that, she swaggered out of the room.
Lu Mengyao wanted to stop her, but as soon as she heard the word AIDS, she was so frightened that she immediately withdrew her hand. Even the way she looked at Gu Xingchen carried a hint of fear.
Gu Xingchen stared wide-eyed in disbelief.
A sense of fear washed over me.
AIDS, that bitch actually got AIDS. They didn't take any safety precautions just now. Doesn't that mean he's in great danger right now? Damn it, you bitch, you're trying to kill me. Gu Xingchen screamed in despair.
For a moment, he even wanted to follow her and take care of Wang Hui.
PEP post-exposure prophylaxis, right, there's also PEP.
He suddenly thought of something, and without even caring about Lu Mengyao, he quickly put on his clothes and ran outside. It hasn't been 24 hours yet, and if he takes the preventative medication, he still has a chance to escape this ordeal. Lu Mengyao didn't say a word, and when Gu Xingchen ran past her, she subconsciously kept her distance.
It can only be said that AIDS is more deadly. Even the halo of the white moonlight is no longer effective. Looking at the empty room, Lu Mengyao's expression became extremely complicated.
The man she longed for, her ideal man, turned out to be sleeping with another woman behind her back.
Moreover, there is a possibility of contracting HIV.
The thought of this shattered her illusions. Even her feelings for Gu Xingchen faded considerably. For some reason, Lin Hui's image popped into her mind at that moment. Since marrying Lin Hui has taken meticulous care of her, and even though she hasn't been able to touch him for 3 years, Lin Hui has never cheated on her.
Compared to Lin Hui, Gu Xingchen is simply a scumbag.
She even began to doubt why she had given up such a good man as Lin Hui to choose Gu Xingchen instead.
Clap clap clap. Just then, crisp applause entered the room. Li Honglian stood at the door, looking on with amusement. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant.
So this is the white moonlight that you, Lu Mengyao, would rather divorce than marry.
You have excellent taste. Lu Mengyao looked at her angrily. Li Honglian, what are you doing here? You are not welcome here.
As rivals, Lu Mengyao and Li Honglian are very familiar with each other.
Lu Mengyao didn't want Li Honglian to see her in such a disheveled state. She could imagine that Li Honglian would definitely use this incident to mock her for a long time. I came here to book a hotel room, of course, right, Lin Hui?
Li Honglian pulled Lin Hui over with a smug look on her face. Lin Hui was standing outside the door, so Lu Mengyao didn't see him. When she saw Lin Hui, her expression changed immediately.
Lin Hui, what are you doing here? And he's with her?
She looked at the two of them in surprise. When she saw Li Honglian holding Lin Hui's hand, she didn't know why, but her heart suddenly clenched for no reason. Lin Hui looked at her with a half smile. This is a hotel.
What else could I be doing here? Lu Mengyao, since you don't want a good man like Lin Hui, then he's mine. Li Honglian leaned against Lin Hui in an ambiguous manner, and looked at Lu Mengyao provocatively. You. Lu Mengyao pointed at the two of them in a fit of rage. She had just been thinking of Lin Hui, believing him to be a devoted and good man, but the next moment, Lin Hui and Li Honglian were standing together in an ambiguous manner. This was a huge blow to her. Moreover, seeing the two's ambiguous behavior made her feel very uncomfortable. It feels like someone has taken away your favorite toy. Lin Hui, we've only been divorced for 1 day, how could you do this? She pointed angrily at Lin Hui, demanding an explanation. Lin Hui turned his head and enjoyed the scent of perfume on Li Honglian's hair. Lu Mengyao, you said it yourself, we are already divorced. It's my freedom to go to a hotel with whomever I want. No way. Lu Mengyao pointed angrily at Li Honglian, you can have a room with anyone, but not her. You know perfectly well that we are mortal enemies, you're clearly doing this on purpose to provoke me. If that's how you think, then I have nothing more to say. Lin Hui shrugged indifferently. With that, he took out the room key that he had already opened. Honglian, let's go. A woman like Lu Mengyao, who gets things easily, won't cherish them. So what Lin Hui needs to do is to provoke her competitive spirit and then thoroughly defeat her. Only in this way can you completely conquer this woman. Chapter 64. This excuse is brilliant. Stop. You are not allowed to go there. Seeing that Lin Hui and Li Honglian were about to leave, Lu Mengyao hurriedly stopped them. Unfortunately, Lin Hui and Li Honglian completely ignored her. Lin Hui, you bastard. Betrayed by 2 men in 1 day, she felt like the sky was falling. Gu Xingchen reaped what she sowed, but Lin Hui was different. She had seen Lin Hui's love for her over the past 3 years. The man who loved her so deeply has now fallen into the arms of another woman. And it just so happens to be Li Honglian, her mortal enemy. This hurt her even more than Gu Xingchen's betrayal. She immediately summoned the hotel manager. Lin Hui and Li Honglian had just entered the room when Lu Mengyao, along with the hotel manager and security guards, escorted them out. Is this how your hotel treats its guests? Li Honglian looked at the hotel manager with dissatisfaction. The hotel manager looked at Lu Mengyao helplessly. He knew this would severely damage the hotel's reputation, but the hotel belonged to the Lu family, and he was just an employee with no say whatsoever. As long as I'm here, you can forget about getting a room. Lu Mengyao said smugly. At this moment, she no longer had any of the aloof beauty about her. Instead, she resembled a jealous little woman. Lin Hui took Li Honglian's hand and deliberately said, "Who I go to a hotel with is none of your business. We're already divorced. Aren't you afraid that your Bai Yue Guan Gu Xingchen will misunderstand if you stop me from finding true love?" The moment Gu Xingchen was mentioned, Lu Mengyao immediately pictured him cheating on her. Another issue is that Gu Xingchen may have contracted HIV. The thought of it made her feel nauseous. This was precisely Lin Hui's objective. This further deepened Lu Mengyao's disgust for Gu Xingchen. Even if Gu Xingchen took the post-exposure prophylaxis and didn't contract HIV, Lu Mengyao would probably feel physically disgusted just thinking about Gu Xingchen sleeping with an HIV-positive woman. Alright, let's go. Seeing that Lu Mengyao remained silent, Lin Hui prepared to pull Li Honglian away. Lin Hui, you used to love me so much, why are you so distant from me now? Seeing that Lin Hui was about to leave again, Lu Mengyao finally couldn't help but ask what was on her mind. Lin Hui's lips curled up slightly. He knew it was time for him to perform. He turned around, feigning heartache and anger. Lu Mengyao, Lin Hui, who loved you deeply, is dead. You killed him with your own hands. If you don't cherish my love for you, there are plenty of others who will. If you don't love me, then let go and stop bothering me. After saying that, Lin Hui didn't linger and pulled Li Honglian away. Lin Hui, stop right there. Stop right there. Seeing Lin Hui turn his head without looking back, Lu Mengyao shouted to stop him, but Lin Hui ignored her completely. At that moment, she felt a sharp pain in her heart, so intense that she felt suffocated. 3 years later, she experienced the pain of loss once again. Miss, are you alright? The hotel manager saw this and wanted to help. But Lu Mengyao suddenly remembered what Lin Hui had said at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Lin Hui dislikes women who have been touched by other men. Thinking of this, she slapped the hotel manager across the face. Get lost, you're not worthy to touch me. After saying that, she left with a cold face. The hotel manager looked completely innocent.
He really didn't have any other intentions, he simply wanted to help.
Parking lot outside the hotel.
Lin Hui got into Li Honglian's luxury car.
Ha, Lin Hui, did you see Lu Mengyao's sour face just now? It was absolutely hilarious. As soon as she got in the car, Li Honglian couldn't hold back anymore and burst out laughing.
Lin Hui's lips curled up, he also found it amusing. To be honest, if it weren't for his 18-plus waist, he wouldn't have bothered with a woman like Lu Mengyao.
It's both boring and pretentious. Not as interesting as Li Honglian.
Seeing Li Honglian laughing happily in the passenger seat, Lin Hui suddenly leaned closer. Li Honglian's laughter stopped abruptly. Looking at Lin Hui's face so close to hers, the atmosphere suddenly became somewhat ambiguous.
Lin Hui, what do you want to do?
Li Honglian showed no embarrassment whatsoever. Instead, she leaned close to Lin Hui's ear and whispered softly.
Faced with Li Honglian's provocation, Lin Hui simply smiled and didn't respond at all.
Li Honglian may seem passionate, but she is actually quite conservative at heart.
If Lin Huijian acts too eager, it will only lower his image in Li Honglian's eyes. Don't overthink it, I'm just helping you fasten your seatbelt.
He chuckled softly, fastened Li Honglian's seatbelt, and then tried to return to the driver's seat.
But then, Li Honglian took the initiative to kiss him on the face.
Consider this a reward for helping me get revenge. Li Honglian said smugly, I used to always be outdone by Lu Mengyao, but today I finally got to vent my anger. Lin Hui's lips curled up slightly.
It seems that the first step in winning over Li Honglian was very successful. Come on, I'll take you somewhere.
After saying that, he stepped on the gas and drove off. In no time at all, they arrived at the city's largest security company.
Lin Hui, what are you doing bringing me to the security company?
Li Honglian was somewhat puzzled.
Hiring bodyguards, isn't that obvious?
In this world of short dramas, kidnapping and drugging are commonplace for villains.
He only feels safe when he goes out with bodyguards.
Especially now that he has become enemies with Gu Xingchen. After the scheming, Gu Xingchen estimates that it will be very difficult to fool Lu Mengyao again. He was afraid that Gu Xingchen would act desperately, so he also arranged some bodyguards for Lu Mengyao to protect her secretly. There's no other way, it's all for the main quest, and all for the 18-plus big waist. On the other side. After leaving the hotel, Gu Xingchen immediately took the preventative medication. He was still not reassured, so he went to the hospital for a checkup.
However, this virus cannot be detected in the short term.
The doctor just told him to keep taking the preventative medication and come back for a checkup in a month or two.
Damn bitch, don't let me ever see you again, or I'll skin you alive.
Gu Xingchen walked out of the hospital cursing. After he had vented his anger, he gradually calmed down. Lu Mengyao caught me playing around with women.
What should I do now?
His brows were furrowed. He was caught red-handed and now has no way to defend himself.
Moreover, he carries the HIV virus, so Lu Mengyao would definitely not pay him any attention.
In the past, he would have simply packed up and left. She's just a woman, she's not worth him humbling himself to please her.
But things are different now.
He has a huge gambling debt abroad, and if he can't swindle money from Lu Mengyao, he will be in big trouble.
Damn it, what kind of mess is this?
Enraged, Gu Xingchen kicked the trash can, scattering garbage all over the ground. He ignored the trash, vented his anger, and left, drawing disdain from passers-by.
No, I have to find a way to get back to Lu Mengyao's side.
Thinking of the gambling debts, Gu Xingchen decided to humble herself this time.
Of all the women he knew, Lu Mengyao was the only one who was naive, rich, and easy to fool. If he missed her, his gambling debts would be even harder to pay off.
After making up his mind, he began to think about it. I need to think of an excuse to make Lu Mengyao feel indebted to me. Only in this way can I get close to her again.
But how do I come up with an excuse? Gu Xingchen lowered his head in deep thought.
Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind.
I've got it. Didn't Lu Mengyao divorce her ex-husband?
I'll just say that all of this was framed by her ex-husband. Her ex-husband loved her but couldn't have her, so he turned his love into hatred.
Even if he couldn't have Lu Mengyao, he wanted to destroy me.
In order to harm me, he deliberately found a woman with AIDS, just to break us up.
Brilliant. That's a brilliant excuse. I'm a genius. Chapter 65 Evening Party. Li Honglian's Villa. Lin Hui, is it really necessary to make such a big fuss? Li Honglian looked at the dozens of bodyguards patrolling outside the villa, unsure of what to say. Of course it's necessary.
Lin Hui lay casually on the sofa. He couldn't explain this, so he could only say it's better to be prepared.
Fine, if you want to play, then play. It won't cost much anyway. Li Honglian shook her head helplessly.
Compared to the money Lin Hui helped her earn, the small amount of money was nothing. Today, Lin Hui doubled his initial investment of 200 million, bringing his stock assets to nearly 400 million. Thinking of this, she took the initiative to stick close to Lin Hui.
Young man, you've helped me earn so much money, how can I ever thank you enough?
She gently blew into Lin Hui's ear and began to tease him again. This time, Lin Hui pressed her down onto the sofa and teased her, then how about you repay me with your body? He glanced longingly at Li Honglian's long legs. I could admire those legs for a year.
Li Honglian smiled sweetly, then shrank back and escaped Lin Hui's control.
You'll only marry me if you can earn 10 billion. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly kissed Lin Hui on the lips.
Little man, are you sure you can do it?
Whether it works or not, you'll know once you try. Lin Hui leaned back on the sofa, looking frivolous. As Lin Hui grew increasingly unrestrained, Li Honglian felt she was losing control of him more and more.
But for some reason, instead of being disgusted by Lin Hui's teasing, she actually enjoyed it.
She felt that Lin Hui was quite an interesting person. He's not the type of man who's easily swayed by others. In fact, he's a hidden stock market genius. His mysterious and confident demeanor made her increasingly fascinated.
Okay, I'm not teasing you anymore.
Li Honglian gave up and sat down next to Lin Hui. I have something important to tell you. Tomorrow, Lin Haitao, the richest man in Jiangcheng, is hosting a party to discuss a 10 billion yuan project.
I would like to invite you to attend as my date. The richest man in Jiangcheng?
Lin Hui seemed to be deep in thought. He seemed to have missed something. According to the conventions of short dramas, if his identity is that of an orphan, then he is most likely the long-lost son or grandson of a certain tycoon or a prominent family in Beijing. Perhaps he is the son of that Jiangcheng's richest man.
Okay, then I'll go with you tomorrow.
Lin Hui thought about it and agreed. He wasn't particularly interested in being the son of a billionaire. Having been the richest man in a country, he wouldn't care about being the richest man in a city. Besides, he can't bring the money from the short drama world back to reality, so whether he has a lot of money or a little isn't that important to him. He agreed, just to confirm. If he really is the son of the richest man, then he can use the richest man's power to ruin Guxingchen.
And while we're at it, let's give Lu Mengyao another blow. Then it's settled. A hint of joy appeared on Li Honglian's face.
The next day, at a top-tier hotel in Jiangcheng, Lin Hui changed into a bespoke suit and got a new hairstyle, which further enhanced his handsomeness. When Li Honglian appeared at the hotel entrance, arm in arm with him, she attracted the attention of many socialites and wealthy women.
You're really popular. Li Honglian felt the intense gazes of those women and said something sourly. What's wrong, are you jealous?
Lin Hui smoothed her hair and teased her.
Humph, we have nothing to do with each other, why would I be jealous? Li Honglian stubbornly denied it.
Just then, a luxury car drove up to the hotel entrance and stopped smoothly next to Lin Hui and his group. Lin Hui and Li Honglian looked over in confusion, only to see Guxingchen open the driver's car door and step out first. Immediately afterwards, the rear door of the car closest to Lin Hui and his group opened. Lu Mengyao, dressed in a white gown, walked down the street.
Mengyao, let me help you.
Guxingchen jogged around to show his gentlemanly manners.
No, don't touch me.
Lu Mengyao hurriedly stopped her. Perhaps realizing her tone was off, she quickly added, I can do it myself.
Guxingchen was very unhappy.
You filthy bitch, I wouldn't even bother with you if it weren't for your money.
Once I've swindled your money, I'll teach you a lesson you won't forget.
He cursed inwardly, but didn't show it on his face. After the two got out of the car, Lu Mengyao subconsciously moved 2 or 3 steps away from Guxingchen.
To the uninitiated, they would have been mistaken for strangers.
Wow, Lu Mengyao, you're really getting creative these days.
Li Honglian looked at the two of them sarcastically. You dare to touch a man like that? TSK, be careful you don't get infected with AIDS too.
As soon as he said this, passers-by all turned to look at him. Upon hearing about AIDS, everyone instinctively distanced themselves from Lu Mengyao and Guxingchen. People from high society like them are most afraid of contracting diseases. Not only would it be embarrassing, it would also damage the company's reputation and stock price.
Li Honglian, what nonsense are you talking about?
Seeing the strange looks from those around her, Lu Mengyao quickly distanced herself from Guxingchen by a few steps. We were just going the same way, don't talk nonsense.
Moreover, Xingqian was framed.
He took the preventative medication immediately, so I believe he will not be infected.
Lu Mengyao quickly explained.
She certainly didn't want to become the center of attention at tonight's banquet because of this topic. If it is confirmed that she may have contracted the disease, not only will she miss out on the multi-billion-dollar project, but her company will also face problems.
Gu Xingqian was annoyed by Lu Mengyao's attitude.
But he knew that at times like this, he had to change the subject. Just then, he happened to see Lin Hui standing next to Li Honglian. In order to frame Lin Hui, he specially had someone find Lin Hui's information yesterday, including photos. So he recognized Lin Hui the moment he saw him. Lin Hui, you're the one who framed me. Gu Xingqian accused with a wronged expression. I know you love Mengyao, but you can't have Mengyao, so why did you ruin me?
I already know. You hired that HIV-positive woman.
You did such a despicable thing to prevent me from being with Mengyao.
You're still here mocking us, don't you feel any pain in your heart? Upon hearing Gu Xingqian's tearful accusations, the onlookers immediately began pointing and whispering about Lin Hui and Li Honglian.
Li Honglian frowned slightly. The people around him were all prominent figures in Zhangchang. If this charge is proven true, it won't be so easy for him to find people to cooperate with in the future. Lin Hui was somewhat surprised.
How did this guy know?
Although what he did wasn't foolproof, it shouldn't have been exposed so quickly, right?
Could it be that he guessed wrong, and that Gu Xingqian is not a scheming villain, but a cunning and intelligent villain with high IQ? That doesn't make sense. If Gu Xingqian really knew that he had orchestrated all of this, then why was she so calm? Given the villain's nature, shouldn't he have been dealt with long ago? Moreover, he did not sense any hatred from Gu Xingqian. This made him feel that the plot was a bit confusing. Regardless, the current public opinion needs to be reversed. He took out his phone and played the video he had secretly filmed earlier of Gu Xingqian and Wang Hui intimately checking into a hotel. As you can see, when Gu Xingqian checked into the hotel, there was no sign of her being framed at all. On the contrary, I think he seems to be enjoying it.
This video was originally meant for Lu Mengyao, but I never expected it to be used here.
Chapter 66 I am your long-lost son.
Lin Hui's video is very clear. Everyone can see clearly whether Gu Xingqian was framed or acted voluntarily.
President Lu's judgment of people is terrible. Exactly, how could anyone fall for such a scumbag?
I heard that the man is probably President Lu's white moonlight.
No wonder they stayed together even after getting AIDS. That's true love.
People around laughed and chatted, treating it as a spectacle to behold.
Upon hearing these words, Lu Mengyao's expression turned extremely unpleasant.
She didn't expect that Lin Hui would produce video evidence on the spot. Faced with the pointing fingers and whispers of those around her, and the mockery of her mortal enemy Li Honglian, she glared angrily at Gu Xingqian.
Didn't you say you were framed by Lin Hui? You call this framing?
She raised her hand, intending to slap Gu Xingqian.
But thinking of his illness, she immediately pulled back. You can leave now, and don't ever come looking for me again.
She had to cut ties decisively, or she would become the laughingstock of Zhangchang.
Mengyao, let me explain. Watching Lu Mengyao resolutely walk into the hotel, he wanted to chase after her.
But the security guard at the entrance immediately stopped him. Excuse me, sir, please show me your invitation. The security guards saw what happened just now, and they dared not let Gu Xingqian, the source of the virus, in.
Didn't you see that I was with her? Gu Xingqian was furious. Sorry, you cannot enter without an invitation.
The security guard's tone turned serious. If you cause trouble again, we will have no choice but to take coercive measures. Seeing the security guard pull out his baton, Gu Xingqian immediately cowered.
Where did this stray dog come from? It's such an eyesore. Li Honglian's timely sarcasm.
Let's go quickly, be careful this dog doesn't go crazy and bite people. Lin Hui smiled and pulled Li Honglian into the hotel. Gu Xingqian wanted to get angry, but seeing the security guard's posture as if he was about to take action, he could only back down again. Lin Hui, what's there to be proud of in a piece of trash like you who was dumped by Lu Mengyao? If it weren't for these unexpected events, Lu Mengyao would have been mine long ago. Lin Hui, you just wait.
If you dare to ruin my plans, I will never let you get away with it. Gu Xingqian gave Lin Hui's retreating figure a sinister look.
Finally, amidst the disdainful gazes of those around him, he fled in disarray. Upon entering the venue, Li Honglian needed to attend to social obligations, so she temporarily left, leaving Lin Hui to do his own thing. Lin Hui disliked this social atmosphere, so he went to the outer corridor alone.
Since we've already made enemies with Gu Xingchen, this person can't be allowed to live.
Lin Hui lowered his head in thought,
thinking about how to get rid of this villain.
This guy is different from Song Chang and Zhang Yi. Song Chang was kept alive because he was useful, while Zhang Yi was killed because he lacked the strength in the early stages.
But Gu Xingchen is different.
This guy has no background and is useless. Keeping him around is just disgusting.
So it's best to deal with this ticking time bomb as soon as possible. How are the preparations for the party going?
President Lin, everything is arranged, and the guests have almost all arrived.
The party can begin now. Just as Lin Hui was pondering, several people walked in from the other side of the corridor.
Hearing their conversation, Lin Hui immediately guessed their identities. The middle-aged man at the head of the group should be Lin Haitao, the richest man in Zhangcheng.
That's exactly what he came for, to confirm whether the two were related.
He directly used his eyes to see the future.
As expected, if he and Lin Haitao do a paternity test, it will definitely be successful.
This should be attributed to the system. His identity in this short drama world is that of the son of the richest man,
etc.
As Lin Haitao walked past him with his secretary and others, Lin Hui suddenly called out to them,
"Young man, is there something you need?"
Lin Haitao was somewhat puzzled.
He found Lin Hui somewhat unfamiliar, as if he wasn't from Jiangcheng's social circle.
"Lin Haitao, I am your long-lost child." Lin Hui calmly stated the nature of their relationship. Lin Haitao's expression immediately changed.
"Young man, this joke is not funny at all."
His face was cold. The child who went missing years ago remains his deepest pain. He has never given up searching all these years. But all those who came to his door were swindlers. From expectation to disappointment, over time he came to hate it when others used this incident to make fun of him.
Is that right? Just do a paternity test.
Lin Hui waved his hand casually. Lin Haitao said with a serious expression, "Young man, you should know the consequences of making fun of me."
Are you going to do a paternity test or not? If not, I'm leaving.
Lin Hui was fearless.
Seeing Lin Hui's calm demeanor, Lin Haitao hesitated. However, he would rather spend some time on this than miss it.
If Lin Hui was really playing a trick on him, then he had plenty of ways to deal with Lin Hui.
Okay, I'll have someone do it right away.
Lin Haitao took his own and Lin Hui's hair and asked his secretary to expedite the identification process.
The identification process will take about half an hour, so the gala will be postponed by half an hour.
Lin Haitao looked at Lin Hui. "Young man, I hope you won't leave here during this time." After saying that, he left with the others.
He also had someone collect information on Lin Hui.
Lin Hui shrugged indifferently. If it weren't for the fact that this identity was helpful for him to complete the main quest, he wouldn't have bothered to reveal it.
It's just too troublesome. Lin Hui, what are you doing here? At that moment, Li Honglian walked over from the other side. I didn't see you at the venue, so I guessed you must have run away.
Lin Hui smiled and said, "I don't really like these kinds of social engagements." He came to the short drama world to complete the main storyline, not to make friends.
Li Honglian smiled and kissed Lin Hui on the cheek.
"I know you've been wronged, consider this a reward for you." Lin Hui's lips curled up slightly.
This hot, mature woman is becoming increasingly proactive. She's not far from winning me over. Why did you come out?
Lin Hui changed the subject.
The Lu family came, and I found it annoying, so I came out for some fresh air. The Lu family? Lu Manyao's family?
Lin Hui was somewhat curious.
That's right. Li Honglian said unhappily, the Lu family has assets of tens of billions. I am weak and alone and cannot fight against them.
Lin Hui found it amusing to see her looking so aggrieved and unhappy. This fiery, mature woman also has a tender, feminine side.
Don't worry, it's just a small Lu family. Once I have money, I'll definitely have them come to curry favor with you. Upon hearing this, Li Honglian burst into laughter. Lin Hui, you said it yourself. Then you'd better earn more money to support me.
Lin Hui chuckled and shook his head, saying that there was no faster way to make money than through inheritance. He'd already made money once and didn't want to go through the trouble again. Once Lin Haitao finishes his paternity test, his identity will immediately take off.
So why make things so complicated? You said before that if I had 10 billion, you would be my woman.
Lin Hui suddenly moved closer and pinned Li Honglian against the wall.
Do you still stand by what you said?
Li Honglian hooked her arms around Lin Hui's neck and boldly teased, "Of course I'm telling the truth.
If you really have 10 billion, then I can do whatever you want." Chapter 67 The Lu Family. What are you doing? Just as Lin Hui and Li Honglian were getting intimate, Lu Mengyao's angry voice suddenly rang out.
A hint of displeasure flashed in both Lin Hui's and Li Honglian's eyes.
Doesn't this woman have any common sense at all? A lone man and a lone woman, what do you think we can do?
Lin Hui rolled his eyes at Lu Mengyao. Looking at Lin Hui's attitude, Lu Mengyao felt very uncomfortable for some reason. Lin Hui used to love him so much, how did things turn out like this? Lin Hui, this is a public place, you should be mindful of your behavior. Lu Mengyao had a lot to say, but she didn't have the appropriate status to do so. She and Lin Hui are divorced, so she has no right to control Lin Hui.
So what exactly are you here for?
Lin Hui remained silent.
Seeing Lin Hui's impatience, Lu Mengyao felt a little wronged and upset.
She had never been so humble in front of Lin Hui before.
My parents want to see you. Not see.
Lin Hui waved his hand decisively.
He had a feeling it would be a melodramatic soap opera. What a grand attitude.
However, at that moment, a strong and resonant voice rang out. A middle-aged couple and a young woman walked towards the venue. The three men were arrogant and overbearing, clearly indicating they had ill intentions. Lin Hui touched the stun gun at his waist.
Fortunately, he brought the truth. Lin Hui, why did you divorce Mengyao? Do you know how heartbroken she has been these past 2 days?
The middle-aged man immediately began to question them.
Lin Hui looked at Lu Mengyao speechlessly. Do you want to listen to what he's saying? Lu Mengyao felt somewhat ashamed, but she didn't offer any explanation. Okay, Lin Hui finally understood that this girl hadn't told her family at all.
Lu Mengyao, you were the one who proposed the divorce before, wanting to elope with your white moonlight.
I already granted your wish and divorced you. What's going on now?
Lin Hui deliberately made his intentions clear, wanting to tear this woman's pride apart.
Otherwise, there's no way to tame them. What? It was Mengyao who filed for divorce?
The middle-aged couple were somewhat surprised. They still thought that Lin Hui had abandoned her after starting a relationship, especially after seeing Lin Hui and Li Honglian together. They subconsciously felt that Lin Hui had cheated on her.
That's why I demanded an explanation from Lin Hui.
Mengyao, what exactly happened? The middle-aged woman asked softly.
What else could it be?
My sister just doesn't like him, so she dumped him. Lu Mengyao's younger sister, Lu Mengxue, said with disdain, my sister likes brother Xingchen.
He's just a gigolo who lives off women. How can he compare to brother Xingchen? If you can't speak human language, then don't speak. You'd better shut up while I'm in a good mood right now.
Lin Hui looked depressed.
Is this damn melodramatic plot something I can't escape? Sis, did you hear that? He yelled at me.
Lu Mengxue pointed angrily at Lin Hui. He's a gigolo who lives off women, and he dares to yell at me.
Brother Xingchen is still the gentlest, he never yells at me.
Lin Hui took a deep breath. Although both are sisters-in-law, this girl is no match for Songyu. Lu Mengxue kept calling him a gigolo and a kept man, but Lu Mengyao's parents seemed not to hear her. It can only be said that this is what they believe in their hearts as well.
Mengxue, stop talking.
Lu Mengyao tugged at her, trying to stop her.
Why can't I say it? Everyone knows he's just a gigolo who lives off women. Smack! A loud slap rang out. Lu Mengxue looked at Li Honglian, who had just made her move, in disbelief. Shut up, you gigolo who lives off women.
In just 2 days, he made 300 million in profit from a 100 million principal. With such skill, calling him a stock market god wouldn't be an exaggeration. Li Honglian glared angrily at the 4 members of the Lu family. It's your Lu family that's blind, yet you dare to say Lin Hui is incompetent. Upon hearing this, Lu Mengyao and her parents were both shocked. How is it possible to earn 300 million in 2 days with a principal of 100 million? You dare hit me. Lu Mengxue then realized what was happening and frantically tried to fight back. She didn't care about any stock market gurus or anything like that. All she knew was that she had been beaten and she wanted to get revenge. However, at that moment, Lin Hui made his move. He pulled out his stun gun and stabbed it directly into the wound. Ah! After letting out a scream, Lu Mengxue lay on the ground convulsing. Phew, that feels so good. Lin Hui let out a long breath. You're the one who comes in handy when it matters most. He touched the stun gun and felt a sense of security.
Lin Hui, what are you doing? Lu Mengyao's father shouted angrily. Are you blind? Lin Hui waved the stun gun in his hand, or do you want to try it too?
Seeing the stun gun in Lin Hui's hand, he immediately felt a little nervous. This Lin Hui is completely different from the one he remembered.
Lin Hui, that's enough. Lu Mengyao blocked her father's way. This is all my fault, let's leave it at that.
She didn't want to make a big deal out of it in her heart now. Lin Hui's image had far surpassed that of Gu Xingqian. She didn't want Lin Hui to fall out with her family.
Mengyao, what did you do wrong? Lu Mengyao's father pointed at Lin Hui. Is your sister wrong?
He's been eating and living at our place for the past 3 years.
Isn't that being a kept man?
Seeing his daughter get electrocuted, he was so angry that he started saying things he shouldn't have. Lu Mengyao tried to stop him, but Lin Hui acted first.
Under the electric baton, all beings are equal. Lu Mengyao's father also lay on the ground. Cool.
Lin Hui let out a long breath.
He found that he was increasingly enjoying the feeling of electrifying people. Security, where is the security guard? Seeing Lin Hui's lawless behavior, Lu Mengyao's mother immediately called for backup.
Upon hearing the shouts, a group of security guards rushed over and surrounded Lin Hui shortly afterward. Mom, please stop making things worse, Lu Mengyao hurriedly stopped her.
But her mother wouldn't listen at all. Why don't you arrest this person who disrupted the party right now?
Li Honglian looked at the security guards around her, feeling somewhat nervous.
Lin Hui, however, looked relaxed. Are there any people among you? Did I pay you to watch a show? Come out now.
As soon as he finished speaking, more than a dozen professional bodyguards emerged from various places and confronted the hotel security guards. Such a commotion had already attracted the attention of the people in the venue. They all stood a short distance away, pointing and whispering, curiously watching the drama unfold.
Well, so you think you're all grown up now, huh? Upon seeing this, Lu Mengyao's mother became furious. At this moment, Lu Mengyao's father and Lu Mengxue both calmed down, stood up angrily, and looked at Lin Hui. Lin Hui, you have to give me an explanation for what happened today, or I'll report you to the police and have you arrested. Seeing that the situation was not in their favor, Lu Mengyao's father had no choice but to involve the law enforcement bureau. Who dares to arrest my son, Lin Haitao?
Just then, Lin Haitao made a grand entrance, drawing astonishment from the crowd. Seeing this scene, Lin Hui didn't feel pleased at all. Instead, he felt a little embarrassed.
This damn short drama formula. Why can't he just solve it himself? He's quite confident in his stun gun skills. Chapter 68, Chasing After Me for 3 years. Mr. Lin, what do you mean by this? Lu Mengyao's father was somewhat puzzled.
Lin Haitao ignored him and came to Lin Hui with a pleasant surprise. Huir, the paternity test results are in, you really are my son. As he spoke, his eyes welled up with tears.
After all these years, I've finally found you. The 4 members of the Lu family and the surrounding onlookers all showed expressions of shock. Don't be so sentimental.
Lin Hui disdainfully distanced himself. This isn't his real father, just a character he plays. He doesn't want to make things so emotional.
Sorry, I got a little excited.
Lin Haitao realized that there were still so many people around. He turned to look at the 4 members of the Lu family.
You just said you were going to arrest my son?
After a brief moment of surprise, Lu Mengyao's parents immediately analyzed the pros and cons.
Ha, Mr. Lin is joking.
Lu Mengyao's father quickly said with a smile, I was just joking with my son-in-law. The Lu family's assets are only a few hundred billion, while Lin Haitao's assets are over 200 billion.
Comparing the two, he naturally knew what to do. Don't talk nonsense, Lin Hui joked.
Lu Mengyao and I are already divorced.
I'm no longer your son-in-law. Lin Hui, don't be angry. It's all Mengyao's fault.
I'll talk to her nicely.
We've all seen how much you've loved Mengyao these past 3 years. Don't worry, we will persuade Mengyao to remarry you.
If the Lu family can get close to the Lin family, the group will definitely reach new heights. Lin Haitao looked at Lin Hui, son, you decide how to handle this.
At this moment, everyone's attention was focused on Lin Hui. There was a hint of anticipation in Lu Mengyao's eyes. Li Honglian was somewhat nervous.
Lin Hui smiled slightly and looked at Lu Mengyao, my thoughts are not important. What's important is that Lu Mengyao only has her white moonlight in her heart. There's no point in forcing a remarriage. Upon hearing this, Lu Mengyao felt her breathing become heavy and her heart feel heavy.
No, that's not how it is.
She wanted to explain, but when she opened her mouth, she didn't know what to say. She was the one who personally proposed the divorce, and she was also the one who said that her heart belonged only to her beloved. What face does she have left to try and keep him?
Seeing Lu Mengyao's reaction, Lin Hui knew things were going well.
The crackdown during this period has not been in vain.
Next, it's time to close the net. Lu Mengyao, I'm asking you, do you want to remarry?
Lin Hui passed the question to Lu Mengyao for the final test.
I think. Lu Mengyao nodded without hesitation.
In just 3 days, she had already seen through Gu Xingqian's true colors. Compared to Gu Xingqian, Lin Hui is now the only person on her mind.
Of course, this is only because she didn't get it.
If she truly loved Lin Hui, her affection level would have already reached 100%. Therefore, Lin Hui knew best that to conquer a woman like Lu Mengyao, he had to keep her hanging on, making her love him but unable to have him.
Remarriage is possible.
Lin Hui said with a serious expression, but I have a condition. Tell me, I'll agree to any conditions. Lu Mengyao quickly stated her intentions. I've been married to you for 3 years and loved you for 3 years. Now, I want you to pursue me for 3 years.
If you can win me over within these 3 years, I'll remarry you.
Now that the initiative is in Lin Hui's hands, he naturally has to push his luck.
Okay, I promise you.
Lu Mengyao said with deep affection, Lin Hui, I will show you my true feelings. Lin Hui waved his hand casually, and then, in front of her, took Li Honglian's hand.
Let's go, isn't there another multi-billion-dollar project coming up today?
Then Lin Hui looked at Lin Haitao and said, Old man, let's hand this project over to Honglian.
Ha, no problem, you can give it to whoever you like. Lin Haitao nodded with a smile.
He didn't care about small projects worth tens of billions. He didn't care if he lost money, as long as his long-lost son was happy. The 4 members of the Lu family looked rather grim upon hearing this.
Daughter, you have to work harder to win Lin Hui back.
It was Lu Mengyao's father who said in a low voice.
Don't worry, Dad, I will definitely win Lin Hui back.
Lu Mengyao looked confident. But no one noticed the resentment in Lu Mingxue's eyes. My sister belongs to Brother Xingqian, and no one can take her away from me.
Lin Hui, you pretty boy, how dare you shock me? I'll never let you get away with this. Lu Mengxue was furious.
For the past 3 years, Lin Hui had been subservient to her, never daring to disobey her, for fear that she would report him to Lu Mengyao.
This made Lu Mengxue look down on Lin Hui even more.
Moreover, in her heart, Gu Xingqian was the most perfect man, and Lin Hui was no match for him. Even if Lin Hui became the son of the richest man in Jiangcheng, in her eyes it was just pure luck.
Of course, Lu Mengxue wasn't stupid.
She knew that now was not the time to cause trouble, so she silently endured it. At the following party, Lin Hui became the main character. Lin Haitao solemnly announced that Lin Hui is his son. At the same time, he handed over a project worth tens of billions of yuan to Li Honglian. Lu Mengyao's parents suddenly changed their tune, becoming all overly friendly towards Lin Hui, completely abandoning their previous arrogance. Lu Mengyao went out of her way to show her gentleness. However, Lin Hui acted intimately with Li Honglian right in front of her, which made her feel very uncomfortable, but she had to suppress her discomfort and continue to act the part.
The party has now come to an end.
Afterwards, Lin Haitao met with Lin Hui alone.
Son, when are you coming back to visit? Your mother misses you very much. Lin Haitao asked gently. I'll go back in a couple of days.
Lin Hui did not refuse.
But then he immediately changed the subject. Old man, can you do me a favor?
Tell me, I'll get anything done for you, no matter what it is, Lin Haitao said earnestly. Having finally found my own son, I'd give him anything, not just 1, but 100.
Help me track Gu Xingqian.
I need to know all his movements in real time. Also, help me investigate all his information abroad.
Lin Haitao nodded. I've seen your information.
You dared to steal my son's woman. You deserve to be taught a lesson.
A lesson? That's not enough.
Lin Hui remained indifferent.
Lin Haitao was somewhat surprised. You want him to disappear? This is a society governed by the rule of law. Why talk about disappearing or not?
Lin Hui's lips curled up slightly, but if someone breaks the law, then they should be punished. Lin Haitao didn't ask any more questions, but only instructed, don't leave any trouble behind. Also, I will arrange bodyguards to protect you. Lin Hui did not refuse, but simply stood up and waved his hand, saying, I'm leaving. Lin Haitao watched Lin Hui's retreating figure with a satisfied expression. Calm and decisive, with a clear mind, and also a stock market genius. After Lin Hui left, he saw Li Honglian waiting outside the door. Lin Hui, you're now the son of the richest man, and you even have a beautiful ex-wife who's been chasing after you.
Aren't you very proud of yourself? Li Honglian felt a little jealous.
Lin Hui sidled up to her with a wicked grin. Honglian, you said before that you would be my woman if I had 10 billion.
Shouldn't you keep your promise now?
Li Honglian wrapped her arms around Lin Hui's neck and teased, that depends on whether you can satisfy me first. Lin Hui smiled and picked her up in a princess carry, heading straight for the presidential suite on the top floor.
Chapter 69. My heart only has Lin Hui.
Congratulations, host. Li Honglian's favorability towards you has increased to 100%.
From night to day, the two partied all night long. Li Honglian is fiery on the outside and fiery on the inside. The two did not stop fighting until dawn.
Lin Hui touched his kidneys.
No wonder he has an iron waist.
He no longer experiences back pain or leg pain, and can even climb 10 floors in one go. Lin Hui, I've realized that I can't live without you. Li Honglian whispered in Lin Hui's ear with a dreamy look in her eyes.
On the other side.
After being stopped outside the party, Gu Xingchen left in anger and found a private room at a club. That night, he made several phone calls to Lu Mengyao.
I want to try again.
But Lu Mengyao didn't answer at all, and even blocked his number. He sent a voice message, trying to continue framing Lin Hui and shift the blame onto Lin Hui in order to gain Lu Mengyao's sympathy.
But Lu Mengyao sent a photo instead.
That was a close-up photo of her sticking onto Lin Hui's face at the event.
Gu Xingchen, let's not contact each other anymore.
Lin Hui will be unhappy if he sees this. After sending that message, Lu Mengyao blocked him. You slut, you slut, you slut. Gu Xingchen was so angry that she smashed things in the private room. But in the end, it was just impotent rage.
Lu Mengyao, you are mine, and you can only be mine.
After venting his anger, Gu Xingchen's eyes turned cold. And Lin Hui, you're a piece of trash whose wife I stole.
What right do you have to compete with me for a woman? You're not worthy.
He stared at the broken wine bottle on the ground, a cold glint in his eyes. Lin Hui, Lu Mengyao, I will never let you get away with this. After saying that, he started drinking heavily until he got drunk and fell asleep. But just then, the door to the private room was opened.
Lu Mengxue walked in. Brother Xingchen, how did you get so drunk?
Looking at the mess and empty bottles on the floor, she felt a pang of heartache. He then had someone take Gu Xingchen to a hotel, and she didn't wake up until the next day.
Brother Xingchen, you're awake. This is a hangover soup, have some. Lu Mengxue exclaimed in delight. Gu Xingchen was somewhat surprised to see that it was Lu Mengxue. However, seeing Lu Mengxue's attitude, his mind immediately started to work. Lu Mengxue is Lu Mengyao's younger sister, why not take advantage of her? The two chatted casually for a while before Gu Xingchen steered the conversation toward Lin Hui and Lu Mengyao.
Lin Hui, that lucky pretty boy, is not good enough for my sister. Only someone as handsome and gentle as you, Xingchen, is worthy of my sister.
Gu Xingchen's eyes lit up. This silly girl is actually on his side, so wouldn't she be even easier to manipulate?
At that moment, a plan flashed through his mind. If Lu Mengyao ignores him now, he'll force the issue and make it a fait accompli, then Lu Mengyao won't have a choice.
However, he has been blocked by Lu Mengyao and cannot be contacted at all.
Therefore, Lu Mengxue is the best helper. Mengxue, there has been a misunderstanding between your sister and me. I wanted to explain to her, but she blocked me.
Gu Xingchen pleaded helplessly, that's why I have no choice but to ask you for help. Can you help me get her to come out?
By the way, don't tell her I asked her out, I'm afraid she won't come. Lu Mengxue felt a pang of sympathy when she saw Gu Xingchen. Don't worry, Xingchen, I'll take care of this.
Lu Mengxue patted her chest and assured him.
Gu Xingchen pretended to be touched and held Lu Mengxue's hand. Mengxue, you're still the best to me.
Lu Mengxue's face immediately turned red.
A barely perceptible glint of coldness flashed in Gu Xingchen's eyes. Lu Mengyao, tonight I'll show you what I'm capable of. And this silly girl in front of him, she seems to be interested in him too, he could try to find a way to get her. Unfortunately, Lu Mengxue is still in college and doesn't have any money, otherwise she could have chosen a different target. Lin Hui slept until the afternoon before waking up.
He went to the living room and picked up his phone to check unread messages. Gu Xingchen and Lu Mengxue met. The phone showed photos of the two entering and leaving the hotel.
Since he knew Gu Xingchen would disgust him, he naturally had already sent people to keep an eye on him. In addition to the people sent by Lin Haitao. Now everything Gu Xingchen does every day is being investigated thoroughly, leaving her with absolutely no privacy.
Gu Xingchen also secretly bought aphrodisiacs and small blue pills. Is drugging and kidnapping the only two tropes in the world of short dramas?
Lin Hui was speechless.
When two villains get together, nothing good can come of it.
Gu Xingchen also bought aphrodisiacs, which were obviously for that stupid woman, Lu Mengyao.
We've been putting a lot of pressure on them these past few days. Too much of a stick won't work, we need to give them some sweet treats too.
After a moment's thought, Lin Hui had a plan in mind. Perfect, let's send the second male lead, the villain, in too. Just as he was pondering this, his phone received a message.
Lu Mengxue invited Lu Mengyao to the club.
Lin Hui's lips curled up slightly.
It seems the villainous duo has already begun their operation.
He should go out and sort out the trouble.
Lin Hui, where are you going? Li Honglian, dressed in a bathrobe, leaned lazily against the door.
She was really through a lot yesterday, and she's still in a bit of pain. I have something to take care of.
You should go home and rest first.
Lin Hui kissed her on the lips and then walked out with a flourish.
Li Honglian stared at Lin Hui's retreating figure, somewhat mesmerized.
The feeling of soaring straight to the clouds last night unconsciously came back to my mind. She is now completely won over by Lin Hui. As soon as Lin Hui left the hotel, several top-notch bodyguards arranged by Lin Haitao stood behind him. Meanwhile, dozens of professional bodyguards were scattered around. This time, we need to be ruthless, and we must guard against the villains resorting to desperate measures. When he arrived at the club, Lu Mengyao had just arrived. She went straight to the private room and saw Lu Mengxue alone.
Little sister, what's wrong? Did someone bully you? Lu Mengyao asked worriedly. Lu Mengxue said she was in a bad mood and asked Lu Mengyao to keep her company.
That's why Lu Mengyao came here.
Sis, I'm just feeling down. Will you have a couple of drinks with me?
She poured wine for Lu Mengyao and herself, and drank it down without saying a word.
Slow down.
Lu Mengyao comforted her with concern. Little sister, tell me what's wrong, and I'll definitely stand up for you. She is very responsible towards her younger sister.
Sis, don't worry about me, just drink with me.
Lu Mengxue hadn't thought of an excuse, so she just wanted to get Lu Mengyao drunk.
When Lu Mengyao was half drunk, that's when Gu Xingchen appeared.
Lu Mengyao had no choice but to accept it. This was her younger sister, so she wasn't on guard and simply picked up the wine glass and drank it.
Seeing that she had taken the bait, Lu Mengxue kept urging her to drink.
After drinking a lot of alcohol, Lu Mengyao felt dizzy and was already 7 or 8 parts drunk.
Okay, stop drinking. It's getting late, we should head back.
Lu Mengyao was relatively calm and felt that it was time to stop.
Lu Mengxue tried to persuade Lu Mengyao to drink more, but Lu Mengyao refused.
She was already quite drunk and couldn't drink much more, so she had no choice but to confess.
Sis, actually it wasn't me who came to see you this time, it was Brother Xingchen.
As soon as he finished speaking, the door to the private room was opened.
Gu Xingchen walked in slowly. When Lu Mengyao saw Gu Xingchen, she had a bad feeling. Gu Xingchen, I have nothing to say to you.
Lin Hui is the only person on my mind right now.
Please leave. Chapter 70 let you do what you want.
Lin Hui, it's Lin Hui again.
What does that trash have that I don't?
Gu Xingchen originally wanted to pretend to be gentle. But as soon as he heard Lin Hui's name, he immediately went berserk. But after his outburst, he calmed down, walked to the table, and poured himself a glass of wine.
Then, in front of Lu Mengyao and Lu Mengxue, he put the aphrodisiac into the wine. It's alright, once tonight is over, you'll be mine.
Gu Xingchen looked at the red wine in his hand and revealed a perverted smile.
Lu Mengyao's expression changed drastically. She guessed what Gu Xingchen wanted to do. Sister, let's go. He quickly got up, trying to pull Lu Mengxue away to escape. But at that moment, Lu Mengxue grabbed her arm. Sis, Xingchen is such a good guy, why don't you choose him?
Lu Mengxue said stubbornly, that good-for-nothing Lin Hui is not good enough for you.
Why don't you get together with Brother Xingchen today?
Upon hearing this, Lu Mengyao's expression changed once again. She never imagined that her own sister would try to push her into a pit of fire.
Lu Mengxue, do you know what you're saying? She shouted angrily.
After saying that, he tried to break free from Lu Mengshua's hand and run away on his own. But she was so drunk that she had no strength left. After struggling for a moment, she lost her balance and fell onto the sofa.
Meng Yao, why are you running away?
I just wanted to have a drink with you.
Gu Xingchen grinned wickedly.
He then tried to go up and force Lu Mengyao to drink.
Upon seeing this, Lu Mengyao's heart sank to the bottom.
A chilling sense of despair washed over me.
Bang!
However, at that moment, the door to the private room was violently kicked open. Lin Hui walked in with a dashing air. Immediately afterwards, several top-notch bodyguards pinned Gu Xingchen to the ground.
Lin Hui.
Lu Mengyao's eyes lit up, and she threw herself into Lin Hui's arms.
I knew it, you love me.
Lin Hui appeared when she was at her most desperate. This couldn't be a coincidence. Lin Hui must have known she was in danger, so he came here on purpose. She was deeply moved at that moment.
Lin Hui looked at Lu Mengyao clinging to him.
Although I don't have much affection for this woman, her figure is indeed top-notch. Lin Hui glanced at Gu Xingchen, who was pinned to the ground, and Lu Mengxue, who was in a daze.
Give the wine to the two of them.
Upon receiving his order, the bodyguard immediately fed the two men the spiked red wine.
Lin Hui, what do you want to do?
Gu Xingchen, who had been forced to drink alcohol, looked at Lin Hui in horror.
What?
Of course, I'll let you do what you want to do. Lin Hui smiled dismissively. He then picked up Lu Mengyao and left the private room.
Gu Xingchen was pinned down by two bodyguards and had no chance to escape.
Only after the drug took effect, causing him to feel hot all over and become delirious, did the bodyguard release him and leave the private room to stand guard outside.
Gu Xingchen glanced at the bodyguards guarding the door and Lu Mengxue, who was also feeling unbearably hot. His physical instincts led him toward Lu Mengxue. Brother Xingchen, I like you, I'm willing. Instead of running away, Lu Mengxue took the initiative to meet her.
Before long, a peculiar sound came from the private room.
But the sound only lasted for 2 or 3 minutes before it ended.
The bodyguard dialed the police with a look of disdain. The charge was rape.
Whether this can be confirmed depends on whether Lu Mengxue will cooperate.
After the law enforcement officers arrived, they took Gu Xingchen away, while Lu Mengxue, who was already drunk, fell asleep and was taken back to the Lu family home by the bodyguards. On the other side, after carrying Lu Mengyao away from the club, Lin Hui went straight back to Lu Mengyao's villa.
Lin Hui, don't go.
After Lin Hui escorted her back to the villa, he pretended to leave, but Lu Mengyao grabbed him.
Can you stay tonight?
Lu Mengyao looked pleading, but there was a hint of expectation in her eyes. She recalled the feeling of ascending to heaven that night. Before Lin Hui could refuse, she pounced on him. Lin Hui's lips curled up slightly, and his massive waist once again displayed terrifying strength.
Another night of tossing and turning.
As dawn broke, Lin Hui glanced at Lu Mengyao, who was sleeping soundly with a satisfied expression, and then got up and dressed.
He's still full of energy after working all night. System, I absolutely love you.
Lin Hui walked out of the villa, touched his lower back, and felt great about the feeling of being full of energy. After stretching, he drove to the Lu family villa. Now, he needs to persuade Lu Mengxue to give Gu Xingchen a 10-year prison sentence.
When he arrived at the Lu family villa, he happened to hear Lu Mengxue making a scene there. Mom and Dad, I wasn't raped by Xingchen. I did it willingly. Lu Mengxue still wanted to defend Gu Xingchen. Mengxue, do you know what you're saying? Lu Mengshue's father was so angry he felt like vomiting blood. Of course I know.
Lu Mengxue said with great certainty, I like brother Xingchen.
I've liked him for a long time.
Lin Hui stood at the door, a mocking smile playing on his lips. It seems he indirectly helped Lu Mengxue, the villainous second female lead, achieve her goal.
However, this is not what he wanted to see. Bang!
The bodyguard roughly pushed open the villa door. Lin Hui slowly walked inside. The three members of the Lu family all turned their gazes toward Lin Hui.
Lin Hui, you good for nothing, what are you doing at our house? You are not welcome here. Lu Mengxue roared angrily.
Although she was drunk last night, she still remembered some of what happened afterward. Lin Hui ignored her screams and calmly sat down on the living room sofa.
I just heard you say that you did it voluntarily. He leaned back, releasing a powerful aura.
I didn't know you had such a special interest in an AIDS patient. As he spoke, he gestured to his bodyguard to take out a document and hand it to Lu Mengxue.
What AIDS patient? What are you talking about?
Lu Mengxue frowned, but since it concerned AIDS, she still picked up the document and began to read it. The contents of this document are Gu Xingqian's records of buying PEP medication during this period. Upon seeing these records, her eyes widened in shock.
Don't you know?
When Gu Xingqian was having sex with an HIV-positive woman, your sister caught them in bed together. As he spoke, Lin Hui took out some video clips he had previously filmed.
Upon seeing the video, Lu Mingxue's eyes widened even more. Impossible, how could this be? In her mind, Gu Xingqian was a handsome, gentlemanly, and devoted man. How could this be?
Seeing that Lu Mengxue's psychological defenses had crumbled, Lin Hui then presented evidence that Gu Xingqian owed gambling debts abroad and was planning to return to China to swindle money from Lu Mengyao.
Brother Xingqian, how could he be this kind of person?
Lu Mengxue sat on the ground, looking utterly dejected. She felt that her long-held illusions had suddenly shattered. Moreover, the thought that Gu Xingqian might have AIDS made her feel uncomfortable all over, as if something was growing on her body. Lin Hui looked at Lu's parents, preparing for the final blow. Father-in-law and mother-in-law, I don't want a brother-in-law who was a rapist, you should understand. After saying that, he stood up and left the Lu family villa.
Everything that needed to be said has been said.
He believed that even if Lu Mengxue still harbored illusions, her parents would force her to make accusations.
Now, he's just waiting for Gu Xingqian to be sent inside. Chapter 71, Complete the third main quest. As things unfolded, it did not differ from Lin Hui's expectations.
After he left, Mr. and Mrs. Lu made a strong request. Lu Mengxue's illusions were shattered, and the fact that Gu Xingqian, knowing she might be ill, still had a relationship with her led her to develop strong resentment and hatred towards him. Therefore, with Lu Mengxue as a witness and Lin Haitao and the Lu family exerting their influence, Gu Xingqian was unsurprisingly sent to jail. And it's a top-of-the-line 10-year plan.
No, I will appeal. I have been wronged. Gu Xingqian's heart-wrenching scream. Unfortunately, nobody paid any attention to him. He was sent directly to prison. Looking at the menacing prisoners in the cell, he was so frightened that he shrank into a corner and dared not utter a sound. But he didn't say anything, and several prisoners surrounded him. What are you going to do? Gu Xingqian looked at the group of people with fear. You must be Gu Xingqian. You do have such delicate skin.
The leader slapped Gu Xingqian's face menacingly. Of all people to mess with, you had to pick on Lin, the richest man's son. Don't worry, young Master Lin has already instructed us to take good care of you. As he spoke, the burly-looking leader took out a bar of soap and threw it on the ground.
Okay, go ahead and pick them up. Gu Xingqian looked terrified and turned around to call for help.
Before he could even speak, several people covered his mouth and dragged him into the toilet.
Li Honglian's villa.
Lin Hui glanced at the pitiful photos of Gu Xingqian in prison.
You want to cheat on me? You don't deserve it.
After saying that, he put down his phone and prepared to go upstairs to rest. Li Honglian went to the company at this time, and he planned to rest for a while. But then there was a knock on the villa door. Lin Hui opened the door and saw Lu Mengyao standing outside.
Come in.
Lin Hui's tone was very calm, without the slightest enthusiasm, but also without any rejection. Lu Mengyao felt wronged. He saved her yesterday, and with such force, and today he's so heartless. This man was simply unfathomable to her. But for some reason, she felt restless and longing after not seeing Lin Hui for a day. Moreover, Lin Hui was staying at Li Honglian's house, which made her even more uncomfortable. Lin Hui, come back with me, come back to our home. From now on, I will cook for you every day and fulfill my duties as a wife. Lu Mengyao said in a pleading tone.
She showed none of the aloofness of an ice queen in front of Lin Hui.
Perhaps she was afraid that if she raised her voice, Lin Hui would ignore her. Lin Hui glanced at her speechlessly. This woman seems very affectionate, but so far, her favorability rating hasn't reached 100%.
What does this tell us?
This suggests that she might love herself a little more than she loves Lin Hui.
Therefore, further training is still needed. If you want me to go back, then beg me.
Lin Hui casually picked up an apple from the table and took a bite. Lu Mengyao was stunned for a moment.
Seeing Lin Hui's nonchalant attitude, she felt even more aggrieved. Lin Hui, do you really have to do this? Lin Hui nodded casually. Yes, it has to be this way. Lu Mengyao felt even more wronged.
But thinking that it would allow Lin Hui to return and give them more opportunities to develop their relationship, she abandoned her pride and pleaded in a low voice, "Lin Hui, I beg you, please come back with me." Lin Hui looked at her with a half smile. It seems that the combination of harsh measures and sweet promises these past few days has been quite effective.
But that's not enough.
He said jokingly, when you ask someone for a favor, you should have the right attitude.
Only by kneeling down to beg can you show your sincerity. Lu Mengyao's expression immediately changed. Lin Hui, how could you do this? I am the heir to the Lu group, and you actually expect me to kneel down and beg you?
Lin Hui shrugged indifferently, since you don't even have this much fun, then there's nothing more to say.
You should go back. I think Honglian is great, she really likes kneeling.
Lu Mengyao's pupils dilated slightly, and her heart felt as if something was blocking it, making her extremely uncomfortable.
So you two really are already? I'm single now, isn't that normal?
Lin Hui remained indifferent.
Alright, are you going to kneel or not? If not, hurry up and leave, I'm afraid Honglian will misunderstand later.
Hearing this, Lu Mengyao felt even more pain in her heart.
She even felt a little short of breath. She wanted to leave immediately.
But the thought that she might never have another chance after leaving made her reluctant to go.
If Li Honglian can do it, so can I.
After a struggle with her thoughts, Lu Mengyao steeled herself and knelt before Lin Hui. "Lin Hui, I beg you, please come back with me." Lu Mengyao abandoned all self-respect, her tone almost pleading. At this moment, she truly understood her own heart. She knew she could never leave Lin Hui for the rest of her life. "Congratulations, host. Lu Mengyao's favorability towards you has increased to 100%.
Congratulations, host, on completing the main quest, Conquer Lu Mengyao.
The host can now freely travel between the real world and the world of this short drama. Congratulations, host. You have received the reward 18 plus large waist. Friendly reminder, this reward has been synchronized to the real world and is valid in all short drama worlds." Upon seeing the system notification, Lin Hui jumped up in delight.
Great. My iron waist has finally arrived.
He excitedly picked Lu Mengyao up and prepared to reward himself.
But just then, the villa door was opened. Li Honglian walked in. "Honglian, you've come back just in time."
Lin Hui, with a wicked grin, pulled her away with him.
Lu Mengyao and Li Honglian, one cold and the other fiery, are like two extremes, a truly wonderful contrast.
Afterwards, Lin Hui glanced at the two who were fast asleep.
System, return to the real world.
The next moment, his gaze shifted, returning to the villa in the real world.
System notification, rewards have been issued. The fourth short drama world is being generated.
The host needs to wait 2 days. Upon seeing the system notification, Lin Hui excitedly touched his lower back, his eyes welling up with tears once again.
This feeling of being full of energy is just amazing.
He finally achieved one of the ultimate dreams of men. He will no longer be afraid of dying in bed one day. In so many short drama worlds, with so many stunning beauties, he can finally confidently say, "I came, and I conquered." Just as Lin Hui was feeling confident, the phone rang. The person making the call was none other than Li Chao, the school beauty. Lin Hui was a little confused. They hadn't been in contact for 2 days in the real world, so why did he suddenly think of calling him?
"Hey, Li, the school beauty, what made you think of calling me?" "Lin Hui, if I don't contact you, will you never contact me first?"
Li Chao's slightly coquettish voice came from the other end of the phone.
"You sound a little sour about it," Lin Hui said with a casual smile. "So, does school beauty Li want me to contact you first, or not?" He wouldn't answer that kind of question.
If he answered yes, the atmosphere would cool down, but if he answered no, he would be at a disadvantage and become passive. So he threw the question back at him.
Let's see what Li Chao has to say.
Li Chao probably didn't expect Lin Hui to throw the question at her. The call paused for about 2 seconds before Li Chao finally changed the subject. "Lin Hui, there's a great sci-fi movie coming out recently.
Would you like to see it? I happen to have 2 tickets.
She did not answer Lin Hui's question, but she extended an invitation, which indirectly expressed her thoughts.
Lin Hui's lips curled up slightly. How can I refuse an invitation from a beautiful woman? Send me the time and address. Chapter 72, The Fourth Short Drama World. Outside the movie theater.
The movie I just watched was really interesting.
Special effects blockbusters are definitely more exciting.
Li Chao said happily.
I didn't expect you to like this kind of movie.
Lin Hui was somewhat surprised. Boys generally prefer this type of movie.
Why wouldn't I like it?
These kinds of special effects blockbusters are really exciting to watch. Lin Hui smiled.
He saw the milk tea shop next door. Come on, let me treat you to a milk tea as a thank you for taking me to the movies.
Li Chao did not refuse and followed Lin Hui to the milk tea shop. A give-and-take approach is the right way to interact. This applies to both friends and lovers.
Lin Hui, what are you doing here?
Lin Hui had just finished ordering his milk tea when he heard Zhao Yang's voice again. He turned his head speechlessly. How come I run into you everywhere? Zhao Yang was accompanied by a hot-dressed girl whose looks and figure were both above 8 out of 10.
I just took my girlfriend to see a movie.
Zhao Yang smugly put his arm around the hot girl's shoulder. How about it, pretty, right?
Lin Hui rolled his eyes at him. Does this guy have to show off?
Beautiful, very beautiful, so are you going to introduce me to her? I didn't expect a rich second generation like you to have a cuckold fetish. Lin Hui wasn't going to give this guy a chance to show off, and directly confronted him. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yang and the hot girl beside him both changed their expressions.
Zhao Yang, you better explain yourself. I'm not that kind of woman. The hot girl pinched Zhao Yang's soft flesh at the waist.
Hiss, how could that be? I swear, I absolutely did not have such a thought.
Zhao Yang quickly held up 4 fingers and swore an oath to the heavens.
Zhao Yan, Lin Hui is just jealous that I have such a beautiful girlfriend like you, so he said that on purpose.
He glared angrily at Lin Hui. This guy is still just as infuriating. The hot girl's complexion improved somewhat. Zhao Yang, you're ignoring me again. Li Chao was a little unhappy and grabbed Lin Hui's arm directly. Can't you see me at all? Zhao Yang was stunned when he saw Lin Hui and Li Chao's intimate behavior. He genuinely hadn't noticed Li Chao just now.
His eyes were only on Lin Hui. The moment he saw Lin Hui, he wanted to come up and show off his beautiful girlfriend.
But now,
he felt that he was being envied. Li Chao is better than Zhao Yan in both looks and figure.
You two, you're not actually dating, are you? Zhao Yang asked in disbelief.
He had also heard the news that the two were dating.
But he dismissed it as mere hearsay and didn't believe it at all.
But now that he's seen it with his own eyes, he can't help but believe it.
You guess.
Lin Hui shrugged.
Zhao Yang was somewhat envious. How did this guy get so incredibly lucky to be dating the school beauty? Never mind, I don't want to guess.
He stubbornly shook his head, then, remembering something, changed the subject, saying, by the way, Lin Hui, I had someone look at your previous business plan for you.
Your business project is good, and a company is preparing to invest in you. Do you want to go and take a look?
Lin Hui was stunned for a moment.
What do you mean? Is it charity? Zhao Yang gave Lin Hui a speechless look. Weren't you so confident before? What, now you've lost confidence in your startup project? Your project proposal is really good.
Although you lost the bet, I have to admit that you are better at project planning.
That's why I asked someone to take a look at it for you. As for investment, do you think I have the money to invest in you? Or would I waste my favors and beg someone to invest in you?
Lin Hui thought about it and agreed.
Aside from his tendency to show off, Zhao Yang doesn't seem to be that bad. But does he still need to start his own business now?
I appreciate your kindness, but I don't plan to start another business.
Lin Hui didn't care about the towel. Zhao Yang was somewhat surprised. You don't want to improve anymore? That's not like you.
If it were the old Lin Hui, he would definitely have seized this opportunity. After all, in this era, money is the foundation of one's life.
He needed money and success before. But now, he really doesn't need it. Okay.
Lin Hui shrugged.
I'm coming clean. I'm not pretending anymore. I just like to give up now.
Zhao Yang frowned slightly. You kid, you're not going to give up on yourself just because you lost a bet, are you?
You're not that weak, are you? You chicken out after just a little bit of a blow? Li Chao couldn't bear to listen to this any longer. Zhao Yang, as Lin Hui's classmate, don't you know he's very rich? Zhao Yang was stunned for a moment. What? You mean Lin Hui? He's rich?
Lin Hui's classmates all knew that he usually dressed plainly and came from a very ordinary family. They wondered when he had become rich.
Of course, Li Chao affirmed.
He recently bought a villa worth 50 million.
Who? Lin Hui? A villa worth 50 million?
Zhao Yang stared wide-eyed at Lin Hui in disbelief. You didn't hook up with a rich woman, did you? He's a rich second-generation heir with hundreds of millions in assets, yet he only dares to buy a villa worth around 30 million.
Lin Hui? What makes him so special?
It's my skill to hook up with a rich woman.
I can't help it. Being handsome is also a kind of asset.
Lin Hui smiled smugly. He was too lazy to explain, and there was no need to explain. The envy in Zhao Yang's eyes deepened. What incredible luck Lin Hui had. Not only did he find a campus beauty as his girlfriend, he also hooked up with a rich woman who was willing to spend 50 million to buy him a villa.
Brother Hui, please teach me. Zhao Yang looked serious.
But the next second, the soft flesh around his waist rotated 180 degrees.
What will I teach you? How to pick up girls or how to hook up with a rich woman? Zhao Yan said through gritted teeth.
Hiss. Zhao Yang's face was contorted with pain. Zhao Yan, baby, I was wrong, I didn't mean it that way. Lin Hui and Li Chao exchanged a glance and shook their heads with amusement. The milk tea was ready, and the two of them picked it up and left. They walked quite a distance before they could no longer hear Zhao Yang's pleas for mercy. After the incident at the movie theater, the relationship between Lin Hui and Li Chao began to become somewhat delicate. They weren't exactly lovers, but they were a bit more than friends. Lin Hui wasn't looking for any innocent romance. In reality, I don't plan to consider dating for the time being. The main reason is that the system needs to be kept confidential, and being single is currently the best option. Unless he possesses the strength to be fearless of any danger, he will nip any possibility of exposure in the bud.
If there is a real need,
he could enter any of the 7 Song sisters Song Yu, Li Shiruan, Li Honglian, and Lu Mengyao at any time to give himself a break.
The 4th short drama world has been generated. Would you like to enter now?
Friendly reminder, all of the host's special abilities will be transferred to the short drama world.
2 days passed in the blink of an eye.
Lin Hui was playing games on the sofa when his system notification sounded.
Go in.
No sooner had he finished speaking than the environment around him changed dramatically. When he reappeared, he was already in a thatched hut. Lin Hui, come out quickly, the government is distributing wives. Before Lin Hui could even take in his surroundings, he heard a slightly aged voice coming from outside.
Chapter 73, 4 Wives at the Start. Thatched hut? Government office? Is this short drama set in an ancient world? The government provides wives. Isn't this the standard opening for male-oriented wish fulfillment dramas? Lin Hui's eyes lit up. Has the system finally changed its nature? Is it finally going to let him experience a short, wish fulfillment style life like in a male-oriented fantasy novel? Host successfully transmigrated.
Main quest now released, rift the land and confer the title of king. Congratulations, host, you have activated the cheat code for this world, many children, many blessings. Once the host completes the main quest, they will gain the right to travel between this world and bring their cheat abilities and attribute boosts back to reality. Ding, detected that the host already has 11 wives. Combat strength increased by 33 points.
Damn system, you finally acted like a human.
Feeling the surge of energy within his body, Lin Hui laughed heartily.
An average adult's combat strength is 3 points.
With systematic training, this can be increased to 5 points, and some battle-hardened veterans can increase it to around 10 points.
Human beings' maximum combat strength is 20 points.
Lin Hui's strength increased by 33 points, reaching 36 points, directly exceeding the limits of the human body. He hadn't expected that the women from the first 3 short drama worlds would also be included in the calculation. He looked at the taut muscles in his arms and the 8-pack abs on his abdomen.
Awesome, this is the template for a male-oriented wish fulfillment novel.
Lin Hui walked out of the thatched hut laughing. Lin Hui, hurry up, or all the wives will be snatched up. As soon as he stepped outside, he saw an old man with white hair and a white beard. According to the usual setting of short dramas, this person is either the village chief or the clan chief. They're here, Lin Hui said with a smile. Once he completes the main quest, he won't need to rely on bodyguards anymore when he enters those melodramatic short drama worlds. When the time comes, you can just beat up whoever you don't like, one slap and you're a villain, without having to worry about anything else. Lin Hui followed the white-haired old man, trying to elicit information from him along the way, and gained a preliminary understanding of the current situation in the world. This country is called Dayu, and it is clearly an ancient, fictional world.
Moreover, the country was ruled by an empress.
Lin Hui's eyes lit up at the thought of the empress.
The Empress is wonderful.
If there's a chance, we must let the Empress experience what it's like to be second only to the Emperor and above all others.
The entrance to Linjia village.
By this time, quite a few young and middle-aged men had already gathered. There were also some villagers watching the spectacle. I'll choose first, no one can take it from me, or my fists won't discriminate. A burly young man spoke provocatively.
Lin Hui glanced at it and then ignored it.
This guy's fighting ability is at most 5 points, what's there to brag about? Before long, the government officials arrived. A group of women with their wrists bound by ropes followed behind.
Village chief, what are the identities of these women, and why are they tied up?
Lin Hui asked the white-haired old man a question.
Da Yuan has been at war for the past few years.
Some of these women were captured by enemy countries, and some were women whose families had committed crimes. The village chief patiently explained it to everyone. Lin Hui and the others nodded in understanding. Officials arrived at the village entrance. The head constable glanced at the crowd and said, "Before we distribute the wives, I have something to announce.
The imperial court is preparing to recruit soldiers.
Everyone who has chosen a wife will be given a month's worth of rations, but after 1 month, they must join the army and serve in the military." Upon hearing this, the young men looked around, and in the end only a few backed down.
These days, families that are relatively well off have all gotten married.
Those who can come here are either from poor families or orphans like Lin Hui. In any case, none of them can afford to get married.
For them, military service is military service. Joining the army means having food to eat and a wife to carry on the family line. What's wrong with that?
Taking advantage of the break, Lin Hui quickly scanned the group of women, trying to see if any of them were pretty. Believe it or not, although these women were filthy and dressed in tattered clothes, there were actually 4 promising young women among them. Even with the golden touch of having many children and abundant blessings, Lin Hui has no intention of lowering his standards.
The constable glanced around and saw that there were still about 20 people left, enough to meet the quota, so he felt much better.
All right, you can choose for yourselves. He ordered the women to be untied, then waved his hand, indicating that everyone could choose for themselves.
Upon hearing this, more than 20 young men immediately became eager to act.
All the young and middle-aged men turned their gaze toward the burly young man who had just spoken.
This young man is named Lin Daniu. He is known in the village for his great strength and fighting ability. Moreover, he has a bad temper and is very difficult to deal with.
Lin Daniu walked out triumphantly, ready to make his selection. But at that moment, Lin Hui stepped forward first, ready to take down all 4 women.
Lin Hui, how dare you disrespect me?
Lin Daniu was furious when he saw that Lin Hui was disrespecting him. Without saying a word, he raised his fist and punched.
Lin Hui glanced at him.
When he got close, she slapped him, knocking him to the ground. Those around gasped in shock at the sight.
Even the Yamen runners took a few more glances.
Lin Daniu lived up to his name, his body as strong as an ox. Lin Hui was slapped to the ground with a single blow that must have taken a lot of strength. Lin Daniu covered his face, looking completely bewildered.
When did Lin Hui become so capable?
Ignoring everyone's gaze, Lin Hui walked straight towards the 4 women he had his eye on.
Sir, I should have no problem choosing 4 wives, right?
Lin Hui looked at the Yamen runner.
The constable glanced at the remaining women. There should be some left over after dividing them up, so he nodded directly, no problem. Then I'll take them.
Lin Hui smiled and looked at the 4 women he had chosen. 3 of them, judging from their demeanor, were clearly not ordinary women. They must be young ladies from some wealthy family. The other woman was timid and looked very cowardly. The young men secretly breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that the 4 women were slender. Lin Daniu was no exception. These farmers' children can't afford to grow such delicate flowers. They are more pragmatic and prefer women who are strong, muscular, and good at bearing children. Lin Hui, why don't you reconsider? These 4 women are beautiful, but they're obviously not cut out for farm work.
If you marry them, they'll just be a burden.
The village chief couldn't bear it and tried to persuade him.
Upon hearing this, the 4 women immediately became anxious. Young master, we are hardworking and can endure hardship.
We will serve you wholeheartedly.
Please choose us.
The oldest woman knelt directly in front of Lin Hui.
Me too, I can too. The timid woman also knelt down timidly. This is the last stop.
If they are not selected by anyone, they will be relegated to military arts schools, and then it will truly be worse than death. The 4 women looked pleading. Lin Daniu and the other able-bodied men watched Lin Hui nervously. They were afraid that Lin Hui would realize what was happening and choose the women who were most fertile.
Thank you for your kindness, village chief.
Lin Hui smiled. If he had a cheat system and couldn't support a few women, then he would have wasted his cheat system.
Come with me. He beckoned to the 4 women, signaling them to follow.
The 4 women were overjoyed and quickly followed after him, clutching the grain distributed by the government.
But when they arrived at Lin Hui's thatched hut, they were taken aback.
Although I was prepared, I was still somewhat disappointed when I saw this dilapidated thatched hut. Sisters, our husband has chosen us and spared us from becoming military arts students. From now on, we must take good care of the household chores, our husband, and this family.
Okay, sister.
The 3 women nodded in agreement with serious expressions. Seeing this, Lin Hui smiled.
This is what a truly satisfying male-oriented drama should be like. Chapter 70 for the Beautiful Widow. My name is Lin Hui.
Please introduce yourselves. Upon entering the thatched hut, Lin Hui casually sat down on a stool and looked at the 4 women. The oldest woman, with a composed demeanor, was the first to step forward. She didn't know what kind of person Lin Hui was, so she spoke cautiously.
My husband, my name is Zhao Wanqing.
The 2 people beside me are my younger sisters, Zhao Wanqi and Zhao Wanyue. The 2 women beside her gave Lin Hui a slight bow. The timid girl, after the 3 women finished introducing themselves, quickly whispered, "Husband, my name is Qiao Li."
Lin Hui nodded.
Judging from their words and actions, it is clear that all 4 women came from well-off families and were born into respectable households.
He didn't ask why things had fallen to this point. Even if you ask now, it won't solve anything.
However, based on the plot of the short drama, it is estimated that related storylines will be triggered later.
Wanqing, Wanqi, Wanyue, Julie, it's time to eat, let's start cooking. Upon hearing this, the 4 women took the initiative to go to the kitchen to cook, showing great enthusiasm, as if they were afraid that Lin Hui would find them unskilled and send them back. After a while, the 4 women returned carrying a bowl of rice. My lord, please have your meal. The 4 women stood to the side and spoke.
Lin Hui glanced at the 4 women who were secretly swallowing their saliva but dared not sit down, and found it somewhat amusing.
Sit down and eat with us. Husband, let's eat after you finish eating. Zhao Wanqing quickly said.
The other 3 women nodded in agreement.
I told you to sit, so sit. Why are there so many rules?
As he spoke, he filled each of the 4 women's bowls to the brim with rice, leaving only about half a bowl for himself. The main problem was that there was only rice, no side dishes, and the rice was made from brown rice. Having grown accustomed to modern food, he had little appetite.
You must be hungry after walking all this way. Let's eat first.
Lin Hui gestured for the 4 women to sit down. Zhao Wanqing and the other 3 girls obediently sat down. They looked at their bowls full of rice, then at the meager amount in Lin Hui's bowl, and were deeply moved. At this moment, they felt incredibly fortunate to have met a husband who loved them dearly. Congratulations, host. Zhao Wanqing's favorability towards you has increased to 100%. Congratulations, host. Zhao Wanqi's favorability towards you has increased to 100%. Congratulations, host. Zhao Wanyue's favorability towards you has increased to 100%. Congratulations, host. Xiao Li's affection for you has increased to 100%. Lin Hui was somewhat surprised.
Is this all it takes to max out the favorability rating? Are male-oriented wish fulfillment dramas already this satisfying? You don't even need a strategy guide anymore.
After finishing his meal, Lin Hui tidied up the thatched hut again.
This way, it won't be too drafty when you sleep at night.
Zhao Wanqing and her 3 friends busied themselves with a thorough cleaning.
As night fell, the thatched hut finally began to resemble a home. My husband, let me serve you tonight. After finishing dinner, Zhao Wanqing said somewhat shyly.
The 4 women had just taken a shower and revealed their true appearances.
All 4 women are classically beautiful, each with a gentle temperament and a beauty score of around 9 out of 10.
Lin Hui couldn't help but sigh after reading it. Male-oriented novels are still the best. He glanced at the 3 equally shy girls and a mischievous smile appeared on his lips.
One person isn't enough. We're happier together.
After saying that, he led the 4 women into the bedroom.
The steel waist, once again displaying its might. The only downside is that the bed is too small.
The next day, Lin Hui felt refreshed and energetic. The four women were tormented all night and are still unable to get out of bed. Ding, detected that the host has added 4 wives' combat strength increased by 12 points.
Lin Hui's current combat strength is 48 points.
Ladies, you all rest well first, I'm going out for a bit. After giving him a few words of advice, Lin Hui walked out of the thatched hut. This is ancient times, not modern times. Now that he has 4 beautiful wives, it's inevitable that he'll attract unwanted attention. Given the nature of short dramas, someone might take advantage of his absence to do something to the 4 women.
Therefore, his goal today is to establish his authority. Li Wei's best target is the village bully.
After making a few inquiries, Lin Hui found Lin Hu, who was harassing a beautiful widow with 3 of his men.
Sister-in-law, your husband has been dead for over a month. Aren't you lonely? Would you like Tiger to help you stretch your body? I heard you didn't even consummate your marriage before he died. Is that true? Should we let the brothers check it out?
Lin Hu and his 3 companions surrounded the widow, hurling vulgarities at her. The beautiful widow surrounded by people had red eyes.
Get out of my way. What do you want to do in broad daylight?
Unfortunately, her reprimand had no effect. Lin Hu and his 3 companions laughed smugly. Little sister-in-law is really something, but I like her. The beautiful widow felt both wronged and afraid. She looked around at the villagers watching the play with pleading eyes.
Unfortunately, none of the villagers wanted to provoke Lin Hu and his group, so they simply turned their heads away. Anyway, since it was broad daylight, Lin Hu and his group were just talking big and didn't dare to actually do anything, otherwise they would be in big trouble if the matter was reported to the authorities. Moreover, they felt it wasn't worth standing up for a jinx. The beautiful widow felt even more helpless. Her name is Zhao Xiaohua.
She married into this village, but before they could consummate their marriage, her husband died unexpectedly. Subsequently, her parents-in-law, devastated by the loss of their only son, passed away 2 days ago. Now everyone in the village says she's a jinx. Her family also prevented her from returning home, fearing that she would be implicated and have her reputation ruined because she was believed to have caused the death of her husband's family. She is now in an awkward situation in the village.
Get out of here. If you keep doing this, I'll report you to the authorities.
Zhao Xiaohua continued to scold, but her voice lacked any confidence.
Go ahead and report it. I didn't do anything to you.
I don't believe that officials can control what people say. Lin Hu continued to tease him with a smug look on his face. Seeing Lin Hu and his gang being such scoundrels, Zhao Xiaohua felt so wrong that she almost cried.
Hey you guys, didn't you hear the girl tell you to get lost?
Just then, Lin Hui's voice came. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xiaohua felt a surge of hope. She looked at Lin Hui expectantly, hoping he could help her out of this predicament.
Lin Hui.
Lin Hu frowned when he saw that it was Lin Hui who had come.
This is none of your business. If you don't want to die, get out of here.
In the past, he would have definitely punched him. Anyone who dares to ruin his plans will get a beating. But the news that Lin Hui slapped Lin Dania to the ground yesterday and then took away 4 beautiful wives has spread throughout the entire Lin family village. Lin Hu didn't know Lin Hui's strength, but the fact that Lin Hui could defeat Lin Dania meant that Lin Hui had some ability. So he didn't want to cause trouble for himself. But he didn't want to cause trouble, while Lin Hui was there to cause trouble.
Smack! He went up and slapped Lin Hu to the ground.
Lin Hu felt a burning pain on his face, and anger surged into his brain.
In this village, he's the one who beats people. When has he ever been beaten like this? Damn it, get him. Let's all beat him up.
He roared and got up, wanting to fight with Lin Hui. Upon seeing this, Lin Hu's 3 henchmen immediately surrounded him, ready to teach Lin Hui a lesson.
Clap 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 clap. For loud slaps rang out.
Lin Hu and his 3 companions were all knocked to the ground by the blows. Lin Hui looked at his palm. It felt pretty good to slap someone, no less so than when he used a stun gun. No wonder so many short dramas are obsessed with slapping people. It turns out it really feels good.
Chapter 75, Going Up the Mountain to Fight the Tiger. Lin Hui, we were wrong.
Lin Hu covered his swollen cheeks and immediately admitted defeat. The 4 of them ganged up on Lin Hui, but before they could even touch him, they were slapped to the ground.
This demonstrates Lin Hui's prowess. They're village bullies, not fools.
They know they can't win, but they still act tough.
That's just asking for a beating. What's wrong with it?
Lin Hui looked at the 4 people indifferently. We shouldn't flirt with your sister-in-law.
Yes, yes, we know we were wrong.
Lin Hu and his 3 companions promptly admitted their mistake.
Clap, 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 clap.
4 more slaps rang out, and the 4 men fell to the ground again. Lin Hu covered his face, his eyes full of grievance. Boss Lin Hui, we all know we were wrong, why did you still hit us?
The other 3 also looked resentful. It's nothing, I just don't like you guys.
Lin Hui waved his hand casually. Watch your eyes from now on.
If you mess with me, it won't just be a slap. Yes, yes, Boss Lin Hui is right.
Lin Hu and the other 3 nodded repeatedly.
Alright, get lost.
He waved his hand, and Lin Hu and the other 3, as if granted a pardon, ran away quickly. Zhao Xiaohua looked at Lin Hui, her eyes shining. Lin Hui was so handsome just now.
Thank you for getting me out of that predicament,
she said gratefully. Lin Hui looked him up and down. This young widow was really good looking, probably around an 8.8 out of 10.
She's quite a beauty.
It's nothing, just something I did on the spur of the moment. If they bully you again, come to me and I'll stand up for you. Hearing this, Zhao Xiaohua's cheeks flushed slightly, and she was deeply moved. Lin Hui's undisguised gaze, in particular, stirred her heart and made her feel no disgust whatsoever. However, she soon noticed that the villagers around her were pointing and whispering about her and Lin Hui.
I have something to do, so I'll be leaving now.
After saying that, she quickly left, afraid of bringing Lin Hui a bad reputation. Lin Hui watched Zhao Xiaohua's retreating figure, a slight smile playing on his lips. He then glanced at the villagers watching the commotion. With these people spreading the word, the villagers should soon realize how powerful he is and dare not provoke him anymore. However, this is still not a guarantee. When he returned home, he once again used his visionary eyes to examine the future trends of Zhao Wanqing and her 3 daughters. Fortunately, after he made a name for himself, no one dared to cause him trouble.
This put his mind at ease.
Women, I'll be going into the mountains to hunt some game in a bit.
You all rest well at home and don't overwork yourselves.
After giving him a word of advice, Lin Hui picked up his wood-chopping axe and went into the mountains. His current combat strength is 48 points, and all his attributes have been enhanced. It's not just about strength, but also agility, reaction speed, dynamic vision, and resilience, among other things. Therefore, he was not worried about wild beasts roaming the mountains. If there were any, they would only become his dinner. With his current skills, he caught 2 rabbits in just 1 hour in the mountains, and he could finally have meat for dinner. But he still felt it was a bit too little.
We've been driving for so long, and we still haven't encountered any big trucks.
He was speechless. If he could hunt a wild boar, he would have enough food for several days.
Roar! However, at that moment, a tiger's roar came from ahead. Immediately afterwards, the sounds of fighting could be heard. Lin Hui's eyes lit up. Tigers are a good thing. I've heard tiger penis is a powerful aphrodisiac. He may not need it, but he can sell it for money. I wonder who's so unlucky to be targeted by a tiger. With that, he ran forward.
After running for a short while, they saw a female general who was drawing her sword and confronting a fierce tiger. The female general was wearing somewhat disheveled armor, and her left hand was bleeding from a tiger bite. Behind her was a woman dressed in fine clothes who had fainted from fright.
Did they refresh my waifu? Lin Hui's eyes lit up.
Both of these women are beautiful. They're probably potential wife candidates arranged by the short drama world.
Roar!
As he was thinking these things, the tiger roared and charged at the female general. The female general was already injured, so she was no match for the tiger. She was pounced on by the tiger and knocked to the ground, her long sword falling to the side. As she watched the tiger open its blood-red maw and bite down on her head, a sense of despair washed over her. However, at that moment, a whooshing sound came from the air.
Lin Hui reacted quickly and threw the axe, aiming it at the tiger's head. Tigers react very quickly.
The moment they sensed danger, they dodged it. But at the same time, he was also far away from the female general. Lin Hui then climbed up, picked up the female general's sword, and charged at the tiger. Seeing that he was alone, the tiger immediately charged at him.
The female general was initially quite happy to be rescued.
Seeing that Lin Hui dared to charge at the tiger all by himself, my mood plummeted again. How could there be such a stupid person in the world who actually tried to fight a tiger all by himself?
Are she and His Majesty destined to die here today? She felt a deep sadness. But just then, the tiger let out a mournful cry and fell straight down. The female general looked at Lin Hui in disbelief. What did she just see?
As the tiger leaped to attack, the man slid in and ripped open its belly. Whether it was reaction speed, or strength, they all left her in awe. She even boasted of her superior martial arts skills, but now compared to Lin Hui, she's worlds apart. Seeing Lin Hui's strong figure, her tense nerves immediately relaxed, and she slumped over and fainted.
Hey, don't faint.
Lin Hui was speechless.
2 women and a tiger, how is he going to carry them back?
He called out to both women, but neither of them woke up. With no other option, he found some vines, tied the tiger's carcass to his back, and then carried the 2 women on either side of his waist. It turns out that finding a wife is a physically demanding task. Lin Hui kept complaining. Fortunately, his martial arts skills improved, and his strength increased dramatically. Otherwise, given his previous physique, he wouldn't have been able to carry it.
On the way back, we didn't encounter any more accidents.
However, upon entering the village, the villagers were all shocked to see the tiger carcass on Lin Hui's back.
Am I seeing things?
Lin Hui actually killed a tiger.
My goodness, that's a tiger. When did Lin Hui become so powerful?
Such a big tiger, if you sold it, you could make a fortune. Look, he's carrying 2 women on his back.
He's incredibly strong.
Amidst the shocked and envious gazes of the villagers, Lin Hui slowly walked back home. When Zhao Wanqing and the other 3 women saw Lin Hui's appearance, they were all shocked.
Husband, did you kill this tiger? Zhao Wanqing couldn't believe it.
The other 3 women also gaped open. Of course. Lin Hui smiled casually, it's just a tiger, nothing to worry about. Zhao Wanqing was the first to react and helped Lin Hui untie the vines binding him.
The other 3 women, undeterred by the bloodshed, all rushed over to help. Husband, who are they? Are they your new wives?
Xiaoli noticed the 2 women around Lin Hui's waist and asked them curiously.
The 3 Zhao sisters looked over curiously. They noticed it too, but didn't know how to ask. No, I found them in the mountains.
After Lin Hui unloaded the tiger carcass from his back, he carried the 2 women into the bedroom. He had simply bandaged the wound on the female general's left hand, but after being pounced on by the tiger, she must have suffered a lot of muscle strain, so she still had to take off her armor. After admiring her curvaceous figure, Lin Hui ultimately refrained from taking advantage of her.
There should be some bottom lines in being a decent person.
He asked Zhao Wanqing and the other 3 women to help take care of the tiger while he went out of the house to prepare to dispose of the tiger's carcass.
Chapter 76 2 Women Awaken.
By the time Lin Hui finished dealing with the tiger's carcass, it was already evening.
My lord, they haven't woken up yet. During dinner, Zhao Wanqing glanced into the room.
Lin Hui entered the inner room, glanced at the 2 women's future, and then came out with a strange expression.
It's all right, they'll wake up at night. Let's eat quickly. He waved for the 4 women to sit down. We cooked tiger meat tonight, so we're all in for a treat. It's a pity there weren't many seasonings.
The tiger meat was a bit sour, which Lin Hui didn't really like, but since it was his first time eating meat, he ate some anyway. The 4 women, including Zhao Wanqing, ate quite a lot. After their family fell on hard times, they hadn't eaten meat for a long time.
Ladies, it's late and cold, you should get some rest. After a satisfying meal and cleaning up the dishes. Night. Feng Qinggu slowly awoke from her coma.
Through the moonlight, she saw the unfamiliar surroundings.
Where am I? How did I get here?
She gently shook her slightly dizzy head.
Memories from before he fell into a coma suddenly flooded back.
She had come out incognito for a private visit, but she never expected to be ambushed on the way. Her personal bodyguard, General Mu Feishuan, sent out a distress signal, but reinforcements were slow to arrive. Mu Feishuan could only cover her escape into the mountains. But unfortunately, they encountered a fierce tiger. The tiger's sneak attack suddenly knocked her unconscious.
She knew nothing about what happened after that.
Thinking of this, she cautiously tried to sit up to ascertain her current situation. But as soon as she tried to move, a wave of soreness washed over her muscles, and she fell back down. Just then, some strange noises came from next door.
My husband.
Feng Qingwu had never eaten pork, but he had seen pigs run.
Feng Qingwu couldn't help but curse under his breath. Where am I?
Just then, a weak voice came from beside Feng Qingwu.
General Mu, are you all right?
Feng Qingwu had noticed Mu Feishuan long ago, and seeing her wake up, he felt a sense of security.
His Majesty.
Mu Feishuang's mind cleared instantly, and she wanted to get up to protect him. But as soon as he sat up, a wave of pain swept through his body, and he had to fall back down.
Your Majesty, where is this place? Mu Feishuang looked around warily.
Only then did they realize that it was an ordinary thatched hut, and they were lying in bed. Feng Qinggu was also unaware of the current situation, and could only briefly recount what had happened after she woke up. However, at that moment, a sound came from next door again.
It's fine if one person is eavesdropping, but it can be a bit awkward if two people are doing it. Feng Qinggu was very annoyed. To think that she, a dignified empress, would be forced to eavesdrop like this is utterly shameful. Mu Feishuang didn't know what to say at this moment.
For a moment, the air became eerily quiet.
Your Majesty, we must have been rescued.
Mu Feishuang sensed the awkward atmosphere, so she quickly changed the subject. I remember before I lost consciousness, I was attacked by a tiger. It was General Mu who saved me from its jaws.
What happened after that? Feng Qinggu also wanted to ease the awkwardness, so she asked. Mu Feishuang did not hide anything and recounted what happened afterward. You're saying someone killed a tiger with a single blow and saved us? Feng Qinggu was somewhat surprised. There are such amazing people in the world. That's right. Mu Feishuang nodded affirmatively.
She saw everything clearly before she lost consciousness.
Perhaps the person making the noise next door was their savior. Just as she was thinking this, strange noises came from next door again.
Feng Qinggu and Mu Feishuang exchanged a glance, and an awkward atmosphere filled the air once again.
What a pervert! Feng Qinggu cursed under his breath. Don't they know the importance of self-control?
However, she didn't know that this was just the beginning.
5 hours, a full 5 hours.
Heaven knows how they got through those 5 hours. Feng Qinggu's face was flushed, and her eyes were filled with shame and indignation. She had never lost her composure like this before.
But that sound was just too, well, you know. Mu Feishuang looked amazed. My benefactor has incredible waist strength.
Finally, there was no more noise coming from next door, and Feng Qinggu and Mu Feishuang finally couldn't stay awake any longer and fell asleep. The next day, when it was already bright, Lin Hui and the others got up. The 4 women started cooking and doing housework. After Lin Hui got up, he even took the initiative to help him change his clothes and fetch water.
Husband, dinner is ready.
Just as Lin Hui finished tidying up, Zhao Wanqing's voice came through.
Wanqing, go check if they've woken up yet.
Lin Hui glanced at Feng Qinggu and the others' room.
Zhao Wanqing nodded and went into the room.
With such a commotion outside, Feng Qinggu and Mu Feishuang had already woken up. However, he is still unable to move his body freely, so he can only lie down.
You're awake.
Zhao Wanqing was pleasantly surprised.
Wait a moment, I'll go call my husband.
After saying that, she ran to find Lin Hui. Lin Hui smiled. He not only knew that the 2 women had woken up, but he also knew that they had been eavesdropping all night. But there's nothing he can do. He can't be unhappy just because 2 women have come. Lin Hui led the 4 women to get up and enter the room. As soon as Mu Feishuang saw Lin Hui, she thought to herself, just as I expected. It was Lin Hui who killed the tiger and saved them. This is the home of his savior.
How are you feeling now?
Lin Hui asked a question, thus starting a conversation. In fact, by seeing the future, he already knew that the 2 of them were not in any serious danger.
He'll be able to walk in 2 days at most.
With the help of Zhao Wanqing and the other 3 women, Feng Qinggu and Mu Feishuang sat up against the headboard.
Our benefactor, thank you for saving us. Mu Feishuang was deeply grateful.
Although last night was a bit awkward, it's a fact that Lin Hui saved them.
Feng Qinggu remained silent, his expression indifferent. She was an empress. How could she bow down to a peasant from the mountains? It's nothing.
Once you've recovered, just give me a few tens of thousands of taels of silver to spend. Lin Hui said casually.
He already knew their identities last night.
After all, in their future lives, one is wearing a yellow robe and the other is wearing armor. Standing to the side, anyone could guess their identities. Lin Hui never expected that just 2 days ago he was thinking of letting the empress experience what it's like to be second only to the emperor, but he ended up picking up an empress instead. All I can say is that the world of short dramas is full of coincidences.
I can give you the money, but I need you to do something for me. Feng Qinggu spoke in a cold voice. Chapter 77, Entering the county town. No.
Lin Hui resolutely refused.
Last night she saw Feng Qinggu's future and knew what she wanted to do.
Similarly, he knew the consequences of doing so.
Feng Qinggu frowned slightly. I haven't even told you what to do yet.
Seeing that the empress was somewhat angry, Mu Feishuang quickly said, My benefactor, please help me to the end. After this matter is over, I am willing to offer 100,000 taels of silver as a token of my gratitude. Upon hearing the price of 100,000 taels of silver, Zhao Wanqing and the other three women's eyes widened in surprise. Although they all come from wealthy families, this amount of money is still not a small sum. Zhao Wanqing looked Feng Qinggu and Mu Feishuang up and down with a serious expression. Based on her woman's intuition, she felt that these two people would cause a lot of trouble. But Lin Hui is in charge of this family, and no matter what she thinks, she can't say anything to influence Lin Hui's decisions. Unless Lin Hui asks him directly.
I advise you to give up your plan to go to the county town.
Lin Hui said lazily, there's already an ambush set up there.
Going there will only be like walking into a trap. This is the consequence of Feng Qinggu and her two daughters going to the county town.
Of course, they won't die, but they will be hunted down again, which will also cause him some trouble.
Feng Qinggu and Mu Feishuang's expressions froze. The two looked at Lin Hui with surprise and suspicion. How did you know what I wanted to do?
A hint of surprise flashed in Feng Qingwu's eyes.
Going to the county town to find reinforcements was a plan she had just come up with.
She is in a dangerous situation and must contact the Imperial Guard and the accompanying troops as soon as possible.
But how did Lin Hui know? And they even knew there was an ambush in the county town? More importantly, does Lin Hui already know her identity? Who exactly are you? Feng Qingwu looked wary.
Anyone who knows these things is certainly not an ordinary farmer, and Lin Hui was able to kill a tiger in one move, so his identity is probably not simple.
Who I am is not important.
Lin Hui didn't explain, the important thing is that it's time to eat now, I'm starving. He waved his hand, turned around, and walked outside. I'll have Wanqing and the others bring you some food in a little while.
You don't need to think about anything else for now. I'm very safe here.
We can talk about other things after you've recovered from your injuries. Feng Qingwu watched Lin Hui's departing figure, her brows furrowing even deeper. Zhao Wanqing and the others left quickly, leaving only her and Mu Feishuang in the room.
Your Majesty, our benefactor's identity is probably not simple. Mu Feishuang looked somewhat solemn.
Both of them were taken aback by Lin Hui's words.
Feng Qingwu lowered his head and fell into deep thought.
Able to kill a tiger, guess her thoughts, and know about the ambush in the county town, Lin Hui is indeed a very mysterious person.
However, it seems that Lin Hui has no ill intentions towards them, so they can focus on recovering. After breakfast, Lin Hui borrowed a cart from the village chief. Women, you should rest well at home and not overwork yourselves. I'll go to the county town, sell the tiger's carcass, and come back.
Lin Hui gave a few words of advice and then headed towards the county town.
Tigers are valuable from head to toe, at least in the eyes of many people.
As soon as Lin Hui entered the county town and displayed the tiger carcass, a large crowd gathered to watch the spectacle or to buy it. In no time at all, everything on the tiger was sold out. 127 taels, I never imagined a tiger could be so valuable. Lin Hui tossed the money bag in his hand and packed up his stall. However, he did not intend to go back directly. Having finally arrived in an ancient world, I naturally want to experience the joy of listening to music in a brothel. After making a few inquiries, he found his destination.
Piaoxiang Tower, this is it.
Lin Hui looked at the plaque on the door and murmured softly.
Grandpa, I've seen you standing at the door for a while, why don't you come in and have some fun?
Lin Hui had only been standing there for a short while when the girl soliciting customers at the door grabbed her hand.
Okay, let's play. A smile appeared on Lin Hui's lips.
Upon hearing this, the girl smiled and pulled him into the building.
Oh, please come in, young master.
As soon as I entered, a madam in her 30s greeted me with a smile. Lin Hui glanced at the beautiful women inside Piaoxiang Tower and found it quite novel.
Give me a private room. Upon hearing this, the boss laughed even more heartily.
All right, young master, come with me.
She led Lin Hui directly up to the second floor.
Young master, the girls here are all exceptionally skilled, the madam said with a fawning smile.
How about I call a few more for you?
However, Lin Hui did not respond. He looked around to make sure no one was there before whispering, I'm looking for Li Wanxian. The madam's expression froze, her eyes narrowed, and she instantly became wary. However, this wariness was fleeting, and she continued with a smile, young master must be mistaken.
We don't have a girl named Li Wanxian here. A confident smile appeared on Lin Hui's lips. Go tell her that the person she's looking for is with me.
He didn't come to this brothel just to listen to music or experience the pleasure of spending a few hundred coins.
Although he likes women, he's not that desperate.
Besides visiting the ancient brothels, the ultimate purpose of coming here is to find Li Wanxian, this woman. Lin Hui had seen this woman's name in Feng Qingwu's future. According to the original plot, Feng Qingwu would arrive in the county town, be ambushed, and eventually be rescued by Li Wanxian, the top intelligence chief under the Empress. Of course, he has now changed the future. Therefore, the originally planned future no longer exists. This shows that the ability to see the future is not a panacea. With just a gentle flap of his wings, this little butterfly can change the future. Therefore, the short-term future is very accurate, but the long-term future is only of some reference value and has no practical value. For example, Li Wanxian was a very valuable piece of information he obtained from Feng Qingwu's future. The madam's gaze toward Lin Hui immediately turned serious. They were able to say Li Wanxian's name and that they were looking for someone. Clearly, the young man dressed like a farmer had come prepared. Please wait a moment, young master, I'll go find the boss right away. After saying that, the madam walked out of the room and quickly entered a room in the backyard of Piaoxiang Tower. The house was cluttered with miscellaneous items and covered in dust. The madam ignored all of that and said in a deep voice, "Boss, there's a farmer outside who specifically asked for you, and he said the person we're looking for is with him." As soon as she finished speaking, a woman dressed in a tight-fitting outfit with a shapely figure walked out from the corner. This woman was beautiful, with a cold and aloof demeanor, giving off an icy feeling that kept strangers at bay.
Lead the way.
She spoke coldly. The madam quickly led Li Wanxian to Lin Hui's private room.
Guard the door and don't allow anyone to disturb us. Li Wanxian gave a few instructions and then went into the room. Upon entering the room, she first looked at Lin Hui.
Judging from his clothes, he was an ordinary farmer, but his skin was delicate and he didn't look like someone who did farm work. He was strong and must have exercised regularly, but his palms had no calluses, so he obviously hadn't practiced martial arts. In the end, she concluded that there was something strange about Lin Hui, and he was not as simple as he seemed.
With just one glance, Li Wanxian was able to deduce a great deal of information.
Lin Hui, not to be outdone, looked her up and down.
Another 9 out of 10 beauty.
Lin Hui smiled intriguingly.
But the next moment, Li Wanxian suddenly pulled out a dagger from her sleeve and rushed towards Lin Hui. Chapter 78 Li Wanxian. Ding dong.
The sound of a dagger falling to the ground could be heard.
Li Wanxian stared wide-eyed in disbelief.
In just one round, Lin Hui subdued her and pinned her to the table.
This result was completely unexpected.
Lin Hui's hands clearly don't have calluses, so he doesn't seem like someone who knows martial arts. Why is he so skilled?
Smack. Lin Hui looked at the protruding semicircle and slapped it. You lecherous thief, let me go. Li Wanxian looked ashamed and indignant. Slap, slap.
Lin Hui slapped him twice more.
You resort to violence without saying a word. Who taught you that habit? Bastard, I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill you. Li Wanxian's eyes were blazing with anger. She was furious. She had never been humiliated like this before. Do you still want to know the Empress's whereabouts?
Lin Hui leaned close to her ear and teased her.
This woman is really reckless. She attacked without even saying a word. If she's not taught a lesson, she'll definitely take advantage of him.
Upon hearing this, Li Wanxian immediately stopped struggling and looked anxiously at Lin Hui.
You know? Tell me quickly, where is His Majesty? Is he in danger? Beg me.
Lin Hui looked at the cold and beautiful woman with a half smile.
You. Li Wanxian gritted her teeth in anger.
But since it concerned the safety of Her Majesty the Empress, she hesitated for 2 seconds before pleading with a wronged expression, "Please, tell me where Her Majesty the Empress is." He looked so wronged, and quite pitiful. But in his heart, he had already cursed Lin Hui hundreds of times.
You bastard, you lecher. Once I find Her Majesty the Empress, I'll castrate you first and then kill you. Li Wanxian thought viciously. She had never suffered such humiliation since becoming Feng Qingwu's intelligence chief.
Lin Hui had no idea what she was thinking. Looking at Li Wanxian's shapely figure, he wanted to train her a little more.
But now is clearly not the time. He released Li Wanxian's hand and sat back down in his chair.
Li Wanxian glared fiercely at Lin Hui, knowing she was no match for him, so she stopped making a move and sat down opposite him.
Can we talk about it now?
Lin Hui slowly picked up his teacup and took a sip, whetting Li Wanquan's appetite. They are at my house now, they are safe, you can rest assured. Seeing that Li Wanqian was already impatient and wanted to make a move again, Lin Hui slowly spoke.
Hearing that Feng Qingwu was safe, Li Wanqian breathed a sigh of relief.
She was afraid that something might happen to Her Majesty the Empress.
Then take me there quickly. Li Wanqian couldn't wait to get up.
Wait a minute, Lin Hui said, raising his hand to stop him.
Don't you know that this fragrant pavilion is under surveillance? Are you taking me there because you're afraid the Empress won't die quickly enough, and you want to lure the enemy there?
Li Wanqian was stunned for a moment.
She never expected that Piaxianglu had already been targeted.
As the head of intelligence for the Empress, this was indeed somewhat incompetent. However, this was mainly because she had sent out all the experts to search for Feng Qingwu, which led to such a major oversight.
How do you know all this? Li Wanqian looked at Lin Hui warily. Lin Hui's appearance is too strange. He is strong and knows a lot of things. Could this be some kind of conspiracy?
Lin Hui glanced at her speechlessly. If I really wanted to do something to you, do you think your martial arts skills could stop me?
Li Wanqian thought about it and agreed.
She has no other choice now. Without information from Her Majesty the Empress, we have no choice but to trust Lin Hui.
Tell me, what do you want me to do?
Since Lin Hui revealed that he was being followed outside, he must have a way to escape. Lin Hui's lips curled up slightly.
He brazenly looked Li Wanqian up and down. What you up to? Li Wanqian suddenly had a bad feeling. Go change into a girl's clothes, I'm going to redeem you from your servitude.
Lin Hui laughed and said, oh, right, we also need to prepare the indenture.
You!
Li Wanqian gritted her teeth in anger. This man not only made her pretend to be a prostitute, but he also wanted her indenture. To make the performance more convincing, so as not to arouse suspicion.
You wouldn't want Her Majesty the Empress to be targeted, would you?
Lin Hui said with a half smile.
Okay, I'll go prepare it right away.
After Li Wanqian finished speaking fiercely, she went out to make preparations. After waiting for a while, Li Wanqian appeared in front of Lin Hui dressed as a courtesan. To avoid attracting attention, she even disguised herself.
Let's go.
She coldly uttered a sentence, then suppressed her displeasure and grabbed Lin Hui's arm. Lin Hui laughed and put his arm around her waist.
Madam, I want to redeem Qiu Xiang from her servitude. The madam knew it was all an act, so she laughed along.
Oh, young master, you are truly generous. As she spoke, she deliberately led Lin Hui downstairs to process his release from prison.
Li Wanqian no longer had a cold demeanor.
She was now holding Lin Hui's arm, her face filled with joy and relief, and she even shed a few tears of excitement, perfectly portraying a woman who had been fortunate enough to be redeemed. Lin Hui couldn't help but think to himself, it's such a waste that someone with such acting skills isn't acting. To the three people keeping watch in the hall, this scene didn't seem particularly unusual.
Lin Hui swaggered out of Piaoxiang Tower with Li Wanqian.
As he reached the door, he deliberately took out the indenture and waved it in front of Li Wanqian.
Young lady, you are mine now, so you'd better serve me well from now on. Li Wanqian was very unhappy.
But on the surface, they still pretended to be happy and compliant.
Don't worry, sir, I will serve you well from now on.
Lin Hui pinched her cheek, laughed heartily, and led her away.
To the person keeping watch, this scene was nothing out of the ordinary.
They were sent to keep an eye on the mastermind behind Piaxianglu, not a courtesan who had been fortunate enough to be redeemed.
So after Lin Hui and his group left the county, these people didn't react at all. Of course, none of this is a coincidence. It wasn't luck either.
Rather, it is Lin Hui's ability to see the future. He saw a successful future in Li Wanqian, which is why he did it. Otherwise, he would definitely have chosen a different approach and wouldn't have brought trouble upon himself.
As for his purpose in doing these things,
one reason was that he wanted to experience what it was like to conquer the Empress.
The second one is also for completing the main quest.
There are two ways to be granted land and made a king, one is by imperial decree, and the other is to raise an army and then declare oneself king. The Empress was at his house, the one in front was obviously simpler. If he could complete the main quest quickly, he wouldn't have to go through all that trouble. Lin Hui and Li Wanqian returned to Lingjia village without incident.
Husband, who is this younger sister? Zhao Wanqing looked at Li Wanqian with some confusion. Could it be that her husband has married another woman?
But considering Lin Hui's powerful waist strength, it doesn't seem so strange that he would marry a wife. She was a maid I bought.
Lin Hui took out the indenture and waved it in front of Li Wanxian, teasingly saying, "Right, my little maid?"
Li Wanxian glared at Lin Hui fiercely, then ignored him and ran into the house. Lin Hui said the empress was at his house, and since she wasn't in the outer courtyard, she must be inside.
"Your Majesty, I am late." Seeing Feng Qingwu lying weakly on the bed, Li Wanxian immediately knelt down in self-reproach. "Wanxian, what brings you here?" Feng Qingwu looked pleasantly surprised. Chapter 79 Imperial Marriage. Li Wanxian briefly recounted the events. "You mean Lin Hui contacted you on his own initiative?" Feng Qingwu's expression was complicated after hearing this. "Are you trying to guess my identity again?"
Lin Hui leaned lazily against the bedroom doorframe. The eyes of Feng Qingwu and the other two immediately fell on him. Feng Qingwu narrowed his eyes slightly. She had never met such a mysterious person as Lin Hui before. All she could see about him was a fog of mystery. Not only did he know her identity, but he also knew there was an ambush in the county town, and even that Li Wanxian was her intelligence chief and possessed formidable martial arts skills. This made her suspect that Lin Hui might have a powerful force behind him. Her being brought here was also arranged by this force. "Stop guessing, I'm just an ordinary farmer, the kind who has to go to serve in the military in a month." Seeing the increasingly complicated look in Feng Qingwu's eyes, Lin Hui could only offer a casual explanation.
But Feng Qingwu would never believe that now. "Which faction do you belong to, Your Excellency? And what do you intend to gain from me?"
Feng Qingwu leaned against the headboard, her face somewhat weak, but her eyes were sharp, and she exuded the aura of a superior.
"I don't want much, just a fiefdom and the title of king."
Lin Hui smiled casually and stated his purpose. There's nothing wrong with saying this, especially now that Feng Qingwu has developed doubts about him.
Feng Qingwu's expression was solemn.
She hadn't expected Lin Hui to have such great ambitions.
Granting a fiefdom and the title of king means being a powerful prince who controls both the army and the territory.
But these words made her feel much more relaxed. She wouldn't dare use a completely mysterious person or force that helps her without expecting anything in return.
There is no such thing as a free lunch. Not seeking reward only leads to greater ambitions.
You are not a member of the royal family, so it is impossible to be made a king easily.
You need to have enough merits, otherwise it will be difficult to win the support of the people," Feng Qingwu said in a deep voice.
Lin Hui was speechless. So it seemed he still had to go to the army. "However, I can guarantee that if you establish enough merit, I will promote you quickly and will not be stingy with military positions." Fearing that Lin Hui might be persuaded to leave, Feng Qingwu added,
"You know how to make empty promises."
Lin Hui couldn't help but complain. Feng Qingwu didn't know what drawing a cake meant, but judging from Lin Hui's expression, he didn't seem very satisfied.
After careful consideration, she realized that the political situation was unclear and she desperately needed a powerful ally like Lin Hui. Therefore, we must find a way to win them over. But right now she doesn't have any impressive rewards to offer.
At that moment, she glanced at Mu Feishuang beside her and immediately had an idea. "If you are willing to help me, I can grant you a marriage and marry General Feishuang to you." Mu Feishuang was her personal guard general, who had followed her since childhood, and they were very close. Her decision to marry Mu Feishuang to Lin Hui was also a way of making her stance clear. Mu Feishuang's expression froze, and she looked at Feng Qingwu in surprise. She never expected that Feng Qingwu would bestow a marriage upon her at this time.
However, considering her current situation, she understood the Empress's thoughts. "Your Majesties will be obeyed." Mu Feishuang readily agreed.
As the Empress's personal guard general, she failed to protect Her Majesty and was therefore guilty. Being able to help His Majesty now can be considered as redeeming oneself through meritorious service.
She glanced at Lin Hui, who was leaning lazily against the door.
The image of Lin Hui instantly killing the tiger with a single move came to mind. And then there was that terrifying waist strength from last night. As a military general, she also admired the strong. Therefore, marrying a strong person like Lin Hui doesn't seem like such a bad deal. Lin Hui was of course aware of Feng Qingwu's thoughts. With such a beautiful and handsome wife, of course he doesn't mind.
"But I already have 4 wives. I wonder if General Mu would mind." Mu Feishuang was stunned for a moment.
Of course she minded. She was, after all, the Empress's personal guard general.
"But what can we do now? Could we possibly ask Lin Hui to divorce him?" "I don't mind.
With a sigh, she could only accept the status quo. Lin Hui smirked.
Why not take a wife that's being given away for free? Then thank you very much, Your Majesty.
He nodded lazily. I will do everything in my power to help Your Majesty return to the palace. Only after receiving Lin Hui's promise did Feng Qingwu feel somewhat relieved. She then turned to look at Li Wanxian.
Wanxian, what exactly happened? Who attacked me?
Li Wanxian immediately knelt on one knee, clasped her hands, and reported, Your Majesty, the attackers were the Canlong army, subordinates of the dynasty. The Canlong army seemed to have known His Majesty's route in advance and set up an ambush. When General Feishuang sent the signal, the imperial guards wanted to arrive immediately, but they were ambushed by the Canlong army, resulting in the annihilation of the entire army. Right now, Your Majesty can only mobilize a dozen or so of my personal guards.
Feng Qingwu's face immediately turned cold.
Her movements were highly confidential, only the eldest prince and the prime minister knew them in the court. The eldest prince was the child of her elder brother. Her elder brother was assassinated during the struggle for the throne, and Feng Qingwu felt that the country could not be without a crown prince, so she made him the prince.
Perhaps this ambush was carried out by one of them.
What chilled her to the bone was that the person who set the ambush was actually able to mobilize the Canlong army. Wang Chao was the commander of the Canlong army, with as many as 300,000 soldiers under his command. If the dynasty were to rebel, De Yuan would likely be plunged into a civil war. The situation was so tense that she had to return to the palace as soon as possible to take charge. At the same time, the people in the court who wanted to harm her were identified.
Lin Hui, can you escort me back to the palace? Feng Qingwu looked at Lin Hui expectantly.
Lin Hui did not answer, but instead used his ability to see the future to look at Feng Qingwu's future. There will be 2 crises on the way back to the palace, but neither is a big problem.
No problem, I can help you.
Lin Hui nodded decisively. Seeing this, Feng Qingwu finally had some confidence in returning to the palace.
We'll talk about returning to the palace when you can walk again. Right now, you should rest and recuperate.
Lin Hui waved his hand, ignoring the 3 of them, and walked straight out of the room.
Your Majesty, is he trustworthy? Li Wanxian looked solemnly at Lin Hui's departing figure.
Now we have no choice but to trust him.
Feng Qingwu sighed. At least for now, he seems to have no ill intentions towards me. She then looked at Mu Feishuang and said, It's just that you've been wronged, Feishuang.
Mu Feishuang quickly replied, It is my honor to be able to share Your Majesty's burdens.
I have no grievances whatsoever. Feng Qingwu nodded, his gaze gradually becoming deep.
She married Mu Feishuang to Lin Hui in order to gain Lin Hui's help. But at the same time, she also hoped to use Mu Feishuang to bind Lin Hui and make him work for her. A mysterious and capable person like Lin Hui is definitely a good weapon. She just hadn't considered that a knife can sometimes hurt others, and sometimes it can hurt itself. Lin Hui will not be manipulated by others, especially not by a woman. Of course, if he could win over this empress, he wouldn't mind helping Feng Qingwu secure the throne. Lin Hui walked out of the house and into the courtyard. Zhao Wanqing and her 3 daughters were busy with housework. He didn't disturb them, but simply moved a stool over and leisurely lay down in the yard. But before they could rest for even a short while, a familiar female voice suddenly came from outside the courtyard.
Excuse me, is this Lin Hui's home?
Lin Hui opened his eyes and saw Zhao Xiaohua holding a package, asking her questions cautiously.
Chapter 80 Escort.
Zhao Wanqing and the other 3 women stopped what they were doing and looked out of the courtyard. Seeing so many women in Zhao Xiaohua's courtyard, her heart skipped a beat, and a look of hesitation appeared on her face. Lin Hui was somewhat curious. Why is this beautiful widow here with him?
Come in.
Lin Hui stood up, and only then did Zhao Xiaohua notice him. Zhao Xiaohua glanced at Zhao Wanqing and the other 3 women, feeling somewhat hesitant, but considering her current situation, she gritted her teeth and walked into the courtyard.
Lin Hui, can you take me in? I'll do anything for you.
As soon as Zhao Xiaohua arrived in front of Lin Hui, she knelt down and pleaded with him. Lin Hui was stunned for a moment.
What's going on here? He did help Zhao Xiaohua out of a predicament, but surely not to the point of offering himself in return?
Besides, she's already married, although she's a widow now.
Stand up and speak first.
Lin Hui helped her up.
Don't you have a home? Why are you here?
Upon hearing this question, Zhao Xiaohua immediately looked aggrieved. I was kicked out by my in-laws' brothers. They said I was a curse that caused the deaths of my parents-in-law and husband S family, and they won't let me continue living there.
My family doesn't want me either, and I'm homeless now.
At this point, Zhao Xiaohua pleaded, please take me in.
I can really do anything. I can do laundry, cook, and work in the fields.
Yesterday, Lin Hui said that Zhao Xiaohua could come to him if she encountered any problems, and she had no other choice but to come. Looking at Zhao Xiaohua, who was crying with tears streaming down her face,
Lin Hui felt overwhelmed by the benefits. He absolutely adores male-oriented action dramas.
He used to have to resort to some tricks to conquer them.
But now, beautiful women are all flocking to him. This feeling of happiness is simply amazing. After hearing Zhao Xiaohua's story, the 4 women, including Zhao Wanqing, gathered around.
My lord, this little sister is so pitiful, why don't we keep her here? Zhao Wanqing couldn't help but speak up to persuade her.
That's right, my husband. She's already homeless.
If you don't take her in, she might meet with some misfortune.
Husband, please take this sister in.
With your abilities, it shouldn't be a problem. All 4 women spoke up to persuade him. Lin Hui hadn't intended to refuse, and now he was even more inclined to go along with it.
Okay, then stay. He nodded, it's just that my room is a bit small, you'll have to squeeze in at night. No problem, I don't mind, as long as I have a place to stay.
Zhao Xiaohua was deeply grateful. Compared to being homeless and living on the streets, having a place to live is already a blessing.
To prove that he can do the work, Zhao Xiaohua immediately took on tasks upon arrival, which did indeed evoke some pity. Lin Hui watched Zhao Xiaohua's busy figure and couldn't help but stroke his chin.
The bed in the bedroom needs to be expanded. 5 people were already cramped, and with 1 more, it's not enough. He immediately found the village carpenter and upgraded the wooden bed. Seeing this, Zhao Wanqing and the other 3 girls guessed Lin Hui's thoughts, and their pretty faces all blushed slightly. Zhao Xiaohua seemed to have thought of something as well, and her expression became somewhat complicated. But when she remembered the scene of Lin Hui standing up for her, she immediately stopped worrying. She had already made preparations before coming to Lin Hui's place. However, Feng Qinggu and the other 2 women cursed Lin Hui in their hearts as shameless and lecherous.
Mu Feishuan looked even more displeased.
Lin Hui already had 4 wives, and then the empress married her to him, making him 5 wives in total.
But that wasn't enough. Lin Hui actually brought another one along, who was utterly lewd and a pervert.
She cursed Lin Hui in her mind all afternoon.
Unfortunately, this was of no use.
After dinner, Lin Hui pulled Zhao Xiaohua into the bedroom. Bastard, filthy, shameless. The thought of her fiancé enjoying himself beside her made Mu Feishuan grit her teeth in anger.
Feng Qinggu looked displeased.
Since Lin Hui knew she was the empress, he still dared to do that kind of thing right next to her.
This is a complete disregard for her. Or perhaps it was intentional. Hateful.
If she didn't need Lin Hui's help, she would have really wanted to castrate him. Li Wanxian stood by, feeling a surge of resentment in her heart. Lin Hui is simply a scoundrel. Not only did he steal her indenture, but he also deceived so many other women. Of course, that contract of servitude had no binding force on her whatsoever at most, it was just a dark chapter in her history.
For the next few days, it was the same every night.
When Feng Qinggu and Mu Feishuan were finally able to walk, they both had dark circles under their eyes and looked even more haggard than when they were injured.
Oh, it looks like your injuries are almost healed.
When Lin Hui returned from hunting in the mountains, he saw the 3 women strolling in the courtyard and couldn't help but tease them.
Mu Feishuan snorted coldly and turned her head away. Li Wanxian looked at Lin Hui with the eyes of someone looking at a pervert.
Although Feng Qinggu was also very unhappy, as the empress, she was still able to control her emotions. I must thank Zhao Wanqing and the others for taking care of me these past 2 days. She first expressed her gratitude before getting to the point. I wonder when Mr. Lin plans to escort me back to the palace?
Tomorrow.
Lin Hui glanced at the 2 who were still walking unsteadily. He also needs to make some preparations.
I've already arranged a carriage. We'll set off once your injuries have healed a bit more.
After saying that, he went to process the prey he had caught.
Your Majesty, can we really trust him? Li Wanxian still looked at Lin Hui's back with some distrust.
If he wanted to harm me, I would have died long ago, so he can be trusted.
Feng Qinggu remained calm.
It wasn't that she truly trusted Lin Hui, it was simply that she had no other people she could trust right now. If she can successfully return to the capital, she will be able to mobilize the Imperial Guards and restore stability to the city.
The next morning,
Lin Hui brought a carriage and had Feng Qingwu and the other two women get in.
The coachman was Li Wanquan's man. Lin Hui had asked her to arrange it beforehand. My husband, please be careful when you are out.
Zhao Wancheng and the other four women looked concerned.
You all need to be good at home. Your husband will be back soon.
Lin Hui smiled and waved his hand. He had already foreseen the futures of several women. During his absence, the girls will not encounter any trouble. Otherwise, he really wouldn't feel comfortable leaving the girls at home. After saying goodbye, Lin Hui asked the coachman to drive the carriage, and he got inside.
This is just a civilian carriage, and the interior space is not large.
The four of them huddled together, and the atmosphere was somewhat somber.
Mr. Lin, do you think we can get back to the capital smoothly?
After driving for about an hour, Feng Qingwu spoke first, trying to ease the atmosphere in the car and also wanting to know Lin Hui's plan.
Of course, with me here.
Lin Hui waved his hand casually, then looked at Mu Feishuang. More than that, what I care about is, Feishuang, when are you planning to marry me?
Mu Feishuang got angry as soon as she heard this.
Lin Hui has been partying every night for the past few nights, and she, his fiancée, is being forced to eavesdrop.
What kind of situation is this? However, since the marriage was bestowed by His Majesty, she could not disobey. After I escort His Majesty back to the palace safely, I will be your wife.
As a military officer, her answer was quite decisive. Of course, there's another point. After listening to him for the past few days, she discovered that Lin Hui's waist strength is truly impressive, and she's even considering testing it herself. Lin Hui's lips curled up slightly.
Another wife is about to be won over. He glanced at Feng Qingwu and Li Wanxian. Who's next? But before that, he had to show off his skills to put these three women at ease. Just then, the carriage suddenly stopped. Boss, there's a military checkpoint ahead. I don't know what they're checking.
The carriage opened its mouth to explain the situation. Upon hearing this, Feng Qingwu and the other two women's expressions immediately changed. Lin Hui, however, revealed a confident smile.
Chapter 81 Breaking Through the Outpost. My dear wife Feishuang, lend me your sword for a moment.
Lin Hui reached out to Mu Feishuang to ask for it.
Mu Feishuang frowned slightly. That's a very flippant way to address Lin Hui.
However, she did not refuse and handed the sword to Lin Hui.
What you up to?
Feng Qingwu was somewhat puzzled. Lin Hui slightly drew his sword. Of course it's to kill people, otherwise how can we get through? After saying that, he lifted the carriage curtain and stepped down from the carriage. The expressions of Feng Qingwu and the other two women immediately changed.
Has he gone mad? Li Wanxian looked incredulous.
Mu Feishuang glanced at the situation outside through the carriage curtain.
There are at least 100 people at the checkpoint. How dare Lin Hui do this? Does he really think he can kill hundreds of people all by himself? Your Majesty, we must leave immediately.
Mu Feishuang said with a solemn expression, if we get surrounded, it will be very difficult to escape.
Feng Qingwu frowned deeply. She didn't know what Lin Hui wanted to do, or rather, she didn't know how Lin Hui was going to do it. She didn't believe Lin Hui really wanted to go through the checkpoint alone. Even seasoned generals would find it difficult to fight against 100 men without the aid of warhorses and armor. Let's wait and see, perhaps Mr. Lin's men are already lying in ambush around here. After a brief moment of thought, Feng Qingwu decided to remain on the sidelines.
This also gives her a chance to see what kind of power Lin Hui has behind him.
However, the result was unexpected by everyone.
Lin Hui, alone with his sword, charged towards the hundreds of soldiers. He actually charged forward all by himself.
Li Wanquan's eyes widened. Is this guy an idiot?
Wait, such strength. Mu Feishuang suddenly spoke, her eyes showing shock.
Even Feng Qingwu's eyes showed amazement.
Lin Hui, alone with his sword, charged into the outpost as if it were empty. With each step a fatal blow, every strike deadly, Lin Hui would never strike the same person a second time.
Because no one can withstand his sword strike and survive.
His combat strength of 51 points is 5 times that of elite veterans, so killing these ordinary soldiers is as easy as cutting melons and vegetables.
Monster, monster, run.
In just a few minutes, hundreds of soldiers were killed, leaving only a dozen or so. Seeing the blood and corpses all over the ground, they were terrified and scattered in all directions. In no time, the outpost was empty. Lin Hui casually sheathed his sword and returned to the carriage. He lifted the carriage curtain and took a look. The three women, including Feng Qing, all looked at Lin Hui with eyes that seemed to regard him as a pervert. He fought against 100 opponents, routing them all while remaining unscathed. This force is simply terrifying. Sit tight, it's going to be very bumpy. Lin Hui gave a casual instruction and then told the groom to spur the horse and rush past the checkpoint. Before Feng Qinggu and the other two women could recover from their shock, they felt the carriage jolting as it sped along. Feng Qinggu was very uncomfortable from the jolting, and her complexion looked rather pale. Lin Hui, slow down, you'll hurt Her Majesty's health if you do that. Li Wanxian quickly replied. Lin Hui sat beside the carriage, a playful smile on his lips. If you want to return to the capital smoothly, then keep quiet. Li Wanxian was immediately dissatisfied. But before she could speak, Feng Qinggu stopped her. It's all right, I can manage. Upon hearing this, Li Wanxian could only swallow back what she wanted to say. Lin Hui's lips curled up slightly. At least this empress wasn't being unreasonable, otherwise he wouldn't mind abandoning them. Having just killed so many soldiers at the outpost, the fleeing soldiers will soon spread the news of this place. Before long, a large number of pursuers will arrive. He can fight 100 men, but not 1,000. If he were to be surrounded by a large army, he would only be able to protect himself at best. Fortunately, this empress wasn't stupid. The carriage sped along for about 10 minutes before arriving at a small river. Okay, let's stop. Lin Hui signaled the coachman to stop. Mr. Lin, why did you stop? Feng Qinggu was somewhat puzzled. Let's get off the bus, we need to change our mode of transportation. Lin Hui looked towards the riverbank, where a small boat had been waiting for a long time, and an old fisherman dozing off at the bow. Feng Qinggu lifted the carriage curtain and stepped down. Mr. Lin, did you prepare that ship? She also noticed the small boats on the riverbank. Who else could it be? Lin Hui shrugged. Let's go, this boat can take us to the vicinity of the capital. Without hesitation, Feng Qinggu led Mu Feishuang and the other two women onto the ship. Lin Hui looked at the coachman. Keep running forward and don't look back. If you get caught, you should know what to do. The coachman nodded silently. He was recruited by Li Wanxian. He was an intelligence agent and also a suicide bomber. Only after resolving his worries did Lin Hui board the small boat. Mr. Lin, you knew about the checkpoint there all along, and you were prepared to travel by water? After the ship set sail, Feng Qinggu couldn't help but ask the question that had been on her mind. You told the groom to keep running forward just now, was it to confuse the pursuers and buy time? Mu Feishuan also shared her conjecture. I didn't expect you to be so intelligent. Li Wanxian gave a somewhat arrogant compliment. Lin Hui simply smiled faintly. You shouldn't be too happy yet, there's still another calamity waiting for us ahead. Feng Qinggu frowned slightly. Mr. Lin, what kind of calamity are you referring to? Lin Hui glanced at Mu Feishuan. There is a traitor in the Imperial Guard. If you contact the Imperial Guard, you will be ambushed and killed immediately. This time, the enemy has sent out martial arts masters who are most skilled in assassination. You should be prepared. Feng Qingwu's expression froze. The person behind it all had even infiltrated her personal guards. When I get back this time, I must make a proper overhaul. Mr. Lin, if we don't contact the Imperial Guards and have Wanxian send out secret guards to protect us, can we avoid this calamity? Mu Feishuang expressed her thoughts. None of my secret guards can infiltrate me, Li Wanxian said confidently. Can your secret guards hold off 5,000 Imperial Guards? Lin Hui asked calmly. What do you mean? Li Wanxian frowned. The secret guards have been targeted for a long time. As soon as they make a move, they will be locked on. At that time, the traitors in the Imperial Guard will lead 5,000 soldiers to shoot you dead with arrows under the pretext of suppressing the rebellion. At that time, you won't even have the chance to reveal your identities. Lin Hui remained extremely calm. This was the result of his first glimpse into Feng Qingwu's future. The situation I just mentioned, being surrounded and killed by martial arts masters, is the future we are facing now. The future is constantly changing. Lin Hui could change the outcome simply by adjusting the timeline. Rather than facing 5,000 elite archers, he would naturally choose to confront the assassination attempt by a martial arts master. At least in this future, he knows all the assassination locations and strengths of those masters. Mr. Lin, how do you know all this? Feng Qingwu's eyes showed suspicion. These things didn't happen. You seem to be able to foresee the future. Mu Feishuang and Li Wanxian both looked at Lin Hui with suspicion. They also wanted to know how Lin Hui knew all this.
Chapter 82. I won't allow anyone to show off in front of me. Heavenly secrets must not be revealed.
Lin Hui smiled mysteriously and immediately fell asleep. Feng Qingwu looked at Lin Hui with a complicated expression. The more she learned about Lin Hui, the more mysterious he seemed. Could Lin Hui really be a prophet? She really wanted to know, but Lin Hui clearly didn't want to say, so even if she forced him to ask, she probably wouldn't get an answer. So she closed her eyes to rest and stopped asking questions. Although she didn't ask, she thought of another way. Regardless, she had to bring such a mysterious and powerful talent as Lin Hui under her wing. On the other side, the coachman, after traveling at full speed for half a day, was finally blocked by several hundred cavalrymen who had arrived. This carriage forced its way through the checkpoint and killed our soldiers. It must be a spy from the enemy country. Charge forward and kill them all. The cavalry commander pointed at the carriage and gave the order to silence the witnesses. Seeing that he couldn't dodge, the coachman decisively drew a dagger from his pocket and plunged it into his own heart. The soldier quickly dismounted to check. Report, there's no one in the carriage. The cavalry commander's eyes turned cold. They actually managed to escape. No, we must send this message back to the capital as soon as possible. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. After a series of close calls, Lin Hui finally escorted Feng Qingwu and the other 2 women to the vicinity of the imperial city.
Following Lin Hui's instructions, Mu Feishuan contacted the imperial guards.
There was only one traitor in the imperial guard. Upon learning the news, the other imperial guard generals immediately led their troops to protect the emperor. However, an assassination attempt awaited Lin Hui and his group on their way there.
You all stay inside and don't come out.
Lin Hui found a dilapidated temple and let Feng Qingwu and the other 2 women go inside. He stood quietly at the door, sword in hand.
In no time, hundreds of masked assassins slowly emerged from the surrounding woods.
Inside the dilapidated temple, Feng Qingwu and his companions saw the assassins through the cracks in the doors and windows.
He actually guessed right. Li Wanchuan's expression was solemn.
She and Mu Feishuan tightly protected Feng Qingwu behind them. If Lin Hui cannot stop these assassins, they will surely protect Her Majesty the Empress with their lives.
Feng Qingwu wasn't that nervous.
At this moment, she displayed the composure of an empress, and did not panic despite being attacked by a master assassin. Moreover, she believed that Lin Hui, who had foreseen this situation, would be able to resolve this trouble.
The target should be inside. The assassin leader coldly looked at the dilapidated temple. Kill them all, leave no one alive. As soon as he gave the order, hundreds of assassins rushed towards Lin Hui. I never imagined that my trip to the ancient world would allow me to play the role of a peerless swordsman.
Lin Hui's lips curled up slightly. These assassins all had at least 12 or 13 points of combat strength, with the leader reaching 17 points. In the martial arts world, this would be considered a top-tier master. The combined attack of such a powerful group far surpassed the earlier attack by the sentry post soldiers in terms of sheer force. But none of this affected Lin Hui. In the world of short dramas, he's not even afraid of death, so how could he possibly be afraid of a group of assassins? Moreover, he is very confident in his abilities. Mu Feishuan's expression was solemn, and a hint of worry was visible in her eyes. Her combat skill level is around 18, which makes her a top-tier expert. However, if she were to face an attack from so many experts, she would have no chance of winning. This is not a martial arts world. No matter how strong an individual is, their strength is ultimately limited and cannot overcome a large number of people. Li Wanxian shared the same concerns. Although she often distrusted Lin Hui, that was a basic quality of an intelligence chief. Lin Hui has proven his strength and stance during this period. She had actually accepted Lin Hui's existence long ago. The assassin's first attack came quickly. The first attacks came from various hidden weapons and ranged attacks. Lin Hui, alone with his sword, blocked all the hidden weapons. Upon seeing this, the leader of the assassin's eyes showed a solemn expression. The opponent is also a master. This assassination attempt might be a bit troublesome. But no matter what, the mission must be completed. Go all out. The assassin leader gave the order in a deep voice. All the assassins immediately swarmed in and attacked. Lin Hui smiled faintly, and the long sword in his hand moved. It was still a one-step one-kill routine, without any unnecessary movements. Even when facing attacks from more than a dozen assassins at the same time, he remained calm and composed, his figure graceful and ethereal, like a celestial being. He watched as the killer charged at him, and died quickly. The eyes of Feng Qingwu and the other 2 women widened even more.
Lin Hui's strength once again refreshed their understanding.
Such graceful and agile movements.
Li Wanxian couldn't help but murmur to herself.
What a sharp sword. Mu Feishuang's eyes grew brighter and brighter, and her gaze toward Lin Hui carried a hint of admiration.
This is her future husband, he's incredibly strong. Feng Qingwu remained silent.
But she had already made up her mind to bring Lin Hui under her command.
If she could have Lin Hui's personal protection, who in the world could assassinate her?
While the three were still marveling at the battle, the fight outside had already come to an end.
Lin Hui unleashed his final sword strikes, severing the assassin's neck. He looked down at the sword in his hand.
After continuous battles, the swords were somewhat dull and chipped.
You are very strong. The assassin leader stared coldly at Lin Hui. But your sword is already broken, can you still be my match?
As he spoke, he drew the sharp blade from his waist. However, the next moment, Lin Hui suddenly threw the broken sword in his hand at him.
With immense force, the broken sword pierced the assassin leader's heart in an instant. How could that be?
The assassin leader stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Lin Hui gave him a disdainful look. I don't allow anyone to show off in front of me.
I will not allow anyone to show off in front of me. After saying that, he turned around gracefully and walked into the dilapidated temple. The three women, Feng Qingwu, looked at Lin Hui with amazement. Those hundreds of experts were not the same as the hundreds of ordinary soldiers from before.
However, when facing Lin Hui, they were still easily killed as if they were cutting melons and vegetables.
Mr. Lin, just how powerful are you? Feng Qingwu couldn't help but ask. Mu Feishuang and Li Wanxian looked at Lin Hui with anticipation and admiration.
He's only a tiny bit stronger than a top-tier expert, Lin Hui said casually. However, Feng Qingwu and the other two women did not understand the 1 billion points joke. They thought Lin Hui meant 1 point.
Mr. Lin is very modest. Feng Qingwu was somewhat disappointed. It seemed Lin Hui had no intention of revealing his secrets.
Mu Feishuang and Li Wanxian were thinking to themselves, if your strength is only slightly better, then all the top masters in the martial arts world must be just ordinary nobodies.
Even a top expert like Mu Feishuang wouldn't have the confidence to withstand Lin Hui's sword strike. Alright, my mission is over.
Lin Hui turned to look outside the dilapidated temple. Your Majesty, and my wife Feishuang, don't forget our agreement. After saying that, he tossed a note to Feng Qingwu and turned to leave with a flourish.
Mr. Lin. Feng Qingwu reached out her hand, trying to stop her. But just then, the sound of horses' hooves rang out. A large number of imperial guards rushed over from a distance. Lin Hui glanced at it casually before disappearing into the mountains and forests. Feng Qingwu knew that since Lin Hui had chosen to leave, there was no way to stop him. Wanxian, you will follow Mr. Lin and stay by his side from now on. And report the situation at any time. Feng Qingwu spoke in a deep voice. Chapter 83 Enlistment. Mu Feishuang watched Li Wanxuan's retreating figure with a complicated expression. If possible, she would like to be the one to leave with Lin Hui. But she knew that Her Majesty the Empress needed her protection more now. With Feng Qingwu's return, those behind the scenes in the court will inevitably try to make things difficult. Feng Qingwu glanced at Mu Feishuang. Feishuang, once the situation in the court stabilizes, I will personally officiate your wedding. This was part of her strategy to win over Mu Feishuang, and partly to bind Lin Hui, a powerful figure. Thank you, Your Majesty. Mu Feishuang was indeed excited and clasped her hands in thanks. Feng Qingwu nodded, and then opened the note Lin Hui had given her. The traitor is Yang Zaixiong. Those 6 short words sent a shiver down Feng Qingwu's spine. This Yang Zaixiong is the second commander of the Imperial Guards, second only to Mu Feishuang. But unexpectedly, the traitor was him. Lin Hui had little interest in the bloody power struggles within the palace. His main objective was to be granted land and become a king, not to rise to the rank of a subject. Joining the army is what he should do. As for taking down the Empress, that will take time. The Empress is not so easy to deal with. At least until he gains control of the military, the Empress will not treat him as an equal. Naturally, there's no way to talk about getting it sorted out. Why did you follow me here? Aren't you going to protect your Empress? Lin Hui glanced at Li Wanxian beside him, somewhat surprised. His Majesty ordered me to follow you and obey your commands. Li Wanxian snorted coldly, but don't even think about getting any funny ideas. Although she admired Lin Hui's martial prowess to some extent, she was even more aware of his lecherous nature. Lin Hui's lips curled up slightly. Women are just like that, saying one thing and meaning another. It's okay, we can train him slowly.
Of course, he also knew that Feng Qingwu's purpose in sending Li Wanxian to his side was nothing more than to monitor and gather intelligence on him.
The journey back was smooth and uneventful, without any trouble.
4 days later, he returned to Linjia village.
My ladies, I'm back.
Lin Hui stood outside the courtyard, watching his 5 wives busy with housework, and shouted happily. Zhao Wancheng and her 5 friends immediately surrounded her with joy.
My husband, you're finally back.
I've missed you so much these past few days while you were gone.
Are you hungry, my husband? I'll go make you some food now. The 5 women immediately showed their concern. Lin Hui laughed loudly, picked up Zhao Wanqing, and ran into the house.
My ladies, I've missed you terribly these past few days.
Come with me back to the house and ease my longing.
Upon hearing this, the other women's eyes lit up with anticipation.
Pa, you filthy, pervert, shameless. Li Wanxian angrily launched into a tirade of curses.
That bastard actually tried to do that kind of thing right in front of her.
Besides, it's not even dark yet. Are you really that impatient? She was furious, unaware of the mental torment she was about to endure.
The music that would inevitably play every night made her feel extremely uncomfortable. Finally, 2 days before the January deadline, Li Wanxian couldn't resist and sneaked into Lin Hui and the other's bedroom in the dark.
Congratulations, host.
Li Wanchuan's favorability towards you has increased to 100%. Ding, detected that the host has added 1 wife combat strength increased by 3 points. With the information provided by Zhao Xiaohua, Lin Hui's current combat strength is 54 points.
He glanced at Li Wanxian, who had a satisfied look on her face. I didn't expect it to be so easy to win. As expected of a male-oriented action drama, the strategy guide is incredibly easy, a complete speedrun for beginners. Actually, this wasn't too abrupt.
Lin Hui's martial arts skills had long made Li Wanxian admire him, and she was also suffering mental torture every night, so it was normal that she couldn't take it anymore. Lin Hui only slightly used his iron waist ability to completely subdue this arrogant intelligence chief. Lin Hui, His Majesty has instructed me to report your information to her regularly.
What should I do? The next day, Li Wanxian confessed her purpose. Just give her normal feedback.
If there's anything I don't want her to know, I'll tell you. Lin Hui casually lifted her chin and laughed.
Li Wanxian did not dodge, but instead took the opportunity to kiss Lin Hui's lips. Okay, whatever you say.
A meaningful smile appeared on Lin Hui's lips. If Feng Qingwu knew that the intelligence chief she sent to monitor had been captured by Lin Hui, I wonder what kind of expression she would have.
Time fast forwards again. It was the day before Lin Hui was scheduled to report to the army.
Feng Qingwu secretly sent someone with 100,000 taels of silver notes, the land deed to a large mansion in the county town, and a fine iron halberd. This can be considered a reward for Lin Hui.
After half a month of reorganization, Feng Qingwu finally regained control of the court. However, she lacks evidence against the person behind the scenes and has not yet been able to identify them.
Lin Hui accepted them all without hesitation.
After he left, these women needed a stable environment. Lin Hui was relieved after moving them into a large house in the county town.
Before leaving, he took one last look at the future of Zhao Wanqing and the other 4 women.
Very calm, without any disturbances.
Lin Hui was relieved and left with Li Wanxian, who was disguised as a man and was preparing to join the army with him. As they parted, the eyes of Zhao Wanqing and the other 3 women were filled with reluctance.
Are you sure you want to enlist with me?
In front of the military camp, Lin Hui looked at Li Wanxian beside him.
My mission is to stay close to you, so of course I have to be with you. Li Wanxian revealed an ambiguous smile.
Lin Hui shrugged and said nothing more. The army is all men, so having a beautiful woman by your side isn't bad. Lin Hui did not come alone, he also brought young men from Linjia village who were going to enlist in the army.
Lin Daniu was one of them.
Lin Hui, the village chief told us to listen to you more after we join the army.
After enlisting, Lin Daniu brought his fellow villagers to Lin Hui.
Having experienced Lin Hui's slap before, he was naturally convinced and had no complaints. The other villagers also knew how formidable he was, and since they were all from the same clan, they naturally had to unite when they were away from home, so none of them complained. Lin Hui glanced at the group. There were 25 people in total, all young and strong, which was a decent starting lineup.
Alright, you'll follow me from now on, and I'll lead you to great achievements.
Lin Hui casually made a promise to them. Once the enlistment process was completed, all the new recruits who arrived today were gathered together. Besides Linjia village, several other villages also enlisted young men, bringing the total number of people in the square to several hundred.
Sir, everyone has arrived. Should we, as is customary, deflate their arrogance?
The captain cautiously approached a dignified man in armor. The captain nodded coldly. The captain immediately approached Lin Hui and the other new recruits, and said arrogantly, "I don't care what your previous rules were, but in the army, might makes right." He gestured for the 20-odd elite soldiers he had selected to step forward. Today, only those who can withstand 10 moves from them will get food.
Chapter 84 Promoted to Section Chief. The new recruits immediately became agitated, facing a group of strong, fierce-looking elite soldiers. Some of the more timid ones were even so frightened that they took a few steps back. "My lord, what if I defeat them?" Suddenly, someone in the recruit group spoke up. Lin Hui glanced at it. It wasn't from Linjia village. He's quite muscular, and there's a fierce look in his eyes. He's probably been in a lot of fights. "If you win, you will be promoted to sergeant," the captain said calmly. "Okay, I'll go first." The person who had just asked the question stepped forward. Seeing this, the captain immediately dispatched his best soldiers. This kind of troublemaker needs to have his spirit broken. But the result surprised him. His elite soldiers were defeated in just 2 rounds. "May I have your name?" A hint of interest appeared in the captain's eyes. "This person has some talent, we can train him." "My name is Wang Meng, sir." The burly man clasped his hands in a fist salute and said, "Wang Meng, from now on you will be a squad leader and you can choose your own team. The captain directly appoints them." Wang Meng held his head high, looking smugly at the new recruits, basking in their admiration. Many new recruits showed expressions of admiration. The captain frowned slightly upon seeing this. This recruit is decent in combat, but he doesn't know how to behave. He can be assigned a frontline mission later. I'll give it a try too. At this moment, Lin Dania stood up, unwilling to accept defeat. Lin Hui watched with interest. If Lin Danio could get a corporal position, it wouldn't be bad for him either. The captain looked at the captain. With the captain nodding in approval, the captain immediately dispatched elite soldiers. Lin Danio ended the battle in just 3 rounds. He often got into fights in the village, and he was very strong. In close combat, it's not surprising that he won. But if it comes to a fight to the death with weapons, the outcome is hard to say. Good. The captain nodded. It seems there are quite a few promising recruits among this year's new recruits. Lin Danio, I also appoint you as squad leader. You can choose your own team. After the captain inquired about Lin Danio's name, he proceeded with the appointment. Lin Danio looked at Wang Meng smugly, his eyes filled with a hint of provocation. Wang Meng's face showed displeasure. The captain's expression remained unchanged, but in his heart he also categorized Lin Danio as a brute. Danio, the captain has appointed you as a squad leader. You should thank him properly. Lin Hui suddenly spoke up to remind him. As a modern person, he still understands the ways of the world. Upon hearing this, Lin Dania did not offer any rebuttal, but instead clasped his hands in a fist and bowed to the captain, saying, "Thank you for your promotion, Captain." Only then did a hint of satisfaction appear in the captain's eyes. He couldn't help but glance at Lin Hui. There are still some who know how to behave among these new recruits. Seeing the captain looking at him, Lin Hui simply stepped forward. "Captain, you just said that defeating one person will get you promoted to squad leader, but what if I defeat them all?" Lin Hui casually pointed to the 20-odd elite soldiers. The entire group of new recruits froze, all looking at him with disbelief. Those elite soldiers who were being pointed at felt slighted, and each of them revealed a dangerous look in their eyes. The captain, however, became somewhat interested. This shrewd young man is quite arrogant. I just don't know if he's truly capable or just arrogant. If you can defeat them all, I'll promote you to squad leader. Lin Hui's lips curled up slightly. He clasped his hands in a fist salute and walked out. "Don't waste time, all of you come at me together." Lin Hui's arrogance pushed the 20-odd elite soldiers to their breaking point. They exchanged a glance, then formed a battle formation and charged forward, ready to teach Lin Hui a lesson. Everyone was eagerly awaiting the outcome of the battle, but Li Wanxian remained calm. Because she already knew the outcome. In less than a minute, all 20-odd elite soldiers collapsed to the ground, groaning. Good.
The captain cheered loudly in delight. The new recruits and veterans alike looked at Lin Hui in surprise. Just now, Lin Hui knocked everyone to the ground with a single punch, while those elite soldiers didn't even touch the hem of his clothes.
May I have your name?
The captain asked with a smile, clearly in a good mood.
Reporting to Captain, my name is Lin Hui. Lin Hui, right? From now on, you're the squad leader.
You can choose your own team. The captain waved his hand magnanimously.
Thank you for your promotion, Captain.
From now on, the 25 warriors of Linjia village and I will follow your lead. Lin Hui was certainly not stingy with pleasantries. Maintaining a good relationship with your superiors is beneficial for career advancement.
Okay.
The captain laughed with satisfaction. This recruit is not only strong in combat, but also very good at handling things. He could be trained to be a trusted confidant in the future.
After that, each new recruit fought against a veteran.
Li Wanxian was originally quite skilled in martial arts and also obtained the position of squad leader. In this way, Lin Hui could control 20 people. The captain greatly admired Lin Hui, so he specially arranged for the people from Linjia village to be together. You all need to train hard during this time. On the battlefield, swords and spears have no eyes.
If you don't want to die, don't slack off in your training.
Lin Hui gave a few instructions and then led everyone to do chores such as setting up tents. A group of grown men squeezed together to sleep at night. Lin Hui, however, was happily cuddling Li Wanxian as they slept. The feeling was simply wonderful. The only downside was that he didn't have his own tent and couldn't do much.
A month has passed in the blink of an eye.
Over the past month, Lin Hui has urged everyone to train, and they have begun to develop some combat capabilities.
Everyone, assemble.
Just as Lin Hui was instructing the people of Linjia village on how to fight, the captain suddenly ran over seriously to summon the soldiers. We're heading to Beilagwan this afternoon, so get ready.
The captain then gave some instructions and announced the team's disbandment.
Captain, why are you in such a hurry to go to Beilao Pass? I remember that it is an important pass to defend against the barbarians.
Could it be that the barbarians are making some unusual moves?
Over the past month, Lin Hui had already established a good relationship with the team leader.
That's why I dared to ask directly.
The captain looked around to make sure no one was watching before whispering, "We just received word that the barbarian army is attacking.
We're probably going to have to fight. Be careful."
After saying that, he left in a hurry. Lin Hui seemed to be deep in thought. It seems the plot of the short drama world is about to begin. I just wonder if there will be a mindless plot where hundreds of thousands of barbarian troops, separated by hundreds of miles and dozens of checkpoints, suddenly parachute into the imperial city. He shook his head, no longer thinking about these things, and went to gather the people of Linjia village. We have to be careful on the front lines.
Only by uniting can we survive longer and better on the battlefield.
Lin Hui briefly explained the precautions for the battlefield to everyone. He had never actually been on the battlefield, he was just explaining some possible scenarios to warn them not to get carried away with their emotions and rush into things recklessly, as that would only lead to their quicker demise.
Brother Lin, we believe in you. You're so strong, you can definitely lead us to survive.
Lin Danius said with a serious expression.
Everyone else looked at them with trust.
Lin Hui smiled and said, I told you before that if you follow me, I will lead you to great achievements. Now is the best opportunity.
Chapter 85 Duel of Generals on the Battlefield. Beilagwan.
After Lin Hui and his men arrived at the front line, they set up camp inside the pass. In the past 2 days, troops from other places have been arriving one after another. At this moment, 50,000 troops have gathered at the entire Beilao Pass. But today, the vanguard of the barbarian tribes arrived at Beilao Pass to challenge them. Lin Hui and the others were all transferred to the city wall. Looking at the dense crowd outside the city, many new recruits who had never experienced war were somewhat afraid.
Lin Hui, do you think Beilao Pass can be defended?
Li Wanxian looked solemn. Judging by appearances, the vanguard of the barbarian army numbered 100,000. I don't know how many troops are still in the rear.
Beilagwan is likely to face a tough battle this time.
Of course we can hold it. Lin Hui said without thinking.
Are you that confident? Li Wanxian looked at Lin Hui in surprise. Because I'm here.
Lin Hui shrugged casually.
Unless I don't want to save them, this barrier can't be broken.
He glanced at Li Wanxian's future, and then at the futures of those around him. Indeed, the future of everyone at this level can be pieced together to form a clear future trajectory. Don't worry, your husband will go and dampen the barbarian's spirit in a bit. Seeing that Li Wanxian was still a little nervous, he gently comforted her.
In everyone's future, the barbarians will send out generals to challenge them, and Beilao Pass will lose 3 generals in succession, which will damage the morale of the Dayuan soldiers.
This was his best chance to make a name for himself.
Besides,
Lin Hui glanced at the location on the city wall, at the middle-aged man wearing general's armor. Wang Chao, the commander of the Canlong army, was also the mastermind behind sending the Canlong army to assassinate Feng Qingwu.
It's actually quite understandable that Wang Chao wasn't executed by Feng Qingwu. The dynasty commands 300,000 Sanglong soldiers. Taking action against him without evidence could very likely trigger a mutiny.
Lin Hui did not harbor any hostility towards the dynasty.
However, 2 tigers cannot share one mountain. This person's presence will prevent him from completing the main quest.
Therefore, this person must die. However, before that, Lin Hui needed to rely on him to get promoted in the military.
You rats from Yuan Kingdom, your grandfather Kohai is here. Does anyone dare to come out and fight?
Just as Lin Hui was pondering, the barbarian tribes below the city indeed sent out a general to challenge them.
On the city wall, Wang Chao's expression was solemn. He looked around and asked in a deep voice, "Who dares to go out and fight?" "General, I am willing to go out and fight."
At this moment, a captain confidently stepped forward. Seeing his strength and confidence, Wang Chao nodded and said, "Go, and make sure you get the head of this barbarian general to boost the morale of our army." "Rest assured, General, I will not fail in my mission." After bowing respectfully, the captain picked up his weapon and led his horse out. At this moment, both the soldiers of the Great Abyss on the city wall and the barbarian soldiers below the city wall looked at the two of them.
"Beat the drums."
Wang Chao waved his hand and ordered the soldiers to beat the drums to embolden the captain. The sound of drums also rang out from the barbarian side. The soldiers of Dayuan all looked expectantly at the captain, hoping that he would win the first prize.
However, to everyone's surprise,
in just one round, the captain was cut down from his horse by Kohai, and his head flew off. The drumming on the city wall stopped abruptly. All the soldiers of the Great Abyss fell silent. The enemy barbarian general is too strong. He killed our general in just one round.
Ha ha ha, are all the people of Yuan Kingdom this trash? Then I advise you to surrender as soon as possible. Kohai laughed wildly, mocking the Yuan Kingdom for having no one to serve it. The barbarian drums beat louder, and their taunts echoed across the battlefield. Wang Chao's face was extremely grim. What a piece of trash!
He cursed and looked at the several lieutenants beside him. This barbarian general is very strong.
Which of you will go and kill him?
The lieutenants exchanged glances, and then a burly man with dark skin and a large belly stepped forward. "General, I'm going to kill that barbarian scoundrel."
He confidently picked up a fine iron long axe and rode out on horseback. "You barbarian brat, take this from your grandpa with an axe."
As soon as this lieutenant left the city, he launched a charge, determined to annihilate his opponent.
Seeing his bravery, the soldiers of Dayuan were filled with renewed hope.
Seeing that he was charging forward with great force, Kohai dared not meet him head-on and chose to give way. When the soldiers of Dayuan saw Kohai losing ground, they immediately showed expressions of anticipation. The drums on the city wall sounded again.
However, it abruptly stopped the next moment. Because after the lieutenant missed his first move, he was killed by Kohai on his second. "Pa!" Kohai spat on the corpse of the lieutenant.
The generals of the Great Abyss are nothing special.
General Kohai is mighty. General Kohai is mighty.
The barbarian soldiers shouted excitedly. The morale of the Dayu soldiers was severely damaged.
Useless. He couldn't even withstand 2 moves. Wang Chao couldn't help but burst into a tirade of curses. After 2 consecutive defeats, he could see the fear on the faces of the soldiers around him. "Wang Feng, go and kill him for me."
Wang Chao looked at his cousin, who was also the strongest general in the entire Canlong army, with a combat strength of about 17 points.
"This time, we must not fail again." "Don't worry, General." Wang Feng exuded a powerful aura. He held a long spear and rode his steed out of the city.
Seeing that it was the strongest general of the Canlong army who was going to fight, the soldiers of Dayuan were immediately invigorated and waved their flags and shouted again.
Wang Chao even personally beat the drum to cheer on Wang Feng. Kohai narrowed his eyes slightly. He too could see Wang Feng's extraordinary qualities, so he abandoned his contempt. Without exchanging many words, the two immediately began fighting. This time, the two fought back and forth.
But after 30 rounds, Wang Fang gradually fell into a disadvantageous position.
How come this barbarian general is so strong?
Wang Fang's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He was becoming more and more frightened as the fight progressed, and he was falling further and further behind.
He knew he had to leave, or he might die there.
After another clash of weapons, he decisively turned his horse around and galloped away, wanting to return to the city.
You cowardly rat from the abyss, don't even think about escaping. Ko Hai was unwilling to give up this merit, so he pursued it closely.
Wang Fang had run quite far during the fight, and it would take her a while to get within range of the archers on the city wall.
His heart pounded as he watched Ko Hai catch up. Open the city gates quickly and send men out to meet them.
Seeing that things were not going well, Wang Chao hurriedly shouted.
The city gates opened in response.
But before the supporting cavalry could get ready, Lin Hui had already seized a warhorse and charged out of the city. Holding the fine iron halberd given to him by Feng Qinggu, he charged towards Wang Fang and Ko Hai with unparalleled momentum.
Who is that person?
Wang Chao was somewhat surprised to see Lin Hui ride out alone.
But now is not the time to think about these things.
He looked nervously at Wang Fang, hoping she could run faster. He didn't want to lose this key player.
Moreover, Wang Fang was his cousin, a trusted confidant whom he could absolutely rely on.
The soldiers of the Great Abyss on the city wall were also on edge. They also did not want the strongest force of the Tsunlong army to be killed by the barbarians. Of course, they also noticed Lin Hui, who charged out alone.
No one expected that Lin Hui would be able to kill Ko Hai. Everyone thought he was trying to save Wang Fang.
Even the barbarian army shared the same idea. However, just as Lin Hui brushed past Wang Fang and rushed towards Ko Hai, he made his move. A flash of cold light, and Ko Hai's head flew off, his body falling from his horse. The battlefield fell silent instantly. Whether they were soldiers from the Great Abyss or barbarian tribes, they all stared in disbelief at the center of the battlefield. Ko Hai, the arrogant barbarian general who had just slain 2 generals and defeated the strongest warrior of the Tsunlong army, was dead just like that.
He was instantly killed by a single ordinary cavalryman from the Great Abyss. Chapter 86. 6 generals slain in succession. Wang Fang is the closest.
He stared wide-eyed, looking back in disbelief. The barbarian general, whom he had fought for dozens of rounds without success, was instantly killed by this lowly soldier in a single move.
Who exactly is this soldier?
Judging by his martial prowess alone, he's probably not just a grandmaster.
Knock knock knock.
After a brief silence, the dynasty sounded the war drums once more. He was overjoyed and beat the drum hard to vent his frustration. The barbarian general was killed, and killed with overwhelming force.
The morale of the Deyuan soldiers immediately soared.
The barbarian soldiers, on the other hand, suffered a setback.
When did such a powerful figure appear in Yuan Kingdom? The barbarian vanguard general, Hug, had a gloomy expression on his face. He looked at the 5 barbarian warriors beside him. All of you, attack together and kill him.
Hug Jiltu would not allow a strong person like Lin Hui to return alive.
5 barbarian generals spurred their horses and charged forward.
They were all burly and thick-waisted, with menacing faces, looking quite imposing. The 5 of them attacked together, forming an encirclement around Lin Hui, intending to surround him and then launch a group attack.
Lin Hui flicked his halberd, a playful smirk playing on his lips. As for Wang Fang, he didn't stop at all and continued running into the city.
The battle just now had exhausted his strength and terrified him. He had no desire to fight the barbarian general now.
You rats from Yuan Kingdom, why don't you just die? 5 barbarian generals roared and charged forward.
The barbarian soldiers shouted loudly in unison from behind. The soldiers of Dayuan tensed up again.
Even Li Wanchuan's eyes showed a hint of worry.
She could tell that the 5 barbarian generals were no weaker than Ko Hai.
Everyone thought it would be a spectacular battle. But it ended in just a dozen seconds.
Lin Hui wielded his halberd with incredible speed, yet the 5 barbarian generals were still no match for him. He chopped down all the barbarian generals in an instant, as easily as cutting melons and vegetables.
Knock knock knock. Wang Chao laughed heartily and pounded the war drums. The soldiers of Dayuan were immediately filled with high morale.
In contrast, the barbarians all showed fear on their faces.
There is such a powerful general in the Yuan Kingdom's army.
Those 5 barbarian generals were the strongest warriors in their respective tribes, yet they couldn't withstand a single move from Lin Hui.
Hug Jiltu's face was extremely gloomy. Withdraw troops.
Seeing the figure standing proudly on horseback beneath the city walls, he gritted his teeth and gave the order to retreat.
We won, ha ha ha, the barbarians are nothing special. Even if there are many of them, they are all cowards. Cheers erupted one after another. At this moment, the city gate opened, and Wang Chao stood below the city wall waiting.
Lin Hui rode back, dismounted at the foot of the city, and calmly clasped his hands in greeting, saying, "Greetings, Commander Wang and all the generals."
Ha ha ha, good.
Wang Chao laughed heartily, "You have killed several barbarian generals.
I will definitely inform the entire army of your name and position and reward you."
The generals around Wang Chao all looked at Lin Hui with ill intent. The enemy that even these generals couldn't defeat, this common soldier killed with a flick of his wrist.
Isn't this a slap in their face?
Lin Hui sneered inwardly, but he was still too young and inexperienced to make too many enemies. Otherwise, it would slow down his progress in completing the main quest.
Commander Wang, my name is Lin Hui, and I am currently a platoon leader.
I am able to achieve such results thanks to Commander Wang's wise use of personnel, and also thanks to General Wang Fong for exhausting most of the enemy general's strength so that I was able to launch a surprise attack. In addition, all the generals supported General Wang Fong and me, which allowed me to dare to go out of the city to fight.
So this credit belongs to everyone, and I dare not take credit for it.
Upon hearing this, Wang Chao, Wang Fong, and the generals all burst into laughter. This Lin Hui really knows how to get things done. The dynasty nodded in satisfaction. A person who doesn't take credit and knows how to share the credit is someone who deserves a promotion. If Lin Hui makes another great contribution in the future, everyone will definitely get credit for it. With your fighting skills, it's a waste of your talents to be a mere squad leader. Wang Chao smiled and said, "From now on, I will promote you to garrison leader, leading 200 men."
Don't feel wronged.
Lin Hui killed 6 fierce barbarian generals in succession. With this merit and combat power, he is even qualified to be promoted to captain. However, he was promoted only 2 ranks, skipping the captain position and becoming the Hamlet head.
This reward is a bit underwhelming.
But Lin Hui had no complaints.
He clasped his hands in a salute and said, "Thank you for your guidance, Commander Wang. I will swear to serve you to the death." This time, the killing of the barbarian general was originally General Wang Fong's achievement. I was just able to launch a sneak attack and get promoted 2 ranks. I am already very satisfied. Wang Chao and Wang Fong both nodded happily.
Lin Hui really knows how to handle people. Lin Hui smiled along, but inwardly he was sneering.
Let's let these 2 villains be smug for a while.
Once he takes command of the army alone, it will be the end for these 2 villains.
A day after the battle on the battlefield,
the barbarian rear army also arrived at Bailao Pass. Wang Chao stood on the city wall, looking at the densely packed tents in the distance, his face extremely grim. The barbarian army numbers at least several 100,000. This will be a tough battle. Fortunately, Bailao Pass has high walls and thick fortifications. We should be able to stop the barbarian invasion once the Songlong army from other cities arrives. However, at that moment, several dozen soldiers from the barbarian army escorted a carriage and slowly made their way towards Bailao Pass. Upon hearing that they were envoys from a barbarian tribe, the dynasty allowed them to enter.
Meanwhile, in a small square in a corner of the city,
Lin Hui is training his 200 newly acquired subordinates. Li Wanxian and the 25 people from Linjia village have now become team leaders and squad leaders. He had completely taken control of the squad.
"Commander Lin, Commander Wang wants you to go to the main camp for a meeting." Just as Lin Hui was focused on training his troops, Wang Chao's personal guards came to report. "All right, you can rest now."
Lin Hui looked at his 200 men and said, "Try to get plenty of rest.
There will be a bloody battle tonight. I'll show you some blood then." Some ambitious people's eyes lit up when they heard this. But some of the new recruits were afraid. "All right, everyone go back and rest."
Lin Dania waved his hand. "Brother Lin is so capable, we'll definitely get better and better with him."
The soldiers agreed. With Commander Lin being so capable, we'll definitely be fine. Following Commander Lin is definitely the right thing to do. That's right. Commander Lin is a fierce man who can kill 6 generals in one fell swoop. Following him is better than following other teams.
On the other side, Lin Hui was brought to the main camp. "It's not impossible for us to withdraw our troops.
Our barbarian tribe will set 3 tests for you. If you can solve them, we will consider withdrawing our troops." Before Lin Hui even entered the camp, he heard rough voices coming from inside.
Here it comes, one of the standard plot points of this type of short drama, a competition between two countries. These kinds of things are often the highlight moments when the protagonist shows off. However, this time Lin Hui wasn't going to show off. His previous slaying of 6 generals had already attracted a lot of attention. The dynasty may appear to be promoting him, but there is also an underlying sense of caution. If Lin Hui were to put on an act again at this point, he would likely be targeted. To show off for the sake of showing off is just plain stupid. He chuckled softly and quietly entered the tent. But when he looked at the barbarian envoy, he paused for a moment. At the very front of the barbarian column stood a woman with a defiant expression, dressed in animal skins, and exuding a wild beauty. This woman's looks and figure are at least a 9.5 out of 10. Most importantly, her untamed and wild temperament easily arouses a man's desire to conquer her.
So, is the world of short dramas about to give away some perks again? Chapter 87 Night Raid.
The wild woman noticed someone coming in and glanced at them casually. When she noticed Lin Hui's appearance, her eyes turned slightly cold. "You're the lowly soldier who killed 6 of my barbarian generals."
It doesn't look like anything special.
Her eyes were arrogant, and she looked down on Lin Hui. Lin Hui's lips curled up slightly. He didn't want to cause trouble, but he didn't expect them to provoke him.
"Indeed, I'm just an ordinary soldier, nothing special."
He shrugged casually, "But your barbarian generals can't even beat a single soldier of my great abyss, which shows that your barbarians are all useless."
"You."
The wild woman was somewhat exasperated. However, she was stopped by the elderly man next to her. "Princess, do not forget why we came here." The wild woman nodded unhappily. "I understand, High Priest."
The dynasty was in a good mood when it saw the barbarian envoy get humiliated.
"Princess Lingying, let us continue discussing the withdrawal of troops." Lingying glanced at Lin Hui and sneered, "As long as you can solve the 3 tests I have set, my barbarian tribe will consider withdrawing its troops." Lin Hui glanced at the Spirit Eagle Princess and the barbarian envoy's future.
Just as he guessed.
Regardless of whether De Yuan has passed the 3 trials, the barbarians will launch an attack. These envoys came here merely to gather intelligence on the enemy and to ascertain the approximate number of soldiers in Bailal Pass. Since he knew the other party wouldn't keep their promise, Lin Hui saw no need to intervene.
He stood by and watched silently.
After weighing the pros and cons, the dynasty, as the ruler, agreed to break the test. The tests posed by the barbarians involved arithmetic, physics, and chemistry, and were all at the primary and secondary school level.
Lin Hui knew the answer the moment they mentioned the test. Following the typical formula of short dramas, his moment of glory is right now.
But Lin Hui wasn't the main character in the short drama, so he chose to remain silent. Unsurprisingly, without his boasting, no one on Daiyuan's side could have broken through the test. Everyone says that Daiyuan is a vast and resource-rich place with many talented people, but now it seems that it is nothing special.
Princess Lingying spoke with disdain.
After saying this, she led the delegation away with her head held high. Before leaving, she gave Lin Hui a defiant look. Lin Hui's lips curled up slightly. This wild horse successfully aroused his desire to tame it.
"This is outrageous." Wang Chao coldly swept his gaze over everyone present.
Although he was angry, he did not take it out on others. After all, everyone here was a warrior, while the barbarian delegation had posed tests for scholars. It was normal for them not to be able to answer them. The camp was silent as a cicada in winter. No one dared to speak at this time and offend the dynasty.
"All right, everyone, go down."
Wang Chao waved his hand dismissively. Lin Hui left with the crowd. He said nothing, offered no hints, and went back to rest quietly, waiting for night to fall. In the future he envisioned, barbarians would attack the city tonight. His troops would patrol the city walls at night. This was precisely the opportunity for him to lead his men to achieve great things.
It was around 3 a.m. at night.
This is the best time to sleep, and also the time when you feel most sleepy when staying up late. Lin Hui's team of 200 men was training on the city wall at that moment. Unlike the other soldiers who were dozing off, Lin Hui and his men, who had already slept, were full of energy.
"My lord, do the barbarians really attack the city at night?"
Looking at the pitch-black city outside, Li Wanxian asked somewhat nervously.
"Of course, look, they're here, aren't they?" Lin Hui pointed to the darkness outside the city.
Li Wanxian tried hard to see, but she couldn't see anything clearly.
"Stay close to me and don't wander off."
Lin Hui pinched Li Wanxian's cheek and immediately ordered the drums to be beaten.
"Enemy attack."
The barbarian army is attacking.
Enemy attack.
The barbarian army is attacking.
Upon hearing the drumbeats, Lin Hui's soldiers immediately shouted loudly, breaking the tranquility of the night.
There is no moon today, and our actions are so well concealed, so why were the people of Yuan able to discover us? Outside the city gate, Hugiltu, the commander-in-chief, was filled with doubts. But at this moment, the soldiers he led had already secretly sneaked to a spot not far from the city gate. He was unwilling to give up now, so he immediately ordered a strong attack. Taking advantage of the unpreparedness of the Great Abyss soldiers, the barbarian army stormed to the city walls and began erecting siege ladders.
The siege has begun.
Lin Hui led his soldiers to continuously kill the barbarian soldiers who climbed up the city wall.
The battle raged until dawn.
Ultimately, the barbarian army gained no advantage and had no choice but to retreat in disgrace.
Lin Hui, I heard that you were the first to discover the enemy and beat the drum to warn them.
You also led your soldiers to repel the barbarians from climbing the city walls multiple times.
After the battle, Wang Chao looked at Lin Hui with admiration. It's all thanks to Commander Wang's excellent command.
If it weren't for Commander Wang telling us to be on our guard while defending the city, I wouldn't have been so lucky to discover the barbarian night attack.
Wang Chao smiled and nodded. Lin Hui, you did a good job this time. If it weren't for your advance notice, our army might have suffered heavy losses.
So I am now appointing you as the commander, leading 500 men.
Thank you, Commander Wang.
Lin Hui clasped his hands in gratitude.
500 people is already a fairly large team. With these subordinates, he will be able to do much more.
On the other side, the barbarian camp.
Our night raid plan was perfectly well done, so why was it discovered beforehand?
Hugiltu angrily complained loudly. The result of this siege was far from ideal.
Princess Lingying frowned. I saw a very powerful team on the city wall of Yuan Kingdom. All the warriors of our army who climbed the city wall were killed by them. According to my subordinate's report, the leader seems to be the same soldier who killed Ko Hai earlier.
The barbarian leaders gathered together to discuss the matter. At the very top, the barbarian commander Agmo swept his cold gaze across the entire area.
All right.
As soon as he opened his mouth, everyone fell silent. Bailao Pass has high walls and thick walls, and there are tens of thousands of soldiers guarding it. If we attack it by force, we will suffer heavy losses. Agmo said coldly, therefore, I plan to divide the army and send them into the northern border of Yuangua separately to carry out sabotage and plunder, in order to lure out the garrison of Bailao Pass.
The commander is right.
Since the army at Bailao Pass won't come out, let us plunder the northern border of Yuan Kingdom and see if they come out. The barbarians were mobilized very quickly.
Within a day, they split into 3 large groups and entered the Yuan Kingdom from 3 different routes.
The 3 main forces then split into countless smaller groups, which began to plunder, burn, and kill civilians of the Yuan Kingdom. The dynasty knew that its forces were outnumbered, so the main force could not leave the city. But he couldn't just stand by and watch, so he ordered each army to send out small groups of troops out of the city to engage the barbarians in small-scale battles in the open.
Lin Hui volunteered to lead troops into battle. The dynasty immediately agreed. Brother Lin, are we really going to leave the city?
Lin Daniu was somewhat worried. There are barbarian armies outside the city.
What if we get surrounded if we go out now?
Not only him, but the other village leaders and team leaders also looked worried.
They didn't understand why Lin Hui had volunteered to leave the city. I'm going to take you on a big mission this time.
Lin Hui smiled mysteriously and said, if things go smoothly, I guarantee that each of you will be promoted 2 ranks.
Lord Lin, what is this important matter you mentioned? Someone asked out of curiosity. Of course, it's to capture the barbarian leader alive. Chapter 88 Capturing the Barbarian King.
Outside Bailao Pass, in a secluded mountain forest. Lin Hui led 500 soldiers and sneaked here under cover of night. Lord Lin, there really are troops stationed over there. Lin Danius said in surprise. Lin Hui glanced at the campsite hidden in the mountains. Surrounded by mountains on all sides, the terrain is very hidden, and it may be difficult to find without careful searching. But Lin Hui had seen the future of Princess Lingying and knew that after the barbarian army failed to conquer the city, they would send troops to invade the northern border. The barbarian commander and Princess Lingying would lead 10,000 soldiers to hide here and command the overall situation. After obtaining this information, Lin Hui had a bold idea. To catch the thief, first catch the king. The barbarian invasion will end once the barbarian leader is captured.
Everyone, be on your best in a moment.
Lin Hui looked at the 500 soldiers. The opportunity to make a name for yourself is today. In a moment, when I break through the gate, you will follow me to rush in, set fires, and create chaos. He had mentioned the night raid plan long ago, but he still reminded everyone to avoid any mistakes. Be careful. Before Lin Hui was about to leave, Li Wanxian grabbed his sleeve and gave him some worried instructions.
Don't worry, I'll be fine.
Just take care of yourself. Lin Hui smiled and, taking advantage of the darkness, scaled the camp's fence and jumped into the barbarian camp. He then carefully crept up to the gate of the village and silently killed all the guards. With his current strength, it wouldn't be difficult for him to do these things.
Let's begin.
After watching Li Wanxian and the others enter the camp, Lin Hui ordered them to light torches and start setting the camp ablaze. At this time, the barbarian soldiers were all asleep, and it wasn't until the fire was fully blazing that someone finally noticed.
Fire! Fire! The barbarian camp was thrown into chaos. Now! Everyone, follow me into the camp and capture the barbarian commander alive.
Lin Hui wielded his halberd and led his soldiers in a charge. At this moment, the barbarian soldiers were in a panic and were completely unable to organize an effective resistance. Any group that tried to stop Lin Hui and his men died under Lin Hui's halberd. He led his soldiers, charging recklessly all the way to the barbarian commander's camp. Just then, he saw that Agmu and Princess Lingying were preparing to escape under the cover of their guards. The barbarian commander is there, follow me and kill him. Lin Hui pointed his halberd, and quickened his pace and the speed at which he swung the halberd. Any barbarian soldier who stood in his way was killed. Agmu and Princess Lingying looked at Lin Hui's team, who were charging in like cutting melons and vegetables, with fear and disbelief in their eyes.
Block him! Agmu roared, wanting to retreat quickly.
Unfortunately, his idea soon fell through. Lin Hui cut down his enemies as if they were nothing, and in no time he led his soldiers to Agmu and Princess Lingying, capturing them both.
Lin Hui pressed his halberd against Agmu's neck. After a battle between Li Wanxian and Princess Lingying, Li Wanxian also pressed her longsword against Princess Lingying's neck. It's over.
Lin Hui looked at the barbarian soldiers who were hesitant to act rashly, and said softly.
The next morning,
Lin Hui then brought Agmu, who was bound hand and foot, before the dynasty. General, under your brilliant command, we have discovered the barbarian commander's camp and successfully captured the barbarian commander alive. Lin Hui immediately took credit for what he had done.
Wang Chao, who had been completely bewildered upon seeing Agmu, burst into laughter.
Ha! Capturing the Mongol leader alive, Lin Hui, you've really done a great service this time.
I will definitely report to the court to claim credit for you.
With your achievements, you will certainly be rewarded with a 7th-rank captain position.
Wang Chao laughed heartily and praised him.
With this great achievement, his military rank could be promoted to a higher level, and with a little manipulation from those behind the scenes, it wouldn't be impossible for him to be ennobled as a marquis.
Then I thank Commander Wang for his guidance.
Lin Hui clasped his hands in thanks. After that, he had nothing to do with anything else. With their leader captured, the barbarian army was rendered insignificant and soon became hesitant to act rashly. After a period of burning, killing, and looting, the various tribes withdrew to the grasslands. These barbarian armies were originally pieced together from various tribes, and now that they are scattered, it is impossible for them to regroup in a short period of time. Therefore, this barbarian invasion can be considered a successful reversal.
The barbarian leader Agmu was detained and taken to the imperial city.
As for Princess Lingying, she was naturally imprisoned by Lin Hui in a separate place.
Spirit Eagle, you are an eagle of the grasslands, but now, can you still fly? Lin Hui looked at the large birdcage he had specially made for Princess Lingying with amusement.
It's hard to say how long this unruly eagle can hold out. You despicable and shameless people of Yuan Kingdom, if you have the guts, fight me.
Princess Lingying gripped the iron cage, glaring angrily at Lin Hui. Do you consider yourself my match?
Lin Hui chuckled and shook his head. I remember you grassland people worship the strong the most, don't you? I led 500 soldiers into your camp of 10,000 and captured you and your commander alive.
Isn't that a great achievement? Princess Lingying was speechless.
She had experienced Lin Hui's strength time and time again.
She was simply unwilling to admit defeat, and also didn't want to be locked up here like a pet. What will it take for you to let me go? Princess Lingying stared coldly at Lin Hui. Lin Hui's lips curled up. He lifted her chin through the birdcage.
It's very simple, be my woman and you will gain your freedom.
Impossible.
Princess Lingying resolutely refused. I am an eagle that flies freely on the grasslands, and I will never submit to you, a man from Yuan Kingdom.
Really?
Lin Hui smiled casually. I remember there's a method for taming eagles, something like training the eagle.
It's okay, I have plenty of time, you'll figure it out.
After saying that, he turned and left.
The method of taming an eagle is to restrict its food and sleep. Once the eagle has outlasted the restriction, it will submit.
Lin Hui also wanted to test whether the fierce eagle could really be worn down by the long hours. Stepping out of the house, Li Wanxian stood quietly outside the door. She currently has a 100% positive impression of Lin Hui, so she has no dissatisfaction with Lin Hui's attempt to win over Princess Lingying.
Wanxian, it's still early, why don't you come back to your room with me?
Lin Hui looked at Li Wanxian, who had changed back into women's clothing, and before she could speak, he picked her up and carried her into the bedroom. After Lin Hui captured Agmu alive, the dynasty gave him a separate house, so he no longer had to share a tent with a group of men. In this courtyard, no one would disturb him, and he could finally stretch his muscles and bones with Li Wanxian.
Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. The imperial decree has finally arrived.
The dynasty has rendered meritorious service in command and has been promoted to the rank of second-rank general of the north. Lin Hui has captured the barbarian commander and deserves the greatest credit. Therefore, Lin Hui is hereby promoted to the rank of 5th-rank guerrilla general and given command of an army.
All of his subordinates, including Lin Daniu, have been promoted 2 ranks.
The eunuch read out a long list of names. There were simply too many people to be rewarded. But Lin Hui was the one who rose the fastest. He jumped 5 ranks from a mere squad leader to a 5th-rank captain, and was able to lead an army independently.
It was I who told His Majesty about your merits. Li Wanxian quietly approached Lin Hui and said.
Lin Hui smiled and leaned close to her ear, whispering, "You truly are my good wife. Once I win over Her Majesty the Empress, I'll make sure she calls you good sister."
Chapter 89 Uprising.
Lin Hui was granted the rank of 5th-rank colonel and given command of an army. Although Wang Chao felt that he was somewhat out of control, Lin Hui's recent expressions of loyalty made him lower his guard. So he ordered Lin Hui to transfer 4,000 troops to garrison other parts of the northern border. After Lin Hui led his troops away from Bailao Pass, he turned around and looked back.
Now it's truly a case of the sky's the limit. My lord, this is a secret message His Majesty asked me to give to you. Li Wanxian came to Lin Hui's side and took out a stack of silver notes. This is 300,000 taels. Her Majesty the Empress wants you to develop and restrain the dynasty.
As she spoke, she took out another stack of silver notes. This is my savings over the years, about 100,000 taels.
My husband, please take it as well. Li Wanxian looked completely obedient, showing none of her previous attitude towards Lin Hui. Please thank the Empress for me.
Lin Hui leaned close to her ear with a mischievous grin and said, "As for you, I'll thank you properly tonight." A hint of anticipation flickered in Li Wanxian's eyes. Another month has passed in the blink of an eye. After acquiring wealth, Lin Hui secretly commissioned the forging of armor and weapons, and designed and manufactured large quantities of Zhuge repeating crossbows and gunpowder. He doesn't have many men right now, so he can only strengthen his weapons and equipment and wait for the right opportunity.
2 more months passed, and the opportunity finally arrived.
My lord, the eldest prince's plot to rebel has been exposed, and the situation in the capital is now extremely tense. That day, Li Wanxian suddenly rushed over in a hurry. Immediately afterwards, the imperial decree arrived, ordering him to assemble a large army and march to the capital to defend the emperor. Lin Hui did not refuse and joined the loyalist army, deliberately stating that he was following the dynasty to gain their trust.
My husband, your canary wants to see you.
Just as the army was making preparations for marching, Li Wanxian found him again. Lin Hui smiled and said, "It seems I've won."
He arrived at the place where Princess Lingying was imprisoned. You win. Upon seeing Lin Hui, Princess Lingying immediately submitted.
Lin Hui did not neglect her food, clothing, or toiletries, but humans are social animals and need to communicate. She was locked up here, with no one to talk to, and every day, apart from the people who brought her food and water, she only felt endless loneliness. Months passed, and she finally couldn't bear the loneliness any longer and chose to give in. Lin Hui smiled slightly. "Don't worry, I won't let you suffer any injustice if you stay with me."
I agree to marry you, but on one condition. Princess Lingying said earnestly, "Release my brother Agmu."
Lin Hui took out the key and opened the birdcage door. He looked at the wild woman in front of him and immediately put his arm around her. "Don't worry, I'll find a way to let him go. 2 hours later, Lin Hui, looking refreshed, carried Princess Ling Ying out of the room. Congratulations, host. Princess Ling Ying's favorability towards you has increased to 100%.
A new wife has been detected in the host. Combat strength increased by 5 points.
Lin Hui's strength increased by 1 point, reaching 59 points.
Princess Ling Ying's martial arts skill is 2 points higher than the other girls.
Therefore, the more prestigious a woman's status, the better the promotion effect. 1 day later, the army set off.
The Sanlong army mobilized 100,000 troops and headed straight for the imperial city.
It's possible that the dynasty, or rather the eldest prince, had already made secret arrangements.
No one blocked their way, and they arrived at the capital city without any hindrance.
The eldest prince's men opened the city gates and led the army into the city.
Wang Chao took the lead, charging into the palace with his personal guards.
Lin Hui and Li Wanxian followed behind Wang Chao, taking advantage of the chaos, and together they stormed into the palace hall. At this moment, the hall was filled with officials. Empress Feng Qingwu sat high on her throne, her face grim as she watched the dynasty swagger in with its troops.
Dynasty, do you want to rebel?
Although her face was gloomy, she still maintained the demeanor of an empress, and her aura was very powerful. Of course, the main reason she was able to sit so calmly was that she saw Lin Hui and Li Wanxian behind Wang Chao. Furthermore, Li Wanxian secretly gave her a coded signal.
Ha, Your Majesty, I dare not. Wang Chao laughed triumphantly. I am not rebelling, but serving Your Majesty. This world is inherently ruled by men.
A woman should not sit in that position. I beg the Empress to abdicate in favor of the Crown Prince. Upon hearing this, the courtiers in the hall immediately began to discuss among themselves, but not a single one stood up to object.
Feng Qingwu looked at the first prince with a stern face. Was all of this part of your plan?
With Lin Hui and Li Wanxian on the opposing side, and Mu Feishuang protecting her, Feng Qingwu felt very confident, so she wanted to find out the Crown Prince's crimes.
That's right. Seeing that the matter was settled, the eldest prince stopped pretending and stepped forward. This throne should have been mine. You stole my father's throne. Now I'm just taking back what rightfully belongs to me. He laughed and pointed at the assembled officials. Do you see that? There's not a single person in the entire court speaking up for you. Therefore, please step down and leave yourself with a last bit of dignity. Feng Qingwu's expression was complicated. How did that poor, timid child become like this?
This throne does not belong to your father, nor should it belong to you.
In an instant, Feng Qingwu cleared his mind of all distractions.
If it weren't for the eldest prince's actions, she would have genuinely considered passing the throne to him. But now, it's better to kill a wolf that can't be tamed. Now that the evidence was available, she immediately raised her hand, preparing to have Lin Hui and Li Wanxian take action. But at that moment, a sharp blade pierced the prince's heart.
The eldest prince stared wide-eyed at the prime minister in disbelief.
He died without understanding why the prime minister, who had been on his side offering advice, would suddenly turn against him.
Your Highness.
The king was shocked and immediately tried to draw his sword to kill the prime minister. But before he could make a move, he was killed by Wang Fong with a single sword strike. Don't blame me, the prime minister promised me a kingship, he gave me far too much. Looking at the dead Wang Chao with his eyes wide open, Wang Fong spoke calmly. He approached the prime minister, clasped his hands in greeting, and said, I humbly request that the prime minister ascend the throne. The courtiers were greatly alarmed upon seeing this.
Prime Minister, do you really intend to rebel?
At this moment, a minister stepped forward, filled with righteous indignation. The struggle between Feng Qingwu and the eldest prince for the throne is an internal matter of the royal family.
Even if a new emperor is appointed, it will not affect these aristocratic families.
On the contrary, the new emperor will have to rely on them when he ascends the throne, and they can benefit from it. However, if the prime minister's rebellion succeeds, the domestic situation will inevitably be reshaped. In particular, the faction that opposes the prime minister will absolutely not allow this situation to occur.
Kill him.
The prime minister's eyes turned cold, and Wang Fong immediately took action, killing the person who had just spoken. The courtiers fell silent again.
Feng Qingwu looked at the prime minister coldly. What a perfect example of the mantis stalking the cicada. I never imagined you were the one behind it all. Ah, that's right.
The prime minister admitted directly, the world belongs to the virtuous.
You are just a woman. What right do you have to sit in that position?
He said with a disdainful look, back then, I played both sides and made the princes kill each other, thinking that I could successfully seize the throne, but I didn't expect you to get the benefit.
But it's not too late now. Even after I kill you, I can still become emperor.
Lin Hui watched the spectacle with amusement. It's a pity there were no sunflower seeds or peanuts, otherwise it would have been even better. It has to be said that the world of short dramas is truly full of witty banter. He stood there for ages before the scene finally came to an end.
Now it's finally his turn to make a move. Clap, clap, clap.
The quiet hall was suddenly filled with applause.
All eyes turned to Lin Hui. Chapter 90, Complete the fourth main quest. The Prime Minister, Wang Feng, and the assembled officials all looked at Lin Hui with suspicion. I don't know what suddenly happened to this captain.
How dare they interrupt the Prime Minister's speech at such a time?
A smile appeared in Feng Qingwu's eyes. Now that the mastermind has emerged, it's time to close the net.
She was about to stand up and say a few words, showing off that she was the one who had caught the predator.
But before he could even speak, Lin Hui made his move.
With 2 halberd strikes, he killed the Prime Minister and Wang Feng.
I don't like nonsense, so you'd better die sooner rather than later.
Lin Hui glanced indifferently at the 2 corpses, then looked at Feng Qingwu.
Your Majesty, the traitors have been executed, please rest assured. Feng Qingwu was speechless. She hadn't even started showing off yet.
She hadn't even had a chance to retort or vent her anger after being mocked by both the eldest prince and the Prime Minister. At that moment, she felt incredibly frustrated. The courtiers were once again surprised by this reversal. The soldiers in the main hall looked at each other, unsure of what to do. You may surrender with your weapons, and I will pardon you and only punish the ringleaders.
Feng Qingwu spoke up at the right moment, and the soldiers immediately laid down their weapons and surrendered.
News of the situation here quickly spread throughout the capital. The 100,000 Sanglong soldiers brought by the dynasty surrendered one by one after hearing that the dynasty's rebellion had failed.
This farce has come to an end.
The detached palace of the inner palace.
Thank you very much, General Lin. If it weren't for your help, I'm afraid I would have really died in the palace. Feng Qingwu looked at Lin Hui with gratitude. No need for thanks, let's get down to business. Lin Hui laughed and said, how about I grant you land and make you a king?
He dared to make such a brazen demand because the surrendered Sanglong army was still unstable and needed him to suppress them. You have rendered meritorious service in protecting the emperor and pacifying the rebels, so I may bestow upon you the title of king.
Feng Qingwu agreed very readily this time. But I have one condition. What are your conditions? Tell me.
Lin Hui was overjoyed. The main quest was about to be completed, and he wouldn't mind agreeing if the conditions weren't too unreasonable.
Make me have a child. Feng Qingwu looked at Lin Hui intently. What?
Lin Hui was stunned. These conditions, no, these benefits, were too good to be true. He was still thinking about how to conquer the empress, but the empress wanted to have his babies.
A country cannot be without a crown prince for a single day.
Feng Qingwu looked at Lin Hui. If the future crown prince is your child, you should not rebel and should protect the prosperity of Daiyuan. In her eyes, Lin Hui was too mysterious and powerful.
Even if she wanted to suppress it, she couldn't, and it would only lead to a complete breakdown in their relationship. Since that's the case, let's try a method that Lin Hui would never betray.
Lin Hui really didn't expect the plot to develop this way. However, looking at Feng Qingwu, who was dressed in a yellow robe and had a dignified expression, he picked it up directly. I have no reason to refuse your Majesty's condition. He grinned wickedly. Your Majesty, I'll show you what it means to be second only to the Emperor.
Feng Qingwu recalled those nights in Linjia village. A sense of anticipation began to stir within me.
She was really curious to know if Lin Hui was really that amazing.
Then in a moment, I will let you experience what it's like to be second only to the Emperor and above 10,000 others.
Congratulations, host. Feng Qingwu's favorability towards you has increased to 100%.
A new wife has been detected in the host. Combat strength increased by 10 points.
Lin Hui's combat strength increased directly to 69 points. The Empress is different, she has a greater sense of accomplishment and receives greater rewards.
Our relationship will not be made public.
Feng Qingwu looked at Lin Hui with a kind of infatuation. You have too many women, you are not suitable to be the Emperor's consort.
I will issue a decree that Mu Feishuan will marry you in 3 days.
Lin Hui lifted her chin. Your Majesty, the Empress is such a good person.
I've found myself falling for you, what should I do?
Feng Qingwu brought her head close to his ear.
In a little while, you will love me even more. She put on a yellow robe and went out of the house.
But then, 10 more young and beautiful palace maids walked in.
Lin Hui's eyes lit up. I absolutely adore this kind of empress. They spent the entire day causing trouble in the harem. The next day, he went to court.
Feng Qingwu then had the eunuch read it aloud.
Lin Hui was appointed king of Beiliang, with the entire northern border as his fief.
He then bestowed a marriage upon Lin Hui and Mu Feishuang, and they were to marry 3 days later. Congratulations, host, on completing the main quest, rift the land and become king. The host can now freely travel between the real world and the world of this short drama. Congratulations, host.
You have received the reward, many children, many blessings.
Friendly reminder, this reward has been synchronized to the real world and is valid in all short drama worlds.
Upon seeing the system notification, Lin Hui's lips curled into a smile. The main quest is finally complete.
This time, I stayed in the world of short dramas for quite a while. However, before returning, he planned to marry Mu Feishuang first. 3 days later, the wedding was a grand affair. After experiencing several short drama worlds, Lin Hui experiences the feeling of marriage for the first time. Ancient wedding ceremonies were numerous and novel, but a bit tiring. Nighttime, inside the bridal chamber. Looking at Lin Hui sitting opposite her, Mu Feishuang couldn't wait any longer and pounced on him.
My husband, I have been waiting for this day for a long time.
2 days later, Zhao Wanqing and the other girls also arrived in the capital.
Feng Qingwu summoned them all to the inner palace. Lin Hui experienced firsthand the treatment of a tyrant.
After several days, Lin Hui's combat strength finally exceeded 100. He glanced at the women who were sprawled out in the huge bathtub.
System, return to the real world.
He was afraid that if he continued to live under such a tyrannical ruler, he would be reluctant to leave. He possesses a system, and there are so many short drama worlds waiting for him to experience. There is no place where one can stand still. Of course, he will come back if needed. The scene shifts, and Lin Hui returns to his villa. Looking at his surroundings, he suddenly felt as if he had been transported to another world. Having lived in ancient times for a long time, the sudden return to modern times can be quite disconcerting.
System notification, rewards have been issued. The 5th short drama world is being generated.
The host needs to wait 2 days. Lin Hui got up and stretched his body. He now has a combat strength of 102 points, and his physique has become extremely perfect. You can see his 8-pack abs when you lift his clothes. He admired himself in the mirror. This is quite a big change, but once I put on clothes, no one should notice. He muttered something to himself and looked out the window.
It's 10 a.m. today, and it's Sunday.
He suddenly felt like going out for a walk. The main reason is that I spent too much time in ancient times and really wanted to rediscover the feeling of living in the city.
But it's no fun to go shopping alone. He took out his phone and called Li Chao.
Oh, the busy man finally remembered me. As soon as the call connected, Li Chao's teasing voice came through.
Are you free? Want to come out and go shopping with me?
Lin Hui ignored her teasing and extended an invitation directly.
I happen to have some free time today, so tell me, where do you want to go?
Li Chao agreed immediately.
Chapter 91, the 5th short drama world. Amusement park.
Lin Hui and Li Chao came out from inside. Today's activities were so exciting. Li Chao said with a smile, the giant swing just now really scared me.
But you seem completely unfazed. Aren't you afraid at all?
Lin Hui shrugged, is it exciting?
I don't find it very interesting.
He had always wanted to experience the various thrilling rides at the amusement park. But after experiencing it today, he really felt it was meaningless. Perhaps because of his increased military strength, what would be exciting for ordinary people seemed too mundane to him.
Li Chao rolled her eyes, it's boring, yet you still want me to play with you.
However, she didn't pursue the matter further, but instead pointed to the golden arches on the side of the road.
You've been playing all day, are you hungry? Come on, let me treat you to a hamburger.
After saying that, she took Lin Hui's hand and walked towards the McDonald's.
Lin Hui, I might not have as much time to play with you in the future.
After ordering, Li Chao suddenly said something.
What's wrong?
Lin Hui was somewhat curious.
Li Chao smiled smugly, I just passed the interview and am about to join an investment company. From now on, I will be a new era corporate slave and enjoy the blessings of 996.
Lin Hui was stunned for a moment. He then remembered that Li Qiao would graduate in 6 months.
Congratulations!
Lin Hui picked up his Coke. I wish you success in your career in advance, and that you will become a financial tycoon in the future.
Stop making fun of me.
Li Qiao shook her head with a smile. For someone like me with no background or qualifications, it's already quite an achievement to be able to gain a foothold in this industry.
I believe you can do it.
Lin Hui smiled and said, if you have any questions, feel free to ask me.
I do have some experience with investing. He can see the future.
Naturally, one can see the future profitability or loss of investment projects.
I'll take that seriously.
If I come to you for advice, don't find me annoying.
Li Qiao said jokingly.
In her mind, Lin Hui was so rich that his family must have connections or influence.
If she really encounters a problem, I might be able to help her.
It's just a pity that she always acted very proactively in front of Lin Hui. But Lin Hui always maintained a subtle distance from her. I just don't know how long this connection will last.
2 days passed in the blink of an eye. After visiting the amusement park, Li Qiao went to work the next day.
Lin Hui didn't have any good friends, so he was too lazy to go out and stayed home all day.
The 5th short drama world has been generated. Would you like to enter now?
Friendly reminder, all of the host's special abilities will be transferred to the short drama world.
Enter.
Lin Hui saw the system prompt and clicked to enter. He also wants to make the world stronger through short dramas. Being a couch potato in real life is one thing, but you can't be a couch potato in the world of short dramas. My gaze shifted several times. When he reappeared, he was already standing in a hospital room. Lin Hui, as long as you sign this organ donation form and donate your kidney to Songjia, I will marry you. As soon as Lin Hui teleported over, he heard a woman's pleading voice.
What to donate? Kidney donation? Isn't this going to kill him?
Lin Hui looked at the woman who had spoken. She has an oval face, wears designer clothes, dresses fashionably, and has a look score of 9 or higher. She is quite pretty. But no matter how beautiful he is, if you want his kidney, even the King of Heaven himself can't have it.
Host successfully transmigrated.
Main quest now released, outlive Songjia.
Mission description, outlive Songjia without killing anyone.
Friendly reminder, time since Songjia's death 15 days.
The host will gain the right to travel between this world and obtain the cheat ability, rapid regeneration upon completing the main quest. Golden finger explanation, as long as you don't die immediately, all injuries can be healed rapidly, and severed limbs can regenerate. Lin Hui's eyes lit up. This cheat code is great. As long as you have a breath left, you won't die. It's definitely a life-saving weapon. Lin Hui, did you hear that?
Seeing that Lin Hui didn't speak, the woman quickly pressed him for answers. Lin Hui glanced at the woman who handed over the donation certificate and at Songjia, who was lying on the bed with a smug look on his face.
Idiot. He couldn't help but curse. This system is really something. It just let him experience the thrill of a male-oriented action drama, and now it's making him experience this melodramatic short drama. Moreover, it's a short drama that truly reveals one's heart and soul.
Lin Hui had also seen similar short dramas while watching TV series. The male lead is either a devoted simp who'll succumb to his nagging, or he travels back in time with the intention of saving his real girlfriend and fulfilling 100 of the female lead's wishes, leading to the female lead going through a nightmare of chasing after him. But regardless of the type, getting his kidney is absolutely impossible. Even if it were the latter, he wouldn't donate. After all, he was a time traveler, and the main quest didn't mention saving anyone. What does it matter to him whether other people live or die? Lin Hui, what did you say? The woman looked at Lin Hui in surprise. She never imagined that such vulgar words would come from Lin Hui's mouth. And she was the one being insulted. Isn't Lin Hui her simp? For 3 whole years, Lin Hui did whatever she asked him to do. Even if she pretended to be kidnapped and was actually just playing a trick on Lin Hui was never angry. Why is this time different? Lin Hui not only refused, but also cursed at her. This is absolutely outrageous. Songjia's smug expression froze instantly. He was diagnosed with acute kidney failure some time ago and needs a kidney transplant, otherwise he may die. He was in despair when he learned that Lin Hui's kidney was a match for his. It just so happens that Lin Hui is Lu Ruyan's devoted admirer, and he is Lu Ruyan's ideal man. It was only after his persuasion that the scene just now occurred. But things didn't go as he expected. He never thought that Lin Hui, who always listened to Lu Ruyan, would react so strongly.
Ruyan, let's just forget about it. It's alright. This is my fate. But after I die, you must be happy. Songja quickly put on a self-deprecating expression.
Another green tea bitch.
Lin Hui couldn't help but complain. Why does this damn main quest have to be about outlasting Songja? Why can't we just let him get away with it, or strangle him? Don't worry, I won't let you die.
Seeing Songja like this, Lu Ruyan felt a pang of sadness in her heart. She turned and looked coldly at Lin Hui.
Lin Hui, I'm giving you one more chance. Donate your kidney to Songja, or I'll never speak to you again.
Lin Hui looked at her as if she were an idiot.
What did that villainous second male lead call this woman again? Like smoke? Could it be the legendary Emperor Ruyan?
As expected, Emperor Ruyan was never ugly.
But what does that have to do with him?
Asking him to donate a kidney is impossible, not even if there were 10 or 100 Emperor Ruyans. He was about to hurl insults at her. But then an idea suddenly flashed through my mind. Since we're going to be in this world for 15 days anyway, we might as well have some fun with these two. Lin Hui suddenly put on a sentimental look and looked at Lu Ruyan.
Ruyan, I can consider donating my kidney to him. But I have one condition. Lu Ruyan's cold expression softened. I know what you want.
Don't worry, after you donate your kidney to Songja, I'll get our marriage certificate right away. Songja secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and a smug look reappeared in his eyes.
Sure enough, a simp is a simp. As long as Lu Ruyan asks, Lin Hui will still have to obediently donate his kidney. No, you've misunderstood.
Lin Hui waved his hand and pointed at Songja. I don't want you to marry me, I want him to call me dad.
Chapter 92 Playing Tricks. What? Lu Ruyan and Songja looked surprised.
They all assumed that Lin Hui's condition was that Lu Ruyan marry him. Unexpectedly, Lin Hui would make such a demand.
Lin Hui, if you don't want to donate, fine, but why humiliate me like this?
A cold glint flashed in Songja's eyes, but he still pretended to be a bullied green tea.
Lin Hui, what are you doing?
I've already agreed to marry you, Lu Ruyan said, her brows furrowed slightly, a hint of impatience in her voice. Lin Hui feigned an innocent expression.
Is my request unreasonable? Our bodies and hair are given to us by our parents. If I give him my kidney, wouldn't that be like being half a father to him?
I lost a kidney, but he wouldn't even call me dad.
Why should I donate my kidney to someone who doesn't know gratitude? Lu Ruyan's brows were still slightly furrowed. However, after listening to Lin Hui's explanation, she felt that it made some sense.
Lin Hui donated a kidney, and Songja only had to call him dad. It's a win-win situation no matter how you look at it.
But Songja didn't think so.
Lin Hui, that simp, what right does he have to call me daddy?
Does a dog think it can ride on his head?
Lin Hui looked at Songja, whose expression was uncertain.
Well, since you don't want to call me that, I won't force you. But let's just forget about the kidney donation.
After saying that, he made a gesture as if he was about to leave.
Upon hearing this, Songja immediately became anxious.
He finally understood, Lin Hui was just looking for an excuse not to donate a kidney to him. Therefore, he absolutely cannot do as Lin Hui wishes.
Wait, I'll call. Songja hurriedly spoke up. Lu Ruyan looked at Songja in surprise.
But thinking about it, all it takes is a shout to get a kidney transplant, so it doesn't seem like a bad thing.
She didn't say anything to stop it.
Lin Hui smiled slightly and turned to look at Songja. Actually, you don't have to force yourself.
It's okay if you don't call me. Hearing this, Songja became even more certain that Lin Hui was deliberately making excuses to avoid donating a kidney to him.
He gritted his teeth to survive. He had no choice but to temporarily abandon his dignity.
Dad.
After hesitating for a while, he finally spoke with difficulty.
What? What did you just say? Was your voice too soft for me to hear?
Lin Hui put his hand to his ear, pretending not to have heard clearly.
Anger and coldness flashed in Songja's eyes. He realized that Lin Hui was deliberately humiliating him to make him back down. But he simply couldn't do as Lin Hui wanted. Dad. Songja took a deep breath and shouted it out.
The noise was so loud that even the patients in the next room could hear it.
Hey, my good son, you just stay here and get better. Dad's going back to have some fun.
Lin Hui waved his hand, laughed loudly, and turned to leave. He was just playing around with the villainous second male lead. There's absolutely no way he'd get him to donate a kidney.
Songja's face immediately turned extremely ugly.
He was actually tricked and humiliated by a sycophant.
This is an absolute disgrace. Lin Hui, you stop right there. Lu Ruyan also shouted loudly, her face grim.
However, Lin Hui ignored her completely this time and walked straight out of the ward.
Lin Hui, I order you to come back right now, or I will never speak to you again.
A cold smile appeared on Lin Hui's lips. He's not the simp he used to be. They won't truly open their hearts.
As for why I'll stop paying attention to him. If Lu Ruyan keeps her word, he can even praise her for having backbone.
But given the nature of short dramas and Songja's condition, Lu Ruyan will likely continue to bother him.
They might even resort to violence.
However, with his current martial prowess, he's really not afraid of these things. You'd better not use violence, or I'll show you what real violence is.
Lin Hui chuckled and walked straight out of the hospital. This is the ward. He actually dared to leave. Lu Ruyan's face turned extremely ugly.
In the past, whenever she said she would no longer pay attention to Lin Hui would come running to please her. But today, Lin Hui seemed like a completely different person. Not only did he tease Songja, he also verbally abused her. During the 3 years that Lin Hui was her devoted admirer, he never said a harsh word to her. The changes made her very uncomfortable. Songja's eyes were icy cold. Lin Hui's teasing of him was nothing, but without Lin Hui's kidney, his life would be in danger. Therefore, no matter what, he had to get Lin Hui to donate his kidney.
Ruyan, you've suffered because of me. Songja glanced at Lu Ruyan and pretended to feel sorry for her. Why don't we just forget about it? Even if I die, I don't want to see you suffer.
Songja, don't worry, this matter won't end like this. Lu Ruyan suppressed her anger and gently comforted her. I will find a way to get Lin Hui to donate a kidney to you.
Ruyan, it really breaks my heart to see you being wronged. Songja's affectionate expression made Lu Ruyan even more determined to have Lin Hui donate a kidney. You get some rest first, I'll go find him. After Lu Ruyan finished speaking, she walked out of the ward.
A smug smile appeared on Songja's lips.
Lin Hui, so what if you don't want to donate? As long as Lu Ruyan makes a move, I don't believe you won't obediently give in. Outside the hospital.
Lin Hui glanced at his phone balance. Although it's not a lot, it's still more than 5,000 yuan. This money is enough for him to stay for 15 days. If Lu Ruyan doesn't cause him trouble during this period, things can remain peaceful.
But if she insists on causing trouble, then he can only use them to pass the time.
Lin Hui glanced at this unfamiliar place.
He was wondering where to go now.
Just then, the cell phone rang.
The phone number was saved as Junior Sister Su Jingyi.
The name sounds like it belongs to a woman, and the fact that she called him at this particular time suggests she's probably a character in the story.
He thought about it for a moment, then decided to answer. Senior, I'm back in China. Can you come pick me up?
A sweet female voice came from the other end of the phone. Lin Hui's lips curled up slightly. Since a girl had come to him, he had no reason to refuse. Since he hadn't decided where to go anyway, he might as well just follow the plot.
Okay, send me the address and I'll take a taxi to pick you up.
Lin Hui readily agreed.
Really? That's great. I'm at the airport now, senior, come quick.
On the other side, Su Jingyi had already gotten into a luxury business car. Upon hearing Lin Hui agree to pick her up, she immediately got out of the car and gestured for the driver to unload her luggage.
Okay, then wait for me.
After saying that, he hung up the phone and prepared to take a taxi to the airport.
Lin Hui, you stop right there.
However, just as he was about to leave, Lu Ruyan's voice came from behind him. Lin Hui merely glanced back at it indifferently, then ignored it and went straight to the roadside to hail a taxi.
Lin Hui, it's just asking you to donate a kidney. You have two, what's wrong with donating one?
Lu Ruyan was furious when she saw that Lin Hui was completely ignoring her. She chased after him and finally arrived at the taxi just as Lin Hui got into the car. Lin Hui, come back with me quickly.
Songja needs you, otherwise he will really die. Lu Ruyan spoke to Lin Hui through the car window.
Whether he lives or dies is none of my business.
Just because someone calls me dad doesn't mean I'm actually his dad. I can't afford a son like that.
Lin Hui looked at him with a mocking expression. After saying that, he looked at the driver and said, "Hurry up and drive, master, I have things to do." Upon seeing this, the driver stepped on the gas and drove off.
Lin Hui, what happened to you? It's just a kidney, why are you being so stingy? Lu Ruyan watched the car drive away and stomped her foot in frustration. Lin Hui, don't think you can get away with this. You have to donate this kidney, whether you like it or not. Chapter 93 Su Jingyi. Airport entrance. Lin Hui looked around, but was completely confused. He didn't know Su Jingyi, didn't know what she looked like, and was wondering how to find her. Senior brother Lin Hui, over here. Just then, a familiar female voice came from not far away. Lin Hui looked in the direction of the sound and saw a stylishly dressed woman pushing a small suitcase. Her looks were at least a 9 out of 10. No need to guess, this should be Su Jingyi. Lin Hui smiled and raised his hand, wanting to say hello. But Su Jingyi ran straight over and threw herself into his arms. Lin Hui looked completely bewildered. Are the two of them really that close? Judging from his recent experience, isn't he just Lu Ruyan's lapdog? So, what is Su Jingyi's character setting? It's been 2 years since I last saw you, senior brother. You've become even more handsome, and your physique is so great too. Su Jingyi secretly touched Lin Hui's abs. Lin Hui was speechless. This girl is really something. Let's go. Where do you live? I'll take you home first. Lin Hui didn't talk to her much, after all, he didn't know Su Jingyi very well. Senior brother, how are things between you and Lu Ruyan? Are you married? After getting into the taxi, Su Jingyi suddenly said, when she was in the car accident, you even donated a kidney to her. You loved her so much, shouldn't you be happily married by now? Lin Hui was too tired to even complain anymore. This person is the ultimate simp. I poured my heart out, but I still didn't get any appreciation. However, judging from the usual pattern of short dramas, it's likely that Songjia, the villainous second male lead, will once again take the place of his savior. Lu Ruyan probably thought that Songjia had donated his kidney to her. No, she wanted me to donate my last kidney to Songjia before she would marry me. Lin Hui shrugged indifferently. What? Su Jingyi exclaimed in surprise, followed by anger. How could she do this? Doesn't she know you only have one kidney? If you were to donate it, would you even survive? Does she want to marry a dead person? Su Jingyi was furious, but then she remembered something and quickly tried to persuade her. Senior brother Lin Hui, don't be silly anymore. She doesn't love you at all. You must not listen to her. Lin Hui chuckled lightly. Am I that stupid? I donate just because she tells me to. Su Jingyi was stunned for a moment. This Lin Hui, her senior brother, seems somewhat different from the one she remembers. Lin Hui used to listen to Lu Ruyan a lot. Basically, Lin Hui would do whatever Lu Ruyan said, even if he was being teased, humiliated, or even had his dignity trampled on, he would still be a good sycophant as always. But now, Lin Hui is acting so indifferent. Senior brother, you finally figured it out? Su Jingyi said happily, that woman Lu Ruyan is not good enough for you at all. Lin Hui smiled casually, if she's not good enough for me, then who is? Of course it's me. Su Jingyi puffed out her chest and admitted directly, Senior brother, I've liked you for a long time. If it weren't for seeing you donate a kidney for Lu Ruyan, I wouldn't have let go. Lin Hui was somewhat surprised. Although I know that in these kinds of short dramas, the male lead always has a devoted female supporting character by his side. But Su Jingyi is being way too proactive. However, since the girl was being given away for free and was so beautiful, he had no reason to refuse. Lin Hui took Su Jingyi's hand and sighed, I know how you feel, but I can't give you an answer right now. I've already experienced the pain of misplaced affection, and I don't want to go through that again, so Jingyi, you shouldn't waste your time on me. He couldn't be too hasty at this time, so he adopted a strategy of retreating to advance. Since this girl likes him, there's no way she'll really leave. In this way, he can also create the persona of a melancholy man, making it easier for women to feel protective of him. Senior brother, don't blame yourself for Lu Ruyan's mistakes. Su Jingyi indeed showed a look of heartache. She gripped Lin Hui's hand tightly and said firmly, Senior brother, believe me. I am not Lu Ruyan. This time, I will definitely not let you lose. Lin Hui sighed and gently withdrew his hand. Forget it, let me take a break first. I'm really not in the mood right now. Su Jingyi said firmly, then I'll wait for you, senior brother. I will prove my love with my actions. Lin Hui felt a surge of joy. This turns the tables, allowing you to experience the feeling of being pursued by a beautiful woman. The taxi driver in front glanced at Lin Hui with envy through his rearview mirror. If only he had that eloquence and charm when he was young. I'm so envious.
He's over 30 years old and has never been pursued by a woman.
It took about half an hour.
Lin Hui and his group arrived at their destination.
This is your home?
Lin Hui glanced at the upscale villa in front of him and teased, so you're quite the little rich lady after all.
Su Jingyi proudly raised her head, that's right. So, senior brother Lin Hui, do you want to experience what it's like to be kept by a rich woman? How do I experience it?
Lin Hui found it somewhat amusing. Su Jingyi generously took out a bank card from her bag. There are 10 million in this card, feel free to use it as you like.
Lin Hui smiled as he took the bank card. So this is what it feels like to be kept by a rich woman? It's not bad. This surprised Su Jingyi somewhat.
Lin Hui actually accepted the bank card.
When did my senior become so straightforward?
Just as she was thinking this, Lin Hui shoved the card into her bag.
Su Jingyi was relieved. My senior is still my senior, how could he possibly take her money?
But this made her feel somewhat disappointed. What she just said wasn't exactly a joke. If she could, she really wanted to keep Lin Hui as her sugar daddy, so that he would belong to her alone.
Alright, my mission is complete.
Lin Hui waved his hand, you've been on the plane for so long, you should go back and rest.
Su Jingyi then threw herself into Lin Hui's arms. Thank you for taking me home, senior. To show my gratitude, I'll treat you to some fun tonight.
With a beautiful woman by his side, Lin Hui had no reason to refuse.
What are you doing?
However, at that moment, Lu Ruyan's annoyed voice came from the side. Lin Hui and Su Jingyi both turned their heads to look at her. Lin Hui was speechless. As expected, what was bound to happen would happen.
Lu Ruyan was not going to give up so easily. What are you doing? Can't you see?
Lin Hui grabbed Su Jingyi's waist.
Su Jingyi also leaned against Lin Hui. I'm my senior's girlfriend now, what's wrong with hugging me?
On the contrary, you, Lu Ruyan, how dare you show your face in front of us?
I don't know why. Seeing Lin Hui and Su Jingyi behaving intimately, Lu Ruyan felt a tightness in her chest.
That feeling was very unpleasant, as if I had lost something important.
Lin Hui, all I'm asking you to donate a kidney is to ask you to do this. Why bother having her act in this? Lu Ruyan pointed at Su Jingyi angrily. Didn't I say that I would marry you after you donate a kidney? How long are you going to keep making a fuss?
If you're worried, I can go with you to get the marriage certificate right now. Chapter 94: The ugly nature of the short drama world.
Upon hearing this insincere statement, Lin Hui subconsciously touched his lower back. Unfortunately, I came up empty-handed.
He had forgotten to buy a stun gun when he first entered this world.
Otherwise, based on what Lu Ruyan just said, he would definitely have given her an electroshock therapy.
Lu Ruyan, you make it sound so easy.
Su Jingyi said angrily, you knew Lin Hui only had one kidney, yet you still made him donate it.
You clearly wanted him to die.
What? Lu Ruyan looked surprised.
In typical situations like this, given the nature of short dramas, the main character will usually step in to stop Su Jingyi from speaking.
Then they continued to conceal the misunderstanding.
But now, Lin Hui just watched with a detached, amused expression, showing no intention of stopping him whatsoever. Confucius said that one should expect something in return for doing good deeds. Although his kidney is now intact, it does not negate the fact that he donated a kidney. Therefore, if you do good deeds, you should expect something in return.
He wanted to see how Lu Ruyan would react after learning the truth. Lin Hui, is what she said true? You really only have one kidney? Lu Ruyan looked at Lin Hui in disbelief. Smack! A loud slap rang out. Lu Ruyan, how long are you going to keep up this act? Su Jingyi was furious. What did I pretend to be?
Lu Ruyan covered her face, feeling very aggrieved.
Su Jingyi loudly questioned, Lu Ruyan, do you even have a heart?
Lin Hui donated one of his kidneys to you 2 years ago.
Are you really unaware of this, or are you pretending to be stupid? If you still make him donate, aren't you just trying to kill him with your own hands?
Hearing this, Lin Hui really wanted to complain.
The male lead's kidney is truly a perfect match, it can be paired with anyone. Lu Ruyan stared wide-eyed at Lin Hui in disbelief. 2 years ago? You donated it to me? No, how could that be? The person who donated a kidney to me 2 years ago was clearly Songja, how could it be Lin Hui?
Lin Hui really wanted to complain that the world of short dramas really doesn't make any sense at all.
There are confidentiality regulations for organ donation, but isn't it easy to find out how many kidneys a person has? Stupid woman, didn't you even ask the doctor how many kidneys Songja has?
If it really was him who donated it to you, then he should only have one kidney left now.
Lin Hui looked at her with disdain. Is it really that you can't think of such a simple truth, or are you unwilling to think about it?
Humph, Lu Ruyan, a woman like you is not good enough for your senior brother.
Don't bother him again. Su Jingyi snorted coldly and pulled Lin Hui directly into the villa. Lu Ruyan stood there, stunned.
The information she just received completely shattered what she had always firmly believed in. 2 years ago, when she woke up in her hospital bed, the first person she saw was Songja. At that time, he thought it was Songja who donated a kidney to her, and afterwards he was very tolerant of his savior. But unexpectedly, things took a turn for the better. The one who donated her kidney was not Songja, but Lin Hui.
No, I need to confirm this. Lu Ruyan realized what was happening and quickly rushed towards the hospital. If Lin Hui really is the one who donated a kidney to her, then what does all she's doing now mean? Is this repaying kindness with enmity? Inside the house,
Lin Hui looked out the window and saw Lu Ruyan's departing figure. Thank you so much for helping me out of that situation. He turned his head and had just finished saying his thanks when he felt a warm sensation on his lips. Looking at Su Jingyi's face so close to his, he felt both speechless and amused.
I never imagined I'd be ambushed one day. This is completely contrary to the natural order. Senior brother, was I too short-tempered just now?
After kissing her, Su Jingyi put on a girlish act and said, Actually, I'm usually very gentle. Lin Hui found it somewhat amusing.
This girl is quite the drama queen. I thought you looked really cool when you spoke up for me just now.
Lin Hui tapped her forehead with his finger, but the trouble is over, and I should be going now. Su Jingyi suddenly grabbed his hand, her eyes pleading, and said, Senior brother, what I just said was the truth.
Why don't you consider being my boyfriend? I'll consider it.
Lin Hui smiled, opened the door, and prepared to leave.
Su Jingyi's favorability rating wasn't even 100%, so staying was just for casual conversation.
Compared to that, he had something else very important to do.
That means buying a stun gun.
Compared to slapping, the stun gun was clearly his true love. Senior, it's 8 p.m. at Shengtian Club, don't be late.
Hospital. Lu Ruyan rushed back. They found a doctor at the hospital immediately. Doctor, does Songja's test report show that he has 1 kidney or 2 kidneys?
Lu Ruyan took a deep breath and calmed herself down before asking the question.
This is a patient's privacy. Why are you asking this? The doctor didn't answer. Instead, he asked a question in return. Never mind what I do, just tell me, does he have 1 kidney or 2 kidneys? Lu Ruyan questioned in a cold voice. This is the patient's privacy, I shouldn't tell you.
The doctor sighed, but since it concerns the patient's life, I'll tell you.
Songja only has 1 kidney now.
You should have seen the scar on his waist.
That's from a previous surgery.
If we can find someone to donate a kidney, he might not live for more than a month.
Lu Ruyan's eyes widened. 1 kidney? Songja only has 1 kidney? Doesn't this mean Lin Hui was lying to him?
Lin Hui, you actually told such a lie just to avoid donating a kidney to Songja. It's a good thing I didn't believe you, otherwise Songja would have been so heartbroken.
Lu Ruyan muttered to herself, secretly relieved.
If Lin Hui really was her savior, then everything she did before was utterly inhuman.
Thankfully, this isn't true. Ruyan, what are you doing here?
Just then, Songja's weak voice came from the doorway. Lu Ruyan turned her head and saw Songja, who looked a little pale and had changed into casual clothes.
Songja, why did you get up? Given your condition, you shouldn't go out unnecessarily. Lu Ruyan immediately asked with concern. It's nothing.
Songja shook his head weakly. I'm just too bored staying in the hospital, so I want to go out for a walk.
Ruyan, could you make some arrangements for me? Even just for today would be fine. I don't want to spend my last days in the hospital before I die.
Lu Ruyan wanted to offer some advice, but seeing the disappointment on Songja's face, she couldn't bring herself to refuse.
Okay, you rest here for a bit, I'll go find someone to make arrangements.
After saying that, she left in a hurry. At this moment, a cold glint appeared in Songja's eyes.
Second uncle, what did she ask you just now? Songja looked at the doctor. She just rushed over and asked me how many kidneys I have. I guess someone told her something that made her start to have doubts.
The doctor sighed, but don't worry, I lied to her and said you only have 1 kidney. Luckily, you had an appendectomy and have a scar from it, so she should believe you for now.
Thank you, second uncle.
Songjia nodded, a hint of gloom flashing in his eyes.
Why would Lu Ruyan suddenly suspect him? Did she hear something about it somewhere? It seems I need to be more careful from now on and absolutely cannot reveal any flaws. Songjia, I've made all the arrangements.
I've hosted a party at the Shangtian Club tonight.
Just have fun. Don't worry about the kidney transplant, I'll take care of it. Lu Ruyan then returned. Chapter 95 Get Out. Shangtian Club.
A luxurious, large private room. Lu Ruyan, Songjia, and a group of rich kids were having fun together.
Songjia, you look terrible.
Someone noticed that Songjia's face was pale, so they asked.
Don't you know? Songjia has end-stage renal disease and needs a kidney transplant to survive.
Someone who knew about his condition spoke up to explain.
Is it that serious? Have you found a suitable kidney donor? Upon hearing this question, Songjia looked at Lu Ruyan.
He couldn't speak at this point, so he had to let Lu Ruyan speak.
We found it, Lu Ruyan said indifferently.
The kidney that matches Songjia is Lin Hui.
Lin Hui? Is that your simp?
A young woman said with a smile. I just remembered, Ruyan does have such a sycophant by her side. He's willing to give up all his dignity just to fawn over her.
Another young man laughed along.
Speaking of which, I do remember that once when we had a party, we deliberately threw Ruyan's earrings into the pool and asked him to go and find them. He went in without saying a word.
It was really funny.
Once the conversation started, everyone recounted the foolish things Lin Hui had done before. Lu Ruyan smiled, but her smile was a little stiff. She had no idea that Lin Hui had done so many foolish things for her. She and Lin Hui met in college and have known each other for 4 years. At first, she and Lin Hui were indeed very much in love. At that time, the two were very close, just like real lovers. But after Songjia donated a kidney to her in the car accident 2 years ago, saving her life, their relationship seemed to grow increasingly distant. No, it should be said that she deliberately distanced herself from Lin Hui. So, it must be very easy for Songjia to get a kidney transplant. The young man laughed and said, as long as Ruyan asks that sycophant to donate his kidney, he'll do it without hesitation.
Ah, indeed, given that sycophantic personality, it might really be that simple. The crowd burst into laughter again.
Songjia glanced at Lu Ruyan, who had fallen silent. The atmosphere had already been built up, and he delivered the final blow.
Don't say that.
Lin Hui really likes Ruyan. It would be very difficult for Ruyan to do this.
My illness is nothing serious, cough cough. He pretended to be helping Lu Ruyan out of a predicament, but in reality, he was just using a retreat as a tactic to advance.
Finally, he faked a few coughs, feigning pain to elicit sympathy.
Seeing this, Lu Ruyan asked worriedly, Songjia, are you alright?
Don't worry, I said I would make him donate his kidney, and I will definitely do it.
You saved me back then, now it's my turn to save you.
If Lin Hui were here, upon hearing such outrageous words, he would definitely grab a stick and give him a good shock on the spot.
Is this even human language?
Saving Songjia with your emotions isn't about using your kidneys. This is a prime example of someone who talks without understanding the situation.
Meanwhile, at the entrance of Shangtian Club,
Lin Hui took a taxi to get here.
It's quite impressive.
Lin Hui glanced at the club and then called Su Jingyi.
Jingyi, I've arrived. Where are you? Wait, I'll come get you. Su Jingyi left a message and hung up the phone.
Before long, Lin Hui saw Su Jingyi jogging to the door.
Why are you so late? Didn't I tell you not to be late? Su Jingyi started by complaining in a coquettish manner. Lin Hui glanced at his phone. It's not late, isn't it still a minute to go?
Su Jingyi rolled her eyes at him. You really know how to time things.
Alright, let's go in. She took Lin Hui's hand and led him into the club.
However, just as Lin Hui and his group entered the private room, 2 women who came out to use the restroom in Lu Ruyan's private room happened to see Lin Hui.
Was that Ruyan's simp just now? It seems so. Wasn't he Ruyan's simp? How come he's with another woman?
The 2 women were a little confused, so they went to the door and secretly peeked inside, where they saw Lin Hui and Su Jingyi sitting down.
As expected, he's that simp. No, I have to tell Ruyan about this. That sycophant is trying to have his cake and eat it too. After confirming, the 2 women immediately returned to Lu Ruyan's private room.
Inside the private room, Lu Ruyan and her friends were having a great time.
Guess who we just saw in the next private room?
One of the women spoke up, interrupting the conversation.
Who? Could it be some important figure?
No, we just saw Ruyan's simp. He was alone in a private room with another woman. The other woman didn't keep them in suspense and directly told them what they had seen.
What? Ruyan's simp is with another woman? Isn't this a slap in the face to Ruyan? A simp trying to have his cake and eat it too?
The crowd erupted in cheers.
Lu Ruyan's expression turned very unpleasant.
She recalled what happened during the day and guessed who the woman next to Lin Hui was. For some reason, she felt very uncomfortable when she heard that Lin Hui was alone in a private room with another woman.
Ruyan, shall we go take a look?
Seeing that everyone was filled with righteous indignation, Songja spoke up and made a suggestion. He wanted to use everyone to thoroughly humiliate Lin Hui. They also pressured Lin Hui to donate his kidney.
Yes, let's go see. This sycophant thinks he can defy the heavens?
Some people, not wanting to miss out on the excitement, immediately stood up and started jeering. When the others heard there was going to be a good show, they all joined in the commotion. These spoiled rich kids enjoy watching others get played, especially when it's someone who's a sycophant.
Lu Ruyan originally didn't want to go.
But with everyone egging her on, she couldn't very well refuse.
Okay, let's go take a look. I also have something I want to ask him.
Lu Ruyan immediately stood up and led a group of rich second-generation heirs to Lin Hui's private room. Inside the private room, Lin Hui had just poured some wine when the door was violently pushed open, and a group of rich second-generation heirs dressed in designer brands walked in. Lin Hui frowned slightly, feeling somewhat displeased. He just goes out to have a drink and chat with some beautiful women, and somehow someone comes looking for trouble. However, when he saw Lu Ruyan and Songjo in the crowd, he understood everything. Sure enough, the world of short dramas wouldn't let him get through 15 days peacefully.
Get out before I lose my temper.
His eyes instantly turned cold, and a ruthless aura naturally emanated from him. In the previous short drama world, he killed so many people that he had long since developed an aura of killing intent. The rich kids who had just charged forward so aggressively felt a chill run down their spines when they met Lin Hui's gaze.
The noisy atmosphere suddenly quieted down.
This was Lin Hui's primary target. Both Lu Ruyan and Songja felt a sense of fear, as if they were being watched by something dangerous, and their hearts skipped a beat.
How could Lin Hui have such a terrifying look in his eyes?
The same thought arose in both of their minds at the same time.
Su Jingyi looked at Lin Hui in surprise.
My senior's eyes are scary, but he's so handsome. Anyway, Lin Hui wasn't targeting her, but rather Lu Ruyan and the others. She didn't feel anything was wrong, on the contrary, she was quite happy. This shows that the senior brother has truly given up on Lu Ruyan.
Chapter 96 The Thunder King appears. The chilly atmosphere lasted for quite a while.
None of the rich kids present dared to say a word. Lin Hui gave the group of people a disdainful look. A bunch of cowards, yet they dare to cause him trouble.
Get lost, don't disturb my conversation with Jingyi.
Lin Hui picked up the freshly poured wine and handed it to Su Jingyi. Su Jingyi happily accepted it, then intimately linked arms with Lin Hui, giving Lu Ruyan a smug look.
Lu Ruyan, this private room is reserved by me. You are not welcome here. Please leave.
Seeing the two's intimate actions, Lu Ruyan felt even more distressed.
Lin Hui, when are you going to stop acting? You just want to find a woman to provoke me and make me jealous, don't you?
These little tricks won't work on me. I'll say it again, as long as you're willing to donate your kidney to Songja, I'll marry you immediately. Upon hearing her words, the other rich kids around her all looked surprised.
Ruyan, are you going to marry such a simp? He's no match for you.
He's just a simp who wants to be a phoenix man, a man from a poor background who achieves success.
That's right, only someone like Songja is worthy of you.
The group of people started mocking Lin Hui openly, one after another. Songja's lips curled up almost imperceptibly, and a hint of smugness appeared in his eyes.
See? Now everyone is on his side. Lin Hui is just a sycophant, what right does he have to fight with him? Lu Ruyan didn't explain anything, she just stared straight at Lin Hui, waiting for his decision. Lin Hui remained indifferent, as if he hadn't heard anything.
Su Jingyi, on the other hand, looked furious. She immediately wanted to get up and refute him, but Lin Hui stopped her as soon as she stood up.
I gave you a chance.
Lin Hui slowly put down his wineglass, his eyes instantly turning icy cold.
Since you don't want to leave, then I'll just have to let you taste the truth.
Several rich kids looked at Lin Hui, who was slowly getting up, with a puzzled expression.
What, you want to hit us or something? Ha, that's the funniest joke I've ever heard.
If you're so tough, come and hit us.
A simp who thinks he's all that? You dare to mess with us?
Several of the young men started to provoke them. They thought Lin Hui was a poor wretch and a sycophant, and wouldn't dare to make a move. But the next moment, Lin Hui pulled out a stun gun.
The Thunder King is back online.
The moment they saw the stun gun, the people who had just been shouting immediately shut their mouths.
But it was too late.
Lin Hui's lips curled up, and he charged straight at the crowd. With 102 points of strength, these people didn't even have a chance to fight back or escape before they were all knocked to the ground by electric shock. The scene was filled with wails and cries. Lu Ruyan and Songja were no exception, they both collapsed to the ground.
Su Jingyi stared wide-eyed in surprise. However, seeing Lin Hui's imposing back view, he also looked incredibly handsome. This is a real man.
My senior has changed so much.
However, she likes Lin Hui the way he is now.
Lin Hui, you fucking want to die. Once the rich kid on the ground recovered, he was furious.
Lin Hui, you're finished. You dare to shock me? I'll definitely have someone kill you.
Damn it, if you don't kneel down and apologize today, don't even think about leaving this private room. A group of spoiled rich kids have no idea what fear is.
They are furious and only want revenge.
Songja stood up with a sinister look on his face. He was already in poor health, and the electric shock made him feel extremely painful. Lu Ruyan stood up awkwardly, looking at Lin Hui in disbelief. Lin Hui, you actually shocked me.
How could you become like this? You weren't like this before. It seems that electroconvulsive therapy is not enough, so let's increase the intensity.
Lin Hui smirked and fired the stun gun again.
A group of people lay on the ground convulsing again. Lin Hui, I didn't say anything, why did you shock me?
Songja looked aggrieved.
He didn't say anything, so why did he get shocked twice? He's in real pain right now.
The group of rich kids also became obedient, shrinking back one by one, afraid that Lin Hui would arrange another electroshock therapy for them.
Even Lu Ruyan chickened out at this point.
But the grievance and heartache in her eyes could not be hidden.
It's nothing, I just don't like you.
Lin Hui shrugged and sat back down next to Su Jingyi.
Su Jingyi put her arm around his again. Lin Hui, do you know who you shocked today?
It's not too late for you to apologize now, otherwise I can't protect you. Seeing the two's intimate actions, Lu Ruyan thought for a moment and then spoke up to remind them. Although the rich kids behind him stopped shouting, their eyes were all hostile. Clearly, they wouldn't let Lin Hui off easily.
Do I need your protection?
Lin Hui glanced at the group of people with disdain.
He only shocks the hands and feet. Even if the police are called, he'll only be in jail for a few days at most.
Moreover, given his martial prowess, he might be able to stay there for a few days and enjoy a more peaceful and comfortable life.
That's right, with me protecting him, he doesn't need you. Su Jingyi looked smug.
She stood up and coldly glanced at the group of rich kids. I am Su Jingyi from the Su Group. If you want to make a move against Lin Hui, then I will have my father do everything in his power to stop your company.
The rich kids all stared wide-eyed. The Su Group, could it be the Su family, the #1 family in Zhongcheng? Su Jingyi, I've heard of that name before.
She is the heiress of the Su Group, but I heard she went abroad 2 years ago. I did hear a rumor that the Su family's daughter has returned to the country these past few days.
Could she really be the heiress of the Su Group?
The group quickly sorted out their thoughts by talking amongst themselves.
Ms. Su, this is a misunderstanding. We have no ill intentions towards Mr. Lin.
Someone realized what was happening and quickly bowed their head in apology. These second-generation rich kids do have some wealth, but compared to the Su Group, it's worlds apart. Lu Ruyan's eyes widened slightly as she looked at Lin Hui and Su Jingyi in disbelief. She never expected that Lin Hui knew Su Jingyi, and that the two were so close.
Songja's face turned extremely ugly. Things had completely exceeded his expectations. With the Su Group's heiress protecting him, would you still donate your kidney to Lin Hui? Senior brother, what do you suggest we do to solve this? Su Jingyi looked at Lin Hui, waiting for his decision. Lin Hui's lips curled up. He took out several large glasses and filled each one with red wine. 1 cup per person, drink it while kneeling and then you can leave.
The rich kids looked at the full glass of red wine with rather unpleasant expressions. However, after making eye contact with Su Jingyi, they both admitted defeat, stepped forward, picked up the cups, and knelt down. The group of people, pinching their noses and looking grim, drank all the wine. "Mr. Lin, Miss Su, we apologize for disturbing you. We'll leave now." After drinking, this group of rich kids immediately ran away. They were just there to watch the fun, but they ended up getting shocked twice in drinking such a large glass of wine. If they stay any longer, they don't know what other suffering they will endure. Lu Ruyan's expression was complicated. Looking at the composed Lin Hui, she suddenly felt that he had a great presence and was very handsome. But seeing Lin Hui and Su Jingyi being intimate made her feel uncomfortable and unhappy. "Lin Hui, why did you lie to me and say that you donated a kidney to me? I've already checked. Songjia only has one kidney now. It's clear that he is the one who donated the kidney to me." Chapter 97, Trying to Kidnap Lin Hui? Squeak, squeak, squeak. Lin Hui casually toyed with the stun gun in his hand. "If you're sick, go get treatment." He looked at Lu Ruyan indifferently. "Does it matter who donates a kidney to you? I have nothing to do with you anymore. Whoever you want to believe donated it is whoever donated it. Now, I'm giving you one last chance. Get lost, or else." Squeak, squeak, squeak. Lin Hui pressed the stun gun switch, and the sound of electricity echoed in the private room. Looking at the stun gun in Lin Hui's hand, Lu Ruyan recalled the shock she had just received and instinctively took a step back. Not to mention Songjia. Now I'm acting like a coward, so scared I ran straight to the door. "Senior, you were so cool just now." Su Jingyi happily leaned closer. "They're just a bunch of spineless cowards, nothing more." Lin Hui smiled indifferently. Lu Ruyan watched the two chatting and laughing, completely ignoring her. Her expression changed several times, but she finally gritted her teeth and left. "Ruyan, are we just going to let this go like this?" Songjia quickly caught up, feeling extremely unwilling. "Of course we can't just let it go like this." Lu Ruyan said in a deep voice, "Don't worry, I will definitely do what I promised you. Even if it means being tied up, I will definitely tie you up and bring you here." At that moment, she felt a tightness in her chest. She didn't know if she was saying these words for Songju or to prevent Lin Hui and Su Jingyi from being together. Inside the private room, Su Jingyi glanced disdainfully in the direction of the door. "Don't worry, senior brother, I will protect you." Lin Hui smiled and said, "As a man, I'm the only one who needs to protect you." "I don't need you to protect me." Su Jingyi revealed a sly smile. "So, senior brother, how are you going to protect me?" Lin Hui smiled, then used his ability to see the future to glance at Su Jingyi's future. "Jingyi, go back and investigate your second uncle. He plans to poison your father and collude with the board of directors to drive you out of the Su group." Su Jingyi's eyes widened slightly. "Senior brother, is what you said true? You'll know if you go back and check." Lin Hui did not offer much explanation. Given the Su family's strength, it shouldn't be difficult for them to uncover the problem. Su Jingyi had no doubts and immediately called her father, asking him to investigate her second uncle. "It probably won't be that easy to find out the problem in a short time. Senior, let's have a drink." Next, Lin Hui and Su Jingyi chatted and laughed in the private room, and it quickly became past 11 o'clock. "Alright, we should go back now." Lin Hui looked at Su Jingyi, who was slightly drunk, and said, "Let's go, I'll take you home." "Senior brother, I want a hug." Su Jingyi, taking advantage of her drunkenness, clung to Lin Hui. Lin Hui found it amusing, but still picked her up in a princess carry. "My senior's arms are so strong. It's still my senior brother's arms that feel the warmest and safest." Su Jingyi couldn't help but recall the scene when she fell into the water and Lin Hui bravely rescued her. Lin Hui held her like that and comforted her back then. Lin Hui has no such memories and has no idea what Su Jingyi is thinking. However, he still took a taxi to send her home. Lin Hui only turned and left after helping her into bed and seeing her fall into a deep sleep. He wasn't trying to pretend to be a virtuous gentleman, he just needed to deal with some trouble. While he was in the car, he noticed that a car was following him. After leaving the villa area, Lin Hui came to a minivan parked by the roadside. He knocked on the van window. "I'm telling you, what exactly do you want from following me all this way?" The 7 people in the van all looked surprised. They were discovered. The man with dyed yellow hair in the passenger seat suddenly turned cold. "This is outside the villa area, it's not a suitable place to take action. But since it's already been exposed, there's nothing that can be done. Let's do it." At his command, 7 men quickly got out of the van and surrounded Lin Hui.
Lin Hui, right? If you know what's good for you, you'll come with us obediently.
The blonde man slowly pulled out a dagger. The employer just wants to kidnap you, but if you don't know what's good for you, you'll inevitably suffer some physical pain. The other 6 all showed fierce expressions.
An ordinary person in this situation would probably have given up long ago.
But Lin Hui glanced at the 7 people with disdain.
Without any unnecessary words, Lin Hui moved instantly. Before long, the 7 people were lying on the ground screaming in agony.
Lin Hui indifferently squatted down and looked at the blonde man. You should be glad this is a society governed by the rule of law, otherwise you would already be dead. The blonde man clutched his stomach in pain, cold sweat pouring down his face.
What kind of ruthless person did they provoke? All 7 of them were taken down before they even had a chance to fight back. Big brother, I was wrong. The blonde man begged for mercy, enduring the pain. Speak, who sent you?
Lin Hui looked at him coldly. You'd better think it through before you speak.
My patience is very limited.
The blonde man swallowed hard.
It's Miss Liu. She hired us to tie you up and bring you to her. Without any hesitation, he betrayed his employer.
You can't blame him for that. After all, Lu Ruyan didn't tell him that Lin Hui was so powerful.
If he had known earlier, he definitely wouldn't have taken this job. Lu Ruyan?
A dangerous glint appeared in Lin Hui's eyes. Although I know she won't stop, she keeps causing trouble again and again.
Does she really think I have no temper?
After saying that, he got into the van.
Let's go, take me to see your employer.
The 7 men exchanged glances, their faces showing distress.
However, since Lin Hui had already spoken, they could only endure the pain and get into the van. Hey bro, want a cigarette?
The van started, and the blonde man fearfully pulled out a pack of cigarettes. Lin Hui didn't answer, but just gave him a cold look. The blonde man felt a sudden panic and unconsciously swallowed.
The atmosphere inside the van suddenly fell silent.
The other 6 looked tense and dared not provoke Lin Hui in the slightest. The journey, which should have taken only a dozen minutes, felt like an eternity to these 7 people. They finally breathed a sigh of relief when the van stopped in front of a villa.
We're here, big brother. The blonde man looked cautiously at Lin Hui. Can we leave now? If you're going to put on a show, go all the way.
Lin Hui looked at him with a sneer. Come in with me, otherwise what if she won't open the door? The blonde man was very unwilling, but he had no choice but to get out of the car and follow Lin Hui to the villa entrance. The blonde man rang the doorbell, and the doorbell rang shortly afterward.
Miss Liu, we have brought the person you requested.
The blonde man glanced at Lin Hui's expression and said cautiously. Lu Ruyan saw Lin Hui surrounded by people through the security camera at the entrance. A smug look appeared on her face.
Lin Hui, you can't escape my grasp. You are mine, and you can only ever love me. I found chapter 98 quite fun. The villa gate opened.
The blonde man looked at Lin Hui with a cautious expression.
Get lost.
Lin Hui spoke indifferently. The blonde man felt as if he had been granted a pardon.
Thank you, brother. We'll head over now. The 7 people immediately ran away.
Lin Hui glanced at the villa and went straight inside.
The villa's door has been opened.
Lin Hui walked in casually. Lu Ruyan sat on the sofa, waiting for the blonde man and his companions to bring Lin Hui in. But they only saw Lin Hui, and Lin Hui didn't seem to be tied up at all. This surprised her.
Why did you come in alone?
Where are the others? Lin Hui didn't answer her question. He just sat down on the sofa next to her indifferently and looked at her coldly.
Haven't I taught you a lesson enough?
He pulled out the stun gun from his waist and casually fiddled with it. When Lu Ruyan saw the stun gun, her pupils immediately contracted.
What you up to?
The thought of being electrocuted made her instinctively move a little further away.
Shouldn't you be tied up? Why are you all right? Lu Ruyan still couldn't understand it. What exactly is going on now? Didn't those 7 blonde-haired guys take her money? Why are they acting so unreliably?
Lin Hui was too lazy to waste words with her.
For someone like Lu Ruyan, taking action is always more effective than talking.
Without saying a word, he stabbed her arm with a stun gun.
Ah!
Lu Ruyan let out a scream, then lay on the sofa convulsing.
I told you not to mess with me, are you deaf?
Lin Hui scolded her, and after Lu Ruyan had recovered a little, he stabbed her with an electric baton again.
No. Fear flashed in Lu Ruyan's eyes.
Before she could finish speaking, the stun gun was already stuck into her other arm. The club sent people to cause me trouble, and now they've even had me kidnapped.
Isn't this a lot of fun?
Then I'll play with you for a while. As he spoke, he stabbed him with the stun gun again. No, Lin Hui, I was wrong.
Lu Ruyan looked terrified.
The feeling of being shocked with a stun gun was truly unpleasant, and she never wanted to experience it again. But Lin Hui completely ignored her and continued to electrocute her.
Lu Ruyan lay back on the sofa and continued to convulse. You're wrong? No, I think you're just scared.
Lin Hui, standing on his superior position, held the stun gun to her face.
Lu Ruyan, tell me, is this fun? Lu Ruyan shook her head frantically. It's not fun at all.
She's really scared now. At the same time, she truly understood that the Lin Hui of today was not the Lin Hui she used to know. This Lin Hui is ruthless and vicious. He can shock people without hesitation.
No, I think it's quite fun.
Lin Hui sneered, then shoved another stun gun into her thigh.
Lu Ruyan looked at Lin Hui with fear.
At that moment, she was terrified. No, please stop shocking me, Lin Hui.
I really know I was wrong. Kidnapping you was not my intention. I just love you too much and I don't want to see you with other women.
Faced with fear, she finally confronted her own inner self.
She simply likes Lin Hui.
If it weren't for Songjia donating a kidney to her 2 years ago and saving her life, the two of them might already be married now. Lin Hui revealed a mocking smile.
Love? Please don't tarnish that word. Is your so-called love about humiliating, torturing, and even wanting the other person dead? Then your love is truly heavy.
After saying that, he stunned him with the electric baton again.
Now all 4 limbs have been electrocuted, so they're all neatly assembled.
After Lu Ruyan finished convulsing, she curled up on the sofa in fear, her eyes filled with terror, and dared not utter another word.
Look at you, you're so well behaved when you don't say anything.
Lin Hui slapped her face with the stun gun. I told you a long time ago not to mess with me, but you wouldn't listen. Now things have turned out like this, and it's difficult for everyone.
Lu Ruyan shrank back in fear, but still didn't say anything. Come on, tell me, do you still want to cause me trouble?
Lin Hui smiled faintly. Lu Ruyan shook her head frantically, without the slightest hesitation.
So, do you still want me to donate a kidney? Lin Hui asked again. However, this time, Lu Ruyan did not shake her head immediately.
There was some hesitation on her face. The thought that Songjia had saved her life made her realize that now was the time for her to repay him, and she felt that she should not back down. But she was genuinely afraid of Lin Hui now. After a long silence, the thought of repaying the debt of gratitude ultimately overcame the fear. She pitifully tugged at Lin Hui's sleeve. Lin Hui, please help Songjia with this one thing. She saved my life, and I can't abandon her. I'll do anything you ask, as long as you're willing to donate your kidney to him. Lin Hui was so angry he almost laughed. He really didn't know whether to call the woman stupid or to say that the plot of the short drama was truly melodramatic. Even in this situation, this foolish woman is still thinking about repaying a debt of gratitude. The crucial point is that she had no idea that she was repaying the wrong favors.
You said you'd do anything I asked, right?
Lin Hui sneered. Since this stupid woman likes to do stupid things so much, he wants to see just how far Lu Ruyan can go.
Yes, I can do anything, Lin Hui. I'm willing to marry you.
After we get married, I will definitely devote myself to you wholeheartedly.
Lu Ruyan quickly assured them, even forgetting her fear. Marry you?
Lin Hui scoffed.
Don't even dream about it. It's impossible for me to marry you. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan's expression immediately stiffened.
Lin Hui actually disliked her so much.
Did she really do something wrong? She just wanted to repay a debt of gratitude, is that wrong?
But then Lin Hui suddenly made a turn of events. Seeing Lu Ruyan's expectant gaze again, he smiled slightly and said, donating a kidney is something we can consider.
Just kneel down now and come before me. Lu Ruyan's expression immediately changed. Lin Hui, what do you want to do? This is a blatant humiliation. Is Lin Hui trying to trample her dignity into the ground?
Lin Hui sneered.
What, didn't you say you could do anything? I'm not forcing you. Of course, if you don't want to, that's fine too. I'll leave now. He stood up abruptly, pretending to be preparing to leave. Etc.
Lu Ruyan anxiously reached out to stop her. Lin Hui has already given his consent, the opportunity is right in front of us. This might be her only chance, so after hesitating for a moment, she gritted her teeth and knelt down.
The dignified Miss Lu is really willing to go all out for a man.
Lin Hui grabbed her chin. Songja saved my life, and I have to repay him.
Lu Ruyan looked stubbornly into Lin Hui's eyes. Besides, it's you who's kneeling, so I'm willing to do it.
Yeah? Lin Hui sneered, then let's continue.
I don't need to teach you what to do next.
Lu Ruyan nervously swallowed. But when she thought of the passionate love she had shared with Lin Hui and his selfless devotion over the past 2 years, she finally made up her mind and slowly reached out her hands.
Chapter 99. You can do it this way too.
The next morning, in the villa's bedroom, Lin Hui sat up, glanced at Lu Ruyan, who was still fast asleep, and a playful smile appeared on his lips.
He glanced again at the bloodstains on the bed. This was something he hadn't expected. This was the first time I'd ever met a woman like Lu Ruyan.
It seems that she and Songja have indeed kept a certain distance between them over the past 2 years.
That would be interesting.
Lin Hui picked up his phone and took a picture of him and Lu Ruyan together. In the group photo, he even made a point of showing off that touch of red. After taking the photos, he found Songja's contact number and sent them directly to him. I didn't expect your relationship to be so innocent, huh?
And let me tell you, this woman is really radiant.
After editing and sending the message, Lin Hui promptly blocked him. He did it on purpose. After drawing out the hatred, don't give Songja a chance to vent.
Let him hold it in until he suffers internal injuries. At the same time,
in the hospital ward, Songja had just finished reading the message sent by Lin Hui. Lin Hui, I will never forgive you. When Songja saw that he had been blocked, he was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Finally, he couldn't hold back anymore and roared loudly. It took him 2 years to finally win Lu Ruyan's favor. He originally planned to win over Lu Ruyan completely after his kidney transplant, but unexpectedly, Lin Hui took the peach first. Looking at that bright red in the photo, he felt a tightness in his chest. The discomfort was indescribable. Lin Hui, I will definitely kill you, and that bitch Lu Ruyan, she was so good to me, but she climbed into the bed of that simp Lin Hui.
I'm so angry, so angry. Shouting and yelling still didn't quell his anger.
He simply picked up a pillow and started smashing it around. Even so, it was no use in calming his distress.
Wow.
Finally, Songja felt his blood rush to his head and spat out a mouthful of blood. Then his head lolled to the side and he fainted.
Lin Hui knew Songja's reaction without even having to guess.
He glanced at Lu Ruyan sleeping on the bed, then got up and started dressing. Perhaps because he made a lot of noise, Lu Ruyan slowly woke up. Seeing Lin Hui dressed neatly and ready to leave, she suddenly sat up. Lin Hui, don't forget what you promised me.
Lin Hui's lips curled up slightly. What did I promise you? I don't remember.
Lu Ruyan's expression immediately changed.
You said yesterday that you would consider donating your kidney to Songja. Are you going to go back on your word?
Lin Hui turned around and waved his hand. You said it yourself, it was something to consider. I've already considered it and decided not to donate to him. After saying that, he left gracefully, leaving Lu Ruyan stunned.
Asshole. Lin Hui, you're a bastard. Lu Ruyan slammed the pillow hard against the door.
But Lin Hui was nowhere to be seen there.
She's furious right now.
She had already gone to such lengths, yet Lin Hui was still toying with her.
Last night was her first time. Doesn't that show her determination to marry Lin Hui?
Her idea was simple. Once she repaid Songja for saving her life, she would completely sever ties with him and spend the rest of her life with Lin Hui. The main reason was that Lin Hui's performance last night was just too good. At first, she resisted, but later she became completely absorbed in it. But she never expected that Lin Hui would actually back out after pulling up his pants.
Ding, congratulations, host. Due to special circumstances, Songja's lifespan has been shortened by 5 days. He now has 9 days left to live.
Lin Hui had just stepped out of the villa when he saw the system notification.
So that's how it can be done. A playful look appeared on Lin Hui's face.
He thought he really had to endure 15 days, but he never expected that just posting a photo would anger Songja to the point of premature death.
That's going to be interesting.
Just as he was thinking about how to ruin Songja's life, his phone suddenly rang.
Senior brother, you were absolutely right.
Su Jingyi's slightly surprised voice came out. My second uncle actually wanted to poison my father, and he even dug a pit for him, wanting to make the Su group lose more than 1 billion yuan. Lin Hui smiled and said, don't be so surprised, it's just basic operation.
Senior brother, I really want to thank you this time.
If it weren't for you, my dad might have met with a terrible fate. Su Jingyi's voice was filled with gratitude.
So how are you going to thank me?
Lin Hui asked with a hint of teasing.
There was a moment of silence on the phone, then Su Jingyi's playful voice came through. How about I repay you with my body? Is there really such a good thing?
You're the heiress of the Su group, while I'm just an ordinary poor guy. There's such a big difference in our status.
People will think I'm a gigolo, Lin Hui continued to tease.
Let's see who dares to say that, Su Jingyi said domineeringly. If anyone dares to say anything about you, I'll have their mouth torn apart. Lin Hui shook his head with amusement. Alright, I'm not kidding anymore.
Can you do me a favor? I'm not kidding. Su Jingyi muttered something under her breath, then said seriously, tell me, senior brother, what do you need me to do? I'll definitely do it for you.
Help me gather information about Songjia, the more detailed the better. Also, I need a copy of the information about when I donated a kidney to Lu Ruyan. Lin Hui revealed his purpose. He hadn't figured out how to kill Songjia ahead of time. But that didn't stop him from letting Lu Ruyan see the situation clearly first. He had no interest in a woman like Lu Ruyan, but if conquering her would make Songjia die sooner, he wouldn't mind taking her.
Of course, it's just for fun. No problem, I'll have someone check it out right away. After Su Jingyi finished speaking, she changed the subject. Senior brother, where are you now? I'll come pick you up. I really need to thank you for reminding me today.
Since Lin Hui had nothing else to do, he accepted all offers and gave them his address. Not long after, Su Jingyi appeared in front of Lin Hui in a sports car worth several million.
Your car is quite nice.
Lin Hui opened the car door naturally and sat in the passenger seat.
If you like it, senior brother, I'll give it to you.
Su Jingyi said without thinking. Forget about giving it to me, just let me play with it for a few days. Lin Hui will only stay in this world for a maximum of 9 days, so there's no need for a motorhome or anything like that.
Okay, here's the key. Su Jingyi simply tossed the key to Lin Hui.
Next, she drove Lin Hui to the largest restaurant in Jiangcheng.
On the other side. Upon receiving news that Songjia was seriously ill, Lu Ruyan rushed to the hospital. When he arrived at the ward, Songjia was already out of danger. Songjia, are you alright? Lu Ruyan was somewhat worried.
Songjia's face was extremely pale, his brows were furrowed, and he wanted to say something but couldn't. The doctor next to her sighed, Ms. Lu, the patient's condition has deteriorated again. If he doesn't have surgery within 2 days, he may not make it.
With pleading and expectation in his eyes, Songjia endured the pain and nausea as he asked, Ruyan, will Lin Hui donate a kidney to me?
Faced with death, he no longer cared about Lu Ruyan and Lin Hui sleeping together. All he wanted now was to live.
Lu Ruyan looked troubled. He hasn't yet, but don't worry, I'll think of a way. Chapter 100. A plan has been made. Restaurant.
Senior, here are the materials you requested. After the meal, someone brought over 2 documents.
You're quite efficient.
Lin Hui wiped his mouth, picked up the document, and glanced at it. One document contained Songjia's detailed information, and the other was a kidney donation form obtained in his name.
He opened Songjia's file.
As expected, the villains in these short dramas are all the same.
Songjia not only impersonated Lu Ruyan's savior, but also used the money Lu Ruyan gave him to keep a mistress. This mistress isn't as pretty as Lu Ruyan, she's at most an 8 out of 10. She's dressed in designer brands and expensive jewelry, and looks like a gold digger. This is interesting.
A playful smile appeared on Lin Hui's lips.
He had already figured out how to ruin Songjia.
Senior brother, Songjia is a real scumbag, and Lu Ruyan is really stupid to treat such a scoundrel as her savior.
Su Jingyi couldn't help but complain.
Lin Hui smiled casually. What he really wanted to say was that the predecessor was the biggest idiot. Or rather, very few of the protagonists in these regret-filled short dramas are innocent. He donated a kidney but kept it a secret, playing the role of someone who silently gives.
This version is outdated.
If it were Lin Hui, he would not only say it, but he would also let everyone know and take the opportunity to strengthen their relationship. If handled well, he could definitely control Lu Ruyan for a lifetime. Of course, if he really encounters the situation, he will only have one choice.
I will not donate. Whoever wants to donate can donate. Thank you for the information, Jingy, you've really helped me a lot.
Lin Hui waved the document and smiled.
It's nothing.
Su Jingy rested her hand on the table, propped her chin up, and looked at Lin Hui with shining eyes.
I'm always here whenever you need me, senior brother. Lin Hui reached out and lifted her chin, teasingly asking, anything is fine with you? A hint of anticipation appeared in Su Jingy's eyes. Of course, anything is fine.
Lin Hui released his hand and smiled casually, then come and watch a good show with me.
A hint of disappointment flashed in Su Jingy's eyes. I thought Lin Hui would make some unreasonable demands. So that's all? However, she was quite interested in watching the play. Senior brother, what do you want to do? Just watch.
Lin Hui took out his phone and called Lu Ruyan.
Lu Ruyan was currently struggling with how to persuade Lin Hui to donate a kidney. She even considered using violence.
But she quickly rejected the idea. If it were in the past, she would definitely not have hesitated.
But after last night's madness, she couldn't bring herself to use violence against Lin Hui. I don't know who said that.
To win a woman's heart, you must first win her body. It's clear that Lin Hui successfully won her over last night.
But what else can she do without resorting to violence? Just as she was struggling with this decision, her phone rang.
The call was naturally from Lin Hui.
Lu Ruyan quickly answered the phone. Lin Hui, have you thought it through and decided to donate a kidney to Songjia? That's right.
Lin Hui's voice carried a hint of coldness. However, I have one request.
You said I would agree to any request. Lu Ruyan quickly made a promise.
She even wanted to say that it included herself. But then she thought it was too unreserved, so she held back.
I want 100 million in cash.
Lin Hui said indifferently, I don't believe a single word of your promises.
I only believe in money. I bet 100 million isn't a lot for you. Disappointment showed on Lu Ruyan's face.
She thought Lin Hui's condition was marriage, but it seems she was overthinking it.
But it's all right.
After she saves Songjia and repays his life-saving debt, she will devote herself wholeheartedly to Lin Hui.
As for money, it's just 100 million. Okay, I'll have someone transfer the money to you right now. Lu Ruyan readily agreed.
Lin Hui didn't say another word and hung up the phone.
Su Jingy looked at Lin Hui nervously. Senior brother, don't do anything foolish. Please don't donate your kidney to that scumbag Songjia. If you need money, I can give it to you. Don't even mention 100 million, I'll give you 1 billion.
Lin Hui smiled and pinched her cheek.
Do I look like such a stupid person to you? Su Jingy was stunned for a moment. Then why did you agree to her just now, senior brother?
Of course, it's to use her money to bribe Songjia's mistress. Just as Lin Hui finished speaking, a text message arrived confirming that the money had been deposited into his account.
He glanced at it and, sure enough, it was 100 million in cash. Lu Ruyan really knows how to spend money to save that scumbag. Su Jingy couldn't help but complain when she saw the text message. Who cares about her?
Lin Hui laughed and took her hand.
Anyway, it doesn't really concern us.
Upon hearing Lin Hui say the word "us," Su Jingy immediately became happy. Just then, Lin Hui's phone rang again. Lin Hui, the money has been transferred.
When are you coming to the hospital to sign the donation form? Lu Ruyan's voice was much calmer, as if she had put down a heavy burden. I'll be there later.
You can have the hospital prepare for the surgery first.
Okay, I'll have someone prepare it right away.
Lu Ruyan hung up the phone after she finished speaking.
Senior brother, should we go now?
Su Jingy looked at Lin Hui curiously, wanting to know what Lin Hui would do next.
No rush, let's go find this woman first.
Lin Hui picked up Songjia's document, which contained a photo of the mistress.
Her name is Chen Jiaojiao, but she can't really be called a mistress, since Songjia wasn't actually with Lu Ruyan. Moreover, Chen Jiaojiao and Songjia got together first, so Lu Ruyan should be the mistress. Okay, I'll listen to my senior brother. Su Jingy took Lin Hui's hand, and they left the restaurant together.
The information about Songjia includes some information about Chen Jiaojiao, including her home address.
Lin Hui and his group drove straight to Chen Jiaojiao's house.
Songjia is really good to Chen Jiaojiao. He actually bought her a small villa.
Su Jingy looked at the low-end villas in front of her and couldn't help but laugh. These villas aren't top tier in Jiangcheng, but they'd still cost at least tens of millions. It seems that Songjia has swindled a lot of money from Lu Ruyan in the past 2 years. Let's go.
Lin Hui naturally took her hand and led her into the villa.
They were lucky Chen Jiajiao happened to be home.
After Lin Hui rang the doorbell, he heard a sound coming from inside the house. The door was opened quickly.
Chen Jiajiao looked at the two of them with suspicion. Who are you?
She didn't recognize Lin Hui and Su Jingyi at all, and a look of wariness instinctively appeared on her face.
We're here to give you money, Lin Hui said first. Upon hearing that money would be given away, Chen Jiajiao indeed showed curiosity. What money? I don't think I know you. You're not scammers, are you? Do you know Songjia?
Lin Hui directly stated Songjia's name. However, upon hearing this, Chen Jiajiao's expression immediately changed.
I don't know any Songjia. After saying that, she tried to close the door.
But Lin Hui held it up with one hand, and Chen Jiajiao couldn't close it no matter what she did. Just as Chen Jiajiao was about to shout, Lin Hui handed her the balance on his phone.
Do me a favor, and I'll give you 50 million.
Upon hearing 50 million, Chen Jiajiao's eyes lit up immediately.
That's all pure, unadulterated money. Who wouldn't be tempted by that, especially a gold digger like her? What kind of help? Chapter 101. I'll show you a document. Hospital.
Don't worry, Lin Hui has already agreed to donate a kidney to you.
Upon receiving Lin Hui's reply, Lu Ruyan went to Songjia's bedside immediately. Real?
A look of surprise appeared in Songjia's eyes. This was, after all, a matter of life and death, so it was understandable that he got a little emotional.
However, he quickly realized what was going on and put on a scheming act, saying worriedly, Ruyan, he didn't make things difficult for you, did he? If he makes any unreasonable demands, I'd rather not treat you than see you suffer.
No, Lin Hui didn't make any unreasonable demands. Hearing Songjia's concern, Lu Ruyan felt much better. Little did they know, Songjia was already cursing under his breath.
Lu Ruyan, you shameless, filthy bitch, Lin Hui has already played with you, what are you still pretending for?
Once he recovers, he must first win over this stupid woman, and after he's had his fill of her, he'll trick Lu Ruyan out of her money and then kick her aside. Just thinking about that scene makes him feel great.
As for Lin Hui,
he had already spoken to his doctor uncle. Lin Hui would die on the operating table due to an accident, so he didn't care about Lin Hui at all.
However, there is one more thing.
To prevent Lin Hui from changing his mind halfway through, or from any other unexpected events, he has to prepare in advance.
That's good.
Ruyan, go and ask the doctor what preparations are needed before the surgery.
Lu Ruyan didn't think much of it and nodded before leaving. After she left, Songjia took out his phone and made a call. Brother Tiger, I need you to do me a favor. Keep an eye on someone for me. I'll give you 1 million if you do it. No problem, young Master Song, leave this to me. Upon hearing about the reward of 1 million, they readily agreed.
After hanging up the phone, a cold glint appeared in Songjia's eyes. Lin Hui, once you come here, you'll never leave this hospital.
5 hours later.
Lin Hui and Su Jingyi spent half a day on a date and sightseeing before leisurely arriving at the hospital.
The show is about to begin.
Lin Hui stood at the hospital entrance and said with a smile,
Then I'll have to watch the show you're talking about.
Su Jingyi leaned against him with great interest. Lin Hui glanced at his phone. Chen Jiajiao had already arrived at the hospital and could appear at any time.
Let's go in, Lu Ruyan and Songjia must be getting impatient. He smiled, took Su Jingyi's hand, and walked into the hospital. In the ward, Lu Ruyan was chatting with Songjia.
When she saw Lin Hui and Su Jingyi enter hand in hand, her brows furrowed deeply, and she felt a great pang of discomfort in her heart. She had already given herself to Lin Hui. She thought Lin Hui would continue to fawn over her like before. After all, it was her first time, and something Lin Hui had always wanted. She has now done right by Lin Hui. Even if Lin Hui is not grateful, he should at least go back to how he was before. But now she saw Lin Hui and Su Jingyi holding hands, like a couple deeply in love.
An inexplicable sense of unease naturally arose in my heart.
Why is she here? Lu Ruyan pointed at Su Jingyi with dissatisfaction.
She's my girlfriend, so of course she's wherever I am. Lin Hui smiled and looked at Su Jingyi. You agree, right, Jingyi?
Su Jingyi deliberately rested her head on Lin Hui's shoulder and said smugly, That's right, wherever senior brother goes, I'll go too.
Seeing the two's intimate actions, Lu Ruyan became even angrier. However, before she could react, Songjia spoke first. Lin Hui, thank you for being willing to donate a kidney to me. He was afraid that Lu Ruyan would get angry and make Lin Hui change his mind.
After all, it concerned his life, and he didn't want to provoke Lin Hui at this time.
Even if you want to provoke him, wait until he gets a kidney transplant.
Of course, in his mind, Lin Hui was already dead by then.
Lu Ruyan then realized what was happening.
She sacrificed her body and gave money, finally persuading Lin Hui, and she didn't want to ruin things. So she held back for the time being and picked up the organ donation form on the table.
Sign this, and then you can have the surgery. This time, Lin Hui didn't say anything more. He took the donation form and quickly wrote his name on it. Signing an organ donation form doesn't mean you have to follow through.
As long as the surgery hasn't been performed, even if he backs out at the last minute, the donation form can be voided. So he didn't hesitate at all, his goal being to give Songjia a glimmer of hope.
Really?
Seeing Lin Hui sign the donation form, Songjia couldn't help but show joy in his eyes. Even the corners of his mouth couldn't be suppressed, and they turned up slightly.
Great! Once the donation form is signed and the patient enters the operating room, everything will be settled.
Lu Ruyan breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Lin Hui's straightforwardness. Lin Hui, I know you're with her despite me.
It's okay. After the surgery, I will definitely keep my promise to marry you.
Lin Hui felt physically uncomfortable upon hearing this. If it weren't for the need to continue acting, he almost couldn't resist taking out his stun gun. Upon hearing this, a cold glint flashed in Songjia's eyes, but the thought that Lin Hui was about to die on the operating table made him happy again. Su Jingyi remained silent, knowing that Lin Hui had his own plans, so she simply watched the show quietly. Alright, the donation form has been signed.
When will the surgery begin?
Lin Hui looked at Lu Ruyan.
I've already got everyone ready, we can begin now. Lu Ruyan answered decisively.
Hearing this, Lin Hui couldn't help but want to complain again. The world of short dramas is indeed careless when it comes to surgery. They just do it whenever they want, without considering the issue of fasting at all. I don't know if the screenwriter lacked common sense or if it was to make the plot more compact.
Okay, let's start now.
Lin Hui shrugged.
Since he didn't want to wait anyway, this saved him the time of the examination.
Ruyan, if I don't come back alive, you must take good care of yourself. Before Songjia was wheeled into the operating room, he looked at Lu Ruyan with deep affection.
Don't worry, you'll be fine. Lu Ruyan patiently comforted her.
She kept saying she wanted to marry Lin Hui, but when Lin Hui was preparing to donate a kidney, she didn't ask him a single question. A cold smile appeared on Lin Hui's lips.
Didn't Lu Ruyan keep saying that she was doing this to repay a debt of gratitude? I wonder what choice she will make next. Songjia pretended to be reluctant and gave Lu Ruyan a lot of instructions before being wheeled into the operating room. Now it's Lin Hui's turn. Lu Ruyan looked at him, but her eyes didn't show the same concern she had for Songjia. Lin Hui, you can go in too.
Her voice was calm, a stark contrast. Lin Hui smiled and said, I can go in, but I have 2 documents I'd like to show you. If after reading these 2 documents you still insist on letting me in, then I will do as you wish and walk in. He used his mobile phone to send Lu Ruyan his organ donation form showing his kidney donation to her and all of Songjia's information. Of course, he was just saying it casually. If Lu Ruyan read the information, he would still let her in. Then he would not hesitate to stab Lu Ruyan with his stun gun.
Lu Ruyan didn't pay much attention at first.
However, since Lin Hui had already said that, she still opened the information and started reading. The more she looked, the wider her eyes opened.
How could that be? My kidney really was donated by you. Chapter 102. Give the villain some protagonist treatment.
When Lu Ruyan saw the donor's name on the organ donation form, she looked incredulous.
How could this be?
It turned out that Lin Hui really did donate a kidney to her. Songjia had been lying to her all along.
So what exactly has she been doing these past 2 years?
They wantonly humiliated their true savior and watched helplessly as their friends mocked and ridiculed Lin Hui. But she treated a liar with utmost kindness.
This is impossible. Lu Ruyan's hand holding the phone was trembling. She suddenly looked up at Lin Hui. Why didn't you tell me the truth? You're the one who saved me, why don't you explain?
Thinking about her attitude towards Lin Hui over the past 2 years, a sense of self-reproach welled up in her heart. Lin Hui remained indifferent.
He actually wanted to know too. Is this kind of mindless, melodramatic short drama even conceived by a human being? Do all main characters have a cuckolding complex? Even though he knows the truth, he won't say it.
Even if he knows that someone else took what rightfully belonged to him by using his identity as his savior, the protagonist still won't say anything.
It wasn't until he actually died that the female lead unexpectedly discovered it. Then came a host of regrets.
Lin Hui didn't even know how to complain. Anyway, he's not the male lead in a short drama, so he wouldn't do something so stupid.
If you have to blame someone, blame the world. He shrugged indifferently, then stared into Lu Ruyan's eyes. Are you still letting me in now? No.
Lu Ruyan shook her head decisively. You are my savior, and you only have one kidney now.
How could I let you go in and die to save a scumbag?
Her tone was very firm. After learning that Songjia had been lying to her all along, she wished he would die immediately, so how could she possibly save him? In the past 2 years, her feelings for Songjia have been more about repaying a debt of gratitude. Perhaps over time, a little bit of affection has developed. But after learning the truth and discovering that Songjia was keeping another woman on the side, that feeling completely vanished.
Very good.
Lin Hui nodded slightly, but his tone was somewhat disappointed.
His stun gun was ultimately unable to be drawn. So, do you want to get revenge on Songjia?
Lu Ruyan was slightly taken aback when she heard the question.
Certainly.
Her answer was decisive, and her eyes gradually turned cold. He dared to lie to me and make me hurt you like this, he deserves to die. A playful smile appeared on Lin Hui's lips.
Su Jingyi looked at Lu Ruyan's behavior with disdain in her eyes. This woman is so hypocritical. However, she always remembered her role as a bystander and didn't say anything. Very good.
Lin Hui picked up his phone and sent a message. A short while later, Chen Jiaojiao arrived in front of Lin Hui and the others.
Boss.
As soon as Chen Jiaojiao arrived, she coquettishly tried to lean on Lin Hui. However, Lin Hui dodged it by sidestepping. He still had to maintain a certain level of reserve in front of Su Jingyi. Of course, he really had no interest in a gold digger like Chen Jiaojiao. Chen Jiaojiao was a little disappointed that she hadn't managed to hook up with such a rich guy, but she quickly recovered.
When you go inside, just do this.
Lin Hui glanced at Lu Ruyan and Chen Jiaojiao, and then explained to them what they needed to do inside.
No problem. Lu Ruyan nodded decisively after hearing this. Boss, don't forget our agreement. Chen Jiaojiao smiled charmingly. Don't worry, the money will be transferred to your account after it's done.
Lin Hui nodded indifferently. Lu Ruyan and Chen Jiaojiao exchanged a glance, and then, in perfect unison, each took one of Lin Hui's arms. Although Su Jingyi was a little annoyed, after hearing Lin Hui's plan, she temporarily stepped back and stood behind the three of them. Lin Hui glanced around, smiled, and walked into the operating room. In the operating room at this moment, Songjia lay on the operating table, his face full of smugness. Lin Hui, that simp, is incredibly stupid.
But it doesn't matter anymore.
Anyway, Lin Hui will die on the operating table.
Once the surgery is successful, Lu Ruyan will be his.
The thought of Lu Ruyan's exquisite body brought a lewd glint to his eyes.
But before he could be happy for long, he saw Lin Hui walk in, one on each side, leading Lu Ruyan and Chen Jiaojiao.
When Songjia saw Chen Jiaojiao, his pupils contracted sharply. But when he saw the two women clinging to Lin Hui's arms, his expression instantly turned ugly.
What are you doing?
He stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Lin Hui, looking smug, put his arms around Lu Ruyan and Chen Jiaojiao's waists.
What, isn't it obvious?
Lu Ruyan and Chen Jiaojiao clung to Lin Hui, but their movements were not too intimate.
Brother Lin, you're so mean. Chen Jiaojiao gently patted Lin Hui's chest and said in a charming voice. Chen Jiaojiao, what are you doing here? Why are you hugging Lin Hui? Songjia angrily questioned. Lin Hui leaned closer to Chen Jiaojiao with a look of enjoyment and smelled her hair. Isn't it obvious? Chen Jiaojiao doesn't want you anymore. She's mine now.
Lin Hui just wanted to give this villain some protagonist treatment.
Impossible. Songjia glared angrily and roared. Chen Jiaojiao, I gave you so much money and bought you so many luxury goods, how could you betray me?
It would have been better if she hadn't mentioned it, because once it was brought up, Chen Jiaojiao couldn't help but show a look of disdain.
Pa! You talk as if you've really given me a lot of money. In the past 2 years, you haven't even spent $1 million on me. You bought a villa, but you didn't even want to put it in my name.
If it weren't for the fact that you can still generate some gold coins, I would have stopped serving you a long time ago, given your 3-second duration. She rested her head on Lin Hui's chest and said provocatively, compared to Brother Lin, you are nothing at all. He's not only willing to spend money on me, but he's also hundreds of times better than you in that area. As she spoke, she glanced disdainfully at Songja's crotch, her eyes showing disgust.
Songja's face immediately turned red. Then a deep sense of humiliation and anger surged into my brain. Wow. He finally couldn't hold back any longer and spat out a mouthful of blood.
You slut, you slut. He stared at Chen Jiaojiao with venomous eyes, repeatedly hurling insults at her. His body was already weak, and after spitting out this mouthful of blood, he immediately collapsed, his life hanging by a thread, and he became completely listless.
The patient's condition is critical. Surgery must be performed immediately.
The doctors in the operating room, seeing that something was wrong, quickly spoke up to warn the doctor. They also prepared to rescue Songjia.
Miss Liu, please get Mr. Lin onto the operating table as soon as possible. Songja's second uncle anxiously pointed to the operating table.
He didn't want to see his own nephew die on the operating table. Songjia looked at Lu Ruyan on the other side as if he had grasped at a lifeline.
Ruyan, save me. I saved your life before, you wouldn't just stand by and watch me die, would you? He looked pleading.
He could feel his body deteriorating rapidly.
He could tolerate having his woman taken away by Lin Hui as long as he could live. What kind of woman couldn't he have?
However, Lu Ruyan, who used to obey him without question, only looked at him coldly this time.
Ruyan, what's wrong?
I'm dying, I can't wait any longer, please get Lin Hui to donate his kidney to me.
Songjia then realized something was wrong.
Although he could guess something from the fact that Lu Ruyan was holding Lin Hui's arm. But he still clung to a sliver of hope.
He looked at Lu Ruyan expectantly. Songjia, how long are you going to keep lying to me? Lu Ruyan's eyes turned unusually cold.
Whenever she thought about how she had listened to that liar Songjia and heard Lin Hui so much over the past 2 years, she wished Songjia would die sooner.
Lin Hui would never donate a kidney to you.
Because you don't deserve it at all.
Chapter 103, Complete the Fifth Main Quest.
As his guess came true, despair appeared in Songjia's eyes.
Ruyan, did you hear something?
Don't believe it, Lin Hui is lying to you.
Songjia wanted to make one last effort. But Lu Ruyan interrupted angrily, I already know everything.
The one who donated a kidney to me was clearly Lin Hui. You liar, you made me hurt Lin Hui for 2 whole years.
I wish I could kill you with my own hands right now. After saying that, she let out a long sigh of relief, but it's alright, even if I don't do anything, you'll die soon anyway. All I want now is to see you breathe your last. Hearing these words, Songjia finally despaired completely.
His eyes gradually became vacant.
Why? Why is everything happening now completely different from what he expected? Shouldn't Lin Hui have donated his kidney to him, and then his second uncle have caused Lin Hui's accidental death on the operating table? Shouldn't he take Lu Ruyan after he recovers from his illness, then try to seize her family property and live a life of luxury? Why didn't any of this happen? Why are Lu Ruyan and Chen Jiaojiao, 2 women who used to obey her every word, now standing by Lin Hui's side and being so intimate with him? Why is it that Lin Hui, that simp, can ride roughshod over him? He was filled with hatred and resentment. Wow. He spat out another mouthful of blood. The electrocardiogram machine next to the operating table started beeping frantically. Oh no, the patient's condition is extremely dangerous and requires immediate resuscitation. The doctors in the operating room immediately began to resuscitate Songjia. After a flurry of activity, Songjia's heart finally calmed down. Even in death, his eyes remained fixed on Lin Hui, filled with anger, resentment, and hatred. A cold smile appeared on Lin Hui's lips. Such people are simply gone when they die. He doesn't experience any emotional fluctuations at all. Boss, this guy is finally dead. When are you going to give me my money? Chen Jiaojiao didn't even glance at Songjia, instead clinging to Lin Hui in a fawning manner. Lin Hui pushed her away indifferently. He also pushed Lu Ruyan away. Without saying a word, he took out his phone and transferred the remaining money to Chen Jiaojiao. You did a good job. Here's your money, you can go now. When Chen Jiaojiao saw the amount deposited into her bank account in the text message on her phone, her eyes lit up. Thank you, boss. You're very generous. She cheered excitedly, completely disregarding Songjia's death. He was just a scumbag, he's dead, so be it. What's more satisfying than 50 million? Boss, how can I repay you? How about I keep you company tonight? Chen Jiaojiao boldly approached, wanting to throw herself into his arms. However, Lin Hui gave her a cold look. If a girl like Su Jingyi said these words to him, he would definitely not refuse. But let's forget about Chen Jiaojiao, that heartless, gold-digging woman. He wasn't even interested in touching it.
Chen Jiaojiao felt a chill in her heart and swallowed hard.
Boss, you guys are busy, I'll be going now. She didn't dare to delay for a moment and left as if fleeing. Su Jingyi walked up at the right moment and took Lin Hui's arm.
Senior brother, this scene was really good. She smiled and praised. It's too good for this scumbag to die so easily. She glanced disdainfully at Songjia, who was covered with a white sheet. Then, he looked coldly at Songjia's second uncle. Although Songjia is dead, his second uncle can't escape.
Upon hearing this, Songjia's second uncle's face immediately turned panicked.
Su Jingyi clapped her hands, and the operating room doors immediately opened.
Several bodyguards rushed in and subdued Songjia's second uncle.
Bring with him the evidence of his corruption over the years and hand it over to the law enforcement officers.
Su Jingyi waved her hand, and the bodyguards immediately took the person away. Soon only Lin Hui, Su Jingyi, and Lu Ruyan remained in the operating room. Lin Hui, I was wrong.
Lu Ruyan looked at Lin Hui with complicated emotions. I don't know, I was also deceived by Songjia.
Lin Hui, I love you, please forgive me.
She looked at Lin Hui expectantly. Now I know that you are my savior.
As long as you nod, I am willing to give you everything I have, including myself. Su Jingyi did not speak up to influence Lin Hui's decision.
He simply watched Lin Hui quietly, waiting for Lin Hui's decision.
A disdainful smile appeared on Lin Hui's lips. You dare to talk about love? Don't bother us again. He pulled Su Jingyi up and left the operating room without looking back.
Even now, Lu Ruyan's favorability rating is still below 100%. This shows that what the woman said was completely different from what she was thinking. Lu Ruyan stared at the two figures as they walked away, then sat down on the ground, utterly dejected. As Lin Hui led her away, Su Jingyi wore a sweet smile. This firm choice was exactly what she had always wanted.
As for the people Songjia found,
they didn't even get close to the operating room door before Su Jingyi's bodyguards, who were waiting outside, pressed them down. Congratulations, host. Su Jingyi's favorability towards you has increased to 100%.
Ding, mission target detected dead.
Congratulations, host, on completing the main quest, Outlive Songjia. The host can now freely travel between the real world and the world of this short drama. Congratulations, host.
You have received the reward, Rapid Regeneration.
Friendly reminder, this reward has been synchronized to the real world and is valid in all short drama worlds.
Does the host wish to return to the real world?
Lin Hui saw the system notification as soon as he left the hospital. A satisfied smile appeared on his lips. He then glanced at Su Jingyi beside him, whose eyes were shining.
What's there to go back to?
He hasn't even had a chance to discuss life or exchange pleasantries with this girl yet.
He left the hospital and took Su Jingyi back to her villa.
Looking at the impatient Lin Hui, Su Jingyi felt both shy and expectant. After several storms, Lin Hui glanced at Su Jingyi, who was fast asleep beside him.
That's what makes it perfect.
He smiled, then summoned the system and left the short drama world. His gaze shifted, and he returned to his villa.
System notification, rewards have been issued. The 6th short drama world is being generated.
The host needs to wait 2 days.
The ability to regenerate rapidly?
Lin Hui picked up the fruit knife from the coffee table and gently made a cut on his finger. Fresh blood flowed from the wound. But the next moment, the tiny wound healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few seconds, the wound was completely healed without leaving a trace. Only the specks of blood on the fingers proved that there was indeed a wound there. Lin Hui drew another line on his palm. The situation remains the same. In just a few seconds, the wound healed completely without leaving a single scar.
I like this ability. Lin Hui laughed heartily. His rapid regeneration ability reminded him of Wolverine and Deadpool from American comics.
As long as he doesn't act recklessly, most dangers in the future will no longer be considered dangers for him. Even if it's a gun, as long as it doesn't blow his head off, he's not afraid. Just as Lin Hui was feeling happy, a system notification suddenly appeared. Friendly reminder, the next short drama will be set in a post-apocalyptic world. A trial version of the cheat system with unlimited space is now available. Golden finger description, infinite storage space, capable of storing any non-living matter without it decaying or breaking down.
Chapter 10 for the 6th short drama world. Apocalyptic setting. Infinite space. Lin Hui's eyes lit up.
The system told him in advance about the background of the next short drama world and even gave him a trial version of a cheat system. This was undoubtedly intended to prepare him in advance. Just hearing about a post-apocalyptic world tells you there will definitely be shortages of supplies. What he needs to do now is to prepare in advance and purchase enough supplies.
It won't work in the real world. If we buy supplies in large quantities, it will easily arouse suspicion.
Lin Hui immediately rejected the plan to buy supplies in the real world. Therefore, I can only enter the world of short dramas.
He hasn't forgotten that he is the richest man in the country. System, I want to enter the second short drama world.
As soon as he finished speaking, his vision shifted again. The surroundings were still familiar, and Song Yu and Li Shiruan were still asleep. He has been gone from this world for so long, but now it seems like only a short while has passed. Looking at the two sleeping women, he didn't disturb them. Instead, he picked up his phone and sent a message to the Li family. They were tasked with preparing, within 2 days, 50 billion yuan worth of food, medicine, oil, generators, and other supplies.
He is the richest man in the world. Upon receiving the news, the Li family immediately ordered preparations to begin overnight.
Wholesalers across the country received a large number of urgent orders in a short period of time. After sending the message, Lin Hui went straight to sleep. He has people to do things for him, so he doesn't have much to worry about.
The night passed quickly.
When Lin Hui got up the next day, both women stared at him with fascination.
Lin Hui's lips curled up.
A few hours later, he got up feeling refreshed, with Li Shiruan and Song Yu, both radiant, following him.
Lin Hui, what are you planning to do today?
Li Shiruan linked arms with Lin Hui and asked happily.
Song Yu also looked expectant.
I'm taking you out for a big meal today. Lin Hui thought for a moment and then decided on today's task.
That means getting the best restaurant in town to cook for him around the clock.
There probably won't be much good food in the post-apocalyptic world. He didn't want to go to the post-apocalyptic world and eat instant noodles and self-heating meals every day. Therefore, we need to prepare a large enough feast first.
You can't mistreat anyone but yourself.
Since food placed in the infinite space will not spoil or deteriorate, when it is taken out, it will be exactly the same as when it was put in, and there is no fear of food damage. For the next day, Li Shiruan and Song Yu watched in astonishment as dish after dish of food was served and then stored away in Lin Hui's infinite space. Anyway, this is the world of short dramas, so he's not afraid of being exposed.
Moreover, both women are trustworthy, so there's nothing to hide. He directly revealed the information about the infinite space.
Aside from surprise, the two women had no other thoughts. In a single day, the restaurant's chefs changed hands repeatedly, and almost every one of them worked until their hands cramped up before they stopped.
There's no way around it, money talks. As night fell, the Li family had also gathered supplies worth 50 billion.
Lin Hui directly stored all the supplies from dozens of warehouses into the infinite space. The next morning, he boarded a plane and left the country. Yesterday he had someone contact neighboring countries experiencing turmoil and purchased a large quantity of weapons.
He went to pick up the goods today.
Unfortunately, even in the world of short dramas, the Xia kingdom still controls firearms.
This trip was not peaceful.
But with Lin Hui's current strength and cheat-like abilities, he still managed to get the goods in the end. As a result, all sorts of supplies appeared in the infinite space, including several armored vehicles and tanks. This firepower is more than enough to arm an army of 10,000. Afterwards, he returned to China and spent some time with Li Shiruan and Song Yu before returning to the real world.
The sixth short drama world has been generated. Would you like to enter now?
He had only been back for a short time when a system notification appeared before his eyes. It seems that the 2 days in the world of short dramas are also included. Lin Hui muttered to himself, thinking that he had nothing else to do, so he directly chose to enter the world of short dramas. My gaze shifted several times.
Lin Hui, I asked you to find supplies, and this is all you brought back? Who's going to eat that?
Before Lin Hui could even get a good look at his surroundings, a disdainful female voice reached his ears.
It's the same familiar formula, just as expected.
Lin Hui was already used to it. He ignored the woman's voice and instead looked around at his surroundings. This is an ordinary apartment. Judging from the decoration and size of the house, it should belong to a middle-class family. He was standing in the living room, surrounded by several other people. 2 middle-aged couples, a young man and a young woman. It's obvious without even guessing that they're a family.
Tisk, is it going to be another melodramatic start?
Lin Hui couldn't help but complain. Just from the way the four people looked at him and their attitude, you could tell that this family didn't like him at all.
Lin Hui, I'm talking to you, didn't you hear me?
The young woman became somewhat annoyed when she saw Lin Hui looking around as if he hadn't listened to her.
Lin Hui, my sister thinks highly of you by sending you out to find food. You should kneel down and apologize right now.
The young man joined in the shouting.
You've been out for so long and all you found is a bag of bread. Who's going to eat that little bit?
The middle-aged man looked disgusted.
Exactly, he has no ability at all, yet he wants to marry my Chin Chin. He's dreaming. The middle-aged woman had a mean expression on her face.
Lin Hui glanced at the four people indifferently.
It's the same familiar formula, just as expected. Another one of those melodramatic startups.
However, this is set in a post-apocalyptic world.
He looked out the window.
The once bustling city is now covered in ice and snow, and has become a snow city. This must be an extreme cold apocalypse, but fortunately we prepared a lot of supplies in advance.
Lin Hui ignored the family and went straight to the window. Just then, a group of people downstairs were fighting over food.
For a little food, they turned on each other with swords, and soon some were killed on the spot.
Is this the end of the world?
The rules have collapsed, and people will stop at nothing to survive.
He muttered something indifferently.
He had killed many people in the ancient world, so he had no aversion to killing.
Lin Hui, are you even listening to us? Seeing Lin Hui's behavior, the woman named Chin Chin couldn't help but shout angrily.
Lin Hui turned around and looked at her indifferently. Let the man in the bedroom come out. He had just used his ability to see the future to see what these people were going to do next.
A very typical short drama opening.
Chin Chin cheated on her with another man, and after this family had exploited the protagonist, they wanted to kill her. In a typical storyline, the protagonist, on the verge of death, would utter the rebirth incantation, wishing for another chance. Unfortunately, Lin Hui is not the lead actor in the short drama. Just as the bedroom door opened, a pistol appeared in his hand.
Chapter 105, giving all the beauties of the world a home. Clap, clap, clap.
The man in the bedroom clapped his hands and walked out, looking roguish.
I never expected that you, a good-for-nothing man, would find out.
The roguish man showed no sign of panic at being caught cheating. Instead, he swaggered over to Chin Chin and put his arm around her waist.
Chin Chin immediately leaned coquettishly against the man.
The other three seemed to have known all along, showing no surprise whatsoever, and even looking smug.
Lin Hui, we originally wanted to squeeze every last drop of value out of you so you could help us get more food, but now that you found out, there's nothing we can do.
Chin Chin looked at Lin Hui with a mocking expression.
Tiger lifted Chin Chin's chin and looked at Lin Hui provocatively. You good for nothing, do you know that the woman you've been chasing for 3 years without ever touching has already been played with by me? Upon hearing this, Chin Chin's family showed no dissatisfaction whatsoever. Instead, they looked at Lin Hui with mockery.
They wanted to see Lin Hui's face contorted in despair after learning the truth. However, all they were met with was Lin Hui's indifferent gaze and the dark muzzle of a gun. The moment they saw the pistol, the pupils of the 5 people in the room shrank sharply, and fear appeared on their faces.
Bang, bang, bang. A series of gunshots rang out.
The 5 men didn't even have a chance to escape before they were all shot in the head and lay stiffly on the ground. Their eyes were wide open, and they couldn't believe it even as they died.
Why did Lin Hui have a gun, and why was he so ruthless?
They weren't even given a chance to beg for mercy.
So noisy.
Lin Hui indifferently put away his pistol.
If you want to kill him, then you should be prepared to be killed yourself. Host successfully transmigrated.
Main quest now released, lead 500 people to survive for 1 year.
Countdown, 365 days.
Friendly reminder, on the last day of the countdown, if at least 500 people survive within a 1-kilometer radius of the host, the mission will be considered complete.
The host will gain the right to travel between this world and obtain the cheat ability, infinite space, once the main quest is completed. What kind of saintly mission is this?
Lin Hui was speechless.
He led 500 people to survive for a year. Is this meant to make him the savior? But he had absolutely no interest in it.
Especially in a post-apocalyptic setting, kindness is not a good thing.
Etc.
But at that moment, a flash of inspiration struck him. The main quest only says to lead 500 people to survival, but it doesn't say that 500 people must include men. A glint of wisdom flashed in Lin Hui's eyes.
Since I need to lead 500 people to survival, why don't I find 500 beautiful women? Since we're just completing the mission anyway, wouldn't it be more pleasing to the eye to bring along a beautiful woman? Just imagining 500 beautiful women, all huddled together. Okay, it's decided then.
A meaningful smile appeared on Lin Hui's lips. He was very simple, he simply wanted to give all the beautiful women in the world a warm home. Having made up his mind, he didn't even glance at the corpses on the ground and walked straight out of the room.
Arrived at the building entrance of the residential complex.
A gust of cold wind swept by, making Lin Hui's face sting a little. He now possesses a martial arts strength of over 100, and his cold resistance is more than 10 times that of an ordinary person. Even so, they were still quite cold. This shows just how low the temperature was during this extreme cold apocalypse. Of course, Lin Hui wasn't naive enough to think that this was the extreme temperature limit of the apocalyptic cold. Based on the setting of the short drama, there are probably even more extreme weather events to come. He needs to use this time to find a good shelter. To accommodate at least 500 people, an ordinary place is definitely not enough. We need to find a large place.
That's not difficult, you can just search it on your phone. The internet and power are still running. But it should be soon.
Before long, he found his ideal target. Royal Dragon Supreme Hotel. This hotel is the most luxurious in the city, with a large area that can easily accommodate 500 people.
Most importantly, it's luxurious enough. It's just a minor apocalyptic Cold War. Lin Hui doesn't want to live a miserable year.
After identifying his target, Lin Hui left the residential area. It was so cold outside that there were very few pedestrians on the street, and everyone seemed to be in a hurry. The shops along the street were almost completely smashed, and all the food that could be found had been looted. Not to mention supermarkets, which were almost completely looted. Even so, some people still searched diligently in these shops, hoping to find something to eat. In the apocalypse, food is scarce, and many people who failed to obtain food are now starving. Lin Hui ignored it and walked straight toward the Royal Dragon Supreme Hotel. The hotel is not far from where he is now. After walking for about an hour, we arrived near the hotel. To his surprise, a group of men wielding machetes and baseball bats were gathered outside the hotel. These people were aggressive and clearly had ill intentions. At the hotel entrance, a woman dressed in a black business suit and wearing a snow-white fur coat, along with a group of security guards, stood in confrontation with these people.
Wang Ruoshi, you filthy bitch, if you know what's good for you, hand over all the food.
From among the menacing group of men stepped forward a bald, burly man wearing a mink coat.
Hand it over, hand it over.
The group of people behind him immediately joined in the jeering. The woman in business attire looked extremely unpleasant. Lu Daong, this is the Royal Dragon Supreme Hotel, not a place where you can run wild. Although she said that, the woman's voice clearly lacked confidence. The number of security guards behind him was more than half that of Lu Daong's side.
Moreover, in terms of combat ability, these bodyguards might not be a match for these thugs. So what if I act wildly? Lu Daong grinned smugly and said, Wang Ruoshi, do you still think this is peacetime and you're still the Wang family's heiress? Take a good look around. This is the apocalypse. So what if your Wang family is one of the 4 major families in Haicheng? We're still just ordinary people now.
He pointed arrogantly at his subordinates.
Do you see that?
In the apocalypse, the most important thing is people.
I have twice as many brothers as you. Do you think you can defeat us? Wang Ruoshi's face was frosty.
But there was no way to refute it.
Lu Daong is right.
This is the apocalypse. Without firearms, having more people will definitely give you an absolute advantage.
Lu Daong, we are not giving you any food.
If you try to take it by force, we will have no choice but to fight to the death.
At worst, we will both be injured. Wang Ruoshi threatened him in a cold voice, trying to force Lu Daong to back down. Ha ha ha. Lu Daong burst into unrestrained laughter. Wang Ruoshi, you still don't understand. This is the apocalypse. Do you still think you're that high and mighty, beautiful CEO who can command people at will?
After he finished speaking, he looked at the bodyguard behind Wang Ruoshi.
Hey you guys, it's the apocalypse, and you're still thinking about being someone else's dog? Wang Ruoshi is just an ordinary pretty woman now. What makes her think she can order you around?
Those who know what's good for them will stand on my side and become my brothers, Lu Daong.
I guarantee you'll have endless food and women to play with.
The security guards were stunned.
Yes, it's the end of the world, why would they still listen to Wang Ruoshi? Do they really expect Wang Ruoshi to pay their salaries?
The security guards hesitated, exchanging glances to gauge the reactions of the others.
Chapter 106 Scaring Away the Thugs. Wang Ruoshi's expression changed.
Judging from the security guards' reactions, it was clear they already had a plan.
Don't listen to his nonsense.
He also said that it's the end of the world now, and food is so scarce, where would he get so much food to give you?
He said that simply to make you give up the fight. If he succeeds, you will be the first ones he targets. Wang Ruoshi immediately spoke up to refute.
This statement wasn't very convincing, but it at least temporarily calmed the security guards down. Indeed, Lu Daong and his group didn't seem like good people.
Will they really keep their word? Lu Daong said with a mocking smile, "You want food and women, right?"
He gave a wink to his trusted confidant. The confidant immediately ran to the large truck by the roadside, opened the back door of the truck, revealing a truck full of food.
"See? I have plenty of food. I'm giving you one last chance. If you don't want to die, stand on my side. Anyone who comes to me, I'll give them a box of instant noodles right now. As for women, with food, how can we be afraid of not finding women?" Lu Daong spoke loudly.
Now even the security guards next to Wang Ruoshi were tempted. The Royal Dragon Supreme Hotel also has plenty of food stored. But Wang Ruoshi locked them all in the warehouse, so they had no chance to contact each other. Wang Ruoshi was in charge of distributing the food, and they could only get a small amount at each meal.
Let alone touching women. Wang Ruoshi strictly forbade them from harassing women. Comparing the two, following Lu Daong seems to be better.
Immediately, a security guard who was interested walked up behind Lu Daong. Lu Daong kept his word and gave the security guard a box of instant noodles. At this point, the security guards behind Wang Ruoshi could no longer sit still and began to defect.
"Don't go, I can give you food," Wang Ruoshi called out anxiously.
But hardly anyone listened to her. In no time, all the security guards behind her ran to Lu Daong's side. In the post-apocalyptic world, people are selfish. They don't think they've done anything wrong, they've simply made the decisions that are most beneficial to themselves.
Wang Ruoshi's face turned extremely pale.
Looking at Lu Daong, who was laughing wildly, fear appeared in her eyes.
"Ha, Wang Ruoshi, now you have no one behind you." Lu Daong swaggered toward Wang Ruoshi and said, "Now I'm giving you a choice, be my woman. Otherwise, I'll have to force you. After I'm done, I'll give you to my brothers."
He approached Wang Ruoshi with a smug look on his face. Wang Ruoshi could no longer maintain her composure and took a few steps back in fear.
The situation is very unfavorable for her now, and the only thing she can do is run away. If you can get into a hotel, you might be able to escape temporarily thanks to your familiarity with it.
Once she thought of a solution, she immediately wanted to turn around.
Bang! But just then, a gunshot rang out. Lu Daong's eyes widened as he looked down at his chest in disbelief.
Blood gushed out quickly, soon staining his mink coat red.
Wang Ruoshi's eyes widened slightly, revealing a look of fear. Lu Daong was shot.
And it was on the chest. In this post-apocalyptic world where the hospital has closed, death is absolutely certain. The thugs who had been so arrogant just moments before, and the security guards who had been so glad they had chosen the right people, all looked in astonishment toward the direction from which the gunshots had come. Lin Hui coldly put away his pistol and looked at the group of bewildered thugs.
"Get out of here, all of you. This is my territory from now on.
Anyone who dares to cause trouble here will suffer the same fate as you." His cold gaze swept across the room, scaring the thugs into retreating in unison.
"Holy crap, what do we do? Big brother's dead. Should we avenge our elder brother? Idiot, he has a gun. Do you want to go and get yourself killed? So what if it's a gun? How many bullets does a pistol have? There are so many of us here, I don't believe we can't take him down. Then you go ahead, I'll watch from behind."
The thugs immediately started arguing.
Now they are leaderless and don't know what to do. If they fought, they were afraid of the gun in Lin Hui's hand. If they ran, they didn't know where to run. Bang bang bang.
Lin Hui fired 3 shots into the sky. The gunshot instantly silenced the thugs' discussion.
"I'll only count to 3.
Anyone who hasn't disappeared from my sight by now, don't go anywhere."
1.
His cold voice rang out, and his pistol was already pointed at the group of thugs. Seeing this, the thugs didn't dare to linger any longer and ran away as fast as they could.
Some of the smart ones even drove off in their trucks loaded with food. The security guards didn't dare linger and ran after them. In no time, only the corpses of Lin Hui, Wang Ruoshi, and Lu Deong remained at the hotel entrance.
Thank you for saving me. Wang Ruoshi hesitated for a moment, but finally came to Lin Hui.
She didn't know what kind of person Lin Hui was.
But now we have no choice but to take a gamble.
After Lu Deong's instigation, all of her security guards ran away. She alone could not possibly protect the hotel and its food.
Therefore, she could only try to win over Lin Hui. Lin Hui looked Wang Ruoshi up and down. Dressed in a black business suit, she accentuated her perfect figure and, with her looks that scored over 9 out of 10, she was truly a rare beauty. Such a beauty is exactly the kind of person Lin Hui wants to save.
Are you the owner of this hotel?
Lin Hui's expression softened.
Seeing Lin Hui's change in attitude, Wang Ruoshi finally felt relieved.
Judging from his tone and demeanor, Lin Hui is not a difficult person to approach. That's right, I am Wang Ruoshi, the owner of this hotel, and also the heir of the Wang family, one of the 4 major families in Haicheng. When the 4 major families were mentioned, a hint of disappointment flashed clearly in her eyes.
In a post-apocalyptic world, where are families anymore?
Her parents and family members were recently murdered, and all their stockpiled food was stolen. If it weren't for the fact that the Royal Dragon Supreme Hotel still had some food in stock, she wouldn't have been able to survive until now.
However, with the security guard's betrayal, her position was completely insecure. This hotel will be mine from now on.
Lin Hui said in an unquestionable tone, My name is Lin Hui, and now I'm giving you 2 choices.
One option is to become my subordinate, and the other is to leave my hotel. Wang Ruoshi's expression froze. How did the hotel become yours?
She had just thought Lin Hui was someone she could communicate with, but now it seems she was completely wrong.
This person is too domineering.
They wanted to rob her hotel as soon as they arrived. Although the apocalypse has arrived and the property has no value, it is still her place of refuge. She felt somewhat uncomfortable being taken advantage of like this. But when she thought about how Lin Hui had a gun and that she was no match for him, she could only suppress her dissatisfaction.
What benefits would I get from becoming your subordinate? And what do I need to give in return? Wang Ruoshi asked cautiously, needing to know Lin Hui's thoughts before making a decision.
If you work for me, you'll have endless food and a warm, air-conditioned room.
As for the price, it's simple, become my woman. Chapter 107 Evicting the Guests. Wang Ruoshi was caught in a dilemma.
Ever since the apocalypse began, she knew this day would come sooner or later.
But this day came too quickly. She gave a bitter smile.
This is not a time of peace, and there are no laws to bind us. For a woman, especially a beautiful one, the best outcome is to choose a strong man to rely on.
Okay, I promise you. Wang Ruoshi nodded in agreement.
She had been prepared for this for a long time. Since it's inevitable, we might as well find a true strongman. Lin Hui is handsome, has a great physique, and carries a gun for self-defense. It doesn't seem so unacceptable to rely on such a handsome and powerful person.
Lin Hui smiled. This woman is quite clever.
There were no questions asked, no unreasonable demands, and no loud reprimands.
Without any hesitation, he put his arm around Wang Ruoshi's waist. Come on, tell me about the hotel.
Wang Ruoshi's body stiffened slightly, as she was not quite used to such intimate gestures. Clearly, she had no prior experience. However, she was very clear-headed and knew that she couldn't push him away at this moment, so she can only obediently comply. Lin Hui's lips curled up slightly. He found the post-apocalyptic world to be incredibly interesting. Judging from his situation when he first transmigrated, this should be a mindless post-apocalyptic short drama with a rebirth theme. According to the normal plot, after the protagonist is reborn, he should get entangled with Qinqin's family in various ways, and in the end, Qinqin's family will regret it. But now the plot has completely changed, and Lin Hui starts by shooting and killing the villain's entire family. The mindless plot that followed abruptly ended. That's the allure of a post-apocalyptic world. In this world, enemies can be dealt with directly by killing them, unlike in the modern setting where killing would bring all sorts of trouble.
Lin Hui put his arm around Wang Ruoshi and they entered the hotel. Wang Ruoshi gave him a brief introduction to the hotel along the way.
There are still some guests in the hotel.
They are all from other provinces.
Because transportation has stopped, they can't go back and can only stay here temporarily.
As for food, the hotel doesn't have much in stock. If we eat sparingly, we can last for a week. Gather everyone here.
Lin Hui spoke indifferently. Wang Ruoshi hesitated for a moment, but did as she was told. With the help of several young female customer service staff, she gathered all the guests in the lobby.
Boss Wang, what are you doing? That's right, I was sleeping soundly in my room. Why would they call us down if there's anything wrong? On such a cold day, I really don't want to leave my bed for even a second. Is it time to eat? It's not mealtime yet. Just have the food delivered to my room.
The crowd chattered, making the hall somewhat noisy. Lin Hui glanced around and saw that these people had rosy complexions and were full of energy, showing no signs of having experienced the apocalypse. He glanced at Wang Ruoshi beside him and found it somewhat amusing.
What time is it?
You're still thinking about taking care of the guests.
Wang Ruoshi noticed Lin Hui's gaze, and she understood what he was thinking.
The apocalypse has only been going on for a little over a month. I think this kind of extreme weather should pass quickly.
The hotel still needs to keep operating and can't ruin its reputation.
It's just that there's a recent food shortage, and I'm prepared to stop supplying it. She reluctantly voiced her thoughts.
Lin Hui nodded.
Wang Ruoshi's idea was not wrong, but she underestimated the duration of the apocalypse.
As long as they're not a saint, it's fine.
After glancing at the noisy crowd, Lin Hui pulled out his gun and fired several shots at the ceiling.
The deafening gunshots instantly silenced everyone.
Everyone looked at Lin Hui in surprise.
I'm giving you 10 minutes to take your belongings and leave here.
Lin Hui remained indifferent.
Why should I?
No sooner had he finished speaking than a successful man in a suit stood up, dissatisfied.
Why should we leave just because you tell us to?
His words instantly resonated with others.
Dissatisfaction was evident in everyone's eyes. Bang!
A gunshot rang out, and the man in the suit fell to the ground.
Everyone looked at Lin Hui with fear. Wang Ruoshi's eyes widened slightly.
He killed without hesitation, acting too decisively. Lin Hui looked indifferently at everyone. Remember, this is a notification, not a request for information.
You only have 9 minutes left.
The crowd, seeing the gun in Lin Hui's hand, scattered in fear. This is a ruthless killer who doesn't blink an eye. They dare not provoke him, for fear of becoming the next corpse. Lin Hui waited in the hotel lobby.
In less than 10 minutes, all the guests had left. Wang Ruoshi simply observed quietly, without revealing any emotion.
This was exactly what she wanted to do. If Lin Hui doesn't come, she will also drive these guests away. Without these people, the hotel's food should be enough for us to eat for a month or two. We are currently short-staffed and may encounter robbers, so the hotel's security is not very secure. She stood beside Lin Hui and reported softly.
You can rest assured about the food.
Lin Hui casually toyed with the pistol. As for safety, there's even less to worry about. His space contained all kinds of firearms, as well as grenades, suicide drones, and more. If anyone tries to cause trouble, he doesn't mind letting them taste the truth. Wang Ruoshi glanced at the pistol in Lin Hui's hand. In this world, having a gun certainly makes you feel much tougher. But she also had doubts. Could a gun really protect this hotel? Just as she was thinking this, a submachine gun suddenly appeared in Lin Hui's hand.
Wang Ruoshi stared wide-eyed in disbelief. What did she just see? Lin Hui actually conjured a submachine gun out of thin air? Do you know how to use it?
Lin Hui glanced at her casually. I've played with pistols at the shooting range before, but I've never used a submachine gun like this before.
After her initial shock, Wang Ruoshi answered Lin Hui's question truthfully. How did you conjure up this gun? Although she knew she shouldn't ask this question, she couldn't help but ask it anyway. What she had just witnessed was so amazing that it piqued her curiosity.
Just some little tricks. Lin Hui casually tossed the submachine gun in his hand to her. Wang Ruoshi hurriedly caught the submachine gun, her expression freezing again.
What does this mean? Should we give her this submachine gun?
She looked at Lin Hui with a puzzled expression, wanting to know the answer. For your self-defense. Lin Hui gave the answer she most wanted to hear.
Wang Ruoshi's face immediately lit up with surprise. Really? You're really giving me this gun?
She played with the submachine gun with obvious delight. In this apocalyptic world, having such a gun in hand can definitely solve a lot of problems.
Of course it's true, otherwise why would I give it to you?
Lin Hui waved his hand casually. It's just a gun, he has plenty more in his storage space.
Wang Ruoshi suppressed her excitement and looked at Lin Hui hesitantly. Aren't you afraid I'll use a gun against you? Can you?
Lin Hui grinned confidently.
This is just a short drama world, he's not afraid of dying at all.
Of course, with his current fighting skills, even if Wang Ruoshi were armed with a submachine gun, he was confident he could kill her. That's why he could give her the gun so confidently.
Wang Ruoshi stared blankly at Lin Hui.
She didn't know why Lin Hui was so confident.
Or is Lin Hui hiding some kind of backup plan?
She didn't understand the source of Lin Hui's confidence, but she certainly hadn't considered using the submachine gun against him. Guns are great, but bullets always run out eventually.
She's clear about that. Of course not.
Wang Ruoshi said with great certainty. Lin Hui smiled. She was indeed a smart woman. That way, when he goes out to rescue the beautiful woman, he can confidently leave the base to her.
Chapter 108 Haichang Art Academy. Hotel Restaurant.
The huge hotel is now empty except for Lin Hui and Wang Ruoshi.
Wang Ruoshi looked at Lin Hui with a puzzled expression. Weren't we here to eat? Why did you bring me here?
It's just the two of us in the hotel now. The chef went home a long time ago.
If you want to eat, you have to cook for yourself.
She kindly reminded him, thinking Lin Hui was unaware of these things.
With me here, what need is there for a chef?
Lin Hui snapped his fingers nonchalantly.
The next moment, a large meal was laid out on the table.
Wang Ruoshi stared wide-eyed in shock at the table of delicious food that had appeared out of nowhere. She had lost count of how many times she had been so surprised. Lin Hui simply has too many secrets.
The ability to create things out of thin air is simply too amazing.
With the ability to conjure food out of thin air, they will never have to worry about food again. Just then, the aroma of the food wafted into her nose. She swallowed unconsciously. Before the apocalypse, she ate a lot of delicacies, but at that time she thought they were ordinary and nothing special. But now, seeing these foods again, she truly understands their preciousness. Her eyes were fixed on the large lobster on the table, longing to taste the long-lost flavor. But Lin Hui didn't touch his chopsticks, so she didn't dare to start either, and could only look at Lin Hui expectantly.
Eat?
Lin Hui found it somewhat amusing and used his chopsticks to pick out a piece of lobster meat for her.
Wang Ruoshi could no longer resist and began to feast. I ate a very filling meal.
This was the first time in over a month since the apocalypse that Wang Ruoshi had eaten so much. Looking at the calm and composed Lin Hui, she felt that she had truly chosen the right person to follow. Lin Hui didn't seem to care at all about the huge meal he ate.
This only shows that Lin Hui can produce even more food.
Thinking about this made her even more determined to follow Lin Hui.
Have you finished eating?
Lin Hui wiped his mouth and looked at her with a light smile.
I'm done eating. Wang Ruoshi nodded in satisfaction.
Lin Hui smiled and walked over to her seat, pressing his lips to her ear.
Now that we've eaten well, let's do some post-meal exercise. Wang Ruoshi blushed, guessing what Lin Hui wanted to do.
Before she could say anything, Lin Hui had already picked her up and found a guest room to stay in. Congratulations, host. Wang Ruoshi's favorability towards you has increased to 100%.
After 2 hours of intense activity, Wang Ruoshi lay enamored on top of Lin Hui.
She was already impressed by Lin Hui's ability to conjure things out of thin air.
Now I'm also captivated by Lin Hui's iron waist.
Having already fallen for her body and soul, her affection level naturally reaches its maximum. Lin Hui's lips curled up slightly.
What was originally a mindless post-apocalyptic short drama was turned into a male-oriented post-apocalyptic action drama by him.
He didn't want to criticize those mindless short dramas.
It's the end of the world, why bother with all this nonsense? Decisiveness and ruthlessness are the rules for survival in the apocalypse.
The best course of action is to send anyone who poses a threat to him to meet the king of hell.
Lin Hui, you're amazing.
Wang Ruoshi breathed softly and whispered in Lin Hui's ear. This sentence is absolutely a clarion call for men to charge into battle. But Lin Hui did not intend to continue. It's still early, so he's going out for a walk. After all, the main mission is to lead 500 people through a year. He needs to speed up his search for beautiful women. Otherwise, it will be wasted by others if it gets too late.
Ruoshi, you should rest first. I need to go out for a bit. Lin Hui got up and started getting dressed. Where are you going? Do you want me to come with you?
Wang Ruoshi was a little worried.
I'm just going out for a stroll, you don't need to come with me.
After Lin Hui finished dressing, he instructed, after I leave, be on guard.
If you encounter any danger, just shoot. I have plenty of bullets, so don't worry about running out.
After saying that, he waved his hand and went straight out the door. Wang Ruoshi glanced at the submachine gun beside the bed. The disappointment of Lin Hui's departure was quickly filled by the sense of security provided by the gun. Lin Hui walked out of the hotel and onto the street. He raised his hand and waved it, and a military armored vehicle appeared out of thin air. Once I got in the car and turned on the air conditioning, the car warmed up considerably in no time. Where should we go first? Lin Hui opened the map on his phone and studied it for a while. Haicheng Art Academy, everyone says art schools have lots of beautiful girls, this one is pretty good. Once he selected his target, he immediately drove there. There are hardly any cars on the street now, and with the snow and ice covering the area, ordinary cars can easily slip. However, this has little impact on military armored vehicles. Not long after, he arrived at Haicheng Art Academy. The school gates have long been unguarded, and there are hardly any pedestrians inside the school.
Bang!
Lin Hui drove his car through the gate blocking the way, making a loud noise. The few students on the road all cast strange glances at them. Lin Hui ignored them and drove to the dormitory area. After parking the car, he got out and took out a bunch of food and water. He looked up at the surrounding dormitory buildings, then took out a large megaphone. Looking for beautiful women, high prices for beautiful women, mature women, lolas, married women, meals and accommodation included, 24-hour air conditioning and heating, pretty ones only. Looking for beautiful women, high prices for beautiful women, mature women, lolas, married women, meals and accommodation included, 24-hour air conditioning and heating, pretty ones only. The loudspeaker volume was turned up to the maximum, and the sound spread throughout the entire dormitory area. What was supposed to be a recruitment drive for beautiful women was somehow given the impression of a high-price buyback program for old cell phones, all thanks to the loudspeaker announcements. The students who were still at school all heard the loudspeaker and crowded to the windows to watch.
Wow, so much food. Who is that? What does he want? Discussions arose in each dormitory.
The apocalypse has lasted for more than a month, and many people have run out of food or are about to run out of food. These students were already starving, and even those who had some food reserves showed greed in their eyes when they saw so much food.
In a girls' dormitory, two beautiful twins lay listlessly on the bed.
They had been without food for a day and were starving.
Sis, did you hear that? It sounds like they're advertising free food and lodging outside. Qin Yaha turned to look out the window.
Speaking of food, her stomach started growling uncontrollably.
I heard that, but listen to what they're saying. They only accept beautiful women.
You can tell they have ulterior motives.
I'm afraid the free food and lodging isn't that simple. Qin Jinjin shook her head and said. Qin Yaya propped herself up and sat up.
Sister, times have changed.
If you don't have ulterior motives, who would help others? But I'd rather be someone else's plaything than starve to death here.
Qin Jinjin's stomach started growling at that moment. The feeling of hunger eventually broke her resolve.
Okay, let's go take a look together.
Other students shared similar ideas, but there were also some who held different views. In no time, a number of people had gathered in front of Lin Hui. There were men and women among them, and they all stared at the pile of food with shining eyes.
Food. It's food. He's all alone. Everyone hurry and grab it.
As more and more people gathered, a boy in the group of students suddenly shouted something. These words instantly ignited everyone's desire, and the crowd immediately became restless.
Chapter 109 selection ended. Bang bang bang.
Seeing the crowd about to riot, Lin Hui pulled out a rifle and fired 3 shots into the sky.
The loud gunfire instantly brought these people to their senses.
They all looked at the rifle in Lin Hui's hand with fear. Those boys who were itching to go forward no longer dared to move forward.
That's a rifle, not a pistol. Killing them would only take 1 shot. If you want food, go find it yourself. I'm not a philanthropist.
Lin Hui glanced indifferently at everyone, his gaze finally settling on the boy who had spoken earlier. When Zhou Yang saw Lin Hui looking at him, he instinctively wanted to hide behind someone else.
But at that moment, who would dare stand with him?
The people around him scattered instantly, leaving him alone. Zhou Yang gritted his teeth and knelt down.
I'm sorry, brother, I was wrong. I was just too hungry.
He knelt on the ground and kept begging Lin Hui to let him go.
Bang!
A gunshot rang out, and Zhou Yang fell into a pool of blood. Upon seeing this, everyone was so frightened that they took a few steps back, their eyes filled with fear as they looked at Lin Hui. Lin Hui casually put away his rifle. This person had a rosy complexion and was in good spirits. It was clear that he was well fed. But he stirred things up, trying to incite everyone to scramble for the food, which shows his deep ulterior motives. Given the typical format of short dramas, letting this kind of person go would likely cause him a lot of trouble.
So just kill them, that's the easiest way. Moreover, it can intimidate everyone and prevent them from having any other ideas.
The scene was completely silent, except for the sound of the loudspeaker playing on a loop.
Handsome guy, aren't you looking for beautiful women? What do you think of me? After a brief silence, someone finally couldn't resist the hunger and cautiously stepped forward to ask.
Lin Hui looked him up and down. It's got the right proportions, big where it should be big, and small where it should be small. It has a pretty good figure. As for looks, she's only an 8 out of 10, not stunning, but quite pleasing to the eye.
May I have your name? My name is Wang Yan, handsome, do you think I'm okay with you?
Wang Yan looked at Lin Hui expectantly, and when her gaze swept over the food next to Lin Hui, she subconsciously swallowed. Lin Hui smiled and picked up a bag of bread and a bottle of milk from beside him, tossing them to her.
Come here. Wang Yan caught the food and immediately showed a look of joy.
She quickly stood next to Lin Hui, then tore open the bag and began to wolf down the food.
The people around them, seeing this, immediately became agitated again.
The boys all looked on with envy, while the girls were itching to try it out. Seeing how much Wang Yan was enjoying her food, someone finally couldn't sit still any longer and stood up.
Handsome, what do you think of me? Another pretty girl stepped forward and flirted with Lin Hui.
Lin Hui glanced at them and thought to himself that art schools are different, their figures and looks are at least above average.
Come here.
He picked up the bread and milk and tossed them to her as well. The girls could no longer sit still and surged forward, hoping to be chosen by Lin Hui. Qin Jinjin and Qin Yaya, the beautiful twin sisters, were also among the crowd. When Lin Hui saw them, he couldn't help but take a second look. She has a figure and looks that are around 9.5 out of 10, and she also has the added bonus of being twin sisters.
Good.
Lin Hui rarely offered a word of praise, and casually gave the two women an extra sausage. This immediately aroused the envy of the girls around. However, the Qin sisters are renowned as exceptional beauties at the art academy, so it's not surprising that they caught Lin Hui's eye. They had no choice but to feel envious and jealous.
However, some of the boys showed expressions of resentment. Zhang Yu's face was extremely grim.
He had been lusting after these two sisters for a long time, and originally planned to keep them waiting until they were a little hungrier before using food to win them over. But unexpectedly, this man who suddenly rushed into the school beat her to it.
Zhang Yu's eyes were gloomy.
With his wisdom and courage, he collected most of the school's food and used it to gather a small group. During this period, he lived a very comfortable life. The female classmates who used to ignore him are now willing to kneel before him for a bite to eat. During this period, he lived like a local tyrant, enjoying himself immensely.
But now there's a man who's even more thrilled than him. How can he tolerate that? Brother Zhang, what do we do now?
A boy next to Zhang Yu asked with a displeased look. The woman he had his eye on has now run off to Lin Hui's side. Not only them, but the boys around them were also filled with envy and jealousy as they looked at Lin Hui surrounded by beautiful women. He has a gun, we can't confront him directly. Zhang Yu's eyes turned cold, but since he took in these women, it means he must have a base.
After he leaves, we'll find a way to follow him, see the situation first, and then make a decision.
Brother Zhang is the smartest. We'll take over his base, and all these women will still be ours. The man smiled and praised him.
Zhang Yu's lips curled up slightly. What do women matter? He only wants Lin Hui's food.
Since Lin Hui dared to offer free meals, accommodation, and heating, he must have stockpiled a large amount of food.
If he can obtain it, he can rise rapidly in the apocalypse.
By then, he won't be unable to get any woman he desires. Lin Hui had no idea what these people were thinking. There were so many girls who wanted to be with him that he had to choose carefully and had no time to pay attention to the other guys.
It took him a full half-hour to finish selecting.
It has to be said that the girls in the art school are really youthful and beautiful, they almost dazzled him. In the end, more than 80 people were successfully selected.
Alright, those of you who were chosen, come with me.
There were too many people, one car definitely wouldn't be enough to accommodate them all, so these girls had to walk. Lin Hui looked at the Qin sisters and said, "You two, get in the car with me." Top-tier beauties, especially top-tier twin beauties like these, naturally receive some preferential treatment. After saying that, Lin Hui got into the military armored vehicle. Qin Jinjin and Qin Yaya exchanged a glance, then silently opened the car door and got in. Now that they had made their decision, they stopped worrying about it. Seeing this, the other girls all showed expressions of envy and jealousy.
But there's nothing we can do, those two sisters are just too beautiful. The group left in a grand procession. Let's follow them.
Zheng Yu narrowed his eyes and led his men to linger far behind the rest of the group. Because of the distance, Lin Hui did not notice. Even if he notices it, he won't care too much.
He didn't take a group of ordinary people who didn't even have guns seriously.
If they dare to provoke him, then he'll just take care of them. The journey back was rather slow, but thankfully the distance between the two places wasn't too far.
About an hour and a half later, we finally arrived at our destination.
But when Lin Hui drove back to the street outside the hotel, he couldn't help but frown slightly. At this time, a large crowd had gathered outside the hotel.
There are both men and women, and the number is at least several hundred. You filthy woman, hand over the food. We know you've hidden a lot of food in the hotel.
If you don't hand it over, don't blame us for storming in and robbing you. The people at the very front of the line were the hotel guests who had been kicked out earlier. At this moment, they were shouting loudly, as if they wanted to force their way in.
Chapter 110. I'm a kind-hearted person. Hand over the food. Hand over the food.
The crowd immediately started to jeer. They were all either running out of food at home or looking to take advantage of their numbers to rob someone. They didn't care whether the people inside the hotel could survive after their food was stolen. They only care about their own survival.
Zhang Ning, are you sure you saw that ruthless man with the gun leave? Brother Chuan, I'm sure.
I saw him leave with my own eyes, and it's been more than an hour.
He hasn't come back yet. He's probably already gone.
The two guests, who had been kicked out of the hotel, whispered their secret plot. After being kicked out of the hotel by Lin Hui, they had nowhere to go. There's still no power outage, and the hotel still has air conditioning, so staying in the rooms is incredibly warm and comfortable.
But after being driven out, they were cold and hungry and simply couldn't hold on. So after learning that Lin Hui had left the hotel, he became emboldened and wanted to incite the people around him to come to the hotel and steal food.
That's good.
After we've taken the food, we'll take the hotel too. When there is food and air conditioning, we can continue to enjoy life. Brother Chuan pushed up his glasses, a lewd glint in his eyes. He wanted more than just that.
Besides food and lodging, he also wanted to experience the taste of Wang Ruoshi, that exceptional woman. Anyway, it's the apocalypse now, nobody cares about these things.
Since that bitch won't come out, let's rush in and take all the food.
Seeing that the crowd was in a frenzy but Wang Ruoshi hadn't come out yet, Brother Chuan felt it was about time, so he raised his hand and encouraged everyone to storm the hotel.
Yes, rush in and grab the food. I'm starving. Since there's food, why not take it out?
That's right. In the end times, we should help each other.
Since we have food, we should share it.
A group of menacing people were about to storm into the hotel and rob it. Upon seeing this, Lin Hui's expression immediately turned cold, and he prepared to get out of the car to resolve the matter. But as soon as he got out of the car, he saw Wang Ruoshi carrying a submachine gun and walking out of the hotel.
A gun? She has a gun. Don't push. Don't push any further forward.
The people at the front of the line shouted in panic. The guests who were kicked out, including Brother Chuan and Zhang Ning, all showed fear in their eyes.
How come Wang Ruoshi has a gun?
And it's a submachine gun. Brother Chuan and the others immediately tried to hide in the crowd and run away. But Wang Ruoshi did not give them a chance. Her face was frosty as she fired a burst of shots at the group led by Brother Chuan. The group was instantly riddled with bullets.
Ah, murder. Run. Murder.
The crowd, which had just been indignant, suddenly scattered and fled. Listen to me, it's your business who you want to rob, but if you dare to cause trouble at my hotel again, you'll end up like those guys. Wang Ruoshi shouted at them. Those who had been incited to come and forcibly seize the food were filled with fear and ran even faster.
Lin Hui's lips curled up, and his eyes revealed approval. This woman is really decisive.
On the contrary, the girls who were brought along, including Qin Jinjin, showed fear in their eyes when they saw Wang Ruoshi kill without hesitation.
With so many people on Lin Hui's side, Wang Ruoshi naturally noticed them long ago.
After dealing with the troublemakers, she put away her gun and approached Lin Hui.
Where did you find so many beautiful women?
Her gaze swept strangely over the dozens of girls.
Haicheng Art Academy.
Lin Hui shrugged and smiled.
Wang Ruoshi wrapped her arms around Lin Hui's neck and said intimately, "Can't I satisfy you on my own? You've brought so many sisters back for me."
Lin Hui lifted her up by her bottom. The capable should do more work, and I'm a kind-hearted person who just wants to give all the beautiful women in the world a warm home. Wang Ruoshi rolled her eyes, kissed Lin Hui on the lips, then gently broke free and returned to the ground. Her favorability rating had reached 100% and wouldn't drop any further, which is why she remained so calm in the face of Lin Hui's actions. Xin Jinjin and the other women felt somewhat at a loss as they watched the two being affectionate in public.
"These people are now in your hands, you'll be in charge of them from now on."
Lin Hui put his arm around Wang Ruoshi's waist and walked towards the hotel.
A smile finally appeared on Wang Ruoshi's face.
Seeing this, Xin Jinjin and the other girls carefully followed. I felt a little scared when I passed by the few corpses at the door.
Further away,
Zhang Yu's eyes were serious.
"Who exactly is that guy? How can even his woman be so ruthless?"
They kill without hesitation, giving no chance whatsoever. He originally wanted to see if he could find an opportunity to get rid of Lin Hui and then take everything from Lin Hui.
Unexpectedly, I witnessed the scene of Wang Ruoshi killing someone. "Brother Yu, maybe we should just forget about it.
We can't afford to mess with someone as ruthless as him."
The boy next to Zhang Yu looked hesitant.
"We have no idea what is going on inside the hotel. If there are even more people inside, we'll just be throwing our lives away." The others who came with Zhang Yu all began to consider leaving. Zhang Yu was also struggling internally. The other side had guns, and not just pistols, but rifles and submachine guns, weapons of mass destruction. But weapons, food, and women, this luxurious hotel has them all. It's really hard to let him give up like this. Those people who blocked the door earlier might know what is going on inside the hotel.
Let us find someone to gather some information first.
After much deliberation, Zhang Yu was still unwilling to give up and wanted to try to see if there was any chance. The others exchanged glances. Since Zhang Yu had spoken, they had no choice but to obey.
"As long as you don't go to a hotel to commit suicide, it's fine."
Hotel lobby. The group of female college students curiously looked around the hotel. The hotel air conditioning was on the whole time, and it became very warm after only a short while.
They even felt a bit hot because they were wearing a lot of clothes. "What are your plans for these people?" Wang Ruoshi looked at Lin Hui.
"It's not like there's no work to be done in the hotel. Cooking, washing clothes, and cleaning all need people.
You can arrange these things. I told you, these people are all under your jurisdiction."
Lin Hui lifted Wang Ruoshi's chin and laughed.
Wang Ruoshi smiled and said, "I thought you brought back a flock of canaries." "Who can say for sure?"
Lin Hui shrugged, not denying it.
Wang Ruoshi rolled her eyes at him, annoyed. "Managing me is no problem, but you need to take care of the food. With so many people coming, our food supply will only last for 2 days at most." "That's easy."
Lin Hui waved his hand, and suddenly a pile of rice, along with some fresh meat and vegetables, appeared beside him. Seeing this amazing scene, Xin Jinjin and the other female college students stared in shock.
What did they see?
Lin Hui conjured up a huge pile of food out of thin air.
"This is amazing." Wang Ruoshi had already witnessed Lin Hui's abilities, but she still couldn't help but show an expression of amazement.
This ability to conjure food out of thin air is practically like having a cheat code. The apocalypse is nothing compared to Lin Hui's power. Next, under Wang Ruoshi's command, a group of people began to move the food and put it into the warehouse.
Outside the hotel,
Zhang Yu and his group found some of the people who had just blocked the hotel entrance and learned some information about the situation inside the hotel from them.
Only 2 people and 2 guns, that's interesting. Zhang Yu looked at the hotel in the distance with amusement. "Brother Yu, no matter what, they still have 2 guns.
We're still no match for them."
Some people expressed their concerns. "Who said we were going to fight them head on?"
"Weapons, food, and women. I imagine many people will be interested in this place." A cold glint flashed in Zhang Yu's eyes. Since a direct confrontation won't work, he'll stir up trouble so he can fish in troubled waters.
Even if he ends up getting nothing, he won't lose anything. Chapter 111. Do you think you can handle this? Inside the hotel, Wang Ruoshi demonstrated her management skills.
She first divided the classes into levels.
The hotel's floor level is used as the standard for its classification.
The higher the floor, the higher the hotel's classification. Lin Hui and she undoubtedly lived on the top floor. These newcomers naturally stayed in the guest rooms at the bottom.
If you want to climb the ladder, you either have to make a contribution or find another way.
The lower the level, the more tiring the work, the higher the level, the easier the work.
With this hierarchical system, a small hotel becomes a microcosm of society.
Many of these innocent and adorable college students did not understand what this meant. But there were still some clever people who started to deliberately curry favor with Lin Hui and Wang Ruoxi.
The next step is to assign tasks.
Those who deliberately tried to please the two were assigned to easier jobs.
Those who didn't understand were then assigned all sorts of dirty and tiring jobs. You're very interested in those twins? After assigning tasks, Wang Ruoxi came to Lin Hui's side and said with a smile,
"Men will always love pursuing beautiful things." Lin Hui shrugged, making no attempt to hide anything.
"I'll make arrangements for you tonight." Wang Ruoxi nudged Lin Hui's arm and gave him a knowing look that both men and women understood. Lin Hui put his arm around her waist. "What, aren't you jealous?"
Wang Ruoxi rolled her eyes.
Does being jealous work? With her intelligence, how could she not see through Lin Hui's thoughts? Since it can't be changed, it's better to go along with Lin Hui's wishes, so that you can still gain Lin Hui's attention. She didn't want to be ostracized by Lin Hui because of jealousy. That wouldn't do her any good.
As long as she understands that she can help Lin Hui, she will never be easily neglected by him.
Lin Hui's lips curled up. He turned a mindless post-apocalyptic short drama into a male-oriented post-apocalyptic action drama. That feeling is pretty great.
No wonder many villains in post-apocalyptic novels and short dramas like to act as local tyrants. Anyway, Lin Hui didn't consider himself to be a decent person.
Of course, he can't be considered a villain. At most, they are just ordinary people with some principles. At least he wouldn't force anyone.
The art students he brought back all came voluntarily. He wouldn't force those who didn't want to come.
From now on, besides me, you'll be the most important person here.
Lin Hui smiled and made her a promise.
Wang Ruoxi smiled happily upon hearing this. After a busy day, night fell quickly.
Under Wang Ruoxi's direction, the girl in charge of cooking served up steaming hot food. The girls, who hadn't had a hot meal in a long time, were moved to tears.
I never expected to be able to eat such food in this extremely cold and apocalyptic world.
When they picked up their chopsticks and put the food in their mouths, a feeling of happiness welled up inside them. Soon, a group of girls began to wolf down their food. Lin Hui and Wang Ruoxi sat alone at a table. Their meals were all taken out by Lin Hui from the infinite space. Seafood, lobster, sashimi, a table full of delicious food, forming a stark contrast with what everyone else was eating. The girls who were eating looked on with longing when they saw Lin Hui bring out so much delicious food. If there's something better, of course they'd want to eat something better. Some girls who considered themselves beautiful looked down at their own figures. Lin Hui is the leader here, and he is the only man in the entire hotel. This already explains the problem. Many girls started having ulterior motives.
Night.
Lin Hui had just finished showering and was lying on the large bed in the presidential suite on the top floor when there was a knock on the door. He walked over and opened the door, where he saw Qin Jinjin and Qin Yaya, dressed in JK uniforms and wearing delicate light makeup, standing nervously outside.
"Come in."
Lin Hui waved his hand, gesturing for the two to enter the room. The two women exchanged a glance, then obediently followed them in, closing the door behind them. They sat on either side of Lin Hui, their bodies stiff and somewhat at a loss.
"If you're not ready, you can go back first."
Lin Hui spoke calmly. "If there's a lack of cooperation, then it's not very interesting." "No, Mr. Lin, we are ready." Qin Yaya, the younger sister, suppressed her nervousness and looked at Lin Hui with a reassuring gaze.
Qin Jinjin also understood her current situation.
If you want to survive in the apocalypse, and even thrive, relying on Lin Hui is definitely the best choice. The two women exchanged a glance and simultaneously kissed Lin Hui on the cheek.
At the same time,
Zheng Yu sent out the message that the Royal Dragon Supreme Hotel was hiding a large amount of food and beautiful women.
The internet is still connected, so the news can spread easily.
In this message, he also deliberately exaggerated the hotel's food reserves. This was Zhang Yu's guess, he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. But in the apocalypse, anyone who dares to shout out slogans like food and lodging included must be hiding a lot of food inside. Once this news was released, many people and forces that were collecting food were tempted. Night passed, and the sun rose. People began to gradually gather outside the hotel. Meanwhile, some vans and trucks also quietly parked on the nearby streets. Zheng Yu and his group hid in a nearby house, watching the growing crowd, a smug glint in their eyes.
This is exactly what he wanted to see. Brother Yu, won't there be too many people coming? What if there aren't enough for us? Some people are starting to worry again. No rush, let's see how things go first.
Zheng Yu remained calm. It would be best if we could snatch something, but even if we can't, we won't lose out. In the RV, which is just across the street from them, Xu Jingxiong had two young women in his arms, looking arrogant. Before the apocalypse, he was involved in organized crime and held a significant position in Haicheng. After the apocalypse, he and his men plundered a lot of food and gathered a group of outlaws, and now they are considered a major force in Haicheng.
Too many people have come. Go, send someone to test the waters first.
Xu Jingxiong also noticed that more and more people were gathering. Fearing that someone else would beat him to it, he decided to make the first move. Immediately, more than 20 men, each wielding a machete and with fierce expressions, got out of the van and marched menacingly toward the hotel. Wang Ruoshi had already noticed the situation outside and had informed Lin Hui in advance. They are now standing in the hotel lobby, watching what's happening outside.
Someone couldn't hold back any longer. Wang Ruoshi calmly analyzed, there are too many people outside, and they are all mixed up. If we don't handle this well, we may be attacked by the whole group. Qin Jinjin and Qin Ya followed behind the two, their faces showing worry. They had just settled down and didn't want that stability to be broken. In this hotel, they had to rely on Lin Hui. But at least Lin Hui didn't force them to do anything, and he provided them with food, warm accommodations, and far better treatment than others. Therefore, they were worried and afraid that outsiders would take everything away from them. They were forced to return to a life where they didn't know where their next meal would come from. Or they might be captured and become playthings for some pervert. Most of the other girls thought the same way. Therefore, there was more or less tension and worry on their faces. Deal with?
Lin Hui smiled dismissively. He raised his hand and a portable Gatling gun appeared in his hand.
Look at this thing, can you handle it? Chapter 112 Find Zheng Yu.
Wang Ruoshi was stunned for a moment. She had considered that Lin Hui could conjure up even more powerful weapons. But unexpectedly, Lin Hui produced a Gatling gun.
This is a Gatling gun, and its reputation as a headhunter is no joke.
Qin Jinjin and the other women didn't know much about firearms, but they knew that Gatling guns were very powerful. Just moments ago they were worried, but now their eyes are filled with hope. They don't ask for anything better, they just want to maintain the status quo, at least to have enough to eat and a place to live. While Lin Hui and his group were talking, the 20-odd fierce-looking men had already crossed the street and arrived in front of the hotel.
Don't move around here, I'll go take care of this.
Lin Hui casually picked up the Gatling gun and walked out with a nonchalant air. It's a pity he didn't buy a cigar, otherwise, having one in his mouth would have made him look even more imposing.
Holy crap! Damn it! Holy shit! How could he have that kind of thing? Those watching from the sidelines couldn't help but curse in shock.
Those 20-odd men, who had looked so menacing, almost collapsed to their knees on the spot.
But they weren't much better off.
Pointing Gatling guns at them, their faces turned ashen, their eyes filled with terror. They dared not take another step forward, fearing that Lin Hui would suddenly fire a burst of bullets at them. If you get hit by this thing, you'll definitely get bruises all over the place.
Brother, don't shoot. We can talk this over.
The squad leader, with his hands raised high, was trembling in both voice and leg. The others weren't much better off.
Xu Jingxiong, hiding in the RV, had an extremely gloomy expression. The information online is absolutely unreliable.
Wasn't it said that the hotel's defenses were weak?
This is what you call weak? Zheng Yu's expression was equally grim.
He never expected that Lin Hui would possess such a deadly weapon on the battlefield. With this thing around, his plans are likely to fall through.
Anyway, a fight is definitely not going to happen.
Other people or forces generally share this view. To risk a Gatling gun for an unknown amount of food is absolutely the most foolish thing to do. Unless you're at your wit's end, no one would want to reload a Gatling gun. After all, it's definitely more worthwhile to rob those small, independent players and factions than to directly confront Gatling gunners.
Discuss? You think you're qualified?
Lin Hui sneered, let Xu Jingxiong come out and talk to me, or I will wipe you out along with his base.
It's not difficult to find out who's behind it all.
He only needs to look at the future of these few people.
Big brother, do you know our boss?
The squad leader hesitated for a moment, but when he saw Kato's dark gun barrel, he swallowed hard. His life was in Lin Hui's hands, and he didn't know whether he should betray Zhu Jingxiong. Just as the squad leader was in a dilemma, the door of the RV opened. Zhu Jingxiong, with a sullen face, got out of the car and slowly walked to the front of the squad leader.
"Brother, I was wrong to do this.
Just tell me how to resolve this."
He did not know Lin Hui.
But since Lin Hui knew him, and knew that these people were sent by him,
that means you can't pretend you don't know.
Zhu Jingxiong had more than 100 men, but he was the only one who possessed a pistol. The others carried weapons such as machetes and baseball bats. Given the vast disparity in firepower, he feared that Lin Hui might act unethically and cause trouble at his base, so he could only apologize and try to smooth things over.
Readily. Lin Hui's lips curled up. "Then compensate me with a truckload of food as compensation for emotional distress, and also tell me why you're all gathered here?"
He asked for food simply to show everyone the consequences of provoking him. What he really wanted to know was why so many people were gathered outside the hotel. Some people online say that the hotel is hiding a lot of food and beautiful women, and that the defenses are very weak, making it easy to attack. Zhu Jingxiong did not haggle and told Lin Hui what he wanted to know. A cold glint appeared in Lin Hui's eyes. It seems someone is trying to cause him trouble.
That's interesting.
He was very curious to know who had the audacity to do this. That person spread the message online, so they were probably anonymous, making it difficult to find them through normal means.
But this didn't stump Lin Hui.
He used his eyes, which could see into the future, to scan these people. Then he looked at the people hiding in the distant streets. The future will change.
However, it can be used as a reference.
In the future of these people, he gradually caught sight of a figure.
Zhang Yu.
A cold smile appeared on Lin Hui's lips. A rat that likes to hide its head and show its tail. I never thought that such a person would eventually become the leader of one of the three major forces in Haicheng.
In everyone's future.
Zhang Yu, this college student, seemed to have a cheat code, step-by-step climbing to the pinnacle of power in Haicheng.
Pity. He made a mistake. That means you shouldn't have provoked Lin Hui.
Lin Hui's gaze swept over the people and forces that had gathered. Since Zhang Yu wanted to take advantage of the chaos, he would definitely blend in with the crowd. There were just too many people, and he didn't know where the rat was hiding. But this didn't stump him.
Lin Hui looked at Zhu Jingxiong. "Once the food is delivered, you can leave."
Zhu Jingxiong nodded. Though his heart was bleeding, he still ordered the food to be brought over. About 10 minutes later, a truckload of food arrived on the street outside the hotel.
"You can leave now." Lin Hui glanced indifferently at Zhu Jingxiong.
Zhu Jingxiong felt as if he had been granted a pardon and left with his men. Having navigated the complexities of society for so many years, he still has his own judgment about who to mess with and who not to mess with. From the moment he appeared, Lin Hui had always possessed an overwhelming confidence. Zhu Jingxiong didn't know where this confidence came from, but he wasn't going to try it himself. After Zhu Jingxiong and his men left, Lin Hui took out a megaphone and shouted in a deep voice.
"Zhang Yu, I know you're nearby. Come out yourself."
Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu's eyes widened slightly, somewhat incredulous.
How did Lin Hui know it was him? Even when he spreads information online, he has his subordinates do it.
Logically speaking, he had no reason to expose himself.
Zhang Yu's expression was uncertain, and his subordinates behind him also looked nervous.
Lin Hui was holding a Gatling gun, so they didn't dare to make a sound. About half a minute later, Lin Hui saw that Zhang Yu had not appeared, and a cold smile appeared on his lips. He then picked up the megaphone and shouted, "Zhang Yu's henchman, I'm giving you a chance.
Tell me where Zhang Yu is.
This truckload of food on the street belongs to him. I am an honest and trustworthy person, and I always keep my word.
Or if someone can provide Zhang Yu's location, we can take the food." These words immediately caused an uproar among those who were unwilling to leave.
In the distance, on the street, people began searching everywhere. They wanted to find Zhang Yu, the one Lin Hui had mentioned. At this moment, Zhang Yu's face was extremely grim. He never expected that Lin Hui would be willing to offer a whole truckload of food to buy his location. That's a whole truckload. With so much food, if it were given to only one person, it could definitely last for several years. The men around Zhang Yu immediately began to look at him with ill intent. Chapter 113 Pieces from Here and There.
Have you thought this through? We're accomplices. Do you really think he'd let you go?
Zhang Yu noticed his subordinate's unusual behavior and gave him a stern reminder. Wealth can be very tempting. Although he said this, he knew that it was only a matter of time before these people betrayed him. His gaze began to wander, trying to find the best escape route. So that if these people betray you, you won't even have a chance to escape. The men Zhang Yu brought did indeed hesitate upon hearing this.
But just then, Lin Hui's voice rang out again.
I'll give Zhang Yu's cronies one last chance. Tell me where Zhang Yu is, and I may let you go. Otherwise, if I catch you, you will suffer a terrible fate. Upon hearing this, the group immediately made up their minds.
Zhang Yu is here.
One of the tall boys ran to the window and shouted in Lin Hui's direction. Seeing this, the others quickly joined in the shouting. Zhang Yu's expression changed, and he immediately turned and ran. However, they were on the second floor of a street-side shop, so their movement was limited. The people searching for Zhang Yu immediately surrounded him.
Soon, the area outside the shop was surrounded by people.
Seeing the murderous glint in their eyes, Zhang Yu's face turned extremely ugly.
It's over.
He knew he couldn't escape. His mind raced as he tried to figure out how to escape this predicament. There's no way to escape now, all that's left is to beg for mercy. The thought of having to beg for mercy made his eyes turn icy cold. But in order to save his life, he resolutely ran downstairs and knelt at the shop entrance.
Brother, I was wrong.
I shouldn't have spread the news.
Brother, I know you want beautiful women. I can help you find them, all kinds of beautiful women. Not only that, I can also hand over food. I hid a lot of food at school. Big brother, from now on I'm your dog. I'll do whatever you tell me to do. Zhang Yu loudly admitted his mistake and resolutely kowtowed on the ground.
Lin Hui sneered inwardly.
This person is indeed quite capable, able to bend and stretch.
But he wouldn't want to create a hidden danger for himself. He nonchalantly carried the Gatling gun and approached Zhang Yu.
You're not even worthy to be my dog.
The two were only about 10 meters apart. Lin Hui sneered and decisively pulled the trigger.
Zhang Yu's pupils contracted sharply, and despair appeared on his face. Tap tap tap. The Gatling gun barrel spun rapidly, and bullets poured out like raindrops.
Zhang Yu's body was instantly smashed to pieces. The shop was riddled with bullet holes. Those around who had originally intended to take advantage of the situation or make a quick buck all stared wide-eyed and swallowed hard.
Is this what happens when you mess with a hotel? Pieces here and there, not even enough to piece together a complete person. Zhang Yu's henchmen are now filled with lingering fear.
Fortunately, they revealed Zhang Yu's location. Otherwise, they would be in the same situation as Zhang Yu right now.
Lin Hui stopped shooting only after the entire shop had been destroyed and nothing was left intact.
He looked at his masterpiece and was very satisfied. He wanted to use the most high-profile approach to deter those who wanted to take advantage of him, to avoid having to deal with all sorts of troubles later.
The food in the car is yours.
Lin Hui glanced at Zhang Yu's henchman, uttered a few words indifferently, and then leisurely returned to the hotel.
Zhang Yu's followers immediately showed surprise and delight.
That's a whole truckload of food.
They actually gave it to them like that. Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. The group thanked them excitedly and immediately went to receive their rewards.
Lin Hui had his back to them, a playful smile on his lips.
This truckload of food isn't something just anyone can take. Just as he was thinking this,
Zhang Yu's henchmen had only run a few steps when they were stabbed to death by people rushing out from the crowd.
They're dead, so the food is ours. There's only so much food, hurry up and grab it.
Someone shouted, and the people swarmed towards the large truck full of food like locusts. The food was right in front of them. How much they could grab depended entirely on their own abilities.
Lin Hui didn't even turn his head. He knew this would happen. In a post-apocalyptic world, it's no easy feat for a few unarmed ordinary people to hold onto so much food.
He walked back to the hotel indifferently, with a crowd of people frantically grabbing things behind him. The cruelty of the apocalypse was on full display at this moment. But when Lin Hui entered the hotel, it was as if he had entered another world. Compared to the hustle and bustle outside, the hotel was quiet and peaceful.
The air conditioning made the lobby very warm, keeping out the cold.
The art students that Lin Hui had brought back watched the crowd outside frantically scrambling for food. They felt incredibly fortunate at that moment.
I'm glad I made the right choice. Otherwise, they might become one of those people outside.
In the hotel, they had food and drink, as well as warm air conditioning, which was like paradise in this extremely cold and apocalyptic world. At this moment, everyone looked at Lin Hui with gratitude and some ambiguous emotions.
You were so cool just now.
Wang Ruoshi praised with a smile.
Exactly, the way you carry the Gatling gun is just so imposing.
Qin Yaya echoed her exaggeratedly.
I feel very safe.
Qin Zhenjin nodded, her eyes shining. Congratulations, host. Qin Yaya and Qin Zhenjin's favorability towards you has increased to 100%.
Lin Hui's lips curled up. These are 2 more little fans. Let's go back to sleep. He put his arm around Wang Ruoshi and went straight upstairs. Qin Zhenjin and Qin Yaya followed along, and they now also live on the top floor.
The other girls could only look on with envy. The large truckload of food outside the hotel was quickly snatched up. The others dared not try to take advantage of the hotel anymore, so they all dispersed.
The hotel quickly returned to tranquility.
The girls in the hotel each had their own duties, some cooked, some did laundry. A few hours later, Lin Hui came out of the bedroom, sat on the sofa in the presidential suite, and looked at the scenery outside the floor-to-ceiling windows.
I had completely forgotten about the internet. After what happened this morning, he remembered. The internet is still working, why bother going out to search?
He took out his phone and started promoting it on local online platforms. The Royal Dragon Supreme Hotel is now recruiting mature women, young girls, lolas, and married women.
Beautiful women are welcome to apply.
The hotel provides meals and accommodation, air conditioning all year round, and many other benefits. First come, first served. It also included a large selection of food items and photos of the comfortable surroundings.
After editing the good news, I sent it out. Nowadays, most people stay at home.
The message immediately caused a huge reaction.
Many people left comments below.
There were all kinds of people, those begging for shelter, those asking for charity, those who insulted others, and those who made threats.
Being separated by the internet, Lin Hui couldn't control them.
However, once the news gains popularity, his goal will be achieved. In no time, his private messages were flooded with all sorts of messages. Lin Hui tossed his phone aside, lay lazily on the sofa, and enjoyed the peaceful apocalyptic moment. Chapter 114 This is the right way to live in the apocalypse.
After Lin Hui sent out the message,
in less than half an hour, people began to arrive outside the hotel. This time, however, it was all women who came.
They all wore exquisite makeup and various sexy or alluring outfits, wrapped in thick down jackets and coats. Aren't all these young girls enough to satisfy you? Wang Ruoshi looked at Lin Hui helplessly.
She sat in the lobby, at a makeshift interview table. Lin Hui shrugged. I said I want to give all the beautiful women in the world a home.
What can he do?
The main quest requires him to lead 500 people to survival.
Since they're all strangers anyway, why doesn't he choose the pretty woman? Wang Ruoshi shook her head in annoyance.
She had initially thought Lin Hui was just saying it casually, and that he would at most bring back some pretty girls. But to my surprise, he posted the message online.
Now, I bet half the beauties in the city will come and give it a try.
Sister Ruoshi, everything is ready. After Qin Zhenjin had arranged for the women outside to be taken care of in batches, she came over to report.
Let's begin. Wang Ruoshi nodded.
Lin Hui sat down next to her, watching the women enter one by one with great interest. As soon as these women entered the hall, they took off their down jackets, revealing various sexy outfits. When they arrived in front of them, she started throwing all sorts of flirtatious glances at Lin Hui.
Unfortunately, Lin Hui wasn't buying it at all. He only keeps the pretty ones.
Those who are average-looking or not good-looking are eliminated. Those who were selected were naturally overjoyed, while those who were eliminated looked dejected or desperate. Some even tried to curry favor with Lin Hui and begged to be taken in. But after Lin Hui pulled out his pistol, they all obediently left.
Then, one group of women after another came in and left. How does it feel to be the emperor choosing his concubines? Wang Ruoshi took a break from the air conditioning and chatted. That's true to some extent. Lin Hui nodded. I didn't expect that selecting concubines would be such a tiring job.
He had never seen so many beautiful women at once before. There are mature women, cute girls, and sophisticated women, all kinds of types are available. After seeing so many, I'm really overwhelmed by the choices.
And this is only the first day.
As more and more beautiful women checked in, they began to share their experiences, describing the hotel's environment, food, and atmosphere, which attracted a large number of other beautiful women who wanted to stay at the hotel.
Moreover, the quality is even higher this time. That's a famous beautiful CEO in Haicheng, you're lucky.
Wang Ruoshi pointed at a beautiful woman in the crowd and teased her. However, before Lin Hui could speak, she pointed to the other side, that's the Qian family's little princess. Her beauty is well known in the industry. It seems that her family has also declined after the apocalypse. And that one over there, I remember she was the runner-up in the national piano competition. Her artistic temperament is truly enviable. And that one, TSK, a rising star in the entertainment industry, she's a big star. Whenever Wang Ruoshi saw a strikingly beautiful woman, she would introduce her to Lin Hui. However, his tone was mostly teasing. She wasn't jealous, because she was confident she could maintain her position. Time passed quietly like that. 1 month later. No beautiful women have been coming to the hotel lately. Lin Hui has already taken in all the beautiful women in Haicheng who were willing to come. The original plan was for 500 people, but there were just too many beautiful women. Even with Lin Hui's continued efforts to improve, the number still far exceeded the limit, ultimately taking in over 1,000 people. Hotel indoor swimming pool. Lin Hui, wearing beach shorts and holding a glass of red wine, was leisurely reclining in a chair. In the swimming pool, beautiful women of all kinds, dressed in bikinis, were playing and frolicking. The shore was filled with all kinds of drinks, desserts, and fruits. This is the right way to live in the apocalypse. He couldn't help but sigh. Those mindless post-apocalyptic short dramas are still full of romance and love even in the apocalypse. Instead of letting those who hurt you regret it, it's better to just get rid of them and be done with it. Brother Lin, come and play with us too. In the swimming pool, the former female star, revealing her alluring curves, giggled coquettishly. Yeah, Brother Lin, come and play. Come and play together. A group of beautiful women, giggling and inviting. Lin Hui smiled, downed the glass of red wine in one gulp, and then stood up. Haha, I'm here. Laughter and playful banter erupted. In the apocalypse, Lin Hui experienced the pleasures of a tyrannical ruler. But the outside world was already in complete chaos. With electricity and internet outages for over half a month, the hungry and cold people unleashed their deepest malice. All sorts of dark things happen all the time, in every place. However, the Royal Dragon Supreme Hotel was completely unaffected. Anyone who tries to take advantage of this place will eventually be reduced to a jumble of pixels under the Gatling gun's control. Over time, no one dared to try and take advantage of the place anymore. Even knowing that the hotel might have countless foods and women, no one dared to make a move. What followed was a dark and turbulent period. Every day when Lin Hui wakes up in the presidential suite, he can see black smoke rising from the city. Every plume of black smoke signified a major bloodbath and the deaths of countless people. However, inside the hotel, it was like another world. Every time Lin Hui gets up, a different woman appears beside him. Half a year has passed in the blink of an eye. With the added benefit of having many children, Lin Hui's combat power increased to 723, and he now felt incredibly strong. It's just a pity that there hasn't been an opportunity to make a move. However, he doesn't necessarily have to take action. He's quite content with this leisurely lifestyle. The women in the hotel shared the same thoughts as him. At this moment, the women Lin Hui valued most stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows on the top floor of the hotel. Sis, look, there's black smoke coming out over there again. They're probably fighting again. Qin Yaya stood by the window, pointing to the black smoke that had just risen in the distance. Qin Zhenjin picked up a bunch of grapes and admired the snowy world outside. Yeah, I guess a lot of people will die. The two goddesses were utterly serene. Luckily, we came here with Brother Lin, otherwise we might have become one of them. Qin Yaha said with a smile. Qin Zhenjin nodded in deep agreement. Now she is incredibly grateful for her previous decision. Thankfully, she didn't stick to her principles back then. Otherwise, they might have frozen or starved to death in some corner by now. Indeed, following Brother Lin was the best decision I ever made in my life. Look outside, and then look at us now, and I feel quite happy. Yes, while the fighting is raging outside, we have an endless supply of food and warm air conditioning. Staying here, we don't even feel the existence of the apocalypse. This only proves that Brother Lin protected us too well. The women were chatting leisurely, a stark contrast to the darkness, cold, and hunger outside. However, they were unaware of this. Just as they were enjoying their peaceful time. Several top powers in Haicheng have already set their sights on the hotel. Another luxury hotel in Haicheng. Xu Jingxiong and the other three top leaders sat calmly at the conference table. My men have been watching with binoculars for over half a month. The women in the Royal Dragon Supreme Hotel seem to have an endless supply of fruit and food, so I'm certain that the hotel has a huge amount of food stored up. Xu Jingxiong said in a deep voice. A glint of greed flashed in the eyes of the other three. In 6 months, they have already used up a significant portion of their food reserves. Although a food crisis is unlikely in the short term. But it's not a good idea to just sit around and eat until the food runs out. No one knows how long this extreme cold apocalypse will last. Therefore, it's always a good idea to prepare more food. The Royal Dragon Supreme Hotel has a massive food supply, and Lin Hui is the only one defending it. This undoubtedly became their target. Let's talk about how the spoils will be divided first. Chapter 115 Combat Power Soars. The 4 people present did not take Lin Hui seriously at all. Even Xu Jingxiong was the same.
It's not like 6 months ago anymore.
In the past 6 months, he has been robbing and recruiting, and has now gathered more than 1,000 desperados under his command. They were also equipped with a small number of handguns.
The other 3 were about the same. Chen Nantian was once the head of the Chen family, one of the 4 major families in Haicheng. Su Jinkai is the largest food wholesaler in Haicheng.
Zhao Sheng is the owner of the largest security company in Haicheng. Since the arrival of the extreme cold apocalypse, the 3 have gradually formed a 4-way power struggle by relying on their respective advantages to seize power or recruit subordinates. Each of them had thousands of men under their command, and they were all equipped with handguns. Of course, all they were equipped with was a pistol. Even so, they are still powerful enough to do whatever they want. Before we distribute the spoils, shouldn't we think about how to deal with that Gatling gun in the hotel?
Zhao Shang remained calm and composed. This is indeed a problem. If we fight head-on, our losses will be enormous. Chen Nantian nodded. That's easy.
A cold glint flashed in Xu Zhengxiong's eyes. We can capture some people to be cannon fodder and use up the Gatling gun's bullets. Once the enemy runs out of bullets, we can take advantage of the opening to launch a strong attack.
Upon hearing such a vicious method, the 3 showed no emotional reaction.
They don't care about the lives of others, they only care about their own interests.
This method is feasible.
Su Jinkai revealed a sly smile. As long as our men can break into the hotel, that Gatling gun won't be able to stop our attack at all.
No one else objected. That's what they all think. Even the most powerful Gatling gun eventually runs out of bullets. One person can never withstand a human wave tactic.
Then let's talk about how to distribute the spoils.
Zhao Shang spoke in a deep voice.
In fact, any one of the 4 companies felt that it could afford to take over the Royal Dragon Supreme Hotel on its own. But the fear is that the other 3 companies will reap the benefits behind the scenes, leaving you as the mantis catching the cicada.
That's why they need to unite. Dividing it in half is the fairest way.
Chen Nantian, with a cold face, stated his thoughts.
None of the other 3 objected.
Their power levels are roughly the same, so there's no need to argue about it.
But when that time comes, who can say for sure how the spoils will be divided?
I heard that the hotel is hiding a lot of amazing women. Su Jinkai revealed a lewd smile. Let's make it clear first, whoever snatches the woman gets to keep her.
No problem. The 4 of them thus formed a temporary alliance.
Next, the 4 major forces began to arrest ordinary people everywhere, preparing to use them as cannon fodder.
2 days later.
Royal Dragon Supreme Hotel. Lin Hui was enjoying a massage from a beautiful woman in his room when Wang Ruoshi suddenly ran over.
Lin Hui, something seems wrong.
The sisters observed through binoculars that a large crowd was approaching our hotel.
Her expression was somewhat serious. Are there many people?
Lin Hui asked casually.
I estimate there are at least 5,000 people. Lin Hui nodded and told the masseuse to leave.
He sat up and stretched, then slowly put on his clothes.
Seeing Lin Hui's calm demeanor, Wang Ruoshi's serious expression lessened somewhat.
Lin Hui went to the window to observe. There are quite a lot of people. There were so many people that they filled several streets. But this did not make Lin Hui nervous at all. These people came to their hotel in a group, clearly indicating that they were organized.
Since someone is eyeing his hotel, let's test his strength and see just how much it has grown. Have everyone gather in the hall.
Lin Hui said something casually and then walked downstairs. Wang Ruoshi moved quickly, and in no time, all the beauties had gathered in the hall. They already knew that a large group of enemies was coming, and their faces were filled with worry. For the past 6 months, they have been living a very comfortable life. They can also see some of what's happening in the outside world through military binoculars. They don't want to live that kind of life. Lin Hui casually glanced at the group of women, then raised his hand and waved it, and various submachine guns, rifles, and sniper rifles appeared neatly on the ground. Upon seeing these firearms, the women's eyes lit up immediately. If it were before the apocalypse, they might be scared to see so many guns. But now, when they see these guns, they feel completely safe. Those who want to fight, come up and get your guns. Those who don't want to fight, go hide upstairs in a bit. Lin Hui smiled casually. These words immediately sparked a flurry of discussion among the women. These people are, after all, girls, and many of them don't like fighting and killing. However, several dozen people still stood up from the crowd. These people are well aware that having a gun is the best way to ensure their safety. Even though some people were afraid, they still picked up guns. Lin Hui's lips curled up. Very good. From now on, you will be the hotel's guards and responsible for the hotel's security. However, you are not needed to participate in this battle. The beautiful women were all taken aback. Lin Hui brought out so many guns, but he didn't intend for them to fight. Brother Lin, there are at least several thousand people outside. How can we drive them away if we don't fight? Someone couldn't help but ask. All eyes were on Lin Hui. Only a few thousand people. Lin Hui smiled dismissively. I can handle this by myself. He selected these people simply to cultivate the hotel's military strength, so that he wouldn't have to handle everything in the future. The beautiful women all looked astonished. Lin Hui actually wanted to take on thousands of people by himself? They knew Lin Hui was very powerful and mysterious, able to conjure food and guns out of thin air. But no matter what, they are still just mortal beings. How can one person possibly deal with thousands of people? Lin Hui, don't be reckless. We have so many guns, we can definitely hold the hotel. Wang Ruoshi tugged at his arm worriedly. The other beautiful women also looked at him with concern. Lin Hui didn't explain, he just smiled casually. Don't worry, they're just a bunch of ants. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure vanished from the spot. The women only saw a blur before Lin Hui was already standing outside the hotel. Wang Ruoshi and all the other beauties stared in astonishment. That's incredibly fast. They didn't even see how Lin Hui walked out of the hotel. Just how strong is he? Wang Ruoshi murmured in a daze. The other beauties are the same. However, after a moment of surprise, their faces lit up with excitement, and a strong sense of security filled their hearts. The stronger Lin Hui was, the happier they were. Outside the hotel, Lin Hui looked at the crowd that was gradually coming into view. Instead of making a move, he used his eyes, which could see into the future, to scan these people. The 4 top powers in Haicheng, huh? After today, let's completely erase them from Haicheng. A slight upturn of his lips revealed a contemptuous smile. His gaze, fixed on the back of the crowd, was filled with a chilling killing intent. Chapter 116, Complete the 6th Main Quest. Behind the crowd, Zhu Jingxiong and his 3 companions gathered together and ordered their men to drive away the captured people and move towards the hotel. The hotel was just across the street away. At that moment, they all saw Lin Hui appear at the hotel entrance. You can't hold back anymore? Qian Jinkai sneered. How foolish of them to come outside the hotel. Wouldn't that make it easier for us to attack? Zhao Sheng said with a look of disdain. Zhu Jingxiong and Chen Nantian both smiled. If Lin Hui hides in the hotel and uses it as cover, he might be able to cause them some trouble. But Lin Hui, overconfident, stepped out himself. With those stray bullets, the battle could be ended easily. Go, pass on the order to launch a full-scale attack and take the hotel in one fell swoop. Zhu Jingxiong gave the order in a cold voice. The crowd immediately stirred. The cannon fodder being driven at the front all had tense expressions on their faces. They all knew about the rumors surrounding the Royal Dragon Supreme Hotel. Therefore, they naturally understood the purpose of being driven here. Panic spread through the crowd. The 4 major powers were watching from behind. Anyone who tried to escape would be shot. Lin Hui glanced at the person in front of him whose face was full of reluctance and despair. He wasn't a serial killer and had no interest in these people who had been forced to come. His gaze was fixed on the back of the crowd, on a place that was heavily guarded. Is this the place? Lin Hui whispered, then raised his hand, and a military knife appeared in his hand. The next moment, his figure rushed into the crowd like lightning. Just as he was about to touch the crowd, he leaped over everyone and landed at the very back of the crowd.
Everyone was stunned. Lin Hui's speed was simply too fast.
They were so fast that they could only see a fleeting afterimage. Zhu Jingxiong and the other three looked stunned. Before they could even figure out what was happening, they saw their men falling one after another. In no time, all that remained around them were corpses scattered everywhere. At that moment, Lin Hui appeared in front of them.
Lin Hui's clothes were clean, but the blood-stained military knife said it all.
Faced with Lin Hui's cold gaze, Zhu Jingxiong and the other three swallowed hard.
Lin Hui, we were wrong. Zhu Jingxiong looked terrified. We are willing to compensate you.
Food, women, supplies, guns, anything is fine. He was genuinely scared. He never expected that Lin Hui would possess such terrifying strength.
This is something that humans simply cannot do. The young man in front of me is not human at all. Unnecessary.
Lin Hui looked at him coldly. I've already given you a chance.
It's a pity you didn't cherish it.
Zhu Jingxiong looked terrified and quickly tried to speak up again. But then a cold glint flashed across his neck. He desperately clutched his neck, but as large amounts of blood flowed out, he could only face death in despair.
The remaining three were terrified.
At this moment, they were filled with regret, cursing themselves for provoking this god of death. Lin Hui, an inhuman being, didn't come looking for trouble, yet they still came to their deaths willingly.
They brought this on themselves.
The three felt a deep sadness. However, they still wanted to beg for mercy, hoping to get a chance to survive.
Lord Lin Hui. Chen Nantian had just opened his mouth, wanting to say something.
But Lin Hui had no interest in listening to their pleas for mercy.
3 more flashes of cold light appeared.
The bodies of Chen Nantian and the other 2 lay on the ground.
The boss is dead. He's a monster, run. We can't win, we can't win.
Lin Hui's ruthless and decisive actions terrified the surviving henchmen around him. They saw the corpses scattered on the ground and fled in terror. Those who were driven there did not want to provoke Lin Hui in the first place.
Now that they've seen Lin Hui's monstrous strength, no one dares to cause trouble.
In no time, the street, which had just been crowded with people, was now filled only with the corpses of Zhu Jingxiong and others.
They died just like that, how boring.
Lin Hui casually tossed the blood-stained military knife on the ground, then turned and walked towards the hotel. He originally wanted to test his strength to see just how powerful he really was.
As a result, the enemy was killed without the enemy even having to make a move. Ordinary people are still too weak. Shaking his head, Lin Hui calmly walked into the hotel.
At this moment, the beautiful women in the hotel all looked at Lin Hui with shining eyes, as if he were a god. Facing a force of several thousand people, Lin Hui actually defeated and drove them away all by himself.
Lin Hui, how many secrets do you still have? You're becoming more and more fascinating to me.
Wang Ruoshi came to Lin Hui's side and whispered in his ear with her fragrant breath.
Brother Lin, you were really amazing just now. Yeah, he's so handsome. With Brother Lin's protection, we don't need to worry about others coveting us at all. Following Brother Lin was definitely the best decision I ever made in my life.
Various praises came from the mouths of these beautiful women. Not only that, they also struck all sorts of alluring poses, their eyes seeming to want to devour Lin Hui. Seeing this scene, Lin Hui was in a great mood and immediately announced that a grand banquet would be held. The 4 top forces in Haichang were wiped out. Soon, new forces will rise. But after that battle, no one dared to mess with the Royal Dragon Supreme Hotel again. And so, Lin Hui leisurely spent the last days of the year. Congratulations, host, on completing the main quest, lead 500 people to survive for 1 year. The host can now freely travel between the real world and the world of this short drama. Congratulations, host. You have received the reward, infinite space. Lin Hui lay in bed, watching the sun rise outside the window.
Is it finally over?
Lying around him were all sorts of beautiful women. That year, he truly indulged in being a tyrannical ruler. With the blessing of having many children, his combat power skyrocketed to 2001 points.
The maximum combat power for an average person is 20 points.
His combat power is 100 times the limit of an ordinary human.
He didn't even know how strong he really was. Ordinary bullets can be easily dodged or even caught. System, return to the real world.
His words had barely left his lips when his vision blurred.
When I looked again, I was back in the villa in the real world. Ah.
Lin Hui stretched comfortably with a big yawn.
This doomsday experience was actually quite uneventful and enjoyable. System notification: rewards have been issued. The 7th short drama world is being generated.
The host needs to wait 2 days.
I wonder what the next short drama world will be like.
Lin Hui lay lazily on the sofa, casually scrolling through short videos on his phone. He only wanted to be a couch potato during his rare 2-day holiday. But before he could play for long, Zhao Yang called him. Lin Hui was somewhat surprised.
Why would someone call this show off? Speak your mind, or shut up.
He answered the phone, his tone somewhat impatient. I saw Li Qiao being forced to drink alcohol.
Do you want to come and pick her up? Lin Hui's expression froze slightly, then he sighed softly. Send me the address. Chapter 117: The 7th Short Drama World. Hotel Private Room. Li Qiao, whether or not we can secure this order from President Wang depends entirely on you.
The investment company manager, with a fawning smile, filled Li Qiao's glass with Baijiu Chinese liquor.
Li Qiao frowned slightly. She was already feeling dizzy and couldn't drink anymore.
But everyone's eyes were on her, the boss Wang with a big belly, who was looking arrogant. It's as if to say, if you don't drink, you're disrespecting me. If you don't give me face, this deal won't go through. Although Li Qiao had just started working, with the internet so readily available, she understood these people's thoughts perfectly well. Looking at the full glasses of baijiu on the table, she hesitated. However, this hesitation only lasted a few seconds before she made her decision.
Excuse me, I have an upset stomach and need to go to the restroom first.
Li Qiao covered her mouth, revealing a pained expression.
Then, without waiting for anyone to say anything, she covered her mouth, grabbed her bag, and ran outside. Li Qiao, are you all right? Zhou Tong, go and keep her company. The manager quickly stood up and said. Mr. Wang, I'm really sorry, Li Qiao is a newcomer and doesn't know the rules.
When she comes back, I'll make him punish himself with 3 drinks. Seeing that General Manager Wang looked displeased, the manager quickly smiled and downed a drink.
Mr. Wang's expression softened somewhat.
What they didn't know was that Li Qiao left the hotel directly without even going to the bathroom.
The colleague named Zhou Tong came up empty-handed.
Li Qiao walked out of the hotel, turned around and looked back, and couldn't help but sigh.
It seems I'm going to lose my job.
She knew the consequences of leaving, but she didn't regret it. She gently shook her slightly dizzy head and prepared to take a taxi to leave. But as soon as I got to the roadside, I saw a familiar car. Lin Hui rolled down the car window and waved to her. Get in, I'll give you a ride. Li Qiao, who had just been feeling down about losing her job, suddenly burst into a happy smile. She opened the door and got into the car without hesitation.
Why are you here?
She asked softly.
I heard you were forced to drink, so I came to pick you up.
Lin Hui leaned over and fastened her seatbelt. Looking at Lin Hui's face so close to hers, Li Qiao suddenly smiled.
Thanks.
After saying that, she closed her eyes and fell asleep peacefully. Lin Hui shook his head with amusement, then started the car. As the car drove away, Zhao Yang stood speechless at the hotel entrance.
Holy crap, what's going on? I've been watching him for ages, and that kid didn't even say thank you. No, he didn't even glance at me.
Lin Hui drove back to his villa. He didn't know where Li Qiao lived, so he simply brought her back with him. He didn't do anything special, he just let Li Qiao sleep in the guest room.
Lin Hui, I want to stay in this city.
I don't want to go back to that small county town and live a life where I can see the end from the beginning.
But it's so hard to stay in this city.
Li Qiao murmured softly in a daze. Her voice was very soft and indistinct, but Lin Hui's hearing was now excellent, and he could hear it very clearly.
The next morning.
After waking up, Li Qiao came to the living room.
You're awake. Have some porridge.
Lin Hui brought 2 bowls of plain porridge to her.
Thanks.
Li Qiao naturally accepted the congee and began to eat. Plain porridge may not have much flavor, but it warms my heart.
You shouldn't do that job anymore.
After a brief silence, Lin Hui spoke softly. I ran away halfway through last night, so I probably can't finish it. Li Qiao smiled indifferently. Although it was a bit of a pity that she had a decent paying job, she couldn't bring herself to sacrifice her looks for it. I'm planning to invest 30 million to establish a financial investment company.
How about you be the general manager?
Lin Hui understood that while he couldn't expose himself in the real world, he also couldn't be too cowardly. Although it wasn't explicitly stated, his relationship with Li Qiao was already very delicate, and he couldn't really watch Li Qiao face the dirty realities of the workplace.
Huh? Me? The general manager?
Li Qiao pointed blankly at herself.
I don't even have any relevant work experience. Aren't you afraid I'll make you lose all 30 million?
She found it somewhat amusing, but felt a warmth in her heart. Of course, she was also self-aware and knew her own limitations. Everyone has experience from the beginning, it's all a learning process from not knowing to knowing. Lin Hui shrugged indifferently. Besides, I personally oversee the projects I invest in.
Even if there are losses, it's my problem, not yours. Li Qiao was stunned. She looked at Lin Hui's serious expression, somewhat taken aback. Are you serious?
Of course, I'm not joking.
Lin Hui nodded affirmatively. What is this? Is it being kept as a sugar daddy sugar baby?
Li Qiao opened her eyes wide, wanting to get Lin Hui's answer.
No, this is an investment.
Lin Hui smiled and said, your grades at school are excellent, and I believe you can definitely achieve great things.
Anyway, he will control the company's investment projects, so it's impossible for them to lose money. This can be considered an opportunity for Li Qiao to gain experience.
Okay, I'll give it a try.
Li Qiao didn't hesitate or refuse, she agreed immediately.
She also wanted to try and see if she had that ability. If things really don't work out, she'll leave on her own and won't cause Lin Hui too much of a loss. Next, Lin Hui could relax and let Li Qiao focus on starting the company.
2 days passed by in the blink of an eye. The 7th short drama world has been generated. Would you like to enter now? Go in.
Lin Hui put down his phone, which he was playing a game on. The view shifted suddenly. By the grace of heaven, the emperor decrees, Lin Hui, who holds a large army, intends to rebel. His crime is unforgivable. However, considering your past achievements and the loyalty of the Lin family throughout the generations, I will only execute you and will not implicate the entire Lin family.
Do not make a mistake.
Just as Lin Hui arrived, a sharp voice rang out in front of him.
He looked up and saw a young eunuch reading out an imperial edict. Has this another short drama set in ancient times?
Lin Hui looked down at his clothes. He looked quite dashing in his general's armor. General Lin, this is a gift from His Majesty. The eunuch had someone bring over a white silk ribbon.
Do you want to do it yourself, or do you want someone from our family to help you?
The eunuch looked at Lin Hui with disdain, not taking him seriously at all.
They immediately want me to commit suicide? What kind of short drama world is this?
Lin Hui was somewhat surprised. But this didn't stump him. He used his ability to see the future to glance at the eunuch in front of him.
Empress, green tea scholar.
Lin Hui was speechless. According to the information obtained, he was engaged to the Empress, but because he was away fighting for many years, the Empress fell in love with the scheming scholar and wanted to give him the title of imperial consort. However, she was afraid of the 500,000 troops controlled by Lin Hui, so she ordered him to commit suicide and then handed over military power to the scheming scholar.
What kind of melodramatic female-oriented world is this?
Lin Hui was speechless.
With an army of 500,000 under my command, do I still need to be mindful of the whims of the former Empress? Chapter 118, The Empress abdicates. Host successfully transmigrated.
Main quest now released, ascend the throne and slay all who disobey.
The host will gain the right to travel between this world and obtain the cheat code, True Dragon Protection, once the main quest is completed.
Golden Finger description, surrounded by dragon aura, exuding domineering power, its combat strength doubles for each dynasty it controls. General Lin, you should just kill yourself now, don't waste our time.
I still need to go back and report to His Majesty.
The eunuch lightly covered his nose with his delicate fingers, looking disgusted. After he finished speaking, he gave a wink to the 2 eunuchs beside him.
2 eunuchs immediately brought a white silk ribbon to Lin Hui. Lin Hui looked at the white silk on the tray and couldn't help but laugh. People can actually laugh when they're extremely speechless. Is the female-oriented online world really this mindless?
A single imperial edict was enough to order the execution of a general who commanded an army of 500,000. They didn't even need to find a way to strip him of his military power, they simply ordered his execution. General Lin, if you can't bring yourself to do it, I can help you.
The eunuch looked displeased and immediately gave the 2 junior eunuchs a meaningful look.
The two eunuchs understood and picked up the white silk ribbon, preparing to strangle Lin Hui. He shook his head speechlessly. Without saying a word, Lin Hui snapped the necks of the two eunuchs, one in each hand.
Lin Hui, what are you doing?
The eunuch's pupils constricted sharply in fright, and he instinctively stepped back. The guards he brought also looked fearful.
Are you blind? Lin Hui looked indifferently at the dead eunuch. Can't you see what I'm doing?
To kill an angel without permission is a capital offense. The eunuch, blustering but cowardly, pointed at Lin Hui and shouted, I advise you not to make a mistake. Quickly commit suicide to atone for your sins, and I might be able to put in a good word for you with Her Majesty the Empress.
Lin Hui smiled speechlessly. He committed suicide. What need is there for praise? Should we spare his corpse from being publicly whipped after his death? Someone come here. He shouted loudly outside the military tent. Several men dressed in general's armor immediately walked in. What are your orders, General? Several people knelt on one knee, clasped their hands, and asked for orders. Cut off this eunuch's head and send it back to our empress. Lin Hui gave the order in a cold voice. The eunuch was immediately terrified. Lin Hui, no, General Lin, I am an angel personally dispatched by His Majesty. Do you really intend to rebel? The eunuch was completely bewildered. Lin Hui's alleged plot to rebel was just an excuse, wasn't it? Why is he actually going to do it? I command an army of 500,000, yet you dare accuse me of rebellion. Lin Hui raised his hand and waved, men, drag him out and give him 100 lashes before beheading him. Immediately, guards entered and forcibly seized and dragged the eunuch away. Lin Hui, you can't do this. I'm an angel. I'm an angel. You can't touch me. Do you really want to see the Lin family wiped out? The eunuch shouted desperately, trying to persuade Lin Hui. Unfortunately, Lin Hui remained unmoved. Before long, the eunuch's screams could be heard from outside. General, are you really going to kill that eunuch? Chao Yi, as Lin Hui's deputy, hesitated. If you do this, Her Majesty the Empress may never speak to you again. Lin Hui gave him a strange look. Empress? What empress? Where is there an empress? This country clearly only has one emperor, me. Not only Chao Yi, but the other generals were also stunned. What's wrong with the general? Why is he suddenly talking nonsense? Throughout the entire Great Abyss, everyone knows that Lin Hui loves the Empress to the bone. Lin Hui would satisfy whatever the Empress wanted, even if it meant being covered in wounds and on the verge of death. Why did you suddenly change your mind today? Not only did you say such treasonous things, but you also wanted to kill the eunuch sent by the Empress. In the past, they wouldn't have even dared to dream of such a thing. General, are you really not going to consider Her Majesty the Empress's feelings? Chao Yi asked cautiously. The other generals also looked at Lin Hui expectantly. She wants to kill me, and I have to consider her feelings? Lin Hui snorted coldly, I have only one thought now, to go to the capital to defend the emperor and force the empress to abdicate. Chao Yi and the others' eyes lit up immediately, and their faces showed surprise and delight. General, you've finally come to your senses. Chao Yi said with a look of deep emotion, what is the empress? If it weren't for us brothers risking our lives on the frontier, how could she be living a life of luxury and debauchery in the capital? That's right. We fought desperately to resist the foreign invaders, but all the credit went to that newly appointed top scholar, Li Shaoqing. In these 3 years, we have won countless wars, but our official positions have not been promoted at all. On the other hand, that Li Shaoqing has risen rapidly and become a king of equal rank. This great abyss has long been rotten. If it weren't for the fact that you, General, are in love with that empress, we would have rebelled long ago. Several generals poured out their grievances. They had been waiting for this moment for far too long. Fortunately, the general finally came to his senses. Lin Hui's lips curled up slightly. The morale of the troops is high. Judging from the situation, his subordinates are all loyal, so rebellion would be easy. All right, pass on the word. 3 days from now, the army will follow me to the capital to force the empress to abdicate. Lin Hui gave the order coldly and sternly. Make the empress abdicate. Make the empress abdicate. The generals shouted with joy. As soon as the order was given, the army was mobilized immediately. The eunuch who delivered the imperial decree only endured about 50 lashes before he died. Lin Hui did not stop. The person who did it lashed him 100 times before beheading him.
He then ordered the guards around the eunuch to take his head back to the capital. He wanted to tell those love-struck fools in the capital city. He wasn't just talking about rebellion, he was truly capable of unleashing a bloodbath. The imperial city. The head of the eunuch delivering the imperial decree was rushed to Empress Yi Hanshuang by fast horse.
Who is this? When Yi Hanshuang saw the human head, she was shocked and stepped back.
Your Majesty, this is Eunuch Lu's head. The guard's voice trembled slightly. General Lin Hui did not commit suicide, but instead prepared to raise an army in rebellion.
He is probably on his way now.
Yi Hanshuang looked surprised. How could that be? Lin Hui loves me so much, how could he not listen to me?
It's absolutely impossible that they would even raise an army in rebellion.
She was very confident in her charm, or rather, in Lin Hui's love for her. Even after seeing Eunuch Lu's head, she still couldn't believe that Lin Hui had rebelled.
Report. Urgent military news has arrived from the border.
General Lin Hui is leading 500,000 soldiers straight towards the capital. Just then, a messenger, traveling at breakneck speed, delivered a battle report from the front lines to Yi Hanshuang.
Yi Hanshuang picked up the military report in disbelief and began to read it.
Lin Hui actually wanted to rebel. The military report slipped from her hand, and she didn't react for a long time.
It is clearly you who disobeyed my orders.
I issued 3 imperial edicts ordering you to withdraw your troops, but you refused. This is clearly treason. I have already shown you extraordinary mercy by granting you the privilege of committing suicide. You are not only ungrateful, but you actually intend to rebel.
Your Majesty, I have heard an urgent report from the border that General Lin is plotting a rebellion.
A handsome young man walked in from outside the palace. He is Li Shaoqing, the newly appointed top scholar.
Minister Li, what do you think of this matter? Yi Hanshuang looked at Minister Li expectantly.
Seeing Yi Hanshuang's expression, Li Shaoqing guessed what she most wanted to hear. So he bowed slightly, and said with 3 parts grievance and 7 parts disappointment, everyone knows how deeply General Lin is devoted to your Majesty.
I think the general is just angry for a moment. Why don't your Majesty give me the position of co-king to General Lin to appease his anger?
When Yi Hanshuang heard Li Shaoqing say that Lin Hui rebelled because he loved him, she immediately calmed down. Fine, since Lin Hui loves me so much, I'll give her another chance.
Chapter 119, Writing a Letter to Persuade Surrender. Li Shaoqing's face showed disappointment.
Then please, your Majesty, issue a decree to remove me from my position as a co-king. General Lin has made so many military achievements, this position should have been his all along. I'll do anything to ease His Majesty's burdens and appease General Lin's anger.
Li Shaoqing's every word was humble and considerate of Yi Hanshuang.
Yi Hanshuang had already fallen for Li Shaoqing. Seeing Li Shaoqing's pitiful appearance, they couldn't help but feel sorry for him.
Who said I was going to remove you from your position as a king alongside me?
She waved her hand domineeringly. Don't worry, this position is yours, and no one can take it away. Lin Hui is not worthy to compete with you.
Li Shaoqing's complexion then improved.
But then he immediately became worried. Your Majesty, General Lin has an army of 500,000. If we cannot get General Lin to surrender, he may pose a threat to your Majesty. Yi Hanshuang said confidently, Lin Hui loves me so much, he would never really rebel.
I think he's just putting on an act to get my attention.
If the eunuch delivering the imperial decree could speak, he would definitely be cursing at this moment.
Do you want to take a look at me? My head is right here, and you're telling me it's just to get your attention. Then what am I? Is this part of your play?
Li Shaoqing nodded in deep agreement. That's what I think too. It's just that General Lin's army is too much of a threat and we have to be on guard. However, I do have a way that might make General Lin surrender.
Oh? What's the method? Tell me quickly.
Yi Hanshuang became somewhat interested. Li Shaoqing said confidently, General Lin has always listened to his 3 older sisters the most. If His Majesty could send his sister to persuade him to surrender, perhaps he could capture General Lin without losing a single soldier.
Yi Hanshuang thought for a moment and nodded decisively. Minister Li is right. I will issue an order immediately to send the Lin sisters to persuade them to surrender.
When Li Shaoqing saw Yi Hanshuang actually start writing the imperial edict, a cold glint appeared in his eyes.
Keep writing. Once Lin Hui's military power is taken away, he can seize it for himself.
At that time, he will be the true king alongside others.
No, it should be the new emperor of Daiyuan.
Your Majesty, please allow me to read this imperial edict. Seeing that Yi Hanswang had finished writing the imperial edict, Li Shaoqing quickly spoke up. "All right, then I'll trouble you, Minister Li, to make that trip." Without much thought, Yi Hanswang handed the imperial edict to him. Li Shaoqing received the imperial edict and traveled all the way to the Lin residence. The Lin family has been composed of military officers for generations, but in this generation, there is only one man in the Lin family, Lin Hui, and the other three are all sisters. Upon hearing that Li Shaoqing had arrived, the three Lin sisters carefully dressed themselves and came to the reception room.
"Young Master Li, what brings you here?"
The eldest sister, Lin Wanru, was quiet and elegant, but her gaze towards Li Shaoqing gleamed slightly. Not only her, but also her second sister Lin Xingla and third sister Lin Yaji looked at Li Shaoqing with the shyness of young girls in love. Seeing the three women's expressions, Li Shaoqing remained outwardly calm, as if he couldn't understand their attitude. But in his heart, he was already feeling smug. He went to great lengths to win the favor of the three women. They paid people to play the roles of bandits, created various coincidences, and put on a great show of their personas.
Now the time has finally come to use it.
Wanru, Lin Hui has started a rebellion.
Are you aware of this?
Li Shaoqing pretended to be embarrassed and said.
What? The three Lin sisters were all taken aback. How could my younger brother rebel? That's right.
Our Lin family has been loyal and virtuous for generations.
How could we do such a treasonous thing? Isn't Lin Hui engaged to the Empress? How could he do such a thing? The three women couldn't believe it. How could their brother, who was madly in love with the Empress, have committed such a rebellion?
Ladies, there's no need to panic. Li Shaoqing spoke up to comfort him. Her Majesty the Empress is merciful. She originally intended for him to commit suicide, but considering the great general's outstanding military achievements, she has decided to spare him. I've heard that Lin Hui always listens to the three young ladies. Why don't you write a letter to him, asking him to relinquish his military power, then imprison himself and return to the capital? Her Majesty the Empress said that as long as General Lin is willing to kneel down and admit his mistakes, she can spare him and bring him into the palace as a male concubine. Upon hearing this, the three Lin sisters breathed a sigh of relief.
Isn't Lin Hui most in love with Her Majesty the Empress?
Her Majesty the Empress has decided to make her a male concubine, which can be considered as fulfilling his wish. Eldest sister Lin Wanru said softly.
That's right. If Lin Hui's charge of treason is proven, wouldn't it implicate our Lin family? What right would I have to marry the person I love then?
Third sister Lin Yaji secretly glanced at Li Shaoqing, her face full of shyness.
My sister is right.
Second sister Lin Xingyue also secretly glanced at Li Shaoqing and nodded in agreement. In that case, I'll leave it to the three ladies. Li Shaoqing said with gratitude, after General Lin surrenders, I will definitely thank the three of you properly. Having achieved his goal, he chatted casually for a few moments before making an excuse to leave. He didn't dare linger, as he couldn't show too much affection for any of the three women. Only this delicate balance is in his best interest.
Lin Hui always listens to us. We'll write a letter now and ask him to surrender.
Lin Wanru glanced at her two younger sisters and smiled calmly.
The loyalist army was hundreds of miles away.
Just as Lin Hui settled down to rest, he received a letter delivered by someone from Lin Wanru and her two daughters.
A letter from the Lin family? I don't know what I'll write.
Lin Hui curiously opened the letter. The clean letter contained only a few large characters. General, please surrender and die quickly for the sake of the Lin family's reputation and the common people. He opened two more letters, both containing the same message, urging him to surrender and die. Looking at the letter in his hand, Lin Hui was speechless.
What a convenient way to surrender and die.
The war hasn't even started yet, and his own people have already betrayed him, demanding that he surrender without resistance.
General, what did the letter say?
Seeing that Lin Hui's expression was not good after reading the letter, Chao Yi cautiously inquired about it. Lin Hui handed the letter directly to Chao Yi. Chao Yi and several other generals took the letter and began to read it.
This.
The generals were all stunned.
The three young ladies of the Lin family actually want the general to surrender. What should we do?
Everyone in Daiyuan knows that Lin Hui listens to his three older sisters the most. Now that the three young ladies have written to him urging him to surrender, I'm afraid the general will actually do as they say.
General, you must not surrender.
Several generals knelt on one knee, nervously trying to persuade the situation.
Chao Yi even excitedly drew his sword and pressed it against his own neck.
General, if you surrender, we will have no choice but to commit suicide to atone for our sins.
They followed Lin Hui in the rebellion. What would happen to them if Lin Hui stopped the rebellion halfway through? What surrender? Who said they were going to surrender?
Lin Hui stared speechlessly at the generals. Qiao Yi and the others looked puzzled. General, all 3 young ladies have written to you urging you to die.
Are you not going to listen? They want me to go and die, and I'm going to listen to them? Lin Hui stood up and took the sword from Qiao Ye's hand. Do you think I'm that stupid? Upon hearing this, Qiao Yi and his companions were overjoyed. Excellent, General, you've finally come to your senses.
Qiao Yi was so excited that tears welled up in his eyes.
General? What general? I have already rebelled, yet you still call me general. Lin Hui handed the sword back to Qiao Yi. Now, you are my great general.
Qiao Yi was stunned for a moment, then his face lit up with surprise.
His Majesty.
He called out tentatively.
General.
Lin Hui patted him on the shoulder affirmatively.
Greetings, Your Majesty. Qiao Yi was overjoyed and shouted it out loud. Greetings, Your Majesty.
The other generals also joined in the shouting.
Chapter 120, giving you one last chance.
After calming his troops down, Lin Hui burned the letters sent by the 3 Lin sisters in front of everyone.
Remember this from now on, I have no sisters.
They are all treacherous officials who want to harm me.
Qiao Yi and his companions exchanged glances, their hearts filled with immense joy. The general has finally returned to normal.
No longer bound by personal feelings for one's children or blood ties. Lin Hui certainly wouldn't be bound by these things.
After all, he came from another time.
Love and family ties have absolutely nothing to do with him. After all doubts were dispelled, the army rested for one night and set off again.
On the imperial city side,
the 3 Lin sisters were somewhat dissatisfied as they waited in vain for a reply.
Yi Hanshuang wasn't worried at all.
After finishing her duties in court, she and Li Shaoqing enjoyed themselves in the back garden, being very affectionate.
Report.
Your Majesty, an urgent report from the front. General Lin's army of 500,000 is less than 200 li from the capital. Just as Yi Hanshuang was in a good mood, watching Li Shaoqing playing the zither, a messenger suddenly came to report.
What? Yi Hanshuang was shocked and stood up.
Li Shaoqing also stopped playing the zither and looked over with a frown.
This is completely different from what they expected. Lin Hui always listens to his older sisters, doesn't he? Why did they not only not surrender, but instead get even closer? Yi Hanshuang took the military report with a disbelieving look and flipped through it.
However, the military report clearly stated that Lin Hui led his troops straight to the imperial city, and no one in the checkpoints or cities along the way dared to stop him. You, Lin Hui, I've already given you a way out, yet you still throw a tantrum.
Yi Hanshuang looked displeased. General Lin seems to be truly angry, Your Majesty.
You should remove my position as a prince of the same rank and hand it over to General Lin. Li Shaoqing feigned disappointment, appearing to be concerned for Yi Hanshuang.
Poof. Yi Hanshuang snorted coldly. I said this position is yours, so it is yours.
Lin Hui is just throwing a tantrum.
Since that's the case, then I'll take another step back. Go and tell the 3 Lin sisters to go and persuade him personally.
If Lin Hui is willing to relinquish his military power and come to the capital to apologize, I can grant him the status of an imperial concubine. Li Shaoqing frowned slightly, a fleeting chill flashing in his eyes. Lin Hui's abilities are too strong. He doesn't want Lin Hui to return to the capital alive and compete with him for favor. However, Lin Hui now commands an army of 500,000, and has no other choice but to do as Yi Hanshuang says. He left the palace and went to the Lin residence to explain the situation to Lin Wanru and the other 2 women.
How could this be?
Lin Hui is not listening to us. Lin Wanru stared wide-eyed in disbelief.
Lin Hui has really gotten to himself. He doesn't even listen to us anymore.
Lin Yaji looked furious. Seeing the 3 women's reaction, Li Shaoqing quickly said, Her Majesty the Empress is merciful and has decided not to punish the general.
Instead, she plans to bestow upon him the title of imperial concubine.
However, I am afraid that the general is still angry, so I hope that the 3 young ladies can go and persuade him to give up his military power and return to the capital. Shaoqing is right, the eldest sister, Lin Wanru, chimed in.
This time, I will go and persuade them myself. Big sister, let's go with you.
Lin Qingla and Lin Yaji also spoke up immediately. They thought that if they could help Li Shaoqing, they would surely gain his favor.
The journey is long, so I'll go alone.
Lin Wanru shook her head, just wait for my good news at home.
Li Shaoqing chimed in, Wanru is right.
This journey is 200 li, which is too far.
It would be best if the two young ladies waited at home.
In fact, he didn't care about the three women at all.
As long as someone goes, that's fine.
Lin Hui listens to his three older sisters so much that I believe Lin Wanru will be able to persuade him to surrender if she goes there in person. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingla and her two companions had no choice but to give up. After making some preparations, Lin Wanru boarded a carriage and embarked on her journey. A few days later, the army's temporary camp. Lin Hui had just sat down when he received news that Lin Wanru was requesting an audience outside the camp. This reminded him of the 3 letters he had received a few days earlier.
Did she come here personally to make me surrender?
He was speechless and complained, but still had someone bring Lin Wanru in.
Lin Wanru was accompanied by Chao Yi and several others who entered the main tent.
Lin Hui sat lazily in his chair, watching the woman enter the tent with indifference.
She's good looking, but I wonder if she's smart. If that doesn't work, then he'll have to learn from Lier.
What, after 3 years, you don't even recognize your own sister anymore?
Lin Wanru entered the main tent and was immediately displeased to see that Lin Hui did not stand up to greet her.
Lin Hui's lips curled slightly upward as he looked up at her indifferently.
Whether or not someone acknowledges you depends on your stance. If you're on my side, then we're like siblings otherwise.
He didn't say anything more, but simply pulled out a pistol from his pocket and casually fiddled with it.
You are my own brother, of course I'm on your side. Although Lin Wanru was dissatisfied with Lin Hui's attitude, she had not forgotten the purpose of her trip.
Okay, you can stand on my side.
Lin Hui waved his hand casually, then you may leave. After I conquer the capital and ascend the throne, you will be the eldest princess of the new dynasty. Lin Wanru was stunned.
She only said she was on Lin Hui's side, but she didn't say she would support his rebellion.
Etc.
She quickly reached out to interrupt.
Brother, I've come to persuade you to surrender and relinquish your military power.
Her Majesty the Empress has agreed that as long as you relinquish your military power, she will grant you the position of imperial consort.
Isn't this what you've always wanted? As long as you nod, the marriage agreement can be finalized.
Lin Wanru tried to persuade her earnestly.
Sigh.
Lin Hui sighed softly, you're putting me in a difficult position.
Then I'll give you one last chance. Join me in overthrowing the Empress, or die.
As he spoke, he pointed the gun at Lin Wanru.
Lin Wanru didn't know what a pistol was. But the murderous aura emanating from Lin Hui made her feel a chill.
At this moment, Lin Hui felt like a complete stranger to her.
Is this still the same younger brother who always obeyed her?
Little brother, what are you saying?
Don't scare your sister. Lin Wanru was slightly frightened. Haven't you always loved Her Majesty the Empress? I'm asking you to surrender for your own good. If you insist on rebelling, Her Majesty the Empress will really be angry.
Lin Hui shook his head speechlessly. Sorry, wrong answer.
Bang!
A gunshot rang out, and Lin Wanru was shot in the heart, collapsing immediately.
She couldn't believe it until she died.
She couldn't understand how her good younger brother, who always listened to her, would actually kill her.
I don't like killing women, but you really deserve to die.
Lin Hui casually wiped the pistol clean.
Should we persuade him to relinquish his military power and then go to the capital to die?
When he gave Lin Wanru one last chance, he also took a look at Lin Wanru's future. If Lin Hui really relinquishes his military power, then upon returning to the capital, he will face a massive army siege. At that time, the 3 Lin sisters will stand beside Yi Hanshuang and Li Shaoqing, coldly watching him be surrounded and attacked, without even saying a word of pleading. That's why he decisively opened fire.
In this melodramatic female-oriented world, anyone with a romantic mindset would die. Chapter 121 Agree to Marry.
The tent was completely silent.
Chao Yi and the others stared wide-eyed in disbelief.
The general actually killed the eldest daughter of the Lin family with his own hands.
That's so exciting. Is this still the same general they know? Your Majesty, she is your eldest sister. Chao Yi glanced at Lin Wanru's corpse and said cautiously.
This person is spreading falsehoods and trying to sow discord among our troops.
How could she possibly be my sister?
I think she is clearly a traitor.
My sister is the best to me. Even if I rebel, she will always stand by my side unconditionally.
But this person is advising me to surrender, so she must be a thief in disguise. Lin Hui stood tall and righteous, showing no remorse or guilt whatsoever.
Anyway, he's from another time, and he doesn't know this woman. Chao Yi and his companions hesitated.
The general has changed so much they don't know whether to be happy or worried.
Killing even blood relatives so readily, isn't that a bit too cruel?
Lin Hui guessed what the others were thinking and got up to come to them.
Think about it carefully. What are we doing now? We're rebelling, which is a crime punishable by the extermination of 9 generations of one's family.
According to this traitor, if I surrender, not only will I not die, but I will also be made an imperial concubine.
But what about you all? If the rebellion fails and military power falls into other hands, will your entire family still be able to survive?
So this villain doesn't want me to die, but all of you to die. Lin Hui feigned a heartbroken expression and patiently persuaded him. Upon hearing this, Chao Yi and the others instantly realized what was going on.
That's right.
They are not like Lin Hui, and they cannot tolerate a failed rebellion. Otherwise, we'd have to play a game of 9 clans elimination. After the group realized their own roles, they then observed Lin Hui's actions in killing Lin Wanru. The general is clearly doing this for their sake, taking on the infamy of fratricide.
Move. I'm so touched. We swear to follow your majesty to the death, through mountains of knives and seas of fire, and will never betray you. Several people knelt on one knee and swore allegiance on the spot.
Lin Hui nodded in satisfaction. With morale high, there were no further concerns. Someone, take good care of this thief's body. I also announced to the outside world that my eldest sister has abandoned the darkness and decided to join the rebellion. Although Lin Wanru is dead, her body can still be put to use.
The army set off again, marching in a mighty procession towards the imperial city. News of Lin Wanru joining the rebel army quickly reached the capital. What? That's impossible. Upon hearing the news, Lin Qingla and Lin Yaji both stood up in disbelief. How could my eldest sister possibly support Lin Hui? My Lin family is full of loyal martyrs, how could my eldest sister possibly do something like rebellion? The 2 women were anxious. If it's confirmed that the Lin family rebelled, how can they still be with Li Shaoqing? Just as the 2 women were getting anxious, news came from the palace that the empress wanted to see them. The 2 women followed the eunuch to the palace to meet Yi Hansuang. The Lin family has some nerve. Do they really intend to rebel? Upon seeing the 2 women, Yi Hansuang angrily questioned them.
She had already shown leniency and was prepared to forgive Lin Hui, even going so far as to back down and offer him a way out, giving him a proper status. But Lin Hui didn't appreciate it. The crucial point is that Lin Wanru, whom she sent as an envoy, was actually turned against her.
Your Majesty, please calm your anger. Lin Qingla and Lin Yaji immediately knelt down. My sister would never do such a thing.
It must be Lin Hui who imprisoned my eldest sister and deliberately spread the news that she had joined the army to anger His Majesty.
Lin Qingla said with great certainty. Yes, that must be it.
Lin Yaji nodded in deep agreement. The 2 women looked at Li Shaoqing, who was standing next to them, with pleading expressions. Regardless of whether the eldest sister had been turned or not, they could not admit it. The Lin family must not be punished for this reason. Seeing the looks in the 2 women's eyes, Li Shaoqing knew he had to say something.
Your Majesty, I know a little about Miss Lin.
She is a loyal and patriotic person and should not be easily turned against her. Perhaps it is true, as the 2 young ladies said, that Miss Lin has been placed under house arrest by the general. Li Shaoqing said this because he was confident enough in his own charm. He didn't believe that Lin Wanru, with her love-struck mind, would give up the opportunity to be with Lin Hui because of him. Seeing that Li Shaoqing had said so, Yi Hansuang stopped pursuing the matter of Lin Wanru being turned.
What exactly does Lin Hui want to do?
She frowned slightly, suddenly feeling that she couldn't understand Lin Hui anymore.
In the past, Lin Hui would do whatever she said. How did Lin Hui become like this? Does he really intend to rebel? Not only him, but Li Shaoqing and the Lin sisters were also speculating about Lin Hui's purpose. Yi Hansuang and Lin Hui have known each other since childhood. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they were childhood sweethearts. For more than a decade, Lin Hui has been a complete sycophant. Lin Hui could fulfill any wish Yi Hansuang had. Even the world itself, Lin Hui can help her secure her position. But why is this time so unusual?
Yi Hansuang has already backed down. She won't kill him, she'll just make him hand over his military power.
None of them could figure it out.
Li Shaoqing glanced at Yi Hansuang. Lin Hui loves Yi Hansuang so much, perhaps the problem still lies with Yi Hansuang herself.
Your Majesty, I suspect the general is truly angry this time.
He stepped forward and once again pleaded, Your Majesty, please grant the position of king of the second rank to the Grand General. Perhaps only in this way can the Grand General's anger be appeased. Even so, anyone could see the disappointment on his face. Needless to say, it was all an act. Yi Hansuan walked to Li Shaoqing's side with heartache and gently comforted him. Shaoqing, didn't I say that no one can touch your position?
Don't bring this up again.
I know Lin Hui is angry, but he's just throwing a tantrum.
It's not like this hasn't happened before.
Anyway, as long as I say a few kind words, he'll obediently listen to me. Yi Hansuan looked confident, and she was completely blind to her own charm.
Upon hearing this, Li Shaoqing's expression softened considerably.
As long as his position as co-king isn't taken away, everything is fine. Yi Hansuan walked back to the desk, wrote a letter herself, and handed it to Lin Qingla.
Go in person this time and deliver this letter to Lin Hui.
I will promise him that as long as he surrenders and relinquishes his military power, I will fulfill the marriage agreement and marry him. Li Shaoqing opened his eyes slightly and quickly stepped forward, saying, Your Majesty, you mustn't. The Grand General plotted a rebellion, and Your Majesty even married him.
People thought that Your Majesty was afraid of him.
If that's the case, Your Majesty, I'm afraid you'll find it very difficult to gain the support of the people in the future. He was also planning to kill Yi Hansuang and take over Daiyuan smoothly after he gained military power and became the emperor's consort. Therefore, the position of imperial consort belongs to him and absolutely cannot be given to Lin Hui. You need not worry, Shaoqing.
Yi Hansuang, however, remained calm.
The marriage is just a temporary measure. Once Lin Hui relinquishes his military power, I will naturally find a way to make him dissolve the engagement on his own initiative.
Chapter 122 Donning the Yellow Robe. A temporary military camp.
The army marched swiftly, and no checkpoint dared to stop them along the way.
Lin Hui's army is now less than 100 miles from the imperial city.
In the evening, Lin Hui returned to his tent after completing his inspection. He had just sat down when Qiao Yi and the others followed him in. Your Majesty, it's getting chilly lately, so we'll give you an extra layer of clothing. Qiao Yi, carrying a dragon robe, came to Lin Hui's side.
This isn't a good idea.
Lin Hui saw the dragon robe and a meaningful smile appeared on his lips. It's just a matter of putting on an extra layer of clothing when it gets cold. What's wrong with that?
It's Your Majesty.
It's getting cold, and we're just concerned about your health.
Your Majesty, let me put this on you.
As Qiao Yi and the others talked, they began to help Lin Hui change his clothes.
This is not good, this is not good.
Lin Hui said it wasn't good, but his actions were very cooperative. Once the dragon robe was on him and he was dressed, Lin Hui tried it on and found it fit him quite well.
Alas, I haven't even ascended the throne yet, and I'm already wearing the dragon robe. That's really inappropriate. Lin Hui nodded in satisfaction. Don't do this again next time.
This time, I will punish you by promoting you to higher ranks, granting you thousands of acres of fertile land, and building you a mansion.
Your Majesty, we thank you for the punishment. Qiao Yi and his companions were overjoyed, thinking to themselves that it was good to follow His Majesty.
They fought on the border for 3 years without receiving any reward, but by following Lin Hui, they received a wave of rewards before even fighting a single battle.
Your Majesty, there is a man named Lin Qingla outside the camp who wishes to see you.
At that moment, the voices of soldiers could be heard outside the tent.
Another one.
Lin Hui straightened his dragon robe and sat down in the general's chair.
Let her in.
Qiao Yi and the others exchanged glances and then found their places to stand.
With Lin Wanru's example as a precedent, they weren't worried at all this time. Lin Qingla was quickly brought in.
After entering, Lin Qingla looked around, but did not see the person she was looking for.
Lin Hui, where's my older sister? Have you put her under house arrest? Lin Qingla immediately launched into a question, showing no regard for Lin Hui. Household confinement.
Lin Hui's lips curled up slightly. I guess so. As he spoke, he took out a pistol from his spatial storage and carefully wiped it clean.
Tell me, what is the purpose of your visit?
Lin Hui glanced at Lin Qingla's future.
Sure enough, another woman who wanted her to die.
In Lin Qingla's future, Li Shaoqing has one arm around Lin Qingla and the other around Lin Yaji, and the three of them coldly watch him being besieged by the army.
Of course, we cannot sentence Lin Qingla to death simply because we can see the future.
After all, the future can be changed. So he decided to give Lin Xingla a chance.
Lin Hui, what kind of attitude is this?
You don't even greet your sister, and your tone is so cold.
Lin Xingla looked at Lin Hui with displeasure. What, now that you have military power, do you no longer acknowledge me as your older sister?
Don't forget, if we hadn't found you back then, you probably would have died somewhere long ago. Looking at Lin Xingla, who was shouting loudly, Lin Hui scratched his head with the muzzle of his pistol.
So what exactly is your purpose?
Lin Huikai was too lazy to reminisce about the past with her. He didn't carry the memories of the previous owner, and had absolutely no connection with the past. His only goal now was to complete the main quest and ascend the throne as emperor.
As for the former lord's family,
standing on his side means wealth and glory. Standing on his side means being a traitor and a rebel.
Lin Xingla never expected Lin Hui to treat her this way.
Lin Hui wasn't like this before.
Where is my eldest sister? I need to see my eldest sister.
Lin Xingla wanted to know first whether Lin Wanru had truly betrayed them or was being held captive.
What elder sister? Where did this elder sister come from? I don't have an elder sister here at all.
There's only a traitor spreading rumors and pretending to be an elder sister. Lin Hui casually wiped his pistol, and that traitor has already been killed by me.
What?
Lin Xingla stared wide-eyed in disbelief.
You killed your eldest sister?
Lin Hui ignored her, and Xiao Yi and the others exchanged glances and also chose to remain silent. Interrupting at this point is not a wise decision.
Impossible.
After a brief moment of surprise, Lin Xingla decisively shook her head.
You're lying to me, aren't you?
She suddenly relaxed. Lin Hui, stop joking. Everyone knows you're the best to my older sister, how could you possibly kill her? A playful smile appeared on Lin Hui's lips. He offered no explanation.
Because he knew that these love-obsessed girls in the female-oriented online community wouldn't listen to anything he said once they got carried away. Unless he places Lin Wanru's body in front of Lin Xingla. But he wasn't interested. If you think I'm lying to you, then I am lying to you.
Lin Hui shrugged indifferently. Alright, now you can tell me your purpose. Lin Xing was pleased to see that Lin Hui was willing to lie about killing her eldest sister in order to prevent her from seeing her, and she knew that she would not be able to see her eldest sister, Lin Wanru, now.
Okay.
She took out the letter with a dissatisfied look and threw it on the desk in front of Lin Hui.
This is a letter from Her Majesty the Empress.
Her Majesty the Empress has decided to fulfill the marriage contract, marry you, and make you the Empress consort, second only to the Empress.
Now you should be satisfied, right? Lin Xingla looked confident.
Yi Hanzhuang had already conceded so much, she didn't believe Lin Hui wouldn't surrender. Lin Hui glanced at the letter on the table. He knew what it said without even having to guess, so he didn't bother to read it.
And then what? As a condition for her to fulfill the marriage agreement?
Lin Hui looked at Lin Xingla with a half smile. In return, of course you have to surrender and hand over your military power. Lin Xingla said matter-of-factly, Lin Hui, you should know when to stop throwing a tantrum. My Lin family has been loyal and virtuous for generations and has never done anything to rebel.
Your current behavior is simply tarnishing the reputation of my Lin family.
Therefore, I order you to immediately abandon the idea of rebellion, return with me to the capital to meet Her Majesty the Empress, and sincerely apologize to Her Majesty the Empress.
Lin Hui smiled. I laughed silently.
Although I already knew your answer, you are still my older sister, so I still have to give you a chance.
The next moment, Lin Hui's eyes suddenly became unusually sharp.
The gun in his hand was also quietly pointed at Lin Xingla.
Second sister, right? I'll give you one last chance. Join me in overthrowing the Empress, or die by my gun like Lin Wanru.
A chilling killing intent flashed in Lin Hui's eyes. Lin Xingla had never seen such a terrifying look before, and she was so frightened that she took several steps back.
Little brother, what nonsense are you talking about?
When she met Lin Hui's cold gaze, her voice trembled slightly. Lin Hui looked at her patiently. I have made myself very clear.
Now, it's your turn to make a choice. You really killed my eldest sister? Lin Xingla looked at Lin Hui with fear.
Lin Hui sneered, I told you, I only killed a rebel who was disguised as my elder sister.
My elder sister is still in the capital. Alright, it's your turn. Now, are you my second sister, or a traitor?
Lin Qingyue swallowed hard. At that moment, she felt that her younger brother had suddenly become a complete stranger.
Chapter 123 Sending an Envoy. An eerie silence fell over the tent. Lin Xingla looked at Lin Hui, who didn't seem to be joking, and didn't know what choice to make.
On one side was the man she deeply loved, and on the other was her own younger brother. It was a difficult choice, but she clearly preferred the man she deeply loved. The mere thought of Li Shaoqing brought a glimmer of longing to her eyes. Lin Hui did not urge her. Lin Xingla is a blood relative of the former owner, so she should still be given the opportunity she deserves.
It remains to be seen what choice Lin Xingla will make. I see.
Lin Xingla pondered for a while, and then a flash of inspiration suddenly appeared in his mind.
Lin Hui, you must be lying to me. That's your eldest sister, you can't kill her. I'm your second sister, you can't kill me either. With a confident expression, she stated her guess. Are you trying to trick me into joining you in a rebellion? Is this how you tricked my older sister into joining the group? Lin Hui took a deep breath, feeling a headache coming on. In this female-oriented world, is there not a single woman with a normal thought process? Think whatever you want, make your choice now.
Seeing Lin Hui's impatience, Lin Xingla thought she had guessed correctly.
I guessed right. She said smugly, didn't you want me to choose?
Then I'll definitely choose Brother Shaoqing. Lin Hui, I'm not trying to criticize you, but I know that Brother Shaoqing is exceptionally talented and handsome. However, you can't throw such a tantrum just because you're jealous of him. Take my advice, second sister, and surrender quickly. Then hand over military power to Brother Shaoqing.
That way. Bang!
A gunshot rang out, and Lin Xingla was shot in the heart, falling straight down.
She couldn't believe it even when she died.
Lin Hui actually dared to kill her.
This was completely different from what she had imagined. I've given you the chance, but you're really useless.
Lin Hui shook his head and looked at Qiao Yi and the others. This traitorous minister impersonated my second sister and tried to assassinate me.
He has now been executed by me. Drag him away and put him together with that traitor from before.
By the way, we should also announce to the outside world that my second sister has abandoned the darkness and joined our rebellion, preparing to overthrow the Empress together. Qiao Yi and the others exchanged glances, and this time none of them had any unusual thoughts. Having been brainwashed by Lin Hui, they would only believe that Lin Hui killed his own sister for their sake.
Your Majesty is wise.
The group shouted in unison, their eyes filled with emotion. His Majesty has sacrificed so much for them. Lin Hui smiled and put away his pistol.
All right, everyone go and rest.
We should speed up our progress and get to the capital as soon as possible. He was genuinely afraid that the three Lin sisters would be sent away one by one, like the Calabash brothers saving their grandfather. Now that two have been killed, let's hope the last survivor doesn't come to his death. As long as they don't come and cause trouble in front of him, he won't waste a bullet. News of Lin Xingla joining the rebel army quickly reached the capital. Along with this news came the news that Lin Hui had already donned the dragon robe.
Smack!
The Chao Hui Hall of the Imperial Palace. Yi Hansuang slammed the military newspaper to the ground. This Lin Hui has some nerve, daring to wear the dragon robe in private.
Does he really think I wouldn't dare to kill him?
The courtiers all showed expressions of surprise upon hearing this news.
They thought the same as Yi Hansuang, that Lin Hui's rebellion was just a tantrum.
After all, everyone knows about Lin Hui's love for Yi Hansuang over the years. But now it seems they were all wrong.
They've even put on a dragon robe. They must really be planning a rebellion.
Your Majesty, wearing the imperial robe in private is a capital offense. The Prime Minister immediately stepped forward, upright and incorruptible, and said, I beg your Majesty to order the confiscation of the Lin family's property and their imprisonment and execution.
We hereby reconsider. The courtiers quickly echoed this sentiment.
Most people in the court wanted Lin Hui dead. If it weren't for Lin Hui's protection all these years, Yi Hansuang would never have been able to sit on the throne, nor would she have been able to live such a comfortable life.
The officials dared not go too far in court because of Lin Hui's prestige and methods.
But if Lin Hui dies,
with Yi Hansuang's abilities and methods, wouldn't she be sidelined by them?
Therefore, all the officials hoped that Lin Hui would be executed. Seeing that the ministers thought the same way she did, Yi Hansuang immediately nodded in satisfaction. She was also afraid that the court officials would be pressured by Lin Hui's prestige and side with him.
If that's the case, then who is willing to send troops to punish the traitor Lin Hui? Yi Hansuang looked around expectantly.
However, as her gaze swept over them, everyone lowered their heads. They certainly wanted Lin Hui dead, but they were also very clear about Lin Hui's methods and strength. Putting everything else aside, there are few in the Great Yuan Kingdom who can stop Lin Hui's 500,000 strong army alone. To go into battle at this time would be tantamount to suicide. Is there not a single one of these civil and military officials who dares to go into battle? Yi Hanswan looked displeased, as if she were looking at a bunch of useless people. No matter how much she provoked her, no one stood up. The scene immediately became awkward. Yi Hanswan could only turn her gaze to Li Shaoqing, who was at the very front of the main hall. Minister Li, do you have a solution? Li Shaoqing felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. What could he do? He was just a scholar, not a rough and unruly military general. Your Majesty, I believe there is still room for reconciliation in this matter. Li Shaoqing's mind raced, and he quickly came up with an explanation. The general and his Majesty are engaged. Although the general wears the dragon robe in private, it is ultimately just to attract His Majesty's attention. Why doesn't Your Majesty send an envoy to ask the general what he really wants? Only in this way can we find a solution. At this point, all the ministers pretended to be mute. They neither oppose nor agree. What if they object, and Yi Hanswan specifically orders them to fight Lin Hui? If they agree, what if Yi Hanswan then makes them act as envoys? Therefore, remaining silent is the best option. Yi Hanswan glanced around and saw that none of these seasoned veterans spoke, so she could only turn her attention to Li Shaoqing. What Minister Li said makes some sense. So, who do you think should be sent as the envoy? Li Shaoqing was taken aback again. What does this mean? I guess I still want him to be the envoy. Your Majesty, I think Miss Lin is the most suitable. Li Shaoqing decisively pushed Lin Yaji forward. He dared not go to Lin Hui, who knew if Lin Hui would kill him, just like the eunuch who delivered the imperial edict at the very beginning. This is inappropriate. At this moment, the Prime Minister stepped forward again. After the two young ladies of the Lin family went to find Lin Hui, they both chose to betray him. If the third young lady of the Lin family also betrays him, what should we do? This statement was quickly endorsed by the court officials. After all, there have already been two examples, so it wouldn't be surprising if a third one appeared. Yi Hanshuan's expression was rather unpleasant. The Prime Minister is right. Therefore, she could no longer risk letting Lin Yaji leave the capital. At least Lin Yaji could be used as a hostage, making Lin Hui somewhat wary. Minister Li, since you proposed the mission, I'd like to trouble you to make the trip. Yi Hanswan looked at Li Shaoqing with a confident expression. In her mind, Li Shaoqing was the top scholar she had chosen, with outstanding literary talent. She thought he would be more than capable of being an envoy to persuade Lin Hui to surrender. Ha? You want me to go? Li Shaoqing pointed to himself with a bewildered expression. Chapter 124. You dare to call me Great General. Li Shaoqing knew his own limitations all too well. Moreover, he was also stirring up trouble behind the scenes when Lin Hui rebelled. It can be said that Lin Hui deserves half the credit for getting to where he is today. Sending him as an envoy is like sending him into the lion's den. Alright, that's settled then. Court adjourned. Yi Hanshuang did not want to hear Li Shaoqing's refusal, so she directly announced the adjournment of the court. She knew perfectly well what all the officials in the court were thinking. The only person she can rely on now is Li Shaoqing. Therefore, the mission could only be entrusted to him. His Majesty. Li Shaoqing raised his hand as if to say something. Before he could even utter a word, he saw Yi Hanshuang walk out of the main hall of the court assembly. The matter is now considered settled. The ministers looked at Li Shaoqing with a mocking and amused gaze. Everyone in the court knew about the affair between Yi Hanshuang and Li Shaoqing. Most of these civil and military officials came from prominent families. Li Shaoqing, on the other hand, was merely a top scholar in the imperial examination. Relying on the empress's favor, he rose rapidly through the ranks and even became a king who stood shoulder to shoulder with the court officials. What right does someone from a poor family have to step on them? Therefore, the court officials had long harbored a secret resentment towards Li Shaoqing. They had only been tolerant because of Yi Hanshuang and Lin Hui, two people they couldn't afford to offend. But now, Lin Hui rebelled, and Yi Hanshuang had no one else to use but Li Shaoqing. Your Highness, we wish you a triumphant return from your mission to the rebels. The Prime Minister patted Li Shaoqing on the shoulder playfully, then left with the assembled officials, laughing heartily. Li Shaoqing watched the departing figures of his ministers, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. They still look at me with that same condescending gaze. I'm trying so hard, Why do they still look at me with that superior look? I am now a prince, a king second only to the emperor.
What right do you have to look at me like that? Damn it, you all deserve to die.
Li Shaoqing's eyes were filled with murderous intent.
Just wait, I will never let you go.
Once I have military power and become the new emperor of Daiyuan, I will wipe out all of you aristocratic families one by one.
Ha ha.
Li Shaoqing burst into maniacal laughter. Everyone in the hall had left. No one heard his whispers, nor did anyone know the madness in his heart. After the court assembly, Li Shaoqing originally wanted to find Yi Hanswang and try to win her over again.
But Yi Hanswang wouldn't even give him a chance to meet. He knew that the emperor's command could not be disobeyed. If he didn't want to lose Yi Hanswang's favor, he had to make the trip. Fortunately, Lin Wanru and Lin Qingla are both in the military. He has absolute confidence in himself, and the two women will definitely speak up for him. Therefore, there should be no danger to life on this trip. On the other side, at the army camp. Your Majesty, our army is less than 50 li from the capital. We will arrive in 2 more days.
Inside the main tent, Chao Yi reported the situation to Lin Hui.
2 more days?
Lin Hui and the others were getting impatient. The march had been incredibly boring without any beautiful women accompanying them.
Tomorrow, gather 30,000 cavalry and set off with me first. We must reach the capital by tomorrow. Here you go. Chao Yi clasped his hands in response.
Your Majesty, the imperial city has sent an envoy for peace talks, who was outside requesting an audience.
At that moment, a messenger ran over to report. Was the peace envoy a woman?
Lin Hui was speechless.
The 3 Lin sisters wouldn't really want the Calabash brothers to save their grandfather, would they? They'd send them away one by one. Your Majesty, it's a man.
Lin Hui finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, otherwise the Lin family would have been wiped out and reduced to a single heir.
Let them in.
He waved his hand casually. Chao Yi and his companions exchanged glances and stood on either side, waiting for the envoys sent from the capital. To be honest, Lin Hui had no interest in this envoy. He was determined to rebel.
So at most, we'll meet once and then send him away.
However, when he saw the messenger's face clearly, he immediately became interested.
The second male villain personally came to his death. This is interesting.
Looking at Li Shaoqing, who seemed somewhat reserved and frightened, Lin Hui smiled knowingly. The Empress's envoy pays respects to the great general. Li Shaoqing knew where he was, so he didn't dare to act arrogantly and bowed respectfully. However, his gaze kept wandering around, hoping to find Lin Wanru or Lin Qingla. He was confident that as long as the 2 women were present, they would definitely protect him. Unfortunately, after scanning the area, he didn't see the 2 women.
Drag him out and behead him.
Lin Hui waved his hand lazily.
Soldiers immediately came in, ready to drag Li Shaoqing away.
Li Shaoqing was so frightened that he immediately knelt on the ground. General, in war, envoys are not to be killed. I am an envoy of Her Majesty the Empress. I do not know what I have done wrong that you want to kill me. He knew this trip was fraught with danger, but he never expected that Lin Hui would try to kill him as soon as he saw him. If he had known, he would never have left the capital, even if it meant losing Yi Hanshuang's favor.
What did you do wrong?
Lin Hui really didn't know where this guy got the nerve to say such a thing.
Hasn't this guy made enough mistakes already? However, he didn't really intend to kill the guy, it was just a show of force to scare him. Didn't you see what I'm wearing? Lin Hui looked at Li Shaoqing with amusement. You dare to call me general? You're completely disregarding me, the emperor. Tell me, should I kill you?
Li Shaoqing was stunned. He had considered many reasons, and thought that Lin Hui just wanted to kill him to vent his anger, but he never expected that it would be for such a reason.
Or is this just an excuse Lin Hui used to kill him? His Majesty?
Li Shaoqing cautiously called out. Lin Hui smiled amusedly.
He waved his hand, signaling the soldiers to step back.
Li Shaoqing realized that Lin Hui really did want to kill him for this reason. This is so contrary to his values. Could it be that Lin Hui's rebellion wasn't just a tantrum, but that he genuinely wanted to become emperor? Doubt arose in his mind. But in any case, he survived. Your Majesty, I am an envoy sent by Her Majesty the Empress, who wishes to negotiate peace with you. Li Shaoqing had no integrity whatsoever, addressing Lin Hui as Your Majesty without the slightest hesitation.
You're really good at adapting to changing circumstances.
Lin Hui looked at Li Shaoqing, who thought he was out of danger, and breathed a sigh of relief, and suddenly revealed a wicked smile. Someone cut off this man's flexible genitals. The soldiers who had just left the main tent came back in. Li Shaoqing's eyes widened, and his pupils contracted sharply.
Your Majesty, I was wrong. I am just a nobody and don't know how to speak properly. Please don't hold it against me. He quickly begged for forgiveness, hoping to gain Lin Hui's forgiveness. If something that can bend and stretch is truly cut off, it's better to die.
Oh, you can't speak. Lin Hui stroked his chin, looking at Li Shaoqing with amusement.
Yes, it's my fault for being tongue-tied and offending your Majesty. I beg your Majesty to be lenient. I'm just an envoy, a messenger. Your Majesty, you are a magnanimous person. Please don't hold a lowly person like me against your will.
Li Shaoqing thought there was still hope, so he put himself in a very low position and kept kowtowing and begging for mercy.
Since you can't speak, then cut off your tongue too. Lin Hui waved his hand, signaling the soldiers to drag him away. Chapter 125. We can't go home.
Your Majesty, I can speak, please don't cut out my tongue. Li Shaoqing hurriedly shouted for mercy. He had completely forgotten the purpose of his trip.
What about persuading them to surrender? What about military power?
All he wants now is to live a good life. If he had known this trip would be so dangerous, he would never have come, even if it meant his death. However, no matter how much he begged for mercy, Lin Hui remained unmoved.
Without Lin Hui's orders, the two soldiers directly arrested Li Shaoqing and prepared to drag him away for execution. Your Majesty, I wish to see Miss Lin and Miss Lin II.
Li Shaoqing shouted at the top of his lungs.
Lin Hui just found it funny. Both women are already dead. How does he want to see them? On the road to the underworld?
So he ignored the guy and castrated him first. When Li Shaoqing saw that Lin Hui was completely ignoring him, he finally panicked.
Lin Wanru, Lin Qingla, come out quickly. If you don't come out, I'm really going to die.
He screamed in agony, trying to get the two women's attention with his cries. If the two women come, he will definitely be able to escape this predicament. Chao Yi and the others exchanged glances, a sense of exhilaration rising within them. For 3 years, they risked their lives on the frontier, but all the credit went to Li Shaoqing. They all wished they could kill him as soon as possible. Now, watching Li Shaoqing's heart-wrenching screams as he tried to summon the two young ladies of the Lin family, they found it all quite amusing. This man, who looks like a woman, is still hoping someone will save him. Unfortunately, he had no idea that his saviors were already dead.
No, don't take off my clothes. Help! I don't want to be castrated, I don't want to be a eunuch.
Lin Hui, General, no, Your Majesty, I don't want my position as a peerless king, I don't want Yi Hanchuang's favor, I don't want anything, please spare me, please.
No,
Li Shaoqing begged for mercy with all his might, but in the end he still couldn't escape the knife. As he watched his precious baby fall to the ground, 2 streams of tears flowed from his eyes.
It's over, everything is over. We can never go back to our home.
Inside the tent, Chao Yi and his companions couldn't help but smile when they heard the noise outside finally subside. Lin Hui shook his head, don't cut out the tongue.
After the execution, throw the person out.
Also, tell him to tell Yi Hanchuang that if she is willing to kneel at the city gate with the imperial seal and announce her abdication when my army arrives in the capital, I can spare the life of this empress.
The country seized through rebellion will inevitably lead to domestic turmoil.
If things escalate to the point where many factions rise up, he'll have to deal with the aftermath. If he can peacefully take over Deyuan, he can save himself a lot of unnecessary trouble. Therefore, giving Yi Hanchuang a way out is not something that cannot be considered. Li Shaoqing was seriously injured, so he definitely couldn't leave. After Lin Hui had someone bandage him up, he immediately sent men to escort him back to the capital. As for whether or not they will be released back into the wild, Lin Hui could only say that this thing was at most an ant. Besides, he has no one in this world to hold him back. With his current combat power, even if 10,000 people came, he could still fight his way in and out 7 times.
It's no exaggeration to say that he is invincible in this world.
Therefore, the idea of releasing a tiger back into the mountains is unfounded. Li Shaoqing suffered a lot during the bumpy ride in the carriage, coupled with the pain from his wound. But villains are villains after all, they don't die easily until the very end. He endured both physical and mental torment along the way, but he persevered and finally returned to the capital. As soon as Li Shaoqing returned to the palace, he was summoned by Yi Hanswang.
Your Majesty, you must do justice for me. Upon seeing Yi Hanswang, Li Shaoqing couldn't help but burst into tears.
He has really suffered so much. He's now filled with deep regret.
Why did he have to be so foul-mouthed and suggest sending envoys for peace talks?
If this hadn't been brought up, he wouldn't have made this trip, and if he hadn't made this trip, his precious child wouldn't have been separated from him. Thinking about all this, he felt incredibly regretful.
But besides regret, what kept him going was mainly hatred.
Hatred for Lin Hui, hatred for Yi Hanswang, and resentment towards those aristocratic officials who held themselves in high esteem. Now, all he wants is to take revenge on everyone and on this unjust world.
What happened? How did you get injured like this?
Seeing that Li Shaoqing's face was pale, Yi Hanswang immediately asked him with concern.
It's Lin Hui.
Li Shaoqing couldn't help but shed tears again when he thought of what Lin Hui had done to him. Your Majesty, Lin Hui has gone mad. He not only wore the dragon robe in secret, but also insulted Your Majesty, and even threatened to make Your Majesty kneel down at the door and hand over the imperial seal of the state. I couldn't swallow this insult, so I argued with him for a few words.
Unexpectedly, he castrated me.
His voice sounded as miserable as could be, especially when he talked about being castrated. His expression didn't seem like he was acting at all.
What?
Although she was prepared, Yi Hanswang still couldn't help but show surprise when she heard the news.
Did Lin Hui really say that? She frowned deeply. He actually wants me to kneel at the gates of the imperial city?
Yes, Your Majesty. Lin Hui said that when his army arrives, as long as Your Majesty puts on prison clothes, kneels at the gate of the imperial city, personally hands over the imperial seal, and abdicates the throne to him, he will consider letting Your Majesty go. Li Shaoqing embellished the story and recounted what happened in the camp.
Bang!
Yi Hanswang slammed her hand hard on the table.
Lin Hui, how did he become like this?
I just wanted to put some pressure on him so he wouldn't be too arrogant.
Why can't he understand me and throw such a tantrum? How long is he going to keep throwing this tantrum?
And this time he really went too far, actually castrating my prince consort.
She was very angry.
It was clearly Lin Hui who disobeyed her orders. After Lin Hui defeated the barbarians, she issued 13 imperial edicts in succession, ordering Lin Hui to return to the capital. Lin Hui declined, citing the ongoing war and the possibility of a counterattack by the barbarians. Li Shaoqing was right at the time. Lin Hui was indeed arrogant and thought that just because he had won a few battles, he could ride roughshod over her.
Your Majesty, is it possible that Lin Hui isn't just throwing a tantrum?
Li Shaoqing gave a complicated reminder.
During the bumpy journey, he thought about many things. Lin Hui's purpose was the main issue he was considering. Since the news of Lin Hui's rebellion broke, it seems that everything Lin Hui has done is no joke. First, the eunuch who delivered the imperial edict was killed.
He then secretly made dragon robes to wear and raise the banner of overthrowing the empress.
Now they've even castrated him, this diplomatic envoy. These actions all seem to point to one thing.
Lin Hui might really want to rebel, and it's not just talk.
Impossible.
Yi Hanswang spoke with great certainty, and she was very confident in her charm. Lin Hui loves her so much, there's absolutely no way he would rebel.
Perhaps Lin Hui was just too angry.
She glanced at Li Shaoqing lying on the stretcher. Now that Li Shaoqing has been deposed, it's time for someone else to take over the title of prince of the same rank.
Report. The rebels are less than 20 miles from the capital.
Their leader, Lin Hui, asks Your Majesty if you have made your choice.
Just then, a messenger arrived on horseback with the news.
Chapter 126, reading the Imperial Edict on Kneels.
What? How could it be so fast? Yi Hanswang looked surprised. Your Majesty, the rebel leader has only brought 30,000 cavalrymen.
They are coming at full speed and will arrive at the capital in no more than an hour. The messenger carefully reported back.
1 hour. Yi Hanswang frowned deeply. Are you so eager to force her to admit her mistake that you can't even wait a little while?
Your Majesty, the rebel Lin Hui's army is almost at the capital. We must make preparations as soon as possible.
Li Shaoqing lay on the stretcher, enduring the pain as he offered his advice. What preparations should we make?
Yi Hanswang flicked her sleeve, revealing a confident smile. Lin Hui did all this just to make me bow down. Although his actions made me very uncomfortable, I admit that he succeeded. After saying that, she had someone bring her a blank imperial edict and began to write on it.
Your Majesty, what do you intend to do? Li Shaoqing asked in confusion.
Of course, we should return everything that rightfully belongs to Lin Hui to him. Yi Hanshuang said coldly, the position of a king on equal footing with me, my marriage contract, and my apology.
Isn't this exactly what he wanted? I'll give him everything. Li Shaoqing's face immediately turned extremely ugly. He risked his life to become an envoy, only to be castrated and brought back. Instead of receiving comfort and reward from Yi Hanshuang, he was stripped of his position as a king.
Hateful.
That's absolutely outrageous.
A chilling killing intent flashed in Li Shaoqing's eyes as he looked at Yi Hanshuang. Since you are unkind, don't blame him for being unjust.
Your Majesty is right.
I have occupied the position of a peerless king for a long time, and it is time to return it to the Grand General.
Now that I am a crippled person, I am no longer suitable to stay in the court. I beg your Majesty to allow me to resign and return to my hometown.
He suppressed his anger and tried his best to make his voice calm.
Approved. Yi Hanshuang waved without looking up. The favor I once received is nowhere to be seen now.
Li Shaoqing sneered inwardly.
Is this what it means for emperors to be ruthless?
Yi Hanshuang once told him personally that she wanted him to be the emperor's consort, someone second only to the emperor. But now, she won't even look at him. All that deep affection and vows were fake.
Since that's the case, then don't blame him for being ruthless.
After taking one last look at Yi Hanshuang, who was focused on writing, he had him carried out. After leaving the palace, he returned home. He immediately sent a letter to Lu Gang, the commander of the Imperial Guards. He didn't do nothing during those 3 years. The court was controlled by those powerful families and officials, and he couldn't get involved. However, the Imperial Guards were Yi Hanshuang's personal troops, and relying on Yi Hanshuang's favor, he could secretly do some things. For example, he helped his cousin to become the commander of the Imperial Guards. Of course, his cousin was able to take such an important position as the commander of the Imperial Guards. It wasn't just his covert support, there was another crucial reason.
His cousin is very handsome.
Li Shaoqing knew exactly what kind of person Yi Hanshuang was.
The reason I used to favor him so much was because he was handsome enough and had unique skills in that area. Otherwise, given his humble origins, even if he had become the top scholar in the imperial examination, he would never have been able to sit in a position equal to that of a king. Li Shaoqing's letter quickly reached Lu Gang's hands.
Lu Gang opened the letter, and after reading its contents, a conflicted expression appeared on his face. The letter essentially told him to prepare for a rebellion. On the other side, as soon as it was light, Lin Hui led his cavalry army on a rapid march. Finally, before noon, we could see the tall city walls of the imperial city in the distance. The entire army shall rest in place. They were traveling at a rapid pace, and both men and horses needed to rest, so he wasn't in a hurry to attack the city. Your Majesty, the gates of the imperial city are tightly closed, and we have not seen Empress Daiyuan.
Xiao Yi gazed into the distance, looking towards the city gate, and said. Lin Hui's vision was much better than theirs, so of course he saw it too.
I was hoping to save myself some trouble, but it seems I still can't avoid a fight.
He wasn't too disappointed. He never expected that a love-struck empress would come to terms with reality.
The army temporarily set up camp to rest and have a meal. Lin Hui planned to capture the imperial city in one fell swoop after the army had rested.
But just then, the chief eunuch arrived before Lin Hui with Yi Hanshuang's imperial edict. Imperial edict has arrived, General. Kneel down and receive it. The eunuch looked at Lin Hui with an arrogant expression. Bang! A gunshot rang out.
The eunuch was shot in the head and fell straight down.
You have quite the nerve to ask me to kneel before you?
Lin Hui casually pointed his gun at another eunuch next to the chief eunuch.
Pick up the imperial edict. He was curious to know what the empress was planning to do next.
The little eunuch pointed it by Lin Hui looked at the head eunuch's corpse with its head smashed open and trembled with fear. Seeing the pistol pointed at him, he immediately knelt on the ground in fear and picked up the imperial edict.
Great General, the imperial edict is here. The young eunuch knelt on the ground and held the imperial edict high. Lin Hui waved his hand, read it. The young eunuch was terrified.
But Lin Hui made him read it, so he had no choice but to do so. He immediately got up and read the imperial edict.
Bang! Another gunshot rang out. Lin Hui looked indifferently at the little eunuch's corpse. Did I tell you to get up? You really don't know any better.
After he finished speaking, he looked at another eunuch. You read it. The little eunuch was already pale with fright. Upon hearing Lin Hui's order, he immediately knelt down in front of Lin Hui, picked up the blood-stained imperial edict, and began to read it aloud while still kneeling. By the grace of heaven, the emperor decrees, I have been misled by treacherous officials who have wronged the Grand General by accusing him of treason. I know that the Grand General harbors resentment, so I hereby bestow upon him the title of King of Dayuan, and all his generals shall be promoted 2 ranks. Furthermore, I shall prepare for the marriage between the Grand General and me, and the marriage shall take place in 3 days.
So be it.
The young eunuch trembled as he finished reading the imperial edict, fearfully awaiting Lin Hui's judgment.
Chao Yi and the others exchanged glances, their faces showing worry. Getting promoted 2 ranks is naturally a good thing.
They would have been extremely happy if they hadn't rebelled.
But the situation is different now.
They have already rebelled. If they give up halfway, even if they can be promoted 2 ranks now, they will inevitably be purged afterward.
Besides, what's a promotion of 2 ranks if they succeed in their rebellion with Lin Hui? Chao Yi was directly promoted to Grand General, so how could the others be any less? Your Majesty, please reconsider.
Chao Yi knelt on one knee, clasped his hands in a fist, and spoke up to dissuade him.
Your Majesty, please reconsider.
The others also knelt down to try and dissuade them. The general has indeed changed a lot during this period, but now the Empress has personally admitted her mistake and promised 2 rewards, a kingship and the fulfillment of the marriage agreement. Given the Empress's sincerity this time, and considering the general's past affection for her, he might impulsively agree. Therefore, they are extremely worried at this moment. The army has already reached the capital.
If they surrender now, they will be in a dilemma. The Empress is afraid.
Lin Hui suddenly laughed.
He helped Chao Yi and the others up. After I ascended the throne, what kind of woman couldn't I have? Why would I care about a woman who wanted to kill me? Chapter 127 Steel Behemoth. Your Majesty is wise.
Chao Yi and the others were very pleased to see that Lin Hui had no intention of changing his mind about rebelling. As long as His Majesty doesn't let love cloud his judgment at this moment and truly surrenders and relinquishes military power, everything will be fine. After calming Chao Yi and the others down, Lin Hui turned to look at the little eunuch on the ground.
Take these 2 bodies back with you.
Upon hearing this, Shao Dai felt as if he had been granted a pardon, and his anxious heart finally relaxed a little. Go back and tell Yi Hanshuan that I have already given her a chance, but she didn't cherish it.
So don't blame me for personally taking over. Yes, General, I will certainly convey your message. The little eunuch, trembling, instructed the equally terrified guards to take the 2 eunuchs' corpses and hastily leave the army.
Your Majesty, the imperial city has high walls and thick defenses, and there are still 30,000 garrison troops inside. Our side consists mainly of cavalry, so I'm afraid it won't be easy to launch a direct attack. Chao Yi glanced at the distant imperial city, a look of worry on his face. Moreover, there are tens of thousands of Great Abyss troops surrounding the imperial city. If a direct assault is launched, they will inevitably suffer losses. Perhaps we should wait for the main force to arrive before making any decisions.
A general spoke up and made a suggestion. Others echoed this sentiment. After all, it's really unrealistic to expect 30,000 cavalry to attack a city. What's there to be afraid of? Just blast open the city gates.
Lin Hui remained calm and composed, appearing confident and prepared.
Blast open the city gates? Chao Yi and the others looked completely bewildered. How to bombard it? What to use to bombard it?
The city gates of the imperial city were specially made, thick and hard, and it would take ordinary siege engines a long time to break through them.
What could these cavalrymen possibly use to breach the city gates?
Head? Lin Hui certainly wouldn't let them bang their heads against the door. With a wave of his hand, a massive steel behemoth appeared on the open ground beside him.
Chao Yi and the others stared in shock. Protect His Majesty.
Protect him at once. The sudden turn of events startled the group, who shouted loudly.
The surrounding soldiers quickly became agitated. All right.
Lin Hui waved his hand casually. I conjured this up. Chao Yi and the soldiers around him quieted down upon hearing this. Everyone stared at Lin Hui with shock and disbelief.
Did Your Majesty conjure this thing up? Chao Yi spoke with some skepticism, while countless thoughts flashed through his mind.
This ability to conjure things out of thin air sounds so much like the legendary magic of immortals. Moreover, the thing His Majesty conjured was made entirely of steel, and it looked incredibly imposing. Lin Hui nodded and led the group to the steel behemoth.
Your Majesty, what is this?
It looks very strange. Someone tried to touch it and felt the coldness of the metal, then looked at Lin Hui with curiosity.
Everyone else also cast expectant glances their way. This thing is called a tank. Just think of it as a magical artifact.
Lin Hui did not offer much explanation.
Explaining what a tank is to a group of ancient people would be very difficult, so let's keep it simple.
When Xiao Yi and the others heard that the tank was a magical artifact, they were all curious and looked at it from here and there, touching it.
Your Majesty, what is the use of this magical artifact? Can it really open the city gates? Xiao Yi couldn't help but ask again.
Just as these people were wondering what a tank was, in the imperial city, a young eunuch, carrying the corpse of the chief eunuch, knelt tremblingly before Yi Hanshuang.
Bang!
After hearing the message brought back by the eunuch, Yi Hanshuang slammed her hand on the table in anger.
Did Lin Hui really say that? She stood up and glared at the young eunuch.
Your Majesty, these are the general's exact words, and this servant dares not conceal them in the slightest.
The young eunuch was filled with fear. He was just a lowly eunuch accompanying the group. How could such bad luck have befallen him? Okay. Yi Hanshuang was so angry that she said good 3 times in a row.
I've already made so many concessions, yet you still insist on being so aggressive.
Do you really think I'm someone you can manipulate at will?
Her face was frosty, and she immediately ordered, "Tell the city guard commander to defend the city gates to the death. Do not allow the rebels to enter the imperial city, or else you will be beheaded." Her thoughts were the same as Chao Ye's and the others. The imperial city has high walls and thick ramparts. Lin Hui could not possibly break through with just tens of thousands of cavalry. Furthermore, I have received news that Lin Yaji has come to the palace. I want to ask her personally whether the Lin family is really planning a rebellion. Her tone was icy, her heart already filled with rage.
She has already backed down again and again, but why won't Lin Hui give in? Must we be forced to resort to violence? Yi Hanshuang's order was issued quickly.
The city guard commander was already on high alert. After receiving the imperial edict, he patted his chest and guaranteed that with him there, the city gates would definitely not fall. Meanwhile, Lin Yaji was also found by a eunuch in Li Shaoqing's residence and taken to the palace.
Lin Yaji, shouldn't you give me an explanation?
Yi Hanshuang looked at her with icy eyes.
At this moment, Lin Yaji looked distraught, as if she had suffered a great blow.
When she heard that Li Shaoqing was injured, she went to visit him immediately. It turned out that Li Shaoqing had been castrated by his younger brother. He was castrated. In other words, Li Shaoqing is now a eunuch.
How can eunuchs marry and have children?
When she received the news, Lin Yaji felt a sense of disillusionment. She was still thinking about marrying Li Shaoqing.
How can I get married now? Moreover, not only that, Li Shaoqing's position as a prince of equal rank has also been revoked, and he is now just a commoner. Looking at Li Shaoqing groaning in pain on the hospital bed, Lin Yaji suddenly felt that the once spirited and admirable top scholar had suddenly become quite ordinary. Bang!
Seeing that Lin Yaji was absent-minded, Yi Hanshuang slammed her hand on the table again.
Lin Yaji, are you even listening to me?
Lin Yaji then realized that she was in the main hall of the palace, in front of the empress. She immediately knelt down and admitted her mistake, saying, "Your Majesty, I don't know how my brother could have become so cruel. But all of this has nothing to do with me or the Lin family. Our Lin family has been loyal and virtuous for generations and would never do anything rebellious.
This is all Lin Hui's decision alone."
Previously, it was because she was in love with Li Shaoqing that she couldn't bear the label of a traitor. But now, she could see that Yi Hanshuang was really angry, so she said this entirely for her own sake. As for Li Shaoqing, a eunuch who had been demoted to a commoner, he was no longer worth her attention.
You still want to argue? Yi Hanshuang was even angrier. Lin Wanru and Lin Qingla have already joined the rebel army. How could this be false?
If she hadn't wanted to keep Lin Yaji as a hostage, she would have ordered Lin Yaji to be dragged out and beheaded to vent her anger.
Your Majesty, I have been wronged.
Lin Yaji quickly tried to explain herself. At the same time, she was cursing inwardly. Lin Hui is one thing, but her eldest and second eldest sisters also tricked her. Even if we were to rebel, at least we should take her with us.
Boom!
However, at that moment, a huge roar suddenly came from the direction of the city gate.
What's happening outside?
Yi Hanshuang and Lin Yaji both looked in the direction from which the roaring sound came.
Boom, boom, boom.
Before the two women could figure out what was going on, one after another roaring sound rang out.
Report. Your Majesty, something terrible has happened.
A steel monster has appeared among the rebels and has blown down the city gate.
Chapter 128. Tanks lead the way. Outside the Imperial City.
Lin Hui drove the tank and fired continuously at the gate of the Imperial City. Shells bombarded the city gate, quickly reducing it to rubble and leaving the gate tower riddled with holes, leaving nothing intact. On the city wall, the city guard commander and a group of soldiers hid behind the battlements, looking fearfully at the steel monster outside the city.
What kind of monster is this?
The city guard commander swallowed hard. Even from such a distance, the monster blasted down the city gate.
They didn't even have a chance to fight back. A monster, that's a monster.
The soldiers looked at the steel monster that was making a deafening roar, and their morale plummeted to rock bottom. On the other hand, look at Lin Hui and his group. The soldiers were all as excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood, shouting and yelling.
Zhao Yi and his companions looked at the tank as if it were a rare treasure.
Indeed, His Majesty is the true Son of Heaven, otherwise, how could he possibly conjure up such a powerful divine treasure?
Is this the truth for me? It feels so good.
After firing a few shots, Lin Hui exclaimed that he had thoroughly enjoyed himself.
Fortunately, I learned how to use it when I bought it.
Even so, he still missed his first few shots. Of course, these are all minor details. As long as the goal is achieved, that's all that matters.
Squeak!
Lin Hui pushed open the tank door and stood on top of it. The Imperial City gates have been breached.
Everyone, follow me and charge.
After shouting, he climbed back into the tank and drove it to charge towards the Imperial City.
We swear to follow His Majesty to the death and charge forward.
Zhao Yi and his men shouted in unison, and together with the tanks that had already started moving, they charged toward the Imperial City. The city guard commander stood up immediately when he saw that the steel monster was no longer using its magic.
Everyone, defend the Imperial City to the death. Do not retreat even half a step. Archers, fire indiscriminately.
Swordsmen and shieldmen, get off the city walls and form ranks.
We must not let the rebels break into the city. Yi Hansuan gave him a strict order: he must not lose the position. He patted his chest and guaranteed it.
If the city gates fall, his term as commander will come to an end. Therefore, at this moment, he only wanted to defend the Imperial City and absolutely could not allow the rebel army to attack and enter. But ordinary soldiers didn't have his level of awareness.
Those who witnessed the power of tanks on the city wall are now terrified and their morale has completely collapsed.
Lin Hui was alone. He couldn't drive a tank and fire cannons at the same time. But it didn't matter. He just floored the accelerator and charged headlong toward the city gate.
The city gates of the Imperial City are large enough for tanks to pass through.
As the distance closed, arrows rained down from the city walls, but they all bounced off the tanks.
The soldiers on the city wall had never seen such a monster before, and they were so frightened that they lost all will to fight, and even their arrows lost their aim. Behind the city gate, countless soldiers formed a human wall, ready for battle.
But when they saw the steel monster charging towards them, fear rose in their hearts.
Can they really stop this monster?
Just as the thought crossed the minds of the soldiers in the front ranks, the tanks were already in front of them. Lin Hui floored the accelerator. He didn't know what a human wall was. He only knew that suddenly there were many speed bumps.
Monster, run! We can't defeat this kind of monster at all.
Seeing large numbers of soldiers being crushed by tanks, some of the more vulnerable soldiers wanted to run away on the spot. The morale and formation of the city guards were significantly affected. At this moment, the cavalry army following behind the tanks rushed into the city gate. Lin Huijun, in his prime, faced the demoralized city guards. From the very beginning, the war was a one-sided massacre.
The city guards didn't hold out for long before completely collapsing.
Lin Hui drove the tank without stopping, continuing to rampage towards the palace. The army followed closely behind, arriving at the palace gates in a grand procession. For some unknown reason, the palace gates were wide open, and not a single soldier was in sight.
Your Majesty, could this be a trap? Zhao Yi hesitated for a moment. What are you afraid of? I have a divine treasure. What am I afraid of? Come on, let's go in together.
Lin Hui is really nothing to be afraid of. With his current combat strength, even if there is an ambush, he can still cut through the enemy forces. When Zhao Yi and the others saw Lin Hui swaggering into the palace, they followed him warily and surrounded him. However, their worries were somewhat unnecessary. Along the way, they didn't see a single soldier, let alone a eunuch or palace maid.
Did they all run away?
Lin Hui was speechless. If that's the case, then it's going to be quite troublesome. Fortunately, when they arrived at the main hall of the court, they finally saw the Imperial Guards standing ready. Lin Hui raised his hand to signal the army to halt, and looked at the general at the forefront of the Imperial Guard. Lin Hui, if you don't want Yi Hansuang and Lin Yaji to die, come over alone.
Lu Gang spoke in a deep voice. Your Majesty, you must not take any risks. Chao Yi quickly tried to persuade him.
That's right, the other side is clearly trying to lure His Majesty out so that they can attack him together.
Your Majesty must not agree to this. Other generals followed suit and offered their advice.
A cold smile appeared on Lin Hui's lips. He casually raised his hand to stop the crowd. Seeing this, Chao Yi and the others could only keep their mouths shut in worry and wait for Lin Hui to make a decision. If Chao Yi and the others could see it clearly, then Lin Hui could certainly see it too. These people just want to use Yi Hansuang and Lin Yaji to threaten him, so that he will walk into their trap and be beheaded. With Lin Hui's current combat strength, he is not afraid of these at all. But he doesn't like being led by the nose.
Looks like the second male lead has switched sides.
Lin Hui smiled intriguingly, but to threaten me with two strange women is really naive. He didn't care at all whether Yi Hansuang and Lin Yaji lived or died. After saying that, he raised his hand and a Gatling gun appeared in his hand.
Day. Bullets rained down. The Gatling gun's reputation as a head-reaping machine was fully demonstrated at this moment.
Thousands of Imperial Guards, who were on high alert, fell one by one like straws being cut. In no time, the area outside the main hall of the court was littered with corpses.
Lu Gang, the commander of the Imperial Guards, suffered the most tragic death.
Lin Hui focused his attacks on him first, and now he's scattered in all directions. Chao Yi and the others had never seen such a powerful weapon before, and they were all stunned.
The soldiers under Lin Hui's command also showed expressions of shock. Is this some kind of divine treasure? It's absolutely terrifying. In the Chao Wei Hall,
Li Shaoqing and Yi Hansuang both saw what was happening outside through the palace doors.
Both of them looked extremely grim.
Li Shaoqing never expected that Lin Hui would possess such a powerful weapon. What Yi Hansuang didn't expect was that Lin Hui would be so ruthless, and her most elite Imperial Guards were slaughtered in droves. However, the Imperial Guards no longer listened to her, so she wasn't particularly heartbroken. After figuring this out, Yi Hansuang's expression gradually softened, and her gaze towards the outside of the hall held a hint of anticipation. Li Shaoqing, my general has arrived.
I advise you to surrender now.
Yi Hansuang looked at Li Shaoqing beside her, her face full of smugness.
Chapter 129. What kind of good stuff are you? Ha ha ha. Li Shaoqing burst into laughter as if he had heard a particularly funny joke. Yi Hansuang frowned slightly, wondering what Li Shaoqing was laughing at. Yi Hansuang, you are truly hopelessly stupid. Even now, you still can't see the situation clearly?
Li Shaoqing pointed sarcastically outside the hall. Take a good look, Lin Hui isn't here to save you at all.
Impossible.
Yi Hansuang interrupted directly. Lin Hui loves me so much, he must have come to save me. As he spoke, he looked angrily at Li Shaoqing. Li Shaoqing, I treated you so well before, yet you conspired with Lu Gang to rebel.
You are the real traitor.
Throughout the main hall of the court assembly.
Now it's not just Yi Hansuang and Li Shaoqing, there's also Lin Yaji and the court officials.
They were all gathered together by Li Shaoqing in Yi Hansuang's name.
When the officials arrived at the main hall of court, they realized they had fallen into a trap.
Li Shaoqing and Lu Gang had ambushed the Imperial Guards long ago and seized control of Yi Hansuang and the court officials in one fell swoop. The main hall was surrounded by Imperial Guards with their swords drawn. There were two corpses on the ground, belonging to ministers who had just tried to stand up but were beheaded on Li Shaoqing's orders. Seeing the two arguing on the steps, the civil and military officials all cowered like turtles and chose to remain silent.
Ha, what a traitorous scoundrel!
Li Shaoqing laughed maniacally.
But after laughing, his eyes instantly turned cold and sharp. Yi Hansuang, Your Majesty the Empress, do you think you're any better? You're nothing but a selfish, stinking woman. Yi Hansuang, as an empress, has never been insulted like this before.
Her eyes were filled with anger, but surrounded by menacing soldiers, she dared not refute them.
Clap clap clap.
Just then, a round of applause came from outside the hall.
All eyes turned to the gate.
Lin Hui led Chao Yi and the others into the main hall of the court with amusement on his face.
Fantastic.
This dog-eat-dog drama is truly spectacular. He didn't expect that as soon as he approached the main hall, he would hear Yi Hanswang and Li Shaoqing arguing. Li Shaoqing narrowed his eyes, looking at Lin Hui, who had only brought a few generals, and hope rose in his heart again. He had just witnessed Lu Gang and thousands of imperial guards being shot to death. He thought the plan had failed and the rebellion would end in failure, but then he saw an opportunity. He didn't know if Lin Hui was being arrogant or what, but Lin Hui only had a few people, while there were still hundreds of imperial guards in the main hall. The advantage lies with me. After a thought flashed through Li Shaoqing's mind, he immediately ordered, "Everyone, attack together.
Whoever captures Lin Hui will be rewarded with 10,000 taels of gold and promoted 3 ranks.
A generous reward will surely attract brave men." Upon hearing about such a generous reward, the imperial guards in the main hall were all excitedly looking at Lin Hui and his companions, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. After only a few seconds of silence, the first soldier eagerly charged towards Lin Hui. The other soldiers were also affected and turned their blades to attack Lin Hui. "Your Majesty, please be careful. Cover His Majesty's retreat." Chao Yi and his men hurriedly shouted and drew their swords, preparing for a desperate battle. Lin Hui glanced indifferently at the soldiers rushing towards him. He casually raised his hand, and suddenly a military knife appeared in his hand. The next moment, his figure disappeared from the spot and moved through the Imperial Guard at a speed that was difficult to detect with the naked eye. In no time at all the hundreds of Imperial Guards were lying on the ground. Lin Hui reappeared in front of Chao Yi and the others. The blood-stained military knife in his hand looked so chilling at that moment. The main hall fell into a deathly silence, and all eyes were on Lin Hui. Shock, disbelief, despair, joy, and other emotions welled up in everyone's hearts. Li Shaoqing stared wide-eyed and shook his head in disbelief. "No, impossible, how could such a monster exist in the world?" His gaze toward Lin Hui was filled with fear and disbelief. How could a mere mortal possess such terrifying speed? The Imperial Guards didn't even have a chance to react and escape. Yi Hanswang and Lin Yaji, however, looked delighted. The stronger Lin Hui is, the safer they feel. "Lin Hui, you've finally come to save me. I knew you wouldn't abandon me." Yi Hanswang looked at Lin Hui, who was tall, strong, and handsome, and her eyes showed surprise. "Little brother, you've finally come. I knew you wouldn't stand idly by and would definitely come to save me." Lin Yaji also looked expectant. As for the civil and military officials in the hall, not one of them dared to speak at this moment. Their bodies trembled slightly, their eyes filled with fear. Lin Hui's lips curled up slightly. "That's right, I'm here to save you. Now, let me help you escape this sea of suffering." Yi Hanswang and Lin Yaji did not understand Lin Hui's meaning and thought that Lin Hui was going to save them. Both women's faces were full of expectation. Lin Hui raised his hand, and a pistol appeared in his palm. But at that moment, Li Shaoqing suddenly moved. He took out a dagger from his sleeve and pressed it hard against Lin Yaji's neck. "Don't move, or I'll kill her." He looked at Lin Hui and shouted, "Lin Hui, you don't want to see your third sister die here, do you?" Lin Yaji was trembling with fear. "Brother Shaoqing, it's me, Lin Yaji. Have you forgotten the vow we made under the moon? You said you would protect me forever." Her voice was tinged with sobs, and it sounded heartbreaking. Li Shaoqing gave a mocking sneer. "Fool, I'm just using you. I want to use your identity to help me gain credit for Lin Hui." Having come this far, he had nothing left to pretend about, so he simply revealed his plan. "What?" Lin Yaji stared wide-eyed in disbelief. A feeling of shattered dreams washed over me. She used to like Li Shaoqing so much. For Li Shaoqing, she even joined forces with her 2 older sisters to give Li Shaoqing credit for Lin Hui's achievements. Even the position of king of the same rank was achieved by the 3 sisters taking credit from Lin Hui and forcibly pushing it onto Li Shaoqing. But now she realizes that it was all a lie. It turns out that Li Shaoqing had been lying to them all along. "Why? We've done so much for you, even taking away my own brother's military merits. Why do you still treat me like this?" Lin Yaji asked in disbelief. "Why?" Li Shaoqing sneered. "Isn't it because you're all too stupid? I was just putting on an act, hiring some thugs to stage a hero saves the damsel in distress scene, and you bunch of stupid women are already head over heels in love with me. You even laughed and agreed when I suggested that Lin Hui should commit suicide. It's so stupid that it makes me want to laugh." Lin Yaji fell silent. She never expected things to turn out this way. So what exactly did she do in the past 3 years? And what did the 3 sisters do to their own brother? Snort. At this moment, Yi Hansuang snorted coldly, "Li Shaoqing, I never thought you were this kind of person. Fortunately, I realized it early and dismissed you from your post, demoting you to a commoner. Lin Hui, kill him for me. I want to exterminate his entire family."
Li Shaoqing laughed, a really crazy laugh. Stupid, absolutely stupid.
They still haven't grasped the situation. Yi Hansuang, how dare a stupid woman like you sit in the most prestigious chair in the world?
Chapter 130 Punishment descended on behalf of heaven.
Yi Hansuang was furious at being mocked like that.
As an empress, when had she ever been reprimanded like this?
Lin Hui, kill him for me. Yi Hansuang immediately looked at Lin Hui, wanting him to kill this villain who had betrayed her.
Oh.
Li Shaoqing laughed, his face full of mockery. Lin Hui also laughed, a playful smile on his face.
The second male lead was right, this woman is hopelessly stupid.
The main hall of the court fell silent. Lin Hui acted as if he hadn't heard her and completely ignored her. Yi Hansuang frowned slightly and looked at Lin Hui with displeasure. "Lin Hui, I order you to kill this traitorous minister. As long as you kill him, I will grant you anything, and I can even share this empire with you." She felt this was already the final concession.
She's already gone to such lengths, Lin Hui shouldn't cause any more trouble, right?
But as soon as she finished speaking, the hall fell silent once again. No one spoke, all eyes were on Lin Hui. But Lin Hui seemed not to hear him, a faint smile on his lips, looking like he was watching a good show.
Yi Hansuang's expression gradually turned ugly.
She hadn't expected that even after she had backed down to this point, Lin Hui would still not react at all. At that moment, she felt as if her dignity had been trampled on, and she had lost all face. She wanted to be angry, but the situation wouldn't allow it. She knew very well that only Lin Hui could help her regain control of the country. So after a brief moment of thought, she suppressed her emotions and instead adopted a girlish demeanor, looking at Lin Hui with a pleading expression.
"Brother Lin Hui, can you really bear to watch me be bullied? Didn't you say before that you would protect me forever?"
Yi Hansuang thought to herself, "I've already put on such an act, surely that should be enough to calm Lin Hui's anger." However, her feigned attentiveness was like punching air. The main hall remained as silent as ever.
Lin Hui still looked like he was watching a show. Yi Hansuang was completely humiliated.
She's already gone to such lengths, so why is Lin Hui still unmoved?
Ha ha.
Li Shaoqing burst into wild laughter.
Yi Hansuang, I was right, weren't I? You really are hopelessly stupid. Yi Hansuang's face immediately turned extremely ugly.
Lin Hui, I have already humbled myself and begged you like this, what do you want in return for my forgiveness?
She finally couldn't hold back her anger and questioned him. Lin Hui's lips curled up, as if he had heard a funny joke. Forgive you? That's a matter for the King of Hell. My purpose is to send you to meet the King of Hell.
He shrugged casually, his tone calm and indifferent. Yi Hansuang stared wide-eyed in disbelief.
Lin Hui, what are you saying? I am Han Shuang, your Han Shuang, how could you possibly kill me?
The courtiers all looked at Lin Hui with surprise. This Lin Hui now feels like a complete stranger to them.
Is this still the same Lin Hui who loved Yi Hansuang so much that he would do anything for her?
Lin Hui shook his head speechlessly.
He truly doesn't understand the love-obsessed mindset prevalent in the female-oriented online world. But he didn't want to understand. Alright, this show should end now.
He had lost interest in watching any further.
With a wave of his hand, the corpses of Lin Wanru and Lin Qingla appeared in the main hall.
Eldest sister, second sister. When Lin Yaji saw the two women's corpses, her pupils contracted sharply.
My eldest and second eldest sisters are dead. What exactly happened?
Yi Hansuang and the assembled officials also showed expressions of surprise. Only Li Shaoqing's eyes showed a look of realization.
I see. He finally understood why he hadn't seen the two women in Lin Hui's military camp before.
It turns out they were already dead. Lin Hui, you have such a cruel heart. Li Shaoqing threw down the dagger in despair, becoming completely distraught. Killing his own sister, this Lin Hui is even more ruthless than him.
If he could kill even his two older sisters, then what is Lin Yaji in his hands?
So he knew he had lost. Lin Hui glanced at him indifferently, then looked at Yi Hansuang. Empress Yi Hansuang of the Great Abyss has appointed treacherous officials, listened to slander, and caused the deaths of my two elder sisters. Her actions are unworthy of being an empress. Today, I will punish her on behalf of heaven. After he finished speaking, he raised his hand, and a white silk ribbon appeared in his hand.
Your Majesty, do you want to maintain your dignity, or do you want me to help you maintain your dignity?
Seeing the opportunity, Xiao Yi took the white silk and strode up to Yi Hanshuang.
No, that's not how it is.
As Xiao Yi approached with the white silk ribbon, Yi Hanshuang still shook her head in disbelief.
Brother Lin Hui, I know I was wrong.
I shouldn't have listened to that scoundrel Li Shaoqing.
I shouldn't have disbelieved you. Please don't be angry, okay?
She looked at Lin Hui pleadingly. However, she was met with Lin Hui's indifference.
Your Majesty, please. Xiao Yi handed the white silk to Yi Hanshuang. No.
Yi Hanshuang flung open the white silk ribbon. I am the Empress of the Great Abyss, no one can kill me.
Lin Hui, do you really have no feelings for the past? Have you forgotten what you promised my father when he died, that you would protect me for the rest of my life?
I was just deceived.
It's not my fault at all. Why won't you forgive me?
Looking at Yi Hanshuang, who seemed somewhat mad, Lin Hui shook his head speechlessly.
Ha ha ha.
Li Shaoqing suddenly laughed. What do you mean by being deceived?
Yi Hanshuang, do you even believe that yourself?
You and I are both selfish people.
Yes, that's right, I was the one who suggested that Lin Hui commit suicide, but isn't that exactly what you wanted?
You fear him and want his military power, so you used me and those 3 stupid women from the Lin family to get rid of Lin Hui. What a pity that Lin Hui has changed, he has become ruthless.
You no longer have a chance.
Yi Hanshuang hurriedly shook her head and denied it. No, that's not how it is.
I was deceived. I didn't think that way.
Quickly, kill him. Kill Li Shaoqing.
He's trying to sow discord. Li Shaoqing's face showed a mocking expression.
At that moment, he saw the white silk lying on the ground, and a crazy idea popped into his head. The next moment, he endured the pain, picked up the white silk ribbon, and strangled Yi Hanshuang's neck.
Yi Hanshuang struggled desperately, but she couldn't break free.
She reached out her hand to Lin Hui with pleading eyes, hoping he would save her.
Unfortunately, Lin Hui wouldn't save him.
Xiao Yi, who had not received orders from Lin Hui, did not intervene.
Yi Hanshuang was utterly desperate.
In her final moments, her eyes flashed back to everything she had experienced with Lin Hui. Lin Hui loved her so much that he would give anything for her. But what did she do?
Perhaps this is her retribution.
In the grand hall of the court, under the watchful eyes of all the civil and military officials, Li Shaoqing strangled Yi Hanshuang with his own hands, and not a single person stopped him.
It's quite pathetic that the emperor treated her like that.
Lin Hui shook his head indifferently.